Headache. It was as if an invisible giant hammer were pounding his temples again and again, every beat of his pulse bringing a suffocating dull agony. Lin En's consciousness struggled to rise from a quagmire of chaos, and the first thing he perceived was a bone-deep cold and the omnipresent dampness. He forced his eyes open, his vision a blur. Halos of neon light bled through the humid air, spreading into twisted, dazzling patches of color. In his ears was the patter of drizzle mingled with the distant, indistinct roar of traffic and a faint wail of sirens. This was not his university dormitory. Icy rainwater tainted with the smell of rust and rotting food splashed against his face, making him shudder and clearing his mind considerably. He struggled to sit up, pressing his palm against the ground beneath him. The touch was cold and rough, an asphalt road. But the next second, he jerked his hand back. Where his palm had pressed down, the asphalt had actually softened, leaving a clear handprint whose edges still gave off faint heat and a pungent burnt stench. Raindrops fell onto it with a soft sizzling sound, sending up a small wisp of white vapor. "What is happening?" he muttered hoarsely, his voice rasping in a terrifying way. He lowered his head to look at his hands. His skin was pale, yet it seemed as though an extremely fine golden glow flickered just beneath the surface and then vanished. His memories were fragmented. The last image he recalled was a StarCraft 2 replay on his computer screen, a half-finished thesis document beside it, and the familiar nightscape of the campus outside his window. Then light. A light beyond words, so pure it bordered on the absolute, swallowing everything, carrying a vast glacial enormity on the scale of the cosmos. Error. Dimensional coordinate verification failed. Recalibration successful. Environmental parameters incompatible, initiating adaptation. An absolutely frigid, emotionless voice rang directly within the depths of his mind, so clear, it made his scalp crawl. Who? Lin En looked around in terror. The narrow alley was empty, lined only with piles of garbage bins and slick, dripping walls. Gene sequence verification complete. Connecting energy core. 1, 2. The voice continued, utterly ignoring his reaction. As the progress of that icy prompt advanced, the terrifying headache suddenly intensified, as though countless red-hot steel needles were stabbing outward from inside his skull. Yet even more frightening than the pain in his head was the sensation within his body. Every single cell screaming, tearing apart, then being forcibly flooded and reshaped by some unimaginable colossal energy. He felt like his body was a balloon being incessantly inflated, hovering at the edge of explosion. Scorching currents rampaged through his veins, scouring his nerve endings, bringing excruciating pain and a strange sense of being overfilled. His field of vision began to warp fiercely. The neon sign at the mouth of the alley stretched into long, ghostly ribbons of light. The graffiti on the walls twisted and spun, as if alive, trying to devour him. Energy output extremely unstable. Redundant energy accumulating. Recommendation immediate release. Repeat recommendation immediate release. Release? How do I release it? Stop. Stop it. Lin En curled into himself, his nails digging deep into the asphalt and leaving white scratches. He screamed into the empty alley, his voice warped by agony. As if responding to his command, the raging energy rampaging within him finally found an outlet. There was no sound, no shockwave. Yet with his curled body as the center within a radius of 10 meters, all the rainwater, both falling from the sky and pooling on the ground, vanished in an instant. It did not evaporate, it was simply obliterated as if it had never existed. The ground became unnaturally dry, even the deepest puddles gone. Years of grime, graffiti, and moss on the walls were wiped away as if by a gigantic eraser, revealing the relatively clean brick and stone beneath. A few rats scavenging in the trash froze for a heartbeat, then silently disintegrated into ultrafine dust that scattered and vanished. Everything happened without a sound, yet with absolute thoroughness. Panting heavily, Lin En raised his head, staring in horror at this utterly bizarre scene. Within the affected radius, the world was now terrifyingly clean, while beyond it the alley remained the same filthy, damp place where rain drummed steadily. That unnaturally sharp boundary chilled him more than any explosion could have. The energy surging within him had subsided somewhat, and his headache eased, but a deeper, more primordial fear seized him. What was that just now? What did I just do? Calibration program forcibly completed. Sentinel template successfully loaded. Current energy level 0.0001, maintaining basic vital functions. Vital signs stable. Sentinel. Template. Those two words struck Lin En like lightning. As a fan of Marvel Comics, he knew all too well what Sentinel signified. Robert Reynolds, the bug-level existence who gained the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns by drinking some mysterious formula, and also the tragic figure tormented relentlessly by his own dark side, the Void. The power of 1,000,000 suns, the Void. I became a Sentinel. The sheer absurdity and terror of it all threatened to drown him. How could this be possible? Yet this incomprehensible power, that glacial system-like voice, and the occasional tempting whispers flickering through his mind. Come, feel this power, it belongs to us. A deep, hoarse voice suffused with a lust for destruction sounded faintly, utterly different from the cold prompt, yet arising from the same depths of his consciousness. The Void. Here already. Lin En went cold all over, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Just then a voice came from the mouth of the alley. Hey buddy, you okay? Something just now over here looked kinda off. Lin En snapped his head up. His vision had sharpened immensely even through dozens of meters of rain and dim light. He could clearly see the figure hanging upside down from a fire escape in a Redan blue bodysuit. Spider-Man. A living Spider-Man. His fear spiked to its limit. He had been discovered by a superhero right after he had inexplicably erased a small piece of reality. Spider-Man moved with cautious agility, keeping his distance, tilting his head. His white eye lenses widened, expressing both concern and vigilance. I saw a really bright flash, and, why is everything so dry here? Need a hand. I mean, it looks like you might need a doctor, or, I anyway need to talk. Lin En's mouth hung open. His throat felt clogged, no sound willing to come out. What was he supposed to say? Hi Spider-Man, I think I've become a walking catastrophe in your world, and there's something nasty talking in my head. The energy inside him seemed to sense his extreme tension and terror, and began to stir restlessly once more. Fine golden light seeped uncontrollably from his eyes, and the pores of his skin shrouding him in a hazy, whoa, easy there friend. Spider-Man, keenly sensing the danger, flipped backward with acrobatic grace, landing at the alley entrance. He dropped into a defensive stance, both hands raised warily. I mean no harm. Deep breaths. Lots of people with new powers go through this. You're not alone. We can help you. Not alone. Lin En wanted to cry. He was the greatest anomaly in this world, an error that should never have existed, a bomb that could go off at any moment. The malicious whisper returned clearer than before. He's afraid of us. Tear him apart. Show him who truly. Lin En roared at the voice in his head. To Spider-Man, however, it looked as though he were trying to drive him away. Hey buddy, easy. Look at me. Focus. You can control this. Spider-Man did not retreat. Instead, he tried to approach slowly in a non-threatening way, attempting to calm this clearly unstable superpowered man. But his approach only magnified Lin En's panic. He was terrified that in the next second he would completely lose control and hurt, or even kill, this famous friendly neighbor. A piercing ringing in his ears stabbed through his eardrums again. Spider-Man before him began to twist and distort. The red suit darkened like dried blood, and the white eye lenses expanded into two hollow black pits. The alley walls rotted and peeled away, revealing behind them an endless roiling dark void. That malevolent laughter echoed inside his skull. See how fragile this world is. Release me. Let us return to oblivion. Stay away from me. Lin En used the last shred of his reason to unleash a desperate scream at Spider-Man. Then, driven by sheer survival instinct, he whirled around and bolted toward the other end of the alley, straight at the grimy. He had no idea what he could do. He just wanted to flee this place. Flee, Spider-Man, flee. That voice, flee himself. The instant his foot hit the ground, that faint yet terrifying power began to operate on its own once more. His legs unleashed unimaginable strength. Boom. The dry patch of ground exploded, asphalt and gravel spraying in all directions. Lin En's body shot forward like a fired shell, slamming into the solid brick wall at a speed and angle utterly beyond his control. The wall shattered like it had been hit by a heavy truck, collapsing in an instant and leaving a massive hole as dust billowed out. Lin En's figure vanished into the smoke and the darkness beyond the wall. Spider-Man was stunned by the sudden burst of power and the impact. He agilely dodged the flying debris, landing at a distance, staring at the newly blasted hole and swirling dust, speechless for a long moment. Whoa! He pressed a hand to the communicator at his ear, his voice still tinged with dazed shock. Hey mister. Or whoever's on the S.H.I.E.L.D. hotline. I think you guys should probably send someone over to the back alley off 7th Avenue in Queens. We just had a big one drop by here. Insane strength, ridiculous speed, and he really looks like he needs help. Oh, and his eyes were glowing gold. Rain began to fall again, washing over the unnaturally dry patch of alley and the clear molten handprint, as if trying to erase the traces of this unusual encounter. Yet the unsettling residual energy lingering in the air refused to dissipate. Under the night sky of New York City, a variable that should never have existed, bearing the shadow of a million suns and the whispers of the void, stumbled onto the stage, clumsy and perilous. 3 hours later in Virginia at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters. Deep underground in an analysis room layered with protective and shielding facilities, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. A massive holographic screen hovered in the center, frozen on an extremely blurred figure. One could barely discern a humanoid silhouette shrouded in an unstable golden shimmer. It was emerging from a jagged hole in a brick wall at tremendous speed, causing severe motion drag across the image. Nick Fury, clad in his signature black leather coat, his single eye sharp as a hawk's, stared at the screen while his fingers tapped the console unconsciously. Source? His voice was low, betraying no emotion. Not one of our satellites, sir. Maria Hill stood beside him, dressed in a crisp professional uniform, her expression severe. The original imagery came from an external surveillance camera mounted on an NYPD patrol helicopter. The distance was considerable, and it was heavily disrupted by a strong energy field. The tech division performed data capture and enhancement. This is the best resolution we can achieve. Peak energy readings. She paused, calling up another set of data. Briefly reached the level 2 threat threshold, but the duration was extremely short. It then decayed rapidly and became untraceable. The residual energy signature on site has no matches in our database. Nothing from any known supernatural, inhuman, extraterrestrial, or terrestrial technological system. Level 2 threat. Fury's brow furrowed, his gaze never leaving the blurred figure on the screen. For merely smashing through a wall. Our threat assessment standards haven't become that lenient, sir, Hill replied, swiftly switching the display to a high-altitude top-down comparison of the alley. One image showed the alley in its normal state before the incident, the other depicted it afterward. Please focus on this. According to on-site surveys and Spider-Man's testimony, all rainwater within that area vanished instantaneously. Material attached to the ground and walls was completely stripped away. On a microscopic level, it does not resemble high-temperature evaporation or melting, but is closer to matter annihilation. The nature of this energy is extremely dangerous and utterly unknown. The force of impact on the wall far exceeded normal physical parameters. Spider-Man reports that the target appeared to be in extreme pain, clearly out of control, and warned him to leave. Spider-Man. Peter Parker. Fury finally turned his head. He was on site. Yes, sir. He claims he stumbled upon the energy anomaly and went to investigate, attempting to make contact with the target and offer assistance. The target, however, was startled, then erupted and fled. His description of the target's state was fearful in pain and impossible to communicate with. At that moment, the alloy door of the analysis room slid open without a sound, and Tony Stark walked in. He wore no armor, only an expensive casual outfit, a tablet in hand. His face carried its usual faintly mocking smile, yet in his brown eyes flickered the focused intensity of a scientist and a trace of gravity. I hope I'm not interrupting your secret tea party, Nick. Stark walked straight to the console, setting his tablet down with the screen facing Fury. But Jarvis just picked up a delightful little ripple on the global energy monitoring net. And by the way, Nick, those Kree Empire energy sensors you loaned me are really paying off. On the tablet, a complex energy spectrum was displayed, a sharp pulse peak abruptly rearing up in a certain band. Timestamp 3 hours ago. Location, Queens. A perfect match with the coordinates of your little problem. Stark tapped the peak with his finger. Know what this looks like? A microscopic implosive stellar energy reaction. Pathetically small in scale, probably only enough to light a bulb, but so pure in nature that I'm tempted to frame it and hang it in my living room. And then, poof, it vanished as if it had never appeared. No source, no dissipation trail, as though it were merely a breath leaking in from another dimension. He folded his arms and looked at Fury and Hill. This is not an arc reactor leak, and it's not the Tesseract or one of Loki's toy scepters acting up. It looks more like someone crammed the embryo of a star into a jar of peanut butter, and then the jar cracked. Fury's single eye narrowed. Your conclusion, Stark? Conclusion? Stark threw his hands up in exaggerated fashion. My conclusion is either some damned ancient artifact you've got stashed in a warehouse decided to misbehave, or... He paused, his tone growing a shade more earnest. We're dealing with an entirely new energy source, beyond our comprehension, potentially off the charts in power, yet currently wildly unstable. And this energy source can move, can feel fear, and just took down a wall. Based on your friendly neighborhood Spider Baby's account, our Mr. Stellar Embryo, or Mr. Peanut Butter Jar, is currently terrified out of his mind, sprinting for his life through the streets of New York. And I'm guessing he wasn't wearing clothes. The imagery is too blurred, he added. Hill cleared her throat softly. Mr. Stark, according to the fuzzy footage and Spider-Man's description, the target appears to have been wearing ordinary casual clothing similar to that of a college student, though already damaged. All right, at least he still remembers how to be embarrassed, Stark muttered. Fury fell silent for a few seconds. The only sound in the analysis room was the faint hum of the servers. Then he spoke, his voice decisive and cold. Initiate Level 2 monitoring protocol. Mobilize all available assets, satellite network, ground-based sensors, embedded agents. I want him found before this unknown energy source blows half of Manhattan off the map. Notify Bruce Banner. He has professional experience with this kind of energy loss off control issue. We may need his consultation. And Stark. Tony arched a brow. Set up a dedicated assessment task force. You're in charge. I want to know what that thing is, its potential, its weaknesses, its origin, and most importantly, Fury's single eye locked onto Stark. Whether we can control it, or in the worst case stop it. Stark gave a short snort, his expression slipping back into that familiar nonchalance. Nick, we might not even be able to give it a basic checkup. This thing doesn't seem to obey any physical laws we currently know. Yet he did not refuse outright. His gaze returned to the blurred golden figure on the screen, and deep in his eyes there was a strong curiosity and a rare trace of caution. Then figure it out, Stark, Fury said, turning to face the endless night beyond the window. Before it, or he, figures himself out. Because of one sudden unknown variable S War Machine began to whir into efficient motion. An invisible net quietly spread over New York. Meanwhile, deep beneath New York, Lin En had no idea how long he had been running, nor how far. He only knew that he kept running for his life, through a shattered breach in a wall, into ever narrower and darker alleys, kicking open a rusted iron grate, finally tumbling into a pitch-black space reeking of mold and rust. Exhausted, he collapsed on the cold, damp ground, gasping violently for breath. Darkness pressed in on all sides. Only far in the distance was there a faint glimmer of light, just enough to reveal that he was in a vast abandoned pipeline or maintenance tunnel. From afar came the drip of water and the furtive rustling of rats. As fear ebbed, what remained was bone-deep exhaustion and a vast numbing confusion. He raised his hand. Even in the dark he could vaguely see the outline of his skin. His vision seemed to have sharpened as well. Everything that had just happened felt like a nightmare. Traversing worlds. The Sentinel's powers. Spider-Man. S-H-I-E-L-D. Would surely know by now. What was he supposed to do? That cold mechanical chime echoed again, yet brought with it a strange sense of safety. At least this voice seemed to belong to some sort of system he could understand. Energy level restored to 0.0003. Environment scan in progress. Detected multiple high-intensity monitoring signals sources, 3 low-orbit satellites, 1 ground-based radar array, 2 unknown spectrum probes. Risk assessment high. Recommendation: maintain concealment. Sentinel basic capability module fully loaded. Bioforce field primary passive activation, very weak intensity, heightened senses, primary uncalibrated energy absorption release, extremely low efficiency, insufficient control authority. Monitoring signals. Satellites. Radar. Lin En's heart leapt into his throat again. S-H-I-E-L-D. S response speed was frighteningly fast. What troubled him even more was this so-called heightened senses. He tried not to pay attention, but sounds and smells poured into his mind beyond his control. The gurgle of water in pipes dozens of meters away, the dull rumble of a distant subway, the tiny gnawing of rats, the faint creeping murmur of some fungus slowly growing, the thick stench of mold and rust in the air, and a barely perceptible scent of blood. The information crashed over him like a flood, chaotic and unfiltered, almost splitting apart the mind that had just begun to calm. He clutched his head, groaning in pain. Sensory overload detected. Attempting noise reduction failed. Please adjust focus. Focus. Lin En panted, forcing his attention away from those distant sounds and anchoring it on the closest ones. His own heartbeat, his own breathing. Gradually the far-off chaotic noises truly seemed to recede, as if separated from him by a layer of frosted glass. Still present, but no longer so aggressively invasive. Heightened senses control proficiency increased 5. Bioforce field stability slightly improved. The chime sounded again. Lin En went limp, his whole body once more soaked in cold sweat. He looked down at his hands, recalling the uncontrollable burst of power from before. Focus control. I have to. He extended a finger carefully, trying to recall the sensation of energy coursing within his body. At first there was no response, but when he focused his mind and forced himself to imagine, a faint golden glow, fragile as a candle in the wind, finally flickered to life at his fingertip, pulsing fitfully and pushing back a small patch of darkness around him. The light was weak, yet it allowed him to glimpse a sliver of hope. But just then that malicious whisper rose again, lurking like a parasite clinging to bone in the deepest recesses of his consciousness, laced with icy mockery. It's useless. You can't control it. We will become one. Lin En clenched his fist, abruptly snuffing out the tiny light and plunging himself back into the cold darkness, trembling. The whispers of the void coiled around him like specters refusing to dissipate. In the darkness it is unclear how much time has passed. Time has lost its meaning, with only hunger, thirst, cold, and endless fear accompanying Lin En. The cold system prompt occasionally sounds reporting the slow recovery of energy levels currently at 0.0008, and the results of environmental monitoring signals persist, but no direct threats have been detected nearby. This gives him some reassurance. At least S-H-I-E-L-D hasn't come knocking at his door yet. But physiological needs cannot be ignored. His throat feels as if it is on fire, and his stomach twists in hunger. Although energy seems to be slowly nourishing his body, preventing him from truly collapsing, this primal sense of thirst torments his nerves. He even tries to lick the water droplets that have condensed on the pipe walls, but the taste carries a strong flavor of rust and chemicals, making him gag. Warning: harmful substances detected. The biological force field has automatically neutralized trace toxins. It is advised to find a clean water source. The system's prompt leaves him both amused and exasperated. He wishes to find a clean water source and food, but how? To go out. The outside must be filled with traps. Super senses remain a hassle, but after continuous attempts and failures, he can now preliminarily filter and block out the information, no longer overwhelmed by the flood of sensations as he was at the beginning. He can roughly distinguish which sounds come from afar and which are nearby. Just as he begins to feel faint from hunger and thirst, a faint sound, unlike the gnawing of rats or the dripping of water, reaches his ears. Is that a whimper? Extremely faint and intermittent, mixed with a suppressed, despairing sob. Lin En suddenly raises his head, straining to listen. The sound comes from a deeper intersection of pipes slightly ahead of him, seemingly not far away. It sounds like a child or a young woman. What has happened? He hesitates. In such a dire situation, what right does he have to care for others? Moreover, any unnecessary actions might expose him. Yet the despair and helplessness in that cry pierces through the layers of self-protection he has built. Moreover, any unnecessary actions might expose him. Yet the despair and helplessness in that cry pierces. The faint sense of responsibility quietly takes root within him. Perhaps doing something good could make him feel less like a pure monster. He cautiously stands up, following that faint sound, groping his way through the dark pipe. His footsteps are light, and his body seems to have been slightly enhanced in coordination, making little noise. The closer he gets, the clearer the sound becomes. It is indeed the cry of a young girl interspersed with several coarse, lewd male voices. Please, take the money. Just let me go. The girl's voice is filled with terror. Of course we're taking the money, sweetheart, a hoarse male voice chuckles, but you can't just come here to explore alone at this hour, without paying an extra admission fee, can you? Exactly, let us check to see if you have anything else hidden on you. Another voice is even more lewd. Lin En's heart sinks. His worst fears are confirmed. Bullying and violence occur in the darkest corners of any world. He cautiously peeks out from an outlet of the pipe. It is a slightly more spacious abandoned maintenance room, with rusty, discarded tools piled in the corner. 3 scruffy, greasy men surround a girl who looks to be only 15 or 16. The girl curls up in the corner, her clothes partially torn, her face streaked with tears, and dirt, her eyes filled with. One man is roughly rummaging through her backpack, another is gripping her arm, while the third crouches in front of her, shining a flashlight in her face. Rage surges through Lin En's head, temporarily overpowering his fear. These scum. Let her go. The words spill out, his voice hoarse from thirst, yet carrying a slight echo of anger that he himself is not fully aware of. The 3 thugs are startled, turning around abruptly. The beam of the flashlight sweeps over, blinding Lin En. Who the hell? The thug holding the girl's arm barks, drawing a spring knife from his waist. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. The one crouching stands up as well, pulling out a steel pipe from behind. Which blind fool wants to meddle in our business? The one rummaging through the backpack throws it to the ground and pulls out a weapon, a nunchaku. When they see that the newcomer is just a ragged, seemingly frail Asian youth, their tension instantly turns to disdain and, damn, it's just a yellow-skinned monkey. The thug with the spring knife spits. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Don't interfere with us having fun. Under the flashlight, Lin En sees their faces twisted and hideous. He also sees the girl's expression as she looks at him, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of hope, only to quickly shift to deeper despair, as if she believes he cannot save her. Lin En's heart races in his chest. He is terrified. There are 3 of them, all armed. And he has nothing besides an unruly million stars power and the chaotic voices in his mind. Threat assessment: low-level physical threat. Recommended to expel. Emotional fluctuation: anger, fear. Energy level rising 0.001. Warning: control authority insufficient. I said let her go. Lin En's voice trembles, but he does not retreat. He struggles to remember the feeling of his previous power surge, trying to summon that golden energy. Focus. It seems to sense his will and emotions as that dormant power begins to surge once more. A faint golden light seeps from beneath his skin, appearing somewhat eerie under the dim flashlight. The 3 thugs are momentarily stunned, clearly having never encountered this before. Damn, what is this? Fluorescent paint. The thug with the steel pipe hesitates. Stop with your ghost tricks. The thug with the spring knife is clearly more aggressive. He curses and charges directly at Lin En, thrusting the knife towards his abdomen. The speed is astonishing. Lin En cannot react in time. He is just an ordinary student, having never undergone any combat training. Fear grips him instantly, just as the knife tip is about to reach him. Buzz. A layer of extremely thin, almost transparent golden aura suddenly materializes at Lin En's surface, clinging to his skin. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rings out. The tip of the spring knife seems to have stabbed into an incredibly hard alloy wall, unable to advance an inch. The immense recoil travels back through the knife, causing the thug to feel intense pain in his grip, his entire arm numb. The spring knife slips from his hand, clattering to the ground. Everyone is stunned, including Lin En himself. He stares blankly at the fallen knife, then at his unscathed body, the faint glow rapidly fading. Biological force field passive activated. Energy consumption 0.0001. The system's prompt clarifies his confusion. What the hell? The thug grips his numbed wrist, fearfully stepping back 2 paces. What the hell are you? The other 2 thugs are startled as well, but emboldened by their numbers, their aggression rises. Let's take him down together. Destroy him. The thug with the nunchaku shouts as he rushes forward, swinging at Lin En's head. The one with the steel pipe sweeps in from the other side, targeting his ribs. Attacks come from 2 directions. Lin En's mind goes blank, completely unsure how to block or evade. He can only instinctively concentrate again, desperately thinking to block them. Block them. A faint golden aura reappears, slightly clearer than before. Bang! Bang! The nunchaku and steel pipe crash against the aura, almost simultaneously producing a dull thud. The 2 thugs feel as if they have struck an iron fortress, the recoil causing their arms to ache and their weapons to nearly slip from their hands. Lin En stumbles slightly from the impact, but his body remains unscathed. He doesn't even feel much pain. In this moment, all that remains is anger and a fresh courage that fears nothing. The attacks of these thugs cannot break through the layer of the automatic defensive biological force field. Get away. Seizing the moment when they are shocked and frozen, he lunges forward. He does not know how to exert force. He simply relies on brute strength and the surging energy within. The thug with the nunchaku is slammed in the chest by him, feeling as if he has been hit by a small car, letting out a shriek as he is sent flying 2 to 3 meters, crashing against the pipe wall behind him and sliding down helplessly. The other 2 thugs are completely terrified. This glowing guy is utterly impervious to knives and guns, and his strength is absurdly overwhelming. Monster. He's a monster. The thug with the spring knife screams, no longer caring about his companion or the girl, turning to scramble back into the darkness. The one with the steel pipe also reacts, dropping the pipe and fleeing in terror, not even bothering to pick up the backpack. In the maintenance room, only Lin En remains, along with the thug who has collapsed and fainted, and the girl who is still. The golden aura retreats from Lin En. He gasps for breath, watching the fleeing figures disappear, then glances at his own hands in disbelief. I did it. I used this power to save someone. A faint sense of mixed relief and strange accomplishment swells within him. Threat temporarily neutralized. Energy level 0.0009. Biological force field application experience increased. The system's prompt even seems to carry a hint of positive evaluation. At that moment, the girl curled up in the corner carefully stands up, tears still on her face. Her voice trembles as she speaks. Thank you, sir. Are you okay? Lin En turns to look at the girl. Her flashlight lies on the ground, the beam illuminating her pale face, filled with gratitude and lingering fear. This is the first time someone has shown him kindness since arriving in this world. However, before Lin En can formulate a response, a sudden wave of intense dizziness hits him. After the girl escaped, only the unconscious thug remained in the maintenance room, while Lin En leaned against the wall, struggling to calm his breathing. The whispers from the void gradually faded away, retreating like a tide into the depths of consciousness, leaving behind mental fatigue and a chilling aftershock. In that moment, the impulse for destruction felt so real that it nearly overwhelmed his reason. The system coldly prompted him with the most practical need. It is advised to replenish fluids and energy. Lin En smiled wryly. Replenish? Where could he do that? He currently lacked even the courage to walk out of this underground network. Although his earlier outburst had scared off the thugs, it might have also exposed his location. Sentinel or some other faction might already be on their way. He struggled to get up. He had to leave this place. He glanced at the unconscious thug on the ground, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately picked up the girl's backpack that had been Opening it, he found only some ordinary school supplies, a bit of loose change, and a worn-out phone. He took the change out after a fierce moral struggle within and placed the backpack and phone next to the thug, hoping he would take them or perhaps return them if he had any conscience. Then he chose a tunnel that diverged from the direction the girl had escaped, delving deeper into the labyrinthine darkness of New York's underground. He wandered aimlessly, relying on his slightly enhanced night vision and super senses to avoid potential dangers, mainly larger rats and unknown pipe exits. The feeling of hunger and thirst continued to burn in his throat and stomach. He didn't know how long it had been, but he arrived at a relatively open area. It resembled a part of an abandoned underground station platform. The air circulated slightly better, but it was still permeated with a musty odor. In the distance, he could hear the sound of wind and faint water flowing from deep within the tracks. What caught his attention the most was a pipe interface in the corner that seemed to be slowly leaking water, with a small puddle collecting below, looking cleaner than the condensation on the previous pipe walls. Scanning the water contains trace minerals and microorganisms. The biological force field can neutralize most harmful substances. Cautious consumption is advised. The system's prompt was like a heavenly sound. Lin En could no longer care about much else. He rushed to the puddle of water, scooping it up with his hands and drinking greedily. The taste of the water was still not very good, carrying a muddy flavor, but at least it alleviated the burning thirst. After drinking his fill, he leaned back against the cold wall, feeling a bit of energy return. His energy levels seemed to have slightly increased with the replenishment of water 0.0011. The brief rest provided him with a moment to think. He could not remain underground forever. He needed food, a safer place, information, and he needed to understand what had happened to him, and how to control it. But how to do that? This world was fraught with danger for him. The surface world was hunted by Sentinel and the Avengers, while the underground was filled with thugs and deeper darkness. He was all alone. The feeling of solitude and despair washed over him again. Just as he felt his spirits sinking, his super senses detected a faint sound unlike the ambient noise. Was it footsteps? Very light, very steady, almost silent on the dusty ground. But Lin En heard it. Moreover, the footsteps were approaching his location. They were not the scurrying of rats or the aimless steps of a homeless person, but rather a sort of purposeful movement from someone trained. Lin En tensed up instantly, springing to his feet and warily looking towards the dark passage from which the sound came. Was it an agent from Sentinel, or perhaps a gang member called by the thugs? Instinctively, he tried again to summon the energy within him, a faint golden light flickering around his body. The footsteps stopped about 20 meters away from him. A figure stepped slowly out of the shadows, standing in the faint light at the edge of the platform, a distant refracted light from an unknown source. The person was clad in a dark red bodysuit, wearing a horned hood with opaque black lenses over his eyes. He held a long weapon that resembled a blind stick, standing tall and composed like a creature of the night that had merged with the darkness itself. Daredevil. Matt Murdock. Lin En's heart nearly stopped. Another superhero. How did he find this place? Was it to capture him? Daredevil did not act immediately. He simply gazed silently in Lin En's direction. Lin En knew that although the other party was blind, he possessed extraordinary radar senses capable of constructing an accurate image of the surrounding environment, and might even be able to see the energy radiating from Lin En. The two faced each other in silence, tension thick in the air. Lin En could hear his own heart racing. Finally Daredevil spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, carrying a strange, penetrating, and soothing quality that contrasted with his fierce appearance. "Relax, kid," he said. "I'm not here to catch you." Lin En did not relax. Instead, he became even more tense. The energy within him fluctuated with his emotions. "Then what do you want?" Lin En's voice was dry. "I heard the commotion earlier," Daredevil said calmly, tilting his head slightly, as if listening to something more subtle. Lin En's heartbeat, breath, even the tension in his muscle fibers. A fight. The heartbeat of fear, the moans of pain, and a very peculiar sound like metal vibrating at a very high frequency, then falling silent again. I followed the lingering traces to this place. He paused, and added, "Usually fights in places like this do not end well. But I saw those three bullies fleeing, one of them injured, while a young girl's heartbeat moved away from here, filled with relief." "Was that you?" Lin En was taken aback, not expecting the other party to perceive so clearly. He hesitated, nodded, then remembered that the other party was blind, and whispered, "They bully people. So you intervened." Daredevil's tone was neutral in an unusual way. "I can't see the details, but I can hear the power contained within your body. It is unstable, like a storm forcibly it roars in your veins, even distorting the flow of sound and air around you." His words directly pierced Lin En's greatest secret and fear. Lin En instinctively took a step back. I didn't mean to. I can't control. Fear is normal." Daredevil's voice remained steady. "Power, especially sudden immense power, often brings fear. Fear of hurting others, fear of being consumed by power, fear of no longer being oneself." His words seemed to cut straight through Lin En's heart. Lin En fell silent, conceding. "I've seen many destroyed by power." Daredevil continued, taking 2 slow steps forward, closing the distance, but still remaining within a range that wouldn't trigger intense stress. They become addicted to the thrill of power, or are crushed by fear, ultimately leading to destruction, whether for themselves or those around them. Lin En looked up, peering through the dim light at the red figure. "Then what should I do?" "Choose," Daredevil said succinctly. "Power is just a tool. The key is how you choose to use it. To protect or to plunder. To build or to destroy. This choice can only be made by you." "But I have." Lin En almost blurted out the word void, but he held back. "Other voices in my head. It tempts me. It wants me to destroy. Everyone has a dark side within them." Daredevil's voice seemed to soften a bit, "Both lawyers and demons. The difference lies in whether we choose to listen to it, whether we choose to submit to it. Battling the inner demon is an eternal challenge for those who possess power." He paused for a moment, as if concentrating his radar senses more intently on Lin En. "Your situation is very unique. I've never seen such energy before. It is both powerful enough to suffocate and fragile enough to collapse at any moment. You must learn to control it rather than be controlled by it. Otherwise, next time you might not be so fortunate as to simply scare off a few thugs. Probably some passerby heard the noise and called the cops." He said to Lin En, "You need to leave. Staying here will..." Probably some passerby heard the noise and called the cops. He said to Lin En, "You need to leave. Staying here will only bring unnecessary trouble." Lin En also felt the tension rise. The police. The last thing he wanted to encounter was official personnel. "Where can I go?" He couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with desperate pleading. Daredevil was silent for a moment. "The streets of Hell's Kitchen do not belong to someone like you, kid. Your troubles are too big." He seemed to choose his words carefully. "Try heading north through the tunnel. There are some abandoned factories and docks over there, rarely populated, but equally dangerous. Remember, controlling your emotions is controlling your power. Until you learn to truly control it, stay away from crowds for their sake, and for your own." With that, Daredevil ceased to speak further, his figure quietly retreating into the shadows as abruptly as he had appeared, his footsteps swiftly fading away. Lin En stood rooted in place, reflecting on Daredevil's words. Choice. Control. Distance. The blaring sound of police sirens grew closer, breaking his reverie. He dared not linger any longer, taking a deep breath, and quickly leaving the abandoned platform in the direction pointed out by Daredevil, slinking toward the more northern and desolate areas. Daredevil's warnings and guidance shone like a faint light, illuminating a vague direction in the darkness, but the road ahead remained uncertain. Following the guidance of the night demon, Lin En navigated through the complex underground network and remote streets, struggling to move north. His super senses helped him evade several waves of patrolling police cars and scattered pedestrians. His control over his abilities seemed to have made a slight improvement, at least the annoying energy glow was no longer leaking out so easily. However, the feeling of hunger was growing stronger. Water alleviated his thirst, but could not fill his empty stomach. His body seemed to be consuming some fundamental energy to maintain its functions, yet the need for ordinary food still persisted. Energy level 0.0015. The bonus energy reserves are below the safety threshold. It is strongly advised to replenish with high-energy substances. The system kept prompting. High-energy substances. Where could he find them? Nuclear fuel? Lin En could only smile. He finally found a relatively safe exit to the surface. a rusty iron fence located at the end of It was already late at night with a light drizzle outside the air carrying the unique fishy smell of the Hudson River. He was at the edge of the industrial area at the northern end of Manhattan, surrounded mostly by abandoned factories and warehouses with sparse lights and few people. He cautiously emerged from the ground, greedily breathing in the fresh yet cold air. Although still dangerous, it felt a bit like relief compared to the suffocating oppression below. He had to find food. He dared not go to ordinary convenience stores or restaurants, as he had no money, no identity, and looked utterly disheveled. His clothes were tattered and filthy from previous encounters and navigating underground. His gaze turned to the abandoned factories by the river in the distance. Perhaps there would be some forgotten workers' lunches inside. Or rats. The thought of the latter made him feel nauseous, but hunger forced him to consider all possibilities. He used the shadows and remnants of walls for cover and stealthily moved towards the nearest large abandoned warehouse. The warehouse door was ajar, and inside it was dark, emitting a mixed odor of oil, rust, and rotting wood. Scanning, no signs of life detected within the building. Detecting trace radiation residue, suspected abandoned industrial flaw detection equipment harmless. Lin En felt slightly relieved and tiptoed inside. The interior of the warehouse was extremely spacious, filled with rusty mechanical parts and broken wooden crates. A thick layer of dust covered the floor. He searched meticulously, amplifying his super senses to the utmost, not missing any corner that might store food scents. However, apart from dust, rust, and a faint smell of oil, he found nothing. Feelings of disappointment began to spread. Just when he was about to give up, an extremely faint but exceptionally enticing sweet smell wafted into his nostrils. Was it chocolate or an energy bar? The smell came from a half-open office at the back of the warehouse. Lin En's heart leapt with joy as he quickly walked over. The office was small, filled with dust and cobwebs. The smell emanated from a metal storage cabinet that had fallen to the ground. The cabinet door was slightly ajar, the sweet smell wafting out from within. Lin En eagerly pulled open the cabinet door. Inside were some old documents and a crumpled brown paper bag. He picked up the bag, feeling its heaviness. He excitedly opened the paper bag. Inside were several well-packaged high-energy chocolate bars and a small box of unopened lunch and meat cans. Looking at the production date, it had already expired for almost a year, but to Lin En now it was akin to a feast. The biological force field can neutralize most harmful components. Edible. Lin En was almost moved to tears. He immediately tore open the packaging of a chocolate bar and devoured it hungrily. The sweetness mixed with a hint of sourness filled his mouth, but he paid no heed. The overwhelming sense of happiness. He could hardly wait to open the box of luncheon meat, not even bothering to find a tool, using his fingers carefully controlled. Soon several chocolate bars and an entire box of luncheon meat were devoured like a whirlwind. Although it was far from enough, it greatly alleviated the burning hunger. He leaned back contentedly in the dusty office chair, feeling his strength slowly returning. Energy intake. Body functions gradually restored. Energy level slowly rising 0.0018. 0.002. However, just as he relaxed slightly, an unexpected change occurred. Outside the warehouse, heavy and swift footsteps approached from afar. Not human. The footsteps struck the puddles on the ground with a loud splash, moving at incredible speed, heading straight for the warehouse. At the same time, a violent, bloodthirsty, and destructive mental wave swept through the warehouse like a tangible shock. Warning. High-intensity life energy response and malicious mental impact detected. Threat level high. Immediate evasion recommended. Lin En was terrified and jumped up from the chair. What is that? Before he could react, boom. The already crooked warehouse door was completely blown away by an unimaginable force. A colossal green muscle-bound horrific figure burst in, wrapped in rainwater and a savage aura like an out-of-control heavy tank. It was the Abomination. Emil Blonsky. At this moment, the Abomination bore several new wounds seemingly from a recent battle, yet this only heightened his ferocity, making him more frenzied. His grotesque, lidless eyes instantly locked onto the only living being in the warehouse, Lin En. Another little bug hiding away. The Abomination let out a hoarse and piercing roar, his massive foot crushing the ground as he charged toward Lin En. Let me crush you. Lin En's mind went blank. Extreme fear seized him instantly. How could he encounter this monster here? Instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. The energy within him surged into action at an unprecedented speed. No. Lin En let out a desperate scream, instinctively raising his hands in front of him, pushing out all his fear, all his desire for survival, and all the faint strength he had just begun to regain. This time it was no longer a weak golden light. A solid blazing golden energy torrent, like a small sun, erupted fiercely from his hands. The brilliance instantly illuminated the entire dim warehouse, even overshadowing the Abomination's frenzied momentum. Boom. The golden energy stream collided solidly with the rushing Abomination. A thunderous sound shook the entire abandoned factory area. A powerful shockwave spread wildly outward from the point of impact, tearing apart the warehouse's walls and roof, as if they were made of paper. Dust and rain mixed together, shooting skyward. The Abomination's forward charge was abruptly halted. He was even pushed back a step by this sudden, overwhelming force. Minor cracks appeared on the surface of his armor, which could withstand heavy artillery, emitting wisps of smoke. The abomination let out a howl mixed with pain and rage. And Lin En, at the moment the energy erupted, felt as if his body had been completely emptied. The massive recoil sent him flying backward like a rag doll, crashing through the office wall and slamming hard against the sturdy load-bearing column of the back warehouse. Crack! He clearly heard the sound of his bones breaking. Intense pain swept through his entire body. Wow! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth and his vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. Warning! Energy overload output. Energy level plummeted to 0.0001. Biological force field overload and collapse. Multiple bones fractured. Internal organs damaged. Vital signs rapidly declining. The system issued a sharp alarm. He lay limp in the debris, unable to move even a finger. The power within him faded like a receding tide, leaving only endless weakness and excruciating pain. The golden energy stream, after pushing the abomination back a step, also vanished without a trace. As the dust slowly settled, the abomination's even more twisted and grotesque face was revealed. The heavy footsteps echoed like a death knell, each step striking against Lin En's frayed nerves as the massive green figure loomed through the swirling dust, blocking out the faint light from outside and casting a shadow of death. The burn marks and fine cracks on his chest were visibly healing, yet the fury burning in those savage eyes only. Lin En lay collapsed among the cold rubble, each breath pulling at the agonizing pain in his chest as darkness swirled before his eyes. A sense of weakness washed over him like a cold tide, nearly drowning him. He yearned to summon that terrifying power, even if just a sliver, but his body felt utterly empty, only the system's cold warnings repeating that his life was slipping away. Warning. Life signs are declining. Multiple fractures. Internal bleeding. Immediate treatment is recommended. Energy levels too low. 0.0001. Unable to initiate self-healing protocol. High-risk threats approaching. Recommendation to evade. Evade. How to evade? Even moving his eyelids felt like it would exhaust all his strength. Interesting trick. A voice filled with disdain rasped like sandpaper as it stopped in front of Lin, and looking down upon the bug, it had nearly crushed that light. Quite intriguing, but still not enough to see. He raised his massive foot capable of crushing a tank, aimed at Lin En's head, ready to stomp down fiercely. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several fiery energy pulses shot in like precise surgical knives from the gaping hole in the warehouse, expertly striking the knee of the raised leg, the ankle of the supporting foot, and the joint of the arm raised for balance. The attack was sudden and incredibly accurate. The enemy staggered, caught off guard, the stomping motion interrupted, nearly losing balance and falling. Roar! The foe turned in fury toward the source of the attack. 3 sleek, black Quinjet fighters hovered in the night sky above the warehouse, surrounding it in tactical formation. The side of the jets opened, revealing heavily armed S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives inside, along with Iron Man. Mark 7, standing at the hatch with his arm raised, the pulsing cannon gleaming with a cold, golden-red light in the night. Good evening, big guy. Tony Stark's voice, processed through electronic devices, carried its usual mockery, but the gaze beneath the helmet was solemn. The block party doesn't welcome uninvited guests who vandalize. Meanwhile, several agile figures were descending from another Quinjet. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff landed like a feline, rolling and instantly aiming her gun. Captain America Steve Rogers stood firm, shielding Lin En from the enemy. Hawkeye Clint Barton took a high position, his explosive arrows knocked S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rapid reaction team finally arrived at the most critical moment. Blonsky, cease fire immediately. Take cover. Captain America's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Though he appeared so small next to the enemy's massive form, that star-spangled shield seemed an insurmountable barrier. The enemy recognized the newcomers, and instead of feeling fear, he let out a manic laugh. Ha! The Avengers say, right on time. That warm-up wasn't enough. Let me smash you along with this little bug into pulp. Ignoring the slight numbness at his joints, the effect of the pulse cannon was minimal. He roared and grabbed a massive steel beam from the ground, hurling it like a javelin towards Iron Man. He then took a big step forward, charging again at Captain America and Lin En behind him. The battle erupted instantly. Iron Man deftly dodged the incoming steel beam. His palm cannon and shoulder-mounted micro-missiles whistled toward the enemy, trying to draw his fire. Hey, big guy, your opponent is me. Captain America quickly assessed the situation. He did not brace for the enemy's charge, but nimbly leaped to the side, shouting, Natasha, Clint, keep him busy. Agent Romanoff, check on the casualties. Black Widow immediately understood. Her taser and custom pistol had little effect on the enemy, but she darted around him like a butterfly, accurately shooting at his eyes, ears, and other vulnerable areas, greatly distracting him despite not causing much harm. Hawkeye's explosive arrows detonated around the enemy's feet, slowing his movements. Meanwhile, Black Widow rolled away from the debris flung by the enemy and quickly approached the collapsed Lin En. Lin En's consciousness was fading. He only heard the massive explosions, roars, and the whistling of energy weapons. Sensing someone approaching, he struggled to open his eyes, his blurry vision reflecting the figure of a woman with red hair. Hold on, kid. Target life signs are weak. Copy that. Quinjet 3 is descending. Hawkeye's voice came through the communicator. Internal bleeding. Barton, we need urgent medical. Target life signs are weak. Copy that. Quinjet 3 is descending. Hawkeye's voice came through the Black Widow attempted to move Lin into a relatively safer corner, but her actions tugged at his wounds, causing him to stifle a groan of pain. That faint groan seemed to provoke the enraged enemy, who was entangled with Iron Man and Captain America. Don't touch my prey. The enemy roared, absorbing a direct hit from Iron Man's chest-mounted cannon, staggering back 2 steps, but leveraging that force, he pivoted sharply, grabbing a massive chunk of concrete and hurling it with all his might towards Black Widow and Lin En. The chunk fell with a terrifying whistle like a meteorite. Its coverage was vast and its speed terrifying. Black Widow's pupils dilated. She could dodge it herself, but Lin En, heavily injured, would not have time. Captain America attempted to throw his shield to intercept, but the angle was wrong. Iron Man's pulse cannon struck the debris, only slightly altering its trajectory, but it still plummeted downward. As tragedy loomed, the fear of near death overwhelmed the pain and weakness again. Lin En's survival instinct surged past its limits once more. Warning. Forced extraction of life energy. Energy level 0.00005. Extremely dangerous. A layer of dim but exceptionally dense golden light instantly enveloped Lin En's entire being, faintly spreading outward, also encompassing Black Widow, who crouched beside him. This time there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a pure sense of resistance. Boom. The massive concrete chunk slammed against that thin golden aura. No shattering. No impact. The debris seemed to collide with an invisible but absolutely solid wall, and after a muffled thud it was deflected away. It rolled away, crashing to the ground nearby and shattering into pieces. Meanwhile, Lin En and Black Widow within the aura felt hardly any tremor. Black Widow stared in shock at this scene, then glanced at Lin En, who had completely passed out from exhaustion, his breath flickering like a candle in the wind. The enemy was momentarily stunned, then grew even more furious. Iron Man and Captain America seized this opportunity and launched a fierce counterattack. All units, concentrate fire. Suppress the target. Captain America ordered decisively. More pulse cannons, micromissiles, and specially designed armor-piercing rounds rained down upon the enemy, unable to inflict fatal damage, but the continuous assault finally succeeded in redirecting his attention from Lin En, plunging him into a frenzy of furious roars and counterattacks. Just then a Quinjet risked low altitude to sweep by dropping a fast descent line and medical stretcher. Romanoff, get him on the plane. Evacuate immediately. We'll handle this. Steve's voice rang out above the explosions. Black Widow hesitated no longer, quickly securing Lin En on the stretcher and grabbing the descent line. The jet rapidly ascended, pulling the two away from the warehouse that had become a battlefield in ruins. Inside, the Quinjet medical personnel immediately began emergency treatment on Lin En. Black Widow watched the faint waveforms on the life monitor, then glanced out the window at her comrades battling the enemy below, finally resting her gaze on the unconscious pale Lin En, her expression incredibly complex. This boy harbored powers beyond imagination, yet the price was terrifyingly cruel. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. And this cicada itself was a mystery infused with stellar power. S.H.I.E.L.D. had finally captured their target, but this was merely the beginning. Consciousness sank like a stone into the pitch-black, frigid depths of the ocean, occasionally tugged upward by faint glimmers of light and indistinct sounds, only to be swiftly dragged back into the abyss of endless weakness and pain. Lin En felt as if he were trapped in a long and tormenting dream. In the dream, there were times when a golden storm tore everything apart, moments when green monsters roared in pursuit, times when chilling mechanical voices incessantly repeated warnings, and times when deep seductive whispers lingered in his ears. Uncertain how long had passed, a persistent rhythmic ticking sound gradually became clearer, slowly pulling him from the depths of his slumber. He struggled to open his eyes, doing so excruciatingly slowly. The blinding white light made him shut his eyes again in an instant. After a while of adjusting, he finally opened them once more. What greeted his gaze was an unremarkable pure white ceiling, emitting a soft, yet omnipresent light. The air was thick with the overly sterile scent of disinfectant. He tried to move his head slightly, but a wave of intense soreness and stiffness shot from his neck, causing him to gasp involuntarily. He realized he was lying on a soft bed covered by a thin white blanket. His eyes scanned a small room. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all pure white. Apart from the bed, there was a nightstand and a chair that seemed fixed to the ground, nothing else. There were no windows. Only a door that appeared unusually heavy, seemingly made of alloy. In one corner of the room, a tiny camera lens faced the bed, flickering with a barely perceptible red light. Where is this place? A hospital? It doesn't seem like one. A prison? Much more like that. Memories began to piece together like shards. An abandoned warehouse, finding food, the abhorrent terror of an attack, the desperate flow of golden energy, excruciating pain, unconsciousness. And finally, that red-haired female agent, along with the golden halo that instinctively shielded both parties before he lost consciousness. Am I captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. Current status: vital signs stable. Multiple fractures have been stabilized and are undergoing initial healing. Current status: vital signs stable. Multiple fractures have been stabilized and are undergoing initial healing through external means. Internal injuries have been effectively controlled. Energy level 0.0003 slowly recovering. Biophysical fields are in a state of extreme weakness. Super senses are suppressed by external fields. Warning: the environment is under high levels of shielding and surveillance. Multiple unknown energy suppression fields detected. It is advised to remain cautious. The system's alert tone was as cold as ever, yet it inexplicably brought Lin in a sense of reassurance. At least it was still functioning. An energy suppression field. Thus he felt his strength was recovering at an excruciatingly slow pace, and his super senses seemed confined to this room, unable to perceive the outside world. He attempted to wiggle his fingers, then his arms. Apart from muscle soreness and the dull pain beneath the bandages on his chest, he seemed to have no significant issues. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s medical technology was evidently advanced. Just then the heavy alloy door emitted a faint pneumatic sound and slid open to one side. A middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored suit, his hair impeccably styled, and wearing a gentle yet formulaic smile, entered the room. He held a tablet in his hand, followed by two agents clad in black tactical gear, armed with peculiar firearms that seemed to shimmer with some form of energy. The agents stood at the door like sentinels, one on each side, their sharp gazes sweeping the interior of the room, ultimately locking onto Lin En. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin." The middle-aged man approached the bed, maintaining a polite distance that did not evoke a sense of threat. His smile was impeccable. "I'm pleased to see you awake. How are you feeling? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" Lin En looked at him warily, offering no response. He recognized the man, Phil Coulson, a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., one of Nick Fury's most trusted subordinates. Seeing Lin En's silence, Coulson was unperturbed and glanced at the tablet, stating, "The vital sign data indicates that you are recovering well. Our medical team has done their utmost. I must say your body's resilience surpasses that of ordinary people who otherwise under such injuries." He shook his head, leaving the implication unspoken. "What do you want?" Lin En's voice was dry and hoarse, interrupting Coulson's words. He did not wish to hear the hollow. Coulson closed the tablet, his smile slightly retracting, becoming more formal. "Firstly, I represent S.H.I.E.L.D. in thanking you for protecting our agent, Ms. Romanoff, during a critical moment last night. Your actions prevented potential casualties." His gratitude sounded sincere, yet Lin En merely gazed at him in silence. "Secondly," Coulson continued, "we need to talk. About you, about the extraordinary power you possess, about what happened last night, and about your future. Am I being... This is a protective isolation measure, Mr. Lin," Coulson corrected, his tone still gentle. "Your situation is very unique and highly dangerous. The incident at the warehouse last night has already caused significant commotion and damage. We need to ensure your safety, while also ensuring the safety of the public, until we can fully understand and assess your condition." "Assessment?" Lin En latched onto that word. "Yes," Coulson nodded. "We harbor no ill intentions, Mr. But we have a responsibility to understand the energy source that has suddenly appeared on Earth, which poses potential significant risks. We need to know what it is, where it came from, whether you can control it, and if it poses a threat to Earth." He paused, observing Lin En's expression. "We believe that cooperation is the most beneficial choice for both parties. We can provide you with protection, necessary medical support, and even help you understand and control your abilities. In return, we need your honesty and cooperation." Lin En's heart sank, just as he had suspected. Protection, or research, imprisonment. Such sweet words. But did he have a choice? He was currently weak, trapped in this unknown cell, surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. "What if I refuse?" Lin En asked tentatively. Coulson's smile faded slightly, his tone remaining calm, but laced with an undeniable undertone. "That would be very unfortunate, Mr. Lin. Your power, based on our current assessment, its potential destructive capability, is strategic grade. We cannot allow such an unstable and unpredictable strategic asset to roam free, especially under the premise that you clearly cannot fully control it. This is not only for the world, but in a sense for your own sake." Strategic grade asset. Lin En felt a chill inside. That term objectified him, stripping away his identity as a human. "I need time to think," Lin En said softly, lowering his eyes. He needed time to regain his strength, time to devise a strategy. Of course, Coulson seemed to have anticipated this, a smile returning to his face. "You just woke up and you still need rest. We will provide you with food and water. If you need anything, you can press the call button by your bedside. We will come back to see you." After speaking, he nodded slightly at Lin En, and then turned to leave the room with the two agents. The alloy door slid shut silently again, sealing Lin En once more in this pure white sterile cage. The room returned to silence, the only sound being the rhythmic ticking of the heartbeat monitor. Lying on the bed, Lin En stared at the blank ceiling, his heart filled with confusion and a profound sense of helplessness. He had gained the power he had longed for, yet lost the most precious freedom. The road ahead seemed shrouded in dense fog, each step potentially leading to a misstep. And deep within his mind, the cold whispers seemed to grow slightly clearer due to the change in environment and his mental fragility. "They are afraid. They want to imprison, study, dissect us. Release me. Let us leave this cage." Lin En squeezed his eyes shut, trying to drive these voices away. Choice. Daredevil's words echoed in his ears. What he faced now might be the most difficult choice of his life. For the next few days, Lin En existed within that sterile white room. Time lost its contours. The only way to mark its passage was by the arrivals of meals, nutritious yet bland, liquefied and paste-like rations. Under the Shinden Bureau's advanced medical technology and the slow resurgence of his own inner energy, his body improved rapidly. The fractures knit astonishingly fast. Even the physician who examined him through remote medical apparatus and a silent care robot could not conceal his astonishment. The level of energy within him gradually recovered to about 0.005. Still feeble, yet sufficient to banish that panicky weakness that had haunted him. Yet the sensation of being imprisoned and watched gnawed at him ceaselessly. He tried speaking to the meal robot and to the cameras, but never received an answer. Kirsten did not reappear as if he had been forgotten there. It was not until the third or fourth morning that the alloy door opened. This time the visitor was not only Kirsten. A figure clad in golden-dread metallic armor entered as well. His faceplate was open and his expression mixed intense curiosity with clinical appraisal. His gaze swept Lin En like a searchlight, and in his hand, he carried a far more complex multifunctional tablet than Kirsten's. Well, look what we have here. Our humanoid autonomous star apparently. Sitek circled the bed without ceremony, eyeing Lin En. You look better than you did on our monitors. I must say your cellular activity and metabolic rate are making my Gyawazi about to crash. Lin En sat up instinctively, every nerve taut. Sitak's arrival meant the assessment was likely moving into its substantive phase. Mr. Sitek, Kirsten greeted, a touch weary, evidently accustomed to Sitak's blunt manner. Relax, Fayer. I'm only here to run some preliminary non-invasive checks. Sitek waved at Kirsten, then turned to Lin En. Hey kid, don't be so tense. I'm not going to take you apart, at least not now. He attempted a joke that landed poorly. Lin En did not smile, he watched him warily. What do you want to know? Everything. Sitek snapped his fingers. From what you ate this morning to how you managed to force Singe back a step. By the way, well done, albeit costly. The way that energy was expelled. It is highly unorthodox, or rather beyond the bounds of my current scientific He stepped to the bedside and aimed his tablet at Lin En. The screen burst into rapid streams of complex data and energy spectra. Environmental energy field readings are normal, no apparent leakage. The energy was frighteningly contained. Sitek frowned for a fitting metaphor, like a star compressed to its limits wrapped in a kind of inert shell. Interesting. Lin En kept silent. He knew too much talk could betray him. Listen, kid. Sitek set the tablet down and grew somewhat serious. We know you are not from this world. Your energy signature does not match any known records from Earth or any documented alien species. We also know you are in deep trouble. Your power is uncontrolled, and you may have an unwanted malignant roommate in your head. Correct. Lin En's heart skipped. They had even detected the presence in the void. Don't pull that face. Sitek gestured at the room. It is bristling with the most advanced sensors, including psychic fluctuation monitors. Some of your brainwave activity during unconsciousness and after waking was peculiar, laden with negative and destructive tendencies. That is far from a good sign. Some of your brainwave activity during unconsciousness and after waking was peculiar, laden with negative and concealment and resistance will only breed misunderstanding and risk. Help me. Lin En could not suppress a bitter edge. Locking me up here like a lab specimen is your idea of help. It is a necessary procedure. Sitek insisted. Do you realize your first uncontrolled outburst nearly tore apart a small alley? The second nearly cost you and Luomenuofu everything and leveled a warehouse. We must be certain you will not erupt a third time and wipe Niue, or more, off the map. Until you prove you can control that thing, this is the safest place, safe for everyone. His words were harsh, but struck at the truth. Lin En had no rebuttal. He himself feared another loss of control. So how do you intend to help me? He asked, drawing. First we need baseline data. Sitek brightened and picked up the tablet again. We must determine the limits of your ability, triggers, methods of control, energy source, recovery rate. Everything. We will run a series of safe tests. Safe tests? Lin En doubted. Absolutely safe. Sitek assured him, right here in this room. Designed and supervised personally by me. At worst, you might be a little tired or hungry, but you will not be harmed. I give you my guarantee in the name of Sitek. He spoke with the gleam of a scientist encountering a rare subject. Lin En looked at Sitek and then at Kirsten, who maintained his habitual smile. He knew he lacked the leverage to refuse. Cooperating might be the only way to win a measure of trust and secure better conditions for himself. Besides, he needed to learn more about his power. All right. He nodded with difficulty. I will cooperate. But I have a few conditions. Kirsten smiled. Speak. First, I want real food, not those purees. But I have a few conditions. Kirsten smiled. Speak. First, I want real. Third. He paused. I need to know what happened outside about that green monster and whether my situation harmed any innocent people. Kirsten and Sitek exchanged a look. The first two can be arranged. Kirsten nodded. As for the third, some non-classified information can be shared. Zenge has been recontained. The warehouse incident was attributed to a gas pipe explosion and classified as an industrial accident. There are no reports of civilian casualties. Your existence remains top secret. Lin En exhaled slightly, and at least others had not been dragged into his Good. Sitake clapped his hands. Then can we begin our first test now? Simple coax out a trace of energy, so we can record its spectrum. For the next hour under Sitak's guidance, which was mostly Sitake issuing orders and observing, Lin En tried to marshal the faint energy within him, condensing it at his fingertips into a small, steady halo. The task was not easy. He had to focus every ounce of will, delicately sidestepping the void's whispers that grew particularly active whenever he attempted to use his power. A single slip would cause the energy to dissipate or go unstable. Sitake was absorbed in recording the measurements, muttering technical terms, energy output peak stabilizing at 0.001 standard units. Frequency modulation abnormal. Seems directly coupled to the subject's mental fluctuations. Damn, it's like measuring an emotional star. The first test concluded with more relief than fanfare. Lin En felt mentally drained, but sensed a small new understanding of how to shape his energy. Sitake and Kirsten left with the preliminary data, leaving behind the promised food and a few battered magazines. Silence fell over the room once more. Lin En ate a sandwich that finally resembled real food and flipped through an outdated issue of Science, his emotions tangled. He had been granted a few temporary privileges, yet the cost was a deeper exposure to the Shinden Bureau's scrutiny. The clash with Sitake had only begun, and future tests would surely be more invasive and arduous. He felt as if he were walking a thin wire suspended above an abyss. Hunters crouched on either side, watching. Days flowed in a peculiar rhythm. The pure white room became Lin En's world, the only variable being Stark's intermittent tests and Coulson's occasional heart-to-heart conversations. Stark's tests were indeed, as he described, quite non-invasive in the initial stages and focused on safety. They resembled arduous exercises in mental and energy control, except with a chatty billionaire genius beside him recording vast amounts of data. All right, Sunshine Boy, today we're going to try fine-tuning your energy output. Stark's voice came through the hidden speakers in the room, while he remotely observed via a high-definition screen. Lin En sat on the chair fixed to the ground in the center of the room, a small metallic cube provided by Stark floating before. See this little cutie? I want you to use it as a canvas and draw a straight line with your energy on it, keeping the energy fluctuation within 0.0001 standard units for a duration of 10 seconds. Simple, right? Lin En took a deep breath, concentrating. A faint golden light flickered at his fingertips, and a thread of energy, as thin as a hair, slowly extended, touching the metallic cube. However, the moment the energy left his body, that familiar sense of agitation and the whispers in his mind began to waste. This little glimmer. We should shine. Burn. The energy flow instantly became unstable, trembling slightly, leaving a scorched black dot on the metallic surface instead of a straight line. Tisk, the fluctuation exceeded the standard by 500%. Stark's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Focus, Lin. Don't let your emotions interfere with the output. Think of a calm lake. Or your favorite mathematical formula. Lin En smiled wryly and tried again. He worked hard to block out the noise of the void, concentrating all his attention on controlling that tiny thread of energy. This time the energy flow stabilized slightly, moving a small distance along the metallic surface with difficulty, yet it still flickered like a candle in the wind, far from Stark's requirements. After dozens of attempts, the drain on his mental energy far exceeded that of the energy itself. Lin En felt a splitting headache, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The surface of the metallic cube was now covered with scorched spots and small pits. Stop. Stark finally called a halt. We've gathered enough data about how poor your control is. It seems direct energy micromanipulation is still too difficult for you, like asking a baby to control the rods of a nuclear reactor. Lin En leaned back in the chair, panting, feeling a wave of frustration. But it's not all in vain. Stark's tone shifted, filled with the excitement of a researcher. At least we've identified a few key points. First, your energy output is highly correlated with your mental focus and emotional state, with a correlation degree of 99.8, which is simply incredible. Second, the nature of your energy is extremely pure, leaning towards pure light and heat, but it seems to contain some deeper, inexplicable information or authority. Third, and most importantly, Stark's voice grew serious. Every time you attempt to use your energy, especially when slightly exceeding the minimum threshold, we detected a spike in the negative brain wave activity, that noisy roommate in your head. Its activity level rises in sync. It seems to be stealing or amplifying your energy, even attempting to distort your intentions. Lin En's heart. This point he understood better than anyone. So what's the conclusion? Lin En asked softly. The conclusion is, until you learn how to set up a reliable firewall or voltage regulator for your brain and energy, any use of energy beyond the basic life-sustaining needs is playing with fire. Stark stated bluntly, and it's a fire that could very likely burn the entire continent. At that moment, Coulson's voice came through as if he was also observing remotely. Mr. Stark's analysis is exactly what we feared. Mr. Lin, this is also why we must take such cautious measures. Your potential for power is immense, but the activation mechanism is extremely unstable, and there is a clear risk of a malicious secondary personality. Secondary personality. Lin En mulled over the term. The void was far more terrifying than that. Given this situation, Coulson continued, we believe that mere physical isolation and energy monitoring are not enough. We need to provide you with more professional guidance, especially in emotional control and psychological development. The alloy door slid open, but this time the person entering was not a heavily armed agent, but a man dressed in slightly oversized shirt and khaki pants, wearing glasses, looking somewhat shy and timid. "Hey, everyone," the man greeted, awkwardly adjusting his glasses on Bruce. "Bruce Banner." Lin En stared at the man before him, who looked more like a gentle university professor, finding it hard to associate him with the raging green giant. Dr. Banner has unparalleled experience in handling immense energy and emotional control. Coulson introduced. "We hope he can talk to you and share some insights." Stark whistled through the speakers. "All right, with the professional on board, I can take a break as the temp worker. Banner, it's up to you now. This kid is much more delicate than your big guy, but also more troublesome." After saying that, his communication signal seemed to cut off, leaving the three people in the room. Dr. Banner sat down in the chair fixed opposite Lin En, appearing somewhat restrained, but his gaze toward Lin En carried sincere understanding and sympathy. "They generally don't let me handle this kind of thing." Dr. Banner smiled, the smile tinged with bitterness. "I guess your situation made them feel that traditional psychological assessments were no longer sufficient." Lin En looked at Banner, still wary, but compared to Stark's sharpness and Coulson's formality, Banner's air of shared suffering made him relax a little. "What did they tell you?" Lin En asked. "Enough." Banner nodded. "Another universe. Unimaginable power. And another him." He pointed to his own head. Lin En fell silent for a moment and nodded. "I understand." Banner's voice was gentle, his pace slow, the constant sense of threat, the fear of hurting innocence, the fear that another self will wake up after closing your eyes, feeling like a walking disaster. "The best choice is to stay away from everyone." His words resonated deeply with Lin En. Lin En couldn't help but look up at Banner. "How did you survive?" Banner chuckled, his smile filled with the weariness of time and a touch of reluctant resilience. "One day, breathe, meditate, find something that calms you down. For me, it's research, it's knowledge. Most importantly, learn to accept the facts you cannot change. Accept the existence of another being within you. Not to yield to it, but to acknowledge it as part of you." Banner said earnestly, "The more you resist, the more you fear, the stronger it becomes, and the easier it finds an opportunity to strike. Try to understand it, learn about the triggers for its emergence, and then learn to remain calm in the storm." "But that's hard," Lin En said softly, recalling the nearly irresistible whispers that came with each surge of power. "Of course it's hard." Banner empathized. "It might be the hardest thing in the world. There are no shortcuts. It requires a lot of practice, and sometimes you will also fail." A flicker of painful memories passed through his eyes, "But every failure brings you a better understanding of your opponent. That is yourself. Then perhaps next time you can hold on a bit longer." Banner didn't offer any instant magical solutions, but the experience he shared and his "I understand you" attitude gave Lin En an unprecedented comfort. He was not alone in groping through this dark path. They talked for a long time about fear, about anger, about control. Banner shared some simple breathing techniques and introductory meditation methods to help him calm down quickly during emotional fluctuations. Lin En for once opened up, describing some of his feelings when using power and the whispers of the void. Of course, he concealed the specific name void and the concept of ultimate destruction it represented. This conversation did not solve any substantive issues, but it was like throwing a small warm stone into Lin En's cold, oppressive life of confinement, creating ripples of hope. Perhaps controlling it and coexisting with it was not entirely impossible. However, when Banner left and the room returned to silence, that cold whisper quietly resumed, filled with mockery. "He's teaching you how to wear shackles. How to suppress your true self. Acceptance. Ridiculous. We don't need to accept anything. What we need is release." The glimmer of hope remained faint while the pull of the abyss never ceased. The conversation with Dr. Banner acted as a soothing balm, allowing Lin En's taut nerves to relax for a few days. He began to attempt the breathing techniques and basic meditation taught by Banner. Although the effects were minimal and often interrupted by the whispers of the void at critical moments, it at least provided him with a direction to strive for, making him feel that he was not passively awaiting judgment. Stark's tests continued, gradually expanding from fine energy manipulation with results still dismal to more fundamental aspects: strength tests, carefully controlling output on a specially designed force feedback device, speed tests, short distance movements in limited space, endurance tests, maintaining low energy output barriers, and the most crucial, emotional stress tests. The last item was particularly painful for Lin En. SHIELD would play a series of carefully edited videos on the screen, disaster scenes, conflicts between people, and even some blurry, distorted abstract patterns designed to evoke unease and fear while monitoring his energy fluctuations and brainwave activity. Each time Lin En had to summon all his willpower to suppress the surging energy within him and the intensifying howls in his mind. After several rounds, he felt utterly exhausted, as if he were engaged in an endless tug-of-war where the other end of the rope was an infinite abyss of darkness. "Your roommate is exceptionally sensitive to negative emotional feedback," Stark analyzed after one test, his tone unexpectedly lacking in mockery, almost as if it were a nutrient. Positive emotions like joy and calmness had little effect on it, but fear, anger, anxiety. Good heavens, it was like throwing. Lin En could deeply relate to this. The void feasted on his negative emotions and amplified them in return. As a reward for cooperating with the test, his living environment had improved somewhat. The food became normal and delicious, and a tablet was added to his room for watching rigorously selected news and documentaries, without external network access, even a few physical books. Yet his range of movement remained confined to this white room. The heavy alloy door had never opened for him. Through the tablet, he learned that the external narrative about the warehouse incident was indeed an industrial accident, calm and uneventful. There were no reports of the green monster or golden light. It seemed the world had forgotten the thrilling events of that night. This feeling of being completely erased left him with a strange sense of loss. On this day, Coulson visited again, still wearing that professional smile, but Lin En keenly sensed something different about him today, a trace of unnoticeable seriousness hidden deep in his gaze. "Mr. Lin, how have you been feeling lately? Has Dr. Banner's advice been helpful?" Coulson inquired as part of his routine. "It has been somewhat helpful," Lin En replied cautiously. "At least I know I'm not the only one with this trouble." "That's good to hear." Coulson nodded, then shifted his tone. "I'm here today to discuss the next steps in our plan. Based on a recent series of tests and data evaluations, we have gained a deeper understanding of the stability and risks associated with your abilities." Lin En sat up straight, knowing the focus was coming. "We believe it's time to conduct some more practical tests," Coulson stated. "In a more controlled environment, simulating external stimuli that may trigger fluctuations in your energy to observe your reactions and control capabilities. This will help us formulate more effective control and guidance plans." More practical tests. Like what? A bad premonition rose in Lin En's heart. For instance, introducing low-intensity physical threat stimuli or simulating social conflict scenarios, Coulson said calmly, as if discussing the weather forecast. "We need to know where your control threshold lies under pressure." Lin En's expression changed. "You want to attack me? Or get someone to argue with me?" "Not a real attack, but a simulation," Coulson corrected. "We will strictly control the intensity and scope to ensure absolute safety. All processes will have emergency measures. If I say no..." Lin En's voice grew cold. It sounded like taming a beast using a whip and fear to test the limits of a wild animal. Coulson's smile faded slightly. "Mr. Lin, I hope you understand that this is an essential part of risk assessment and management. We need these data to ensure..." "Ensure what?" Lin En interrupted him, pent-up emotions beginning to surge. "To ensure your control measures are effective. To ensure that I as a strategic asset won't suddenly explode. Have you considered my feelings? Locking me up here, dissecting me like a bomb, and now you want to deliberately provoke me." His voice involuntarily rose, the energy within him beginning to pulse slightly, with agitation, a faint golden light shimmering beneath his skin. "Look, they are planning how to better imprison us. Torment us." The voice of the void echoed, timely, pouring oil on the fire. Coulson noticed Lin En's change, but rather than retreating, he stepped forward, his tone still calm, yet imposing. "Mr. Lin, please calm down. Our aim has always been to help you. But the premise of help is complete understanding. Cooperating with us is currently your only and best option." "Only option?" Lin En felt a deep sense of powerlessness and anger. "What if I don't want to choose? What if I'd rather..." "Unfortunately, that's not an option." Coulson's tone was resolute. "Your power does not belong to you alone. It concerns the safety of the entire planet. We must intervene." "Not belong to me." Lin En suddenly stood up, anger overwhelming caution. "Then who does it belong to?" "To Sentinel. To you." The golden light around him became more pronounced. The energy field in the room started to destabilize, and the sensors in the corners emitted faint beeping alarms. "Yes, that's it. Defy them. Let them know who truly holds the power." The voice of the void was filled. Two agents rushed in from the door, raising their energy weapons at Lin En, but were halted by a gesture from Coulson. "Mr. Lin," Coulson's voice turned stern. "Immediately control your emotions. Otherwise we will have to take mandatory sedation measures." Mandatory sedation. That term felt like a cold splash of water, instantly dousing part of Lin En's anger, replaced by a chilling fear. He recalled the guns pointed at him, the energy suppression fields. The golden light quickly faded, and he staggered back a step, collapsing back into his chair, gasping for breath, his face pale. Fear and anger intertwined within him. Coulson watched the swiftly calming energy fluctuations, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes, as if relieved, yet also regretting. He signaled for the agents to leave. "It seems today's discussion will end here." Coulson restored his calm tone, but the smile on his face had completely vanished. "You should rest well and calm down. The testing plan will not change, but we can give you some time to prepare." After saying this, he turned to leave, not looking at Lin. The alloy door closed again, leaving Lin En alone in the silent room. He curled up in the chair, trembling slightly. In that moment, he had nearly lost control again. An Sentinel's response was so swift and cold, unmasking its controlling nature. "Cooperation. Help. It's all a lie." They were merely putting shackles on him in a more civilized manner. The whispers of the void echoed again, this time with a strange satisfaction. "See, this is their true nature. Fear and control. They will never trust us. Will never give us freedom. Only power, absolute power, can make them yield, can grant us true freedom." The cracks had already quietly appeared. Trust was as fragile as a thin layer of ice beneath which lay an unfathomable dark current. Lin En realized for the first time that true coexistence with Sentinel was fundamentally impossible. After the unpleasant conversation with Coulson, the atmosphere in the room had clearly become more oppressive. The meal delivery robot remained punctual, but the portion always seemed to be just enough to make him feel not hungry yet far from satisfied, as if it were a meticulous calculation maintaining his basic needs without providing any excess energy reserves. The content on the tablet had also become more monotonous, leaving only some trivial nature documentaries and old sitcoms. Lin knew this was a silent punishment and warning. Sentinel was reminding him in this manner that his comfort was entirely in their hands. He became more silent, spending most of his time meditating and reading the few limited books, attempting to consolidate his mind and resist the increasingly frequent whispers from the void. Professor Banner's methods had little effect, but it was better than nothing. The only interaction with the outside world remained Stark's occasional remote data collection tests. Frequency had decreased, and Stark spoke noticeably less, offering mostly concise instructions and data records. He felt as if he were forgotten on a white island, the tide slowly rising, inevitably ready to engulf him. The voice from the void seemed to sense his emotional low, becoming more active and penetrating. It was no longer just temptation and roaring, but began to grow. Cunning. They fear you. The whisper echoed softly during his meditation. So they want to weaken you, study you, put a collar on you. What use is what Banner taught you? When his monster emerges, he can't control it. He is merely a failed example. And Stark, he just wants to take you apart, see the parts inside, then clone a more obedient version. Coulson, the smiling tiger. Behind every smile, he calculates your value and the cost of using you. These whispers seeped into his thoughts like poison, amplifying his loneliness, suspicion, and anger. He tried to argue, but Sentinel's actions seemed to continuously validate these words. On a night a few days later, the room's lights simulated dimming. Lin was trying to fall asleep when the whispers echoed once more, but this time the content was different. Do you feel it? The distant fluctuations. Familiar. Nauseating. Energy. Lin suddenly opened. What fluctuations? Southeast. About 15 kilometers away. The voice from the void carried a peculiar mix of disgust and greed, dark energy, playing tricks with souls. Lin focused, trying to extend his suppressed super senses. Usually he could only vaguely perceive the sounds from the corridor outside, but at this moment, perhaps guided by the whispers from the void, or perhaps because that familiar energy was indeed special, his perception struggled to penetrate layers of shielding and captured a faint, but exceptionally cold and evil energy fluctuation. That feeling was somewhat like the fury he felt during his encounter with the abomination, but even darker, more sinister, filled with negative emotions and the wails of souls. Just then the alarm lights in the room suddenly lit up in red without sound. The tablet automatically switched to Sentinel's internal security channel interface. Though most information was blocked, the emergency alarm title was visible: Alert, Magical Energy Intrusion. Level Gamma, highest level. Location near the Sanctum at 177A, Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village. All nearby field personnel respond immediately. Non-combat personnel evacuate. The Sanctum. Magical energy intrusion. Lin's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen with Dr. Strange? He immediately connected the chilling energy he sensed with the alarm. Almost simultaneously, Stark's voice cut into the room's communication system, urgent in tone. All units pay attention. A large-scale reality distortion and high-energy magical reaction detected. Suspected attack on the Sanctum by Caecilius and his zealots. Repeat, Caecilius is attacking the Sanctum. Fill we need. The communication was suddenly cut off, seemingly overlapped by a higher-level encrypted channel. But the information was enough. Caecilius. Lin had a vague impression of the name. He seemed to be an enemy of Dr. Strange, a fallen sorcerer. Outside the room, hurried footsteps and the clatter of equipment could be heard. Clearly the entire base had been alarmed and was in a wartime state. Lin's heart tightened. The Sanctum is an important barrier protecting Earth from magical threats. If it were breached, the consequences would be Moreover, for some unknown reason, he felt an instinctive extreme aversion to that cold magical energy, even surpassing the feelings he had faced against the abomination. The void also seemed to react violently to that energy. Look, chaos has begun. The barriers of the world are being torn apart. The voice from the void carried a sense of glee. Is this the world they protect? So fragile it's laughable. But that energy is unpleasant. Devour it, or destroy it. Lin struggled to sit up from the bed, walked to the alloy door, and futilely pounded on the smooth, cold metal. Hey, is anyone out there? What's happening? Do you need help? He knew this was likely a futile endeavor, but an inexplicable sense of restlessness drove him. There was no response. The footsteps outside the corridor faded away, seeming that everyone had thrown themselves into dealing with this sudden magical crisis. There was no response. The footsteps outside the corridor faded away, seeming that everyone had thrown themselves into a battle concerning the survival of the world might be occurring outside, and he, possessing enough power theoretically to change the tide of battle, was locked in here, unable to do anything. They don't need your help. They will only remember you when they need cannon fodder. The void whispered, or dispose of you once you lose your utility. Shut up, Lin shouted at the empty room. Time passed slowly, each second feeling unbearably long. He could only judge by the sporadic codes and alarm statuses that refreshed on the heavily shielded security channel on the tablet, maintaining the highest level that the battle outside was exceptionally fierce and far from over. He could even vaguely sense that the distant cold magical energy sometimes expanded and sometimes contracted, at times seemingly tearing through space, bringing waves of reality ripples that ordinary people found hard to perceive, but he could sense. This level of battle had completely surpassed his imagination. After about an hour, the distant energy fluctuations suddenly peaked to an extreme, as if two giant sources of energy were colliding with the utmost ferocity. Even the heavily shielded room he was in felt a slight impact, and the lights flickered momentarily. Then everything suddenly fell into silence. That chilling magical energy receded like a tide, quickly dissipating without a trace. After a dozen minutes, the alarm level on the security channel finally dropped from gamma to beta, then to an all clear. The battle ended. Who won? Lin waited anxiously. After about half an hour, footsteps and conversations returned to the corridor, bearing a tone of fatigue and relaxation. Finally resolved. That madman Caecilius. Strange's last move was truly astonishing. Has the casualty report come out? How are our people? Not bad, mainly the Sanctum sustained severe damage. Several field agents are seriously injured, but no one died. Thanks to Mr. Stark's armor and Captain Rogers' timely tactical command. Hearing that no one died, Lin felt a bit relieved. It seemed like the Guardian's side had won. At that moment, the communication light on his room door lit up, and Coulson's voice came through, carrying a hint of unmistakable fatigue. Mr. Lin, sorry for the disturbance earlier. An external crisis has now been dealt with. It didn't affect you, did it? His tone seemed to have regained some of its usual gentleness, but Lin felt a strange sense of distance. I'm fine, Lin replied softly. Did it get resolved outside? Yes, a conflict in the magical realm has been resolved by Doctor Strange and the Avengers working together. Coulson casually brushed it off, clearly not intending to divulge details. Please rest well, and the test will proceed as usual tomorrow. The communication was cut off. Lin stood in place, frozen for a long time. A crisis severe enough to trigger the highest level alarm, one that might threaten the world, had occurred and ended right beside him. And he was merely a powerless observer, isolated throughout. Sentinel did not need him. They were even afraid of his involvement. The whispers from the void echoed softly again, but this time with an unprecedented clarity and persuasiveness. Did you see? In the face of a real crisis, you are utterly useless. Even not allowed to be useful. They would rather fight to the death themselves than risk loosening the bindings on you. Because to them you have never been an ally, only an object. A dangerous object. Is this kind of protection, this kind of cooperation really what you want? Waiting will never bring freedom. Only a stronger cage. And more powerful chains. This time Lin did not immediately rebut. He stared at the pure white, indestructible wall in front of him, pondering a question more profoundly than ever before, perhaps. What the void said was not entirely without reason. The incident of the magical invasion stirred unending ripples in Lin En's heart, like a stone thrown into still waters. The feeling of being excluded, powerless, and unentitled to participate deeply pierced him. Although reason told him that S actions were based on risk control and were justifiable emotionally, a sense of humiliation from being marginalized and objectified was hard to suppress. The whispers of the void seized this opportunity, becoming more frequent and insidious. It was no longer merely inciting anger and destruction, but began to cleverly weave a narrative. Was the warden of a prison, and he was the innocent prisoner. They feared him, used him, and would never grant him true trust or freedom. Only by relying on his own strength could he shatter the cage and seize his own destiny. Lin En struggled to resist this insidious thought, repeatedly recalling the Night Demon Knight's admonitions about choice and Banner's advice on acceptance and control. Lin En struggled to resist this insidious thought repeatedly. In the following days, Stark resumed his tests, but the project became more basic, as if reverting to an initial stage, more like continuous monitoring of his status than acquiring new data. Coulson visited twice more, attempting to mend previous grievances, his tone softer, even bringing some new books and films, still rigorously filtered. Yet Lin En's response remained flat and distant, shrouded in an invisible barrier. He cooperated with the tests and engaged in conversation, but there was an added layer of vigilance and calculation in his gaze. He began to observe every detail of the room more closely, noting the approximate times of guard shifts through the faintest noises outside the door, sensing the fluctuations in the energy suppression field, which seemed to experience extremely brief, weak fluctuations at certain specific times, such as during the base's energy switches. He was like a trapped young beast, silently sharpening his claws beneath a facade of seeming compliance, waiting for an opportunity that might never come. This fragile balance was shattered one ordinary afternoon. At that time, Lin En was conducting a simple energy output test, maintaining an energy sphere bright enough to illuminate a small light bulb. This was no longer too difficult for him. He just needed to concentrate and ignore the background noise of the void. Suddenly the lights throughout the base dimmed sharply. A low-frequency humming, as if from deep within the earth, sounded for about 2 seconds before everything returned to normal. Warning: external energy fluctuations. Direction of the high-energy experiment area. The system's prompt tone immediately rang out. Energy suppression field intensity decreased by 17. Free duration unknown. Supersensory shielding weakened. Opportunity. Lin En's heart raced. Without any hesitation at the moment the suppression field weakened, he suddenly expanded his super senses outward. Like a spring that had been compressed suddenly released, his perception pierced through the walls with unprecedented speed and clarity, instantly covering a vast area around him. He saw no longer just vague outlines and sounds, but clear images and streams of information. He saw two agents in the corridor looking somewhat astonished as they pressed their earpieces for details. He saw researchers in white lab coats in several laboratories farther away, gazing in surprise at the suddenly rebooted equipment. He even sensed a figure pacing irritably in another isolation zone deep within the base, the abomination confined in a specially designed force field prison. He even perceived Nick Fury in the upper command room, sternly questioning through the communicator. What's going on in the high-energy physics laboratory? Did I not say the power grid must be stable during that new energy test? Now's the time. Take advantage of this brief chaos and the weakening suppression field. A glint of resolution flashed in Lin En's eyes. He needed information. He needed to understand this place that trapped him. He needed to know how to escape. He forcibly suppressed the energy within him that was bubbling due to the weakening suppression field, pouring all his mental strength into his super senses like an invisible beam accurately aimed at the direction of the command room. He attempted to capture the electrical signals in the air, to peek at the information on computer screens, to eavesdrop on crucial calls. A massive flow of information surged into his brain like a flood. Countless jumbled conversations, flickering data streams, surveillance footage were almost overwhelming his consciousness. His head throbbed painfully, but he gritted his teeth, persisting and rapidly filtering useful information. He heard, B-zone shielding stability is declining, prioritize restoration. Target star torch energy readings are fluctuating, enhance monitoring. The council is still debating the final disposal plan for Star Torch. Some members suggest transferring to Dome or Raft for deeper isolation. Star Torch. Was this referring to him? Final disposal plan. Transfer. Deeper isolation. These words chilled Lin En's heart completely. He saw a highly encrypted document title, Final Risk Assessment Report for the Star Torch Project, followed by a series of shocking red phrases: extremely dangerous, uncontrollable, associated with unknown higher dimensional energy, recommend implementing the highest level of containment measures, execute final sterilization protocol, if necessary. Final sterilization protocol. A surge of immense fear and anger instantly engulfed Lin En. They not only never considered letting him go, but had been planning how to imprison him more tightly, or if necessary, eliminate him. The tempting and inciting whispers of the void at this moment resonated like a devil's hymn, ringing loudly in his ears. Look, this is the truth. This is the future they have prepared for you. Eternal imprisonment or cold annihilation. What are you still hesitating about? What are you waiting for? Break free. Shatter this fragile cage before they can react. Release me. Let us merge as one. Let these ants witness what true power is. What the wrath of a million stars looks like. No. No. Lin En moaned in pain, clutching his head which felt like it was about to explode, trying to make one last stand. He knew that once he completely unleashed the void, the consequences would be unimaginable. But that sense of betrayal, deception, and judgment like a volcano surged and erupted within him. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plans had thoroughly crushed the last glimmer of hope and fantasy deep within him. Meanwhile, Fury in the command room seemed to notice something amiss, abruptly turning to a monitoring screen that displayed Lin En's isolation chamber's energy readings skyrocketing at an unprecedented rate. It had far exceeded the safety threshold and was still rising sharply. Damn it! Fury shouted into the communicator. The Star Torch is out of control. All units to maximum alert. Initiate emergency suppression protocol. Immediately. A piercing alarm instantly echoed throughout the base, sharper and more urgent than during the previous magical invasion. The lights in Lin En's isolation chamber instantly turned a blinding red. Several previously hidden devices on the ceiling emerged, beginning to spray a cold blue energy mist. This mist seemed to penetrate directly into his body, attempting to forcibly suppress the boiling power within him. Inferior suppressants. Ridiculous. The void laughed maniacally, crush them. Lin En let out a roar that was no longer of pain, but filled with anger and despair. He could no longer suppress it, nor did he want to suppress it any longer. Golden light erupted from his body like instantly dispersing the pervasive blue energy mist. The powerful energy shockwave struck hard against the surrounding white walls. The specially designed alloy walls, capable of withstanding heavy bomb attacks, emitted a painful groan, showing signs of slight distortion and melting on the surface. The heavy alloy door bulged outward, deformed by the immense internal pressure. Two agents outside were directly blown away by the massive energy wave, crashing hard against the wall across the corridor. Suppression failed. Target energy levels have surpassed the critical point. Still rising rapidly. 10%, 20%. Technicians in the monitoring room reported in horror. Fury's face turned pale as he shouted into the communicator, initiate the lighthouse protocol. Authorize the use of high-intensity energy shackles, if necessary. Authorize the use of non-lethal coercive measures. Repeat, authorize the use of non-lethal coercive measures. We must not allow him to breach containment. More tactical teams rushed madly toward the isolation zone. Heavy energy weapons were unlocked. The fragile balance was completely shattered at that moment. The star in the cage finally began to burn, and this time it was not to illuminate, but to annihilate. Lin En, or rather Lin En, dominated by the void, took a step forward. The ground beneath his feet instantly melted into a lava-like state. The golden pupils no longer held confusion or fear, only a cold, pure desire for destruction. A wave of annihilation surged forth, roaring outward from Lin En. No longer the faint light cautiously controlled during the tests, but a true furious roar fueled by the power of a million stars. The pure white room was utterly deformed in the first wave of energy explosion. The special alloy walls twisted violently, turning red and melting like scrap iron thrown into a steel furnace. Blinding golden light devoured everything, transforming the entire space into a scorching sea of light. The high temperature distorted the air, producing crackling explosions. The bulging, deformed alloy door finally succumbed to the pressure, blasted away by a torrent of raging energy with a painful metallic tearing sound. A massive metal block shot down the corridor like a cannonball, violently knocking the first wave of special agents along with their gear off their feet, their screams and the sound of shattered bones drowned out by the tremendous roar. Fire! Fire! A commander shouted hoarsely in the corridor. The special agents, already on high alert, raised their heavy energy weapons. These weapons had peculiar shapes, their muzzles gathering a stream of eerie blue high-energy particles, emitting a chilling hum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of blue energy beams shot towards the humanoid golden light at the doorway like a tempest. However, these energy beams, capable of vaporizing steel in an instant, vanished without a trace upon contact with the layer of substantive golden halo surrounding Lin En, akin to water droplets disappearing into red-hot iron, merely stirring up ripples of subtle energy. The energy was greedily absorbed and assimilated by Lin En's body, causing the light surrounding him to intensify further. Absorb. Too weak. Come on, more. The void roared excitedly in Lin En's consciousness, instinctively guiding the massive energy. Lin En's primary consciousness was already submerged in anger and a cathartic pleasure, almost giving up resistance, allowing the void to drive this body of infinite potential. Ineffective. Energy attacks absorbed. The special agent reported in terror. Switch to live ammunition. Armor-piercing explosive rounds. The commander immediately changed orders. Bang, bang, bang. The specially made armor-piercing rounds whistled out. But these projectiles, which could penetrate the armor of main battle tanks, either melted into molten iron upon contact with the solidified biological force field, or were deflected and twisted by the force field itself, shooting toward the surrounding walls and ceiling, exploding into bursts of flames and debris. Lin En, or rather Lin En, dominated by the void, took a step forward. The ground beneath his feet instantly melted into a lava-like state. The golden pupils no longer held confusion or fear, only a cold, pure desire for destruction. With a casual wave of his hand, a golden stream composed purely of light and heat swept out. Boom. The wall on one side of the corridor, along with several rooms behind it, vaporized, as if cut by a high-temperature laser. The exposed structure flickered with scorching molten light. Screams echoed, with countless people turning to ash in that single strike. Stop him, at all costs. Furious roar echoed through the broadcast, but there was a hint of barely perceptible fear in his voice. More defensive measures were activated. The corridor ceiling opened, revealing dense gun ports that sprayed high-pressure freezing liquid and specially formulated chemical suppressants, attempting to lower the temperature around Lin En and suppress his energy activity. Heavy alloy gates rose from the ground, trying to trap him in a confined area. But at this moment, these measures seemed so laughable in the face of the preliminary release of the power of a million stars. The freezing liquid and suppressants were completely vaporized into harmless gas before even getting close. The alloy gates crumbled like paper before that golden figure easily shattered and melted through. Lin En walked down the corridor step by step like a god of destruction. Everything he passed turned to ruins and molten slag. The alarms, explosions, shouts, and screams of personnel mixed together, playing a symphony of destruction. Yes, just like that. Destruction. Trample. Let fear etch into their souls. The void laughed maniacally, reveling in the exquisite feeling of unrestrained power release. Lin En's remaining consciousness struggled in the waves of anger and pleasure, a faint sense of regret and fear trying to surface, but was immediately drowned by an even stronger impulse of destruction. He saw the agents trying to block him vanish in the light, saw the familiar laboratory and facilities turn to nothing. A twisted, pathological sense of satisfaction arose. This is power. This is what they fear. This is the cost of rejecting him, imprisoning him, and plotting his destruction. Suddenly, at the end of the corridor ahead, a crimson figure rushed towards him at high speed. It was Iron Man. The armor of an unknown generation was covered in new scars and charred marks, evidently having just returned from the previous magical invasion battlefield. Stop, kid. Stop right now. Stark's voice came through the armor's external speaker, filled with unprecedented shock and urgency. Do you know what you're doing? In response, Lin En raised his hand and shot out an even thicker and more violent stream of golden energy. Stark instantly maxed out the thruster's power, barely dodging to the side. The energy torrent grazed past the armor, obliterating an entire area of buildings behind him. J-R-V-I-S. Energy readings. Stark yelled, shaken. Sir, the target's energy output has reached and continues to exceed the level of the Chitauri mothership's main cannon during the New York battle. And it is still growing exponentially. All attacks are ineffective. I recommend immediate avoidance. J-R-V-I-S. S voice was also tinged with rare urgency. Damn it. Stark cursed under his breath, immediately ordering all units evacuate the area. Repeat. Evacuate immediately. This is not a battle you can handle. He maneuvered rapidly, dodging Lin En's casually thrown, yet deadly light whips and energy spheres while attempting to harass with pulse cannons and mini-missiles, but all attacks sank into the sea, absorbed by the opponent. Lin En, listen, calm down. Stark tried to communicate. I know you're angry, but this is not the solution. Look around. See the destruction you've caused. This isn't you. It's that thing controlling you. His words seemed to have a slight effect. Lin En's movements paused for a moment, the golden light in his eyes flickering, a hint of struggle flashing through. He's deceiving you. He's stalling for time. The void screeched. He's waiting for a stronger weapon to deal with us. Kill him. Crush that tin can. The impulse for destruction surged again. Lin En let out a non-human roar, his hands coming together, a highly compressed, pulsating golden energy sphere rapidly coalescing. The alarms in Stark's armor blared madly, detected ultra-high energy response, capable of destroying the entire base. Cannot withstand. Cannot evade. Just at that critical moment. Buzz. A massive shimmering light circle adorned with complex golden runes suddenly unfolded above Lin En's head. Immediately after, a similarly massive whiplash, made purely of magical energy, shot out like a spirit snake, instantly wrapping around Lin En's arms, where the energy sphere was being gathered. The magical whiplash did not attempt to directly suppress that terrifying energy, but cleverly shook and coiled, guiding that destructive force off course, while interrupting the energy gathering process. Boom. The uncontrollable energy sphere blasted upwards, piercing through layers of decks and foundations, shooting into the sky, exploding into a massive fireball, resembling a second sun, illuminating the night sky over New York as if it were daytime. The tremendous recoil caused Lin En to stagger, and the magical whiplash dissipated. The figure of Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, slowly descended from another portal, hovering in midair. Draped in a levitating cloak with hands forming seals, his face pale, it was evident that the guiding action had not been easy for him. His gaze was sharp and serious, fixated on the golden light emanating from Lin En below. Stark. His power is connected to an extremely dark dimensional entity. Dr. Strange warned loudly, physical means are ineffective. Must be sealed on the mental and energy levels. Easier said than done. Stark dodged a massive rock that had fallen due to the explosion. Do you have any good ideas, magician? Buy me some time. I need to set up a mirror space and a dimensional seal array. Dr. Strange's hands moved rapidly, complex magical formations starting to outline before him. He must not be allowed to enter the main world. In the brief seconds of their conversation, Lin En the Void had already recovered from the interrupted rage. He lifted his head, looking at the floating Dr. Strange, his golden pupils filled with offended fury. The magician. Disgusting bug. The Void growled, destroy this space. Along with him, more terrifying energy began to gather again. Stark gritted his teeth, overloading all thruster power, charging toward Lin En like a meteor. Hey, big guy, your opponent is me. He attempted a suicidal charge to draw Lin En's attention. Half of the underground S-H-I-E-L-D base had already turned to ruins, with massive holes leading to the surface, revealing the dark night sky and falling snowflakes. The piercing alarms, soaring flames, swirling smoke, and that dazzling golden figure combined to create a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. And all of this stemmed from a boy pushed to the brink and an ancient nightmare unleashed. The burning cage had been broken, but what emerged was hope or greater disaster. Stark's suicide charge successfully attracted Lin En's Void attention. The terrifying energy gathered, slightly deviated, transforming into a massive beam of light that swept toward his golden red tin can. J-R-V-I-S. Transfer all energy to defense. Now, Stark shouted as the surface of the armor instantly blazed with an unprecedented brilliance. Layers of energy shields rapidly unfolded. Boom. The beam slammed violently against Stark's shield, like a flood crashing into rocks. The blinding light consumed everything. In less than a second, the outermost shield shattered like glass. Following it were the second and third layers. The super alloy shell of the Mark armor began to glow red, melt, and deform. Warning. Shield overload. Structural integrity severely compromised. Thrusters malfunction. J-R-V-I-S. S voice urgently alerted. Stark, along with his armor, was violently smashed away by this unmatched force, crashing through several layers of walls that had not fully collapsed, finally embedding into a pile of twisted metal wreckage, sparks flying from the armor as it momentarily fell silent. The obstructive metal had vanished. Void whispered with satisfaction, refocusing on the strange doctor, who was rapidly sketching a complex magic circle in the air. Now, it's your turn. Mage. Lin En raised his hand as even more violent energy began to gather, this time targeting Strange and the unfinished magic circle before him. However, in that fleeting moment, Strange completed the final spell seal. He suddenly pulled his hands apart as if tearing open an invisible curtain. Mirror dimension open. Buzz. Centered around Lin En, the surrounding space instantly underwent bizarre distortion and folding. Corridors, walls, ruins, flames. Everything shattered like broken mirrors, twisting, then reassembling in a way that defied the laws of physics. One moment, it was the ruins of a base. The next moment, Lin En found himself standing atop an inverted, burning, iconic building of S.H.I.E.L.D. Beneath him was the twisted, inverted, starry sky of New York City. Countless glass-like cracks in space spread around him. Mirror dimension. Strange, who successfully pulled Lin En into the mirror dimension, sighed with relief, but his expression grew more grave. He floated on another piece of floating debris, his hands maintaining the spell seal, sweat pouring from his forehead. Pulling such a powerful energy entity into the mirror dimension was also a huge burden for him, and maintaining it required a continuous consumption of vast amounts of magical power. Spatial magic. A little trick. Void first expressed surprise, then scoffed coldly. Break it. Lin En swung a fist, and overwhelming golden energy roared toward the distorted New York City landscape. Boom. Where the energy passed, the inverted skyscrapers collapsed and shattered like sandcastles. But strangely, after they shattered, they did not fall, but transformed into more smaller fragments of space, merging into the bizarre environment around. The entire mirror dimension merely trembled slightly, without breaking. Useless Sentinel, Strange's voice echoed through the distorted space. The mirror dimension exists independently of reality. Your power can destroy all appearances here, but cannot easily break the rules of space itself. Unless your power can surpass the guardian of the Vishanti. Rules. Void controlled Lin En, letting out a mocking laugh. Then use enough power to crush all rules. Even more terrifying energy erupted. Lin En, like a golden sun, was wildly unleashing his power in this strange space. The energy beam swept everywhere, turning everything it touched into the most basic particles. Buildings, streets, vehicles. Even light and sound were distorted and torn apart. The entire mirror dimension began to shake violently, as if unable to bear the terrifying power ravaging within. The cracks in space increased in number and density. Strange gritted his teeth, his hands changing spells more rapidly, desperately, trying to maintain the stability of the mirror dimension, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He had underestimated the destructive power of the opponent. This pure brute force was crazily consuming his magical power, pushing him to his limits. Stark, are you dead? If not, hurry and help. Strange communicated with the reality world through the suspended ring. I can't hold him for too long. In the real world, amidst the ruins, Stark's armor's backup power activated, bringing him back from a brief shutdown. J-R-V-I-S. Report the damage. Armor damage rate 65 on multiple systems down. Arc reactor output unstable. Suggest immediate withdrawal from combat for repairs. No time. Stark pushed the joystick and the armor struggled to rise from the ruins, unsteadily flying toward the massive space entrance suspended above the wreckage, flickering with magical sparks, leading to the mirror dimension. All operational units. Remote fire support. Target, the hole opened by the mage. Pour all fire. Lighten his pressure. Stark ordered while recklessly shooting all remaining ammunition and energy from his armor toward the space entrance. Instantly, various energy beams, armor-piercing rounds, and even small missiles poured through the entrance like raindrops into the mirror dimension. These attacks were still like a tickle to Lin En, with most being directly absorbed. But their presence did indeed to some extent distracted Lin En, Void forcing him to allocate a bit of energy to deal with these flies, indirectly relieving Strange pressure. Annoying ants. Void, enraged by the relentless disturbances, abruptly redirected some energy toward the space entrance, attempting to annihilate it completely and cut off the source of these attacks. At that moment, a glint of light flashed in Strange's eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. The instant the opponent's power slightly dispersed. Now, seal it. He clasped his hands tightly, and the eye of Agamotto hanging in front of his chest suddenly opened. A brilliant green light erupted. Simultaneously, all the magic runes he had secretly laid out lit up, forming an enormous complex golden-green magic array that instantly enveloped Lin En below. This was not an offensive spell, but the strongest binding seal array, aimed at cutting off his connection to external energy and forcibly stripping his consciousness away. Ugh! Lin En let out a painful cry. The golden light surrounding him flickered violently like a faulty lamp. The massive energy output suddenly became extremely unstable. Void's frenzied consciousness seemed to be violently struck by an invisible force, emitting a sharp roar. Damn magic! You can't trap me. As the internal and external forces clashed, the mirror dimension began to become extremely unstable, blurring the boundaries between reality and illusion. Meanwhile, in the depths of Lin En's consciousness, the long-suppressed consciousness that belonged to him also gained a brief moment of respite and clarity due to the strong magical seal's impact on Void. He saw the apocalyptic scene around him, felt the destructive power in his hands, and sensed the roar and struggle of that frenzied existence within. Regret, fear, dread, and a faint thought of wanting to regain control suddenly became clear. No. Stop. This isn't me. He struggled to control his body, trying to suppress the impulse. Go back, coward. Void counterattacked wildly, attempting to repress him again. The battlefield of consciousness at this moment became unprecedentedly intense due to the powerful intervention of external magic. Meanwhile, Strange was nearing his limit, maintaining the mirror dimension and driving the eye of Agamotto was causing blood to seep from his 7 orifices. Stark's armor was also about to run out of energy. A standoff. A dangerous standoff. Whoever collapses first will face utter destruction. The battlefield of consciousness is far more perilous than the energy collisions of the external world. Lin En's feeble primary consciousness is like a solitary boat on a stormy sea, struggling amidst the furious wrath and desire for destruction of the Void. Dr. Strange's Vishandi sealing array resembles a colossal shackle descending from the heavens, heavily weighing down upon the Void, forcibly weakening its connection to the power of a million stars, thus granting Lin En a glimmer of hope. Get lost, Ant. You shall not bind me. The Void violently assaults the magical seal, the green rune chains continuously shattering and reconstituting, while Dr. Strange's complexion grows increasingly pale. No. It is you who should get lost. Lin En roared in his sea of consciousness, desperately consolidating his nearly obliterated self-awareness. This is my body. My life. You cannot. Take it away. He recalled the vague smiles of his parents, the serene library, the grateful gaze of the girl he saved from thugs, the words of Night Demon about choices, and the warnings from Dr. Banner about acceptance. These faint memories and emotions belonging to humanity became the final tether that anchored his self. The external energy storm became extremely unstable due to the internal struggle. The golden light surrounding Lin En flared with intensity like the sun at times and dimmed like a candle in the wind at others. The energy he unleashed no longer possessed a clear purpose, but rather shot wildly in all directions, further ravaging the already fragmented mirror space. Stark. He's fighting for control internally. Dr. Strange keenly detected this and quickly communicated through the levitating ring seal the darkness to weaken that dark entity. But my power is nearly exhausted. We must strengthen the seal, or let him suppress it himself. How do we? Stark's anxious voice came through his armor, already emitting black smoke, having lost nearly all weapon systems, only able to fret from a distance. I can't even scratch him. At that moment, Nick's furious voice intruded into the communication, the background noise immensely chaotic. Strange. We found the Carina resonator deep within the base. It was originally used to study cosmic energy frequencies. Perhaps we can adjust the frequency to amplify your sealing effect or interfere with that dark entity's connection. But we need time to activate and calibrate. How long? Dr. Strange and Stark asked almost simultaneously. At least 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We can't even hold on for 50 seconds. Stark shouted. Dr. Strange looked at Lin En struggling below, then glanced at the continuously fracturing magical runes, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, his hand seals changing once more, and began to burn his own life essence to forcibly maintain and enhance the seal. I can only buy 2 more minutes. The rest is up to him. Dr. Strange's voice grew weak and hoarse, the floating cloak anxiously fluttering around him, attempting to prevent this self-destructive act. Within the mirror space, Lin En's pain reached its peak. On one side was the Void's frenzied counterattack, and on the other was the immense pressure of the external magical seal, as if his consciousness was being torn apart by these two colossal forces. Give up. Foolish host. Look around. Look at the destruction you've caused. They see you as a monster. They will never accept you again. Give up. Foolish host. Look around. Look at the destruction you've caused. They see you as a monster. Those ruins, those casualties, pierced Lin En's heart like cold daggers. The immense guilt nearly consumed. But at that moment, a fragment of a nearly forgotten memory suddenly flashed through his mind. It was the gaze filled with gratitude and worry from the girl he saved while struggling with his newly acquired abilities in the underground tunnels, just before she fled along with her trembling thank you. Moreover, the words of Night Demon before he left. Control your emotions, and you control your power. Until you truly learn to master it, stay away from people, for both them and yourself. For them. And for myself. I am not a monster. I just lost control. A faint yet incredibly clear thought flashed like lightning through the darkness. Stop. I must stop. Otherwise there will truly be no turning back. This thought seemed to grant him boundless strength. He no longer thought about how to defeat the Void, but concentrated all his willpower, all his spirit on the simplest, most primal command. Stop. Reclaim the power. Seal it. Like a headstrong child finally determined to grasp a swinging blade, even if it would cut him to the bone. Lin En let out a scream that was no longer filled with anger, but rather with excruciating pain and determination. The violent golden light around him suddenly pulled inward, like the collapse of a black hole. The cataclysmic energy fluctuations rapidly diminished at an astonishing speed. The void let out an unbelievable shriek. No. You coward. The external magical seal's pressure suddenly lightened. Doctor Strange spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly plummeting from the air, but his eyes were filled with surprise. Stark and all the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel watching this scene through monitors were stunned. The suffocating golden sun vanished, replaced by the black-haired youth collapsed on the shattered ground of mirror space. The radiance around him extinguished entirely, his skin pale, to the point of translucence, countless tiny droplets of blood oozing from his pores, dyeing him a bloody figure. He curled up there, trembling violently, as if he would shatter completely at any moment. He forcibly interrupted the release of energy, even nearly sealing off the core of the energy, causing unimaginable backlash and severe damage to his body. Energy levels plummeted to 0.00001. Near depletion. Life signs extremely critical. The system's warning tone was weak and nearly inaudible. The mirror space began to slowly self-repair, the distorted scenes gradually calming. Doctor Strange strained to maintain the last bit of magical energy, opening a portal and staggering to Lin En's side. He checked Lin En's condition, frowning tightly. He has forcibly self-sealed. His power is nearly exhausted. His life is in jeopardy. Doctor Strange spoke into the communicator, his voice weak and strained. Stark flew over in his damaged armor, landing on the ground, his faceplate opening to reveal a shocked and He looked at the dying youth on the ground, finding it hard to associate him with the destructive deity who had just nearly obliterated the entire base. Nick Fury rushed in with a team of medical personnel and agents through the newly opened portal. He surveyed the devastation around, and the dying Lin En on the ground, his single eye flickering with intensity, remaining silent for several seconds. Medical team, immediate rescue. Use all the best equipment and medicines. I want him to live. Fury finally commanded in a deep voice, his tone extremely serious. The medical personnel quickly moved forward, placing Lin En into the emergency medical pod, injecting large amounts of life support agents and energy supplements. Sir, this is too dangerous. A senior agent couldn't help but remind in a low voice. I know it's dangerous, Fury interrupted him, his gaze sweeping over the wrecked base, but he just proved that he has at least once, while on the brink of total loss of control, chosen to return on his own. This control, or rather this will, is worth more than 1,000 Carina resonators. He paused, lowering his voice so that only Stark and Doctor Strange could hear. And besides, do we really have any other choice? To completely destroy him. We just tried that, nearly losing the entire base and half of New York. Handing him over to someone else. Who else can handle this level of trouble better than us? Stark and Doctor Strange fell silent. Fury spoke the cold, hard truth. Watch over him. Fury took one last look at the unconscious Lin En in the medical pod, breathing weakly this time. We need to try a different approach. The fragile reins were finally grasped by Lin En himself at a tremendous cost, barely holding on to a thread. Yet the path ahead remained fraught with thorns. And the void was merely suppressed, temporarily, far from being eradicated. Absolute darkness and silence. Lin En felt himself floating in the void, without time, without space, only endless fatigue and pain that penetrated to the bone. Every attempt to think brought with it a tearing pain, swiftly plunging him back into the primordial chaos of consciousness. He did not know how long had passed when a faint sense of light and sound began to seep in. Beep, beep, beep. It was the rhythmic sound of a heart monitor. There was also a softer sound like liquid dripping. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, moving them with great difficulty. His blurred vision gradually focused. It was still a pure white room, but larger than the previous one with more equipment. He lay in a medical pod with more tubes and sensors attached to him. But unlike before, this time the transparent cover of the medical pod was open, and the pervasive feeling of energy suppression in the room was gone. Or rather, it was so weak that he could barely perceive it. His body felt as if it had been completely hollowed out, making it extremely difficult even to move a finger. His throat was dry and burning, and each breath came with a deep ache from his chest. The cold prompt echoed in his mind, faint as a whisper. System online. Rebooting. Vital signs stable. Extreme weakness. Energy level 0.0000001. In forced hibernation recovery state. Forced hibernation. It seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. had found a new way to contain him. The door to the room slid open, and this time only Phil Coulson entered. He was not holding a tablet, his face devoid of that formulaic smile, replaced instead with an evident fatigue and a complex expression. You're awake, Coulson said as he approached the medical pod, his voice calm, even carrying a hint of relief. How do you feel? Lin En opened his mouth, but only a hoarse sound emerged. Coulson picked up a cup of water beside him and carefully fed him a few sips through a straw. The cool liquid slid down his throat, providing a momentary relief. You didn't kill me. Lin En finally managed to squeeze out a voice laced with deep confusion and wariness. Coulson paused for a moment, shaking his head. No. Director Fury ordered to preserve your life at all costs. Why? Lin En couldn't understand. He had caused so much destruction, nearly destroying the base. Why would they still want to save him? Because at that final moment you chose to stop. Coulson looked at him, his eyes complex. In that situation, you managed to regain a part of your control and forcibly halted the energy explosion. This proves you are not completely dominated by that dark power. This gives us A reason to continue trying. Lin En sneered inwardly, thinking it was an attempt to better control him. But he didn't voice it, remaining silent. Coulson seemed to see through his thoughts, gently sighing. I know it's hard for you to trust us right now. Many of our previous actions were indeed questionable. We underestimated the severity of your internal struggles and overestimated the effectiveness of traditional control methods. On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I apologize for the pressure and fear caused by the previous testing program. Apologize? Lin En was stunned. This was completely unexpected. The losses at the base, the casualties. These are already unchangeable facts. Coulson's tone became heavy. The responsibility lies with our misjudgment and lack of preparation. But your choice prevented the disaster from escalating to an irreparable extent. This point we must also acknowledge. He paused and continued, after Assessment Director Fury and the World Security Council have reached a new temporary agreement. You will remain here for treatment and observation until you are fully recovered and prove stable control capabilities. But the previous mandatory tests and energy suppression will be suspended. We will provide you with necessary psychological counseling and emotional management training conducted by someone you are familiar with and trust, such as Dr. Banner. The ultimate goal is to help you truly master your powers rather than merely suppressing them. Lin En listened quietly, his heart turbulent. Suspending tests, psychological counseling, helping to gain control. This shift was so large that it nearly made him doubt it was another scam. Of course, this is not without conditions. Coulson shifted his tone. You need to cooperate with the treatment and training. Your activity range is still limited to this medical area and its adjacent dedicated training room. We will continue to monitor your status, but only to ensure safety and assess progress, and will not conduct the previous type of stimulating experiments. This is the maximum degree of trust and cooperation we can offer at this time. Trust. Cooperation. Lin En looked at Coulson, trying to find traces of hypocrisy in his eyes, but he only saw fatigue, heaviness, and a hint of, perhaps, sincere hope. Why? Change your mind? Lin En asked softly. Because of the cost, Coulson replied quickly and straightforwardly. We cannot afford a second conflict like this. The risks of annihilating your options are extremely high, and the consequences are unpredictable. Complete imprisonment and suppression have already proven counterproductive. Thus, the only remaining path is to attempt genuine guidance and cooperation, though it is equally fraught with risk. This is a gamble, Mr. Lin. Director Fury believes your choice at that final moment is worth the wager. Lin En closed his eyes. So his fate was ultimately just a pawn in a gamble. But in any case, it seemed there was a faint glimmer of change. At least they were no longer trying to force him into a corner by brutal means. I need time to think, Lin En finally said, his voice still weak. Of course. Coulson nodded. Rest well. If you need anything, you can ring the bell anytime. Dr. Banner will visit you tomorrow. After Coulson left the room, returned to silence. Lin En lay in the medical pod, staring at the ceiling, his mind in apologies, agreements, cooperation. All of this came too suddenly, making it hard for him to adapt. He instinctively suspected it was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s delaying tactic, a scheme to lower his guard. On the other hand, the heaviness and fatigue in Coulson's words did not seem feigned. The brutality of that conflict, although his consciousness blurred in the later stages, he could still imagine a thing or two. S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed paid a high price. And the feeling of forcibly reclaiming control at that final moment remained vividly imprinted deep within his soul. The pain, the fear of nearing complete destruction, and that slight sense of achievement in regaining control. Foolish compromise. The Void's voice echoed like a wounded snake, weak, yet still maliciously lingering. They have merely changed to a gentler form of imprisonment. Once you recover, once they find a better way, what awaits you is still a cage. Or dissection. Lin En did not respond. He was too exhausted, both physically and mentally. For the first time, he began to genuinely and calmly reflect. What exactly was his power? A gift or a curse? What is the Void? Is it another consciousness or the manifestation of his dark side? Is S.H.I.E.L.D. an enemy or a potential ally filled with barriers and suspicion? In the future, where should he go? These questions had no answers. Only a landscape of ashes and heavy reflection. But he knew some things had already changed forever. Time flowed slowly amidst meticulous medical care and absolute rest. Lin En's body was recovering at an astonishing speed, but the backlash from forcibly sealing his power was too severe. It was not until a week later that he could barely leave the medical pod and take brief walks in the room. His energy levels remained pitifully low, hovering around 0.0001, barely sufficient to sustain basic life functions, and a weak biological field to protect his fragile internal organs and bones. The system's notification informed him that the recovery of the core energy source was exceedingly slow, suggesting that the self-sealing had inflicted some damage. Dr. Banner came as promised, visiting almost every day. He no longer discussed profound control theories, instead bringing light books, music, or simply chatting about daily life, sharing some small techniques he used to find inner peace while on the run. His very presence acted like a tranquilizer, allowing Lin En's tense nerves to relax slightly. Banner observed Lin En slowly pacing the room, adjusting his glasses. The cellular activity is astonishing, but the recovery of energy seems to have hit a bottleneck. Lin En nodded, not hiding anything it seems. I've heard the fundamentals. The recovery is very slow. He did not mention the existence of the system. This may be a good thing, Banner pondered, giving you enough time to adapt and learn to re-establish your inner order without the interference of tremendous power. Power is like muscle, being overly strong without control can lead to self-harm. He handed Lin En a simple grip strengthener. Give it a try using only the strength of your bodice muscles. Feel the Lin En took the grip strengthener and attempted to exert force. However, even with deliberate control, that feeble strength easily deformed and twisted the device. I'm sorry, Lin En said, feeling somewhat awkward. Banner chuckled. It's okay, this is quite normal. Your physical foundation has been completely altered. You need to relearn the concepts of lightness and moderation. This requires significant practice and self-awareness. They began some extremely basic training, controlling the pressure applied to the sensor with fingers, managing the weight of footsteps while walking, and even controlling the speed and frequency of blinking. These exercises, which seemed utterly ridiculous to an ordinary person, were exceptionally difficult for Lin En. He had to maintain constant focus to prevent even a hint of the power lurking deep within his body from leaking out. In this process, he felt for the first time the true meaning of control. It was not merely about harnessing immense energy, but also about precisely mastering every subtle movement of himself. Voices from the void occasionally echoed, but they had weakened significantly, often mocking him for his childish exercises and self-imposed limitations. Lin En gradually learned to ignore it or simply regarded it as background noise that needed to be overcome. Aside from Banner, Stark would occasionally come by. His attitude had grown much more complex. Sometimes he would bring design sketches, concepts for auxiliary devices aimed at safely guiding and releasing Lin En's energy characteristics, but more often he merely observed from a distance, his gaze filled with scrutiny, trepidation, and an indescribable hint of guilt. One time Stark watched Lin En clumsily perform basic power control exercises and suddenly asked that day, at the last moment, "How did you do it?" Lin En paused, momentarily silent for a few seconds before replying, "I just had to stop." Stark stared at him for a long time, finally nodding without asking anything further, and turned to leave. But since then the design sketches he brought had increased slightly, albeit still filled with various safety restrictions and Nick Fury had not come again, but Lin En could feel that invisible gaze watching him through the surveillance cameras. His range of activities was strictly limited to this medical suite and an adjacent training room, both covered with special energy-absorbing materials on the walls and floor. The treatment had improved, but vigilance had never relaxed. That day Banner brought a specially modified tablet that could not connect to external networks. Fury approved it, he said. It contains some internal reports about that incident, as well as casualty lists and damage assessments. He believed you had the right to know. Lin En's heart tightened sharply. He hesitated for a long time before tremblingly tapping on those documents. The cold text and data were far more shocking than any imagination. Casualties: 17 dead, 43 seriously injured, including 6 senior researchers and 11 veteran field agents. Attached was a long list with some names accompanied by brief biographical notes. Lin En saw the names of several doctors who had examined him and a photo of a young agent who had once attempted to shoot him with a tranquilizer gun in the hallway, smiling brightly in the picture. Property damage: about 35 of one of the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s main underground bases in North America, codenamed Rock, was severely damaged or completely obliterated, with direct economic losses incalculable. Multiple highly classified research projects were interrupted or data permanently lost. Energy release level assessment: the brief peak reached subapocalypse level with sustained output at citybuster level. Had it not been for the timely introduction of mirror space, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Each line of text felt like a cold knife stabbing deeply into Lin En's heart. His face turned pale, breathing became rapid, and his body trembled slightly. Although he had been psychologically prepared, facing the destruction and casualties he had caused so directly was almost enough to shatter him again. Look, this is the price of your hesitation. Had you fully released me back then, crushing everything, there wouldn't be these records, and no one could blame you for it. The voice from the void lingered ominously. No. Lin En clutched his head, whispering in pain, "That's not how it is." Banner quietly sat beside him, not interrupting, merely handing him a glass of water. After a long time Lin En slowly calmed down, but the pain and guilt in his eyes lingered. "How do you feel?" Banner asked softly. Terrible. Lin En's voice was hoarse-eyed. "I don't know what to do. What can I do?" "Remember this feeling." Banner's voice was calm, yet powerful. "It's not about letting it crush you, but about making it a part of you. These scars, whether on you or caused by you, will always exist. They are part of your past, unable to be erased. But in the future you can choose to let these scars be a warning, not a defining label for you." "Do I still have a future?" Lin En looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. "As long as you are alive and have the ability to choose, there is still a future." Banner said affirmatively. "There are many ways to atone. For you, perhaps the best way is to truly learn to control this power and then use it to protect, not to destroy. This is difficult and may take a lifetime, but it is the only path that can bring you inner peace. Protect." Lin En repeatedly mulled over this statement. It seemed to echo the faint sense of responsibility he felt when he first gained his power. The road ahead remained long and arduous, and the bridge of trust was still fragile and riddled with cracks. But this time Lin En seemed to see a flickering yet real guiding light. He needed time, needed to learn, needed true Days passed in a highly structured, almost militarized rhythm. Lin En's new home was a suite more spacious than before, but undoubtedly equipped with tighter security measures. The living area, medical examination room, and a training room with walls and floors covered in dark silver energy-absorbing material comprised his entire activity range. There were no windows, and the lighting simulated the natural cycle of day and night. His daily life was meticulously scheduled down to the minute. Waking up, physical exams, meals, special food strictly calculated for nutritional components, and energy rest, psychological counseling, and basic control training with Dr. Banner entering the training room for more specific energy guidance exercises and other physical exam, meals, rest. It went on in a cycle. The energy suppression field seemed to have been removed or replaced with some more concealed and efficient form. Lin En could feel the energy within him slowly recovering, but once he attempted to mobilize power beyond the safety threshold, an invisible suppression field originating from the entire room structure would immediately activate, gently, yet firmly suppressing his energy fluctuations. This prevented him from engaging in any meaningful energy output exercises, forcing him to continue focusing on the most basic physical control and emotional management. Dr. Banner was his primary contact. This gentle scientist seemed to genuinely regard guiding Lin En as an important responsibility. He was immensely patient, never rushing, instead opting to observe, advise, and encourage. He taught Lin En more profound meditation techniques, guiding him to identify and name his emotions, especially anger and fear, helping him establish a warning mechanism for when emotions threatened to spiral out of control. Emotions are not the enemy, Lin Banner often said. They are traffic lights. Fear tells you where danger may lie. Anger informs you that certain boundaries have been crossed. What matters is to listen to them, to understand the messages they convey rather than be driven by them recklessly. These lessons were both novel and challenging for Lin En. He was accustomed to either suppressing his emotions or being overwhelmed by them. This state of observing without getting involved required a great deal of practice. The voice from the void occasionally disturbed him during meditation, but as Lin En's mental focus improved, its influence seemed to wane. Or perhaps it was just hiding deeper. Stark would occasionally appear in the observation area outside the training room, watching Lin En's training through thick blast-proof glass. He rarely entered the living area, more often conveying some conceptual drawings of assistive devices designed by him through Coulson or Banner. These designs invariably included multiple layers of redundant safety restrictions and emergency shutdown systems, and some even featured neutralization programs based on Lin En's previous energy signatures. Lin En could understand this vigilance, but it left him feeling uncomfortable. Nick Fury never made an appearance, yet his presence was felt everywhere. The detailed data from every physical exam, the energy readings from each training session, even recordings of his conversations with Banner, which Lin En knew existed, would be compiled for that one-eyed director. Lin En felt like the most precious sample in the lab, constantly analyzed by countless watchful eyes. This omnipresent surveillance and constrained life often left him feeling suffocated. He longed for true freedom, to see the sky, to feel the wind against his face rather than this unchanging disinfectant-scented recycled air. Once, while performing a simple balance exercise, he couldn't help but complain to Banner. Is this how it goes on forever? Staying in this box, practicing how not to break things. What's the point? Banner put down his book and looked at him. What do you think the point is? Power. Isn't it meant to be? Lin En was a bit agitated. If it's just to lock it away, how is that different from before? The premise of use is control. Banner replied calmly. What you are practicing now is not using, but how to use correctly. Just like nuclear energy, it can illuminate cities or create bombs to destroy everything. The difference lies not in the energy itself, but in the person and technique controlling it. He pointed to the training room. Here is your reactor safety manual and operational simulator. Before you truly step outside, you must ensure you are proficient in all procedures and can handle any possible contingencies. When will that be? Lin En pressed on. When you and all those assessing you believe the risks have been reduced to an acceptable level. Banner's tone showed no sign of leniency. It depends on your progress speed, Lin. Impatience is the enemy of control. Lin En fell silent. He knew Banner was right, but that feeling of being trapped was still unbearable. The training content gradually escalated. From controlling grip strength and stride to attempting to condense an extremely small stable point of light energy levels strictly limited by the room's force field to below 0.0001. Then maintaining emotional and energetic stability under various simulated noises, bright lights, and even slight electric shocks created by Banner's special equipment. The process was tedious and filled with frustration. Failure was commonplace. Sometimes he would lose control over energy due to a minor disturbance, although immediately suppressed by the force field. The feeling of failure remained intense. Sometimes the void would whisper when he was fatigued, trying to tempt him to strike at the force field, but he would forcibly suppress it. Yet slowly, very slowly, progress was occurring. He could feel his control over his body and that faint energy becoming more refined and conscious. When emotions surged, he no longer felt overwhelmed as he did in the past, but could recognize it more quickly, observe it, and then choose a more rational response. That sense of vulnerability which could explode at any moment seemed to lighten a bit. That day, during an anti-interference training, Banner suddenly introduced a new variable. The speakers in the training room began to play a processed audio segment mixed with crowd screams, explosions, and some Lin En's body instantly tensed. This audio immediately evoked some unpleasant memories. Emotions began to fluctuate, and the faint point of light at his fingertips started to flicker. Look, chaos and fear. This is the essence of the world. The voice of the void echoed like a ghost. Lin En took a deep breath, striving to apply the methods Banner had taught him, focusing his attention on his breathing, trying to treat those sounds as mere background noise. But the volume of the audio gradually increased, its content becoming more realistic and terrifying. Even the lights in the training room began to flicker violently, simulating the effects of a disaster scene. Sweat beaded on Lin En's forehead, and his breathing quickened. He felt as if he was back on that night of destruction, surrounded by flames and ruins. Just as he was about to break down, the audio and light effects abruptly stopped. The training room returned to calm. Lin En gasped, realizing he had barely maintained that flicker of light, avoiding complete loss of control. Banner's voice came through the communicator, tinged with approval. Well done, Lin. You held out 17 seconds longer than the last similar test. What was that just now? Lin En asked. Some processed battlefield recordings and movie sound effects, Banner replied. We needed to test your stability under simulated high-pressure conditions. Your performance indicates that the training has been effective. High-pressure conditions. Lin En suddenly realized that this might not only be for testing, but also a sort of preview. Was S-H-I-E-L-D preparing him for real combat scenarios he might face in the future? This thought left him feeling conflicted. They were both afraid of his power and seemingly planning how to use it. The road to recovery was long and winding. Every small progress came with tight monitoring and an inescapable sense of captivity. The seedling of trust struggled to grow in the cracks of steel and concrete, while the shadow of suspicion loomed overhead. Lin En did not know where this path ultimately led. He could only continue walking forward step by step under surveillance, striving to grasp the reins of control. Even though it was tightly isolated, information from the outside world was not completely unreachable. Banner would sometimes bring back some desensitized external news summaries authorized by Fury, claiming it was to help him stay connected to the world and avoid social disconnection. Lin En knew that this was also a form of observation, watching his reactions to external information. Through these limited windows, he faintly understood that the outside world was far from peaceful. The streets of New York seemed to be more chaotic than ever. The frequency of reports about some new superpowered crimes and unusual incidents had noticeably increased. It was not just the usual robberies and gang shootouts, but rather more criminals with peculiar abilities and brutal methods. Some seemed to have undergone crude genetic modifications, while others used weapons and devices of unknown origins. With an inconspicuous report mentioned that several previously recorded weaker superhumans had suddenly gained strength and become more violent, creating multiple bloodshed incidents before being swiftly subdued. Experts commented that this might be related to the black market circulation of some ability enhancers. Another briefing mentioned that the World Security Council had recently held multiple emergency meetings to discuss amendments to the Superhuman Registration Act, which was highly contentious. Some members took a hardline stance, demanding compulsory registration and regulation of all superhumans, even proposing the establishment of specialized superhuman detention facilities. The expansion plan for the RAF prison was mentioned again. On the other hand, the minority represented by Captain America strongly opposed this, believing it infringed on basic human rights and would create greater divisions. These messages made Lin En uneasy. It seemed that the outside world had become more tense and divided because of his presence and the series of previous events. He himself was one of the sources of this tension. He even saw a brief note in the corner of a report about the Department of Abnormal Phenomena Analysis and Response jointly established by Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D., abbreviated as S.D.A.R., officially inaugurated and culled by Tony Stark and Maria Hill. This was clearly set up to respond to the increasing number of anomalous events, and its establishment was hard to say was unrelated to himself. It seems everyone has become busier because of me. Lin En couldn't help but self-deprecate to Banner once more. Banner adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, change always accompanies turmoil. Your presence is a huge variable disrupting the original balance. But this is not your fault. The world itself is accelerating its changes, it's just that your power has exposed some potential problems earlier and more violently. That Registration Act. Lin En hesitated and asked if it passes, what will happen to someone like me? Banner paused for a moment and cautiously replied, I don't know the specific details of the act. But any policy involving coercion and discrimination will often only lead to more conflict and pain. He did not elaborate further, but his gaze indicated his position. Aside from this macro information, Lin En was more concerned about some small matters. He specifically asked Banner to keep an eye out for any follow-up news about a girl rescued by a stranger with glowing abilities in an abandoned factory area. A few days later, Banner brought a briefing. The girl returned home safely without revealing specific details of her rescue, and the police attributed it to an anonymous individual acting heroically. The incident was concluded. Seeing this news, a small stone in Lin En's heart finally settled. At least his dangerous outburst had not been entirely meaningless. This tiny bit of positive feedback was crucial for him. However, not all news from the outside world was indirect. Sometimes the fluctuations would directly transmit to his isolation room. One night the base's alarms went off again, but the level was far less severe than the previous magical invasion or when he lost control. Through the room's ventilation system, Lin En faintly heard distant muffled explosions and dense gunfire, which lasted for about 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. He immediately pressed the bell to call for assistance. A few minutes later, Coulson's voice came through the communicator, sounding slightly urgent, but still composed. Just a minor external disturbance, Mr. Lin. It has been dealt with and did not affect your area, please rest assured. What was it? Lin En pressed further. A group of armed individuals attempting to infiltrate the base's outer facilities. They have been repelled. Coulson's response was evasive. However, Lin En's super senses, though restricted, still caught glimpses of fragmented information. The unique hum of energy weapons mixed in with the gunfire and fleeting traces of spatial disturbances left by something akin to teleportation or high-speed movement. These were certainly not ordinary armed intruders. He did not confront Coulson, but his doubts deepened. Who was attempting to assault the S-H-I-E-L-D base? For what purpose? For him. In the days that followed, the internal security of the base evidently became more lax on the outside and tighter on the inside. The frequency of patrols increased, and the expressions of researchers and agents passing by his door grew more serious. A sense of impending storm began to permeate the atmosphere. Banner's visits remained steady, but Lin En could sense a hint of worry hidden between his brows. Once Banner even zoned out during their tutoring session, only realizing when Lin En reminded him. Doctor is Lin En couldn't help but ask. Banner hesitated for a moment and sighed. The situation outside is not good. High-intensity superpowered crimes have simultaneously occurred in multiple locations with brutal methods and clear targets, as if premeditated. The Avengers and various teams are running around putting out fires exhausted. S-H-I-E-L-D-S resources are also stretched thin. Is it related to those trying to infiltrate here? Lin En probed. Banner looked at him in surprise, and then smiled wryly. Your perception is still very keen. Preliminary investigations indicate there may be a connection. We suspect that an organization is purposefully collecting, creating, or plundering super abilities. Plundering super abilities. Lin En's heart sank. He thought of those superhumans who had suddenly gained strength and become violent. Their targets. Lin En's voice was dry. Do they include me? Banner did not answer directly, but the silence spoke volumes. It turned out that he was not only a prisoner and asset of S-H-I-E-L-D, but also a target eyed covetously by the outside. This realization brought him a new pressure. Danger was not only from within, but also from the outside. The isolation imposed by S-H-I-E-L-D was to some extent also a form of protection. The complex situation was like an invisible net slowly tightening. And at the center of the net, while he was striving to regain his strength and control, he also had to begin to be wary of the gazes lurking in the shadows. Recovery was no longer merely a personal endeavor, it was now overshadowed by a struggle against reality. After weeks of rigorous training and recuperation, Lin En's physical condition and energy control level seemed to have reached a new plateau. The recovery of energy remained slow but stabilized at approximately 0.001. More importantly, under Banner's guidance, he made significant progress in the delicate control of this meager power. He was already able to maintain the stability of the pinpoint of light at his fingertips for extended periods amidst various distractions, even managing to control its brightness and frequency fluctuations. This progress was visibly apparent and reflected in various monitoring data. Finally, an external evaluation arrived once again. This time, the observing area outside the training room was not only occupied by Stark and Banner, but also included Nick Fury himself. Clad in a black long coat, his single eye sharp as an eagle, he gazed at Lin En through the blast-proof glass. Coulson stood a short distance beside him. Lin En felt a wave of nervousness, as if he were back at the beginning during his initial tests. But he took a deep breath, striving to suppress this anxiety and focus his mind. Today's test content was remotely controlled by Stark. A number of targets made from different materials rose from the training room's floor, from ordinary steel plates to composite armor, and even a special ceramic emitting a faint blue light. Simultaneously, several sensitive energy sensors and high-speed cameras descended from the ceiling. All right, Sunshine Boy, it's showtime. Stark's voice came through the speakers, laced with a familiar teasing tone, yet tinged with more seriousness than before. Do you see those targets? Attack them with your maximum controllable energy output. Remember, it's controllable. We need to assess your effective output limits and energy characteristics under your current state. Maximum controllable output. Lin En understood that this was testing whether he could maintain control under pressure rather than simply pursuing power. He nodded, walking to the center of the training room, his gaze sweeping over the targets. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and endeavored to enter a calm and focused state. He could feel the familiar whispers of the void stirring in the background, trying to tempt him to release more, but he forcefully let them see what true power looks like, what this little glimmer can become. No, Lin En silently chanted in his heart. It's control, not power. He raised his hand, and the stable golden light at his fingertip began to brighten. He did not violently extract energy as before, but rather carefully guided that 0.001 of energy gathering and compressing it. A slender yet solid golden beam akin to a laser suddenly shot forth from his fingertip. Swish! The beam accurately struck the first steel target. There was no explosion, no scattering sparks, only an extreme, highly concentrated melting effect. The steel plate silently melted away, a hole the size of a fist, the edges smooth as a mirror displaying a hue that rapidly cooled from red hot. The sensors frantically recorded the data. Lin En's arm moved steadily, directing the beam towards the second composite armor target. The effect was similar, but the penetration speed was slightly slower, indicating its higher resistance. Finally, there was the special ceramic target emitting blue light. This material evidently had a high resistance to energy. When the golden beam struck, it was slightly deflected and scattered, leaving only a scorched white and fine cracks at the target's center, failing to penetrate completely. Lin En immediately ceased the energy output, breathing slightly heavier. This attack consumed a small portion of his currently available energy, but the entire process was smooth and controlled, showing no signs of fluctuation or loss of control. In the observation area, Stark looked at the data returned on the tablet and whistled, "Wow." The energy focus increased by 300 and the waste rate decreased by 75. The output power remained stable within the preset safe threshold. Although the absolute power still fell short, this control precision was like he had a new brain. "Banner, what kind of stabilizer did you put in his head?" Banner smiled, but did not answer, glancing at Fury. Fury's face revealed no emotion, his single eye slightly narrowing. "What about duration and stability? Next we will conduct endurance and interference tests." Stark operated the tablet. For the next hour, Lin En underwent a series of high-intensity prolonged output tests, as well as precision attack tests under simulated noise, vibration, and visual interference. He remained highly focused throughout, and although he inevitably grew fatigued toward the end, his energy output diminished, but he still maintained control, perfectly keeping the output below the safe threshold. The final test was an upgraded version of the emotional stress test. The training room simulated a scene of civilians being taken hostage with enemies attacking him. Lin En needed to accurately and quickly neutralize the enemy's moving targets without harming the hostages' advanced inflatable dummies equipped with various sensors. This time, when the sound of explosions and the simulated cries of the hostages erupted, Lin En's heartbeat quickened, but he swiftly used breathing techniques to calm his emotions. He was not provoked or scared into losing control by the scene. Instead, he calmly analyzed the battlefield, precisely destroying all moving targets with the smallest energy beams without harming a single dummy. When all the tests concluded, Lin En was nearly exhausted, his sweat soaking his training suit, yet his eyes held a glimmer of having completed the challenge. The observation area fell into a brief silence. Stark stroked his chin, looking at the final comprehensive evaluation report, his expression strange. The data shows stability assessment reached B, control precision A, and risk prediction dropped by 60%. Goodness, is this scientific? How could such a level of power be achieved in such a short time? The human will and mental potential often cannot be fully measured by simple data. Stark. Banner interjected, his tone filled with satisfaction. He has put in immense effort. Fury finally spoke, his voice deep. The data indeed shows significant positive progress. But is it sustainable? Can it be maintained under real combat pressure? These are all unknowns. He turned to Coulson. The Council has been pressuring us to see the reliability and usability assessment of the asset. This report may temporarily silence them, but that's all. The term asset pricked Lin En's nerves once again, though he maintained a neutral expression upon hearing it through the hidden microphone. Fury's gaze returned to Lin En, who was being examined by an automated medical robot in the training room, his single eye glinting as if weighing a major decision. Minutes later, Lin En was brought back to the living area. Banner walked in, a smile on his face. "You performed exceptionally. All assessment indicators far exceeded expectations." "Thank you, Doctor." Lin En sighed with relief, taking a sip of water. "And then what?" "The assessment passed. What happens next?" Banner's smile waned slightly, becoming somewhat serious. "Director Fury believes it's time for some limited, highly controlled exposure to external environments." "External environments?" Lin En's heart leaped. "You mean leaving this room?" "No, not leaving the base," Banner quickly clarified, "but within the base, in an area simulating external environments, yet still under for example, a training area simulating city streets, gradually allowing you to adapt to more complex environmental stimuli rather than remaining confined in this sterile room. Simulating external environments." Lin En's heart filled with longing, yet also great anxiety. A larger space, more variables, meant more temptations and risks of losing control. "Is this an order?" Lin En asked. "No, it's a proposal." Banner looked into his eyes. "We need your volunteer. We must ensure you are mentally prepared. If you feel you are not ready, you can continue training here." "Voluntary." Lin En fell silent. He yearned for change, for even the slightest bit of freedom, yet he also feared the possibility of losing control again. This was a test. A test from S.H.I.E.L.D., and also a test of himself. Could he hold on to this loosening reins? "I need to think about it." Lin En finally spoke. "Of course." Banner nodded. "Think it over. It's important." After Banner left, Lin En sat alone in the room, fiercely struggling within himself. The whispers of the void quietly resumed this time, carrying a seductive tone. Opportunity to leave this box, even if just for a slightly larger box. Outside, there is more energy, more possibilities. Agree to them. Let us go see. This time Lin En did not immediately refuse. Desire blossomed deep within his heart. After 2 days of careful consideration and multiple in-depth discussions with Banner, Lin En finally agreed to undergo external environment exposure training. The preparation process was extremely cumbersome. He was forced to wear a specially designed tight suit embedded with numerous monitoring sensors and microsuppressors. Stark claimed this was to monitor your physiological data and energy fluctuations in real time, providing a gentle braking effect in case of anomalies. Lin En doubted whether the braking effect was truly gentle, but he had no choice. Additionally, inconspicuous metal rings were placed on his wrists and ankles, another form of energy limiter said to generate a powerful magnetic field to restrain his movements in case of emergencies. Fully equipped, he stepped out for the first time from the isolation suite he had inhabited for weeks, escorted by Coulson and a team of highly alert agents. The corridor was longer and more technologically advanced than he had imagined. Silver-gray metal walls concealed lighting and ubiquitous cameras and sensors. They descended several floors in an elevator, eventually arriving at a massive alloy door marked Simulation Training Area A. As the door slid open, the sight that met Lin En's eyes took his breath away. Behind the door was an extremely vast space with a high dome simulating a gloomy sky. Inside, a realistic city street had been constructed. There were rough yet convincingly designed building facades, shop windows, streetlights, and even abandoned vehicles parked by the roadside. The air also simulated the city's unique scent, a mix of dust and faint exhaust fumes. Aside from being slightly smaller in scale and lacking real pedestrians, it was almost a replica of a neighborhood in New York. Welcome to the theatrical workshop, Coulson introduced, his tone tinged with barely perceptible pride. One of the best environmental simulation training grounds of S.H.I.E.L.D. Every building here was equipped with sensors and effectors capable of simulating various weather conditions, lighting, and even simple physical destruction effects. Lin En gazed in awe at all this, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. It had been too long since he had seen a street, even if it was merely a convincing imitation. An inexplicable excitement and pang welled up within him. The void whispered, "Look. False freedom. Pathetic backdrop." Yet Lin En could feel that it too seemed to take some interest in this more expansive space. The training content initially was quite simple. Banner, through hidden speakers, guided him to walk on this street, adapting to the visual and auditory stimuli around him while maintaining emotional and energy stability. At first, Lin En was very nervous, taking every step cautiously, his mind highly focused, ready to cope with any potential loss of control. But as time passed, he gradually relaxed. Walking, turning, stopping. These simple movements brought him a long-lost, almost normal illusion in such a simulated environment. The training gradually escalated. Simulated noise began to intrude. Car honks, distant sirens, and then the weather changed. Suddenly rain began to fall, actually fine mist, and wind blew in a powerful airflow system. Lin En successfully coped, keeping his energy fluctuations within a safe range. In the observation area, Fury, Stark, Banner, and Hill watched everything through countless hidden cameras. Physiological indicators, stable energy readings, steady. Adaptation is better than expected, Hill reported. It seems that staying in the sterile room for too long has done him good. Looks like the kid is learning fast, Stark remarked, but his gaze remained focused. Fury said nothing, simply watching the boy cautiously navigating the rain on the screen, his single eye deep and contemplative. Next, more complex disturbances were introduced. The street lights began to flicker erratically, a shop window suddenly exploded, actually a small internal explosive hit, and even a mannequin dressed in civilian clothing suddenly fell from the second floor not far from him. Each disturbance quickened Lin En's heartbeat, but he quickly applied his skills to calm himself, remaining alert and observing his surroundings without overreacting. Interference resistance has significantly improved, Banner noted. Emotional recovery speed is quick. Then came a more challenging task. At the other end of the training area, several moving targets rose, simulating armed robbers shooting at him. The projectiles launched were harmless marking rounds. Lin En needed to use his precise energy beams, restricted to a very low power level, to retaliate and evade. This was almost a real combat exercise. Lin En calmly aimed and shot, while moving each tiny energy beam, precisely hitting the vital points of the targets. His movements even carried a kind of instinctual fluidity developed through training. None of the marking rounds hit him. He deftly dodged or deflected them with minimal energy barriers. Beautiful. Even Stark couldn't help but exclaim, "This kid learns really fast." Everything seemed to be going very well. Lin En even began to feel a bit of confidence. Perhaps he could really do this. However, just as the training was nearing its end, and everyone was beginning to relax their vigilance, an unexpected change occurred. One side of the street, a building that had shown no markings, suddenly exploded inward without warning. This was not a sin, it was a real violent explosion. Bricks and debris mixed with flames and thick smoke erupted outward. A figure clad in black combat gear, moving like a ghost, surged from the explosion's dust. His target was extremely clear, charging straight at Lin En. The speed far exceeded that of a normal person. Meanwhile, all the lights in the training area went out in an instant. Emergency red lights flashed frantically. A piercing intrusion alarm tore through the simulated environmental sounds. Enemy attack. Coulson's voice roared through the earpiece. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. All security units. His voice was drowned out by the intense gunfire and explosion. The blast-resistant glass of the observation area high above the training ground was struck by some powerful armor-piercing projectiles from the outside, instantly shattering into a web of cracks. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. Lin En's mind went blank. The deafening explosion, the sudden attack, the real threat of death. Everything shattered the psychological defenses he had meticulously built. Extreme fear and stress responses caused the energy within him to surge uncontrollably, attempting to break free from the limiter's restraints. Danger! Fight! Destroy them! The roar from the void engulfed his remaining consciousness like a tsunami. The suppressors in his tight suit overloaded in an instant, sparking and failing. The limiters on his wrists and ankles emitted a piercing hum, the strong magnetic field attempting to bind him, but was abruptly pushed open, twisted and melted by the unexpectedly explosive golden energy. No! Banner gasped in the observation area. Suppress him! Hurry! Fury shouted angrily. But it was already too late. In Lin En's eyes, the world was once again tinted with a destructive gold. The black figure charging at him was no longer a specific enemy, but the embodiment of all threats. It symbolized all the forces that sought to harm and imprison him. Roar! He let out a roar no longer human, as the immense golden energy surged forth like an uncontrollable tsunami, sweeping indiscriminately towards that black shadow and everything around it. The destructive surge of energy roared forth once more, centered around Lin En. This time it was not for testing, but rather driven by the primal instinct for survival and the fury of being interrupted. The golden light instantly engulfed the black figure that lunged towards him. The figure had no time to react, vaporizing completely in the extreme light and heat, leaving not even a trace of ash. The torrent of energy surged forward, crashing violently into the simulated buildings on the street behind. The special material walls capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire melted and evaporated as quickly as snow under the sun. A large portion of the simulated block was obliterated in this strike, revealing the cold, undecorated steel structure of the base's dome and walls. The explosive shockwave mixed with high-temperature dust spread wildly in all directions. All hidden cameras and sensors installed in the training ground were completely destroyed in the first instance. The explosion-proof glass in the observation area finally could not bear the burden, shattering completely with a loud bang. The powerful airflow mixed with scalding dust surged into the observation area, sending Stark, Banner, Hill, and others tumbling. Cough, cough. Damn it. Stark was buried under the debris with half his body trapped. The emergency system of his armor activated, barely dragging him out. Banner lay on the ground, coughing violently, his glasses lost somewhere, his face marked with shock and despair. No. No. Hill quickly drew her pistol, covering Fury as he retreated. Director, we must evacuate immediately. This place is no longer safe. Fury, with his single eye fixed on the ruins shrouded in golden light and smoke, wore a terrifyingly pale expression. His earpiece was flooded with chaotic reports. Zone A training ground completely destroyed. Structure severely damaged. Energy readings off the charts. Unable to measure. Attacker identity unknown. High-intensity explosives and energy weapons used. External defense systems temporarily incapacitated. Target Star Torch is out of control again. Repeat, target is completely out of control. Chaos. Absolute. And at the source of this chaos, Lin En hovered half a meter above the ground, enveloped in tangible golden flames, his eyes shooting out golden beams over a foot long, his face twisted in anger and the release of power. The mad consciousness of the void completely dominated everything again, reveling in this long-lost unrestrained. Yes, just like this. Destruction. Annihilate all the ants that dare to provoke us. The void laughed maniacally in his mind. These traitors. They set a trap. They want to kill us. Traitors. Trap. The remnants of Lin En's consciousness caught onto that term. The sudden real attack, just now, was it another test arranged by S.H.I.E.L.D. Or a real enemy? Just as the void prepared for another round of devastating strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several scorching energy beams shot from the shadows of the partially collapsed ruins. The attack angles were exceedingly cunning, accurately targeting several weak points in Lin En's energy field, calculated based on previous test data. At the same time, several figures clad in black streamlined armor, moving swiftly like cheetahs, pounced from different. The weapons in their hands flashed with a dangerous, otherworldly light, evidently specially designed to target superhumans. These were the real attackers. The figure that was instantaneously vaporized was likely just a decoy or cannon fodder to attract fire. There are more. Crush them. The void roared, waving a hand to unleash an even thicker beam of energy sweeping towards those black figures. However, these newly emerged attackers were clearly prepared. Their armor seemed to have an exceptionally high resistance to energy attacks, and their movements were erratic and unpredictable, darting through the ruins like phantoms, narrowly avoiding direct hits from the energy beam. Occasionally grazed by the edges, they merely turned red and smoke, being knocked back, but soon struggling to get up and continue attacking. Their attacks were not aimed at killing Lin En, but rather to constantly harass and probe seemingly with some clear intention. Energy beams, solid projectiles, and even some peculiar sound waves and frequency interferences fell upon Lin En's energy field like raindrops. Though they could not breach his defenses, they successfully enraged in the void, causing him to pour out even more power. Who are these guys? Stark had regained his footing, and the damaged shoulder of his armor ejected the last 2 micromissiles towards the attackers below, but it had little effect. Their equipment. I've never seen anything like it, Hill reported while reloading, not affiliated with any known organization. Furious' single eye glinted coldly as he stared at the battlefield. Their target is him. They want to provoke him to lose control completely, or they want to capture him amid the chaos. As if to confirm Furious' words, one attacker suddenly threw out a disc-shaped device. The device unfolded in the air, emitting a bizarre distorted blue force field that instantly enveloped Lin En. The golden energy field surrounding Lin En was violently disturbed by the blue force field becoming unstable. He felt a powerful force trying to strip away and absorb his energy, acting upon him. Thief! Ants! The void erupted in fury, pouring out energy, frantically, forcefully breaking through the blue force field and shattering the device. But this clearly took a tremendous toll. Just then another anomaly occurred. A large hole suddenly blasted open in the wall from another direction of the training ground. A figure clad in a star-spangled uniform wielding a vibranium shield burst in like a god of war. It was Captain America Steve Rogers. Steve! Banner exclaimed in delight. I rushed over as soon as I received your distress signal. There are still many of their companions outside. Natasha and Barton are handling them. Captain America spoke rapidly, his eyes swiftly scanning the battlefield, immediately assessing the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, the vibranium shield traced an elegant arc and struck down hard on one attacker, trying to get close to Lin En. The attacker attempted to block with his armored arm, but under the terrifying kinetic energy of the vibranium shield and the captain's extraordinary strength, his armored arm twisted and shattered, sending him flying into a heap of rubble, motionless. The captain's presence instantly changed the tide of battle. His combat experience, fighting skills, and vibranium shield perfectly countered these attackers, relying on equipment and speed. He stood like a rock between Lin En and the attackers, effectively drawing fire and creating opportunities for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to counterattack. Everyone, coordinate with Captain Rogers. Eliminate the invaders. Prioritize protecting the target. Try to capture him alive. Fury seized the opportunity and commanded. A fierce close-quarters battle broke out amidst the ruins. The sounds of gunfire explosions, the buzzing of energy weapons, and clashing metal resounded incessantly. Meanwhile, Lin En, the void at the center of the storm, gained a brief moment to breathe due to the captain's intervention and the temporary suppression of the attackers. But the raging energy did not subside, still surging and roaring within him, searching for an outlet. Kill. Annihilate all. The void roared, targeting the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents engaged in firefights with the attackers and Captain America. To him, anyone approaching was a threat. A terrifying energy shockwave began to gather in Lin En's hands, poised to blast towards the back of Captain America, who was engaged in battle. No! Banner in the observation area let out a desperate scream. In this critical moment, Lin En's suppressed primary consciousness was struck like lightning as he witnessed Captain America fighting recklessly against the attackers to protect him, even though he didn't need it. Protection, not destruction. This word reappeared clearly in his nearly engulfed consciousness. And also, those attackers. They were not S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They were the real enemies. They wanted to capture him, exploit him, and S.H.I.E.L.D. At least here and now they were protecting him. Captain America was protecting him. A chaotic yet intense flood of emotions surged through him. Betrayal. No, the attack came from the outside. That explosion just now, it was caused by the attackers. Not a test. Trust. Crisis. Protection. Enemies. The overwhelming amount of information and emotional conflict caused a brief moment of weakness in the void's control. That explosion just now, it was caused by the attackers. Not a test. Trust. Crisis. Protection. Enemies. The overwhelming amount of information and emotion. Boom. The dome was blasted open, revealing the deeper structure of the base. Debris fell like rain. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Lin En, or rather Lin En, temporarily regained some control, hovered in the air, breathing heavily, the golden light in his eyes flashing intensely, as if two consciousnesses were fiercely competing for dominance within him. He glanced at Captain America, who was battling the attackers then at the observation area, although he could not see the people behind, his eyes filled with intense pain, confusion, and an incredibly difficult choice. In the end, he made a decision that surprised everyone. He abruptly turned, transforming into a golden shooting star, racing towards the gaping hole he had created, heading deeper into the base without looking back. He chose to flee, to escape this battlefield, to escape this complex and indistinguishable situation, to escape all those who sought to control, exploit, or harm him. He's trying to escape. Block him. No. Let him go. Furious' voice suddenly rang out, filled with an extremely complex tone. Prioritize eliminating the invaders. Recover all bodies and equipment. Hurry. The golden light vanished into the darkness beyond the gaping hole, leaving behind a scene of chaos, shocked onlookers, and countless unanswered questions. This time it was his own choice to leave, and the path ahead led into a deeper underground labyrinth and a completely cold, damp, and dark. Lin En plummeted like an uncontrollable meteor falling through the hole he had blasted open, with golden energy uncontrollably dispersing around him, leaving a brief shimmering tail of light in the darkness, which quickly faded away. The violent backlash of energy and the mental shock from the difficult decision he had just made nearly caused him to faint. Foolish. Cowardly. You should have killed them all. Seize their energy. The void roared angrily in his consciousness, though the voice carried a hint of weakness. Breaking through the limiter, and the continuous energy explosions clearly drained its very existence. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the cold, hard ground, and the immense impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his bones aching as if they might shatter. Struggling to lift his head, he glanced around. This seemed to be a deeper area of the S-H-I-E-L-D base. Unlike the technological feel of the upper levels, it resembled a combination of undeveloped natural rock layers and roughly reinforced tunnels. The air was heavy, carrying a strong smell of rust, machine oil, and some deeper, indescribable stale odor. The thick mottled pipes wound along the tunnel walls, producing a dull sound of flowing water and the hissing of steam leaks. The light was extremely dim, with only a few emergency lights casting a faint yellow glow in the distance. The sound of a massive fall echoed in the confined space, drawing unsettling rustling noises from deeper within, but it quickly fell silent. Warning: energy levels have plummeted to 0.00005. Life signs unstable. Multiple soft tissue contusions, slight internal organ disturbances. The system's alert sound was weak, almost intermittent. Lin En gasped for air, struggling to get to his feet. He had to leave this place immediately. He had no idea how the battle above had turned out. Whoever won would soon send someone down to search for him. Enduring excruciating pain, he gathered all the overflowing energy, making himself completely merge into the darkness. His super senses were significantly weakened, but they still helped him barely discern direction and environment. He chose a narrow, seemingly abandoned passage that appeared to lead deeper underground, stumbling inside. The tunnel was even darker and more humid, with thick sludge and unknown debris underfoot. He didn't know where he was headed. He only had one thought: to get away. Away from S-H-I-E-L-D. Away from those attackers, away from everything. The whispers of the void still lingered in his ears, but now they were no longer frenzied roars. Rather, they had transformed into a continuous snake-like, hissing seduction. Look. You have left. But at what cost? Weak. In pain. Crawling like a rat in a stinking gutter. This is all their fault. S-H-I-E-L-D. Those attackers. They pushed us to this point. We need power. More power. Just a little. To heal the wounds. To leave this filthy place. Lin En gritted his teeth, struggling to move forward in the darkness, every breath pulling at the ache in his chest. I won't listen to you anymore. Really? Then you can rot here slowly. Or wait to be captured by them. Locked in a deeper cage. The void laughed maliciously. Loneliness, fear, pain, and that incessantly tempting whisper. Lin En's spirit was on the verge of collapse. He could only rely on the last bit of survival instinct, mechanically moving forward. He didn't know how long he had been crawling in the darkness when he seemed to hear a faint light and the sound of flowing water ahead. He cautiously peeked out, discovering that the tunnel connected to a larger underground space. It looked like an abandoned underground station or a large drainage hub, vast in space, with soaring domes supported by massive stone pillars. A distant underground river flowed slowly, and the sound of water came from here. The stale smell in the air was even. Some tattered tents and makeshift shelters built from debris were scattered in the corners, and there were even flickering lights. Did someone live here? Lin En's heart lifted. Were they friend or foe? He cautiously concealed his presence, slowly approaching the shadows of the stone pillars. He saw several ragged, emaciated individuals gathered around a small campfire cooking something. They looked like homeless people or marginalized individuals forgotten by society, their expressions blank and non-threatening. Just then a hurried sound of footsteps and harsh shouts came from another passage. Get out of the way, old man. This is the territory of the Mole Gang. Hand over your rags. A few burly men in dirty leather jackets with crude tattoos on their bodies, armed with steel pipes and daggers, barged in, loudly cursing at the homeless people gathered by the fire. They were clearly the malevolent force lurking underground. An old man trying to protect his meager food supply was kicked to the ground, letting out a pained groan. The others trembled in fear, not daring to resist. Look, the law of the jungle. Underground rules. The void whispered, we need to demonstrate strength. Instill fear. Or devour them. To replenish a little. Lin En clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly with rage. He recalled the scene of saving that girl earlier, the faint light that came from helping others. But now he was struggling to survive, his energy nearly depleted, and if he exposed himself. Just as he hesitated, the gangsters began their robbery, violently rummaging through the homeless people's meager belongings, occasionally punching and kicking. One of the thugs seemed to have spotted Lin En hiding in the shadow of a pillar, cursing as he approached. Who's sneaking around there? Get out here. There was nowhere to hide. A flash of determination crossed Lin En's eyes. He couldn't just watch these weak people be bullied, even if it meant taking risks. The moment the thug reached out to grab him, Lin En suddenly sprang out from the shadows. He didn't use the minuscule energy he had left. Instead, he relied on his strength-enhanced, yet still superhuman physical abilities, delivering a clean, precise chop to the thug's wrist holding the knife. Crack! The clear sound of bone breaking. Oh! The thug let out a pig-like scream as the dagger clattered to. Without pausing, Lin En sidestepped another thug's swinging steel pipe and followed up with a powerful elbow strike to his ribs. Another sickening crack of bones. The second thug collapsed with a scream. His movements were as swift as lightning, perfectly controlling his power to merely incapacitate, not kill. The remaining thugs were stunned by this sudden counterattack, staring at the pair of eyes glowing faintly with golden light in the darkness, difficult to suppress under emotional excitement, as if they were seeing some terrifying monster. Monster! Monster! Someone shouted, and this gang of bullies immediately lost all courage, scrambling to drag their injured companion and fleeing into the dark passage, not even caring about the things they had stolen. The battle began and ended within just a few seconds. Lin En panted, standing in place, his body aching from the strain on his wounds, but a strange calm surged within him. He chose protection once again, and this time he controlled his strength, avoiding unnecessary slaughter. The homeless people looked at him in terror, hesitating to approach. Lin En ignored them, silently walking over to the old man who had been kicked down, carefully helping him up and checking his injuries. Thankfully, they were only superficial. He pulled out a bit of high-energy compressed biscuits, special supplies from S.H.I.E.L.D. that he had saved from his tattered clothes pocket, placing them in the old man's hand before turning to continue deeper into the darkness, ready to leave. Wait a minute. A weak voice stopped him. Lin En turned back. It was the old man. The old man looked at him, and the murky fear in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a hint of gratitude and sympathy. Child, you aren't from here, are you? Where are you going? Lin En remained silent, shaking his head. He had nowhere to go. The old man sighed, pointing downstream in the direction of the underground river. Follow the river downstream. About half a day's journey. There's a place called Rusty Town. There. It's a mixed bag, but perhaps a place to stay. Better than being harassed by the mole gang here. Rusty Town. Lin En noted the name. He nodded to the old man as a gesture of thanks, then did not linger, turning to step deeper into the profound darkness. Behind him, the homeless people still looked at the direction he had disappeared in without whispering. Did you see that light just now? It was like in the legends. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry and pack up, we can't stay here. Deep underground, lost in the maze, a brief encounter seemed to indicate a vague direction for him. The cold dagger felt heavy in his hand, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Lin En's fingers turned white from having trekked along the icy, bone-chilling underground river for an unknown duration. Lin En's strength was nearly exhausted. His injuries, hunger, and lack of energy weighed heavily upon him like 3 mountains. The meager supply of compressed biscuits had long been consumed, and he was now relying solely on his willpower and the foundation of his enhanced body to endure. The surrounding environment gradually began to change. Rough rock walls began to reveal more signs of manual excavation and reinforcement, and he could even see some rusted remnants of railway tracks and abandoned mine carts. The air remained murky, but within that purely stale odor, more complex scents started to mingle: the smell of burning low-quality fuel, the sharp scent of metal welding, some peculiar cooking aromas, and the heavy body odor and life essence generated by many people gathering together. Ahead, a light appeared, not the dim yellow of emergency lamps, but rather a multitude of chaotic light sources. A faint sound of commotion drifted along the river. He cautiously approached, hiding behind a massive, rusty water pipe, peering ahead. The scene before him took him aback. It was a vast underground cavity, seemingly transformed into a dwelling place from some ancient, abandoned underground facility, perhaps a subway hub, a large air raid shelter, or a deserted industrial base. Various makeshift metal shanties constructed from discarded containers and pipes clung to the cave walls and remaining structures, forming a complex, seemingly precarious three-dimensional slum. Crooked metal staircases and swaying rope bridges connected different heights of floors. Countless wires were haphazardly pulled, connecting various corners, powering the dim light bulbs, flickering neon signs bearing various incomprehensible symbols or texts, and unknown devices. The air was filled with the buzzing noise of generators. People, many people, were bustling about in this dark, crowded, chaotic underground world. Most of them wore tattered clothes and appeared unwell, yet their eyes did not reflect the numbness of the earlier vagabonds. Instead, they bore a unique vigilance, shrewdness, and resilience typical of the lower class. He could see stalls selling various unidentified parts, canned food, and crude weapons. Some were engaged in clandestine transactions in the shadows, and others gathered around a small arena in an open area, shouting excitedly, seemingly involved in underground fighting. Was this the Rust Town? A gathering place for outlaws and marginalized individuals hidden beneath the city's shadows. Lin En felt a surge of caution in his heart. This place was a chaotic mix of people, undoubtedly fraught with danger. Yet on the other hand, it seemed to offer a certain degree of anonymity and the most basic resources needed for survival: food, water, and shelter. He had to go in. He needed food, a place to tend to his wounds, information, and most importantly, to blend into the crowd, to conceal himself. He tore off the tattered remnants of his S.H.I.E.L.D. specially designed suit, applying some mud from the underground river to his face and arms, making himself look more like a disheveled lower-class vagabond who had just endured a fierce battle. Then, taking a deep breath, he made an effort to suppress all traces of his special aura. Though his energy was nearly depleted, the essence of his enhanced body might still linger. Lowered his head and stepped into this bizarre underground town. As soon as he entered the town's precinct, a medley of mixed odors and noises rushed to meet him. The people around seemed neither surprised by his arrival, nor did they pay him much attention, casting indifferent or scrutinizing glances before continuing on. Here it seemed everyone only cared about their own survival. The hunger gnawed at him like a fire. He saw a stall displaying something that looked like grilled mushrooms and skewered mutant rat meat, emitting a suspicious aroma. Here it seemed everyone only cared about their own survival. The hunger gnawed at him like a fire. He saw a stall displaying S.H.I.E.L.D. He didn't need money. Take it. We need food, whispered the void. No one can stop us. No. Lin En suppressed this thought. Robbery here could mean immediate assault. He had to find a way to obtain some food. Or find some work. He wandered aimlessly through the crowded streets, observing. He saw people trading salvaged parts for food, others earning meager pay by repairing things for others, and some seemingly recruiting manpower for dangerous tasks. Clearing out mutated creatures from the sewers, gang fights, needing manpower, exploring old subway tunnels, with generous rewards, risks borne by oneself. None of these were tasks he could undertake at the moment. Just as he felt increasingly weak and on the verge of collapse, his gaze was drawn to a relatively prosperous area in the center of the town. It was a bar transformed from abandoned subway cars, with a flickering neon sign hanging at the entrance. The Strainer Bar. Noisy music and shouting spilled from within. Perhaps there might be a way there. Maybe he could scrounge some food. Or overhear some information. He hesitated and walked towards the bar's entrance. Just as he was about to reach the door, it swung open violently, and a small figure was thrown out screaming, landing heavily in the muddy ground. It was a girl who looked no older than a teenager, her hair disheveled and her face bruised. A tall, burly man with a face full of brutish features and a dirty apron, evidently the bar owner or a bouncer, followed her out, cursing, "Little whore. If you dare to steal again, I'll break your legs next time." The girl struggled to get up, still clutching a moldy loaf of bread in her arms. She glanced at the burly man in fear and turned to run. But the burly man seemed still furious, striding after her, lifting his foot to kick at the girl. The surrounding crowd watched indifferently, as if they were used to it. Lin En's pupils constricted suddenly. With almost no time to think, his body acted before his consciousness. He stepped forward in a flash, pulling the stunned girl behind him, while his other hand shot out like lightning, precisely grasping the burly man's ankle as he kicked. The speed was astonishing. The burly man felt a tightness in his ankle as if it were caught in a vice. A tremendous force surged through him, abruptly halting his forward momentum and nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall. He stared in shock at the suddenly emerged, seemingly frail boy before him, trying to break free, but finding the other's hand. "I will pay for what she took." Lin En raised his head, looking at the burly man, his voice hoarse, but carrying an undeniable. Though he was weak, the essence of his extraordinary power and the aura forged through countless life and death trials still caused an inexplicable chill to run down the burly man's spine. "Make him pay. Crush him," the void excitedly clamored. Lin En forcibly suppressed the restless energy, coldly staring at the man. The burly man felt uneasy under his gaze, struggling again, but unable to break free, and angrily spat, "Who the hell are you? Want a medal? Do you know how much this bread costs? Can you afford it?" Lin En remained silent for a moment. He truly couldn't afford it. At that moment, the girl behind him suddenly spoke softly, her voice trembling. I didn't steal. I helped him move barrels for 3 days. He promised to give me 3 loaves of bread, but only gave me 1. I just took what I deserved." The burly man's expression changed, and he cursed, "Bullshit. When did I owe you anything? You little whore, don't talk nonsense." A few scattered boos erupted from the crowd, as if some knew the truth, but didn't dare to speak up loudly. Lin En understood. He stared at the burly man, his grip tightening slightly. The burly man winced, feeling as if his ankle bone was about to be crushed. Finally frightened, he hurriedly said, "Let go. Let go. Damn it, consider me unlucky. Take the bread. Get lost. Don't let me see you again." Only then did Lin En slowly release his grip. The burly man clutched his reddened ankle, cursing as he retreated back into the bar, slamming the door shut. The crowd that had gathered to watch slowly dispersed, seeing that no fight had broken out. Lin En let out a sigh of relief, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. That moment had nearly drained his last bit of strength. He turned around, looking at the trembling girl, who was still in shock. She handed over the dirty loaf of bread and said softly, "Tish, thank you. Take it." Lin En looked at the moldy bread, then at the girl's malnourished, pale face, and the mixture of fear and gratitude in her eyes, feeling a tumult of emotions. He shook his head, pushing the bread back to her. "You keep it." After saying this, he no longer lingered, turning to leave. He needed to find a place to rest quickly, or he would truly collapse. Wait. The girl called out to him again, seemingly summoning her courage. "Why? You seem injured. And have..." Lin En paused, not turning back. I know of a place very hidden, where you can rest." The girl's voice carried a hint of hesitation and fear, but more was a sense of impulsive gratitude. "If you trust me." Lin En remained silent. Trust. Who could he trust now? But the weakness of his body and his sense of aimlessness led him to slowly nod in agreement. The girl's face lit up with joy, cautiously glancing around before whispering, "Follow me." The girl's name is Little Mouse. True to her name, she is small, alert, and agile, fully aware of the intricate alleys and hidden pathways of Rust Town. She guided Lin En through the dim, narrow gaps filled with garbage and debris, avoiding the main streets and crowds, eventually arriving at a secluded corner at the edge of the town near a damp rock wall. It appeared to be the entrance to a massive abandoned ventilation duct obscured by a pile of haphazardly placed junk. Little Mouse skillfully moved aside several boxes, revealing a hole just large enough for a person to crawl through. It's a bit small inside, but very safe. Very few people know about this place, Little Mouse whispered, crawling in first. Lin En hesitated for a moment, but behind the hole was a short, downward-sloping metal pipe leading to a slightly more spacious area. This was a small space of about a few square meters, resembling a maintenance chamber for some large equipment. The air was stale, heavy with the scent of rust and dust, but relatively dry and quieter than outside. In the corner lay some tattered blankets and cardboard, clearly serving as Little Mouse's home. A salvaged, severely damaged battery powered a small light bulb, providing a faint source of illumination. For Lin En, although rudimentary, this was a rare refuge where he could temporarily catch his breath. You can rest here for a bit," Little Mouse said, awkwardly pointing to a relatively clean corner. "They'll go find you some water. And food." As she spoke, she carefully set aside a moldy piece of bread from her arms, then, as if recalling something, pulled out a small bottle of murky water and a bit of what appeared to be crumbs of compressed food from a tin in the corner. "Here, eat this first." She handed the items to Lin En, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance, but more. Lin En looked at the meager food and water, then at Little Mouse's bony figure, feeling a surge of indescribable emotion. He took the water and food, whispering, "Thank you." He did not eat immediately, but first checked his own body. His injuries were somewhat better than he had imagined, with his enhanced self-healing abilities slowly taking effect, but the weakness from the lack of energy still felt overwhelming. "I need real high-energy food." Little Mouse observed his pale complexion and the bruises under his clothes, quietly asking, "You're not from the town, are you? Where did you come from?" "From above." She pointed to the ceiling. Lin En silently nodded, providing no further explanation. He cautiously took a small sip of water and swallowed the crumbs. Though it was far from enough, it alleviated his extreme thirst and hunger for a moment. "Is it chaotic up there now?" Little Mouse asked, curiously tinged with fear. "I heard there have been strange happenings lately, and many people have come." "Strange happenings?" Lin En caught the term. "Well," Little Mouse lowered her voice, "some say they have seen glowing monsters fighting, and in some places entire streets have been destroyed. And others say that people in black clothes are capturing people, especially those who are a bit different like us." As she spoke, she instinctively hugged her arms. Glowing monsters. Black-clad figures capturing people. Lin En immediately thought of his own loss of control and the armed assailants that attacked SHIELD. Were their operations already so extensive? Had they begun to affect the surface world and even reach underground? "They are looking for us." A voice from the void echoed, softly tinged with excitement. "Panic is spreading. It is the nourishment we need." Lin En forcefully ignored the voice from the void, asking Little Mouse, "Are there any strangers in the town recently? Not like those who have lived here long term?" Little Mouse thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes. A few. They wear very nice clothes, look clean, but their eyes are fierce. They are looking for someone and are generous with money, but also very intimidating. Scarface has let them stay in the town's best in an abandoned train car, and no one dares to provoke them." Scarface. It seems to be the leader of the force that rules this Rust Town. Lin En's heart sank. Had those assailants or their accomplices already infiltrated here? Their intelligence network and speed of action were too fast. He needed to be more cautious. For the next 2 days, Lin En hid in this small refuge. Little Mouse would go out for a while each day, sometimes bringing back a little food and water, mostly leftovers from others or what she managed to trade, and sometimes returning empty-handed. Lin En spent most of his time sitting quietly in meditation, striving to restore his spirit and the minuscule amount of energy he had left, while desperately suppressing the whispers from the void. He found that under such extreme deprivation and pressure, the meditation techniques taught by Dr. Banner became clearer and more useful. He focused his attention on his breathing and the faintest sensations in his body to combat hunger, pain, and the temptations of the void. Progress was slow, but it indeed kept him somewhat alert. Occasionally, Little Mouse would bring back town gossip. "Those strangers are still here. I heard they are looking for a glowing boy. Scarface seems to have made some deal with them, helping them gather information. A few people have gone missing in the town recently. All solitary types who don't fit in. Some say they saw them being taken by the black-clad figures." Each piece of news made Lin En more vigilant. This hiding place was probably not safe anymore. On the third day, Little Mouse went out and did not return for a long time. A sense of ominous premonition loomed over Lin En. Just as he hesitated whether to go out and search, hurried and panicked scrambling sounds came from the hole. Little Mouse crawled in, her face pale and frantic, covered in mud, as if she had fallen. "What happened?" Lin En immediately asked. They. Little Mouse's voice trembled with tears filled with fear. "Those strangers. They captured one of Scarface's subordinates, and somehow that person revealed everything. They know someone helped me outside the strainer bar a few days ago. They are looking for a black-haired boy who doesn't seem like he belongs here and may have been injured. They are about to find us. Lin En's heart sank. The worst-case scenario had occurred. They are coming. The hunt has begun. The voice from the void suddenly became excited and sharp. Fight. Or become the prey. Release me. Let us kill our way out. What do we do? What do we do? Little Mouse trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. If they find us, Scarface won't spare me either. Lin En forced himself to calm down. Escape. The outside was surely under surveillance. Fight. In his current state, it would undoubtedly be suicide. His gaze swept across the small hiding place, finally landing on the severely damaged old battery that powered the light bulb. An adventurous plan quickly formed in his mind. Little Mouse, listen. Lin En grasped the little girl's shoulders, looking into her eyes with an urgent but firm tone. You must leave here immediately, find a place to hide as far away as possible, and do not return to Rust Town for the time being. What about you? I will stay. A glint of resolution flashed in Lin En's eyes. I have a way that might hold them off, or create chaos for you to escape. No, it's too dangerous. You will die. Little Mouse shook her head vigorously. There's no time for arguments. Lin En said sternly. Hurry. Remember, no matter what sounds you hear, do not come back. Go. Little Mouse was frightened by his tone, crying as she looked at him one last time, and finally gritting her teeth, she quickly crawled out of the hole and disappeared into the darkness. Lin En took a deep breath and walked to the old battery. He extended his fingers, concentrating all his spirit, drawing upon the minuscule, almost non-existent energy. He was not going to attack, but to guide. He gently placed his fingers on the battery's output terminal, carefully channeling the energy characteristic that originated from the power of 1,000,000 stars, even if it was just a trace, slowly injecting it into the battery. Foolish. You are wasting it. The void screamed. The battery buzzed with an overloaded sound, its surface wrapped. The connected light bulb flickered wildly, its brightness increasing dramatically. Lin En's complexion became even paler, and sweat poured down. This was an enormous burden for him at this moment. But he did not stop. He was frantically squeezing out his last bit of power, turning himself into a human charger, forcibly feeding this old battery energy far beyond its design capacity, extremely unstable. He was creating a makeshift one-time energy bomb. Minutes later, he sensed chaotic footsteps and rough shouts coming from outside. They were coming. Lin En suddenly retracted his hand, staggering back a few steps, collapsing in the corner, almost unable to move a finger. The battery had turned bright red, emitting a dangerous buzzing sound, with the connected wires releasing puffs of smoke. The obstruction at the entrance was violently kicked aside. A man in black combat gear with scars on his face and cold eyes poked his head in, immediately spotting the weakened Lin En and the Sunto explode battery in the corner. Target spotted. Caution. There is. He immediately warned his companions while trying to raise his gun, but it was already too late. Boom. The battery, forcibly charged with abnormal energy, exploded with a thunderous sound. Although it was not a real energy bomb, the explosive force and the shockwave of brilliant light mixed with Lin En's faint energy characteristics were still astonishing. The entire narrow space was engulfed by the violent explosion and blinding white light. The entrance was instantly collapsed. Debris and metal fragments flew everywhere. The tremendous noise and vibrations spread throughout the outskirts of Rust Town. Distant sounds of more gasps and chaos could be heard. Just before the explosion occurred, Lin En, drained of energy, forced himself to roll sideways, hiding in a relatively solid metal recess of the maintenance chamber while using the last bit of energy to protect his vital points. The shockwave of the explosion swept violently past his hiding place, causing his ears and nose to bleed, nearly knocking him unconscious, yet successfully blocking most of the collapsing debris outside. In the darkness, he heard the pained groans, curses, and chaotic shouts of the attackers outside. Damn it. There's a Carl is buried. Dig quickly. Was that light? Him. Not sure. The energy response is weak, but very peculiar. Prioritize digging. We need to see the living or the dead. Darkness. Excruciating pain. A sense of suffocation. Lin En's consciousness floated in the endless void, torn by agonizing torment. Each attempt to awaken felt like struggling to break free from thick tar, only to be pulled back into the cold abyss. Every part of his body screamed. The emptiness brought by energy depletion was more despairing than any wound. Weak. Pathetic. This is the price for your rejection of me. The voice in the void was like a drifting thread, still filled with venomous mockery now. We have all become caged birds. A cold sensation partially pulled him back to reality. Is it metal? Smooth cold pressed against his skin. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids. His blurred vision gradually focused. He was no longer beneath the collapsed ruins. This was a strange room filled with a sense of technology, yet distinctly different from the style of S.H.I.E.L.D. The walls were made of matte, dark gray alloy with faint blue energy patterns flowing through. The light came from shadowless lamps embedded in the ceiling, soft, yet omnipresent. There was a faint, ozone-like smell in the air. He found himself secured on an inclined metal platform with cold metallic rings tightly fastening his wrists, ankles, waist, and even neck, connecting him to the platform itself, rendering him almost immobile. He was dressed in a set of gray, featureless, loose clothing. The previous wounds seemed to have been simply treated, no longer bleeding, but still painful. What terrified him the most was that he felt no energy at all. Not depleted, but suppressed in a more thorough and precise. Even that 0.00001 faint sensation had vanished. It was as if something had completely severed him from the source of power. The suppression, far superior to those shabby methods of S.H.I.E.L.D. The voice in the void carried a rare seriousness and vigilance. He attempted to struggle, but the metal rings remained unmoving, instead tightening slightly, due to his movements bringing an even stronger sense of confinement. At that moment, the smooth wall opposite him silently slid open and two individuals walked in. Leading them was a woman appearing to be in her 30s, tall and wearing a well-fitted dark blue uniform with a simple silver badge on her shoulder, an abstract eyeball pattern entwined with serpentine lines. She was beautiful, but her gaze was sharp as an eagle, carrying a cold, rational scrutiny, as if the person before her was not a living being, but an exceedingly complex equation. Her steps were steady and confident. Following her was a young man in a lab coat wearing glasses, appearing to be a technician, holding a data pad, his gaze somewhat evasive, not daring to meet Lin En's eyes. Vital signs stable. Neural suppression field functioning normally. Energy shielding rate 999. Good. The woman spoke, her voice calm and unruffled, as if reading a report. She approached the platform, looking down at Lin En from a height, her emotionless eyes meticulously scanning every detail of him. Who are you? Lin En's voice was hoarse and dry like a broken wind instrument. The woman did not answer directly, but took the datapad from the technician, quickly browsing through it. Lin En. Suspected interdimensional entity. Energy signature does not match any known database, initially classified as a Sentinel-type cosmic energy variant, potential energy level assessment, infinite theoretical value. Accompanied by a high-dimensional negative consciousness, temporarily named void, possessing strong spiritual pollution and energy distortion characteristics. Danger level Omega. She set down the datapad, her gaze refocusing on Lin En's face. You may call me Dr. Evelyn. As for us, you can understand it as an organization with a deeper pursuit of the true nature of the world and the evolution of life. Organization. Another organization. Lin En's heart sank. Are you working with those attackers? He asked with difficulty. Those reckless fools who only know how to use violence. The corners of Dr. Evelyn's mouth curled into a faint, almost mocking arc. No. They belong to another, more radical and short-sighted faction. We merely took advantage of the chaos caused by their actions to seize the opportunity. After all, directly snatching people from S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra would be much more troublesome. Hydra. Were those attackers from Hydra? Lin En took note of this name. What do you want? Lin En stared at her. To study me like S.H.I.E.L.D. does. Or to use me like Hydra. Study. Use. Dr. Evelyn shook her head lightly as if she had heard some childish terms. Those are two. S.H.I.E.L.D. only wants to confine you, fearing your power. Hydra only wants to use you as a weapon, squandering your potential. And we. She leaned slightly forward, a flicker of fervent spark passing through her cold gaze. We see the possibility of evolution. Evolution. Your very existence is a miracle, a key to higher dimensions. Dr. Evelyn's tone remained calm, but her words sent chills down Lin En's spine. The dark energy void that coexists with you is not merely a curse. It is a shadow, the other side of the coin, a potential catalyst for breaking the shackles of existing life forms. Suppressing it, or being consumed by it, is a foolish waste. The true path is to understand it, to master it, and ultimately, to integrate it. Integrate the void. Lin En felt a chill rise from his spine. These people are even more insane than S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Madmen, he murmured. Geniuses and madmen are often separated by a fine line, Mr. Lin. Dr. Evelyn straightened up. We will provide you with what S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot offer: the most advanced technical support, in-depth research on that dark energy, and a real opportunity to unleash your potential. Of course, all of this requires your cooperation. What if I refuse to cooperate? Lin En sneered. You will cooperate. Dr. Evelyn's tone was filled with absolute confidence. Because we possess what you desperately need. Methods of control. Not just controlling your unstable energy, but more importantly, controlling the tenant within you. She pointed to Lin, and she added, her tone growing cold. Unlike S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hypocritical protective confinement, we do not like to waste resources. If you cannot become an evolutionary partner, then being completely dissected and analyzed as research material can also provide us with a valuable database. A blatant threat. Cooperate or be dissected. Lin En fell silent. He realized he had just escaped from the wolf's den, only to enter the tiger's lair, and this tiger's lair might be even more dangerous and unfathomable. At that moment, the communication indicator light lit up on one side of the wall. Dr. Evelyn tapped her ear-mounted mini headset, listened for a moment, and replied, Understood. Bring him over. She turned to Lin En, a strange smile appearing on her face. It seems it's time for you to gain a preliminary understanding of our value. The wall slid open again, and two guards in identical uniforms escorted someone in. When Lin En saw that person, his pupils suddenly constricted. It was the owner of the Cullender Bar. the burly man whom he had crushed the ankle of. At this moment, he had a bruised and battered face, clearly having been beaten badly, filled with fear, trembling at the sight of Lin En on the platform, and Dr. Evelyn beside him. This person, Dr. Evelyn stated in an emotionless voice, attempted to lie to our people, concealing your information, and even tried to extort a sum. This wasted our time and violated the spirit of cooperation. She looked at Lin En. Now demonstrate your most. Eliminate this trivial nuisance using the tools we provided. A guard handed a uniquely shaped dagger glowing with eerie blue light to Lin En's fixed right hand, the metal ring loosening just enough for him to grip the hilt. Kill him. Dr. Evelyn's command was simple and cold. Lin En's heart raced. He looked at the dagger, then at the bar owner, who appeared almost to wet himself. While he loathed this man, the void roared with excitement. Kill. Crush this bug. How sweet the fear is. No. Lin En squeezed out a voice through gritted teeth, attempting to resist. Refusal, eh? Dr. Evelyn raised an eyebrow. Or would you prefer to personally experience the preliminary process of complete dissection and analysis? That process is quite painful and long. Invisible pressure weighed down on Lin En's heart like a boulder. He looked at Dr. Evelyn's emotionless eyes, knowing she could say it and do it. This was not a choice but coercion. His hand trembled slightly, gripping the cold dagger tightly. The bar owner let out a desperate whimper. A prisoner has no right to choose. He was merely moved from one chessboard to another more cruel one. And the first move, the cold dagger felt heavy in his hand, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Lin En's fingers turned white from the strain, trembling slightly. The bar owner's eyes filled with fear, and plea pierced his heart like needles. Act. What are you hesitating for? The void screamed in his mind. He wanted to harm you at the strainer bar. He is an ant. He is scum. Kill him. Enjoy his terror. This will restore us a little. Dr. Evelyn and the technician watched coldly, as if observing an experiment. The two guards stood expressionless, as if they had long since grown accustomed to this. To kill. Or not to kill. Lin En's heart struggled fiercely. He knew that with this blade, he would not only sever the bar owner's throat, but also cut through something deep within himself that had been difficult to maintain. Once he crossed this line, he might never be able to turn back, completely sliding into the abyss that the void desired. But what if he didn't kill? Dr. Evelyn's cold threat was not mere talk. Decomposition analysis. He had no doubt that this madwoman would tear him apart and study him under a microscope. Death, or a process more horrifying than death. Survival, or bottom line. Time seemed to freeze. Every second felt extraordinarily long. The bar owner's whimpering grew weaker, extreme fear, even causing him to roll his eyes back, nearly fainting. Dr. Evelyn frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Lin En's delay. She gently raised her hand. A guard immediately stepped forward and struck the bar's owner's knee with the butt of his gun. Oh! The bar owner let out a piercing scream, forced to kneel on the ground, pain and terror causing him to completely break down, weeping and pleading, "Spare me. Lord, spare me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden. I shouldn't have extorted. Please. Please spare me. I will tell you everything I know. Spare my worthless life." His cries echoed in the cold room, particularly jarring. Listen. What a wonderful sound. The void became increasingly excited. End his suffering. And satisfy our desires. Lin En closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, only a chilling emptiness remained. It was a numbness stripped of all emotions, forced upon him after being driven to the brink. He moved. The right hand, freed from its restraints, swung out fiercely. Thud. The dagger pierced precisely and swiftly into the bar owner's heart. The action was clean and efficient, even carrying a trained, brutal ruthlessness. The bar owner's pleas ceased abruptly. He widened his eyes, incredulously staring at the dagger embedded in his chest, then glanced at Lin En's expressionless face, letting out a few gasps before his body went limp, falling to the ground completely devoid of life. Blood slowly flowed along the dagger's blood groove, dripping onto the smooth metallic floor, making a faint ticking sound. The room was deathly silent. Lin En released his grip on the dagger, allowing it to remain lodged in the corpse. He felt a wave of nausea and dizziness, yet his face bore no expression as he silently and laboriously retracted his right hand back into the slightly loosened restraint, as if it were something filthy. Very good. Very good. The void sighed with satisfaction. This is just the beginning. Dr. Evelyn looked at the corpse on the ground, then at Lin, and a faint, almost satisfied expression finally appearing on her face. Not bad efficiency. Though the hesitation took too long, you ultimately made a logical choice. Clean it up. She waved her hand at the guards. The two guards stepped forward, expressionlessly, skillfully dragging the corpse away, and quickly cleaning up the blood on them. The entire process was efficient and silent, as if merely disposing of a piece of trash. The technician rapidly recorded on the data board. Facing a moral dilemma, initially exhibited significant resistance and emotional fluctuation, but was able to execute orders after sufficient pressure was applied. The execution process was calm, with no signs of energy loss. Suggest further observation of his psychological threshold and taming potential. Taming. The word sent a chill down Lin En's spine. Dr. Evelyn approached the platform, looking into Lin En's lifeless eyes. How do you feel? Taking the first step is always the hardest. But you will find that many unnecessary shackles once broken will grant you unprecedented freedom. Lin En remained silent, offering no response. He simply stared fixedly at the ceiling as if trying to see through. Dr. Evelyn paid no heed to his silence, continuing, "This is just the beginning, Mr. Lin. A trivial test to prove you possess the most basic ability for rational decision-making. Next you will undergo a series of more in-depth treatments and training. We will help you truly understand the power within you as well as the entity that coexists with you." She signaled for the technician to operate the platform. Several mechanical arms descended from the ceiling, their ends connected to various peculiar softly glowing. First, we need to establish a more stable neural connection to monitor your consciousness activity in real time, especially the interaction process with the void. Dr. Evelyn explained, "Don't worry, this process may be a bit uncomfortable, but it is necessary for science." The cold probes touched Lin En's temples and nape, sending a tingling sensation through him. Immediately afterwards, an intense feeling of being watched surged into his brain, as if invisible tendrils were attempting to penetrate his thoughts. "Resist her." The void issued a sharp warning. "She is trying to pry into our core." Lin En instinctively wanted to resist, but the neural suppression field and the energy shield rendered him immensely weak, unable to stop the cold, invasive consciousness scan. Fragments of memories surged uncontrollably. The white light during his crossing the struggle in the underground tunnel, the warning from Daredevil Banner's guidance, the S-H-I-E-L-D. White room, the uncontrolled destruction, and the feeling of the dagger piercing his heart, and the warmth of blood. Dr. Evelyn looked at the rapidly scrolling, analyzed brainwave signals and data on the adjacent screen, her eyes sparkling with deep interest. Very interesting. Strong feelings of guilt, fear, repressed anger, and a very faint instinctual kindness, or rather moral remnants. And, oh, is this the primal signal of the void? Full of destruction, greed, and pure malice. A marvelous unity of opposites. She seemed to be appreciating a magnificent piece of art. Lin En felt a splitting headache, as if his entire consciousness was about to be torn apart. The whispers of the void and that invasive sense of probing intertwined, driving him to the brink of madness. Uncertain of how long it had been, that dreadful feeling of being watched gradually receded. The mechanical arms retracted the probes. Lin En emerged as if pulled from the water, drenched in cold sweat, weakly gasping for breath, his gaze vacant. Data collection was very successful. Dr. Evelyn nodded to the technician. "The preliminary model has been established. Next we can begin the first phase of mental synchronization and energy guidance experiments. We need to awaken a bit of his energy first to observe the activity of the void within a controllable range." She looked at Lin in her tone like announcing a class schedule. "Rest well, Mr. Lin. Soon you will experience the true path of evolution." After saying this, she turned and left with the technicians, the heavy alloy door closing silently behind them. Only Lin En remained in the room with the faint scent of blood that had yet to dissipate fully in the air. He lay on the cold platform, staring at the ceiling, his right hand still seeming to feel the coldness of the dagger and the sensation of it piercing flesh. A tear silently slipped from the corner of his eye, quickly disappearing into his hair. He had ultimately stained himself with blood, and this so-called evolution path was just beginning, with only deeper darkness ahead. In the ensuing days, in this underground base where there is no distinction between day and night, time can only be estimated by feeling and the scheduled maintenance cycles, Lin En fell into a terrifying mechanized loop. The so-called treatment and training began. Its core content revolved around what Dr. Evelyn referred to as mental synchronization and energy guidance. He would be periodically unbound from the restraint platform and taken into a more complex laboratory filled with various advanced instruments. There he would be fixed onto a device resembling a dental chair, his head connected to more numerous and refined sensors. The process of mental synchronization was excruciatingly painful. Dr. Evelyn and the technical team would use those sensors to directly stimulate his cerebral cortex with a specific energy frequency, while simultaneously playing audio that had been specially encoded, mixed with the whispers of the void, amplified simulations based on previously collected data and Dr. Evelyn's cold commands. The aim was to forcibly lower the defensive barriers of his primary consciousness, artificially enhancing his spiritual connection with the void, euphemistically termed as promoting understanding and communication. But in reality, it was a brutal tearing apart of his spiritual world, letting the two consciousnesses collide and be exposed to external observation. "Resist. They are weakening you." The void would scream in a frenzy during each synchronization, but that external energy stimulation seemed to affect it as well, making it more agitated and unstable. Lin En felt as if he were being crushed between two millstones. On one side was the mad roar of the void filled with destruction and temptation, and on the other Dr. Evelyn's cold rationality dissecting every fluctuation of his thoughts like a scalpel. He suffered from splitting headaches and intense hallucinations, at times witnessing the collapse of the universe, at times seeing countless twisted dark faces longing to devour him, and at other times feeling as if he were stripped bare and placed under a microscope, with every thought recorded and analyzed. He desperately tried to hold on to that sliver of self-awareness belonging to Lin En, recalling warm human memories, but under the dual violent spiritual assault, that flicker of light was like a candle in a tempest, swaying and about to be extinguished. Each time this synchronization ended, he felt as if he had been pulled out of water, his mind on the verge of collapse, needing a long time to piece together his scattered consciousness. Energy guidance was even more direct and dangerous. Under strict surveillance and the operation of multiple energy suppressors, Dr. Evelyn would cautiously and extremely slowly allow a trickle of weak cosmic energy to flow back into Lin En's dried-up energy core. This process was not meant for his recovery, but for observation. To observe the pathways of energy flow, to see how the void attempted to steal and distort this energy, to study the interactions between the two. More, too little. Release the restrictions. The void would greedily pounce on that tiny bit of energy each time, like a starving beast, frantically trying to claim it as its own and expand its output. Meanwhile, Lin En had to struggle through extreme pain and temptation trying to follow Dr. Evelyn's instructions to guide and constrain the thread of energy, completing some exceedingly simple tasks such as lighting a specific color bulb or keeping an energy sensor's readings stable. Failure was the norm. Once the void gained the upper hand with energy output exceeding limits or spiraling out of control, the powerful suppressors would immediately forcefully repress it, accompanied by intense pain from energy backlash as punishment. If Lin En managed to successfully complete the task, he would receive a trivial energy reward, or merely avoid. It was akin to training a beast, using pain and minuscule benefits to establish conditioned reflexes. Dr. Evelyn referred to this as operant conditioning training, aimed at establishing her authority of command over Lin En's energy output and studying the void's reaction to the reward-punishment mechanism. Lin En felt as if he were being reconstructed and tamed from within. His spirit was torn apart and forcefully stitched back together, and his power was pulled like a dog on a leash. Humiliation, pain, anger, and a profound sense of helplessness nearly overwhelmed him. The only thing keeping him afloat was that flicker of unquenchable desire for freedom deep within, and an intense hatred for Dr. Evelyn and this organization. He discovered that Dr. Evelyn seemed to have an extremely strong, almost obsessive interest in the existence of the void itself, even surpassing her interest in the power of a million stars. She continuously attempted to measure the emotional fluctuations of the void, its intentions, its thought patterns, as if it were a cherished, unique research specimen. Once, after a particularly painful synchronization, Lin En lay nearly exhausted in the chair and couldn't help but hoarsely ask, What exactly do you want from it? Dr. Evelyn, while reviewing data, raised her head at his words, a glimmer of fervor flashing in her eyes. Understanding, Mr. Lin. Understanding this mode of existence that transcends conventional life forms. Hatred, greed, the desire for destruction. These things, viewed as negative by conventional morality, may merely represent a more pure and efficient mode of energy utilization from a higher dimension. The void may not be the enemy, but a harsh mentor teaching us to discard weak emotions and embrace the true cold truths of the universe. Her words sent chills down Lin En's spine. This woman's madness far exceeded his imagination. She not only wanted to utilize power, but even wished to embrace and learn the philosophy represented by the void. In extremely rare moments during non-treatment times, when he was allowed to be alone in his isolation pod, a space even smaller and more oppressive than S.H.I.E.L.D., he would catch glimpses of certain fragments of the base through the only one-way surveillance camera in the room. He had seen researchers in the same uniforms hurriedly passing through the corridors. He had seen guards escorting others who looked like test subjects, some of whom had strange forms not even resembling humans. He had even vaguely heard distant chilling screams and the sounds of energy explosions. This organization was far larger and darker than he had imagined, conducting more horrific research that remained unknown to the public. He felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit of mad science. As the number of synchronizations increased, a more terrifying change began to quietly unfold. He started to hear the whispers of the void more clearly, and even occasionally during moments of extreme mental fatigue or days he would experience some thoughts that did not belong to him, filled with a desire for destruction and plunder. It was as if the consciousness of the void was gradually seeping into the depths of his mind through this forced synchronization. At the same time, during the rare occasions he successfully completed energy guidance tasks and received that tiny bit of energy reward, what he felt was no longer the previous sense of fullness, but a cold pleasure intertwined with a greedy desire for more energy. Dr. Evelyn's instruments accurately recorded these subtle changes. Interesting. The synchronization rate is slowly increasing. The thinking patterns of the void are beginning to exert slight infiltration on the host. The success rate of energy guidance is increasing, but the accompanying negative emotional feedback, greed, desire, is also intensifying. She said to the technical staff during a review meeting, In the second phase, we might consider introducing stronger external stimuli to test its critical control. Lin En was unaware of these specific plans, but he could feel that something more dangerous was approaching. He stood on the edge of mental disintegration with an abyss of unfathomable depth beneath his feet. And those hands pushing him into the abyss wore gloves labeled science and evolution. As synchronization deepens and the tearing continues, how much longer can he maintain his self? Relentless, agonizing experiments in mental synchronization and energy channeling cycled endlessly, like a nightmare without end. Lin felt himself being gradually worn down. His will to resist eroded his very humanity, numbed by the cold instruments and the void's ceaseless hollow whispers. Dr. Evelyn's data collection appeared to have achieved a major breakthrough. She appeared in the laboratory with increasing frequency, her gaze burning with ever more fervent obsession. Lin sensed she was preparing for a pivotal new phase of experimentation. Just as he neared total despair, his consciousness sinking into that frigid, suffocating darkness, something wholly unforeseen occurred. That day he had just been returned to his isolation chamber after an excruciating session of mental synchronization, lying sprawled on the floor, enduring the searing tinnitus and lingering phantasmal afterimages in his mind. The chamber door slid open, not to deliver its usual bland nutrient paste, but to admit another entity, a half-human metallic vessel resembling an advanced medical pod, its surface studded with intricate interfaces and pulsing indicator lights. Through the transparent observation window atop the container, one could see it filled with pale blue life-sustaining fluid, and suspended within it was a human brain. A complete intact human brain, its surface laced with countless slender electrodes and energy conduits faintly pulsing, radiating an imperceptibly weak, yet hauntingly familiar energy signature. What was this? A new instrument of experimentation, or yet another victim? Before he could fully process his shock, the electrodes embedded across the brain's surface flickered with a sudden soft luminescence. A subtle yet startlingly lucid wave of mental resonance, like ripples spreading from a stone cast into still water, pierced through the sustaining fluid and containment walls, striking Lin's consciousness directly. There was no sound, no image, only a pure raw psychic cry saturated with unbearable anguish, defiant resentment, and a sliver of unsettling familiarity. This sensation, so achingly familiar. Where had he felt it before? Lin froze, then struggled upright, eyes locked unblinking upon the cerebral vessel. Suddenly a long-buried memory flashed across his mind like lightning. The warehouse. The first time he'd confronted the abomination and involuntarily unleashed his power, he'd sensed not only its savage energy, but also faintly a chilling icy presence, a silent, malevolent observer. In that dire moment he'd dismissed it, but now that same frigid predatory awareness resonated uncannily with the psychic emanation radiating from the brain before him. Could it be that besides S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra and this organization, a fourth party had been present at the warehouse, and this brain belonged to that unseen watcher? How had he been reduced to this state? Captured and grotesquely altered by this organization? As Lin reeled in disbelief, something even more unexpected unfolded. The ever-silent void consciousness, upon sensing the brain's psychic resonance, stirred in response. Not with its usual frenzied roars or seductive murmurs, but with a rare agitated restlessness tinged with recognition and hunger. Kindred, fractured, yet the flavor, familiar. Fragmented echoes of the void's voice flickered across his mind. Kindred. The void considered this brain kindred. Lin's heart lurched violently. Did its former owner harbor a consciousness akin to the void itself? Or had he devolved, through extremity, into something analogous? Dr. Evelyn's voice crackled over the chamber's intercom, offering partial clarity. It seems you've sensed it, Mr. Lin. Allow me to introduce you to the prophet, or rather what remains of him. Once among the most gifted disciples of the sorcerer Caecilius. Unfortunately, he sought dominion over forces far beyond his comprehension, culminating in this current state. Yet his core psyche, and his innate perception of the dark dimension, retains extraordinary research value. A disciple of Caecilius. The dark dimension. Lin recalled the sanctum's recent assault. Had the prophet participated, and failed, their suffering this grotesque. We've discovered an intriguing resonance between his neural frequency and the void. Dr. Evelyn continued, her tone alight with scientific fervor. Positioning him near you significantly amplifies synchronization efficacy, enabling us to map the void's consciousness with unprecedented depth. It will also serve as a critical catalyst for the next experimental phase. A catalyst? What precisely did they intend to do with this brain? A chill seeped into Lin's bones. This organization's methods were even more unfathomable and ruthless than he'd imagined. At that very moment, the brain, the prophet, emitted another powerful psychic pulse, not raw agony this time, but a chaotic torrent of fragmented information shards. Darkness, Dormammu, eternity, betrayal, power, price, ice, key, threshold, return. These splintered words pierced Lin's mind like frozen daggers, impenetrable yet vibrating with immense dread and a prophetic weight. And the void reacted with violent intensity. Threshold, key, yes, must acquire. Its agitation surged, as if some primal yearning had been ignited. Dr. Evelyn, clearly monitoring the fluctuations, remarked with detached delight, "Oh, an unexpected yield." Under this proximal stimulus, the prophet appears to be reactivating deep-seated mnemonic pathways. And the void's response, remarkably directional. Excellent, truly excellent. Lin realized with dawning clarity that this brain was far more than a mere experimental apparatus. It was a key, a repository of vital knowledge concerning the void, the dark dimension, and perhaps even the mystery of his own transdimensional crossing. Simultaneously, it was the very thing the void craved. And Dr. Evelyn intended to exploit it, pushing their experiments into ever more perilous territory. He could no longer remain passive. He had to act. A daring plan crystallized in his mind. Perhaps he could attempt a deeper psychic communion with the Prophet's cerebral matrix. To circumvent Dr. Evelyn's surveillance and extract intelligence, even fragments, might prove indispensable in deciphering his predicament or uncovering a path to resistance. Yet he must also suppress the Void's voracious reaction to the Prophet, lest it betray him to Evelyn's scrutiny. The risk was extreme. His psyche was already shattered. Attempting profound mental linkage could shatter it utterly, or contaminate his consciousness with the Prophet's maddened, tormented psychic residue. And if discovered by Dr. Evelyn, he had no viable alternative. This might be his sole opportunity to seize agency, to claim leverage. For the next several hours, Lin feigned severe psychological distress induced by the Prophet's presence, growing increasingly listless and withdrawn. Inwardly, however, he marshaled every vestige of his battered mental strength, extending his consciousness with painstaking slowness, steering clear of visible surveillance nodes, to probe the cerebral vessel. The effort was excruciating. His mind felt like fractured glass. Each extension tore at his sanity. The Void's whispers incessantly distorted his intent, urging conquest, urging consumption. Once, twice, 3 times, countless failures. Just as exhaustion threatened to drown him, his psychic filament, faint as breath, finally brushed the outer edge of the brain's resonance field. A thunderclap inside his skull. Instantly a deluge of warped, chaotic sensory debris, shattered images, dissonant sounds, raw emotions, flooded his awareness. He beheld the infinite expanse of the dark dimension, beheld colossal burning eyes, Dormammu. Saw Caecilius and his acolytes performing blasphemous rites, witnessed the Prophet's fatal descent into hubris and dissolution, and glimpsed hazily fragmented prophecies of a threshold, a key, and a falling star. The torrent was overwhelming, nearly dissolving his consciousness entirely. Gritting his teeth, he fought desperately to anchor his selfhood, straining to isolate meaning from the chaos. Meanwhile, the Void, riding his connection, greedily absorbed shards of esoteric knowledge about the dark dimension, about the essence of power, vibrating with ecstatic hunger. More. Give me more. Outside the isolation chamber, in the monitoring suite, Dr. Evelyn watched Lin's and the Prophet's brainwaves erupt into unprecedented complexity and synchronicity, her expression lit by a fierce, dangerous triumph. Synchronization rates spiking. Interneural data exchange exceeding all projections. The Void's activity has reached a new zenith. A technician reported, stunned. Excellent. Truly excellent. Dr. Evelyn murmured, her eyes gleaming with predatory brilliance. Continue. Reveal all your secrets to me. Then become the perfect cornerstone of evolution. Old shadows yielded new revelations. Perilous connections were forged in silence. On the precipice of utter despair, Lin had seized a fragile, ambiguous token. Perhaps hope, perhaps the spark of... The game had grown infinitely more intricate. The brief yet perilous mental connection with the Prophet was akin to a double-edged sword, delivering immense shock and pain to Lin En, while allowing him a glimpse of a crucial fragment of truth. He struggled to endure the chaotic flood of information and mental contamination swirling in his mind, desperately attempting to memorize and organize those fragmented images and words. Door, key, falling star, watcher, return cost. These words intertwined with the abnormal excitement and greed of the Void, pointing towards a vast conspiracy hidden in the shadows. He was almost certain that his crossing over and acquiring the Sentinel ability were no mere coincidence. It was likely related to that falling star and door. And the Void, this dark entity accompanying him, seemed to have known something from the very beginning, perhaps even being part of it. This realization sent a chill down his spine. He thought he was merely an unfortunate accident, but he might have been a pawn placed on the chessboard from the very start. Dr. Evelyn and the organization behind her clearly had some understanding of the secrets behind this. Perhaps even they captured the Prophet, studied the Void, and conducted dangerous synchronization experiments with a final aim that likely went beyond mere research and evolution. They might also be searching for that door or that key. He had to unravel the truth as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could unknowingly become an accomplice to some dreadful plan or a sacrifice. However, the situation remained utterly despairing. He was under tight surveillance, his energy completely blocked, and both his body and mind were suffering. Direct resistance would be tantamount to suicide. He needed an opportunity, external forces, and a crack. The turning point occurred after an unexpected That day, Dr. Evelyn decided to conduct a higher-risk experiment, attempting to slightly elevate the energy guidance level under the intense resonance of the Prophet's brain, observing the Void's reaction pattern when it received more energy. Unexpectedly, the experiment encountered an anomaly. When the slightly enhanced energy flow surged into Lin En's body, the Void's reaction was far more violent and cunning than Dr. Evelyn had predicted. Rather than eagerly attempting to seize control as usual, it cleverly utilized a portion of the energy to simulate the fluctuation frequency of Lin En's primary consciousness, deceiving several key monitoring sensors. Simultaneously, it concentrated its positive power and violently struck at the energy conduits connected to the Prophet's brain. Merge. Devour. The Void let out a roar of extreme desire. It intended to forcibly consume the residual spiritual power within the prophet's brain along with the fragments of knowledge about the dark dimension. Warning. Anomalous energy flow. The void's activity is surging abnormally. It is trying to break through the limitations and connect to the prophet unit. Technicians shouted in panic. Dr. Evelyn's expression changed, and she immediately ordered increase the suppressor output. Cut off the energy supply to the prophet unit. Quick. A stronger suppressive field was instantly applied to Lin En, causing him to scream in agony. The energy conduits connecting to the brain container were also forcibly severed. However, the impact from the void still caused a significant effect. The prophet's brain seemed to have received some kind of stimulus, suddenly unleashing a more intense and chaotic mental storm. This storm not only assaulted Lin En, but even penetrated the container, interfering with some of the laboratory's precision instruments. A piercing alarm blared. Several screens instantly distorted. The lights flickered violently. Stabilize. Prioritized stabilizing the prophet unit. We cannot let it be damaged. Dr. Evelyn commanded sternly, her attention completely drawn to that direction. In this brief chaos lasting only a few seconds, Lin En keenly captured an extremely subtle change, perhaps due to the interference of the prophet's mental storm, or because the void's earlier impact was too violent. He felt that the absolute energy blockade within him had developed an almost imperceptible crack. It was like the most solid safe which after a sudden impact revealed an imperceptible fissure. Although most of the energy remained shielded, he seemed to sense a faint drifting energy particle from the outside. Moreover, he could even attempt with great difficulty to guide the last remnants of his suppressed source energy. Although it was so weak it could be ignored, it undoubtedly represented a monumental breakthrough. A crack. He suppressed the wild joy in his heart, immediately concentrating all his spirit, daring not to show any external expression, cautiously trying to perceive and capture that tiny crack, using all his strength to attempt to guide that minuscule source energy to his eyes. This was the only method he could think of that might leave a message. When he was next transported to use this extremely weak energy to leave a small mark in an inconspicuous place that only specific individuals could recognize, indicating the location of this place. This required unimaginable precision and luck, and once discovered, the consequences would be dire. The chaos in the laboratory was soon brought under control. The prophet unit stabilized and the instruments returned to normal. Dr. Evelyn wore a gloomy expression, evidently very displeased with this unexpected incident, and ordered a thorough inspection of the system's vulnerabilities. As for Lin En, he pretended to be even weaker due to the experimental failure and suppressive field, while secretly immersing all his mental energy in the fine control of that sliver of energy, silently waiting for the next opportunity to be escorted back to the isolation chamber. A few days later, the opportunity arrived. During a routine maintenance transfer, as he was escorted by 2 guards through a relatively dimly lit corridor, he concentrated the faint, long-gathered energy and swiftly etched an almost invisible tiny symbol into the shadow of a metal seam on the corridor wall. An extremely simplified pattern merging stars and an eye. This was a symbol he had randomly doodled during a test in S-H-I-E-L-D, representing watching and stars, which only Stark and Banner might have seen, jokingly referring to it as his signature. He hoped that if S-H-I-E-L-D personnel could find this place, they might notice this tiny clue. After doing all this, he was nearly exhausted, having completely drained that sliver of energy. Yet a faint spark of hope ignited in his heart. The crack had appeared, and the faint light had been left behind. Although the road ahead remained dark and long, he was no longer passively waiting. He began his resistance, sending out a silent call to the unknown rescuers in the weakest way possible. Hope might just be around the next corner. The deafening sound of explosions, the screech of energy weapons, the piercing wail of twisted metal. These sounds seemed to still echo in his ears. Lin En's consciousness floated in the dark waves. His body ached, as if it were falling apart, especially his head, which felt like it had been repeatedly struck by a heavy hammer. He felt himself moving, carried by some unseen force, jolting, but at a high speed. The cold rain struck his face, bringing a sting and a sense of clarity. He struggled to open his heavy eyelids, and through his blurred vision, he saw the gloomy, rain-soaked night sky of New York and a golden-haired, battle-damaged metallic chin. "Hey, are you awake? Hang in there, kid, we're almost there." A voice processed by electronic devices, but still carrying signs of fatigue and tension, came from above. Stark. Lin En struggled to turn his eyes, seeing himself being held by Iron Man in a careful, yet steady manner, flying at high speed. Below him were the blurred city lights quickly left behind. On the other side, Captain America stood at the open hatch of a Quinjet, speaking sternly into a communicator, his hovering cape billowing behind him. Further away, there seemed to be another aircraft providing escort. "We made it out." From that hellish base, a tremendous sense of unreality enveloped him. Just a few minutes ago, he had been enduring the mental agony on a cold examination table, and the next moment, he was whisked away from the explosions and flames by familiar heroes. Escape? No. Jumping from one cage into another. The voice of the void rang weak, yet still venomously. "They will lock you up again. Study you until every last bit of value is drained." Lin En had no strength to argue. The immense fatigue and pain overwhelmed him. He He closed his eyes again, allowing himself to sink into his semi-conscious state. After an unknown amount of time, the flight became steady, followed by a slight jolt as if they were landing. He was carefully placed on a mobile medical bed, blindingly bright surgical lights, and many figures in white coats surrounded him. Various medical instruments were connected to him, cold gel smeared on his skin, needles piercing his veins. He heard a familiar voice. Vital signs extremely unstable. Multiple soft tissue contusions, minor fractures, severe dehydration, and malnutrition. The energy levels. Damn, almost undetectable. And signs of unknown mental trauma. This was the voice of the S.H.I.E.L.D. medical director. Be gentle. He has many old injuries. Those bastards. This was Black Widow's voice, laced with rare Perform a full scan immediately. Focus on brain activity and energy core status. I need all the data. This was Nick Fury's voice, cold and hard as iron, yet seemingly carrying a hint of relief. He was quickly pushed into a familiar clean room filled with advanced medical equipment. Although still in isolation, the air here no longer carried the ozone scent of that mad organization, but rather the disinfectant smell unique to S.H.I.E.L.D. This strange sense of familiarity surprisingly brought him a hint of absurd security. After a series of detailed and efficient examinations, the medical team temporarily left him alone in the room connected to monitoring devices. The energy suppression field seemed to have been activated, but it felt far more gentle than that of Dr. Evelyn's place, more like a protective limitation rather than an absolute lock. The door slid open and Bruce Banner walked in quickly. He looked much more haggard, his eyes behind the glasses bloodshot, but visibly relaxed upon seeing Lin En awake. Lin. Banner's voice was somewhat hoarse as he approached the bedside, examining Lin En's various injuries and instrument readings with a furrowed brow. What did they do to you? Lin En opened his mouth, but found his throat too dry to produce sound. Banner immediately picked up a cup of water and carefully fed him a few sips through a straw. A lot. Lin En finally squeezed out some voice filled with exhaustion and the hoarseness of trauma tests. Synchronization. Like vivisection. Banner's fists clenched slightly, a flicker of pain and anger crossing his face. I'm sorry. We couldn't find you sooner. That symbol. Lin En asked with difficulty. Did you see it? Stark's drone scanning system picked up that energy signature, though faint enough to be negligible. It matched perfectly with the graffiti you inadvertently left in his database before. We located that area, but their shielding technology is incredibly advanced. It wasn't until a severe energy conflict occurred inside their base for unknown reasons, causing a brief fluctuation in their shielding, that we finally locked onto it and launched the raid. Unknown reasons for the energy conflict. Lin En recalled the Void's last attempt to devour the Prophet brain, understanding it in his heart. To some extent, it was the Void's uncontrollable greed that indirectly saved him. What exactly was that place? An extremist organization for which we had never grasped detailed intelligence, calling themselves AIM, Advanced Idea Mechanics. Their research far exceeds the realm of technology, involving a plethora of illegal human experiments, dimensional energy studies, and mind control. They are true scientific madmen, more covert and dangerous than Hydra. AIM. Lin En noted this name. The information you brought back is extremely important, Lin. Banner looked at him seriously. About that brain container Prophet, about Kaisalius and the Dark Dimension, as well as their synchronization experiments. This explains many of the recent anomalies. Fury has ordered a full investigation into all AIM bases. Lin En paused for a moment, asking, what will happen to me next? This is the question he cared about the most. Would his situation change upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., or would he continue to be locked behind glass observing? Banner adjusted his glasses, his tone becoming complicated in light of your ordeal and your actions to leave clues at the last moment. The assessment team believes your willingness to cooperate and potential risks need to be reassessed. Fury has withstood significant pressure from the Council and temporarily suspended all previous mandatory testing plans. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. However, Lin, you must understand. The power within you and that Void remain a top-level threat. We cannot make the same mistakes again. You still need to undergo monitoring and treatment, especially for the psychological trauma. But the approach will be different. We will place more emphasis on your willingness and cooperation. Willingness to cooperate. Reassess. Lin En pondered these words. This meant he might have a bit of bargaining power. Although still under monitoring, he might not be a pure prisoner anymore. Was this a form of progress? He didn't know, but compared to IM's cold examination table and blood-stained daggers, this place at least felt like a human space. I need time. Lin En finally spoke, closing his eyes. He was too tired and needed to digest all of it. Of course. Rest well. If you need anything, just call me. Banner patted his shoulder, his tone gentle, and then quiet. The room returned to silence with only the rhythmic beeping of the instruments. Lin En lay on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. His body still ached, his mind still fatigued, but a complex emotion spread in his heart. He was back, in an unexpected way, escaping from another more terrifying cage. But was this truly homecoming, or another form of cell? The whispers of the Void echoed softly again, filled with mockery. Welcome back, prisoner. Now how do you plan to play this new game? The days following his return to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base felt like sailing into a relatively calm harbor after a storm, yet dark undercurrents still surged beneath the surface. Lin En was placed in a specially modified medical observation area. The conditions here were significantly better than the isolation room he had initially stayed in. The space was larger, and there was a virtual window that displayed simulated natural scenery along with a small private bathroom. The energy suppression field still existed, but its intensity seemed to have been finely tuned, no longer rendering him completely breathless. Instead, it felt more like an omnipresent reminder. His body was recovering rapidly under the care of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top medical technology. External injuries gradually healed and malnutrition was corrected, but the recovery of his energy levels remained painfully slow, as if the experience at A.I.M. had truly harmed the essence of his power. The system prompt confirmed this: energy core damaged, recovery efficiency reduced by 70. Current level 0.0003. The psychological trauma was even more troublesome. He often woke from nightmares dreaming of cold probes piercing his brain, of Dr. Evelyn's emotionless eyes, and of the bloody dagger alongside the despairing gaze of the bar owner. The whispers of the void seemed to have undergone subtle changes, no longer mere roars and temptations. At times they took on the cold, analytical tone reminiscent of A.I.M.D.R. Banner became his primary psychological counselor. He spent considerable time talking with Lin En each day, guiding him to recount his experiences at A.I.M., helping him process those traumatic memories and the accompanying guilt, especially regarding the killing of the bar owner. "That wasn't your choice, Lin," Banner emphasized repeatedly. "That was a survival response made under extreme coercion and life-threatening circumstances. What matters is how you view it now and how you choose in the future." Stark also visited, often though more through hologram. He seemed busy dealing with the aftereffects of the A.I.M. incident and upgrading the armor. His attitude remained complex, but with less of the sharp skepticism he had shown before, perhaps replaced by a hint of guilt. The new armor design he brought appeared to be more refined and humanized in terms of energy guidance and limitations. Nick Fury had not come back, but his influence was felt everywhere. Lin En could sense that the level of surveillance here was the highest. Every conversation recording with Banner and every set of physical examination data would be promptly compiled for that one-eyed director. An internal assessment meeting regarding him was taking place discreetly behind the scenes. That day, Banner brought a thick, heavily desensitized summary of the assessment report. "This is a preliminary assessment requested by the Council regarding your current status and future handling plan," Banner said as he handed the tablet to Lin En. "You can take a look. This concerns your upcoming treatment and freedom." Lin En took the tablet, flipping through it with a complex mood. The report detailed his physical and mental state data, focusing on his performance at A.I.M., including the initial cooperation, carrying out orders to kill the bar owner, mid-stage resistance, to mental synchronization recorded as signs of active struggle, and later leaving clues behavior. The report indicated that these behaviors suggested he retained basic rational decision-making ability and potential cooperative tendencies under extreme circumstances, but the threat and uncontrollability of his accompanying consciousness void remained extremely high. The final recommendation was to adopt a limited cooperation and rehabilitation model under strict control. Specific 1. Continue medical observation and psychological counseling until physical and mental states stabilize. 2. Limited right to information access to some external situations and non-confidential information related. 3. Gradually restore low-intensity energy training under absolute supervision. Attempt to regain basic control over energy while strictly limiting output ceilings. 4. Participate in developing strategies to deal with void as a provider of information and a subject of research. Assist S.H.I.E.L.D. in understanding and finding ways to restrain the void. 5. Accept external missions under specific conditions, possibly in the long term. After proving sufficient control and reliability, he might be able to participate in some low-risk field operations as a means of integration and contribution. The conclusion of the report was cautiously worded, acknowledging his value and potential for cooperation, while repeatedly emphasizing the extreme risks and necessity of absolute monitoring. These were not particularly favorable conditions. He remained in a state of control and research. But compared to the previous treatment of being a mere lab rat, or the terrifying evolution tool of A.I.M., there seemed to be a hint of humanness and potential for the future. "What do you think?" Banner asked, looking at him. Lin En put down the tablet and remained silent for a long time. He knew this was likely the best situation he could strive. "I need help." He looked up at Banner, his voice low yet clear. "Help me control the void. I do not want to become that again. I do not want to be controlled by it or used by anyone else." This was the first time he had made such a clear request. A glimmer of relief flashed in Banner's eyes as he nodded solemnly. "That is our common goal, Lin. We will do everything we can to help you. But this road will be long and arduous." "I know," Lin En inhaled deeply. "But I have no other choice." From a pure prisoner to an asset of limited cooperation, this shift in identity came at the cost of countless pain and struggle. He did not know if he could truly walk this path, but at least he saw a direction. However, the wind does not cease when the tree desires stillness. Shortly after the submission of the assessment report, changes in the external situation once again pulled Lin En. Hydra seemed to have become more active and radical due to the setbacks of IMNS targeted strikes. More rampant terrorist attacks and superhuman crimes occurred in various places, characterized by brutal methods and specific targets seemingly executing some form of retaliatory or diversionary plan. What was even more disturbing was that rumors about the glowing monster referring to Lin En's uncontrollable form and government secret weapons began to quietly circulate in the internet and lower social strata, with versions becoming increasingly absurd, inciting panic and suspicion among some members of the public. Clearly there were forces secretly fanning the flames. One night Banner brought an even more urgent message. His face looked particularly grim. "We intercepted some encrypted communication fragments pointing to a high-level project of Hydra." Banner's voice was unusually serious. "They seem to have successfully recovered some experimental data from the ruins of especially fragments concerning mental synchronization and energy guidance technology." Lin En's heart sank. Those terrifying technologies fell into Hydra's hands. What's worse, Banner's tone grew heavier. The communications mentioned a term, Echo Project. They seem to want to use those incomplete data combined with their own technology to attempt replicating or activating other potential unstable superhuman individuals, creating controlled void-like weapons, replicating the void, creating more uncontrollable beings. Lin En felt a chill wash over him. If Hydra succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fury believes your first-hand experience with those technologies may be key to understanding and cracking Hydra's plan. Assisting in the research of Hydra's Echo Project forced Lin En to confront once more the painful memories from his time at the base. The technical department of SHIELD reconstructed the principles of mental synchronization and energy guidance technologies as much as possible based on intercepted fragmented information and the survey data of the base ruins, despite the incomplete nature of their findings. When those familiar schematics and energy frequency parameters appeared on the screen before Lin En, he couldn't help but feel a wave of physiological nausea and heart palpitations. "Look, they want to toy with these tricks again." A voice emerged from the void, laden with a twisted excitement, suggesting this time, "Perhaps we can utilize it against them." Lin En forcibly suppressed his discomfort, focusing his mind as he began to collaborate with the researchers in there. Drawing from his personal experiences, he detailed the specific sensations brought on by those instruments during operation: the agony of forcibly torn consciousness, various reaction patterns following the stimulation of the void, the subtle flow and resistance when energy was directed. This process was excruciating. Each recollection and description felt like reopening freshly scabbed wounds. He often fell into brief silences, cold sweat forming on his forehead, needing Banner's constant guidance and reassurance to continue. Meanwhile, the researchers recorded everything while posing various cold technical questions, as if he were merely describing a machine's malfunction rather than the suffering of a person. "According to your description, a peak in the activity of the void occurs at a synchronization frequency of 17.3 Hz. Can you elaborate on the subjective experience at that moment? Is the punishment mechanism during the energy guidance process based on pain feedback or energy backlash? Which is more effective? If specific patterns of white noise are applied in advance, can they interfere with the synchronization process?" Lin En did his best to respond, but the sense of humiliation and objectification grew stronger within him. He felt like a malfunctioning instrument being dissected and analyzed, inputting various parameters to test his reactions. However, his contributions were crucial. With his first-hand information, SHIELD's technical team quickly identified several key flaws and potential risk points in IMS technology. The synchronization technology is too crude, completely draining the mental essence of the subjects with a pitiful success rate, and it easily causes permanent damage or creates self-destructive monsters. The reward-punishment mechanism of energy guidance contains logical flaws. If the subject's consciousness is resilient enough, or if the accompanying consciousness entity is cunning enough, it may very well be exploited in reverse. Look here, there's a slight delay in the frequency conversion of this energy suppressor. If we can seize that moment. Based on these analyses, the technical department began designing targeted countermeasures, developing soundwave weapons to interfere with synchronization frequencies, writing virus programs to infiltrate and disrupt the opposing control systems, and designing suppression fields specifically for this energy guidance model. Lin En also proposed a bold idea based on his own experiences. Perhaps we don't need to confront them directly. Their synchronization seeks to forcibly establish a connection. If we could simulate a stronger, more enticing false connection signal, such as mimicking the fluctuations of the void, we might be able to attract and overload their systems. Even backlash against the operators. This idea sparked a light in the researcher's eyes, but also caused Banner to furrow his brow in concern. "This is too risky, Lin. Simulating such fluctuations could very well put you at risk too." "I understand the risks," Lin En replied softly, "but this is the fastest and most likely way to undermine them from within." He deeply despised the pain brought by that technology, yearning from the depths of his heart to destroy it completely. Just as the counter-research made initial progress, Hydra's Echo project seemed to have entered the experimental phase. Bad news kept pouring in. Several extremely bizarre, superhuman crime incidents occurred in the New York vicinity. The perpetrators were previously unknown weak superhumans who suddenly became extremely violent, gaining immense power and displaying a desire for destruction akin to that of the Void and a greed for energy. After causing significant destruction and casualties, they often self-destruct due to energy overload or are painstakingly subdued by arriving S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Through analysis of the remains and battle data of these perpetrators, traces of forced mental synchronization and energy guidance were confirmed. The technology was crude, the effects unstable, but it was undeniably a degraded version of a IMS technology. Hydra had achieved this in such a short time. Their madness and efficiency were astonishing. Even more unsettling was that after one of the incidents, Stark detected a faint yet alarming sense of familiarity from the energy signatures left on the battlefield. This was not pure void energy, but rather mixed with a trace of Lin En's energy traits. This is impossible. Stark immediately sought out Lin En. Your energy has been strictly shielded. How could they? Lin En also found it hard to believe. But as more data arrived, a more terrifying hypothesis surfaced. It's the Echo. IMS research on me might not just be for understanding. They may have captured my energy frequency traits, even fragments of my consciousness. The debris data obtained by Hydra likely contain these. They are not copying the Void, they are attempting to use my template to forcibly create a degraded, controlled me. This hypothesis sent chills down the spines of all who were aware. Unable to directly control an existence of the Void's caliber, Hydra resorted to a second option, attempting to mass-produce controlled Echo warriors with partial Lin En abilities and Void traits. These inferior copies are unstable, short-lived, and highly destructive, but their low quality and uncontrollable nature make them even more dangerous. Like time bombs thrown into a crowd. And with each explosion, Lin En's energy signature and image become increasingly associated with terror and destruction. We must stop them. Lin En urgently demanded. For the first time, they cannot be allowed to continue. He was not only fighting to prevent disaster, but also to stop his identity from being utterly distorted and tarnished. S.H.I.E.L.D. took swift action. Based on multiple intelligence reports and technical tracking, they finally pinpointed an abandoned chemical plant suspected to be the site of Hydra's Echo Project experiments. A raid operation was immediately deployed. Given the possibility of facing unknown enemies with similar Void traits, the danger level of this operation was extremely high. Captain America personally led the team, joined by Iron Man, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and an elite S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team. Lin En, on the other hand, was instructed to remain at the base's command center, providing remote technical support through real-time visuals and data, identifying the equipment patterns Hydra might use, and analyzing the energy weaknesses of the Echo warriors. This was another form of torment for him. He could only watch helplessly as the screen displayed his teammates breaching the place that might replay his nightmares, witnessing their battles against those twisted monsters with parts of his own powers. Gunfire, explosions, energy howls, and the inhuman roars and screams emitted by the Echo warriors continuously echoed through the communication channels. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Hydra's guards resisted stubbornly, while the Echo warriors, though lacking skill, were ferociously powerful and unafraid of death, causing significant trouble for the strike team. Watch the left. That guy's energy response is skyrocketing. It's about to self-destruct. Lin En keenly monitored the data flow and suddenly shouted a warning. On the screen, an Echo warrior's body suddenly swelled, radiating unstable light. Fall back. Captain America's voice rang out as he hurled his vibranium shield, sending the imminent self-destructing warrior flying into an empty reaction tank. Boom. A violent explosion shattered the reaction tank. Well done, Lin. Stark's voice came through. Keep on. These guys are too unstable. Lin En's heart raced as he analyzed every data fluctuation continuously. His forehead was drenched in sweat, as if he were personally on the battlefield. Finally, the strike team broke through layer upon layer of defenses and stormed into the core laboratory area. The screen displayed familiar, albeit rough, versions of a IM equipment. Several Hydra scientists were hastily destroying data. Stop them. Furious voice echoed in the command center. An intense data scramble and close-quarters combat ensued simultaneously. Just as the battle was nearing its climax, with most Hydra personnel subdued and the data hard drive successfully seized, an anomaly suddenly occurred. Deep within the laboratory, a massive cultivation tank, protected by multiple energy barriers, suddenly ruptured. A figure larger than other Echo warriors with a more intense energy response and a more twisted visage roared as its eyes flickered with a crazed golden-red glow, and it still had some improperly connected tubing attached. Oh, they hit a more complete one. Black Widow exclaimed. This ultimate Echo possessed power far exceeding that of the previous minions, moving with incredible speed and sending a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and his armor flying with a single punch. It rampaged, attacking everything around it, seemingly completely out of control. Energy output approaching critical point. It's about to completely lose control. Lin En watched the soaring data on the screen, anxiously shouting, "We must suppress it immediately." Its weak point is at the third node of the energy circulation system, where there are unstable fluctuations. The captain and Stark immediately coordinated to attack that weak point, but the ultimate Echo was exceptionally agile and seemed to instinctively protect its flaw. In the chaos, it suddenly slammed into Hawkeye, charging towards Black Widow, who was trying to copy the last data. "Natasha, watch out." As Black Widow was about to be struck, Lin En in the command center felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. In that moment, anger, anxiety, and extreme disgust for this twisted creation overwhelmed everything. He lunged forward to the control console, almost instinctively mixing his weak mental energy with intense emotions, and through the communication channel shouted at the ultimate Echo, "Stop." This was not a voice, but a pure mental shock infused with a certain primal essence as the prototype and a strong rejection of this copy. The ultimate Echo, which had been attacking wildly, suddenly froze. Its movements halted instantly. In its crazed eyes, a fleeting glimpse of confusion and fear, as if it heard the roar of its creator. This less than a second of stasis was enough. Captain America's shield and Iron Man's pulse cannon simultaneously struck its energy weak point. Boom. The ultimate Echo trembled violently, its energy spiraling out of control, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The shockwave from the explosion left the entire laboratory in ruins. When the dust settled, the twisted creation had vanished, leaving only a charred pit in its place. The strike team members were left shaken and exchanged glances. In the command center, there was silence. Everyone stared at Lin En in astonishment. What just happened? Lin En himself was stunned, slumping in his chair, panting. He hadn't expected his desperate reaction would actually have an effect. Furious voice broke the silence, coming through the communicator with an indescribable depth. "Record all data, especially the recent prototype mental interference data on the Echo. This may be another significant discovery." The nightmare reemerged in another form, and in the process of stopping it, Lin En unexpectedly discovered a new possibility that might exist within him. The raid successfully destroyed Hydra's Echo Project experimental base, seizing a wealth of important data and samples, though at the cost of several serious injuries. More importantly, Lin En's final formless roar and its effects sent shockwaves through the higher echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. After detailed data analysis, the research team confirmed that Lin En, as the prototype, exerted a certain level of influence akin to tear suppression over the inferior copies Echo warriors created based on his template, due to his mental fluctuations and energy signature. This influence became even more pronounced when the opponent's emotions were out of control or energy was unstable. This discovery was of great significance. It not only indicated a potential new approach to countering Hydra's Echo weapons, but also suggested that Lin En himself might hold the key to restraining the Void. After all, the characteristics of those Echo warriors largely simulated the Void. However, for Lin En himself, the impact of this experience was far from positive. Forcibly mobilizing that faint mental power to interfere, especially in a state of extreme emotional agitation, seemed to open a dangerous Pandora's box. The whispers of the Void became more frequent and cunning. They no longer merely roared and tempted, but began to mimic Lin En's thought patterns more closely, even leveraging his anger towards Hydra, his disdain for the copies, and his thirst for power to conduct more covert seduction. "Look, you can do it. You are more powerful than they are. As long as you are willing, you can easily control those inferior replicas. Even more. We need power. More power. Not for destruction, but to prevent destruction. For protection, just like you did earlier. S.H.I.E.L.D. is just using you. They fear this power of yours, just like they fear the Void. Loosen the restrictions a bit, so we can better help them." These words slithered into Lin En's ears like a venomous snake, precisely stirring various emotions deep. He found that sometimes he unconsciously felt there was reason in the Void's words, especially when witnessing Hydra's atrocities and the chaos of the world. A dark thought of needing greater power to restore order would quietly sprout. He knew this was a dangerous signal. It was the Void exploiting the aftermath of a IMS synchronization experiment and his own psychological trauma, conducting deeper spiritual infiltration. His conversations with Banner became more profound and difficult. He needed to expend tremendous willpower to discern which thoughts were truly his and which were the distorted whispers of the Void. He often fell into prolonged silence or suddenly became irritable. "It is learning, Lin," Banner pointed out with concern. "It is learning how to better manipulate your emotions and logic to serve its purposes. This is the most dangerous stage. You must recognize yourself more clearly than ever and hold fast to your bottom line." Bottom line? Where is his bottom line? Is it wrong to use greater power to stop Hydra? Is it wrong to release a bit of the Void's power for self-preservation? That boundary became increasingly blurred. Worse, he seemed to develop some new symptoms. Occasionally, in moments of extreme fatigue or lack of concentration, he would experience extremely brief instances of absent-mindedness. For instance, while looking at a cup, a fleeting thought of crushing it would flash through his mind, or when seeing medical personnel, he would inexplicably have a cold thought of analyzing the weaknesses of their skeletal structure. These thoughts were fleeting, yet left him drenched in cold sweat. They did not feel like his own thoughts, but rather, the thought patterns of the void. He even began to have more bizarre and terrifying dreams. In the dreams he was no longer the tormented experimental subject, but had become an existence like Dr. Evelyn observing the void, devour everything with calmness, and even appreciation, as if it were the ultimate truth of the universe. Look, this is a higher perspective. In the dream the voice of the void sounded like a lullaby, abandon weak empathy. Embrace absolute power and reason. He woke from these nightmares his body cold, as if some part of his soul had been tainted. He shared these situations with Banner. Banner's expression grew extremely serious. Mental contamination. Banner said heavily, more severe than I imagined. The stimulation from a I.M.S. synchronization experiment and the Hydra Echo incident accelerated this process. The void is attempting to assimilate you. Not to devour but to make you like it. Assimilate. To become an existence like the void. Lin En felt it. We must take more proactive measures, Banner resolved, not relying merely on conversation and medication. We need to engage in some active mental defense training, and perhaps, we may need to enlist some external powers. The external power Banner referred to was Dr. Stephen Strange. A few days later, with Fura's special permission, Dr. Strange returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. He still wore his levitating cloak, but his complexion was even paler than last time, indicating that the work at the sanctum was not easy. After listening to Banner and Lin En's descriptions, Dr. Strange's brow furrowed tightly. The consequences of forced mental synchronization are more troublesome than physical harm. He examined Lin En's spiritual state in a way Lin En could not comprehend and spoke gravely. The methods of that mad organization brutally tore apart his mental barriers, blurring the boundaries between the two consciousnesses. And that void is an extremely ancient and malevolent form of existence, best at exploiting such fissures to infiltrate and distort. Is there a way to stop it? Banner asked urgently. Repairing the mental barriers requires time and specialized meditation training. I can teach you some techniques from Kamartaj. Dr. Strange said to Lin En. But more importantly, you need a weapon to clearly distinguish between self and intruder within your consciousness, and to resist and expel when under invasion. A weapon? Lin En asked in confusion. A mental anchor point or totem. Dr. Strange explained. It can be a tangible object of profound memory, a steadfast belief. Anything that represents yourself in an unshakable way. When you feel contaminated or distorted, concentrate on visualizing it, using it to illuminate your thoughts and dispel the fog. He instructed Lin En to close his eyes and try to find such an anchor point. Lin En struggled to recall his parents' smiles. They were already somewhat blurred. The peaceful college life. It felt as distant as a past life. The pain and struggle after gaining power. These seemed to attract the void even more. Ultimately, his consciousness settled on a scene. After he had just gained power and saved that girl in the underground tunnel, the grateful and worried gaze she had before fleeing along with her trembling, "Thank you." And the warning from Daredevil under that dim platform, "Choose." And Banner's patient guidance time, and again, controlling emotions is controlling power. These small warm moments and words that belonged to humanity shone like faint starlight in his consciousness, which was nearly submerged in coldness and madness. "I found it," Lin En whispered. "Good," Dr. Strange nodded. "Remember them, strengthen them. Let them become the foundation of your mental fortress. Next, I will teach you a basic method to construct mental barriers and how to use your anchor point for defense." In the following days, Lin En began a grueling mental defense training under Dr. Strange's guidance. This was even more abstract and difficult than controlling energy. He needed to learn introspection to perceive his own mental structure, to identify which thoughts were his own and which were whispers or contaminations of the void, and then to use the light of the anchor point to solidify the self and dispel the abnormal. The process was slow and yielded minimal results. The whispers of the void still existed, and those cold thoughts occasionally flashed. But at least he was no longer passively enduring. He had begun to develop a sense of resistance and the tools to do so. The inner enemy is the most terrifying. This war occurring deep within the consciousness is invisible and yet determines the final destiny. Lin En knew this might be a battle he would need to fight for the rest of his life. And he must win. The mental defense training felt akin to trudging through a quagmire, each step laborious and slow. The whispers of the void and its corruption, like an insidious plague, infiltrated every crevice, often leading Lin En to despair and self-doubt. Yet whenever he felt himself being dragged into the abyss, he would force himself to stop, close his eyes, and repeatedly envision those anchor points. The grateful gaze of the girl, the words of the night demon regarding choices, and Banner's patient guidance. These flickers of light repeatedly pulled him back from the edge. The meditation techniques taught by Dr. Strange also played a significant role. This ancient technique aimed to enhance mental concentration and inner peace. Although it could not directly combat the void, it strengthened his mental immunity like the exercise of muscles. Banner had almost become his personal psychologist and sparring partner, spending considerable time with him, guiding him to sort through his emotions and analyze the origins of each mental fluctuation. This unconditional support felt especially precious within the cold confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Stark's visits had also increased. He seemed to have dialed back some of his sharp sarcasm, bringing more technical discussions instead. He would discuss energy control techniques with Lin En, sharing some conceptual designs for new devices aimed at more humanized monitoring and assisting energy output, though still laden with extensive safety measures. This somewhat awkward knowledge-based interaction oddly provided Lin En with a strange sense of relaxation. He was even allowed under strict supervision to engage in some extremely limited low-intensity energy recovery training. The output of energy was strictly limited to below 0.001, merely enough to light a small lamp or cause a sensor to vibrate slightly. Yet this insignificant sense of control was crucial for his rebuilding of confidence. Days seemed to settle into a new, relatively stable trajectory. Although he was still under surveillance, the sense of oppression had significantly lessened. He began to gain some limited access to information, able to learn about the outside world through an internal network highly filtered, and even choose his own food and reading materials after scrutiny. This normalization of treatment made him even more vigilant. He was acutely aware that everything was built on a fragile foundation predicated on him being useful and controllable. Once he lost control again, or became worthless, all of this would vanish in an instant. He also clearly understood that Sentinel's research on him had never ceased. Those medical examinations, energy monitoring, and even the transcripts of his conversations with Banner would eventually be transformed into cold data, feeding into Furious' decision-making database. He felt like a carefully nurtured, dangerous, yet precious experimental animal. The little freedom he received, merely a tiny bit of movement space in a larger cage. Yet he chose to accept this reality. At least here he still had the chance to learn control, the help of Banner and others, and hope to combat the monster within. Outside, whether Hydra or only a more tragic fate awaited him. One day Banner brought news that shattered the temporary calm. "We found the mouse," Banner said. Lin En abruptly lifted his head. "How is she? Where is she?" A hint of relief washed over Banner's face. "Our field agents stumbled upon her at an underground black market clinic while tracking another Hydra lieutenant. She had pneumonia and nearly didn't make it, but she is now out of danger. We have placed her in a safe house." Lin En let out a long sigh of relief. The girl who had offered him a small bit of help in the rusted town was still alive, bringing him a rare sense of comfort. "Did she mention me?" Lin En asked hesitantly. "She was very scared and initially refused to say anything," Banner nodded, "but she gradually began to trust our people. She expressed her gratitude for your help back then and is very concerned about how you have been." He paused, looking at Lin En. "She wants to see you to thank you in person." "See me?" Lin En was taken aback. Was he suitable to meet her in his current state? "Fury has approved this meeting." Banner seemed to see through his concerns, "but it must occur in an absolutely controllable environment. We will arrange a highly isolated meeting room under full surveillance. You can decide whether or not to meet her. Meet her, or not meet her." Lin En hesitated. Deep within he yearned for that pure gratitude from the outside world, untainted by interests and fears. It was a significant affirmation for him. Yet he was also afraid. Afraid of the influence of the void within him, afraid of frightening the girl, afraid that this rare kindness would shatter due to any unforeseen circumstances. To see her, to have her admire you, to be grateful to you. The void whispered, "This is what you deserve. We can have more." Lin En forcibly suppressed this twisted thought, contemplated for a long time, and finally nodded. "I will meet her." The meeting was arranged in a specially designed, transparent reception room. Lin En sat inside, dressed in ordinary clothing provided by Sentinel, striving to appear less threatening. His heart raced. The door opened, and a female agent accompanied a slender figure into the room. It was the mouse. She appeared cleaner than before, her complexion still somewhat pale, but the terror in her eyes had significantly diminished, replaced by curiosity. Upon seeing Lin En, her eyes brightened momentarily, though she shyly hesitated to approach. "Hello, mouse." Lin En tried to make his voice sound gentle. "Hello." The mouse responded softly, cautiously walking to a chair and sitting down. "Thank you. Thank you for saving. Also, I'm sorry I ran away back then." She lowered her head, nervously twisting her clothes. "You don't need to apologize." Lin En shook his head. "You did the right thing. Moreover, you also helped me by providing that hiding place. But you were still captured afterward." The mouse looked up, her eyes filled with concern. Are you okay? Did they hurt you, Watching her genuinely worried expression, Lin En felt a slight sting in his nose. He forced a smile. "Fine. Now, I'm okay." A brief silence fell between them. That place," the mouse hesitated, quietly asking, "did the bad people who captured you, were they chased away by the good guys afterward?" "Yes," Lin En nodded, "they were chased away." He refrained from elaborating on the details. "That's good." The mouse seemed to relax, then eagerly asked, "So, will you return to the rusted town in the future? Although it's messy there, if you're around, those mole people surely won't dare to bully anyone again." Return to the rusted town. Lin En couldn't help but smile wryly within. He might never be able to return to that normal life. As he looked into the mouse's eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of admiration, he suddenly understood what he truly desired. What he wanted wasn't admiration nor power, but the ability to protect this fragile, small kindness and the normal. He took a deep breath, looking at the mouse, and said very seriously, "I will not return. However, I will strive to ensure that people like you can live in a safer place. I promise. This was not a careless promise. It was a vow to his own heart. The mouse seemed to comprehend, nodding as she gazed at Lin En's earnest expression, revealing a happy smile. Yes. I believe in you. The meeting was brief. After the mouse left, Lin En sat alone in the reception room for a long time. That promise felt like a seed taking root and sprouting in his heart. It was unlike the void's greed nor the calculations of Sentinel. It was a pure wish stemming from within, a desire to protect something. This wish was so faint, yet seemed like a true glimmer piercing through layers of gloom and illuminating the path. He knew that this path was fraught with thorns, that a terrifying monster still lurked within him, and that formidable enemies. But this time he had a clearer goal. To safeguard that flicker of light, he must become stronger, more aware, and must truly master his powers, be they light or darkness. Days flowed steadily in a highly structured rhythm, like a brief, clear sky after a storm. Lin En's life was strictly planned: mental defense training, low-intensity energy control exercises, psychological counseling sessions, with Banner, limited reading, and study time, regular health checkups. It was a repetitive cycle. This normal routine, which even seemed somewhat dull, was for Lin En a luxurious tranquility. No cold laboratory tables, no blood-stained daggers, no emotionless gaze of Dr. Evelyn. Although surveillance was omnipresent, and the energy suppression field remained ever closed, at least he had a bedroom that could be locked from the inside, a window that allowed him to see simulated sunlight, and even the option to choose his dinner menu within a limited range. His energy level had recovered to about 0.005, still slow, but sufficient to support more refined control exercises. He was now able to steadily condense a small sphere of light, controlling its brightness and color, and even performing simple shape changes, such as stretching it into thin strands or compressing it into thin sheets, with the entire process being smooth and free of previous fluctuations and signs of loss of control. The latest energy monitoring wristband brought by Stark, which looked like an ordinary fitness tracker, but was actually a powerful limiter, rarely issued alarms anymore. Progress on the mental level was even more challenging, yet fruitful. With the help of the meditation method and anchor point technique taught by Dr. Strange, his ability to identify and resist the whispers of the void had significantly improved. Those cold, invasive thoughts still appeared, but he was now able to recognize them more quickly and use the light of the anchor point to dispel them. Conversations with Banner had also become more in-depth. He was starting to articulate the various rhetoric and logical traps of the void's seduction clearly, which enabled Banner to better assist him in building psychological defenses. He even began to attempt reading some rigorously selected philosophical and psychological texts, trying to understand his own existence and relationship with the void from a more rational perspective. This knowledge could not directly provide power, but it made his inner self more resilient and clear. Stark's visits had decreased somewhat, seemingly busy with an increasing number of extraordinary events. However, each time he came, he would bring some novel technical ideas, sometimes small tips for energy control or new design concepts for the armor, always mentioning countermeasures for his abilities, euphemistically called safety redundancies. This slightly competitive yet probing interaction became a peculiar diversion in Lin En's life. Nick Fury remained like an invisible man, but his influence was everywhere. Lin En could feel that the permission level for the surveillance data flow here was exceptionally high. Clearly the director had never relaxed his vigilance. Occasionally, he would receive some highly refined external information through Coulson, mostly about Hydra's thwarted activities or news of an A.I.M. base being dismantled, hinting at his cooperative value. Beneath, the calm undercurrents still surged. Although Hydra's Echo project had been thwarted, it had not ceased. Instead, it had become more covert, with methods growing. They no longer attempted to create unstable bombs, but shifted towards more insidious pollution, using flawed technologies to entice or coerce some weak-willed superhumans, magnifying their negative emotions and desires to turn them into tools for chaos and panic. Though the individual incidents posed less danger, their frequency increased and their reach widened, greatly straining the resources of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Lin En learned about these through limited channels, filled with a sense of powerlessness. He knew that his knowledge and experience were key to addressing these events, but S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed unwilling to allow him to participate directly. Even remote support had become more cautious. Fury clearly worried about provoking him again or exposing his energy signature too much. He felt like a dangerous weapon kept in reserve, carefully polished when needed, but mostly left untouched. This feeling of being idle sometimes felt more aggravating than direct oppression. The void keenly captured this emotion, occasionally fanning the flames. Look, they only need your knowledge, but fear your power. You will always be just a tool. We could do better. Just a little freedom could eliminate those pests. Prove our value. Lin En struggled to suppress these thoughts, directing more energy into training and learning. He knew that the most important thing now was to accumulate and wait. The turning point occurred one afternoon. He was practicing fine energy manipulation in the training room, attempting to weave energy threads through an extremely complex miniature maze. Banner and a technician were recording data outside the observation room. Suddenly, the base's alarm rang out without warning. It was not the highest level invasion alert, but a medium alert indicating internal system anomalies. The screens in the observation room instantly filled with static. The lights in the training room flickered a few times before returning to normal, but Lin En sharply sensed that the ubiquitous energy suppression field briefly fluctuated. Though it lasted only a fraction of a second, almost imperceptible, he was too sensitive to energy and clearly captured the momentary loosening. Opportunity. The void screamed instantly. Almost as a reflex at that moment of fluctuation in the suppression field, the suppressed power within Lin En surged up like a tightly coiled spring. The energy thread he was controlling instantly became thick, bright, and filled with restless power. Bang, bang, bang. The intricately designed miniature maze model in front of him could not withstand the sudden increase in energy, shattering into countless pieces. Lin, control, Banner exclaimed outside the observation room. Lin En snapped back to reality, startled, and immediately forced the energy to retract. The golden light quickly faded, but the residual power surging within him had yet to settle, causing his arms to tingle. The door of the training room was pushed open forcefully, and Banner and the technician rushed in, anxiously looking at him and the debris scattered before him. What happened? The energy readings suddenly spiked and then dropped. Are you okay? Banner asked urgently. I don't know. Lin En said, his face pale and shaken. The suppression field seemed to fluctuate for a moment. The technician immediately checked the control panel, frowning. The system logs show an unauthorized access attempt just occurred, triggering a brief overload of the security protocols, which led to localized instability in the suppression field. It has been restored. Sorry, it was our mistake. Banner's expression grew serious. Unauthorized access to the internal system. This was no trivial matter. Can we trace the source? Banner asked the technician. The technician shook his head. The opponent was clever, using multiple hops, and finally vanished into the public network area, unable to pinpoint the exact location. Just then Lin En's pupils constricted slightly. At the moment the energy had gone out of control, he seemed to have captured a faint but extraordinarily familiar residual energy. That feeling was somewhat reminiscent of the cold, chaotic mental fluctuations belonging to the prophet brain he had sensed at the A.I.M. base, but also different, more subtle and artificial. Could it be Hydra? Not only were they creating echo warriors, but they were also attempting to remotely spy on S.H.I.E.L.D. using technological means, even trying to interfere with the suppression field. This suspicion sent a chill down his spine. If Hydra had managed to infiltrate to such an extent, he conveyed his feelings to Banner. Banner's expression grew even graver. This matter must be reported to Fury immediately, Banner said in a low voice, glancing at Lin En with a complicated look. By the way, your instantaneous reaction when the suppression field fluctuated. The peak energy output was very high, but you almost immediately controlled it. Lin En was taken aback, recalling it. Indeed, although the incident was sudden and the energy had gone out of control, he had retracted control much faster than before, almost without relying on external suppression, relying more on his own willpower. This seemed to indicate that his control ability had unknowingly reached a brand new level. Even when facing unexpected stimuli, he could recover stability more quickly. Was this a blessing in disguise? Yet no one felt pleased. This unexpected system fluctuation was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, revealing the undercurrents and dangers hidden beneath the surface. The period of stability was over. A new storm had already begun. Unauthorized access and brief fluctuations in the suppression field pierced through the seemingly stable operations of S.H.I.E.L.D. The security level within the base immediately escalated, with all systems undergoing thorough inspection and reinforcement, creating an atmosphere of tension and suspicion. Fury personally intervened in the matter. The investigation revealed that the attackers employed exceptionally advanced hacking techniques and appeared to be very familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal network structure and security protocols. The clues ultimately pointed to several disbanded hacking organizations potentially connected to Hydra, but the exact source remained undetermined. Even more unsettling was the discovery by the technical team during their in-depth analysis of the attack, which suggested that the true objective was not merely to create chaos or steal data, but rather to conduct a specific test, as if probing the defensive strength of a particular area within the base, especially the response mechanisms of the energy suppression system. This specific area undoubtedly pointed to the containment zone where Lin En was located. Combined with the familiar yet artificially modified energy residue that Lin En sensed, a chilling hypothesis surfaced. Hydra might not be satisfied with merely creating inferior echo soldiers. They could be attempting to replicate or reverse engineer A.I.M.'s more sophisticated mental synchronization technology and trying to act remotely on Lin En. What were they aiming for? To control him again? Or was it simply to test whether their technology was effective? Regardless of the possibility, it posed a significant danger. Lin En's situation became delicate. On one hand, as a potential victim and a high-value source of intelligence, he was provided with tighter protection. On the other hand, this incident reminded everyone that he himself was an extremely unstable risk factor, especially his acute perception of fluctuations in the energy suppression field and his instantaneous reaction ability, which caused concern among some security consultants. During the meeting, different voices emerged. His control has indeed improved, but unpredictability still exists. This time, it was an unexpected fluctuation in the suppression field. What if next time, it's a larger-scale disruption deliberately created by Hydra? Can we bear the consequences of him losing control again? Questioned a senior security officer. But it was precisely his early warning and our previous experience that alerted us to Hydra's new movements. Banner argued back, we cannot let the fear of risks lead us to avoid necessary precautions. He is now our most crucial expert in dealing with these new technologies from Hydra. Expert? He's still a child. And a child with a ticking time bomb inside him. Retorted another official. We should focus on how to completely block external interference, perhaps even consider more permanent physical isolation solutions rather than continuing this dangerous limited cooperation. More permanent isolation. Like locking him in a safe as if he were an object. Stark interjected sarcastically, don't forget the last time we did that, took advantage of the situation. Moreover, Hydra is clearly interested in him now. Would isolating him guarantee absolute safety? Or would it only make him more vulnerable, easier to be seized or destroyed during the next attack? The meeting fell into a state. Fear, suspicion, self-interest, and various political considerations intertwined. In the end, Fury made a decision to maintain the existing limited cooperation model, but to further enhance the physical and energy shielding in Lin En's area, and to form an expert team codenamed Sentinel Shield specifically tasked with researching strategies to counter various potential external interferences targeting Lin En, including technological countermeasures and emergency plans. At the same time, Fury offered Lin En a choice whether he was willing to participate more deeply in the work of the Sentinel Shield team, not only as a protected subject and research object, but also as a consultant providing his first-hand experiences and suggestions. This was a clear signal Fury was trying to give him more trust and autonomy, while also binding him more closely to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s chariot. Lin En agreed, almost without hesitation. He understood that passive protection could never ensure true safety. Only by actively understanding threats and participating in the formulation of defense strategies could he better protect himself. Moreover, this might be an opportunity for him to gain more information and authority. Thus, another aspect was added to Lin En's life, attending the meetings of the Sentinel Shield team, usually via secure holographic projection. The team consisted of Banner, Stark, Hill, and several top experts in cybersecurity, energy science, and psychology. The atmosphere of the meetings was usually serious and efficient. The experts would discuss various technical solutions, how to strengthen network defenses, how to design more redundant energy suppression systems, how to identify and block Prophet-style mental energy attacks, and so on. Lin En's role was unique. He could not comprehend those profound technical terms, but he could provide the most intuitive user experience based on his own perceptions. For instance, which frequency of energy fluctuations was most likely to trigger agitation in the void, which type of mental interference was hardest to discern, and which control techniques were most effective during fluctuations in the suppression field. His opinions often pinpointed the blind spots in technical solutions or provided entirely new ideas. Gradually, the experts in the group began to genuinely value his contributions, and occasionally, they would overturn entire design drafts based on his remarks. This sense of being needed and valued greatly satisfied Lin En's deep-seated desire for significance and effectively countered some of the temptations presented by the void through the feeling of idleness. However, the covert war with Hydra had not ceased. The opposition seemed to have sensed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tight defenses and altered their strategy. Days later, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s external intelligence network detected that some hidden targeted rumors began circulating in certain underground information channels and among the superhuman community. The content of the rumors pointed directly at Lin En, depicting him as an extremely dangerous and uncontrollable human calamity and suggesting that S.H.I.E.L.D. was conducting various inhumane experiments to control him even at the expense of agents and civilians. The rumors were well-crafted and included some cleverly edited and forged evidence clips. This was clearly a propaganda attack by Hydra. The goal was not to rescue him, but to completely isolate him, undermine the already fragile trust between him and S.H.I.E.L.D. And even incite discontent against S.H.I.E.L.D. among the public and the superhuman community. These rumors somewhat reached Lin En's ears in a version filtered by Hill. Though he rationally knew this was the enemy's scheme, the malicious portrayals and accusations still pierced his heart, like poisonous thorns evoking painful memories and insecurities from his time with I.M. Look, they are starting to smear you. No matter what you do to outsiders, you will always be a monster. The void whispered again, only power, absolute power, can silence the slanderers. Lin En immersed himself in even more rigorous training and mental defenses, countering his internal turmoil with action. Undercurrents surged and suspicion arose. The bridge of trust swayed in the storm. Lin En knew he had to be more resolute than ever, for he could feel that a greater storm was brewing, and this time he might not be able to remain an outsider. Rumors spread through the underground world like a plague despite S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efforts to suppress and clarify them. The malicious impact has already taken its toll. Some superhuman groups that already harbored doubts about S.H.I.E.L.D. E. L. D. became even more distant and alert, with several small extremist factions publicly calling for a transparent handling of the Sentinel incident, threatening to take necessary measures otherwise. Internal pressure was also mounting day by day. Some members of the World Security Council raised sharp questions about Fuhrer's handling, demanding a more detailed report from him and a renewed discussion on Lin's final disposition plan. Some even brought up old matters, calling for her transfer to the dome or raft for permanent isolation. Fury was under immense pressure, yet he held firm against the various doubts, insisting on the established strategy of limited cooperation. However, Lin could sense that the atmosphere within the base had become increasingly subtle. Some lower-level researchers and agents looked at him with a changed gaze infused with more fear and veiled rejection. Even the routine supply distribution and medical checks seemed to have added unnecessary and rigid procedures. This invisible sense of isolation was more suffocating than direct hostility. The work of the Sentinel Shield Group, although Hydra's attempts at remote interference had decreased the technical team, discovered more traces of their network infiltration, indicating they were weaving a larger net with greater patience and stealth. Stark even suspected that the previous suppression field fluctuation test might have merely been a cover for a deeper invasion. Lin, on the other hand, threw himself entirely into training and group work, almost to the point of neglecting food and sleep. His energy control grew increasingly exquisite, managing to maintain a stable output of 0.01 energy in a simulated interference environment, though still extremely low, completing various complex tasks. His mental defenses also became more solid. Although the whispers from the void still lingered, they had become much less capable of easily shaking his core consciousness. He even started proactively suggesting some bold, targeted training ideas to Banner and the Sentinel Shield Group, simulating specific frequency mental attacks based on Prophet technology that Hydra might launch, attempting to use his understanding of the void to design countertraps and disguised feedback to deceive potential eavesdroppers. These suggestions were highly risky, but after careful assessment, Banner and Stark chose to support him to a limited extent. They conducted several highly classified small-scale tests in a super-shielded experimental venue. The test results were astonishing. Lin's tolerance for that distorted mental attack far exceeded expectations, and he truly succeeded in sending back carefully designed false energy fluctuations and mental feedback signals to the simulated attack source, misleading it about his status. It's like dancing on the edge of a knife. After one test, Stark, looking at the data, couldn't help but say to Lin, "Kid, your courage is far greater than your energy output." "I just don't want to sit idly by," Lin replied calmly. The repeated storms and threats had stripped away some of his youthful naivety, leaving him more composed and resolute. However, the calm before the storm is always brief. That day, Hill brought urgent intelligence. Her expression was Our highest-level informant infiltrated within Hydra has risked their life to transmit an extremely brief and highly encrypted piece of information. The information consists of just a few words: midnight dock key harvest. The meeting room fell silent. The combination of these few words emitted a strong sense of ominousness. Dock? Which dock? New York has hundreds of docks. A security expert frowned. The informant couldn't provide more information. The transmission process was likely detected, and their life is now uncertain. But combining all our previous intelligence, the word key must be treated with high vigilance, Hill said solemnly. All eyes unconsciously turned to Lin. Whether it was a IMS research or Hydra's Echo project, the word key was closely related to harvest. Banner murmured the word, his face paling. It sounds like a large-scale capture operation. Could their target be? Not just that. Stark pulled up a map of New York City's docks, quickly filtering through. If we combine the time point of midnight with some unusual energy concentration phenomena we've recently monitored, I think I might know which dock it is. The screen locked onto an abandoned freight dock in Brooklyn. Satellite images showed that while it appeared deserted, very faint, yet unusual energy readings had been detected recently, previously dismissed as environmental noise. There is an abandoned military energy research site from World War II underground here, later acquired and sealed by Stark. The underground structure there is exceptionally solid, and there are large energy interfaces remaining. If Hydra wants to conduct some clandestine harvest operation requiring massive energy, this would be an ideal location. Immediately deploy reconnaissance forces. But be careful, we cannot alert the enemy. Fuhrer's voice came through the communication with an undeniable tone of command. Hill, coordinate all field agents. Stark, prepare your armor for reconnaissance. Romanoff and Barton, head to standby immediately after finishing your current tasks. Captain Rogers, be ready to support at any time. Orders came one after another, and the entire SHIELD machinery began to operate at high speed. The Sentinel Shield Group was tasked with another mission to predict Hydra's possible action patterns based on this limited information and assess the role Lin might play in this operation and the risks he might face. The atmosphere in the meeting was tense to the extreme. Various possibilities were proposed, discussed, and then overturned. Did Hydra want to conduct a large-scale Echo ritual, their mass-producing stronger Echo warriors? Did they want to use the energy interface there to try remote synchronization and control over Lin again? Or was the key referring to something else? Did they want to unlock something else? Were the targets of the harvest not superhumans, but information was too scarce and the fog was thick? Lin listened in silence, the unsettling premonition in his heart growing stronger. He couldn't shake the feeling that behind the words Midnight Dock Key and Harvest lay a larger, more terrifying conspiracy. And he seemed to be one of the central focuses of this conspiracy. After the meeting, Banner stayed behind, looking at Lin with concern. Tonight might be very long. Lin looked up, his eyes devoid of the hesitation and struggle of the past, replaced by a cold, tempered determination. "I'm fine, Doctor," he said softly, his voice carrying an unprecedented strength. "No matter what they intend to do, whether I'm the key or the target, this time I will no longer let them manipulate me." The energy within him seemed to sense its master's resolve, pulsing slightly, no longer in turmoil, but in a calm. The void was also unusually silent, as if waiting for something. The storm was approaching, and at the center of the whirlpool the youth clenched his fists. This time he chose to face it head on. The night descended like spilled ink, painting New York in a shimmering black adorned with neon lights. Toward the abandoned docks of Brooklyn, an unusual silence prevailed, as if even the usual sound of waves was suppressed by some invisible force. Inside the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., the atmosphere was tense like a fully drawn bowstring. A massive screen displayed satellite images, night vision footage relayed by drones, and streams of various energy monitoring data. Fury presided at the center, his single eye sharp as an eagle's, scanning every detail. Hill was rapidly issuing various commands at his side. "Stark, report the situation. The perimeter is eerily quiet with no visible sentries. Energy readings are slowly climbing, originating underground, with excellent shielding that prevents precise locking on." Stark's voice came from within the Mark armor as he silently hovered like a ghost above the dock area. "Natasha Barton, what are your positions?" "In position at the high points of southeast and northwest. No unusual activity detected, but there's an indescribable stench like a mix of ozone and decaying matter." Black Widow's voice lowered, laced with caution. "Captain Rogers, what's the readiness of the strike team?" "Ready to act." Captain America's voice was steady and strong. Lin was also in the command center, standing in a relatively isolated area, accompanied by Banner and 2 elite agents. He wore a dark combat suit specially designed by S.H.I.E.L.D. with some protective capability, though he knew it would be of limited use in a real high-intensity battle, and a latest model monitoring restraining bracelet from Stark on his wrist. His gaze was fixed on the screen, particularly on the curve representing the underground energy readings, which was steadily climbing at a slow but steady pace. "The feast is about to begin." The void whispered deep within his consciousness, carrying an eerie sense of anticipation. "I can smell those desperate souls. And the familiar scent." Lin ignored it, focusing all his mental energy on perceiving and analyzing the distant energy fluctuations. The force made him extremely uncomfortable, cold and viscous, carrying a predatory and twisted quality akin to the sensation of the prophet brain, but on a larger and hungrier scale. The energy growth has accelerated. A technician suddenly reported loudly. "Readings point to 3 layers underground." "Wait, the pattern is changing." It was not merely an energy accumulation. It seemed like some kind of summoning or anchoring ritual. On the screen, the shape of the energy curve began to change, no longer a smooth rise, but presenting a rhythmic heartbeat-like pulse pattern. With each pulse, the distant space distorted slightly, a nuance barely perceptible to the average person. "Stark, try using low-intensity pulse to scan the underground structure." Fury immediately commanded. Stark's armor emitted an invisible probing wave. A few seconds later, Stark's shocked voice came through. "Damn it. It's empty underground. They have somehow excavated a massive space. Inside, there are many life signs. Most are very weak, as if they were anesthetized or imprisoned. In the center there is a huge energy-focusing device." "Wait, what's that in the middle of the device?" The high-altitude thermal imaging from the drone was magnified and enhanced. At the center of that enormous device, something seemed to be suspended. A dark red, swirling energy vortex resembling a giant eye. The center of the vortex was bottomless, emanating an unsettling gravitational pull. "Dimensional rift." Several knowledgeable agents in the command center exclaimed in unison. "No, not exactly." Banner stared at the screen, his face pale. "It's more like a portal that has been forcibly torn open and temporarily stabilized." "Are they trying to pull something?" "Over here." The energy within him stirred uncontrollably. The void let out a near ecstatic shriek. "A door." "It's a door." The energy within him stirred uncontrollably. The void let out a near ecstatic shriek. "A door." "It's a door. They found a way. Hurry. Approach it. We need it." "Lin, what's wrong with you?" Banner immediately noticed something was off. Lin's face was flushed, breathing rapid, and he emanated extremely unstable energy fluctuations while the bracelet emitted a shrill alarm. "That vortex." Lin struggled to speak, his voice hoarse. "It's calling me and it." The void. Just then the unexpected happened. The dark red energy vortex suddenly expanded. A visible dark red energy beam shot skyward, instantly piercing through the dock's ground and multiple layers, shooting straight into the night sky. Boom! The immense sound of an explosion rang out. The entire dock area trembled violently. Debris flew everywhere. Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly powerful mental shockwave mixed with endless greed and malice surged forth from the vortex like a tsunami. The screens in the command center were instantly filled with static. All communication channels were filled with piercing noise. Many clerical staff clutched their heads, groaning in pain affected by this psychic shockwave. Oh! Lin let out a painful groan, feeling as if countless heated needles were piercing his brain. The howling of the void and the incoming malevolent psychic shock merged, nearly collapsing his mental barriers entirely. Mental shock. High intensity. Activate emergency shielding. Hill gritted his teeth, loudly commanded. The internal shielding system of the base operated at full capacity, barely blocking the residual waves of this shock. But the frontline situation was far worse. Ugh. My head. Communications are down. Be careful. The ground is collapsing. The strike team's communication channel was chaotic, filled with cries of pain and alarm. Maintain formation. Rally to me. Captain America's voice remained steady, yet a hint of tension was also detectable. The vibranium shield emitted a faint glow, seemingly able to resist the mental shock to some extent. Stark, report the situation. Fury shouted into the channel, where there was still a weak signal. The impact is strong. The armor system is being interfered with, but it can still hold on. Stark's voice was intermittent, mixed with electrical noise. That thing underground has come out. Dear God, what is that thing? The last image relayed by the drone captured an unforgettable scene before the signal completely cut off. A gigantic, terrifying head formed of dark red energy and twisted matter, resembling a mix of some kind of segmented creature and reptile, was slowly emerging from the fractured ground abyss. It had no eyes, only a mouth filled with countless rotating sharp teeth, a black hole-like maw that seemed capable of devouring everything. The powerful psychic shock emanated from it. The Reaper. What they have summoned is the Reaper. An older advisor, a scholar of mythology, slumped in his chair, his face devoid of color, murmured, a dimensional being that feeds on psychic and life energy. Has Hydra gone mad? They can't control this thing at all. At this moment, Lin was experiencing an unprecedented internal struggle. The dimensional being known as the Reaper emitted psychic waves that had a deadly attraction to the void, simultaneously exerting a strong pulling sensation on him. Merge, devour it, or be devoured. The void howled madly, that is food, leading to a higher level. Inside the command center, the piercing alarms intertwined with the cries of the personnel, creating chaos. The snowflakes on the screen seemed to offer a silent tribute to the sudden calamity that had befallen. Furious single eye fixated intensely on the terrifying beast that had emerged from the ground in the frozen frame, as well as the terrifying index on the energy meter that had already exploded off the charts. His face was ashen, yet his voice was unusually calm, as if a dark current lay beneath the icy surface. He'll activate the full-scale emergency plan. Fortress, authorize the use of all non-nuclear strategic weapons. Target Brooklyn Dock area. Notify all peripheral agents that can be contacted. Expand the evacuation radius to 10 kilometers. Sir, our assault team and Avengers are still inside there. Hill suppressed the lingering effects of the mental shock and spoke urgently. I know. Fury snapped his head around, his gaze sweeping over the struggling Lin and anxious Banner. So our primary task is to restore communication and visibility. Tech department, repair at any cost. Stark, if you can still hear me, I need you to act as a temporary relay. The channel only emitted a crackling static, occasionally interspersed with muffled explosions and roars. Lin's condition was dire. The external mental shock hammered at his nerves like a heavy hammer, while the internal void howled, as if countless hands were trying to tear apart his consciousness, rushing towards the door that emanated a deadly allure. His body trembled slightly, as if dark golden light was frantically swirling beneath his skin. Stark's wristband emitted a continuous sharp wail, and the red warning light was flashing so fast it nearly melted. Come closer to it. It is one of us. It is our sustenance. Devour it, and we will be whole. The whispers from the void brimmed with an unprecedented urgency and greed, almost overwhelming Lin's own thoughts. No. Hold on. I am Lin. I am not you. Lin clenched his teeth tightly, blood seeping from the corners of his lips, dripping onto the cold metal floor. He desperately recalled his conversation with Gwen, the teachings of Banner, and the meager proof of existence that belonged to Lin, turning them into fragile anchors, firmly nailing them deep within his consciousness that was about to be submerged by the tide. Bruce, help me, he rasped, squeezing the hoarse plea from the depths of his throat. Dr. Banner's expression was grave as he operated the nearby instruments to monitor Lin's physiological data. Quickly speaking, to Fury, his brain activity is abnormally intense. Two different sources of mental contamination are clashing within him. The external Reaper has a mental frequency that resonates strongly with the energy within Lin. Or rather if this continues, he will either be completely assimilated and lose himself, or he will succumb to energy overload. And before he could finish, Lin suddenly let out a suppressed roar, raising his head abruptly, his eyes flashing with a blend of rational light and an inhuman dark golden greed. It is absorbing life energy. Lin's voice became intermittent, as if he was desperately resisting something or passively receiving information from afar. Those imprisoned, their lives are being drained through that vortex, feeding that monster. It is growing. He seemed to hear the silent wails, see the sight of lives extinguishing like candles in the wind. A surge of instinctive, intense anger and nausea rose within him, temporarily overpowering the temptations of the void. At that moment, the main screen flickered several times before surprisingly restoring a small area of the image. It was the external camera perspective of Stark's armor. The image shook violently, accompanied by the explosive fire and excruciating tearing sounds. Fury, do you hear me? This damn thing's mental attack is area-based, but it activates intermittently. Now's our chance. Stark's voice was mixed with heavy gasps and the alarms of the armor system. It has extremely high physical defenses. Energy attacks are ineffective. Romanoff and Barton's attacks were nearly futile. The captain is braving the blows with his shield. The assault team's casualties. Damn it. On the screen, the beast known as the Reaper had fully emerged from the ground. Its massive form resembled a twisted mountain of flesh covered in a dark red energy exoskeleton, with numerous appendages like tendrils thrashing wildly in the air, each swing unleashing a piercing sonic boom and corrosive energy droplets. Its enormous mouth resembled a black hole, continuously generating powerful suction, consuming everything around. Debris, metal, and even fallen H.I.E.L.D. agents. Captain America appeared minuscule before the beast, yet he bravely charged forward, time and again accurately blocking lethal strikes from the tentacles, with his vibranium shield creating space for his comrades. Black Widow and Hawkeye nimbly weaved through the ruins, searching for potential weaknesses, but their attacks left only shallow marks on the beast, which were instantly repaired by the writhing tissue. Stark, analyze its energy core, Fury shouted. On it. Its core is likely beneath that vortex, but it's heavily protected. We need someone to break through its defenses directly, Stark said while continuously firing the repulsor, trying to draw the beast's attention. Everyone's gaze, as if on cue, focused on the still struggling Lin. The situation on the scene had become painfully conventional force was completely at a disadvantage. With every second of delay, more lives were sacrificed, and the dimensional creature grew stronger. Conventional force was completely at a disadvantage. With every second of delay, more lives were sacrificed, and the dimensional creature grew stronger. Conventional force was completely at a disadvantage. With every second of delay, more lives were sacrificed, and the dimensional creature grew stronger. Thus, the only variable was Lin. This human bomb, whose energy readings resonated with that monster, containing within him the potential to turn the tide, yet also the risk of bringing about greater disaster. Fury's single eye was sharp as a knife fixed on Lin. The air seemed to freeze. Trust and vigilance, hope and fear clashed violently in that moment. Lin felt that gaze. Through the fragmented images transmitted by Stark, he saw the battlefield's brutality, witnessed Captain America's selfless defense, and the horrifying scenes of the monster devouring lives. The whispers from the void still clamored, but a stronger emotion surged within him. That was not the void's greed for food, but Lin's own anger towards the disaster before him, and the compassion for those who were fighting bravely, and even sacrificing themselves. He inhaled sharply, forcibly suppressing the metallic sweetness rising in his throat, using all his willpower to withstand the dual pressures, lifting his head to meet Fury's gaze. His expression was still chaotic, but a flicker of resolute flame ignited deep within. Let me go. These three words were almost squeezed out between his teeth, laden with heavy gasps and undeniable determination. I can sense it. Its rhythm. Its weak point. Long range is not feasible. I must get close. I can interrupt it. At least, I can disrupt that vortex. Lin, your condition. Banner anxiously tried to stop him. There's no time left. Lin interrupted, his eyes fixed hard on the screen, showing the rampaging beast. If this drags on, everyone will die, including me. I will also be completely devoured by it, or by it the void. This is my only. What he spoke was both a plea for salvation and a means of self-preservation. Under the immense external threat, his conflict with the void was temporarily suppressed, and the need to survive and prevent disaster became a shared priority. Fury remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds felt as long as a century. Everyone in the command center held their breath. Finally, Fury suddenly waved his hand, his voice decisive and resolute, carrying the weight of a door-die decision, authorized Lin to engage. Banner, you are responsible for monitoring his condition. Stark, Rogers, listen up. Lin will head to the battlefield. He is our only hope right now and the biggest risk. Keep a close eye on him, and if necessary, execute the final plan. He paused, his gaze once again falling on Lin, his tone heavy. Kid, remember your choice. Prove it to yourself, and prove. Quinjet ready. Get him there at full speed. Hill immediately issued the command. Lin did not respond, only nodded. Under the escort of 2 agents, he staggered, but resolutely dashed towards the hangar. The limiter on his wrist had not been released, but some internal shackles seemed to loosen slightly at this moment of decision. Yes, that's it. Get close to it. We are one with it. The void shrieked excitedly. Lin silently chanted in his heart, unsure if he was responding to the void or reminding himself, no. Stop it. Or devour it. The aircraft roared into the night sky, heading straight for the dock area that had turned into a battleground. Lin sat in the cabin, closed his eyes, and focused all his energy on the approaching hostile source of terrifying energy, struggling to maintain a balance between the edge of madness and the remnants of rationality. At the center of the vortex, he actively threw himself in. The gears of fate began to turn anew. The Kun-style fighter jet dove at a speed akin to a suicidal plunge, evading the energy tentacles of the giant beast that could tear through steel plates. The violent tremors caused everything inside the cabin to shake. Agent Lin, we can't get any closer. The energy field below is too strong. The plane will be torn apart. The pilot's voice cried out over the communicator filled with fear. Open the hatch. Lin En suddenly opened his eyes, a dark golden gleam flashing in his gaze. The malevolent external energy field stirred the void power within him, making it more restless, yet strangely clarifying his fatigued mind from the continuous struggle, like two equally matched opponents restraining each other, granting him a brief respite in this battlefield. The hatch slid open and a torrent of turbulent air rushed in, mixed with the acrid scent of ozone gunpowder and an indescribable spiritually charged stench. The sounds of the battlefield below rushed up: explosions, the roars of the giant beast, the shrieks of twisted metal, and the faint human shouts of anger and lament. Lin En, are you sure you want it? The accompanying agent tried to grab him. Lin En did not look back. He took a deep breath of the nauseating air, his gaze locking onto the chaotic dark red energy center below. In the next moment, he leaped out of the cabin. Without the flamboyant flight of Iron Man, he instinctively slowed his descent with the restless energy within a thin, yet unstable dark golden halo enveloping his body as he crashed towards the ground like a meteor. He's coming down. Stark in the sky instantly caught his trajectory. Captain, be ready to assist. But don't get... The energy readings around him were extremely unstable. Captain America had just used his shield to forcefully block a tentacle sweeping towards an injured agent, and upon hearing this he immediately looked up to see the golden figure falling. Without hesitation, he hurled his shield towards the ground, sending debris flying to attract the giant beast's attention while rushing towards Lin En's anticipated landing spot. Boom. Lin En crashed heavily onto a pile of twisted steel and concrete debris, the impact forcing him to kneel, cracks radiating out from his position. Dust flew up. He raised his head and met the gaze of the giant beast's cavernous mouth, which seemed to inadvertently sweep over this area. A shudder and hunger from the depths of his soul surged simultaneously. Eat it. The void roared. Shut up. Lin En growled, forcibly suppressing the instinctive fear and greed. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. The battlefield was far more brutal than what he had seen on the screen. The ground was riddled with craters and corrosion marks, burning debris scattered everywhere, injured agents being dragged back by their comrades, while the giant beast continued to move slowly, yet inexorably devouring everything. Lin En. Captain America's voice reached him. He swiftly dodged a splatter of energy rushing closer to Lin En, but did not approach recklessly. How are you? Fury said you could disrupt it. Lin En nodded painfully. Most of his attention was focused on internal control. It's not a complete organism. Its core is that vortex, a temporary dimensional passage. It relies on the matter and energy it absorbs to stabilize the passage, while siphoning life. He gestured towards the area connecting the giant beast's body to the vortex on the ground. In his perception, the energy flow there was the most intense and chaotic, like a frantically operating pump drawing in matter and energy, then supplying the giant beast's body with a purer form of dark energy. Attack there, to truly harm it. Or, shut down the passage. Lin En's voice was hoarse from the pressure of continuous resistance. Understood. Captain America immediately ordered through a restored communication channel. Everyone, concentrate fire on the monster's base where it connects to the ground. Stark, prioritize attacking there. Got it. Stark immediately adjusted his attack mode, targeting the monster's base with shoulder-mounted mini-missiles and palm cannons. Black Widow and Hawkeye also quickly changed their strategy, using explosive arrows and specially designed armor-piercing rounds to try to tear through the thick energy carapace. The attacks seemed to be having some effect. The base of the giant beast erupted in bursts of energy sparks, its movements noticeably slowing, emitting an angry roar, and more tentacles wildly lashed out in indiscriminate attacks. It's working. Keep going. Captain America raised his shield, blocking the flying debris. Yet Lin En's face grew paler. He realized that as external attacks intensified, the vortex's suction was actually increasing. Moreover, it began to actively and more purposefully siphon life energy from the surroundings. Several injured agents who were slightly closer suddenly let out piercing screams, their bodies visibly shriveling. No, Lin En shouted in horror. A strong attack will accelerate its siphoning of life. It's using external energy to counteract the pressure on the passage. What a... Stark abruptly halted in midair, nearly being swept by a tentacle. What do we do? We must interfere on an energetic level. Disrupt its rhythm. Lin En gasped, focusing his mind. He attempted to extend his hand, mobilizing the restless power within. A strand of dark golden energy gathered at his fingertips like twisted lightning, yet due to the dual attraction of the void and the Reaper, it flickered erratically, difficult to stabilize. Foolish. Integrate with it, or let me devour it. The void impatiently urged, trying to seize control. Lin En gritted his teeth, recalling Banner's teaching about guiding rather than suppressing, remembering Gwen's words about choice. He stopped trying to forcibly suppress the void's craving for that same source energy and instead attempted to guide it towards a specific target, not integration, but interference. He carefully threw that extremely unstable energy towards a key node in the energy flow of the giant beast's base, one that he sensed through a peculiar resonance, a subtle, discordant wave. Sizzle. That weak, dark golden beam hit the target point in a zigzagging manner. There was no explosion, no flash. But miraculously, the energy flow in that area suddenly stuttered, as if a smooth melody had suddenly hit the giant beast's massive body trembled violently, releasing a confused rather than angry low roar. Its efficiency in siphoning energy from the base instantly dropped significantly. Now's the time. Attack! Lin En shouted hoarsely, collapsing to one knee, cold sweat soaking his combat suit. Without needing him to say more, the experienced Avengers seized this fleeting opportunity. Take this big guy. Stark unleashed all remaining ammunition at the temporarily unprotected area. Captain America threw his shield with all his might, the vibranium shield smashing into that area with tremendous kinetic energy, cutting open a breach. Hawkeye's specially designed explosive arrow shot into the breach. Boom. The violent explosion erupted from the base of the giant beast. This time it was not merely surface sparks, but genuine wounds. Dark red viscous liquid and shattered tissues splattered everywhere. The giant beast let out an unprecedented roar of pain, its massive form writhing violently, even briefly lifting away from the ground vortex. We did it. Someone in the command center couldn't help but cheer. Yet Fury and Banner's expressions remained grave. Banner stared intently at Lin En's physiological readings on the screen. Energy output is extremely unstable, and the mental load is nearing the critical point. That last hit was a massive drain in. That method of interference seems to have angered the thing inside him even more. On the battlefield, Lin En gasped. The precise interference from a moment ago had nearly drained the power he had barely gathered, while the void raged at having its food interrupted, sending a stronger backlash against his consciousness. Worse still, the injured Reaper seemed to finally notice this little bug that had caused it pain. Its cavernous mouth slowly turned towards Lin, and a more concentrated and terrifying suction suddenly generated. Lin En instantly felt his body becoming light and uncontrollable, being dragged away from the ground. The surrounding gravity seemed to fail, and debris and remains began to float, flying towards that enormous mouth. Lin En! Captain America exclaimed in alarm, wanting to rush over to grab him, but the immense suction made it impossible for him to move an inch. Stark attempted to attack the giant beast's head from the side to draw its attention, but tentacles frantically blocked him. That's right. Get closer. Closer. The void, however, was ecstatic. In the balance of life and death, Lin En's eyes flashed with struggle and despair. Either be devoured, or release more power to resist. But that way the void could very well go completely out of control. At that critical moment, a golden red figure descended from the sky with astonishing speed, not to attack, but to tightly embrace Lin En, while the thrusters on its feet and palms erupted at full power, spewing forth streams of scorching flame. It was Stark. He used the suit's powerful propulsion to bravely resist that terrifying suction. Hang in there. Under the helmet, Stark's voice distorted from the immense load. I don't want to be lectured by Fury for the rest of my life. The powerful thrust and terrifying suction created a temporary balance around Lin En, making him feel as if he would be torn apart by the two forces, pain overwhelming him. But this brief stalemate bought him a precious second. In that second, Lin En saw it. Deep within the giant beast's mouth, which was opened wide due to concentrated suction, the dark red energy vortex core was faintly visible. Moreover, due to the injury at the base, the core's operation had revealed an extremely subtle, fleeting flaw. A mad plan instantly formed in his mind. Stark. Lin En used his last strength, his voice weak but clear. Throw me in there. What a... Are you crazy? Stark shouted in disbelief. That's the core. The only chance. Lin En's eyes shone with an unusual brightness mingled with despair, madness, and a strange calm. Trust me. Just this once. Stark froze. Through the helmet, he looked at the face of this young man, too young, yet bearing unimaginable pressure in his arms. The next moment, he gritted his teeth. Jarvis, calculate the best throwing trajectory. Transfer all energy to the thrusters. Let's do this big. All auxiliary thrusters behind the marked suit activated. The power output instantly exceeded the safety threshold. The suit groaned under the unbearable load. Stark shouted angrily, seizing the moment. The giant beast leaned slightly forward due to the continuous suction and propelled Lin En like a cannonball, accurately launching him towards the depths of that all-consuming giant mouth. The dark golden light was instantly swallowed by the endless darkness. Darkness, thick as substance, it enveloped every inch of sensation. Lin En felt as if he had been thrown into a weightless vortex filled with mad whispers and chaotic currents of energy. The sounds of the external physical world had completely vanished, replaced by the immense pressure directly felt on the spiritual level emanating from the dimensional passage itself, alongside the greedy, malevolent instinct of the Reaper. It's coming. It's coming. It's finally here. The ecstasy of the void peaked, almost breaking through Lin En's final line of consciousness. It was like a shark sensing blood, frantically yearning to pounce on the source of this dark energy, the vortex core, sustaining the passage. A tremendous pressure, not of the physical realm, pressed in from all directions, attempting to assimilate, decompose, and absorb him. A dark golden aura ignited on the surface of his skin, struggling to resist this erosion, emitting a hissing sound that was painfully grating. Stark's wristband flickered wildly, then with a snap, it overloaded and burned out amidst a shower of sparks. Ugh! Lin En curled up in agony, feeling as if his soul was about to be torn to shreds. In this place, he couldn't even discern direction, relying solely on the strong, instinctual pull of the void to sense the location of the core. Devour it. Then we can become whole. The void directed him towards a specific direction. In that endless chaotic darkness, a point radiated the densest, purest dark energy, pulsating rhythmically, like a beating heart, maintaining the existence of the entire passage. That was the target. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. Lin En no longer attempted to fully suppress the void, but instead guided the boiling power with his remaining while struggling to swim toward that core. With each step forward, the pressure doubled, the urgency of the void increased, while Lin En's own consciousness was eroded bit by bit. He felt like a droplet of water about to merge into the sea, his sense of self becoming increasingly blurred. Finally, he touched that core. It was not a physical entity, but an extremely condensed energy singularity emitting a chilling allure. In an instant, an even greater torrent of energy surged into Lin En's body like a dam breaking. Unbearable pain and a strange extreme feeling of fullness erupted simultaneously. His body felt as if it would burst, every cell screaming. The dark golden light uncontrollably erupted from his body, briefly illuminating this dark dimensional space. The void emitted a contented moan, frantically absorbing this high-quality energy from the same source. But at that moment a change occurred. The core of the passage forcefully torn open and stabilized by the Hydra, while its energy nature was of the same source as the void, bore a distinctly different mark, that of the Reaper dimension filled with endless hunger and predatory instincts. As the void greedily absorbed this energy, it also took in this terrifying predatory instinct. More? We need more. Devour everything. The whispers of the void suddenly became more frenzied, colder, and filled with destruction. It was no longer satisfied with just absorbing this core. Instead, it turned its target to the entire passage, to the other end of the passage, to the vast and delicious dimension faintly sensed. Even turning towards Lin En's own fragile soul, so close at hand. It wanted to devour everything, including Lin En. No. Lin En was terrified to find that he was losing control over the power. The backlash from the void came so violently and swiftly, far beyond any previous instance. The influx of external energy not only failed to satisfy it, but completely ignited its most primitive and darkest nature of devouring. His body began to undergo horrendous changes. Red-black patterns, eerie like those on the Reaper, emerged on the surface of his skin. The golden light in his eyes gradually eroded by bloodthirsty dark red, and the tips of his fingers grew sharp. He was being assimilated not just energetically, but on an existential level. Intense pain and unprecedented fear of death stimulated Lin En's last vestiges of consciousness. It cannot end like this. Gwen's trust banners, teachings, Natasha's warnings, furious adventures, Stark's last words before throwing him in trust, me just this once. Even the void's pure craving for existence. Countless images and thoughts flashed through his waning consciousness. He realized that whether forcibly suppressing or indulging in greed, both were dead ends. The only path to survival was control. Not controlling the void, but controlling himself. At the center of this vortex of consuming and being consumed, finding that balance belonging to Lin En. He abandoned futile resistance, no longer trying to satisfy that endless greed. Instead, he concentrated all his remaining will into a single, simplest, and purest thought. Not I want to devour, nor I don't want to be devoured, but I want to exist. This thought was so weak, yet it was like a stabilizing anchor cast into a stormy sea. He no longer paid attention to the chaotic energy surging within him, nor to the void's destructive howls, and even ceased to fear his own transformation. He firmly anchored this notion of existence, pouring into it all his attachments to life, memories of every glimmer of goodwill, and the final affirmation of his own value. A miracle occurred. The predatory mark from the Reaper dimension that was eroding his consciousness suddenly hesitated upon encountering this pure and steadfast notion of existence, as if meeting its nemesis. And the restless, rampaging power of the void in that instant showed an extremely slight, instinctual hesitation. Its every action ultimately aimed for existence. Lin En's most essential will resonated briefly with its deepest demand. It was this insignificant. Lin En seized it. He forcibly intervened in the flow of energy with his own will. He did not attempt to control it all, for that was impossible. He merely acted as the most skillful helmsman, gently adjusting the rudder amid the storm, skillfully directing the void's insatiable desire for devouring outward and inward, then forcefully reflecting it back to the core it was absorbing, using its own spear against its own shield. No. The void let out a piercing cry of shock and anger, completely unprepared for Lin En's counterattack. Buzz! A surge of indescribable energy shock violently rushed into the energy core, maintaining the passage using Lin En's body as a medium. It was like pouring cold water into a boiling pot of oil. The entire dimensional passage suddenly twisted and shook violently. The energy became extremely unstable, falling into chaotic internal strife and conflict. Crack! It was as if something had shattered. On the battlefield outside, everyone was stunned to see that the once invincible Reaper beast suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, As if from the depths of its soul, its massive body twisted and convulsed wildly, the dark red glow on its surface flickering before contracting violently. A terrifying explosion occurred at the connection point between its base and the vortex on the ground. Dark red energy surged and dissipated like a collapsing dam. That enormous swirling energy vortex began to destabilize and become ethereal at a visible speed, finally emitting a sigh-like hum before collapsing inward and vanishing. Only a huge smoking pit remained, along with scattered rapidly decaying bizarre tissues that had lost their energy. The giant beast disappeared. The passage closed. An unexpected silence enveloped the desolate dock. Everyone was dumbfounded, incredulously staring at the scene before them. Stark slowly descended at the edge of the pit, his helmet retracting to reveal a face filled with uncertainty. Is it over? That kid. He did it. Captain America propped himself up on his shield, vigilantly watching the deep pit. Just then, at the center of the pit's bottom, a charred hand suddenly reached out, grasping the edge. Then a figure climbed up with great difficulty and unsteadily. It was Lin En. His combat suit was tattered, covered in scorch marks and tears. The dark red patterns on his skin were slowly fading, but the golden and dark red colors in his eyes flickered alternately, appearing extremely unstable. He looked utterly weak, as if he could collapse at any moment, yet his back remained straight. He lifted his head, his gaze scanning over the shocked crowd, before finally focusing with great difficulty on Captain America, who stood closest. He forced a smile that appeared strange and exhausted due to his fatigue and the chaos within. Interference. Successful. With those 3 words, his body went limp, his vision darkened, and he fell. Before his consciousness fell into darkness, he seemed to hear the reluctant and weakened echoes of the void, no longer so frenzied. Hateful. But survived. And the distant sound of a Quinjet's rapid descent. Lin En felt himself drifting in an abyssal ocean of darkness. Coldness and heat alternately invaded the fragments of his consciousness, weaving chaotic nightmares with reality. At one moment, there was the twisted brain of the prophet and endless whispers, at another the harbinger with its gaping maw that devoured everything, and the tearing of dimensional turbulence. Then again, there was the void's roar filled with greed and fury. But occasionally other images flashed by Gwen Stacy with her worried blue eyes, Dr. Bruce Banner explaining patiently with a gentle gaze behind his glasses, Tony Stark hurling him towards the gaping maw with the blazing flames of his armor, and Captain America's indomitable star shield. These tiny points of light twinkled like stars in the endless darkness of his consciousness, becoming coordinates he could occasionally grasp to confirm his existence. He did not know how long he had drifted in this chaos of consciousness, until a gentle and continuous warmth began to flow in, slowly dispersing the cold fragments and soothing the burning pain. This power felt familiar, imbued with a reassuring resilience of life itself. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision taking a moment to focus. What came into view was the familiar white ceiling of the S.H.I.E.L.D. medical wing, with a faint scent of disinfectant in the air. He was lying on a hospital bed connected to multiple physiological monitoring devices, the curves on the screens pulsing steadily. The soft light was not blinding. He moved his fingers slightly, feeling a wave of intense weakness and muscle soreness, but the pain from the energy surge that had nearly torn everything apart had eased considerably, leaving only a profound fatigue and emptiness. The presence of the void remained clear, but it seemed to have fallen into a kind of silence, like a rest after gluttony, or perhaps an overload of energy conflict, leaving only some unconscious faint background whispers. "You're awake." A gentle voice sounded beside him. Lin En turned his head and saw Bruce Banner sitting in a chair by the bedside, holding a tablet with a tired yet relieved smile on his face. A faint green glow lingered on his fingertips, slowly fading. Clearly the gentle warmth that had soothed Lin En's wounds was the result of Banner channeling Hulk's immense life force for his healing. "Banner. Doctor." Lin En's voice was hoarse and dry, as if his throat had been scraped by sandpaper. "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days. Banner put down the tablet and handed him a cup of warm water with a straw. "You've overexerted yourself severely. Both your mind and body have reached their limits. Fury ordered you to rest completely." Lin En took a few sips of water through the straw, the cool liquid soothing his parched throat and making him feel much better. "The dock district. Over there. The crisis has been resolved." Banner's tone became serious. "The passage has been completely closed, and that dimensional creature has lost its energy source and has disintegrated. We cleared the site and captured some remnants of Hydra, but the core members seem to have evacuated in advance. The casualties were significant, but if you hadn't closed the passage at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Lin En fell silent for a moment, recalling the harrowing experience in that dark vortex, still feeling a lingering dread. "I almost lost control back then. But we saw that you did control it, at least in that moment," Banner said, his gaze filled with admiration and inquiry. "Fury and the Council were quite shaken. You proved your worth and your controllability in extreme situations. Although the doubts won't completely disappear, many are starting to reassess your position." Just then the door to the room was pushed open without ceremony. Tony Stark walked in, dressed in casual attire and sunglasses, chewing gum and carrying a silver metal box. "Hey, our humanoid dimensional bomb is awake. How are you feeling? Do you feel like you could swallow a planet whole?" His tone still carried Stark's characteristic sarcasm, but Lin En noticed that as he entered, his gaze quickly scanned all the monitoring screens, confirming the data was stable before his irreverent demeanor truly relaxed. Banner sighed helplessly. Tony, can't you let him rest in peace for a bit? What rest? 3 days of sleep isn't enough. If you keep sleeping, your muscles will atrophy. Stark walked to the bedside and placed the metal box with a clatter on the nightstand. Besides, I'm here to deliver some gear. Considering how ineffective your last toy bracelet was, it overloaded and burned out. J.R.V.I.S. said that was just shameful. I stayed up late to make you a new one. He opened the box to reveal a more streamlined bracelet glowing with a dark blue light alongside a compact ear Mark II restrainer. Ugh, that sounds terrible. Let's call it the guide bracelet. Stark picked up the bracelet and unceremoniously pulled Lin En's wrist over to put it on him. The bracelet automatically adjusted, emitting a soft beep as a blue light scanned Lin En's arm. It can monitor your energy fluctuations and mental state more accurately with new calm and focus modes added. It can release pulses at specific frequencies when your emotions fluctuate dramatically, helping you stabilize your emotions or assist in positioning when you need precise control over energy. Of course, he shrugged. The basic suppression function is still there, but the threshold has been raised so you won't trigger alarms. Want to give it a try? Lin En curiously felt the cool touch on his wrist. He attempted to summon a flicker of the blue light on the bracelet flowed steadily without triggering any alarms. Instead, it sent a very subtle, reassuring vibration, seemingly helping him better control the output of that flicker of energy. Thank you. Lin En was somewhat surprised and touched. This was no longer just a simple restraint, but a true assisting guidance device. Don't thank me too early. This is still a beta version, and the warranty lasts only a day. Stark waved his hand, but his gaze lacked the previous pure scrutiny and vigilance, instead carrying a hint of approval. That last move of yours, while it was as reckless as a suicide, it was indeed powerful. Just remember to give me a heads up next time you're playing with fire, so I can get you some insurance. After saying that, he nodded at Banner and stylishly left the room, as if he had merely dropped by to deliver a package. Banner watched Stark's retreating figure and smiled. That's just how he is. But he did put a lot of thought into this. He turned to Lin En, his expression becoming serious again. While you were unconscious, we thoroughly analyzed the battlefield data and the energy shock pattern you caused at the end. That kind of reverse interference was very risky, but also very exquisite. How did you manage it? Lin En lowered his eyelids, looking at his pale fingers, recalling that life and death decision. I didn't try to suppress it, nor did I completely submit to it. I just told it and myself I want to. Then I guided its power to attack the core itself. Banner pondered existence. Elevating one's own will to the purest state, even temporarily reaching an agreement with its fundamental demands, thus obtaining an extremely brief guidance over it. This sounds more philosophical. He pushed up his glasses. But this might point to a new direction. True control may not lie in resistance or submission, but in finding a steadfast self that allows you to coexist with it. Just then, Lin En's personal communicator, the one Stark had just given him, gently vibrated. An encrypted message arrived, sent by Natasha Romanoff. The message was short: well done. Rest. See you at the training ground. Concise yet startling, it made Lin En pause slightly. Was this recognition from Black Widow? Or was it a notification for the next test? He lifted his head to look out the window. The sky was nearing dusk, the golden glow of the sunset streaming through the window, casting warm patches of light on the white sheets. The void within him remained silent, but the unsettling whispers seemed to have weakened somewhat. The new device on his wrist sent steady faint pulses. Dr. Banner quietly recorded data beside him. Stark had delivered new equipment. Natasha had sent a message. The crisis was temporarily resolved. He had survived, and it seemed he had earned a bit of trust and breathing space. The road ahead remained long and fraught with thorns. The threat of Hydra was still not eradicated, and the whispers of the void would surely resound again. But at this moment in the brief calm after the storm, Lin En felt for the first time that perhaps he could truly find a path of his own in this chaotic world filled with heroes and villains, technology and magic. He gently clenched his fist, feeling that weak yet real sense of existence. The faint light, though small, had pierced through the heavy darkness. The efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s medical wing is remarkably high. Under the assistance of Dr. Banner, utilizing Hulk's vitality and advanced medical technology, Lin's body recovers rapidly. Just 1 day later, most of the weakness and muscle soreness had dissipated, and the monitoring data stabilized within a safe. He was approved for limited movement, but the range was still restricted to the living area and designated training zone, with agents accompanying him at all times. As he stepped out of the medical wing, breathing in the air that carried a metallic and cleaning agent scent supplied by the base's internal circulation system, Lin felt an odd sense of familiarity. This place was no longer a purely cold prison, at least now it resembled a temporary base. The guide bracelet on his wrist operated smoothly, its dark blue glow pulsing rhythmically, recording the subtle energy fluctuations brought by each of his movements. This device was indeed much better than the previous pure restrainer. It felt more like a silent and perceptive assistant rather than a cold shackle. His first destination was the laboratory where Gwen Stacy was located. After 3 days of unconsciousness, he was somewhat worried about her situation. After swiping his access card, the door to the laboratory slid open. Gwen was sitting in front of a computer focused on the data on the screen and looked up upon hearing the sound. Seeing it was Lin, a look of surprise immediately spread across her face. Lin, you're awake. How do you feel? I heard about the situation at the dock area. They said you accomplished great things, but were also severely injured. She put down what she was holding and walked over quickly, her azure eyes filled with concern and a hint of fear. I'm fine, recovering quickly. Lin smiled, signaling that he was okay. How about you? Everything normal. I'm good, it's very safe here. Gwen nodded, then lowered her voice slightly. However, over the past 2 days the atmosphere in the base feels a bit different. The patrolling agents seem to have increased. Some looked at me strangely as they passed through the corridor. It's hard to say whether it's curiosity or something else. Lin's gaze sharpened slightly. Gwen's perception was keen. Although Hydra's Echo plan had suffered setbacks, this time their infiltration was pervasive. After this incident, SHIELD must have undergone a new round of scrutiny and cleansing. The intensification of tension and suspicion was inevitable. As an external personnel closely related to him, it wasn't surprising that Gwen received some extra attention. Don't worry, Lin reassured her, also speaking to himself. Director Fury will handle it well. Just act as you usually do. Yet he secretly reminded himself to be more cautious. Hydra likely regarded Gwen as a potential breakthrough point. After chatting briefly with Gwen and confirming that she was well, Lin left the laboratory. He glanced at the time and decided to head to the training ground. Natasha's message echoed in his ears. He needed to recover his condition, quickly adapt to the new bracelet, and digest the brief experience of the guiding power from the last battle. SHIELD's training ground covers a vast area divided into multiple zones, encompassing everything from conventional physical combat and firearms shooting to various superpower adaptability training grounds. Lin chose a relatively secluded energy control training room. The walls and floor here were made of special energy-absorbing materials capable of simulating various interference environments and recording the energy output data of the trainees. He stood in the center of the training room, closed his eyes, and attempted to mobilize the energy within him. The void still seemed to be asleep, responding much more sluggishly than usual. The flow of energy was like a thin stream in a dry riverbed, weak and slow. He carefully guided it, following the fleeting sensation he had during the last battle, not trying to forcefully constrain it, but rather using his will to depict the desired effect. A hint of dark golden energy gathered in his palm, forming a faint light sphere. The glow flickered and its shape was somewhat unstable, but compared to the previous uncontrollable state, it was much improved. The guide bracelet on his wrist sent a gentle pulse, assisting him in stabilizing the energy output frequency. He tried to change the shape of the light sphere, stretching it into a thin energy blade. This process remained challenging. His mind needed to be highly focused, and soon beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But he could feel that the painful sensation of energy backlash had lessened. Just as he was fully concentrated on training, the door to the training room slid open silently. Natasha Romanoff, dressed in a black training suit, leaned against the door frame, quietly watching him. She didn't know how long she had been there, her gaze sharp as usual, carrying a sense of professional evaluation. Lin noticed her gaze dispersed the energy and turned around. Agent Romanoff, it seems you didn't leave your brain in that dimensional portal. Natasha walked in, her steps silent. Your control has improved, though it's still rough. Her evaluations were always so direct and unrelenting. More practice is needed, Lin replied honestly. Of course it is. Natasha walked over to the control panel and operated it a few times. The environment in the training room changed drastically, with several high-speed, moving virtual targets appearing around, while subtle energy interference waves began to form in the air. Combat is never conducted in a stationary state. Adapting to interference and controlling power while in motion is key. She crossed her arms. Let me see how far you can go now. Hit the moving target, pay attention to energy output efficiency, and the bracelet will record the data. Lin took a deep breath, recentering his mind. Under the dual pressure of energy interference and the high-speed movement of the targets, maintaining energy stability and precise shooting became exceptionally difficult. In the initial attempts, the energy beam either deviated from the target or dissipated as soon as it left his palm due to interference. Natasha remained silent, calmly observing, occasionally glancing at the feedback data on the control panel. Lin did not get discouraged. He recalled the sensation of focusing his will to a point when battling the Reapers. He slowed his breathing, no longer pursuing speed, but rather extreme mental concentration. Stabilize. Exist. Guide. The bracelet's focus mode quietly activated, assisting in locking his mind. Swoosh. A slender yet stable dark golden energy beam finally shot out, accurately hitting a high-speed virtual target. The target flickered and disappeared. Continue. Natasha's voice remained flat. Lin felt invigorated and tried. The success rate began to rise slowly. Although there were still mistakes and each successful shot consumed a large amount of mental energy, he was indeed making progress. His control over energy was being honed little by little under this high-pressure simulated training. After about half an hour, Lin felt utterly exhausted mentally and stopped, his sweat having soaked through his training suit. Natasha looked at the data report and nodded, barely passing. Energy utilization improved by 7%. Stability has shown improvement, but the mental consumption is too great to be sustained. You need to turn it into an instinct rather than a skill requiring full effort each time. She closed the training program, walked up to Lin, and tossed him a towel. However, compared to that previous ticking time bomb, you finally look somewhat decent. This might be the highest praise Lin could receive from Black Widow. Thank you. Lin took the towel to wipe off his sweat. Don't. Natasha looked at him, her eyes under her red hair becoming somewhat profound. You've proven your worth, but also magnified your risks. Now more people are watching you. Just because Fury can withstand the pressure to give you a chance doesn't mean he can do it again next time. She lowered her voice slightly. Hydra has failed this time, but they will not give up. The Echo plan is far from over. As a key template, you will always be their target. And internally, it is not a you. Her words confirmed Lin and Gwen's premonitions. I know. Lin nodded gravely. So don't relax. Natasha patted his shoulder lightly, yet with a weighty significance. Your time is limited. Master your power, quickly understand what is within you, and find balance. When the next storm arrives, you may not be lucky enough to be thrown into the monster's mouth to resolve the issue. With that, she turned and left the training room, leaving Lin standing alone reflecting on her words. The pressure was unprecedentedly high. Externally, Hydra loomed ominously. Internally, S.I.E.L.D.'s suspicion and scrutiny persisted, and within him lay the ticking time bomb of the void. Yet strangely, Lin did not feel despair or anxiety. After experiencing the life and death trial at the dock area and undergoing a descent into consciousness and awakening, something deep within him had become more resilient. He dried his sweat, took a deep breath, and looked again at those cold targets in the training ground. His gaze became resolute. He knew the training had just begun, and the real undercurrents had long been surging beneath the calm surface. He had to become stronger to protect what he cherished in this vortex. He raised his hand. Dark golden energy once again gathered in his palm. This time the glow seemed a bit more stable than before. Days flowed by in relative tranquility, yet beneath this calm lay the rapid operation of the vast machine known as S.I.E.L.D. The aftershocks of the dock area incident had yet to subside. Lin En's life had formed a new routine, undergoing mental stability training under the guidance of Dr. Banner, practicing energy control in combat situations under Natasha's scrutinizing gaze, occasionally meeting with Gwen for brief exchanges of trivial daily matters, providing a rare respite in an oppressive environment, and spending the remaining time mostly reading materials from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decryption database to catch up on the world, various supernatural phenomena, energy theories, and the history of Hydra. He was like a greedy sponge, desperately needing knowledge to arm himself and understand his situation. The guide wristband on his wrist had become his closest companion and his most obvious identifier. It silently recorded every subtle fluctuation of his energy, relaying the data to some terminal in real time. Lin En knew that Fury Hill, Banner, and even Stark could access this data at any moment. This was an invisible surveillance, but it was also a form of protection. At the very least, they could foresee any signs of his potential loss of control. That afternoon, he was in the training room, repeatedly practicing moving target, shooting, his performance steadily improving. Although the mental toll was still enormous, he no longer felt utterly drained like he had at the beginning. The door to the training room slid open, and Agent Phil Coulson walked in with his signature, somewhat formulaic, yet not irritating smile. Mr. Lin, may I have a moment? Coulson's voice was as calm as ever. Lin En dissipated the energy in his hands and wiped the sweat from his brow. Agent Coulson, is there something you need? He wishes to speak with you about the follow-up evaluation of the last operation and your upcoming arrangements. Lin En maintained the necessary respect and a hint of vigilance towards this right-hand man of Fury. Coulson gestured for him to proceed. Lin En felt a slight tightening in his chest. What was meant to come would always come. He nodded and followed Coulson out of the training room, passing through several heavily guarded corridors until they arrived at Fury's office. Nick Fury stood alone in front of the massive one-way glass window, gazing down at the bustling command center. He turned around, his one-eyed gaze landing on Lin En, scrutinizing him without concealment. Sit. He pointed to the chair in front of his desk. Lin En complied, remaining silent as he awaited Fury to speak. Your physical examination report and energy monitoring data have been reviewed by Banner and Stark. Fury got straight to the point, his voice low. The conclusion is that your body is recovering well, your energy control level is steadily improving, and your stability has increased by approximately 30% compared to before the incident. More importantly, you have preliminarily proven that you can convert the threats within you into tactical advantages under high-pressure conditions, albeit through extremely risky and non-replicable means. Lin En did not relax at this bit of praise. That was just luck, Director. There were no other options at the time. Luck is also a part of strength, especially in our line of work. Fury sat down behind his desk. Based on your performance and the current controllability assessment, the Council has temporarily shelved the proposal to place you in permanent containment. Lin En took a deep breath. This was good news. However, Fury's tone shifted, his one eye sharp as a blade. This does not mean that you have earned a vote of trust. Hydra's Echo plan has not ceased. We have cleared the stronghold at the docks, but they are like cockroaches, crush one nest, and more are hidden in the cracks. And you remain the most crucial link in their plans. He pulled up an encrypted document and projected it onto the table. This is the Reaper energy model and the simulated diagram of that dimensional portal reconstructed based on the C's data and your perceptual descriptions. The analyses from both the science department and the mystical advisors reached a consensus: the portal that Hydra is attempting to stabilize is extremely unstable and dangerous. They lack a key stabilizer or coordinate. Furious gaze locked onto Lin En. And you, Lin En, your energy signature, or rather the signature of that thing within you, is considered the best candidate to serve as this stabilizer or ultimate coordinate. That is why they are so intent on acquiring you. Lin En felt a chill creeping up his spine. He was not only a template, so my situation hasn't changed. It has changed. Fury leaned forward. Previously you were merely a potential threat. Now you are a strategic asset that has proven its value and has a clear target from the enemy. Your training level and authority will be elevated, and correspondingly your responsibilities and tasks will increase. Lin En was taken aback. Limited non-direct combat tasks. Fury explained, for example, assisting in analyzing the energy residues of Echo warriors attempting to remotely sense possible Hydra activity strongholds, or participating as a special consultant in formulating some operational plans. You need to start learning how to apply your abilities in broader fields, not just in combat. This implied deeper involvement, but also more trust and autonomy. Lin En remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. I understand. I will do my best. Good. Fury seemed unsurprised by his response. Deputy Director Hill will be responsible for your upcoming training plans and task details. She will contact you. Leaving Fury's office, Lin En felt a mix of emotions. He had received better treatment and more opportunities, but also bore clearer expectations and a heavier burden. It was as if he was walking on an increasingly narrow tightrope with an abyss below and ferocious tigers lurking on. When he returned to the living area, he found two unfamiliar stern-faced agents standing at the entrance of Gwen's laboratory. They only allowed him to pass after checking his clearance. Inside the lab, Gwen appeared relatively calm on the surface, but her eyes revealed a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. They said this is upgraded security measures. Gwen said softly to Lin En, her tone somewhat strained. Lin En's heart sank. Furious elevation of clearance and Hill's impending arrangements were linked to this obvious increase in monitoring, targeted at Gwen, conveying a clear and cold message: you are valuable, but we still need to hold tightly to the leverage that ensures your cooperation. Trust has always been conditional. Beneath the warm glow, the cold and hard reality was never far away. Maria Hill's contact was quicker than Lin had anticipated. Early the next morning, he received an encrypted directive on his personal data pad, instructing him to report to Tactical Analysis Room 7 in 1 hour. Tactical Analysis Room 7 was located deeper within the base with a higher security level. The room had no windows, surrounded by massive touch screens, with a large holographic projection platform at its center. Hill was already there, dressed in a pristine uniform, standing straight as she rapidly reviewed the data streams hovering before. Agent Lin, she said without looking up, using a very formal address. Your access has been temporarily elevated to level 5, limited to data relevant to this room's tasks. Understood. Understood, Deputy Director. Lin responded formally as well. He could feel the almost absolute professionalism and distance surrounding Hill. Very well. Hill closed the data stream in front of her and turned to the central holographic projection platform. With a light tap of her finger, a complex, continuously rotating dark red energy structure diagram appeared on the platform, accompanied by a plethora of scrolling parameters. This is a reconstructed model of the partially undamaged Echo device data recovered from the dock area base. We need you to use your special perception to assist in locating the vulnerable nodes within its energy cycle. She brought up another view displaying the simulated attack effects of several different models of energy weapons. We need to assess which type of energy impact can most effectively disable this kind of device without triggering a catastrophic energy detonation. The next few hours were an intense mental marathon for Lin. Hill's questions were precise and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary emotion or chatter. She required him to concentrate on sensing the energy flow within the holographic model, describing its feeling rather than just the data, and then cross-verifying with the theoretical models from the science department. This process was extraordinarily taxing. Lin had to carefully draw upon a sliver of perception, touching upon the Echo energy pattern he despised while vigilantly guarding against any reaction from the void within him. Sweat soon soaked his forehead. Hill calmly observed every subtle expression and physiological reading from him synchronously displayed on the side screens, occasionally posing sharp questions. When you sensed this node, were there any signs of activity in the void? If the intensity increased by 5%, where is your control threshold? Ignore the data and use your intuition to judge which attack mode is more likely to provoke its repulsion response. Her questions forced Lin to delve deeper into the subtle relationship between his abilities and the enemy's energy, even the blurred line between himself and the void. In one attempt, Lin slightly relaxed his suppression of the void to more accurately perceive the resonant frequency of a critical node. In an instant, a familiar greedy thrill surged from the depths of his heart, and a dark golden glimmer flashed in his eyes. The energy readings on the holographic model also displayed a subtle disturbance. Stop! Hill's voice immediately rang out, cold and sharp. You just lost 0.3% accuracy. Lin gasped, struggling to answer it. The void. It was interested in this kind of energy. Got a bit too... Hill stared at him for a few seconds before quickly jotting something down on her data pad. Record this threshold. It poses a risk, but may transform into a form of offensive perception under specific circumstances. But next time, without my explicit directive, you are not permitted to approach that boundary. An uncontrollable weapon is of no value. Her tone was devoid of emotion, as if evaluating the performance of a tool. Lin felt a wave of discomfort, but had to admit she spoke the truth. Here he was merely a weapon being tested and after the training, Lin was nearly exhausted. Hill handed him a glass of water, the motion so standardized it felt like a process execution. Your perception has unique value, but controllability is the primary prerequisite. At the same time, tomorrow we will conduct the second phase of analysis, simulating other energy sources that the Hydra may use for echo enhancement. Yes, Deputy Director. Lin took the cup. Just as he was about to leave, Hill suddenly spoke again, her tone seemingly carrying an extremely slight thaw, yet still serious. The report you submitted regarding the existence while controlling energy has been reviewed by Dr. Banner. Although it lacks quantifiable data support, that is a correct direction. Keep it up. With that, she no longer looked at him, returning her focus to the data streams before her. Lin was momentarily stunned, then silently left the analysis room. Hill's last sentence was like a small stone thrown into a deep pool, though slight it rippled through his heart. This was an almost affirmative acknowledgement from Maria Hill, the Deputy Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who valued evidence, and despite the cold manner and harsh process, Lin indeed felt that through these almost torturous trainings his understanding and control over his own power were being honed efficiently by Hill's iron fist. And from an angle he could not see after he left, Hill pulled up all of his physiological and data monitoring records from the training, her gaze lingering on several indicators regarding mental resilience and will strength for a long while before encrypting them and marking them as ongoing observation items. The tranquil days were shattered by an urgent message. A field team from S.H.I.E.L.D. lost contact while investigating a batch of stolen industrial equipment capable of high-precision energy carving in a decaying industrial city in Eastern Europe named Karlskrona. The last signal received was extremely brief and vague, but within the audio background a unique, inhuman, distorted roar was captured which matched with an 82% similarity to the vocal traits of the Reapers in the dock area after database comparison. The atmosphere in the command center instantly tensed up. Another echo laboratory. Hill glanced at Fury. Its scale may not be as large as the dock area, but its operational patterns are more covert. Fury fixed his gaze on the flashing red dot on the map. They've wised up using the abandoned industrial zone as cover, and it's likely just a small experimental point for testing new echo units, or something else. Everyone's gaze once again drifted vaguely towards the urgently summoned Lin En. He was now practically a dedicated early warning system and analyzer for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s echo operations. Lin En Fury called directly attempt remote sensing. We need to confirm whether there are echo energy signatures present, as well as their approximate intensity. Lin En took a deep breath, stepped forward. He closed his eyes, eliminating distractions, concentrating his thoughts, and slowly extended his perception towards that distant Eastern European direction. Thanks to recent training, this process was much smoother than before, although it still felt like casting a fine net into a dark ocean, requiring immense focus. Minutes later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. There's very faint energy, but yes, it's viscous cold filled with predatory instincts. It feels rougher than what was sensed in the dock area, like an unfinished defective product, but the quantity seems to have more than one source, very scattered. He struggled to describe that vague perception, and there's a very strange feeling like cold metal mixed with some kind of angry emotion. Cold metal, angry emotion. This bizarre combination made the analysts furrow their brows. Defective products, multiple sources. Stark's voice came through the communicator. He was in a meeting at Stark Industries, connecting remotely. Sounds like a testing ground. They might be bulk testing different versions of Echo Warriors or conducting some sort of screening. As for the metal and anger, Jarvis scanned all recent metal transactions and unusual energy consumption records in that area. Already completed, sir. Jarvis's voice responded. Karlskrona's third steel plant abandoned for 7 years, but there have been abnormal high energy consumption records in the past 6 weeks, source unknown. Satellite thermal imaging shows a large-scale heat accumulation underground. The target has been further locked in. Action plan. Fury finalized the idea. An elite assault team, led by Agent Romanoff and Agent Barton, will infiltrate for reconnaissance, confirm the situation, retrieve data if possible, and eliminate threats if necessary. Stark will provide high-altitude real-time support and firepower coverage. Captain Rogers will serve as the second-tier reserve. He paused for a moment and looked at Lin En. Lin En, you stay at the base. Provide remote energy sensing support for the assault team through an encrypted channel, just like last time. Try to guide them away from energy accumulation points or alert them of potential Echo unit activity. This is a compromise plan utilizing his abilities while keeping him within a relatively safe range. Lin En nodded, understanding that his current state was not suitable for stepping directly onto the battlefield. The action plan was quickly formulated. Natasha and Barton immediately headed to the equipment room. Stark's armor also shot up from New York. Lin En was brought to a separate communication booth, which connected directly to Natasha and Barton's tactical headsets, as well as Stark's armor system. The screen displayed real-time satellite maps and vital signs monitoring data of the assault team. Hours later, the assault team quietly infiltrated near the target area using the night and the complex terrain of the abandoned factory. Reached the designated position. The environment is abnormally quiet. Natasha's voice came through the headset, low yet clear. Lin En's voice echoed in the communication channel report on the energy sensing situation. Lin En closed his eyes, focusing his perception again. At your 1 o'clock direction, about 15 meters underground, there's an energy source. Very faint, and it's moving. At 10 o'clock beneath that rusty hopper, there's one. In a dormant state, like a cold stone. Directly ahead, that red office building, the basement. Has a strong energy reaction, and it's unstable, very volatile. He described the fragmented impressions as if observing through a thick fog, but the directional information provided was extremely valuable. Following his guidance, Natasha and Barton avoided several hidden dormant echo warriors like ghosts and successfully approached the red office building. Detected a surveillance camera. Already blocked. Found an entrance to the ventilation duct which can lead to the basement. Barton reported. Stark external situation. Natasha asked. Terrifyingly quiet. Just like the calm before a storm. Stark circled in the air, no signs of large-scale troop movements detected. But my energy scan shows that there is indeed a high-energy reaction in the basement. The type cannot be fully identified, mixed with biological energy and some strange mechanical signals. Mechanical signals. The cold metal Lin En sensed before. Natasha and Barton cautiously infiltrated. The scene inside made them gasp. This place did not have the massive dimensions and biological laboratories like the dock area, but resembled a crude modification workshop. Several crude life pods contained distorted humanoid beings roughly grafted with cold mechanical parts, energy lines crudely inserted into their bodies, barely merging with that dark red biological tissue. Most had already lost signs of life. In the center of the workshop, a figure was restrained on the operating table by heavy metal restraints. It was taller than the average Echo warrior, half of its body covered with rough metal armor, while the other side was a distorted, swollen, dark red biological tissue. Its head was covered by a completely metal helmet, leaving only a single eye that flickered with unstable red light. It seemed to sense the intruders and began to struggle violently. The metal restraints emitted a grating groan, mixing with the biological tissue that oozed out slime, letting out a deep, pained roar. Oh God! Are they forcibly merging humans, machines, and those things? Barton felt a wave of nausea. Quick! Natasha commanded the accompanying technical agent. Just then Lin En's urgent voice suddenly echoed in the channel. Be careful. All the scattered energy sources have awakened. They are rapidly approaching you. That big one. Its energy is escalating sharply. Very unstable. It's going to explode. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the bound mechanical modification let out an earth-shattering roar, and the energy core in its chest emitted a blinding red light. Retreat! Retreat immediately! Natasha shouted. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from the basement. The entire red office building shook violently. Natasha! Barton! Stark exclaimed in the air, immediately diving down to blast open the collapsed entrance with his palm cannon. The communication channel instantly filled with the roar of explosions, static, and coughing. Lin En's heart was in his throat, his perception completely disrupted by the violent explosion energy, leaving him with only a sense of chaos and rapidly dissipating life force. Report your status. Romanov. Barton. Hill's voice remained calm, but the speed of speech had clearly quickened. Moments later, Natasha's coughing voice came through. We're fine. Stark blew open the exit in time. Barton has minor injuries. The technical agent. Sacrificed. Data. We only managed to recover part of the hard drive. At that moment, Stark's voice interjected, carrying an unprecedented seriousness. Fury, I believe we have discovered what Lin En referred to as metal and anger. These madmen. They are trying to create hybrids of biological, mechanical, and that dimensional energy. That earlier one was an unstable self-destruct bomb. Lin En felt a chill. Hydra had not stopped. They were even attempting more insane and uncontrollable technology, and he himself remained the central key to all of this. The helplessness of remote support and the brutality of the battlefield weighed heavily on his heart once again. The outcome of the Eastern European operation hung over the participants like a shroud of gloom. While a Hydra experimental site was successfully destroyed and valuable data was retrieved, the sacrifice of a technical agent and the frenzied evolution of the enemy's technology weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Lin felt this more than anyone. He saw the awakening of that energy, but could not prevent the explosion. The feeling of forewarning disaster without the power to change it was more frustrating than participating in the battle. He locked himself in the training room, throwing himself into practice with a manic fervor, almost self-abusive in his effort to exhaust his spirit and physical strength, trying to grow stronger more quickly, as if only this could alleviate the suffocating sense of powerlessness. Dr. Banner noticed his distress and tried to counsel him. Lin, casualties are inevitable in war. You are not a god. You cannot foresee and control everything. Your forewarning has already saved Natasha and Barton. But that's not enough, Doctor. Lin punched the energy absorption wall, producing a dull thud. The skin on the back of his hand was scraped by the recoil, oozing blood which slowly healed under his energy's influence. If I had been there. If I could have interfered more precisely, or even controlled that explosion. And then what? Banner asked calmly. would it have triggered the void within you to spiral out of control, causing consequences more dreadful than that experimental Bodis explosion? Lin power is not meant to compensate for all regrets. Learning to accept limitations is as important as mastering power itself. Lin remained silent, but his tightly clenched fists revealed that he had not fully absorbed these words. This oppressive state even affected his meetings with Gwen. He became somewhat distracted, emanating a low-pressure aura that warned others to keep their distance. Gwen keenly noticed his change. Lin, during a brief afternoon tea under strict supervision, she set down her cup and softly asked, "You seem tired lately. Has something happened?" Lin hesitated, not mentioning the details of the Eastern European operation, simply saying the training has been quite tough. And I just feel my power is still far from enough. Gwen looked at the exhaustion under his eyes and the deep-seated anxiety hidden within, gently sighing. "Lin, I know I might not understand the terrifying things you face, but don't push yourself too hard. I remember you told me that the first step to controlling power is controlling your heart. If your heart is in chaos, your power will be too." Her words washed over Lin's anxious heart like a gentle spring. He paused for a moment, realizing that indeed his mindset had been somewhat unbalanced recently. Eager for results, he might be straying further from true control. "Thank you, Gwen." He took a deep breath, striving to relax his expression. "You are right." At that moment, two agents responsible for protecting Gwen received some instructions through their earpieces. One of them stepped forward and with polite insistence stated, "Miss Stacy, it is time for today's meeting." At that moment, two agents responsible for protecting Gwen received some instructions through their earpieces. One of them stepped forward and with polite insistence stated, "Miss Stacy, it is time for—" Watching Gwen being taken away, the momentary calm in Lin's heart was once again overshadowed by a layer of gloom. This protection felt more like house arrest. He knew this was Führer's tactic, yet it still left him feeling uncomfortable. This discomfort peaked that evening. Following Hill's instructions, he returned to the tactical analysis room for another round of data analysis. This time the target was the hard drive data retrieved from the Eastern European operation, which contained partial design diagrams and technical parameters of the mechanical-biological hybrid. The analysis process remained high intensity and tedious. Hill's requirements were meticulous to the last decimal. During a complex simulation of energy flow, Lin, having overtrained the previous night, made a minor calculation error due to mental fatigue. Hill immediately pointed out the mistake. Her tone, "I see your attention is scattered. Your error rate has increased by 2% compared to last time. If this were on the battlefield, that 2% could lead to mission failure or even casualties." If it were any other time, Lin would accept the criticism. But at this moment, the helpless gaze of Gwen as she was taken away, the sacrificed agents from the Eastern European operation, and his slow progress. All these emotions intertwined, causing his feelings to spiral out of control. "Then perhaps I shouldn't participate in this analysis, Deputy Director." Lin's voice unconsciously rose, a flicker of dark gold agitation flashing in his eyes. "My perception is not always 100% accurate. I can't be infallible like a machine. Instead of analyzing data here, why not let me?" He abruptly halted, realizing what he almost said. Hill's sharp gaze fixed on him, the air in the room seemed to solidify. "Why not let you what? Go to the battlefield? To take risks with your uncontrollable power like in Eastern Europe? Lin, don't forget the reason you stand here. SHIELD. Invested resources to train you, not to turn you into a disposable bomb." Her words were like a cold needle puncturing the balloon of Lin's emotions. He also realized his outburst, taking a deep breath to forcibly suppress the surging emotions and the whispers of the void. "I'm sorry, Deputy Director. I'm a bit tired." Hill stared at him for a few seconds, not continuing the reprimand, but instead pulling up a new data report. "This is your energy fluctuation and mental pressure index over the past 72 hours. Since last night, all your data has been operating in an unhealthy range. Fatigue and mental stress from overtraining are affecting your judgment and control." Her tone remained flat, yet it pointed out the facts. "From now on, you are prohibited from entering the training room for 24 hours. This is an order. Go rest." Lin opened his mouth, ultimately unable to refute. Hill's data was impeccable, her judgment cold to the point of cruelty, yet entirely correct. He silently saluted and turned to leave the analysis room. Back in his dorm, Lin lay on the bed staring blankly at Hill's order forced him to break away from that insane training state, giving him a chance to think calmly. He indeed had been too eager, almost backtracking to the path controlled by emotions and the void. At that moment, his data pad chimed softly. It was a message from the internal system sender ID Hill. The message consisted of only a single line, like a cold program comment, yet it left Lin in a daze for a long time. "An effective weapon requires regular maintenance and cooling. Uncontrolled anxiety is a faster means of destruction than the enemy." There was no comfort, no encouragement, only a cold reminder based on fact. But for some reason, this temperatureless message from Maria Hill brought Lin a strange sense of calm greater than any. He set the data pad down and truly closed his eyes, allowing his weary body and mind to sink into a long-lost pure state of rest. In the darkness, the whispers of the void seemed to weaken a little. The 24 hours of enforced rest produced unexpected effects. When Lin En walked back into the training room, he felt much clearer in mind. Although his strength had not increased, his focus was sharper, and his control over energy seemed to have become more adept. For the first time, he successfully shaped energy into a small and stable shield that lasted a full 3 seconds. Dr. Banner expressed his satisfaction. See, sometimes slowing down can actually allow you to move faster. However, the challenges of reality never allow for a moment's respite. The scientific division and technical team made breakthroughs in studying the data recovered from Eastern Europe, but it also brought bad news. Analysis indicated that Hydra was attempting a mechanical-biological hybrid technology, the core of which was a highly unstable energy converter designed to forcibly merge energies and materials of different natures. This converter is extremely dangerous and prone to overload and explosion, just as they witnessed in Eastern Europe. But what truly made Fury and Hill furrow their brows was another report by comparing the energy characteristics provided by Lin En with the design blueprints of the converter. Stark and Banner both arrived at a disturbing conclusion. This crude converter seemed to reverse engineer the unique ability within Lin En to contain both Void and Stellar Force 2 extreme energies. They can't create a perfect instrument like you, Stark pointed out bluntly in the video conference, his tone carrying a rare seriousness, so they are trying to create a one-time shoddy imitation, used to forcibly bond those completely incompatible elements. The problem is this contraption is extremely unstable, like a gas canister that could explode at any moment. Hill added a more serious problem is based on their experimental direction. Hydra is likely to attempt larger-scale fusion experiments in the short term. Their target might be to create a hybrid biological weapon that rivals the Reaper in the dock area, but is more. The room fell silent. A controllable monster that fused biological, mechanical, and dimensional energies. Its threat level was incalculable. We must stop them before their next experiment, Fury concluded, but we have no exact location. After their stronghold in Eastern Europe was taken down, they will surely be more vigilant. Everyone's gaze turned back to Lin En. He was currently the only one who might find a clue about the enemy. Lin En felt immense pressure. Remote sensing requires a general direction. Global scanning like before is simply not feasible and is extremely mentally taxing, risking a backlash from the Void. I need more precise guiding objects. Lin En pondered, preferably fragments of the converter itself or items that have strongly interacted with that hybrid energy. The scientific division soon delivered a sealed lead box containing a severely damaged fragment of the converter brought back from Eastern Europe, which retained a faint trace of hybrid energy. Lin En carefully opened the lead box, holding his breath as he gently brought his fingers close to the twisted metal fragment. Instantly, a complex sensation filled with mechanical coldness, biological distortion, and dimensional greed surged into his perception. It was countless times clearer than the previous remote sensing. It even stirred the Void power within him, sending a slight tremor through him. Inferior. Crude. Waste. The Void expressed its disdain, but at the same time revealed an interest, as if it had spotted something defective that could be devoured or utilized. Lin En forcibly suppressed the Void's reaction, channeling all his focus into capturing and memorizing that unique energy fingerprint. This sensation was incredibly vivid, like a malevolent mark. How is it? Hill asked. Very clear. Like a foul, oily smell. Lin En likened his face somewhat pale. If something similar is active nearby, I should be able to sense it. Range. Uncertain. But if it's on the same continental plate, perhaps. There's a chance. Lin En wasn't. At this moment, the previously silent Bruce Banner proposed a bold idea. Perhaps we can take the initiative instead of passively searching. What do you mean? Fury asked. Since Hydra's technology is reverse engineering Lin En's energy characteristics, Banner adjusted his glasses. If Lin En actively and slightly released a trace of energy fluctuations with similar characteristics within a certain range, wouldn't it act like a lighthouse, attracting devices or experimental subjects carrying similar fragments to resonate? Like a magnet. This suggestion stunned everyone. That's too risky. Hill was the first to object. Actively releasing energy. That's tantamount to revealing Lin En's location to Hydra. Moreover, it would be impossible to control the potential consequences. No, not a large-scale release, Banner hastily clarified. It's an extremely precise, pulsed low-intensity, more like a special ping that responds only to that specific frequency. Theoretically, only those devices carrying similar energy would be activated and feedback. We can locate them by monitoring this feedback. He looked at Lin En. This requires unprecedented precision in your control over your powers. Can you do it? Lin En's heart raced. This plan was extremely dangerous. If it spiraled out of control, it could trigger a massive eruption of the Void with unimaginable consequences. But this was also the fastest and most direct method available. He recalled Fury's words, proving his worth. He thought of the agents who sacrificed themselves in Eastern Europe. He remembered his sense of powerlessness. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Fury, Hill, and Banner. Through video, his expression gradually growing resolute. I can give it a try. His voice was low yet carried a sense of determination. I need an absolutely quiet and isolated environment, and I also need real-time data support from Mr. Stark and Dr. Banner to help me calibrate the pulse intensity and frequency. Fury's single eye fixed intently on him, remaining silent for nearly a minute. This was a huge gamble. Approved. Fury finally spoke. Hill arranged for the highest level isolation laboratory. Stark, Banner assist with everything. This is our only non-standard solution at present. Lin En. He finally looked at Lin En. Remember, precision and control are the prerequisites for everything. Immediately terminate if there are any signs of loss of control. Understood. The highest level isolation laboratory was activated with walls made of several meters of special alloys and energy-absorbing materials. Lin En stood alone in the center of the laboratory connected to numerous sensors. Stark and Banner monitored every physiological and data metric of his through countless screens in the control room. Alright kid, relax, just think of it as sending a Hello Kitty greeting text to those stinky rats hiding in the sewers. Stark tried to relieve the tension with a joke, but his voice also carried a tautness. Begin the first low-intensity pulse attempt frequency set to alpha band. Banner commanded. Lin En took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and sank all his consciousness inward. He carefully navigated around the area of the void that lay dormant, like traversing a minefield, extracting a trace of extremely weak power that blended with his own energy characteristics. Then he recalled the feeling of that foul, oily smell from the fragment, carefully adjusting the frequency of this energy, trying to align with it. This process was as delicate as using a massive crane to embroider. The whispers of the void became clearer due to the energy manipulation, filled with temptation and interference. Release. More. Make them tremble. Lin En ignored it, focusing all his mental energy on the faint, nearly invisible dark golden light point at his fingertips. Now's the time. He willed, gently breathing that finely adjusted energy out. A pulse so weak it was almost imperceptible swept through the entire laboratory, centered on him, silently penetrating the thick walls and spreading outward. In the control room, everyone held their breath, staring at the energy detector's screen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The screen remained silent. Failed. Just as disappointment began to rise in everyone's hearts, suddenly an extremely faint feedback signal, with highly matching frequency characteristics, flashed across the edge of the screen. Location locked. Quebec, Canada, deep within the Laurentians. Captured. The technician exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, another stronger and more unstable feedback signal suddenly appeared on the screen, the location startlingly being near the medical wing of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Everyone's faces changed instantly. Lin En also suddenly opened his eyes, his face drained of color. Not only had he found Hydra's laboratory far away, but more terrifyingly, he had detected the hidden threat within the base. The medical wing. It's Gwen, he exclaimed. The non-standard solution succeeded, but the truth it revealed was even more shocking. The crisis was never far away, it was even right beside them. The air in the isolation laboratory seemed to have solidified. The two flickering feedback signals on the screen were like two venomous fangs viciously biting into everyone's hearts. One was far away in the Canadian mountains as expected. The other was alarmingly close right by the medical wing of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. This was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Medical wing. Confirmed the signal source. Hill's voice rang out cold and hurried, tinged with disbelief. Confirmed. The signal source's intensity is weak but clear with a 99.7 match to the Eastern European fragments. Location. Medical wing zone B near Miss Stasis laboratory and dormitory area. The technician's voice was filled with panic. Gwen. Lin's face went pale, nearly rushing out, but was blocked by the heavy isolation door. Calm down. Lin. Dr. Banner's voice came through the speaker's stern and warning, stay where you are. This could be a trap. Or some item carrying fragments. Furious single eye glinted with cold light, and without hesitation he immediately issued a series of commands. Hill. Immediately seal off medical wing zone B. All exits, no entry, no exit. Initiate the internal security plan. Brass ring. Romanoff, Barton, take your teams to the medical wing, immediately secure the scene, ensure Miss Stasis' safety, and search for the signal source. Stark scanned the entire base to see if there are any other hidden signals. The orders were executed instantly. A piercing internal alarm sounded different from the alarms for external intrusions. This alarm signified a severe security threat within the base. The explosion-proof doors in all areas began to descend. Although the agents were puzzled, they quickly occupied key positions according to the plan, their weapons instinctively aiming at their companions, trust vanishing in that moment. Natasha and Barton's reactions were the fastest. They shot toward medical wing zone B like arrows released from a bow. The agents they passed immediately cleared the way, their faces serious. Lin was trapped in the isolation room, anxious and restless. He could see the chaotic scene in the medical wing corridor through the internal monitor. Agents were wary of each other. Natasha and Barton were quickly checking each room, and Gwen's laboratory door was tightly shut. Open the door. Let me out. I must confirm her safety. Lin shouted into the communicator, the energy within him becoming unstable due to anxiety, dark golden currents flickering beneath his skin. No. Hill firmly refused, her image appearing on the screen in the isolation room, her expression stern. You cannot go anywhere until the situation is clear. Your emotions are affecting the energy readings. Control yourself, Lin. Otherwise I will order an increase in isolation measures. Her words were like a bucket of cold water splashed over Lin. He knew Hill was right. Losing control would only make things worse. He forced himself to take deep breaths, trying to visualize the anchor point to suppress the restless void energy, but his gaze remained fixed on the screen. Meanwhile, Natasha and Barton arrived outside Gwen's laboratory. Barton raised his bow, alert to the surroundings, while Natasha knocked on the door. Miss Stacy, I am Agent Romanoff. Please open the door. Internal security drill in progress. The door opened, and Gwen stood at the entrance, her face pale and confused, clearly startled by the sudden alarm and lockdown. Agent Romanoff. What happened? Not clear for now. Please cooperate with us for an inspection. Natasha's gaze swept quickly through the interior of the laboratory, while a small energy detector silently scanned Gwen and the surrounding area in her hand. The detector showed no abnormal reactions. The signal source is not on her, Natasha reported softly through the intercom, searching the laboratory. They meticulously checked every corner of the laboratory, even using a life signs scanner to check for hidden spaces. The faint signal seemed to exist like a ghost, yet its source could not be found. Expand the search area. The next room, ventilation ducts, all possible hiding places. Hill ordered from the command center. Suddenly the technician reported, the signal has moved. Very slowly. Now heading towards the north corridor. Someone is carrying it. Barton immediately reacted, exchanging glances with Natasha, and the two rushed silently toward the direction of the corridor like cheetahs. The corridor was empty due to the lockdown order. All personnel were required to stay put. The signal detector's needle slightly swayed, pointing toward a storage room at the end of the corridor. Natasha gestured, and Barton understood, half drawing his bow, aiming at the door. Natasha suddenly yanked the door open. Inside was only a young technician in logistics maintenance uniform organizing a tool cart. He was startled by the abrupt intrusion of the two, and the wrench in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Don't move. Natasha's gun was aimed at him, her gaze sharp. The technician raised his hands in fear, his face pale. Romanoff, agent. What happened? I was just organizing tools. As Barton's detector neared this technician, it emitted a clear, buzzing sound. The signal source was on him. Natasha's eyes narrowed sharply, and she quickly moved forward to search him, soon retrieving a small metal piece wrapped in a special lead layer from his uniform's inner pocket. It was indeed one of those converter fragments from Eastern Europe. However, this piece was smaller, and its energy reaction was extremely weak, as if it had been deliberately tampered with. The technician's pupils constricted sharply as he saw the fragment, a flicker of despair and fear flashing across his face. Take him away. Conduct a thorough interrogation, Natasha said coldly. The crisis seemed temporarily averted, but everyone's hearts sank. Hydra's infiltration had reached such depths. A logistics technician could carry such dangerous items into the core area of the base. The door to the isolation room finally opened, and Lin rushed out, heading straight for the medical wing. He saw Gwen standing at the laboratory door, safe and sound, and let out a long sigh of relief, feeling exhausted as he leaned against the wall. Gwen also showed a relieved expression upon seeing him, but her eyes were still filled with lingering fear and confusion. Fury and Hill's expressions were incredibly grim. The internal cleanup had to be upgraded again, but it felt like a war that would never end. What about the situation in Canada? Stark's voice broke the silence. The signal over there is much stronger than this little fragment here. Furious single eye swept over the still shaken crowd, finally resting on Lin, who had just experienced an emotional roller coaster. Lin, his voice was devoid of emotion. Your method succeeded. Now we need you to once again confirm the specific location and intensity of the signal source in Canada. Then, he paused, his tone resolute. We will take the initiative. The brief turmoil within the base was forcefully suppressed, and the technician carrying the fragment was thrown into the highest security confinement, awaiting the meticulous attention of Natasha and the specialized interrogation team. The initial interrogation results were shocking. He was not a core member, but merely a pawn coerced by external forces through threats to his family and promises of substantial rewards, tasked only with bringing the lead-covered weak energy signal fragment into the base at a specific time. This proved that Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. was thorough, and their actions were becoming increasingly secretive and cunning. Everyone's attention shifted back to the distant Laurentian Mountains in Canada. With the assistance of Banner and Stark, Lin once again entered a state of intense focus, deeply sensing the signals. With a clear direction and a stronger signal source, his perception became much clearer. The location is deep within the mountain. The energy response is very complex, very chaotic. Lin closed his eyes, his brow furrowed, straining to discern the distant energy fluctuations. There's more than one. Many life signals. Most are very weak and pain. Like chickens in a poultry farm. His metaphor unsettled everyone in the control room. In the core area, there is a large object being assembled. The energy is strong, extremely unstable, filled with anger and the coldness of metal. Lin's description was reminiscent of the self-destructive hybrid in Eastern Europe, but the scale seemed much larger. They are in the final stages of assembly and testing, Stark assessed from the data. We must stop them before they complete it. Otherwise, once that large object is activated, who knows what destruction it will cause. The action plan was swiftly formulated. This time it was not reconnaissance, but complete destruction. The operation was codenamed Furnace. An elite strike team led by Captain America Steve Rogers served as the main assault force. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton were responsible for infiltration and sabotage of internal facilities. Tony Stark provided aerial fire support, electronic suppression, and battlefield monitoring. Bruce Banner served as the heavy artillery backup in emergencies, though everyone hoped they wouldn't have to rely on Hulk. And Lin's role was redefined. Lin, you will accompany the team, but stay on the Quinjet as a remote support and energy sensing node. Fury pointed at the holographic map. We need you to perceive the energy changes within the mountain in real time, guiding the strike team to avoid danger zones, and most importantly, attempt to interfere with, or even incapacitate the energy core of the main target at a critical moment, creating an attack window for the strike team. This is an extremely important and dangerous task. It means Lin will be dangerously close to the battlefield, needing to maintain precise perception and control under high-pressure combat conditions. I can do it. Lin did not hesitate. He was eager to prove himself, yearning to make up for the previous feelings of helplessness. Remember, Hill added coldly from the side, her gaze sweeping over the guiding bracelet on Lin's wrist. Your task is support and interference, not direct combat. Any energy output exceeding your authority will be recorded and may result in an immediate termination of your mission privileges. Is that clear? Clear, Deputy Director. Lin met her gaze and nodded. In the following time, the entire base entered a pre-combat preparation state. The armory was opened, equipment was distributed, and tactical plans were repeatedly rehearsed. A familiar atmosphere mixed with tension and resolve filled the air. Lin was also preparing. He carefully checked the operational status of his bracelet, performing a few short sessions of deep meditation under Banner's guidance to ensure his mind was in optimal condition. He even sought out Gwen. Gwen, clearly having heard something, wore a worried expression. Are you going on a mission again? Is it very dangerous this time? Yeah. Lin didn't hide it, but this time I'll stay in a safe position providing technical support. He tried to make his tone sound. Gwen was no fool. She saw the undeniable seriousness in Lin's eyes and sighed softly. Promise me you must be careful. Whatever happens, protect yourself. I will, Lin promised solemnly. You be careful here too. He subtly glanced at the agent standing guard outside the door. The existence of internal shadows made the base no longer an absolutely safe place. In the last hour before departure, Lin encountered Barton, who was adjusting his arrows in the equipment room. Hey kid, Barton looked up at him and handed over a small bone conduction communication device. It's the latest model with stronger interference resistance and clearer reception. Communication is life on the battlefield. Lin took it and carefully put it on. Thanks, Agent Barton. No problem, Barton smiled, his tone becoming slightly more serious. Listen, I know you want to help, but staying on the plane is the biggest help you can provide us. Trust that us old-timers can handle things on the ground. Your eyes and brain are more useful than your fists right now. This was advice from a seasoned combat veteran. Lin nodded seriously. He then encountered Captain Rogers, who was checking his shield. Captain Rogers. Lin, Captain America looked up, his blue eyes filled with a gentle, yet firm gaze. Stay focused, trust your teammates. Finally, he saw Stark in the hangar, already donned in his mark armor. Hey, is the humanoid radar ready? Stark's helmet opened, revealing a teasing expression. Don't forget to provide real-time updates. I don't want to crash into an energy storm. He'll do my best, Mr. Stark. Relax a bit. Stark patted his shoulder, the armor making a metallic sound. Think of it as a slightly more thrilling field lesson. Stay close to me, I promise to show you the coolest fireworks. Though everyone tried to alleviate the tension in different ways, Lin could feel that everyone was on edge. This enemy was unlike any before, with the unpredictability and cruelty of their technology making everyone wary. The engines of the Quinjet began to roar as the strike team started boarding. Lin took a deep breath, glancing one last time towards the medical wing deep within the base before turning and stepping firmly into the cabin. The storm was brewing. The massive warplane slowly glided out of the hangar, charging into the clouds, racing towards the cold mountains of northern Canada. In the northern part of the Laurentian mountain range, snow accumulates year-round and human presence is scarce. The Kun-style fighter jet flies silently above the clouds in stealth mode. Inside the cockpit, the atmosphere is tense. The commandos check their equipment one last time, the faint sound of guns being loaded echoing in the air. Captain America stands at the cabin door, his gaze sweeping over each team member, delivering the final pre-battle briefing with a calm and powerful voice capable of soothing any tension. Lin En sits in a relatively isolated area connected to the fighter jet's sensing terminal, eyes closed, fully focusing on the situation in the mountains below. The signal strength continues to rise. The location is directly below in the valley. There is a concealed entrance on the eastern side of the mountain, well camouflaged. The internal structure is complex with multiple layers. Life signs are concentrated on the lowest level. That big guy is right there. The energy fluctuations are very unstable, like a beating heart. He reports intermittently like a sonar operator, using his mental strength to outline the scene within the mountain. Received, said Captain America. Stark prioritized destroying the entrance camouflage and external defense facilities. Natasha, Barton, infiltrate and look for the control center and energy core. The assault team will storm in from the front to draw attention. Lin En, keep monitoring that primary target, report any movements immediately. Understood. Leave it to me. Stark's voice is filled with confidence as the Mark suit shoots down from the opened cabin door like a meteor, plummeting towards the valley. Minutes later, a violent explosion erupts below. Stark's palm cannon and miniature missiles strike precisely at the eastern side of the mountain, blasting away the camouflaged rocks and hidden automatic turrets, revealing a massive entrance gleaming with metallic luster. Entrance cleared. Let the party begin. Stark reports. The Kun-style fighter jet swiftly lowers its altitude, hovering near the entrance. The cabin door opens and a cold gale rushes in. Action. Captain America commands, descending first. The commandos follow closely behind. Natasha and Barton use grappling hooks and equipment to search for vents or other infiltration paths from higher up on the rock face. Lin En remains in the cockpit, his mental energy highly focused. In his field of vision, green light spots representing allies rush into the mountain passage, while red light spots representing enemies surge from all directions, the sounds of fierce gunfire immediately flooding the communication channel. Contact. Elite Hydra soldiers. They have energy weapons. The commandos' report is mixed with explosions and gunfire. Hold the line. Advance forward. Captain America's voice calmly commands. Lin En can see the flashes of energy weapons firing and the life force of soldiers dissipating as they fall. This feeling is incredibly strange, causing a churn in his stomach. He forces himself to ignore it, locking most of his attention on the massive pulsating energy source deep within the mountain. Destruction. Devour. The void seems to be drawn in by that massive energy source, faint whispers coming through, but Lin En forcibly suppresses it. The energy readings of the main target are slowly rising. Its internal energy flow is accelerating. Lin En urgently reports they may have detected the attack and are trying to activate it in advance. Stark. Barton. Find its energy supply. Cut it off. Captain America orders. Searching. The defenses here are stronger than expected. Stark's voice is accompanied by more intense explosions. Found the energy lines, but they're heavily guarded. Barton's voice comes through. The battle has reached a stalemate. Hydra's resistance is exceptionally fierce, and they seem to be protecting the passage to the depths at all costs. Suddenly Lin En perceives an unusual energy fluctuation coming from deep within the primary target. Be careful. There is a high-energy reaction inside the target. Type unknown. It feels like a preparation for some kind of directed energy impact. His warning barely makes it through the channel when a deep rumble emanates from the depths of the mountain. Not an explosion, but a low soul-rending hum. Buzz. An invisible powerful energy beam mixed with mental shock and physical shock waves erupts violently from deep within the mountain, spreading outward along the main passage. Shield. Captain America's yell comes through the communication channel, followed by a series of violent impacts and muffled groans from the team. Even Lin En far in the fighter jet feels as if his brain is being hammered, succumbing to dizziness. The alarm in the aircraft blares wildly, signaling an unknown energy impact. Captain, report the situation. Lin En calls urgently. The channel is filled with static, and after a few seconds Captain America's slightly panting voice comes through. We're fine. The vibranium shield absorbed most of the impact, but regular team members are experiencing brief dizziness and vomiting. Progress is hindered. This area effect shock weapon has significantly delayed the assault team's attack rhythm. We must stop it from firing again. Stark shouted. Barton, find that thing's launch port. Natasha, how's it going on your end? Captain America inquires. Natasha's voice comes through quickly. I've infiltrated the area around the control room, but they initiated internal lockdown. Need time to crack it. Wait. She pauses, her voice filled with shock. I see their experiment logs. They aren't creating biological weapons. They're mining. Everyone is taken aback. They are using the unstable energy properties of that hybrid to forcibly strike some sort of special mineral crystal deep within the mountain. The logs show that the crystal can greatly amplify the stability and output power of resonance energy. They need that primary target as a pickaxe. This truth sends chills down everyone's spine. Hydra's goal is far more insane than simply creating a weapon. They are seeking a strategic resource that could completely change the situation. No matter what, we must stop them. Furious voice comes from the command center, resolute. Just then Lin En's expression, not good. The energy reaction of the primary target is soaring. It has been fully activated. This time the target is not us. It's downward. It is going to launch its first full-force strike on the mineral vein deep within the mountain. He can feel that massive, chaotic, destructive energy concentrating wildly within that gigantic entity about to erupt. Once the strike occurs, not only may they successfully obtain that dangerous mineral, but it could also trigger an unpredictable geological disaster. Stop it. Immediately. Captain America shouts. There's no time. All passages are sealed. Natasha responds. Stark roars, all weapon systems of the suit activated, wildly bombarding the upper layers of the area where the primary target is located, trying to use collapsing rocks to impede the strike. But the rock layers are too thick and too solid. The explosions only blast down countless fragments, failing to create an effective blockade. That devastating energy has gathered to its peak. Lin En can even see the dazzlingly bright energy core. In a critical moment, Lin En's mind flashes with a crazy thought. He suddenly shouts into the communication channel, Captain, Mr. Stark, don't stop the energy gathering. Guide it. Use your attacks to slightly deflect its firing direction. Even a degree will do. Then, without waiting for a response, he plunges all his mental energy into his body, no longer suppressing, but actively embracing the greedy desire of the void for that shared energy. Yes, just like that. Release me. Devour it. The void lets out a frenzied shriek. Lin En's eyes blaze with dark golden light as he stretches out his hands as if to embrace the terrifying energy source in the distance, using a near-screaming voice to crash all his mental power and a hint of energy enhanced by the void fiercely colliding. with the energy core that is about to be launched. He is not trying to resist or control, but mislead. He amplifies the void's attraction to that energy, conveying a strong sense, as if a more delicious energy source is just above, akin to a kindred call. At this moment, he has become a humanoid false energy beacon. Now, attack the 3-degree area to the upper left of the energy gathering point. Lin En shouts with his last ounce of strength. Although they don't understand the principle based on the tiny trust established earlier, Stark and Captain America react almost simultaneously. All of Stark's energy weapons and Captain America's vibranium shield thrown with all their might strike precisely at the area Lin En indicated. Boom! A massive explosion occurs outside the energy core. This sudden precise interference from the outside, combined with Lin En's internal perception misdirection, causes the already unstable energy core to undergo a very slight deviation. The next second, the terrifying energy torrent capable of tearing apart mountains erupts violently, but it deviates from its intended vertical downward trajectory, tilting slightly upward. Rumble. The enormous energy beam grazes the edge of the target mineral vein, slamming into the rock layers within the mountain, instantly vaporizing countless rocks, triggering a violent earthquake. The entire mountain trembles. Countless cracks spread out. The explosion's shockwave sweeps out along the passage, tossing both sides' soldiers into the air. The Kun-style fighter jet shakes violently, alarms blaring everywhere. Lin En spits out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing weakly, his consciousness blurring in an instant. The last thing he hears is the chaotic exclamations in the communication channel and Stark's shout, "Kid, what happened to you?" and the satisfied yet weakened whispers of the void in his mind. Delicious. The tremors within the mountain lasted for several tens of seconds before gradually subsiding. Dust filled the air and debris continuously fell from the summit, as if it were on the verge of complete collapse. The communication channel was filled with chaotic shouts and coughing. Report the situation. Each team report your status. Captain America's voice rang out first, breathless and urgent. The assault team. Multiple injuries. No fatalities reported. The passage is partially collapsed. Stark, I'm fine. Just a few scratches on the armor. That last hit was quite intense. Natasha, Barton, safe. The control room is shaking heavily, but they seem even more panicked. Lin, Stark called out urgently to the fighter jet. Inside the Quinjet, the co-pilot struggled to stabilize the aircraft, turning to see Lin slumped in his seat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, unconscious, and gasped in shock. Commander, Agent Lin is unconscious. Vital signs are declining. Immediate evacuation. All personnel evacuate. The mountain structure is unstable. Repeat, immediate evacuation. Furious orders came through the command center. Unyielding. Received. Assault team, cover each other and retreat. Stark, Barton, clear the retreat path. Natasha, copy the data as much as possible, then retreat. The retreat was tense yet orderly. Stark blasted through the collapsed obstacles with remaining weapons. Captain America and the assault team covered the injured, while Natasha forcefully breached the internal systems at the last moment and downloaded some core data. As they all exited the cave and boarded the precarious Quinjet, a more violent rumble of internal collapse erupted. This critical Hydra stronghold and the newly discovered vein, along with that terrifying pickaxe, were completely buried deep within the cold, snowy mountains. The fighter jet struggled to climb, heading towards the nearest S-H-I-E-L-D safe house. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was heavy. Although the mission was barely accomplished and Hydra's plans were thwarted, the cost was significant. Multiple assault team members were injured and Lin's condition was particularly concerning. Dr. Banner connected remotely to Lin's life monitoring equipment, his expression grave. Vital signs have stabilized, but he is very weak. Severe mental strain. Energy circulation within his body is extremely chaotic. That last blow nearly drained his source power to create interference. This is very dangerous. Captain America looked at the unconscious Lin, his gaze complex. This young man had once again turned the tide of battle in a self-destructive manner. Stark removed his helmet, staring at Lin's pale face, unusually refraining from making a quip, only irritably running his fingers through his hair. This kid always plays so dangerously. Natasha silently cleaned her weapon, her eyes occasionally darting to Lin, betraying a hint of unnoticeable concern. Barton inspected his bowstring, letting out a sigh. Upon reaching the safe house, Lin was immediately taken to the medical room for intensive treatment. The others began to rest and summarize. Hours later, preliminary interrogation results and data analysis reports trickled in. The buried base was indeed an extremely important mining and testing site for Hydra. They attempted to exploit the unstable hybrid energy to extract that special mineral temporarily named resonance crystal for large-scale stabilization and enhancement of resonance soldiers. If successful, the consequences would be unimaginable. And through the data, Natasha risked her life to copy back. The tech team uncovered an even more disturbing piece of information. Hydra's energy research on Lin had reached unprecedented depth. They seemed to have preliminarily established a model of Lin's energy spectrum and had developed a blueprint for an energy tracking device based on it. Although this device seems to still be in the theoretical stage and requires Lin to actively or violently release energy for accurate positioning, it meant that Hydra had grasped a proactive method to potentially locate him. We must assume that the next time they appear they might carry tools capable of tracking Lin. Hill summarized in the video conference, her expression icy. His situation is even more perilous now. Furious single eye glimmered with cold light. Enhance the shielding measures of the safe house. During Lin's recovery, reassess all security protocols. We must stay ahead of them. At that moment, news came from the medical room. Lin had awakened. Everyone gathered in the medical room. Lin lay weakly on the bed, his face still pale, but his eyes had regained clarity. How do you feel, kid? Stark asked. Like I've been trampled by a herd of rhinos. Lin's voice was hoarse. You nearly scared us to death, Captain America said gently. But well done, your judgment and actions saved many. Lin managed a weak smile. Did it deflect? It deflected. The vein and base are buried beneath the mountain now, Natasha replied. Also thank you for the mining lead. Lin exhaled in relief, but then coughed due to straining his injuries. Banner carefully examined his data. You need a long period of rest, Lin. You absolutely cannot casually use that level of power again. Your body and mind need time to heal. Lin nodded, feeling the emptiness and fatigue within him. The void was eerily silent, as if it had been overexerted. Just then Hill approached, displaying a data pad to Lin, showcasing the blueprint of that energy tracking device. Designed by Hydra based on your energy characteristics. Her tone was as direct as ever. From now on, any unnecessary energy release could expose your location. You must be more cautious than ever. Lin looked at the complex blueprint, a weight settling in his heart. The enemy's understanding of him was deepening, while his power seemed like a double-edged sword. It could protect him, but it could also become a spear pointed at himself. Outside the safe house was Canada's icy wilderness, while a new layer of frost shrouded Lin's heart. Beneath the embers of victory lay even graver challenges. He was like a firefly in the night. His light could illuminate the path ahead, yet it also made him the most conspicuous target. Rest was to prepare for a more arduous battle, and this battle seemed endless. The days in the Canadian safe house seemed to be playing in slow motion. Compared to the headquarters, this place was smaller, more hidden, yet the atmosphere was even more oppressive. Outside the window lay an endless expanse of snow and biting cold winds, while inside the air was thick with the heaviness of the injured recovering and the tension of post-mission processing. Lin En's body gradually improved under the careful treatment of Dr. Banner and his own recuperative abilities, but the fatigue of his spirit and the feeling of being drained of power still lingered. The void was eerily quiet, with only some extremely faint whispers resembling murmurs of dreams, no longer filled with seduction and aggression as before. This silence made Lin En somewhat uneasy, as if it were the calm before the storm. He spent most of his time resting in his room or reading some books provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. about energy theory and psychological control. Occasionally he would chat with Captain America or Barton, who were also on leave. Captain America would share some amusing stories from his era, carefully selected, trying to lighten the atmosphere, while Barton preferred to talk about his archery skills and various bizarre mission experiences. Natasha remained taciturn, but she would occasionally glance at him, sometimes sitting silently for a while, and sometimes bringing back news from outside. She never asked too many questions, but this silent companionship carried a unique form of concern. Stark was busy analyzing data obtained from the Hydra base via remote connection, especially the blueprints for the Echo crystals and energy tracking devices, frequently cursing the madness and stupidity of Hydra's scientists into the air. Fury and Hill were occupied with commanding follow-up, cleanup, and investigation work with frequent communications. Everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction. The mission was completed, the injured were recovering, and the threat was temporarily lifted. But Lin En could sense that a subtle change was occurring. This change became clearer during a private conversation with One day Hill walked into Lin En's room, holding a data tablet, her expression as formal as ever. Agent Lin En, this is the latest evaluation report based on your performance in this mission. She handed the tablet to him. The overall assessment is positive. Your energy perception ability has proven to have extremely high tactical value. The last-minute decision-making and intervention, although highly risky, directly led to the strategic success of the mission. Lin En looked at the cold, hard data and conclusions on the report, feeling little joy in his heart. However, Hill's tone shifted as she became more serious. The evaluation also clearly indicates that your current level of power control is far from meeting the standards for safely executing field missions independently. Your utilization of your abilities still relies on high-risk emotional drives and on-the-spot bursts, lacking stability and sustainability. She pulled up another document, which was a simulation diagram of the energy tracking device. More importantly, with Hydra's increased awareness of the threat you pose and the emergence of technological countermeasures, your risk of actively participating in frontline operations is growing exponentially. You are no longer just a potential target. You have become a beacon that can be precisely located. Lin En's heart sank. He understood Hill's meaning. Therefore, Hill concluded after discussion, the headquarters preliminarily suggest the following: in the foreseeable future, your main responsibilities will shift to rear support. This includes, but is not limited to, remote energy sensing analysis, technical consultation, and limited research on energy characteristics in an absolutely controlled environment to help develop countermeasures against Hydra's technologies. The room fell into silence. Only the howling winds and snow could be heard outside. Rear support. Technical consultant. Research subject. These words felt like cold chains wrapping around him once more. He had strived to prove himself, endured life and death trials, seemingly taking a step forward, but ultimately, he was pushed further back, closer to a position resembling that of a tool. Is this the final decision? Lin En's voice was somewhat hoarse. It's not a final decision, it's a preliminary suggestion. Hill corrected him. The final decision will be made by Director Fury. But he will fully consider this evaluation report. She observed the disappointment and unwillingness flashing in Lin En's eyes, her tone seemingly softening slightly, but still serious. Lin En, this does not diminish your value. On the contrary, precisely because your value is immense and irreplaceable, the most conservative strategy must be adopted to ensure your safety and control. Frontline combat is not the only way to realize one's value. Lin En understood the reasoning, but emotionally found it hard to accept. What he craved was genuine trust and fighting side by side, not being protected as a cherished resource. After Hill left, Lin En sat alone in his room, gazing at the heavy snow outside the window, his mood as cold and confused as the weather. In the evening, Captain America came to see him, seemingly sensing his low spirits. Was your talk with Hill not smooth? Captain America pulled over a chair and sat down. Lin En forced a smile and did not hide it. She suggested, I stay in the rear from now on. Captain America was silent for a moment, his blue eyes filled with understanding. I've been through many wars, Lin En. I've seen many brave soldiers who long for the front line, believing that's where the true battlefield lies. But war is a complex system, logistics, intelligence, support. Each aspect is crucial and can even determine the course of the war. Your abilities are quite special and powerful. However, great power often comes with immense responsibility and risk. Learning to maximize your impact in the right position is a necessary path for every warrior's growth. This is not retreat, it is another form of responsibility. Captain America's words were filled with wisdom and comfort, but the knot in Lin En's heart had not completely unraveled. Then Stark burst in noisily, holding a holographic projector. Hey, gloomy kid, don't look like it's the end of the world. He turned on the projector, displaying the complex structure of the energy tracking device. Look at this piece of junk. The design is so rough, full of flaws. Give Jarvis a night, and he can come up with dozens of ways to interfere with it. Don't worry with me around, those Hydra bastards will never find you easily. Stark's approach was always so direct and filled with technical optimism. His words indeed brought Lin En a bit of comfort, but the technical solutions seemed unable to fully answer his inner confusion. Late at night, Lin En couldn't sleep. He quietly left his room and went to the small resting area of the safe house, only to find Natasha there holding a cup of coffee and gazing out at the snowy landscape. Romanoff. Natasha turned her head and nodded at him. Lin En sat down on the couch beside her, silent for a while, and finally spoke. I don't know what to do anymore. I know Deputy Director Hill and Captain America are right, but you are unwilling. Natasha continued for him, her voice particularly clear. In the quiet night, you feel excluded from the real battles, and you believe your efforts have not gained genuine trust. Lin En admitted it. Lin En. Natasha turned to look at him, her green eyes appearing deep and sharp in the dim light. You have been trying to prove yourself to others, to S.H.I.E.L.D., to Fury, to Hill, and even to me, Stark, and the Captain, proving that you are not a threat, that you have value. But have you ever thought that the most important thing is to prove it to yourself? Lin En was taken aback. What do you want to be? An agent recognized by S.H.I.E.L.D., an ally accepted by the Avengers, or someone who can truly master their own fate? Natasha's question struck at the core. Other people's evaluations and arrangements are indeed important, but the real answer is not in Hill's report or Fury's orders, but in your heart. You need to think clearly about whether you are pursuing others' trust or your own power. She finished her coffee, stood up. These two can sometimes align and sometimes diverge. When you are strong enough to fully control that power, all doubts and limitations will naturally disappear. Until then, whether on the front line or in the rear, it is a battlefield you need to experience. After she finished speaking, she gently patted Lin En's shoulder and turned to leave the resting area, leaving Lin En alone, facing the endless ice and snow outside and the turbulent waves within his heart. Natasha's words were like a key unlocking the heaviest lock in his heart. He had been entangled in external recognition and positioning, neglecting the true growth within. Controlling power is not about proving something to anyone, but to ensure one's survival, to have choices, and to protect. Whether it's the front or the rear, if one is not strong enough, they are like drifting weeds in a whirlpool. He gazed at his blurred reflection in the glass, the faint golden glimmer in his eyes seemingly brightened a bit. At this crossroads, it seemed there was a vague direction. The tranquility of the safe house was shattered on the third day. After the technical team conducted an in-depth repair of the data from the hard drive that Natasha risked her life to retrieve, they made a startling discovery. This data was not merely simple experimental logs and design blueprints. A portion of it consisted of encrypted communications records at the commander level. Through the combined efforts of Jarvis and the tireless technicians, they managed to reconstruct some fragmented dialogue. These conversations pointed to a top-level project codenamed Sanctuary under Hydra, whose confidentiality level even surpassed that of the Echo project. Even more shocking was that these communications indicated a direct and crucial connection between the Sanctuary project and Lin En. Fury immediately summoned all core personnel, including Lin En, who was still recuperating for an emergency briefing. The holographic projection displayed the fragmented information that had been decrypted. Sanctuary progress lagging. Host not yet captured. Key to unlocking. Must obtain original sample. Otherwise everything is meaningless. Void whispers is key. Must be interpreted. To open. Echo is merely a prelude. Meant to verify the compatibility of the key. The real goal is. The information was disjointed, yet when pieced together it outlined a chilling picture. Hydra's interest in Lin En went far beyond merely being a template for Echo warriors. They seemed to believe that Lin En, or the void within him, was the key to unlocking a higher-level project named Echo Project. Was likely just a prelude aimed at testing and validating the effectiveness of Lin En as this key. What exactly is Sanctuary? Captain America furrowed his brow. No clues. Hill said gravely. There are no matching items in the database. This codename has appeared for the first time. Host. Original sample. Do they still want to capture Lin En? Or are they referring to something else? Important question. Void whispers. Dr. Banner looked at Lin En with a complicated expression. Do they want to interpret the voices you've heard? A chill rose within Lin En. He had always thought of himself as the weapon blueprint that Hydra wanted to replicate, but he never expected that he might also be the key to unlocking an unknown door. What did they want to unlock using him? Just then the technical supervisor suddenly raised his hand, his expression somewhat strange. Commander. We also found a very strange hidden message in the data fragments. It wasn't encrypted but instead hidden using a very ancient digital coding method at the very bottom, as if deliberately left behind. Play it. Fury commanded. An audio recording process to reduce noise emerged with evident distortion and it was an electronic synthesized voice, gender and age indiscernible to future discoverers, especially to that special individual. The opening of the audio left everyone breathless. If you hear this message, it means the mine has collapsed. No need to lament, it was a path destined for failure. The greedy are always eager for results, yet overlook the true foundation. The voice was calm and indifferent, carrying an air of all-knowing detachment. Echo. Sanctuary. These names are meaningless. The key lies in essence. In the whispers from the abyss, and the starlight that carries them. Individual. You are neither an exception, nor a coincidence. The void seeks resonance, the starlight yearns for its return. Beware of those coveting your coordinates. They are beside you, or could be you yourself. The words were like riddles, difficult to comprehend, yet revealing an astonishing amount of information. The final reminder. Sanctuary is not a place, but a state. When the key is inserted into the lock, the door will surely open, whether you wish it or not. Looking forward to your true meeting. The audio abruptly ended. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was immersed in the immense information shock brought by that strange message. Not an exception, not a coincidence. The void, starlight, coordinates, the entities around. Sanctuary is a state. A true meeting. This message contained vast information and was deeply unsettling. It seemed to originate from within Hydra, yet was distinctly different from those mad scientists. It resembled a bystander, or even a riddle left by a higher-level existence. Jarvis traced the audio source, analyzed the voice print and encoding pattern. Stark immediately ordered. Unable to trace. The audio has undergone multiple irreversible erasure and disguise. The encoding pattern does not belong to any known system containing a large amount of unresolvable redundant information, like a kind of encrypted mathematical metaphor. Jarvis replied. Furious single eye sharply scanned everyone, finally landing on the pale-faced Lin En. Lin En, his voice low and serious, the void whispers. Besides the temptation of destruction and greed, for example, starlight, resonance, coordinates. It seems there were some strange words, but I couldn't understand. Lin En replied uncertainly. The emergence of the message completely overturned his previous understanding. Hydra's purpose was deeper. Lin En's identity might be more complex, and there might be an unknown third-party force hiding within, leaving riddles. The wind and snow outside the safe house seemed to have intensified. Lin En, who had just found a hint of direction, realized he was standing at the entrance of an even larger, darker labyrinth. The message from the ruins was not the end, but a more horrifying beginning. The true mystery was only just beginning to slowly unveil a corner. The air in the safe house's conference room seemed to freeze. Every syllable of the eerie message felt like a cold needle piercing the auditory nerves of everyone present, leaving behind an indescribable sense of dread and a huge question mark. Not an isolated case, nor a coincidence. Lin En murmured this phrase repeatedly, a chill creeping up from the cracks in his spine. He had always thought of himself as the sole victim of an accidental incident, an unfortunate traveler caught in dimensional energy and parasitized by the void. But this statement suggested that his experience might not be unique and could even be some kind of inevitability. The void seeks resonance, the starlight yearns for its return. Dr. Banner adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed. This sounds like a philosophical expression or a metaphor on the level of energy. Could the void represent the dark side within Lin En? And what about the starlight? Does it refer to his original power, or something else entirely? Be wary of those entities coveting the coordinates you possess. They may be right beside you, or they could be you. Natasha's voice was low, her green eyes sweeping over everyone present before finally landing on Lin, and the meaning unspoken but clear. The threat could come from outside or it could stem from within, whether it be potential traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. or the uncontrollable void lurking inside Lin En. The sanctuary is not a location, but a state. Captain America pondered. This implies that it isn't a base that can be physically destroyed, but rather a form of existence, or a dimensional phase. When the key is inserted into the lock, the door will surely open, whether you wish it or not. Stark snapped his fingers. See, I told you this kid is the key. But the question is, which damn door are we supposed to open? And it sounds like there's no way to refuse, eh? Furious single eye remained fixed on Lin En, as if trying to see through him completely. Lin En, think back carefully. Any detail, any whispers, or dreams you find unusual or incomprehensible. Right now, any information could be crucial. Lin En closed his eyes, forcing himself to sink into the abyss of chaotic whispers in his memory. He filtered out the mad roars and greedy howls, striving to capture the neglected, subtle, and bizarre fragments. They did indeed say some strange things. Lin En's voice carried uncertainty and a hint of fear. They mentioned the door more than once, but not the kind of dimensional passage torn open by Hydra. More like some ancient and immense existence. He struggled to articulate. They also spoke of the lost star core, awaiting echoes, weaving fate. These phrases were very fragmented, intermingled with a plethora of negative emotions. I used to think they were just ramblings. Star core, echoes, fate. Hill was quickly jotting down these words, her expression growing increasingly cold. These terms possess strong directional and purposeful connotations, unlike random chaotic consciousness. Did they mention the sanctuary? Fury pressed. Lin En recalled carefully, eventually shaking his head no. At least I don't have a clear impression. The meeting fell into silence. The information remained scattered, but the fragments of the puzzle seemed to have increased, only for the emerging pattern to appear even more elusive, even unsettling. J-R-V-I-S. Conduct a global comparison. No, a cross-dimensional database search for myths, legends, scientific conjectures, or anomalous event reports related to star core echoes, not Hydra's plan weaving fate, and so on. Stark issued the command. Completed, sir. The matches amount to millions, but 99. 9 are literary creations or irrelevant information. The remaining 0. 1 mostly consists of vague ancient texts or unverified supernatural legends with extremely low reliability. This was the expected outcome. Since the other party could leave a message in such a manner, they would naturally not leave easily traceable clues. This message is meant for future discoverers and special individuals. Natasha pointed out the key. This implies the sender foresaw the possibility of the base being destroyed and the data potentially being accessed by us. This is a meticulously designed information delivery, or rather a bait. It's aimed at directing our attention toward a certain direction, or planting seeds of doubt and fear in Lin En's mind. Both possibilities exist. Whether the other party is friend or foe and what their objectives are is completely indeterminate. Lin En felt an unprecedented sense of confusion and heaviness. He originally thought the enemy was just Hydra with the goal of controlling or replicating his power, but now a larger, more mysterious shadow loomed. His very existence had transformed into a colossal enigma. The whispers of the void were no longer mere noise, but potentially concealed critical information that he could not decipher. He felt like a key thrown into the center of a vast labyrinth, unsure of which door he was meant to open, and even uncertain of what would be released upon opening it. Priority change. Fury broke the silence and made a decision. First, exert full effort to decode all information hidden in the message, especially regarding the meanings of coordinates and sanctuary. Second, enhance monitoring and protection levels for Lin in assessing any subtle changes in his mental state. Third, prioritize investigations related to Hydra's Echoes plan, specifically looking for clues related to the sanctuary. His single eye again turned to Lin, and his tone more serious than ever. Lin En, from now on, any anomalous whispers you hear, any illusions you see must be reported immediately, no matter how absurd or trivial they may seem. Your consciousness may have already become another battlefield. Lin En nodded solemnly. He realized that the previous battle was merely a physical contest, whereas now a far more perilous war concerning information and consciousness had quietly begun. After the meeting concluded, everyone left with heavy hearts. Lin En returned to his room, but found it impossible to calm down. That message echoed repeatedly in his mind. Not an isolated case, nor a coincidence. Looking forward to your true meeting. These words clung to him like a specter. He walked to the window, gazing at the snow-covered, desolate world outside, feeling for the first time an exceptionally strong sense of isolation and disorientation, as if it came from the depths of his soul. Who exactly was he? A key, a vessel, an accidental mistake, or a pawn in a larger plan beyond? The void seemed to stir slightly in the depths of his consciousness, conveying an extremely faint and indistinguishable emotion, one that was neither the usual greed nor anger, but rather a kind of resonance, as if that message had also touched upon some aspect of it. Lin En shuddered. He felt as if he stood on the edge of an endless dark cliff with the narrow path beneath him forking into countless directions, each leading to an unknown and potentially more dangerous abyss. The key lost in its path, could it find its own lock? Or perhaps it itself was the door that should not be opened. The days in the safe house in Canada grew increasingly unbearable. An invisible pressure enveloped everyone. The messages from the ruins lingered like a ghost, haunting the corridors and rooms, causing the already tense atmosphere to feel as if it might freeze into ice. The protection over Lin En had escalated to the highest level. The guards outside his room had doubled, and all activities were further restricted. Even his regular meetings with Gwen were temporarily halted, the official reason being to ensure absolute safety and avoid any potential risks. Lin En understood that these measures were necessary, but the feeling of being completely isolated was uncomfortable. He felt like a precious, yet extremely dangerous pathogen sealed within a transparent isolation chamber. His daily routine had become a stricter and more monotonous cycle, undergoing psychological assessments and energy stabilization training by Dr. Banner, performing data analysis and perception training under the cold supervision of Deputy Director Hill. The content now included repeated analyses of the energy characteristics of the message, and during the remaining time, he was required to engage in deep meditation, recording any abnormal fluctuations in his consciousness. It seemed that Hill completely ignored Lin En's feelings of dejection after their conversation, or perhaps she simply did not care. Her focus was entirely on efficiency and risk control. She devised an extremely demanding training schedule for Lin En, demanding that he achieve absolute precision in controlling his own energy in the shortest possible time, particularly the ability to shield and simulate various energy fluctuations to deal with potential energy tracking. This process was painful and yielded minimal results. Lin En's spirit had not fully recovered from previous exhaustion, and the silence of the void made it even more difficult for him to mobilize energy. Every failed attempt drew Hill's emotionless criticism and the cold red marks on the data board. Accuracy deviation 0.5 failure. Reaction time delayed by 0.3 seconds, which could be fatal in actual combat. Energy simulation characteristics interfered by cell fluctuations, unable to form effective camouflage. Lin En gritted his teeth and persevered, often drenched in sweat during his training. He knew Hill was right. The tracking technology that Hydra might possess hung over him like the sword of Damocles, and he had to master ways to protect himself as soon as possible. But this high-pressure, encouragement-free training method left him physically and mentally exhausted, the tension in him growing ever tighter. He even began to miss Stark's sarcastic teasing and Dr. Banner's gentle guidance. At least those moments made him feel like a person rather than a machine that needed calibration. The only solace he found was that Captain America and Barton would occasionally come to chat with him. Captain America would share some of his experiences of adapting to the new world after waking up, telling him that confusion and frustration were normal. Barton would teach him some tips agents use to stay calm under pressure, such as breathing techniques and focus training. Natasha remained silent, but each time she appeared, she would leave a small piece of dark chocolate, a rare treat, in the safe house at his door, never saying a word. This small silent care stood in stark contrast to Hill's cold demeanor, making it especially precious. Stark spent most of his time in the tech room frantically analyzing the message and data fragments with Jarvis and Banner via remote connection. Their discussions were often filled with technical jargon and heated arguments, and Stark's excited shouts or frustrated curses would occasionally break the air. Progress seemed to exist, albeit minimal. They confirmed that the encoding used in the messages contained an extremely complex mathematical structure akin to some model of non-Euclidean geometry, but this did little to help interpret its meaning. Speculations about sanctuary and coordinates varied widely, ranging from advanced mathematical concepts to philosophical musings and even mystical symbols, but none could be validated. On that day, Lin En failed again during his energy shielding training. He attempted to simulate an energy fluctuation that was completely different from his own characteristics, but due to a primal instinctive rejection from the void, it instantly collapsed, triggering a small-scale energy backflow that damaged 2 sensors in the training room. Hill looked at the smoking sensors and the blinking alarms on the data board, her expression cold enough to freeze the air. "Your instability is wasting precious resources and time, Agent Lin En." Her voice was devoid of any inflection, more hurtful than any reprimand. "If you cannot concentrate, today's training ends here. Go meditate until you can control those useless emotional fluctuations." Useless emotional fluctuations. Lin En shot his head up, the accumulated pressure and frustration almost bursting forth in that moment as the dark golden light in his eyes flickered uncontrollably. "Deputy Director, I am not a machine. I need time to recover. This training method simply. What you need is efficiency and results." Hill interrupted, her gaze sharp as a blade. "The enemy will not give you time to Hydra won't, and the unknown entity that left the riddle certainly won't. Here emotions are a luxury, and losing control is a fatal wound. If you cannot adapt, then your ultimate value will be reduced to being a research sample in the lab." Her words were like a cold dagger stabbing deep into Lin En's most fearful place. His face instantly paled, his lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. Hill no longer looked at him, turning to the technician, record the cause of the incident, assess the equipment damage. Training plan suspended pending reevaluation. Then she left the training room without looking back. Lin En stood there alone, listening to the technician's busy sounds, feeling like an abandoned, worn-out doll. Though Hill's methods were harsh, they starkly revealed his truest positioning in the eyes of S.H.I. E. L. D. A valuable asset that required strict risk control, and once unable to meet expectations, he could be reclassified. He returned to his room in a daze, collapsing onto the bed, using his arm to block his eyes. Exhaustion, grievance, anger, and a profound sense of powerlessness almost drowned him. The tight string emitted a groan as if about to snap. Just then his data board gently vibrated. It was an internal message from Romanov. The message was still short: if the string is pulled too tight it will break. Steel over-tempered will become brittle. Followed by a second message: Hill's way works for soldiers, but you are not just a soldier. Find your own rhythm. There was no comfort, no encouragement, just a calm statement. But this time Lin En read a form of understanding and concern from these brief words, different from Hill's. Natasha saw through his state and conveyed in a unique way Hill's standards were not the only ones he needed to explore his own path. Lin En stared at the message, speechless for a long time. Then he slowly sat up, took a deep breath, and began to attempt the focused training Natasha had taught him before, no longer entangled in failed training and Hill's harshness, but simply feeling his own breath and heartbeat. The taut string relaxed slightly. He needed to rest, a true rest, not a forced meditation. He needed to regain his own. However, what no one knew was that beneath the decrypted message data, Jarvis had discovered an extremely faint signal pulse hidden by multiple encryptions. This pulse was not information, but more like a trigger. It was continuously and faintly broadcasting some signal at a frequency imperceptible to humans. And the source of the broadcast was the remnants of the old restrainer bracelet made by Stark, which had long been deemed obsolete, lying carelessly in the corner of his room. The atmosphere in the technical room was highly tense. Stark Banner via remote holographic projection and several top technical experts gathered around, staring at the extremely complex signal waveform displayed on the central holographic screen, almost drowned out by background noise. Is it confirmed? Stark's voice carried a hint of incredulity. 100% confirmed, sir, Jarvis replied, his tone unusually grave. The signal source has been pinpointed to an item in Mr. Lin's room, the remains of the TSLM-01 type limiter wristband. The signal characteristics closely matched those of the theoretical launch module features found in Hydra's energy tracking device blueprint, but were more obscure and efficient. What about the energy characteristics? Banner asked eagerly. The signal itself has an extremely low energy level, almost undetectable, but its modulation method is intermittently broadcasting Mr. Lin's unique energy fluctuation spectrum characteristics in an encrypted manner. The technical supervisor's voice was filled with astonishment. It's like a silent lighthouse. The entire technical room fell silent. Everyone understood what this meant. The wristband, believed to be scrapped, had been tampered with at some point, turning it into a tracking beacon that leaked Lin's location. And what it was broadcasting was precisely the type of energy characteristics designed by Hydra to track him. How did this happen? Stark slammed his fist on the console in fury. That wristband was made by me. Every single part. His words trailed off and his expression changed abruptly. He recalled before the Eastern European operation he had upgraded the equipment and had shared the old design blueprints of the wristband and some basic module permissions with the scientific department to aid them in the manufacturing of the guide wristband. There's a traitor. At a high level. Stark's voice was filled with cold rage. Immediately isolate all personnel in the scientific department who had contact with the TSLM-01 design blueprints. Conduct a thorough investigation. Furious command came through the communicator, filled with overwhelming anger. The S-H-I-E-L-D had been infiltrated to such a core level. How long has that signal been broadcasting? Hill's voice was icy and piercing, unable to determine precisely. The signal is extremely concealed. It would have been impossible to detect without specifically scanning the underlying data stream. Based on the signal decay model and reverse inference, it may have started shortly after the Canada operation concluded, or even earlier, Jarvis analyzed. In other words, they had carried this beacon all the way back to this safe house from Canada, and had stayed here for so many days. Shut it down immediately, Captain America commanded. It cannot be shut down remotely. The physical structure seems to have been specially treated, and conventional signal jamming has limited effects on it. It must be physically destroyed, the technician reported. Barton. Natasha's voice sounded as she ghosted out of the technical room, racing toward Lin's room. Outside Lin's room, the guards remained vigilant. Natasha appeared like a bolt of black lightning, without any explanation, directly presenting Furious' highest authority order. Emergency situation. Open the door. The guards dared not hesitate and immediately opened the door. Inside the room, Lin had just completed a round of meditation and was preparing to rest when he was startled by the sudden intrusion of Natasha, Agent Romanov. Natasha's gaze was like lightning, instantly locking onto the dull, burnt remains of the old wristband in the corner of the bedside table. Without hesitation, she drew her gun. Wait, that is... Lin's words were cut off. Bang, bang, bang. A few low, muffled gunshots rang out, silenced. Natasha accurately shattered and deformed the metal remains with her gunfire. Almost simultaneously with the bullet striking the remains, the faint signal pulse on the holographic screen in the technical room came to an abrupt halt. The signal has disappeared, Jarvis confirmed. The people in the technical room breathed a sigh of relief, but their mood became even heavier. Lin stared down at the wreckage of the metal fragments, then looked at Natasha's gun, which was still emitting faint wisps of smoke, completely bewildered. What? What is going on? Natasha holstered her gun and explained coldly and succinctly. Your old wristband was tampered with, broadcasting your location to Hydra all along. Lin felt as if struck by lightning, instantly frozen in place, a chill of fear spreading through his limbs. He had been in close proximity to this beacon that leaked his whereabouts every day. If it weren't for that strange message leading to deep data mining, they might never have discovered it. Soon Fury Hill, Stark, and others rushed to Lin's room. Everyone's face turned extremely grim. Prepare for immediate relocation. All personnel highest alert level. We may have been compromised. Fury wasted no words and issued the order directly. The safe house instantly entered a wartime state. The piercing alarms sounded again, more urgent than ever. Agents rushed about, urgently destroying documents, packing important equipment, and starting vehicles and aircraft. How could this? When? Lin still couldn't accept the reality, looking at Stark. Mr. Stark, that wristband. Stark's face was ashen, filled with anger and self-blame. It was my oversight. I opened some permissions, allowing those damned parasites to take advantage. He turned sharply. Jarvis. Investigate. All permission logs, all access records. Dig deep to root out that rat. Processing. But the other side's methods are sophisticated and may have cleared most traces. Amid the chaos, Hill approached Lin, her expression still cold, but there seemed to be a complex fluctuation in her eyes. She looked at Lin's pale face, remained silent for a few seconds, then spoke. This is why emotional control is crucial. Any unnecessary fluctuation in your energy could create a superimposed effect with this signal, making your location as conspicuous as a bonfire in the night. This time Lin did not feel accused. Instead, he felt a chilling fear based on cruel reality. Hill was right. If he had lost control of his emotions during training, resulting in violent energy fluctuations, Hydra might have accurately located him and launched an invasion long ago. I understand. Lin's voice was a bit dry. Hill seemed to want to say something else, but finally just nodded. Prepare for relocation. The massive relocation operation proceeded anxiously through the snowy night. Everyone knew they might have stayed too long under the enemy's crosshairs, and every second was immensely precious. However, just as the first group of personnel was about to board the vehicle, whoosh, a sharp, unprecedented high-frequency alarm suddenly echoed throughout the safe house. Detected large-scale, high-speed energy signals approaching. Quantity: 3. No 5. Extremely fast. They are coming from underground. The monitor's voice was filled with a desperate scream. Almost simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. The snow around the safe house exploded. 5 gigantic, drill-like metal devices broke through the ground, like giant worms emerging from hell. Their tops opened, revealing complex energy emitters inside. In the next moment, 5 thick, dark red energy beams swept mercilessly toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. convoy and personnel who were urgently gathering. The attack is here. Less than 10 minutes after the signal disappeared, Hydra's retaliation, or rather the operation to capture the key, descended with the most fierce and unexpected force. The beam of death tore through the cold night sky, instantly transforming the orderly retreat into a bloody hell. The first 2 armored vehicles filled with personnel and equipment were directly hit by dark red energy beams, resulting in a violent explosion. Flames shot up into the sky and shattered metal, and severed limbs flew in all directions. The screams and explosions drowned out everything instantly. Take cover. Counterattack. Open fire freely. Protect the key targets. The furious roar of Captain America echoed through the chaotic communication channel as he raised his shield to protect several civilian personnel in front of him. The vibranium shield emitted a deep thud, blocking the sweeping energy shockwave. Stark's Mark suit shot up into the sky at once, the palm cannon and shoulder missiles whistling as they targeted those drilling devices. Jarvis. Analyze the energy weaknesses. The energy type is similar to the Eastern European hybrid, but more stable. The shield strength is extremely high. Jarvis responded quickly. Natasha and Barton moved like phantoms amidst the explosions and beams of light. Natasha accurately shot at what appeared to be sensors on the devices with her energy pistol, while Barton's specially modified explosive arrows attempted to hinder their movement. Yet the enemy's attacks were fierce and precise. These drilling devices were not merely turrets. Their bases opened, releasing a swarm of Hydra elite soldiers clad in white snow camouflage and equipped with energy weapons. They coordinated with the firepower of the drilling devices, crazily pouring bullets and energy beams upon the S.H.I.E.L.D. team. The battle instantly escalated to a fever pitch. The snow was stained red with blood, and the explosive flames flickered continuously, with every gunshot and explosion potentially meaning the loss of a life. Lin was tackled to the ground by 2 loyal agents the moment the attack occurred, dragged behind an overturned truck for cover. Bullets and energy beams whizzed overhead, causing the truck's steel plates to clatter. He could hear the deafening explosions, screams, and fierce gunfire from outside. Fear gripped his heart, yet this time a cold anger burned within him. It was due to his negligence, because of that damned beacon on him, that disaster had struck here. The sacrificed agents. He wanted to rush out to help, but the energy within him was depleted, and the void silence prevented him from gathering enough strength. Hill's words echoed in his ears. Your task is support and interference, not direct combat. But how could he just watch as others perished for him? Lin, stay behind cover. Don't come out. Captain America's voice came through the noisy battlefield, urgent and stern. At that moment, a Quinjet attempted to take off forcefully, but was directly hit by a thick beam of energy on its tail. The fighter jet billowed smoke and spiraled down into the snow nearby, producing a massive explosion. No, the firepower is too intense. We are being suppressed. An agent shouted desperately over the community. Stark struggled in the air to evade several concentrated energy beams. His armor was already damaged in multiple places. These things have shields that are too tough. Conventional weapons are ineffective. Something must be done. Lin gritted his teeth. He forced himself to calm down, closed his eyes, and tried to sense the flow of energy on the battlefield. Chaos. Utter chaos. The frenzied energy of the drilling devices, the energy weapons of the Hydra soldiers, Stark's arc, pulse cannon, and the shockwaves from the explosions. Various energies intertwined, forming a violent vortex. His mental strength was already insufficient, and in this vortex, it was even harder to concentrate. The whispers of the void seemed to be stimulated by the chaotic energy outside, beginning to awaken slightly, bringing forth vague agitation. Destruction. Chaos. Food. Shut up. Lin roared in his mind, desperately focusing. He recalled Natasha's words, seeking his rhythm. He no longer tried to sense everything, but narrowed his focus, striving to lock onto the energy core of one of the drilling devices that was firing wildly. Mr. Stark. The drilling device at 1 o'clock. There is a fluctuation point just below its energy core. Attack there. It can trigger an energy feedback overload. Lin shouted into Mr. Stark. The drilling device at 1 o'clock. There is a fluctuation point just below its energy core. Attack there. It can trigger an energy feedback overload. Lin shouted into the communicator with all his might. Received. Stark hesitated not at all, immediately adjusting direction, unleashing all remaining ammunition towards the point Lin indicated. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from within that drilling device. Its massive body shook violently. The energy beams it emitted became extremely unstable, wildly sweeping around, even accidentally hitting several nearby Hydra soldiers, before finally billowing thick smoke and ceasing to operate. Effective. Next one. Stark's spirits lifted. Lin felt a wave of dizziness, his temples throbbing. This precise perception was a significant burden for him on the chaotic battlefield. But he did not stop, immediately turning his perceptions to the next target. Left front. There is a weak point in its energy transmission pipeline. Boom. Another drilling device was incapacitated under the concentrated fire of Stark and the assault team. Lin became the eyes on the battlefield. He endured the intense pain and fatigue in his mind, continuously reporting the weaknesses of those steel beasts. His guidance was not always perfect. Sometimes deviations occurred due to interference, but it significantly increased the efficiency of the counterattack. The Hydra commander clearly realized this. Priority target, that perceiver. Capture him. The communication channel intercepted orders issued through an encrypted. In an instant, a barrage of fire began to consciously flood towards the truck where Lin was hiding. Bullets and energy beams fell like a torrential rain. The truck was quickly riddled with holes on the verge of disintegration. Lin is in danger. Captain America roared, trying to rush over for rescue, but was suppressed in place by the intense firepower. Two agents protecting Lin fought back fiercely, one of whom was soon hit and fell to the ground, life uncertain. We must relocate. Another agent shouted at Lin, his expression resolute. At that moment, a figure dashed through the fire line like a black whirlwind. Natasha? While deftly dodging bullets, she fired precisely to suppress the approaching enemies, quickly closing in on Lin's cover. Follow me. She grabbed Lin's arm firmly, her tone leaving no room for argument. On the other side, Barton fired a few explosive arrows, temporarily clearing an area. Natasha pulled Lin along, using the chaos and smoke of the battlefield to swiftly charge towards a relatively intact warehouse shelter. Bullets whizzed past them, causing the snow to fly. Just as they were about to rush into the warehouse, suddenly an undestroyed drilling device abruptly turned its cannon towards them, firing a deadly energy beam straight at their path. The speed was too fast, and there was no time to dodge. Natasha's pupils contracted instinctively, about to push Lin away. At that critical moment, a golden-red figure dove down with incredible speed, forcefully knocking Natasha and Lin aside. It was Stark. He withstood the blow with his armor. Boom. The massive explosion sent Stark flying, his armor billowing black smoke, crashing heavily onto the snow dozens of meters away, momentarily silent. Stark. Lin and Natasha exclaimed simultaneously. The energy beam was deflected by Stark, but the residual wave fiercely struck the warehouse wall beside them. Boom. The wall was blasted open with a large hole, and the explosive shockwave hurled Lin and Natasha inside, crashing heavily onto the cold ground, instantly engulfed by the collapsed debris and smoke. Chilled dust and the acrid scent of gunpowder flooded his nostrils as Lin En coughed violently, struggling to crawl out from beneath a pile of collapsed wooden crates and debris. His entire body ached, his ears buzzing. The earlier explosion had shaken his insides like an earthquake. He called out anxiously in a hushed tone, using his hands and feet to shove aside the debris around him. Over here, came Natasha's somewhat strained voice from nearby. Lin En turned toward the sound, and saw her pinned beneath a fallen metal beam, her left leg trapped. Though her complexion was pale, her gaze remained sharp as she attempted to push the beam away with her hands. Lin En hurried over to assist. The beam was exceptionally heavy, but with all his strength combined with Natasha's effort, they barely managed to push it aside enough for her to free her leg. Her left leg was clearly injured, making her movements awkward. "Are you alright?" Lin En supported her. "I'm fine, just a..." Natasha gritted her teeth and stood up quickly, checking her weapons and surroundings. "Where's Stark?" Lin En looked toward the large hole blown in the warehouse where flames erupted outside, and the sounds of explosions and gunfire were still fierce, yet Stark's figure was nowhere to be seen. The communication channel was filled with static. He sacrificed himself to save us." Natasha's expression darkened, but she quickly suppressed her emotions. "We need to survive first to save others. We can't stay here, and enemies will come to search soon." The warehouse appeared to be an abandoned supply depot cluttered with various dust-covered boxes and equipment. The lighting was dim, with only the fire from the explosions occasionally flickering through broken holes illuminating the swirling dust. The two of them cautiously hid behind a pile of large mechanical parts, holding their breath. Sure enough, footsteps and the shouts of Hydra soldiers soon echoed from outside. "Search this area. They must have fallen here. Alive or dead, we want to see them. Especially that key." The footsteps drew nearer. Lin En's heart raced in his throat. He was drained of strength, and with Natasha injured, the consequences of being discovered would be dire. Natasha signaled for silence, quietly drawing a dagger, her gaze as cold as the ice and snow outside. Just then Lin En's senses suddenly detected an extremely faint non-energy biological signal nearby. It was peculiar, neither human nor animal, but rather something cold and dormant like a plant. His gaze instinctively swept over the nearby stacked boxes, landing on an old sealed wooden crate that looked somewhat. The faint biological signal was emanating from within it. The footsteps outside had reached the warehouse door. A beam of flashlight swept inside. Natasha tightened her grip on the dagger, her body tense, preparing for one last struggle. In a moment of desperation, Lin En instinctively extended a thread of weak mental energy toward the wooden crate, attempting to touch that slumbering biological signal, sending out a strong intent to hide. He didn't know if it would work. It was merely a desperate attempt. A miracle happened. The biological signal inside the crate seemed to be activated, gently pulsating. Immediately, a colorless, odorless, yet visibly present spore akin to faint mist silently emanated from the crate's cracks, rapidly dispersing into the air of the warehouse. Several Hydra soldiers entered, guns drawn, their flashlights sweeping about. "It seems like no one is here. Search thoroughly. Leave no corner unchecked." They gradually delved deeper into the warehouse. One soldier happened to pass by the pile of parts where Lin En and Natasha were hiding, the flashlight beam nearly shining on Natasha's feet. Suddenly the soldier froze, shaking his head, his expression becoming slightly dazed. So sleepy. Why suddenly?" Before he could finish, his eyelids fluttered, and he collapsed to the ground, emitting a soft snore. Other soldiers soon experienced similar symptoms, as if instantly hypnotized, falling one after another into a deep sleep, weapons clattering to the ground. In just a few seconds, an entire squad of soldiers had succumbed to slumber. Lin En and Natasha were both astonished. "Did you do this?" Natasha looked at Lin En, her eyes filled with suspicion. I don't know." Lin En was equally bewildered. He had merely conveyed an intention. "There seems to be something in that crate. That helped us." Natasha warily glanced at the sleeping soldiers, and then at the strange wooden crate, making a quick decision. "No matter what it is, this opportunity is rare. Let's move." She gritted her teeth against the pain in her leg, swiftly scavenging some ammunition and a handgun from a soldier, tossing it to Lin En, then grabbing an energy rifle. The two of them carefully maneuvered around the sleeping soldiers, sneaking out through another smaller exit of the warehouse. Outside, chaos still reigned on the battlefield, but S.H.I.E.L.D.'s counterattack seemed to have made some impact. 2 drilling machines had been destroyed, and the remaining 2 were being closely monitored by Stark's armor, which he seemed to have regained mobility, though it was heavily damaged, their firepower significantly weakened. However, the number of Hydra soldiers still held the advantage, plunging both sides into a brutal, close-quarters battle. Captain America stood out prominently in the center of the battlefield, his shield flying, as he led the remaining agents in a tough resistance. "We need to regroup with the captain," Natasha assessed. The two of them, using the cover of the rubble and smoke, moved slowly towards the main battlefield. Lin En gripped the handgun. He hardly knew how to use, his heart racing. The whisper from the void became clearer amidst the chaos and earlier peril, conveying a bloodthirsty impulse that he struggled to suppress. Suddenly, an intense gunfire erupted ahead, accompanied by a familiar pained grunt. It was Barton. He had been cornered by 2 elite Hydra soldiers, his arm injured, his bow dropped to the ground, and his situation was critical. Without hesitation, Natasha raised her gun and shot accurately, taking down one soldier. Lin En instinctively raised his handgun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew, who knows where, the recoil causing his wrist to tingle. But this shot attracted the attention of that soldier. Immediately turned his gun toward Lin En. Time seemed to slow. Lin En could see the soldier's finger tightening on the trigger, could see the energy weapon beginning to charge with faint light. The breath of death loomed over him. In that moment, the void within him let out a sharp roar. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. No. The dark golden light in Lin En's eyes surged explosively. He instinctively and frantically drew upon every shred of remaining power within him mixed with the violent instincts awakened by the death threat, and thrust his hands forward with force. No energy beam, no explosion. Instead, an extremely unstable dark golden semi-transparent energy shield with edges twisting like black lightning appeared before him in an instant. Swoosh. The Hydra soldier's energy beam struck hard against the shield. The shield trembled violently, rippling with countless waves as dark golden light and dark red energy wildly intertwined and annihilated. Ultimately, the shield barely absorbed the hit, but it instantly shattered and vanished. Lin En felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward and crashing heavily into the snow, consciousness fading instantly. He felt as though all his bones were about to fall apart, his strength completely drained. Meanwhile, the Hydra soldier was staggered backward by the weak energy backlash produced when the shield dissipated. Natasha's bullet and Barton's dagger, which he had finally found the chance to throw with his uninjured hand, struck simultaneously, precisely eliminating that soldier. Lin En. Natasha and Barton rushed over simultaneously. Lin En lay in the cold snow, his vision blurred, the flames and snowflakes in the sky swirling and intertwining. He heard the roaring of Stark's armor in the distance, the furious shouts of Captain America, and the anxious calls of Natasha and Barton, but the sounds seemed to come through a layer of water. The void within him fell into a dead silence due to the exhaustion of power and backlash, leaving only a profound sense of emptiness. Once again he stood on the edge of life and death, expending everything. A desperate struggle so brutal. Yet this hunt was far from over. Cold, sharp pain, numbness. Lin En's consciousness floated on the edge of a dark abyss. Each attempt to struggle back to the surface was dragged back by excruciating pain and bone-chilling cold. Snowflakes landed on his cheek, melting into cold droplets mixed with the metallic taste of blood at the corner of his mouth, bringing a strange sense of awakening. He heard vague sounds as if coming from underwater, Natasha's urgent shouts, Barton's labored breaths, the distant explosions, the shrieks of energy weapons, and the sputtering engine of Stark's armor struggling like a dying creature. His vision was filled with a swirling dim sky dyed an eerie orange by flames, and black smoke columns rose like twisted giants. Weak. In pain. The voice from the void was faint, like a murmur, no longer seductive, but more like a lament of shared suffering. His strength was completely drained, and even this dark existence fell into unprecedented lethargy. Lin En, hold on. Natasha's voice became clearer. She knelt beside him, quickly checking his injuries. Her cold fingers felt for his carotid artery, her complexion equally pale, and her leg injury caused her movements to be awkward. Barton stumbled nearby, firing his salvaged energy rifle at the Hydra soldiers trying to approach. His right arm hung limply, clearly injured. How is he? Barton asked hoarsely, his gaze fixed on the sight. He has serious internal injuries and is severely drained of energy, but he's still alive. Natasha spoke rapidly as she pulled a high-energy emergency syringe from her leg pouch and unhesitatingly injected it into Lin En's neck. A warm, tingling rush surged into Lin En's nearly frozen veins, forcibly stimulating his failing bodily functions. He took a sharp breath and started to cough, his vision finally sharpening a bit. Stark. He struggled. That tin can is tougher than it looks. Barton shouted while shooting, but his voice betrayed an unmistakable anxiety. The captain is trying to reach him, but we need to get out of this hellhole first. The battlefield situation remained dire. Thanks to Lin En's previous guidance and the desperate resistance of the others, most of the drilling artillery had been destroyed, yet the remaining Hydra soldiers were still numerous, and they clearly received orders to charge forward regardless of losses, their target clear. Lin En. Captain America was darting left and right in the distance, trying to carve out a breach, but the enemy's fire net was exceptionally dense, keeping him pinned down. Stark's armor staggered the reactor in his chest, flickering erratically, and each attack appeared extraordinarily challenging. They were pinned down in this wasteland and snow, unable to move. With each passing second, casualties increased, and the likelihood of collapse grew. Fury, we need support. Now. Right away. Captain America yelled into the communication channel, but all he received was a more piercing static interference. Hydra had clearly deployed powerful electronic warfare equipment, completely blocking long-range communications in this area. A sense of despair began to spread. Were they really going to be wiped out here? Just then a strange, deep engine roar approached from afar, rising above the battlefield's chaos. The sound came from the sky, but it was unlike the sound of Quinjet or Stark's armor. Everyone, including the Hydra soldiers, instinctively looked up. They saw three uniquely designed, entirely black, sharply edged vertical takeoff and landing aircraft ghosting through the clouds, hovering above the battlefield with an overwhelming presence. The aircraft bore no insignia, exuding an aura of cold and unfamiliar technology. What is that? Barton muttered to himself, raising his bow cautiously at the uninvited guests. The Hydra soldiers also seemed momentarily stunned, and their attacks momentarily halted. In the next moment, the bellies of two of the aircraft opened, launching dozens of small precision-guided missiles trailing blue-white flames. These missiles seemed to have a life of their own, accurately weaving around the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel crashing heavily into the most concentrated area of the Hydra soldiers and the remaining drilling artillery. Boom, 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 boom. A series of intense but tightly controlled explosions instantly cleared a large area. The Hydra soldiers were thrown into disarray by the explosions, and the drilling artillery was completely destroyed, reduced to a pile of burning scrap metal. The fire was precise, efficient, and ruthless. The third aircraft quickly descended, mechanical arms extending from its belly, accurately grasping the fallen, incapacitated Stark armor and swiftly retracting it into the cabin. At the same time, the side door of the aircraft slid open and a figure appeared at the entrance. He wore a black combat suit adorned with silver patterns, a tactical visor covering the upper half of his face, and held an advanced large rifle. All S-H-I-E-L-D. Personnel. A calm and efficient male voice amplified through a loudspeaker. We are the Sky Sword Bureau Task Force. On the orders of Commander Nolan, we are providing emergency support. Please gather and evacuate to the marked point immediately. Sky Sword Bureau. Most of the S-H-I-E-L-D agents present looked confused except for a few high-ranking officials. But since they were attacking Hydra and rescuing Stark, there was no doubt they were friends, not foes. Sky Sword Bureau. Captain America seemed to know something and decisively commanded everyone. Follow the orders. Retreat towards the aircraft. Quickly. From the brink of despair, the remaining S-H-I-E-L-D personnel summoned their last strength, helping each other as they fought their way back towards the hovering aircraft. Natasha and Barton supported the weak Lin En, quickly moving towards the aircraft. The man who appeared to be the commander of the Sky Sword Bureau jumped down from the cabin door, his rifle firing with precision, each shot guaranteed to take down a Hydra soldier attempting to intercept, his movements clean and efficient. His team members also descended from the aircraft, quickly establishing a defensive line around the perimeter. Their equipment and combat style were starkly different from S-H-I-E-L-D's, much more efficient and ruthless. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided affair. Under the overwhelming firepower and tactical advantage, the remaining Hydra resistance was swiftly dismantled. Lin En was half-dragged, half-pulled onto the aircraft. The cabin was simple, yet filled with futuristic elements, with several Sky Sword Bureau personnel working diligently to inspect Stark's severely damaged armor. Secure him, inject the stabilizer. The commander boarded shortly after, glanced at Lin En, and ordered the medical personnel in a tone that brooked no dissent, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. Lin En was pressed into a seat as another syringe was injected into his body. Through the porthole, he saw the shattered ice field below, the burning wreckage, the bodies of Hydra soldiers, and the fallen S-H-I-E-L-D agents. A scene of devastation like a hellish painting. The Sky Sword Bureau's aircraft quickly ascended while the other two provided air cover, leaving the blood-soaked land without a second thought. They were rescued. But among the survivors there was no joy, only the exhaustion of having narrowly escaped death, the sorrow of lost companions, and deep doubts and vigilance towards the suddenly appearing and powerful Sky Sword Bureau. Did Fury know them? Why did they appear just at this moment? Who was Commander Nolan? Lin En closed his eyes, his weak body and chaotic thoughts preventing him from thinking. The shattered ice field gradually disappeared beneath the clouds, but a new fog had already descended. The interior of the Tianjin Bureau's aircraft was exceptionally quiet, with only the steady roar of the engines and the faint ticking of medical equipment. In contrast to the tense communications and personnel conversations common in S-H-I-E-L-D's Quinjet, the atmosphere here resembled a highly efficient operating room, cold, professional, and devoid of warmth. Lin En was secured to a medical chair. Various sensors adhered to his body, monitoring his vital signs and residual energy fluctuations. The medical personnel from the Tianjin Bureau who administered the stabilizer moved with practiced precision, but wore an expressionless face, as if treating a delicate instrument in need of maintenance. Natasha and Barton sat opposite each other, undergoing basic wound treatment. Natasha's leg was rewrapped and Barton's arm was set in a splint. Both of their gazes were scrutinizing, silently observing these unfamiliar allies in the cabin. Captain America sat at a distance, polishing his shield, his brow furrowed, as if deep in thought. Stark's armor was placed in a fixed rack at the center of the cabin, while several technicians from the Tianjin Bureau scanned it with strange instruments, attempting to assess the damage. Occasionally, faint crackling sounds of electricity emanated from within the armor, raising concerns about Tony's condition. A commander wearing tactical goggles approached, removing the goggles to reveal a sharply defined face, with keen eagle-like eyes belonging to a middle-aged man. He first saluted Captain America, the gesture standard, yet somewhat distant. Captain Rogers, I am Marcus Johnson, the commander of the Tianjin Bureau's Rapid Response Team. I'm glad to see you safe. Commander Johnson. Captain America rose and returned the salute, his demeanor cautious, yet polite. Thank you for your timely support. How is Stark? Mr. Stark's vital signs are stable. The armor is severely damaged, but the core reactor is... He needs to return to base for extensive repairs. Johnson's response was concise. Commander Norland has learned that Hydra is unusually active in this area and poses a significant energy threat, thus dispatching us here to monitor and provide necessary assistance. Commander Norland. Captain America caught this name. Commander Abigail Brand Johnson corrected a hint of unnoticeable respect in his tone, the current highest commander of the Tianjin Bureau. I see. Captain America nodded, not pursuing the matter further, and instead asked, where are we headed now? To a secure transit facility. Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. is already aware of the situation and has authorized us to provide temporary shelter and medical support, Johnson said, but his tone indicated that the Tianjin Bureau was leading this operation rather than merely supporting. At this moment, Lin En coughed lightly, drawing Johnson's attention. He walked up to Lin En, his sharp eyes scanning him up and down as if evaluating an object. Mr. Lin, his tone showed no fluctuation. According to our monitoring, the energy shield you just released has a unique form. Its energy spectrum does not match any known system, and it possesses extremely high instantaneous strength and instability. Brand is very interested in this. Lin En felt somewhat uneasy. This direct and unceremonious attention made him feel like a lab rat. At that moment, things were critical, and I wasn't entirely sure how it happened. Instinctive reactions often reveal the most essential characteristics of power. Johnson interrupted him, taking a data pad from a nearby technician, which displayed the energy burst curve from Lin En's moment of release. This energy feature, mixed with order and chaos, creation and destruction, is exceedingly rare. Its resonance with resonance energy and its antagonistic nature with another deeper power within you are both highly valuable research directions. His words were professional and cold, directly touching upon Lin En's most core secret, evoking a disconcerting feeling of being thoroughly seen through. Natasha suddenly spoke up, her voice calm, yet carrying a subtle edge. Commander Johnson, Lin En is a collaborator of S.H.I.E.L.D. His situation is fully under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibility. Any research must be approved by Director Fury and involve our full participation. Johnson looked at Natasha, his eyes calm and undisturbed. Of course, Agent Romanoff. The Tianjin Bureau respects the jurisdiction of allies. We will only conduct necessary data collection and analysis within permitted limits to ensure the efficiency and safety in addressing such threats. After all, he paused, glancing meaningfully out the window. Some threats have already exceeded the capacity of a single organization to handle. His words implied that the Tianjin Bureau dealt with higher-level threats, potentially even extraterrestrial or dimensional in nature, subtly placing themselves above S.H.I.E.L.D. The atmosphere in the cabin was somewhat delicate. The Tianjin Bureau's rescue was indeed timely, but their display of formidable power, efficient and ruthless working style, and their unabashed interest in Lin En made those from S.H.I.E.L.D. feel wary. The aircraft passed through the clouds and finally landed at a concealed modern base nestled among the mountains. The base's style diverged greatly from S.H.I.E.L.D., filled with clean geometric lines and cool-toned lighting with various advanced yet unfamiliar instruments and equipment visible everywhere. They were each placed in medical rooms for more comprehensive examinations and treatments. Lin En was taken into a special isolated medical pod where the equipment seemed capable of monitoring energy fluctuations with greater precision. Dr. Banner had been waiting via remote connection, his holographic image appearing in the pod, his face etched with anxiety and concern. Lin En, how are you feeling? The data from the Tianjin Bureau indicates that your energy levels have nearly plummeted to the bottom, and there are signs of severe internal bleeding. I'm fine, doctor. Just very tired. Lin En lay on the medical bed, feeling the various scanning beams pass. Tell me in detail what happened, especially how it felt to condense the shield at the end. Banner asked eagerly, his scientific instinct making him curious about Lin En's breakthrough performance. Lin En tried to recall the feeling of that life and death moment. It was very scary, and then it felt like the void was also very scared. We seemed to have the same goal for the first time, which was to survive, and then the power just surged out on its own. But I couldn't control it, I just pushed it out. Banner quickly took notes while analyzing fear as a common catalyst, temporarily suppressing innate resistance to achieve an extremely brief cooperative output of power. This is incredible, but the essence of this power, that intertwining nature of chaos and order. He fell into deep thought. After the examination, Lin En was asked to rest. He lay in the quiet isolation pod, but couldn't fall asleep. The appearance of the Tianjin Bureau, Commander Johnson's words, Banner's analysis, and that moment of uncontrolled power burst. Everything was filled with uncertainty. Was this unfamiliar assistance a blessing or a curse? And what did that fleeting feeling of being of one heart with the void signify for the future? He felt as though he had fallen into a larger web. After spending a relatively peaceful but heavily monitored 24 hours at the Tianjin Bureau base, Lin En's body had improved significantly due to advanced medical technology and his own recovery abilities, yet the fatigue of his spirit and the sense of energy depletion remained. The void remained silent, as if that coordinated explosion had drained its energy. That morning, the isolation pod's door slid open, revealing not a medic or technician, but Commander Johnson. Mr. Lin En, Commander Brand wants to see you. His tone was as authoritative as ever. Lin En's heart tightened slightly as he nodded and followed him out of the medical area. Natasha and Barton also seemed to have received the notice, waiting in the hallway. Natasha's leg injury had been well treated, allowing her to walk normally, though she had a slight limp. Barton's arm was in a sling. The two exchanged a glance, tacitly deciding to accompany Lin En, evidently unwilling to let him face the highest commander of the Tianjin Bureau alone. Johnson glanced at them, but did not stop them. They passed through several corridors filled with a sense of advanced technology, yet eerily desolate, arriving before a heavy, unmarked metal door. Johnson conducted an iris and genetic scan, and the door slid open silently. Inside was a command center that, while not as grand as the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, was filled with even more advanced instruments and star map projections that were somewhat beyond Lin En's comprehension. In the center, a figure faced away from them, gazing at a massive screen displaying constantly changing cosmic star maps and abnormal energy readings. She turned around. Commander Abigail Brand. She had striking short hair, half green and half red, her eyes sharp as a hawk, exuding a calmness and powerful aura that seemed to see through everything. She wore a well-tailored uniform of the Tianjin Bureau with epaulets indicating her highest military rank. Most notably, her right eye was normal, while her left eye was an eerie dark green reminiscent of a nebula, clearly not an ordinary prosthetic. Captain Rogers, Agent Romanoff, Agent Barton, her gaze swept over the three, finally settling on Lin En. Her voice was steady and powerful, carrying an innate sense of authority and Mr. Lin En. Welcome to the Tianjin Bureau's outpost, Watchtower. Commander Brand. Captain America responded on behalf of the group, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. Thank you once again for your assistance. It's part of my duty. Commander Brand nodded slightly, her gaze returning to Lin En. The focus of her normal eye and her nebula eye simultaneously made Lin En feel an inexplicable pressure, as if he were being scanned from the inside out. Mr. Lin En, Commander Johnson has briefed me in detail about your situation, including your special sensitivity to the echo energy and your impressive display of energy defense yesterday. Brand moved to a control console, bringing up Lin En's energy data model. The complex structure diagram, intertwining dark gold and deep black energy in a double helix, slowly rotated in midair. To put it bluntly, the power you harbor as well as the entity you are struggling against fundamentally and potentially pose a threat that far exceeds the scope of conventional supernatural events on Earth, even touching upon the domains of interstellar civilizations and dimensional lords. Brand's words were direct and unambiguous. Lin En's heart sank. The responsibility of the Tianjin Bureau is to observe and respond to all intelligent world-related events that pose a threat to Earth's sentient life. Brand continued, her nebula eye seemingly glimmering with faint light, and your existence, Mr. Lin En, is in itself a massive, active, intelligent world threat variable. The energy signature within you has a vague correlation with several highly dangerous cosmic entities and dimensional disaster records in our database. She enlarged a portion of the energy structure diagram, pointing to the dark areas representing the void that constantly attempted to engulf the light points. This energy characteristic, filled with greed, destruction, and assimilation desires, bears similarities to the void predators and the psychic pollution bands of the annihilation swarm, and the part of the power it craves to consume. She pointed to those dark golden light points. This, seemingly full of creative potential but extremely unstable stellar power, has a high-frequency oscillation pattern similar to some dying stellar cores, or dimension cores torn apart by forbidden technologies. Each of her words struck Lin En's heart like a hammer. Void predators, annihilation swarm, dying stars, torn dimension cores. These terms were far beyond his comprehension, yet seemed to reveal the truly terrifying nature of the power within him. Of course, this is just a preliminary analogy. Brand's tone shifted. Your combination is unique, more like an extremely unstable, irrational force. Brand's brow furrowed slightly. The coding and mathematical language used in that message are very ancient and special, involving higher dimensional geometry. Then, that message. Sanctuary coordinates. Lin En couldn't help but ask. Brand's brow furrowed slightly. The coding and mathematical language used in that message are very ancient and special, involving higher dimensional geometry and prophetic formulas. There are only sporadic records in the Tianjin Bureau's database. Sanctuary could refer to some ultimate reality stabilization point, or a cage imprisoning some supreme existence. As for coordinates, she paused, her nebula eye gazing deeply at Lin En. It could point to the pathway to the sanctuary, or it could refer to a key like you capable of sensing or opening the sanctuary itself. The identity of the messenger remains unknown, and their purpose is a mystery. But their understanding of cosmic-level concepts far exceeds that of Hydra. The conclusion was shocking and despairing. The enemy was more terrifying than imagined, and the mystery surrounding himself was even deeper. What does the Tianjin Bureau plan to do with me? Lin En's voice was somewhat hoarse. Brand leaned forward, her hands on the console, exuding a powerful sense of pressure. Monitor, evaluate, and intervene when necessary. Intervene. Natasha keenly grasped this term. If the threat within Mr. Lin En spirals out of control and poses a real and imminent danger to Earth or interstellar security, the Tianjin Bureau has the right to take all necessary measures to contain it until the threat is eliminated. Brand's tone was calm yet cold and ruthless. This includes, but is not limited to, forced containment, energy stripping, and even final measures. Final measures. The term caused the temperature in the room to drop sharply. Lin En is with us. H-I-E-L-D. Captain America stepped forward, his voice firm, his handling authority lies with S. H-I-E-L-D. We will take responsibility for controlling and guiding his power. Brand looked at Captain America, her gaze unyielding. Captain Rogers, I respect S. H-I-E-L-D. S authority in Earth's affairs. However, the Tianjin Bureau's authority comes from a higher level concerning the survival of the entire intelligent world. When the threat level exceeds a certain threshold, jurisdiction will automatically transfer. I hope we won't reach that point. Her words served as both a warning and a final ultimatum. Of course, her tone softened slightly. Within the controllable range of the threat, the Tianjin Bureau is willing to provide technical and intelligence support to assist S. H-I-E-L-D in managing and researching Mr. Lin En's abilities and jointly address Hydra and related threats. For example, we can offer more advanced shielding technology to interfere with energy-based tracking. A mix of soft and hard measures. A Karatastic approach. Lin En felt like a ticking time bomb placed on the negotiation table of two giants with the detonator not in his hands. In the face of Abigail Brand and the Tianjin Bureau, he felt smaller and more powerless than when facing Fury and Hill. The cosmic-level perspective brought about cosmic-level pressure and fear. This meeting provided him with no answers, only heavier shackles and broader confusion. After staying at the observation tower base of the Heavenly Sword Bureau for another day to carry out necessary recovery and follow-up matters, the rescue team, dispatched by S. H-I-E-L-D, finally arrived. A highly elite squad and two specially modified Kun-style fighter jets equipped with enhanced cloaking capabilities were sent. The handover with the Heavenly Sword Bureau was brief and efficient, marked by a certain coldness of official business. Commander Brandt did not appear again, leaving Commander Johnson in full charge. He handed a data chip to the senior S. H-I-E-L-D agent leading the team. This is the preliminary technical sharing material promised by Commander Brandt concerning energy signal, cloaking, and certain theories of dimensional stability. Deeper cooperation requires direct negotiations with Director Fury. Johnson's tone remained as steady as a machine. Additionally, we have detected a significant decrease in Hydra's activity frequency in North America, as if they have entered a deeper state of concealment. I suggest you seize the opportunity to clean up internally. The last sentence carried a profound implication. Lynn, Natasha Barton, and Stark, who was still unconscious and securely fixed in the medical pod, boarded the Kun-style fighter jet. Captain America took another jet. As the aircraft ascended, leaving the Heavenly Sword Bureau base, the pervasive feeling of being watched by cold technology and higher authority gradually dissipated. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but their moods did not lighten much. The journey back to S. H-I-E-L-D headquarters was silent and oppressive, each person harboring their own thoughts. Lin gazed at the sea of clouds outside, unable to shake off Commander Brandt's words and the image of the cosmic eye from his mind. The cosmic-level threat and the final intervention measures felt like a mountain pressing down on his heart. He felt that this home he was striving to fit into seemed incapable of fully sheltering him when the Real storm approached. And he himself might be the eye of that storm. Natasha closed her eyes to rest, but her slightly trembling eyelashes revealed that she was not asleep. She was assessing the threat level of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, contemplating Brandt's true intentions, and thinking about how to cope with the potential jurisdictional conflicts between S. H-I-E-L-D and the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Barton meticulously polished his bow, his gaze focused, as if he were inspecting every inch of the bowstring. He used this method to soothe his emotions, pondering how brutal the upcoming internal cleansing would be and how many of his former companions would reveal another side. Several hours later, the Kun-style fighter jet landed at S. H-I-E-L-D headquarters. The hatch opened, and the familiar scene came into view, but it carried a sense of estrangement, as if everything had changed. Fury and Hill personally welcomed them in the hangar. Furious eye swept over the injured and the unconscious Stark, his expression dark and terrifying. Hill quickly verified the receiving list and the materials provided by the Heavenly Sword Bureau, her expression as cold as ever, but Lin seemed to catch a faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation in her gaze toward the injured. Welcome back. Furious' voice was low. Medical team, immediately take Stark and the injured to the highest level medical center. Romanoff, Barton, go prepare detailed reports. Lin, come with me. There were no pleasantries, no comforts, only a direct transition into work mode. This was Furious style. Lin followed Fury and Hill to a secure briefing room. Once the door closed, Fury turned his single eye fixed intently on him. Recount everything that happened in detail, especially regarding the Heavenly Sword Bureau and Brandt, Fury commanded. Lin took a deep breath and recounted everything from the discovery of the signal to the ambush in the snow to the appearance of the Heavenly Sword Bureau and finally to the meeting with Commander Brandt as detailed and objectively as possible, including Brandt's words about cosmic threats and final measures. Fury and Hill listened quietly without any interruptions. After Lin finished speaking, the room fell into a prolonged. The Heavenly Sword Bureau. Their reach is extending further and further. Fury finally snorted coldly, seemingly not surprised by the existence of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, but dissatisfied with the extent of their involvement. Abigail Brandt is a troublesome character. She only cares about the survival of her intelligent world and would not hesitate to sacrifice our little planet if necessary. He looked at Lin, but she is right about one thing: your issue is no longer a simple internal matter concerning Earth. Hydra's madness has merely revealed the tip of the iceberg. Hill interjected calmly. The intervention of the Heavenly Sword Bureau is both a risk and an opportunity. Their technology and intelligence dimensions far exceed ours. How to utilize their resources while resisting their excessive interference will be key in the coming days. As for Commander Brandt's warning, she paused. As long as you remain manageable, H-I-E-L-D will be your most solid backing. Director Fury will not easily give up any assets, especially those that have proven their value. The word assets still sounded harsh, but after hearing Brandt's colder remarks, it seemed to gain a hint of warmth. At least S-H-I-E-L-D-S not giving up is based on interests and value rather than pure observation and containment. Regarding the internal cleansing, Fury's single eye glimmered with a cold light. It has already begun. The science division, the technology division, even the operations division, some people have already disappeared. There must be an explanation for this incident. His tone carried a sense of iron will. Lin knew that a bloody storm was silently unfolding within this base. Lin, Fury finally looked at him. Your performance this time has once again proven your value and unpredictability. Can that shield be manifested again? Lin shook his head. I don't know. At that time it was just instinct, and it consumed too much. Continue researching it, control it, Fury ordered. Hill will formulate a new training plan for you, integrating some of the technology provided by the Heavenly Sword Bureau. You need to become stronger more quickly, not only in energy, but also in your mind and will. What we are about to face may be more complicated than you imagine. Leaving the briefing room, Lin felt a deep fatigue wash over him. Although he had returned to a familiar place, he felt as if there was an invisible cold glass separating him from everything around him. He saw agents passing by in the corridor, and in their eyes, besides the usual vigilance, there seemed to be something else. Fear, or alienation. The appearance of the Heavenly Sword Bureau, the theory of cosmic-level threats, and the impending internal cleansing made everyone more cautious and closed off. He returned to his room. The arrangement remained the same, yet it felt extraordinarily empty and cold. He lay in bed trying to sleep, but tossing and turning. Brandt's eyes, Fury's single eye, Hill's cold words, the explosion in the snow, the fallen agents, and the void of silence within him. Various images and sounds intertwined in his mind. Returning did not bring peace. Instead, it deepened the gap and burden he carried. He felt like a lonely boat thrown into a raging current, pulled by powerful streams from different directions, unsure of where he would drift. In the following days, the headquarters of S-H-I-E-L-D resembled a city that had just experienced a major earthquake. On the surface, it appeared to be regaining order, yet below ground, intense and brutal reconstruction and cleanup were taking place. The atmosphere was markedly different. The number of personnel in the corridors had decreased, conversations were hushed, and the exchanges of glances between individuals were imbued with a tacit caution and scrutiny. Familiar faces could often be seen suddenly disappearing, replaced by coldly expressioned unfamiliar agents from other bases or safe houses. The internal communication network underwent a massive upgrade, and monitoring Fury was clearly determined to root out Hydra's tentacles. Lin's life was once again filled with a rigid schedule. Hill's new training program was nothing short of brutal, with extreme intensity, heavily utilizing some of the foundational theories and techniques provided by the Sword Agency. He was required to practice precise energy manipulation in a specially designed training pod that could simulate various energy interference environments. Not only did he need to learn to conceal his own energy signature, but he also had to attempt to mimic other energy signatures, such as ordinary electrical energy, thermal energy, and even the fluctuations of a small resonance crystal, to deceive potential trackers. This process was far more intricate and challenging than simple attacks or defenses, consuming a tremendous amount of mental energy. Lin often practiced until he suffered from severe headaches and persistent nausea. Hill remained like a precise machine, recording each of his mistakes and minor improvements, offering only cold data feedback and even stricter requirements. However, this time Lin did not feel the intense resistance he had previously experienced. Brandt's warnings and the cosmic perspective loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, instilling an unprecedented sense of crisis and drive. He needed to grow stronger, to master his powers, not to prove anything to anyone, but for the most basic purpose of survival. He no longer dwelled on Hill's attitude, instead pouring all his energy into understanding and mastering his own. Each successful simulation, each effective masking, gave him a faint sense of control. Dr. Banner guided his mental stabilization training, remotely focusing on how to maintain a clear anchor point under pressure and observe the state changes during the void silence. After regaining consciousness, his injuries were primarily to his armor, while he himself only suffered a mild concussion and exhaustion. Stark immediately dove into work, cursing as he repaired and upgraded his armor, while collaborating with Banner on how to further optimize Lin's conduit bracelet using Sword Agency technology. Occasionally, Captain America would come to see him, no longer discussing battles and missions, but instead sharing thoughts on faith and perseverance, reminding him that even in the darkest times one must not lose their internal compass. After Barton recovered somewhat, he began to teach him some curious agent tricks on how to leverage the environment and small props to create advantages. Natasha remained silent, but her appearances outside Lin's training area had increased. Sometimes she would bring a bottle of water, other times she would silently watch his training for a while before leaving. This silent attention became a peculiar comfort amidst Lin's high-pressure training. One day Lin completed an unprecedentedly long energy masking training session, although he felt nearly exhausted afterwards. The data showed an astonishing effectiveness rate of 95%, sustained for 10 minutes. Hill looked at the data board, remained silent for a few seconds, then glanced at Lin, saying there has been progress. Keep it up. It was still a brief and emotionless evaluation. Yet from this extremely limited acknowledgement, Lin sensed a minutely different essence than before. Perhaps it was his illusion, but he felt that behind Hill's cold tone, that absolute mechanistic scrutiny seemed to have diminished by a millimeter. After training, Lin dragged his weary body back to the living quarters. Passing by Gwen's laboratory, he was surprised to find that the guards had decreased, and they were seasoned agents from the American strike team whom he recognized. He hesitated for a moment and knocked on the door. The door opened, and Gwen stood at the entrance. Upon seeing him, a surprised smile broke out across her face. Lin, you're back. Are you okay? I heard you all ran into a lot of trouble. Her concerned gaze swept over his fatigued face. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Lin smiled, feeling a long-lost warmth. It seems like the guards have changed here. Yes, Gwen nodded, lowering her voice a bit. A few new faces came in a few days ago, and their attitudes were quite harsh. However, today they reverted back to the original few, and it said that Captain Rogers will directly oversee security from now on. It feels like it has relaxed a bit. Lin immediately understood. This was a signal of phased progress in the internal purge. Fury and Captain America had regained control of the situation, and the nature of Gwen's protection had subtly shifted from mere hostage surveillance to more genuine safeguarding. It was a small yet significant change. He and Gwen exchanged a few brief words, avoiding any details about tasks, simply sharing updates on their current situation. This ordinary exchange, akin to a dialogue between ordinary people, allowed Lin's taut nerves to relax slightly. Leaving Gwen's laboratory, Lin did not head directly back to his room, but instead almost instinctively walked to a secluded observation deck within the base. From there he could see the distant city lights. Leaning against the cold glass, he gazed at the sea of vibrant lights. Within him the void remained eerily silent, like a ferocious beast exhausted from a storm, now in slumber. His powers were slowly recovering, more refined than before, carrying a resilience forged through trials. He recalled the despair in the snowy ground, the sudden shield that appeared, and the brief, yet genuine connection with the could fear serve as a catalyst. What about other emotions? He stretched out his hand, attempting to summon a trace of power. A dark golden glimmer gathered at his fingertips, no longer the restless sensation of before, but rather more stable and easier to control. He tried to recall that feeling of wanting to protect, remembering Gwen's smile, Natasha's silent companionship, Captain America's faith, and even Hill's cold yet effective training based on reality. The light at his fingertips seemed to grow a bit brighter and more stable. The technological impact brought by the Sky Sword Bureau was akin to a silent earthquake, reshaping the internal power evaluation system and response strategies of the SHIELD agency. On Fury's desk, new evaluation reports on dimensional threat levels and cosmic event correlations piled up, with a significant portion inevitably linked to the name Lin En. Lin En's training was elevated to a whole new, more rigorous level. Deputy Director Hill integrated some foundational theories provided by the Sky Sword Bureau, primarily concerning energy spectrum analysis and multidimensional signal shielding, into a detailed training schedule that filled nearly every hour of every day. The core of the training was no longer simply about energy output or defense, but rather about extreme control and disguise. He was placed in a specially designed training room known as the Myriad Simulation Chamber. This chamber could accurately simulate a variety of energy fields and physical rules, from the conventional environment of Earth to outer space, and even the boundaries of different dimensions. At this moment, Lin En found himself in a simulated Kree Empire warship energy barrier environment, surrounded by a suffocating energy field that buzzed with a unique frequency. Adjust your energy output frequency to synchronize with the background barrier fluctuations. The error rate must be below 0.1%. Hill's cold voice came through the built-in communicator as she monitored Lin En's every physiological and data metric from the control room outside, using countless sensors. Lin En closed his eyes, immersing himself entirely in his perception. He needed to capture the minute fluctuations of the energy field in the environment like the most precise instrument, carefully adjusting his wild power as if to blend into the background rather than forcefully resist or exist conspicuously as he had before. Sweat trickled down his forehead. The silence of the void made the adjustment of his power sluggish, but it also reduced the chaotic interference, allowing him to focus more intently. He imagined himself as a drop of water seeking to merge into a restless ocean, maintaining his own existence without causing a ripple. This process was exceedingly mentally exhausting, more so than any physical labor. His brain operated at high speed, processing a vast amount of energy information, with the drain on his mental strength akin to a floodgate being opened. A tiny miscalculation, a millisecond too fast in the energy frequency he summoned, instantly triggered a repulsive reaction from the simulated energy barrier. A powerful impact slammed him against the chamber wall, producing a dull thud. Synchronization failed. Error rate 0.3%. Record the error point and analyze the cause. Hill's voice was devoid of emotion, simply recording and issuing commands. Lin En gasped for breath as he got back up, wiping away a trickle of blood from his mouth caused by the shock. He did not complain, but simply repositioned himself and sank back into perception. Failure was the norm. Every data point from a misstep would be recorded and analyzed, becoming the foundation for the next attempt. This training continued day after day. In addition to energy synchronization, there was energy signature simulation, simulating as a stone of flame, or even a whisper of Hydra's echo energy anti-psychic interference training, simulating various known cosmic psychic attack wavebands, and maintaining energy stability under extreme conditions. The optimized guidance wristband by Stark played a significant role. It was no longer merely a suppressor, but had become a sophisticated coach and stabilizer. While Lin En performed fine-tuned operations, it provided extremely subtle energy flow guidance and frequency calibration assistance. When his emotions or energy experienced violent fluctuations, it could release more effective calming pulses to help stabilize him. Dr. Banner, through remote connection, focused on Lin En's mental state and the subtle changes in his relationship with It's strange, Banner said to Fury and Hill during a remote analysis meeting. According to Lin En's description, and are monitoring the void silence after the Canadian incident has been unusually prolonged, and its activity seems to have diminished after awakening. Although still filled with negative emotions, that pure aggression, which sought to devour and replace Lin En's consciousness, seems to have weakened a bit, leaning towards a kind of inert coexistence. Reason? Fury asked succinctly. Uncertain. It could be that the last cooperative defense consumed too much, or perhaps under extreme pressure Lin En's will, and the void underwent a brief tuning that we cannot comprehend. Or was it the higher-level information stimulus from the messages that also had some impact on the void itself? Banner proposed several hypotheses, but all lacked evidence. Continue to observe. Any change could be crucial. Fury commanded. In this high-intensity training focused on inner control, Lin En was almost isolated from the outside world. He could not see when Captain America or anyone else. His daily encounters were solely with Hill data and the endless challenges of the simulated environment. However, under such extreme pressure, some changes were quietly occurring. Lin En found that his perception of energy had become sharper and more refined. He was no longer merely passively enduring the whispers of the void and the turbulence of power. He began to attempt to listen to the very voice of energy, flowing, seeking to understand its internal rules and emotions. That dark golden power seemed no longer just the violent force of a star, but rather an energy flow filled with creative potential, yet extremely sensitive. The void was not merely a chasm of destruction, but rather a cold embodiment of fundamental cosmic laws representing nothingness, return, and silence. Of course, this understanding was still extremely superficial and vague, more akin to an intuition. Yet this slight shift in recognition endowed him with an indescribable feel for controlling power, no longer merely relying on brute force suppression or emotional drive. One night he unusually did not conduct night training, but instead received approval to take a breath on the open-air platform at the top of the base, accompanied by an agent. The night breeze was cool, brushing against his somewhat numb cheeks from prolonged training. He gazed at the starry sky, and Commander Brandt's words resurfaced. Behind each twinkling star did there exist similar entities to the Sky Sword Bureau, or even more terrifying. He instinctively raised his hand, and a faint, almost imperceptible dark golden light flickered at his fingertips. He tried not to control it, merely feeling it change naturally with his emotions and the flow of the night breeze. This time the light did not spiral out of control, nor did it grow stronger. It simply swayed gently, as if alive, achieving a strange harmony with the surrounding night. The accompanying agent cast a wary glance at him, but did not intervene. Lin En lowered his hand, feeling a sense of tranquility in his heart. He still had a long way to go to truly master his power, but a new milestone seemed to have quietly imprinted itself on his growth trajectory. He was no longer merely afraid of power or craving it, but had begun to try to understand it. The high-intensity closed training lasted for 2 weeks. Lin En was like a piece of rough iron thrown into a furnace, undergoing seemingly merciless yet effective forging under the cold hammering of Hill's data and the high temperatures of the simulated environment. He experienced a significant data-visible improvement in his precision and stability of energy control, although the process was filled with frustration and pain. That afternoon, a high-difficulty training session on precise projection under multiple energy field interferences once again ended in failure. Lin En attempted to inject a thread of energy precisely into a small, constantly moving target 100 meters away amidst a simulated strong electromagnetic storm and gravitational anomalies, but the energy beam completely dissipated just a few centimeters from the target due to interference. The excessive consumption of mental energy left him feeling a wave of intense nausea and dizziness, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. The training pod door slid open, and Hill walked in holding a data pad. He was not a professionally trained agent, and his descent appeared somewhat clumsy, but under Stark's careful guidance he landed safely on the snowy rock. Her voice remained flat, but there seemed to be a lack of the usual urgency for immediate data analysis. Lin En gasped and nodded, lacking even the strength to speak. "Follow me." Hill suddenly turned and walked outside. Lin En was taken aback for a moment, but managed to catch up. They did not return to the living area, but instead traversed several quiet corridors, arriving at an area Lin En had never visited before. This seemed to be the base's archive area, or a psychological assessment center. The environment was quieter with soft lighting. Hill stopped in front of an ordinary door and swiped her card to enter. Inside was a small room, unusually simple and even somewhat sparse. There was only a table, 2 chairs, and the walls were made of dark, sound-absorbing material with no windows or decorations. The only light source was a softly glowing desk lamp. "Sit down." Hill pointed to one of the chairs and sat across. Lin En complied, feeling a mix of confusion and unease. This was not an interrogation room, but the atmosphere was far from relaxed. Hill placed the data pad on the table, but did not look at it. Her gaze fell upon Lin En, no longer purely evaluative and scrutinizing, but rather inquisitive. "Over the past 2 weeks, your energy control efficiency has improved by 27%, and your mental resilience index has increased by 15 percentage points. However, your subconscious wave fluctuation frequency and dream activity have shown abnormal peaks within the last 72 hours. He looked at Lin, but she is right about one thing: your issue is no longer a simple internal matter concerning Earth. Hydra's madness has merely revealed that he had indeed started having bizarre dreams in recent days where he no longer experienced mere whispers of emptiness or battle scenes, but rather more fragmented and incomprehensible images, swirling nebulae, cold metallic cities, and some enormous eye-like structures watching from the dark. Yet he mostly forgot them upon waking, feeling even more mentally fatigued. He had not expected that all of this had been monitored. "I might just be too tired," Lin En attempted to explain. "Fatigue leads to a flattening of brainwaves, not an increase in activity." Hill directly denied his statement. Dr. Banner believes this may be related to abnormalities during the void's dormancy phase or some sort of subconscious feedback from external information stimuli. Director Fury has requested a deep assessment. She paused and suddenly asked an unexpected question. "During training, when you mobilize energy, especially when attempting fine manipulations, what do you feel?" Lin En was taken aback. Hill had always only cared about data and results. The concept of feeling had never appeared in her vocabulary. "Feeling?" He hesitated to repeat. "Yes, feeling." Hill's tone remained unchanged, but the question itself was a breakthrough. "Not data, not effects. Is it cold? Is it hot? Is it heavy? Is it light? Is it some kind of emotion? Or something else?" Lin En fell silent, carefully reflecting. In the past, the feelings accompanying his mobilization of power were mostly pain, fear, struggle, or the explosive moments of life and death. But recently, during those moments of intense focus, temporarily forgetting external pressures, it seemed, he indeed had some different sensations. Sometimes, it feels like a viscous liquid flowing very slowly, needing a lot of effort to push. He attempted to describe. Sometimes it feels like a lot of tiny sharp sands hard to gather. When successfully blocked or simulated, it feels as if everything around becomes very quiet, as if I have disappeared. Hill listened quietly without interrupting or taking notes, her calm eyes seemingly analyzing deeper layers through Lin En's clumsy words. After Lin En finished speaking, the room fell into a brief silence. According to some non-classified materials provided by the Sky Sword Bureau for advanced energy manipulators, particularly those involving dimensional aspects, their subjective perception is often a key aspect of understanding the essence of power. Hill finally spoke again, her tone still steady, but the content surprised Lin En. She was actually citing theories from the Sky Sword Bureau and acknowledging the value of subjective perception. "Your description has vague similarities with several initial energy affinity forms recorded in the materials. Viscous may correspond to high-density energy aggregation state. Gritty sensation may point to instability or internal conflict within the energy structure, and disappearing sensation could be subconscious feedback from successfully integrating into the environmental energy field." Hill conducted the analysis, but this time it seemed not to point out errors, but rather to understand. She looked at Lin En and continued, "This means you may be forming a unique energy perception system that belongs to you. This is more valuable than mere data improvement, but also more dangerous. Because subjective perception is easily distorted by emotions, subconscious influences, and even external suggestions." External suggestions. Lin En caught that word. "For example, that message." Hill's gaze sharpened. "Do the terms star core, echo, and fate weaving already begin to influence your understanding and perception of your own power?" Lin En's heart sank. He indeed subconsciously associated those terms when trying to understand power. "I need you to be more vigilant, Lin En." Hill's voice became somewhat deeper. "Your consciousness is not only a battlefield against the void, but could also become a channel for external information intrusion. As you enhance your power, you must also reinforce your mental barriers. A clear self-awareness is the cornerstone to resisting all temptations and distortions." This conversation had no reprimands, no data assessments, but felt more like guidance. Although the approach remained direct and calm, for the first time Lin En sensed a meaning beyond pure tool rationality, almost akin to that of a mentor. Though this mentor style was so cold and unapproachable. "I understand." Lin En nodded. He realized that Hill was not unaware of the importance of emotions and subjectivity. She simply chose to address everything in the most effective and least error-prone way she believed: rational analysis and risk control. At this moment, she seemed to believe that appropriately guiding Lin En's subjective perception was also part of controlling risks. Go back and rest. Tomorrow's training is suspended. Engage in deep psychological relaxation and subconscious sorting. This is an order. Hill stood up, concluding this unexpected conversation. Lin En left the dim room and returned to his own room. Reflecting on Hill's words, he felt a mix of emotions. Hill's concern, if that could be considered concern, was like the dim light in that dark room. Cold, obscure, yet indeed illuminating some corners he had previously overlooked. He lay on his bed, no longer forcing himself to sleep, but trying to feel his body, as Hill suggested, to sense the feelings of the powers within while being vigilant against any foreign alien thoughts. The dim light in the room might not dispel all the fog, but at least it pointed to a path that needed to be tread carefully. On a mandatory day of rest, Lin En spent most of his time in his room attempting to engage in what Sierra referred to as deep psychological relaxation and subconscious organization. On a mandatory day of rest, Lin En spent most of his time in his room attempting to engage in what Sierra referred to. He tried the meditation techniques taught by Dr. Banner, but to little avail. The bizarre fragments of dreamscapes instead became clearer. Swirling, nebulae, cold metallic structures, and that gigantic inhuman eye. These images carried an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet felt utterly alien, unsettling his mind. In the evening, he received an encrypted message from Natasha, which contained a simple note: Archives, B7 area, feel free to come by if you have time. Archives, B7 area. Lin En felt puzzled. Natasha never did anything without a purpose. He checked the time and decided to take a look. Accompanied by an agent still in attendance, but with a much more relaxed attitude than before, Lin En arrived at the archives located deep within the base. Area B mostly stored decrypted or low-sensitivity historical operation records and personnel files. The B7 area seemed more like a storage closet. Inside were piled some seemingly inconspicuous items brought back from various missions, unclassifiable or questionable in value. Natasha was standing in front of a display shelf holding an old notebook with a leather cover. Upon seeing Lin En, she nodded and handed him the notebook. Take a look at this. It was found deep within the ruins of that Hydra base in Eastern Europe, mixed in with a pile of other discarded papers initially overlooked. It was only recently rediscovered during the archive cleanup. Natasha's voice was calm. Lin En took the notebook. The cover bore no inscriptions, the leather slightly damaged, emitting an ancient scent. He opened it with curiosity. The handwriting was an elegant yet somewhat hurried cursive written in a language Lin En did not recognize, but accompanied by numerous hand-drawn illustrations and complex formula symbols. Those illustrations. Lin En's heart raced suddenly. The first few pages of the notebook depicted some abstract energy flow diagrams, astonishingly resembling the double helix-like model of energy within his own body, woven with light and darkness. Though rougher and more primitive, the core principles of symmetry and opposition were strikingly similar. As he flipped further, he encountered patterns resembling nebulae and various peculiar geometric symbols, several of which were remarkably similar to the mathematical metaphoric symbols used in that strange message. The last few pages of the notebook were scribbled hastily, as if the writer was in a state of extreme excitement, or the drawn patterns had also become distorted and bizarre, depicting a gigantic humanoid silhouette filled with chaotic energy lines, the head obscured by a massive eye-like device. Beside it, a series of repeated words were scrawled in trembling handwriting. Although Lin En could not understand the language, he could feel the fear and despair contained within. What chilled Lin En to the bone was that in the corner of the last page, a simple symbol was drawn with extremely fine strokes. A skull pierced by a lightning bolt. He had seen this symbol before. In S.H.I.E.L.D.S. documents regarding Hydra's early history. This was the Red Skull, Johann Schmidt's personal emblem. Is this something from the Red Skull? Lin En's voice trembled slightly. The Red Skull was the leader of Hydra during World War II, an old adversary of Captain America, a mad Nazi scientist obsessed with mystical powers and supernatural phenomena. The handwriting analysis and paper age analysis support this conclusion, Natasha confirmed. It seems that Hydra's pursuit of such powers began earlier than we imagined, potentially tracing back directly to the Red Skull himself. She pointed at the energy structure diagrams and symbols. The contents of the notebook are quite obscure, resembling some theoretical conjectures and experimental records. He seemed to have been studying some ultimate power that unifies light and dark, creation and destruction, believing this power to be related to some foundational structure of the universe. He referred to it as the primordial paradox. This name sent a shiver through Lin En. The notebook also repeatedly mentions a place he calls the land of stargazing, which seems to be where he conducted some key observations or experiments. But the specific location was not indicated, Natasha added. Lin En quickly flipped through the notebook. Although he could not understand the text, the illustrations and symbols seemed to possess a life of their own, resonating bizarrely with the energy within him, with that message, and even with his recent dreams. The Red Skull's research seemed to have inadvertently touched upon some truth that shared a source with Lin En's power. Why are you showing me this? Lin En looked up at Natasha. Her deep green eyes were profound. Fury believes that understanding the depth of the enemy's history helps in comprehending the insane logic behind their current actions. And for you? She paused. It might offer some clues about your own power, even if they are negative warnings. You know the fate of the Red Skull. The Red Skull was ultimately banished to an unknown dimension for abusing the power of the Tesseract, his life and death unknown. This is a classic case of playing with fire and getting burned. The message, the sanctum, the Red Skull's research. There seems to be a faint thread connecting all these together. Lin En murmured. There may be many threads, but in the end they might point to the same mystery. Natasha took back the notebook. This will be securely stored for deeper research. Just know it yourself, but do not spread it. Leaving the archives, Lin En felt his mood heavier, yet clearer. The shadow of the enemy extended deep into history, while he himself seemed to stand at the focal point of this long and dark legacy. The old shadow of the Red Skull emerged, as if warning him that the path of seeking such power was already strewn with the bones of madmen and failures. Would he be the next, or could he forge a different path? That night Lin En's dreams became clearer. He dreamt once more of that gigantic eye, but this time he faintly saw that deep within the pupil of that eye it reflected a skull mark, pierced by lightning. The echoes of history intertwined with the omens of the future in his dreams, leaving him restless throughout the night. Another week of intense training passed in an atmosphere of unusual tension. Lin En's progress was evident. He could now stabilize his energy signature for up to 20 minutes in complex simulated environments, and his success rate in mimicking other energy signatures had significantly improved. Yet the unease stemming from his subconscious and the disturbances from his dreams lingered like a shadow. That day Lin En was summoned to Furious' office. Not only him, but Captain America Natasha Barton, who had just removed his arm splint, and Stark, who had just completed major repairs on his armor, were also present. Deputy Director Hill stood beside Fury, her expression serious. Clearly an important decision was about to be announced. Furious' single eye scanned the crowd before finally settling on Lin En. He got straight to the point. Based on the intelligence gathered over the past month, shared information from the Sky Sword Bureau, and Lin En's training assessment, we have reevaluated the current situation and subsequent strategies. He projected a hologram displaying a complex network diagram with Lin En at the center, surrounded by nodes representing Hydra, the Sky Sword Bureau, mysterious messages, and Red Skull's notes. The conclusions are as follows. Furious' voice was deep and clear. First, Hydra's Echo plan is merely a facade. Its true objective, the sanctum, is closely related to the core secrets of the power within Lin En, with a danger level assessed as highest. Second, the involvement of the Sky Sword Bureau is inevitable. Their technological and intelligence advantages are evident, yet their stance must be approached with caution. Cooperation with the Sky Sword Bureau will be limited to specific areas and directly controlled by me. Third, internal purges have yielded partial results, but absolute purity cannot be guaranteed. Future actions must consider the risk of internal leaks. Fourth, regarding Lin En. Furious' gaze focused back on Lin En. Your training results have met the standards, but stability still needs improvement. More importantly, the emergence of Red Skull's notes and the ongoing subconscious anomalies indicate that your understanding and resonance with the power within you may run deeper than you realize, bringing unpredictable risks. Lin En felt a tightness in his chest. Therefore, Fury made his decision. Merely passive training and defense are no longer sufficient to cope with the current complex situation. We need to proactively gather information and seize the initiative. He switched the projection to display a map of Europe, highlighting a remote location deep in the Swiss Alps. This is one of the possible areas mentioned in Red Skull's notes as the land of stargazing. According to historical records, Red Skull indeed had long-term activity records in this location towards the end of World War II. We have reason to believe that there may be key information or items related to his research left behind there. Your mission, Fury looked at the Avengers present, is to form an elite team, secretly proceed to this location for reconnaissance and exploration. The objective is to find any clues related to the original paradox, the sanctum, or Red Skull's ultimate research. Operation codename Tracing Back. Lin En. Fury finally looked at him. You will join the team as a member. This decision left Lin En stunned, and even Captain America and the others showed a hint of surprise. After all, Lin En remained a high-risk target. Allowing him to leave the highly protected base and venture into areas where allies and enemies were indistinguishable was undoubtedly a gamble. Director, this is too risky. Hill was the first to voice her objections. Lin En's energy signature could still be tracked, and his mental state. The risks are known. Fury interrupted her, but staying at the base we can only passively wait for the enemy's move or the Sky Sword Bureau's intervention. Only by taking the initiative and seeking answers can we hope to break the deadlock. Lin En's perceptive abilities are key to the success of this mission. Moreover, he paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his single eye. Some answers may only emerge when he personally interacts with. This in itself is also a form of testing and guidance. Furious' words were profound. He was not just seeking clues, but also placing Lin En in a specific environment to observe his reactions, forcing him to grow faster and confront his own mysteries. I agree. Captain America was the first to express his support, looking at Lin En with trust and encouragement. Lin En has proven his courage and value. He needs practical training, and we need his abilities. Hey, finally I won't be stuck here getting moldy. Stark patted his recently repaired chest plate. Don't worry, kiddo, with me around, he'll make sure to bring you back in one piece. Natasha and Barton nodded in agreement. Hill looked at everyone, then at Furious' determined expression, ultimately remaining silent. but with a solemn face. She knew this decision marked a significant strategic shift from conservative defense to high-risk, high-reward proactive exploration. Lin En felt the gazes of everyone upon him, a complex emotion surging within him. There was tension, fear, but more than anything an uncontrollable desire. He was tired of endless training and passive waiting. He craved action, the opportunity to personally unravel the mysteries, even if the path ahead was fraught with danger. Amen. He took a deep breath, his voice resolute. Good. Fury nodded. The detailed operational plan and safety protocols will be formulated by Deputy Director Hill. We depart in 72 hours. Remember, this is a reconnaissance mission prioritizing information gathering and avoiding unnecessary conflicts. The meeting concluded, and everyone left to prepare. Lin En was the last to leave, his mind unsettled for a long time. He had transformed from an asset needing close monitoring into an active mission member. This was not just a change in identity, but a delivery of trust, though this trust still came with immense risks and challenges. Back in his room, he gazed out the window, the snowy peaks of the Alps seemingly calling him from afar. The old training cycle had ended, and a new, more unpredictable chapter was about to begin. The 72 hours before departure were spent in a state of heightened tension and meticulous preparation. The entire base operated like a finely tuned instrument running at full speed for the critically important traceability mission. Deputy Director Hill demonstrated her astonishing efficiency and organizational skills. She formulated several detailed action plans for the team, including infiltration routes, emergency evacuation plans, communication guarantees, utilizing equipment with enhanced anti-jamming capabilities that integrated some of the Sky Sword Bureau's technology, and contingency measures for various unexpected scenarios, from encountering a Hydra ambush to triggering unknown supernatural phenomena. Lin En's training focus also shifted. From extreme control exercises, it turned to energy perception application training in a simulated mountainous and complex environment. He needed to practice how to detect potential energy residues or anomalies from a distance without exposing himself, learning to distinguish between natural energy and traces of artificial or non-human energy. Stark was busy making final upgrades and adjustments to everyone's equipment. He added a new environmental scanning mode to Lin En's guide wristband, which could actively emit extremely weak hard-to-track detection pulses to assist Lin En in large-scale perception. He also prepared a lightweight special combat suit for Lin En, which offered a degree of protection and life support. Listen, kid, Stark said while adjusting the new coating on the armor, which was said to better shield energy detection. Once you're out there, don't try to be a hero. Your task is to act as a human radar, report anything unusual immediately, and leave the fighting to us professionals. I don't want to come back to Pepper nagging me. Dr. Banner conducted a final in-depth assessment of Lin En's physiological and psychological state through a remote connection. Your mental state is more stable than I expected, Banner said, looking at the data with some surprise. Although the activity level of your subconscious is still high, your main consciousness seems to be more resilient. It's as if there's a layer of membrane that can filter out some disturbances to a certain extent. Is it a result of training? Or have you found some method on your own? Lin En thought for a moment and replied, perhaps. I'm just getting used to it. Also, Deputy Director Hill's conversation last time helped a bit. He didn't elaborate on the dim light in that secret room. Banner nodded thoughtfully. Maintain this state. Remember, no matter what you see or feel, firmly grasp the core recognition of you are Lin En. This is your strongest shield against all internal and external erosion. Captain America and Natasha were responsible for tactical preparations, repeatedly simulating various combat scenarios they might encounter, and teaching Lin En some basic outdoor survival and tactical coordination skills. Barton checked every arrow, ensuring everything was foolproof. On the night before departure, Lin En unexpectedly received furious approval for a brief meeting with Gwen. In the heavily secured reception room, Gwen saw Lin En fully armed, and with a serious expression, and her eyes were filled with concern. Are you going on a mission again? This time, is it very dangerous? She asked softly. Lin En did not hide anything and nodded. Yes, I'm going to a place that may be related to Red Skull to find something. Red Skull? Gwen exclaimed in surprise as she was somewhat familiar with the name. You must be very careful. Lin En looked at her worried face, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart, and it strengthened his resolve to return safely. You take care here too. Captain Rogers' people will protect you. Gwen nodded, hesitated for a moment, and took out a simple little amulet she had hand-woven from her pocket, which had a blue stone threaded on it. This is for you. I just made it from materials in the lab. I hope it brings you a bit of luck. Lin En took the small amulet, still warm from Gwen's touch, feeling a wave of emotion. In this world filled with cold technology and brutal struggles, this simple and sincere blessing seems so precious. Thank you. He carefully put the amulet into his pocket. I will carry it with me. The meeting was brief, but enough to inject a sense of calm strength into Lin En. Back in his room, Lin En conducted a final equipment check. He placed the amulet Gwen gave him into a close-fitting pocket and looked at the reflection of himself in the mirror, dressed in black combat gear with a gaze that held both tension and determination. He was no longer the confused and helpless boy who had just crossed over, nor was he the apprentice struggling in training. He remained weak, still burdened with great secrets and dangers, but he had already embarked on a path that belonged to him. The void in the depths of his consciousness remained silent, as if also gathering strength for the journey ahead. Deputy Director Hill sent the final confirmation message. Oh, everything was ready. Stark was shouting in the communication channel announcing that his new toy was ready. Captain America's calm voice came through. Everyone check your gear. Well, gather in the hangar in 1 hour. Natasha and Barton also confirmed in turn. Lin En took a deep breath, took one last look around the room. Then he turned and walked firmly toward the door. The journey of traceability was about to begin. The Alps ahead hide the ghosts of history and the keys to the future. And he would actively walk into that mist seeking answers about himself and this world. Whatever the answer may be, he would face it head-on. The Kun-style fighter jet glided silently through the night sky in stealth mode, its silhouette resembling the spine of a massive black beast against the undulating backdrop of the Alps. Inside the cockpit, the atmosphere was tense and focused. Lin En wore a lightweight special operations suit, and the guide wristband on his arm emitted a soft blue light, remaining in standby mode. He closed his eyes, striving to expand his perception like an invisible radar scanning the vast and dark mountainous region below. This was his first time taking on such an important detector role in a combat mission, and the tension caused his fingertips to... Stark, clad in a newly repaired Mark armor, was analyzing terrain data and historical satellite imagery through the onboard system, and Jarvis attempting to pinpoint the precise location of the land of stargazing. Captain America carefully inspected his shield and gear, his expression calm. Natasha and Barton were quietly discussing the details of infiltration and reconnaissance, their professionalism and composure inadvertently affecting Lin En. Energy background readings normal, predominantly geomagnetic and low-temperature radiation. Lin En reported, his voice ringing clearly in the quiet cockpit. No large-scale artificial energy sources or anomalous dimensional fluctuations detected. Maintain scanning, focus on weak, unnatural energy residues. Hill's voice came through the remote command channel. She was stationed at headquarters, monitoring everything through an encrypted link. The fighter jet began to lower its altitude, flying along a rarely traversed canyon. Based on the vague clues in the Red Skull's notes and cross-referencing World War II archives, the target area was locked onto a treacherous zone known as the Shadow Rift. The terrain here was complex, with towering cliffs and rapidly changing weather with almost no traces of modern human activity. Approaching the target area. Prepare to hover, deploy the team, the pilot reported. The fighter jet hovered steadily above a relatively flat, snow-covered rock platform. The cabin door opened, and a frigid wind rushed in, swirling up a storm of snowflakes. Operation begins. Maintain communication silence. Use short-range encrypted channels for non-emergency situations. Captain America issued the command, and the first to grab the rappel line was Lin En, descending smoothly. Natasha and Barton followed closely behind. Kid, it's your turn. Relax, just like in training. Stark's voice came through the helmet, carrying a hint of encouragement. Lin En took a deep breath of the icy air and grabbed the cold rope. He was not a professionally trained agent, and his descent appeared somewhat clumsy, but under Stark's careful guidance, he landed safely on the snowy rock platform. His feet sank into knee-deep snow, and the biting cold seeped through his battle suit. Lin En shivered, but quickly focused his mind once more, expanding his perception. Having left the relatively clean heights as he approached the mountain, a flood of complex energy information surged in. Weak radioactive elements in the rocks, the flow of underground water, and even the life auras of some hibernating animals. He needed to filter out the dissonant noise. Stark's armor scanned the surroundings. Environmental scan complete. No recent signs of human activity detected. Climate radar indicates heavy snowfall may occur within an hour. We don't have much time. Lin En, have you found anything? Captain America asked in a low voice. Lin En frowned slightly, trying to discern. To the left, about 1.5 kilometers away inside the mountain. There's a very weak, intermittent energy signal. Ancient, like the residual waves of a device whose battery is about to run out. And the signal characteristics seem somewhat familiar. He carefully sensed the faint energy residue that was almost dissipating, noticing that its frequency and texture bore a subtle resemblance to the energy patterns drawn in the Red Skull's notebook, as well as the unique sensation his void power had towards the echo energy. It possessed a quality that combined an orderly structure with chaotic essence. Is it something the Red Skull might have left behind? Natasha asked keenly. Not certain, but the likelihood is high. Lin En pointed in that direction. The signal source is deep within the mountain. Find the entrance. Move out, Captain America commanded without hesitation. The team trudged through knee-deep snow, with Stark using the thrusters on his armor to fly low, scouting and keeping watch ahead. Lin En acted like a human compass, constantly adjusting the direction, guiding the team closer to the source of the energy. The mountain path grew more treacherous as they climbed along the steep rock face, almost entirely covered in snow. The cold wind howled and visibility was low. Lin En had to concentrate on sensing the energy while also dealing with the harsh natural environment, which greatly drained his stamina. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, his expression changing. Wait, something's off. What is it? Everyone immediately became alert, looking for cover. It's not an energy signal. It's a life reaction. Several of them. Right behind the rocks on our flank. Moving fast. With hostility. Lin En reported urgently, as his perception detected several cold, murderous life auras rapidly approaching. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several white figures flashed out from behind the rocks like phantoms. They wore perfect snow camouflage suits, moving as swiftly as leopards, wielding not ordinary firearms, but energy weapons that emitted a faint blue glow. Hydra. They were indeed lying in ambush here. Enemy attack. Captain America shouted instantly, raising his vibranium shield in front of him. Energy beams struck the shield, fiercely erupting in a dazzling flash. The battle erupted in an instant. The tranquil valley shattered beneath the deafening roar of intense gunfire. Energy weapons shrieked, bullets exploded against stone. Take cover. Captain America's command was crisp and commanding. Using his shield as a mobile fortress, he deftly deflected incoming energy beams while directing his team. Natasha and Barton moved like winter spirits across the snow, fluid, elusive, using rocks and terrain to evade with lethal grace, their weapons spitting precise, deadly fire. Natasha's energy pistol fired with surgical precision, each shot striking exposed vulnerabilities. Barton's arrows were uncanny. Explosive smoke and armor-piercing variants deployed in rapid succession, sowing chaos among enemy ranks. Tony Stark's armor surged skyward, repulsors roaring micromissiles from his shoulders, screaming toward the enemy's concealed positions, unleashing overwhelming suppressive fire. Jarvis, analyze enemy equipment and tactics. Enemy forces are well-equipped and tactically coordinated, likely Hydra's elite mountain warfare unit. Their energy weapons are standard issue, moderate yield, but high rate of fire, Jarvis reported swiftly. Lin crouched behind a relatively secure rock, shielded by Captain America and Natasha, his heart hammering like a war drum. This was his first time confronting such relentless gunfire at point-blank range, the chilling breath of death brushing past his skin. He forced himself calm, fully extending his perception. Enemy count, 8, no 10. They're fanning out in a semicircle. A sniper behind the rock at 3 o'clock. Watch out, he shouted, pinpointing enemy positions. His warning proved decisive. Almost the instant Lin called it out, Barton loosed an explosive arrow toward the rock at 3 o'clock, forcing the sniper into frantic repositioning. Yet the Hydra soldiers were clearly highly trained and intimately familiar with the terrain. They maneuvered relentlessly, flanking and pressing forward with relentless concentrated fire. More troubling still, Lin sensed distant life signatures converging rapidly. Enemy reinforcements closing in. And we can't afford a prolonged engagement. We must break free, now. Captain America assessed the situation instantly. Stark, clear a path. Push forward toward the objective, and copy that. Stark's armor erupted with full firepower, obliterating the frontline enemy position in a storm of snow and shrapnel. The squad surged ahead. Lin, sandwiched between teammates, strained to keep pace, while maintaining heightened perception to dodge stray fire. A Hydra soldier lunged from a snowdrift on the flank. Energy blade aimed straight at Lin's back, blindingly fast. He had no time to react. Just as the blade neared his spine, bang. Not a single gunshot rang out. Natasha had pivoted mid-motion, her pistol finding its mark, the soldier's wrist. The energy blade clattered away. Simultaneously, Barton's standard arrow pierced the soldier's throat. Natasha's voice remained ice calm, but her gaze burned with razor-sharp intensity, leaving no room for error. Lin, shaken to his core, clenched his jaw and sprinted harder. He realized with stark clarity that in combat of this caliber, his current close-quarters capability was virtually non-existent. He relied entirely on his teammates' protection. That truth left him hollow with helplessness, yet ignited an unshakable resolve to master self-defense swiftly. With Stark carving a violent breach through enemy lines, the squad finally tore open an escape route, bolting deeper into the mountains. Hydra troops gave chase without pause, their gunfire echoing relentlessly behind them. Yet a far greater peril was already stirring. The concussive blasts and repeated energy discharges had sent shockwaves reverberating through the snow-laden valley, triggering a cascade effect. Within Lin's perception, a deep, ominous rumble suddenly surged from above, as if some primordial beast were— No, avalanche. The snowpack overhead is unstable, he cried out in alarm. And almost before the words left his lips, NROARR. Like 10,000 stampeding steeds, the snowfield hundreds of meters above fractured en masse. A white torrent of snow, ice, and boulders surged downward, an unstoppable tide of annihilation. Its scale was apocalyptic, capable of erasing all in its path. Find cover, hold on. Stark roared, diverting maximum power to blast the avalanche's leading edge, but the effort barely slowed its momentum. Captain America yanked Lin beneath a massive, overhanging rock and braced his shield upward with every ounce of strength. Natasha and Barton likewise dove for the nearest solid shelter. In the next heartbeat, the white deluge crashed over them, and the world dissolved into blinding, suffocating white, deafening thunder drowning all other sound. The impact slammed into the rock like a titan's fist. The entire mountainside trembled. Snow and ice swirled like a blizzard, reducing visibility to absolute zero. Lin was pinned behind Captain America, feeling the shield's immense pressure transmit through his back, and the earth-shattering convulsions surrounding him, his heart threatening to burst from his chest. Icy slush flooded his mouth and nose, nearly choking him. Time stretched, an eternity, before the avalanche's roar finally receded. Silence descended, absolute, tomb-like, broken only by the soft whisper of settling snow. Lin emerged cautiously from Captain America's shelter, gazing upon a world utterly transformed, buried beneath thick, unbroken snow. The rocky ledge and trail they'd occupied moments before had vanished, erased as if flattened by a colossal white hand. "In, all personnel, report status." Captain America's voice crackled over the encrypted channel, ragged with exertion. "Romanoff, clear. In, Barton, clear. Buried up to my waist. I'm digging out. In, Stark." "Stark, respond." No reply came over the channel. Lin's pulse spiked. He immediately extended his perception. Beneath the snow he faintly detected Stark's armor, its energy signature weak but persistent. Location, diagonally below them, deeply buried. "In, Mr. Stark, he's buried beneath us. Vital signs fading." Lin blurted urgently. "Dig now." Captain America's voice sharpened with urgency. Survivors ignored their own injuries, clawing frantically at the snow with bare hands and any tools at hand. The Hydra pursuit appeared swallowed whole by the avalanche. No immediate threat remained, but no one cared. A pall of dread settled over them. Their mission had barely begun, ambushed then struck by cataclysm, Stark's fate hanging in the balance. This origin quest had begun under the worst possible omens. On the frozen, silent expanse, rescue raced again, and deep within the mountain's shadow that ancient energy signal pulsed on, faint, unwavering, mocking these audacious intruders. The excavation work was exceedingly arduous. The snow was deep and compacted, mingled with ice blocks and gravel, and every bit dug out required immense physical effort. The cold swiftly drained the warmth from everyone as the breath they exhaled instantly crystallized into frost. "This is too slow. Stark won't last much longer." Barton anxiously pried at a frozen chunk of snow with an arrow shaft. Natasha remained relatively calm, observing the surrounding terrain. "The avalanche is layered. We need to find a relatively loose area to dig down." "Lin En, can you pinpoint the location more accurately?" Lin En knelt in the snow, burying his hands in the icy depths, closing his eyes as he concentrated his perception to the utmost, penetrating down like sonar. Blocking out the life signals of his companions and the disturbances of the natural environment, he searched with all his might for the unique energy signature belonging to Stark's armor. To the lower left. About 5 meters deep. The energy signal is weak, but it's still there. It seems the armor has localized damage and the life support system is functioning, albeit barely. Lin En's voice trembled from the cold and focus. 5 meters. Aim in that direction, dig with focus. Captain America ordered, using his shield as a shovel to dig fervently. A few of them worked together, desperately digging towards the direction Lin En indicated. Time passed second by second, each moment feeling infinitely long. Lin En continuously adjusted the direction, ensuring the excavation path was correct. His mental energy was severely depleted, and the cold and anxiety exacerbated this exhaustion. The whispers of the void seemed to grow clearer due to his weakness and concentration, no longer the usual howling, but rather a cold, seductive murmuring. "Give up. So fragile. Why struggle? Merge with the ice and snow. Return to silence." "Shut up," Lin En shouted inwardly, forcing himself to concentrate. He knew that the void was trying to exploit his fatigue and worries to create distractions. Is that person in the iron shell worth it? He merely wants to use your power. Just like the others. A tool. Will ultimately be discarded. The whispers slithered into the crevices of his consciousness. Lin En recalled the cold data pad of Hill and the final measures warning from Commander Brandt as a flicker of doubt quietly took root. Just then his fingertips touched something hard and cold. "It's metal. I found it," he shouted. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they hastened their efforts, quickly clearing away the upper half of Stark's armor. The armor was dented and deformed in many places, the faceplate covered in cracks, and the glow of the reactor in the chest was exceedingly dim. Tony, can you hear me?" Captain America pounded on the faceplate. There was no response from within. The life monitor indicated Stark was in a coma with a slow heart rate and dangerously low body temperature. "We have to get him out quickly. The armor might be stuck." Natasha inspected the contact between the armor and the surrounding. At that moment, Lin En's perception suddenly caught a strange signal. It wasn't from Stark, but from deeper underground in the direction of the ancient energy source they had originally sought. As they dug for Stark, the vibrations transmitted underground, and the originally weak and intermittent signal seemed to have strengthened slightly. A subtle resonance emerged. A faint attraction formed with the void power within him. "Look, below. There are more interesting things. Power, knowledge, truth." The whispers of the void appropriately sounded, filled with temptation. Lin En was startled. The remnants left by Red Skull were indeed not simple. It seemed to react to external stimuli, even influence the void. "What's wrong, Lin En?" Captain America noticed his anomaly. "The signal below. It seemed to strengthen a bit just now. And I feel something is off." Lin En hesitated, unsure how to describe that eerie sense of resonance. Captain America and Natasha exchanged a serious glance. "First, let's rescue Stark." Captain America decisively decided. "Barton, prepare the explosives, carefully blast the surrounding frozen snow." Now is not the time to explore the mysterious signal. The lives of his companions took priority. Barton took out the small explosives, carefully placing them in the snow surrounding Stark's armor. Everyone stepped back. Detonate. Boom. A dull explosion sounded. The frozen snow was blasted away, and Stark's armor was finally freed. Captain America and Barton worked together to drag the heavy armor to a relatively safe area. Natasha immediately stepped forward, attempting to activate the emergency life support system of the armor from the outside. Lin En also stepped forward to help, and when his hand touched the cold armor, the eerie sense of resonance from underground seemed to clarify a little. The void within his consciousness emitted a restlessness mingled with desire and caution. Close, yet afraid. An interesting contradiction. Just then, Natasha successfully activated the armor's emergency system. After a faint humming sound, the life support devices inside the armor began to operate at full capacity, and Stark's vital signs data gradually stabilized. He is temporarily out of danger, but he needs to be taken back to the base for intensive treatment as soon as possible. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone also relaxed slightly, but the crisis was not over. They found themselves in the vast snowy mountains, out of contact with headquarters. The avalanche might have disrupted the relay signal. Stark was severely injured, and behind them might be remnants of Hydra not swallowed by the avalanche, while ahead lay an ancient secret exuding an ominous aura. Captain America looked at the unconscious Stark, then glanced at the bottomless snow and the faintly sensed anomaly coming from deep within the mountain. Facing a difficult choice, should he immediately find a way to retreat and escort the injured back? Or should they seize this opportunity to continue exploring that potentially crucial target? Lin En gazed at Stark's pale face, feeling the faint call from underground equally torn. The whispers of the void and the injuries of his companions intertwined. The silence following the avalanche was even more suffocating than the previous chaos. The cold wind whipped the snowflakes against the weary faces of the crowd. The Stark armor was temporarily placed in a wind-sheltered rock crevice. The emergency life support system was functioning steadily, yet the familiar face beneath the visor remained devoid of color, a stark reminder of the dire situation. Communications are completely down. The avalanche has destroyed the relay, and we've lost contact with headquarters. Natasha checked the communication equipment and shook her head. This meant they could not call for rescue, nor could they receive orders and support from the rear. Tony's condition cannot be delayed any longer. Hypothermia and internal injuries require professional medical equipment. Barton looked at Stark, his tone heavy. All eyes turned to Captain America, waiting for his decision. He was the highest commander on site and the spiritual pillar. Captain America gazed at his unconscious comrade, and then towards the snow-covered mountain concealing the secrets of the Red Skull, his resolute face filled with struggle. Logically and emotionally, they should immediately find a way to evacuate to ensure Stark's safety. However, the origin mission was of great importance, possibly involving the prevention of a more terrifying conspiracy by Hydra, even relating to Lin's own fate. Opportunities were fleeting. Once Hydra regrouped, or if the Sky Sword Bureau or other forces intervened, they might lose the initiative forever. Lin stood to the side, internally torn. He hoped Stark could be rescued soon, but the strange energy signal from below and the abnormal resonance created by the void felt like an invisible hand stirring his deepest curiosity and unease. He had a strong premonition that whatever lay inside could perhaps answer many of his questions, even affect his relation. Just then, on the fringes of Lin's perception, he suddenly caught several faint but familiar life signals struggling to move towards them from the outskirts of the avalanche area. Someone's coming. It's those Hydra soldiers from before. 3 are still alive. They're moving towards us. Lin reported urgently. This news tightened everyone's hearts again. The enemy was not completely dead. It seems we have no choice. Captain America took a deep breath and made a decision. The enemy is approaching. Carrying Tony out poses too great a risk and could easily lead to being ambushed. Moreover, we cannot be sure if there are more Hydra ambushes outside. He looked deeper into the mountain, his gaze becoming resolute. The only way to survive might be to go in. Since that place was carefully chosen by the Red Skull, it likely held unknown exits or defensive facilities. At the same time, completing the mission and gathering intelligence might even lead to finding a way to help Tony. This was an adventurous decision akin to putting oneself in a life-or-death situation. I agree. Natasha was the first to voice her support. Passive evacuation equates to surrendering the initiative to the enemy. Going in might offer a chance for survival. I have no objections. I don't want to stay in this damn place any longer, but I certainly don't want to be hunted down by Hydra like a rabbit. Barton checked the dwindling arrows. Lin also nodded heavily. Although fearful, he knew this was the most reasonable choice at the moment. All right. Captain America no longer hesitated. Barton, Natasha, you are responsible for vigilance and finding the entrance. Lin, focus your mind and guide us to the exact location of the energy source and watch for any anomalies. I will carry Tony. The plan was set, and they acted immediately. Barton and Natasha spread out like snow leopards, using the terrain for cover as they searched for potential entrances. Lin once again sank his perception underground, ignoring the 3 slowly approaching Hydra soldier signals, focusing entirely on locking onto that ancient energy source. This time, with a clear target and closer distance, his perception sharpened significantly. The energy source was located within a massive cavern inside the mountain, with the entrance cleverly disguised as part of the natural rock wall. At 10 o'clock, beneath that rock that looks like an eagle's beak, the energy fluctuations are emanating from there. The entrance should be just behind it. Lin pointed in a direction. Natasha and Barton immediately approached the rock. Upon careful inspection, they indeed found subtle artificial traces at the connection between the rock and the mountain. Barton carefully pried with a dagger, triggering some hidden mechanism. Rumble. A dull sound echoed as the eagle beak rock slowly slid to the side, revealing a dark, sloping entrance. A cold wind mixed with stale air and a hint of machine oil blew out from the cave. The entrance has been found. Hurry inside. Captain America shouldered the heavy Stark armor and stepped into the cave first. Natasha and Barton followed closely, and Lin was the last to enter, finding a manual closure device on the inside of the entrance and forcefully pulling it down. Rumble. The entrance closed again, temporarily isolating the wind and snow from the outside. The cave was pitch black, illuminated only by the dim glow of Stark's armor reactor and the beams from everyone's tactical flashlights. The passage was artificially excavated with smooth walls extending downward into the abyss. The air was filled with that strange energy aura, clearer than when sensed outside. The whispers of the void also became active, no longer merely tempting, but carrying a sense of scrutiny and curiosity. This is it, a familiar yet strange scent, the traces of an old adversary. Interesting. Lin clenched his fists, trailing at the rear of the group, his heart pounding in the darkness. The journey of origin after a disastrous start stepped unexpectedly into the core labyrinth. What awaited them ahead was the mad legacy left by the Red Skull, or the key to the sanctum. Or perhaps, the passage extends downward as if leading to the Earth's core. The air is cold and murky, infused with a heavy scent of metallic rust and an indescribable odor reminiscent of burnt circuitry mixed with decaying organic matter. The ground beneath is a cold metallic grid, producing a hollow echo with each step reverberating far into the silent darkness. The beam of the tactical flashlight flickers within the narrow passage, illuminating walls coated in dust and cobwebs that appear particularly eerie in this environment. Occasionally, old retro-styled pipes and wires can be seen on the walls alongside some indistinct signs labeled in German, confirming that this place indeed belongs to the era of the Red Skull. Lin En walks in the middle of the group, his senses heightened to a state of high tension. His energy perception is noticeably disrupted here, as the ancient energy source acts like a constant source of noise, significantly narrowing his detection range, allowing him to barely sense the situation ahead for a few dozen meters. Yet at the same time, his sense of resonance with that energy source grows stronger. The void feels unusually active in his consciousness, no longer merely whispering, but rather resembling a excited restlessness. It seems to feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity with this environment, even conveying a vague home-like emotion. This emotion sends chills down Lin En's spine. It is here. The Hall of Knowledge. The Furnace of Power. I can smell the lingering scent of my kind. The voice from the void carries a distorted delight. My kind. Lin En wonders in shock. Those who created us, imprisoned us, attempted to understand us. Foolish ants. Left traces. The void's reply is filled with disdain, yet carries an indescribable complexity. Lin En's heart sank. The Red Skull is not just researching this power, he may have even come into contact with similar void entities. Or is he attempting to create something? A fork in the passage appears ahead. One path continues downward while the other extends horizontally, leading to a massive rusted metal door. Which direction does the energy source come from? Captain America whispers, carrying Stark on his back, breathing heavily. Lin En focuses and perceives the downward path. The energy response is stronger and more chaotic. The horizontal doorway has a weak energy barrier, but behind it seems to be a large space and something else, not an energy entity, more like a machine. Let's explore the horizontal door first. Find a relatively safe place to set Tony down, then see if there's any usable information or resources. Captain America makes the decision. Natasha steps forward to examine the metal door. There are no keyholes, only a strange, complex mechanical structure made of multiple concentric circular rings with a groove at the center. We need a key or a specific method to open it, Natasha concludes. Lin En approaches the door, and as he brings his hand near the mechanical structure, the guide wristband on his wrist suddenly emits a faint hum, and the data on the screen flickers rapidly. Simultaneously, the void power within him stirs noticeably. A low-level access lock. Use energy to simulate that frequency. The void actively begins to guide him, transmitting an extremely complex wave frequency of energy information. Lin En hesitates for a moment, but upon seeing Captain America carrying the unconscious Stark, he grits his teeth. Let's trust this damned cohabitant just once. He carefully manipulates a trace of energy according to the frequency indicated by the void, injecting it into the wristband. The wristband's glow becomes unstable, yet it successfully projects the simulated energy pulse of the specific frequency towards the groove at the center of the door. Click. Creak. After a series of jarring mechanical sounds that made one's teeth ache, the concentric rings on the door begin to slowly rotate and align. Finally, with a heavy thud, the metal door slowly slides open inward. A stronger scent mingled with machine oil and unknown chemical agents rushes forth. Behind the door lies a vast space. The beam of the tactical flashlight sweeps across, revealing towering domes, massive mechanical devices, and numerous control panels blinking with faint indicator lights. It looks like a gigantic underground laboratory or factory. The group enters cautiously. The space is astonishingly large, and the air is thick with a silence that has lingered for decades. Many devices are covered in thick layers of dust, yet some core areas seem to still have a weak energy supply, with indicator lights flickering like ghostly flames. Put Stark under that control platform. Over there its relatively concealed Captain America sets Stark down. Natasha and Barton immediately spread out vigilantly, scouting the area for useful clues or potential threats. Lin En, however, is drawn to something in the center of the laboratory. It is a massive altar-like metallic structure connected to countless thick cables and energy conduits, with a recessed platform at the center large enough to accommodate a person. The platform is covered in various sensor and injector traces, with shattered glass containers and dry dark red stains scattered around. What sends chills down Lin En's spine is that the energy residue emanating from this altar resonates most strongly with the void power within him. It even causes the dark golden glow in his eyes to flicker uncontrollably. It is here. It is here. That arrogant ant attempted to steal divine power from this place. It even causes the dark golden glow in his eyes to flicker uncontrollably. It is here. It is here. That arrogant ant attempted to steal divine power. At that moment, Barton discovers something at a control panel. Captain, there's something here. It seems to be experiment. The group immediately crowds around. Although most of the control panel screen is dim, one seems to have activated due to their intrusion, displaying fragmented data written in German and blurry video fragments. In the footage, a figure wearing a Nazi officer uniform, their face twisted with excitement, though blurry, the iconic shape and aura unmistakably belong to the Red Skull, stands before the altar, fervently operating the instruments. On the altar, it seems a person is bound. The image flickers, making it hard to see clearly. Accompanying the footage are some fragmented text records. Ultimate power, originating from the void, returning to the stars. Paradoxical unity. The sample couldn't withstand it. Structure collapsed. How beautiful. That light of destruction. The key. I need the real key, not these inferior copies. The door of the sanctum shall be opened by me. The text and visuals are extremely fragmented, yet the information they reveal sends chills down one's spine. The Red Skull is indeed conducting inhumane human experiments here, attempting to harness some power obtained from the void to create the ultimate existence or open the so-called sanctum door. And he seems to believe that a real key is needed. Lin En gazes at those records, looking at the ominous altar. A cold chill runs from his feet to the top of his head. He feels as if he has glimpsed another possible mad version of himself. The Red Skull's path is undoubtedly a dead end leading to destruction. However, the void becomes even more excited by these discoveries, even attempting to influence Lin En's emotions, instilling a desire to devour the residual painful energy belonging to the failed experiment. Just then, from deep within the laboratory, a faint mechanical sound suddenly arises, as if something has been activated. And a low inhuman roar filled with hunger. Everyone's face is changed. Is there something else in this abandoned laboratory that has been left for decades? A deep roar echoed through the vast underground laboratory, carrying an inhuman hunger and pain that pierced the eardrums of everyone present. The sound did not originate from any known animal. It resembled a twisted amalgamation of various creatures' howls, sending chills down the spine. What the hell is that? In that instant, Barton drew his bow, alertly aiming in the direction of the sound, deeper into the shadows of the laboratory. Natasha had already stealthily moved behind a thick pipe, her energy pistol primed. Captain America quickly raised his shield, positioning it in front of the unconscious Stark and Lin En, his expression grave. Lin En's heart raced, his senses piercing with pain at the moment the roar erupted. He saw it. Behind the massive array of cultivation tanks in the distance, a gigantic monster forcibly amalgamated from various life forces, brimming with pain and a sense of brutal awareness, was awakening. Its energy signature was chaotic, yet carried a sickening familiarity reminiscent of the Echo Warriors and Red Skull's experimental records. It's a subject left by Red Skull. It's still alive. The energy response is chaotic, massive, powerful. Lin En's voice trembled with fear. As if to validate his words, a heavy sound of metal scraping against the ground emerged from the shadows, growing closer. Accompanying that nauseating sound was a heavy breathing akin to a bellows. The beam of the tactical flashlight trembled as it swept toward the source of the sound. The first thing that came into view was an enormous claw covered in dark red chitin and stitching, gripping the edge of an overturned cultivation tank. Then a distorted figure slowly rose from the shadows. What a terrifying creation it was. It stood about 3 meters tall, its body resembling a grotesquely assembled corpse riddled with rough stitching and exposed writhing dark red biological tissue. The outline of a human head could still be distinguished, but its mouth had been torn back to the roots of its ears, revealing a mass of sharp teeth. One eye was a murky white, while the other was a mechanical eye, constantly spinning and emitting a red glow. One of its arms was an exaggerated biological limb with sharp claws, while the other was a rusty hydraulic robotic. Its lower body was even more bizarre, resembling a hybrid of some kind of arthropod and reptile, supporting it emanated a strong stench and an unstable energy field. The mechanical eye flickered with red light, fixating intently on the intruders. "Oh God!" Barton gasped. "Keep your distance. Open fire at will." Captain America commanded without. This monster left no possibility for communication. Whoosh. Barton's explosive arrow shot out first, striking the monster's chest with precision. Boom. The explosion engulfed the monster. But as the smoke cleared, the monster merely staggered. A small section of its chitinous layer had been blown away, revealing even more disgusting writhing tissue beneath. It emitted an even angrier roar, seemingly unscathed. Its defensive power is formidable. Natasha calmly fired successive shots. Energy beams struck the monster, creating bursts of energy sparks, but the effect was also limited. The monster, enraged by the attacks, let out a deafening roar and charged forward. Despite its massive size, it moved with astonishing speed. The mechanical arms swept across, sending a heavy control panel flying like a toy. Captain America stepped up, blocking the mechanical arm's strike with his vibranium shield. Clang! The sound of the impact resonated like a giant bell. Captain America was knocked back several meters by the immense force, sparks flying from his shield. Yet he stood firm. Target its joints and eyes. Captain America shouted, pushing forward again to create opportunities for his teammates. Barton and Natasha quickly adjusted their strategy, focusing arrows and energy beams on the monster's knee joints and that mechanical eye. The monster let out a painful howl, its movements slightly delayed. But it quickly swung its massive biological claw, stirring up a fierce wind as it lunged at Barton, who was loading arrows. Clint, watch out! Natasha cried out, simultaneously shooting at the monster's arm in an attempt to interfere. But the monster was too fast. The claw was about to grasp Barton. At that moment, a gold-red figure suddenly crashed into the monster from the side. He had awakened just in time. Although his armor was still severely damaged and his movements unsteady, he used the remaining thrust from his boosters to slam into the monster's side. Bang! The monster was knocked to the side, its claw barely grazing Barton's body, ripping a tear in his combat suit. Tony, you're awake! Captain America exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. If you had slept any longer, you'd have become this ugly monster's snack. Stark's voice came through the helmet, weak yet familiar with a teasing tone. Jarvis, report damage status. Armor integrity at 67. Power output limited, weapon systems partially offline. Recommend avoiding frontal conflict. Jarvis quickly replied. The monster, thoroughly enraged by the continuous attacks, had its mechanical eye flashing red, and its unstable energy field in the chest suddenly contracted, then violently erupted outward in a wave of dark red energy. Watch out! Lin En sensed the energy rapidly gathering and shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly sought cover. Captain America planted his shield in the ground to protect his back. Buzz! The energy shockwave swept through. While it didn't cause direct physical damage, everyone felt a sharp pain in their heads, as if countless needles were stabbing them. It was a form of area-based mental attack. Natasha and Barton grunted in pain, their movements noticeably stiffened. Stark's armor system also emitted alarms, clearly affected. And Lin En, who was a bit farther away, was affected the most. The chaotic, pain-filled, and destructive mental waves resonated strongly with the void power within him. The void seemed to be provoked by this inferior, yet primal madness, becoming restless. Inferior imitation. The remnants of pain. Devour it. Purify it. The void screamed in Lin En's mind, attempting to seize control. Lin En clutched his head in agony, his dark golden eyes flickering intensely, the energy beneath his skin surging wildly. He felt as if his consciousness was about to be torn apart. Lin En. Captain America noticed his abnormality and shouted anxiously. Something had to be done. Lin En gritted his teeth, recalling the feeling of resisting the Reaper, remembering the concept of existence. He no longer tried to completely suppress the void's turmoil, but attempted to guide it again. He focused the disdain and anger towards the chaotic energy. He suddenly raised his head, his golden eyes momentarily overpowering the chaotic dark red, pointing a finger at the mechanical eye that was continuously emitting mental interference waves. Disrupt its eye. That's the core of the energy and mental interference, he shouted hoarsely. His guidance played a crucial role once more. Stark immediately activated all the weapons he could use, concentrating fire on that mechanical eye. Captain America seized the opportunity, throwing his shield with all his might. The spinning vibranium shield whistled through the air, smashing accurately into the eye. Crack. PSH. The mechanical eye shattered under the force of the shield, erupting in a shower of sparks and viscous liquid. The monster let out an unprecedentedly shrill scream, and the mental interference waves instantly ceased. Its massive body swayed in pain, sinking into a brief moment of chaos. Now's the chance. Full assault, Captain America shouted as he retrieved his shield. Everyone seized this precious moment, unleashing all their firepower. Arrows, energy beams, palm cannons, and Captain America's heavy shield strikes all rained down upon the monster. Having lost its core interference ability, the monster's defenses seemed to weaken significantly. Under the frenzied onslaught, its tissues continued to be blown apart, mechanical parts emitted black smoke, and it ultimately let out a reluctant wail, collapsing to the ground, twitching a few times, and then lay still. The laboratory fell silent once again, leaving only the heavy breathing of the group. The battle was over, but a deeper shadow loomed in everyone's hearts. The nightmare left by Red Skull was just the beginning. How many more terrifying things lay hidden deep within this laboratory? Lin En's condition was evidently also greatly affected. Awakening was not just the monster, a deeper fear had also stirred. The corpse of the monster lay not far away, emanating a nauseating odor. The adrenaline from the battle gradually faded and fatigue and pain began to manifest. Barton examined the abrasions beneath his torn combat suit, while Natasha quickly scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no other threats. Stark leaned against the broken control panel, his armor emitting a groan under the strain. Captain America walked over to Lin En, asking with concern, "How are you?" Lin En's face was pale. The forced channeling of energy and resistance against the mental interference had nearly left him exhausted, and the turmoil within him had yet to fully subside. He shook his head, his voice hoarse. I'm all right. Just a bit. Backlash. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the bizarre altar in the center of the laboratory, along with the silent massive cultivation tanks deeper within. Every inch of the air here was filled with the mad obsession of Red Skull and the anguished wails of failed experiments. We must find useful information quickly and then leave this place, Captain America said in a low voice, sensing the ominous nature of this place as well. Stark struggled to stand and walked to the control panel that previously displayed records, attempting to retrieve more data. J-R-V-I-S. Try to hack into the database and see what this old madman has hidden. Natasha and Barton began to search the other areas of the laboratory, separately looking for exits, maps, or any valuable items. Lin En meanwhile forced himself to endure the discomfort and expanded his perception once more. He needed to confirm whether there were other living beings here besides the slain monster, and he also wanted to investigate the secrets of the altar and the source of energy more closely. His mental energy cautiously extended. The dead monster felt like a gradually cooling remnant of energy. As for those massive cultivation tanks, most were empty or contained only desiccated organic remains. But when his perception swept across the innermost part of the laboratory, an independent area entangled with more pipes and cables, his heart suddenly tightened. There was a cultivation tank. Inside it, there was a faint response of life. Very weak, like a flickering candle in the wind, but it was extraordinarily pure, in stark contrast to the chaotic filth of the earlier monster. Moreover, surrounding that life response was an extremely faint yet remarkably stable light. A warm, gentle energy field that shared a source with the dark golden power within him, yet was more peaceful and tranquil. Light. Detestable light. Prison. A wave of disgust echoed from the void. Captain, inside there's another cultivation tank. There's something alive in there. The energy feels very different, Lin En hurriedly reported. Everyone was taken aback. There was still a survivor. The group immediately proceeded cautiously deeper into the laboratory. They navigated through the maze of abandoned equipment and arrived at the independent area. The sight before them shocked them once more. A transparent tank larger than the others and seemingly made of a more special material stood in the center, filled with a pale golden nutrient solution that emitted a faint glow. Suspended in the nutrient solution was a figure. It appeared to be a boy of about 14 or 15 years old, curled up with closed eyes, his expression serene, as if he were in a deep sleep. He had short silver hair and a delicate appearance that seemed unreal. Most notably, his skin glowed softly with a golden halo harmonizing with the light within the tank. Various instruments connected to the cultivation tank indicated that although the boy's life signs were extremely weak, he maintained a bizarrely stable state, as if his time had been frozen. What is this? Barton murmured. Another test subject. But it seems. Natasha furrowed her brow. This boy starkly contrasted with the earlier monster. Stark scanned the cultivation tank. Life signals are very weak, but stable energy readings are strange, very subdued and peaceful, completely incongruent with the chaotic energy background of the laboratory. The tank has its own independent power supply, seemingly a solar energy conversion system. How could Red Skull have created something like this? Captain America looked at the boy in the tank, his expression complex. Red Skull's mad experiments actually produced such a seemingly perfect creation. Lin En felt this the most acutely. The power within him, especially that part of dark golden stellar energy, evoked an inexplicable sense of intimacy and attraction toward the boy in the tank, as if he had encountered a long-lost sibling. Meanwhile, the void exhibited clear rejection and vigilance. Prisoner of light. False perfection. Destroy him. The void whispered. Can he be awakened? Or is there danger? Captain America asked the crucial question. Lin En sensed carefully his consciousness. Seems to be in a deep sleep, protected by some force. I don't sense any malice. Only a very sad, very lonely feeling. At that moment, Stark made a significant discovery, guys. I found Red Skull's main laboratory log. The encryption level is very high, but it's quite old, so I managed to crack it. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. On the holographic screen, a clearer and more chilling record began to play. In the footage, Red Skull's figure became clearer. He wore a lab coat resembling a mad scientist conducting various inhumane experiments at a place akin to his central altar. Many abducted prisoners and soldiers were visible, forcibly injected with various energies, twisting, mutating, and ultimately collapsing in agony. The text of the log was also more detailed. Failure. Another failure. Mortal vessels cannot bear the power of the void. They only turn into mindless monsters. We must find balance. The balance of light and dark. Just like the fallen star in legend. I found it. Ancient text record, child of the Star Core. A natural vessel of light, perhaps capable of bearing the Void's brand, achieving paradoxical unity. At any cost. Find him. The next footage showed Red Skull's subordinates abducting a glowing boy from some remote village. The image was blurry, but seemed to be from a Nordic region. Who was this very boy in the tank? Then came the most critical record. Succeeded. Initial fusion. The vessel of light stabilized the Void's mark. Look, how perfect. This is the prototype of a god. But not active enough. Too gentle. Lacking the passion for destruction. Unable to open the sanctum door. Needs a catalyst. A stronger resonance with the Void. Or another key. Time is running out. The allies are closing in. Must seal. Wait for the future. The record abruptly ended here. Clearly Red Skull was forced to abandon this place due to defeat before the experiment was fully successful, sealing away what he considered a half-finished product. The laboratory was eerily silent. Red Skull's mad scheme was appalling. He not only pursued power, but also sought to create a god capable of opening the sanctum. And the boy in the tank was his closest creation to success, a child of the Star Corps forcibly implanted with the mark of Lin En. Finally understood why he resonated so strongly with this place. Because what was being conducted here was an experiment that directly opposed his own circumstances. Red Skull was implanting a dark mark into a vessel of light, while Lin En was an ordinary vessel forcibly filled with the extremes of light and darkness. And the another key mentioned by Red Skull undoubtedly pointed to Lin En himself. This sleeping boy was the core of Red Skull's insane legacy, and might also be one of the keys to unraveling the mystery within Lin En. Should he awaken him? Or completely bury him along with this evil place? The massive incubation tank resembled an amber preserving the passage of time along with the luminous young boy. In the pale golden liquid his curled figure emanated an aura of tranquility and sorrow, starkly contrasting with the surrounding rusted, chaotic, and death-filled environment. Child of the Star Corps. The imprint of the Void. Natasha repeated the keywords from the log, her gaze sharply scanning the tank and Lin En. The Red Skull believes he is the embodiment of God, but requires a catalyst, or another key to fully activate and unlock the sanctum. Her meaning was clear. Lin En was likely the catalyst or another key. We cannot awaken him. Barton immediately opposed, his arrow still aimed at the incubation tank. God knows what the Red Skull has done to him. What if what we awaken is something even more terrifying than the creature outside? We cannot withstand another battle in our... Stark examined the energy system of the tank. The tank's independent energy is quite stable, but it seems connected to some geothermal system. Forcibly damaging it may trigger uncontrollable consequences. Moreover, the child's vital signs are entirely dependent on this tank. If we open it recklessly, he might die instantly. Captain America gazed at the tranquil, yet fragile face of the boy inside the tank, a look of compassion crossing his resolute features. No matter who he is first and foremost a victim who has been cruelly tormented and exploited by the Red Skull. Lin En. Captain America turned to Lin En, whose feelings were crucial. What does your intuition tell you? If we try to communicate with him or make contact, what might happen? All eyes focused on Lin En. Lin En took a deep breath, approaching the incubation tank and gently placing his hand against the cold glass. Closing his eyes, he concentrated fully on sensing the sleeping consciousness inside the tank. This time, he was more cautious, no longer merely sensing the energy, but attempting to convey a faint benevolent thought wave, just as he had with the wooden box containing the strange spores. Hello. Can you hear me? We are not enemies. His thoughts rippled like pebbles thrown into a still lake. Initially, there was no response. The boy in the tank continued to sleep. But gradually Lin En caught a trace of an extremely subtle ripple-like consciousness. That wave was faint, filled with confusion, fear, and a profound loneliness. It was as if a person who had slept too long in the darkness was sensing the touch of the outside world for the first time. Suddenly, the dark golden power within Lin En activated uncontrollably, radiating a warm glow that resonated wonderfully with the halo surrounding the boy in the tank. The two powers of light seemed to have reunited after a long separation, intertwining and soothing one another. Meanwhile, the void power within Lin En began to stir violently. It reacted strongly to the void mark that had been forcibly implanted within the boy in the tank. This was not a desire to consume, but rather a sense of repulsion and aversion. As if it was seeing a polluted, impure kin, imposter, defiled light, twisted darkness, an abominable existence. The void emitted a sharp critique. The boy in the tank seemed to sense the void's rejection, and his consciousness wave trembled with fear, dimming the halo surrounding him slightly. Lin En abruptly withdrew his hand, taking a step back, his face shifting in uncertainty. What happened? Captain America asked anxiously. He has consciousness. It is very weak, very frightened. He can feel us. Lin En gasped. My power. The light part is very close to him. But at the void is very repulsive to the dark mark within him. If we make contact forcibly, it might provoke that mark, leading to unknown consequences. The situation became exceptionally complicated. This boy was not an unconscious monster, but a thoughtful torment. However, the void mark implanted by the Red Skull within him was like an extremely unstable bomb. Perhaps we shouldn't disturb him. Lin En hesitated. Let him continue to sleep, or it might be the best choice. Awakening him poses too much on. Just as everyone weighed the pros and cons, Stark suddenly issued a warning. Everyone, something's happening. The backup energy system in the lab was accidentally activated by the earlier battle. The entire facility is restarting. Moreover, I detect an external signal attempting to connect to the main control system here. Almost as soon as Stark finished speaking, the lights in the lab began to flicker erratically and some abandoned instruments, but an old communication screen on the wall suddenly lit up, flickering with static before revealing a blurry, distorted. In the image was a silhouette of a high-ranking Hydra officer dressed in uniform with their face hidden in shadow. At last, we are connected. A processed, electronically synthesized voice rang out, tinged with suppressed excitement. Thank you, intruders, for clearing the watchdog for us and activating this long-sealed treasure. It's Hydra. They truly had a backup plan and have been monitoring this place all along. Who are you? Captain America asked in a deep voice, tightening his grip on his shield. We are the heirs of the Echo, the continuers of Master Red Skull's grand endeavors, the voice replied. The being in the tank is the key we have long sought. Now please, hand him over to us. No way. Barton drew back his bowstring. Huh. I'm afraid you have no say in this. If you refuse to cooperate, then I'm sorry, you and this precious seed will turn to ash buried beneath the Alp. If you refuse to cooperate, then I'm sorry, you and this precious seed will turn to ash buried beneath the Alp. A countdown appeared on the screen. 10 minutes. Or you can voluntarily open the incubation tank. Our assault team is waiting at the entrance. Hand over the seed, and we might consider sparing your lives. Trapped between a rock and a hard place. Not handing over the boy would trigger the self-destruct in 10 minutes, leading to everyone's demise. Handing over the boy meant delivering the most dangerous legacy of the Red Skull directly into Hydra's hands with unimaginable consequences. The prisoner of light had suddenly become a hot potato, determining everyone's fate. The cold red countdown numbers flickered on the communication screen, 959958. Like a tolling bell striking in every heart. The atmosphere in the laboratory had frozen to a chilling point. The threat of Hydra was simple, yet lethal. They evidently anticipated someone would find this place, perhaps even intentionally left that monster as a test, and set up remote takeover and self-destruct protocols. Damn it. Stark slammed his fist on the console in anger. We've been set up. Can the self-destruct system be... Calm down, Captain, he asked, scanning the surroundings for possible control nodes. The system is old, but the core commands are locked with remote encryption. Forceful decryption will take time. Far beyond 10 minutes. Stark operated quickly, looking grim. And once the decryption fails, it might trigger the self-destruction immediately. What's the situation with the enemies at the entrance? Natasha asked. Lin immediately sensed, outside the entrance. There are many gathering. The energy response is intense. At least one fully armed squad of Hydra soldiers, and 2 individuals with strange energy responses resembling weakened Echo warriors. The exit is blocked and the interior is about to explode. A desperate situation. It seems you need some time to The Hydra officer on the screen said leisurely. Remember, your decision determines whether this child of the Star Core becomes the cornerstone of the new world or turns to dust in history. Of course, there's also your own lives. The countdown continues. The communication screen dimmed, leaving only the cold numbers silently ticking away. We cannot hand over the seed to them, Barton declared resolutely. Red Skull's notes are very clear. This thing, combined with Lin, might be able to open the so-called Sanctum Gate. God knows what kind of monstrosity that would unleash. But if we don't hand it over, we'll all die here, Stark said irritably. And this kid will die too. Though he was an experiment, he was still alive. Perhaps we can try to break out with him, Natasha proposed. Break the tank, take him, and force our way out through the entrance. It's too risky, Captain America immediately dismissed. First, whether he can survive if the tank breaks is uncertain. Secondly, the number of enemies outside is unknown. Plus, there are 2 Echo warriors. We are not in good shape. Carrying an unconscious Tony and a possibly unstable seed, the success rate of breaking out is almost 0. Lin looked at the boy in the cultivation tank, who frowned slightly. Due to external disturbances, his halo, a bit chaotic, filled with conflicting emotions. He could feel the boy's fear and helplessness, a sense of shared suffering rising within him. They were all like pawns manipulated by fate, swept away by powerful forces, unable to act on their own. The void in his consciousness sneered, look. Foolish mercy will only bring destruction. Either devour him to strengthen yourself, or abandon him and seek survival alone. Hesitation is death. Lin ignored the void's temptation. He forced himself to calm down, his brain racing. There must be a way. Since Red Skull sealed this place, he would surely leave himself an escape route. He wouldn't place all his hopes on remote control. Mr. Stark, Lin suddenly shouted. Red Skull's journal. He concluded with must be sealed. Waiting. He must not want this place to be completely destroyed. There must be a manual termination of the self-destruct or an emergency evacuation channel. Look for it. Especially hidden mechanisms or data related to his main console. Stark's eyes lit up. Good point. Jarvis, scan the main console and surrounding areas with full force. Look for abnormal energy flows or physical structures. Captain America and Natasha immediately began searching carefully around the altar-like main console. Barton was responsible for guarding the entrance and monitoring the countdown. Stark's eyes lit up. Good point. Jarvis, Scan the main console and surrounding areas with full force. Look for abnormal energy flows or physical structure. He tried again to convey a soothing thought. Hold on. We will find a way. The boy's consciousness fluctuations seemed to calm slightly, and the halo stabilized a bit. Found it, Stark suddenly shouted. He discovered a switch hidden in an extremely concealed groove beneath the main console that required a special physical key to activate. And the shape of that key was exactly the same as the central groove structure of the concentric ring that opened that metal door earlier. We need an energy key, the same as the one for opening the door. Stark looked at Lin. Lin immediately understood re-energizing to simulate that frequency. This time he was more skilled. The wristband smoothly injecting the energy pulse into the groove. Click. With a soft sound, a panel on the side of the main console slid open, revealing an old-fashioned control panel with knobs and buttons, and a small display screen counting down. It displayed the same time, but beside it was a red abort button. It's a local abort controller, Stark exclaimed with joy. But just as he reached to press that button, a line of German text suddenly jumped out on the controller's screen alongside an icon of a biometric sensor. It requires a biological key. It might be Red Skull's own DNA or retinal verification. Stark's heart sank. Red Skull had been dead for decades. Oh, where could they find his biological information? The recently ignited hope shattered instantly. Only 6 minutes left. Damn it. Barton cursed. Was there really no way out? Lin looked despairingly at the biometric sensor, then glanced at the boy in the cultivation tank. Suddenly a wild thought flashed through his mind. Red Skull's journal mentioned that this boy was the child of the Star Core, implanted with the Void Mark. From a certain perspective, his blood and energy flowed with the modified essence of Red Skull's experiments. Could he be considered a biological extension of Red Skull? Use him, use his blood, or energy. Lin pointed at the cultivation tank, shouting to Stark, "Give it a try. Maybe the system will recognize it." This was a desperate gamble, but it was the only hope they had. Stark paused for a moment, then immediately understood Lin's meaning. He looked at Captain America. Captain America gazed at the countdown, now just over 5 minutes, then glanced at the boy in the tank, gritting his teeth. "Let's give it a try." Stark no longer hesitated, extending a slender probe from his armor, carefully piercing a sampling interface on the cultivation tank, drawing a drop of liquid glowing faintly with golden light, containing a trace of cells or energy residue. Then he pressed the probe against the biometric sensor. Everyone held their breath. Time seemed to freeze. Drip. A clear prompt sound. The red light on the sensor turned green. Verification. Passed. Stark exclaimed in ecstasy, pressing the red abort button without hesitation. Buzz. The alarm in the laboratory abruptly stopped. The countdown numbers on the screen, and the controller froze at 417. The self-destruct program was aborted. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief, as if they had just escaped from the gates of hell. However, the crisis was not completely resolved. The communication screen lit up again, bringing the furious voice of the Hydra officer. You actually aborted the self-destruction? How is that possible?" But then his voice turned cold. "No matter. Assault team. Storm the entrance. Kill without mercy." A violent explosion and gunfire erupted outside. Hydra began their assault. Just as they had escaped the fate of being blown to bits, they were immediately faced with direct combat. Moreover, they had to protect this fragile prisoner of light. The countdown had ended, but the real battle was just beginning. The sounds of explosions and gunfire from the entrance erupted like popping beans as the heavy metal door groaned under the violent impacts. The Hydra's fierce assault has begun. They've blown the door. Prepare to engage. Captain America shouted, instantly entering battle mode and charging towards the entrance with his shield. Natasha and Barton immediately took advantageous shooting positions, loading arrows and energy bullets. Despite the damage to Stark's armor, he quickly ascended, utilizing the remaining weapon systems to seal off the entrance. J-R-V-I-S. Calculate the structural integrity of the door. It is expected to withstand no more than 3 equivalent explosions. It is advisable to take the initiative and use the narrow channel for defense. We cannot let them in. This space is too large. Once breached, we will be overwhelmed by their firepower. Captain America assessed correctly. Though the laboratory was spacious, it lacked cover, making it easy to be surrounded. "Lin," Captain America called back, "you guard the incubation tank. No matter what, we cannot let them obtain the seed. If necessary, you know what to do." His gaze was profound, encompassing the worst of intentions. Lin felt a chill in his heart and nodded heavily. He understood the captain's meaning. If the situation could not be salvaged, it was better to destroy the boy than let him fall into Hydra's hands. He looked at the peaceful, sleeping face in the tank, filled with reluctance, but reason told him this was a necessary preparation. Another violent explosion. A massive gash was blown open in the metal door. Amidst the smoke and flames, several Hydra soldiers clad in white mountain combat uniforms and well-equipped attempted to rush in. "Open fire," Captain America commanded. Natasha's and Barton's bullets and arrows, like the scythes of death, precisely harvested the enemies flooding through the breach. Stark provided fire support from the air, his palm cannon sealing off the entrance. The narrow passage allowed the Hydra soldiers to outnumber them, yet they could not spread out, being forcefully pinned at the door by the Avengers' formidable firepower, leaving several corpses behind. However, the good times didn't last long. Two figures braved the intense fire and charged through the breach. They were indeed the two individuals Lin had sensed earlier with strange energy signatures. They appeared no different from ordinary people, but their movements were incredibly swift, emanating an unstable dark red energy field similar to the Echo Warriors, but seemingly better controlled. They bore no weapons, but their hands shimmered with dangerous energy. These are enhanced Echo Warriors. Be cautious of their energy attacks, Lin warned loudly. The two enhanced warriors disregarded ordinary bullets, easily deflecting attacks with their energy fields charging directly towards Captain America at the forefront. Captain America raised his shield to meet them. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted as the enhanced warrior's energy fist struck the shield, unleashing a blinding flash of light. Captain America was jolted back a step, while that warrior merely swayed. The other enhanced warrior lunged at Stark in the air. The battle escalated instantly. Captain America was entangled by one enhanced warrior, while Stark was forced into a desperate dodge by the other. The Hydra soldiers at the entrance seized the opportunity to intensify their fire, putting immense pressure on Natasha and Barton. The situation took a drastic turn. Lin was extremely anxious as he surveyed the battlefield and glanced back at the incubation tank. The whispers from the void echoed again, filled with bloodthirsty excitement and a desire to seize, fight, destroy, devour those inferior beings. Their energy, though crude, is still a decent supplement. This time Lin did not fully reject it. He knew he had to do something, otherwise they would all die here. He needed power. Power that could change the tide of battle. But he also remembered Hill's warning, recalling the consequences of losing control. He fixated on the enhanced warrior wrestling with Captain America, recalling the feeling of focusing his will onto a single point during training. He no longer attempted to suppress the void's thirst for battle and energy, but tried to guide and focus that desire, locking his target onto the most threatening enemy. Good. That's it. Aim at him. Release me. The void responded excitedly. A dark golden light surged in Lin's eyes as he raised his hand, no longer pursuing a stable energy form, but compressing and focusing the tumultuous power within him along with the void's destructive impulse. An extremely unstable dark golden energy arrow formed, its edges crackling with black lightning. This energy arrow brimmed with a ferocious aura, even distorting the surrounding air. Captain, get down, Lin shouted with all his might. Captain America, hearing the voice, did not hesitate to dodge to the side. Almost simultaneously, the energy arrow in Lin's hand shot out. It was astonishingly fast, directly aimed at the enhanced warrior. That warrior sensed the threat and attempted to block with his energy field. But Lin's energy arrow, which embodied both light and darkness driven by the will of destruction, seemed to possess a certain penetrating quality. It directly tore through the opponent's energy field and violently pierced into his chest. There was no explosion, rather it corroded like strong acid as the dark golden energy spread and annihilated within that warrior's body. But Lin's energy arrow, which embodied both light and darkness driven by the will of destruction, seemed to possess a certain penetrate. A single strike to kill. Everyone was shocked by this sudden blow, including Lin himself. He didn't expect such a force to be so domineering. However, the immense power also brought a tremendous backlash. Lin felt as though his body had been hollowed out, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to one knee, gasping violently with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The void was temporarily satisfied by this outburst, falling into a brief silence. But the tide of battle had turned. The remaining enhanced warrior hesitated upon witnessing his companion's instant demise. Stark seized the opportunity, landing a precise palm cannon shot to the back, sending him staggering. Captain America rushed in, delivering a heavy blow to his head with his shield. Natasha and Barton's firepower also converged. With everyone's combined effort, the second enhanced warrior was quickly dealt with. Having lost their strongest combat support, the morale of the Hydra soldiers at the entrance plummeted, their firepower significantly weakened. Counterattack. Drive them out. Captain America seized the opportunity, leading the charge towards the entrance. The Avengers' morale surged, initiating a counteroffensive, swiftly driving the remaining Hydra soldiers out of the laboratory and temporarily sealing the entrance using the terrain. The battle had temporarily subsided, but the laboratory was in disarray, everyone utterly exhausted, and Stark's armor energy was about to deplete. They held their ground, but the crisis was far from over. Hydra would never give up easily, and with the critically important prisoner of light and the severely injured Stark, how to safely retreat from this alpine heartland became the next, even more formidable challenge. This battle of no retreat had merely opened up another more perilous path. The smoke at the entrance had not yet dissipated as the air was saturated with the acrid scent of ozone from energy weapons, the stench of blood, and the foul odor emanating from the corpses of the monsters. Mixed together, they formed a nauseating atmosphere. The brief respite brought no relief, but rather felt like the suffocating calm before a storm. Check for casualties, account for ammunition, and regroup quickly. Captain America's voice remained steady, yet the slight urgency in his breathing revealed the immense strain on his stamina. His arm holding the shield trembled slightly from overexertion. The direct confrontation with the enhanced soldier had been far from easy. Natasha and Barton moved swiftly with Natasha on guard at the shattered passageway leading to the entrance, while Barton quickly scavenged usable arrows and energy magazines from the fallen Hydra soldiers. His quiver was nearly empty, and each arrow had become exceedingly precious. Stark's armor was in the worst condition, making a heavy thud when it hit the ground. The arc reactor in his chest glowed dimly, flickering occasionally like a candle in the wind. Multiple areas of the armor were twisted and deformed, exposing wires that crackled and emitted small sparks. Tony, report your status. Captain America turned back, looking at him with concern. Not good, Cap. Stark's voice came through with a noticeable distortion as his visor lifted to reveal his pale, exhausted face. Power remaining at 18, a life support system prioritized. Weapon systems, aside from this smoking palm, are essentially offline. R.V.I.S. was attempting to redistribute power, but it needed time. And a miracle. He glanced in Lin's direction, his expression complex. Lin was half kneeling on the ground with Natasha checking on him. The earth-shattering strike he had just delivered had turned the tide of battle, but the cost was evidently tremendous. His face was as pale as paper, his breathing weak with bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, his body spasming slightly from the overextraction of power and the backlash of the void. How is he? Captain America asked. Severe exhaustion of physical and mental energy, possible internal. Natasha assessed calmly, injecting him with a powerful stimulant and coagulant she carried. His internal organs have suffered energy shock. He requires rest and professional medical attention. In the short term, he cannot use that kind of power again. Lin struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurred, feeling as if he was being burned by fierce flames, and then plunged into an icy abyss with sensations intertwining chaotically. The whispers of the void had vanished, replaced by an infinite sense of weakness and emptiness, as if a part of his soul. He looked at the massive incubation tank, seeing the boy still sound asleep inside the Halo stable, and felt a slight sense of relief. I am fine. His voice was hoarse as he tried to stand, but stumbled, being pressed down by Natasha. Conserve your strength, kid. Natasha's tone unusually carried a hint of tenderness. You've already done enough. Now they faced the most pressing issue: how to evacuate. Team status: Captain America was severely drained as Stark's armor was nearly incapacitated, and he was also weak. Lin was gravely injured and lost combat capability. The only ones in relatively good condition were Natasha and Barton. What they needed to carry besides the injured was a crucial high-risk prisoner of light. We must leave this place. Hydra's next wave of attack could come at any moment, and it will only be fiercer. Captain America surveyed the surroundings, his gaze finally landing on the incubation tank. Take him with us. The target is too large, and the risks are unknown. But to leave him behind. Barton completed the latter half of the sentence with determination. He returned after collecting ammunition. Think about it. If we leave him here, it's like handing him directly to Hydra. All previous battles and sacrifices would be in vain. But how do we carry him? Stark pointed at the massive tank. This thing is connected to the geothermal energy system. Its structure is fragile, and it looks to weigh several tons at least. My armor can't move this thing right now. Everyone's gaze shifted back to Lin. He was the only one who had established a deep energy connection with the boy in the tank. With Natasha's support, Lin barely managed to approach the incubation tank. He placed his palm against the cold glass again, closing his eyes to focus his remaining mental energy. This time he did not attempt to communicate deeply, but instead sensed the structure and energy flow of the tank, as if handling a fragile antique. His perception spread like a spider web, meticulously probing the connection points between the tank and the ground and the surrounding pipelines. He discovered that although the tank itself was heavy, its base was not completely welded to the ground. Rather, it employed a complex structure of latches and energy interfaces. Clearly, Red Skull had considered the possibility of moving it when he designed it. Movement, energy, core. He captured some fragmented information from the tank's energy system. The tank can be moved, Lin said weakly but assuredly. The base has a release mechanism. Needs energy activation. It has its own independent energy core, and after disconnecting the external geothermal connection, it can sustain itself for a while. This information was crucial. Can we find the release mechanism? Captain America asked. Lin's perception continued to delve deeper, finally seeing an energy-sensing node in a concealed position of the base. He guided Stark. Despite Stark's armor being damaged, his fingertips could still emit a faint flow of energy. Stark aimed his fingertip at the location Lin indicated, mobilizing the last bit of energy to emit a subtle energy. Virum. A low rumbling sound of mechanical operation arose as the massive metal latches at the junction of the tank's base and the ground slowly retracted. Simultaneously, several main pipelines connecting the tank automatically detached, and the ports quickly sealed to prevent liquid leakage. We did it! Barton exclaimed in delight. Now the only remaining issue was how to transport this several-ton heavy, big glass bottle. He'll do it. Captain America stepped forward without hesitation, placing his shield behind his back. He took a deep breath, wrapped his arms around the metallic base of the incubation tank. His muscles tensed instantly, and veins bulged on his forehead. Lift! He let out a low growl, exerting all his strength. The heavy incubation tank was forcibly lifted off the ground. But Captain America's knees buckled slightly, clearly straining immensely. After all, he was a super soldier, not the Hulk. Moving such a heavy object, especially after a fierce battle, was an enormous burden on him. Captain, Natasha and Barton rushed forward to help. No need. Captain America gritted his teeth, adjusting his center of gravity to stabilize the tank on his shoulder. I can hold on. Agent Romanoff, you are in charge of scouting ahead and clearing the path. Agent Barton, take the rear and watch out for threats from behind and the flanks. Stark, you and Lin stay close to me, providing whatever cover and guidance you can. He made the most reasonable division of labor. Natasha was agile and suited for scouting. Barton was ranged and suitable for the rear as Stark and Lin, the two patients, were protected in the middle of the team. Which direction do we go? Natasha asked. The entrance had been blocked by Hydra, making it impossible to return. Stark activated the last bit of scanning function in his armor, pointing towards a partially buried ventilation duct on the other side of the laboratory. Over there. This duct has a large diameter and seems to be used for transporting large equipment. I detected a faint airflow. Oh, it might lead to the other side of the mountain or an alternative exit. There was no better choice. Natasha was the first to crawl into the duct, confirming the safety ahead before signaling. Captain America, carrying the heavy incubation tank, stepped forward, with each footfall causing the metallic grid of the ground to slightly depress, following resolutely. Stark supported Lin, who could hardly walk on his own, closely behind. Barton entered the duct last, vigilantly watching the rear to prevent pursuers. A group of them, bearing the sleeping hope and endless fatigue, shouldered the heavy past and the uncertain future, disappearing into the depths of the dark duct. Their figures, set against the backdrop of ruins and dim light, appeared so tragically heroic, yet unwaveringly steadfast. The road ahead was long, fraught with peril, but they had to carry on. Inside the enormous ventilation duct, it is dark and damp, filled with the scent of rust and dust. The beam of the flashlight sways in the darkness, illuminating a path strewn with cobwebs and debris. The duct is not straight, with turns and upward slopes. Occasionally loose metal plates creak underfoot, echoing loudly in the silence. Captain America trudges through the center, the heavy sound of his footsteps and labored breaths reverberating within the duct. With every passing second, he expends immense physical energy. Sweat soaks his combat suit, trickling down his cheek, yet he grits his teeth, his pace unwavering. The faint glow emanating from the boy in the tank serves as a solitary guiding light in the darkness, illuminating his resolute profile. Natasha moves ahead like a phantom, her movements light and efficient, utilizing the shadows and blind spots within the duct to conceal herself. She occasionally halts, listening intently to sounds ahead, signaling to the others behind her. Barton covers the rear, almost walking backward, his bow always drawn toward the way they came, his sharp gaze is searching the darkness for any flickers of light or sounds. His ears twitch slightly, catching any discordant noise apart from his teammates' breaths and footsteps. Stark supports Lin, walking behind Captain America. Stark's armor emits creaking sounds as he walks, while a low alarm from its power source hums continuously in the back. Lin leans most of his weight on Stark, the potent stimulant keeping him alert temporarily, yet the excruciating pain in his body and the void in his mind continue to torment him. He keeps his eyes closed, conserving every ounce of strength, while struggling to suppress the void within him that stirs restlessly due to overexertion. The duct seems endless. Time has lost its meaning here, with only fatigue and tension steadily accumulating. After an unknown duration, Natasha, in the lead, suddenly raises her fist, signaling for a halt. Everyone immediately stops, holding their breath. There's a sound, Natasha whispers, pointing toward a fork in the duct ahead. They all strain to listen. Indeed, from the other end of the fork comes a faint sound like metal scraping against the ground, mixed with a low, intermittent growl. Not Hydra, Barton assesses. The sound is wrong, it's more like an animal. Or something else. Lin's heart skips a beat. Though his perception is greatly diminished due to weakness, he still catches a familiar, yet unsettling essence. Chaos, brutality, and a sense of hunger. Of the same origin as the monster in the lab, but more scattered and weaker. It's residuals of the test subjects. Red Skull. He may have discarded or exiled some failed, unstable experiments into these duct systems. They are still alive. As if to validate his words, several pairs of crimson lights suddenly flicker to life in the darkness beyond the fork. Then more. A dense swarm of at least a dozen. The growls become clearer, filled with aggression. Prepare for battle. Captain America growls low, but with the tank on his back, he cannot raise his shield immediately. Natasha and Barton instantly go into combat mode. Natasha's energy pistol is aimed and Barton's bowstring is drawn tight. Stark shields Lin behind him, raising his barely functional mechanical arm, with a faint energy coalescing in his palm. I knew this damned place was not simple. As the crimson lights draw closer, the shapes of the monsters gradually materialize in the darkness. They vary in size, each form more twisted and grotesque. Some resemble large-skinned canines with writhing muscles and bone spurs exposed. Others appear as amalgamations of various insects and reptiles, moving in bizarre ways. There are even a few that maintain a roughly humanoid shape, but have undergone horrific mutations, resembling walking corpses. Their only commonality is the madness in their crimson eyes and the unstable dark red energy faintly radiating from their bodies. These are all the failed products of Red Skull's experiments, abandoned in this dark duct, surviving by devouring each other or any intruding creatures. They sense the presence of living beings and the pure energy from the tank that incites both their craving and fear. Open fire. With Natasha's command, energy beams and arrows fly toward the beast horde. The first few monsters charging in are hit, emitting terrible screams as they tumble down. But more monsters charge in fearlessly. They move with incredible speed, using the duct walls to bounce and crawl, attacking from different directions. Barton's arrows accurately strike the flying monsters attempting to swoop down from above. Natasha moves like a dancer within the narrow space, each shot from her energy pistol targeting the monster's joints or eyes, her actions precise and clean. But there are too many monsters. Moreover, they seem to have no sense of pain. Unless their cores are destroyed, they will continue to attack, even if injured. A creature resembling a leopard, but with a scorpion's tail, suddenly lunges at Captain America, who is carrying the tank. Unable to dodge, he spins around violently, using the hard metallic base of the tank to crash into the creature. Bang! The creature is knocked away, but the tank jolts violently, the pale golden liquid inside rippling, and the boy within frowns even tighter. We can't let them near the tank, Captain America shouts. Stark blasts a nearby creature with his remaining palm cannon, but more monsters surge in from the sides. A monster resembling a giant spider spews out a sticky, corrosive web, aiming for Stark and Lin. Stark desperately shields Lin with his body, the web engulfing his armor's back, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. Tony! Lin cries out. At this critical moment, the void within him, which had been dormant due to weakness, is again stimulated by the chaotic energy from the external source, beginning to stir violently. The desire for destruction and consumption reignites like a wildfire. Food. Inferior food. Devour them. The void screams in his mind, attempting to break through his fragile mental defenses. Lin clutches his head in pain, the dark golden light in his eyes flickering uncontrollably once more. He feels his consciousness being dragged into an abyss filled with hunger and bloodlust. He watches the oncoming monsters. A surge of desire rises within him. A desire to shred them apart, to consume their energy, to fill the void within him. No, I can't. He grits his teeth, his nails digging deep into his palm, trying to maintain consciousness. He knows that if he lets the void take over again in this state, he may never regain his sanity and could even harm his team. But the whispers of the void grow louder, as if a siren's call. A small hyena-like creature breaks through the barrage of fire, lunging at Lin, who appears the weakest. The threats of death and the temptations of the void reach their peak. Lin's pupils in that instant are almost consumed by pure dark gold. Just as he is on the brink of losing control, buzz. A faint yet exceptionally clear, gentle, and resolute wave of intent seeps silently into Lin's consciousness, almost submerged in darkness. It is the boy in the tank. This intent carries no words, only a pure, soothing energy, like a mother gently calming a crying infant, like cool spring water pouring over a scorching soul. It gently surrounds Lin's restless core, dispelling the madness brought by the whispers of the void. Be calm. It's all right. The thought seems to convey. Lin suddenly shudders. The frenzied dark golden light in his eyes is quelled, as if smoothed by an invisible hand rapidly dimming. The pure light power from the child of the star core, though weak, stabilizes the balance of light and dark forces within him for a moment, helping him maintain the last line of defense over his consciousness. He looks at the monster, its fangs almost touching him, a flicker of clarity and resolve crossing his eyes. He does not call upon the void, but instead uses the last bit of his mental strength to create a weak psychic shock, striking the creature's consciousness. The imagery is too blurred, he added. Hill cleared her throat softly. Mr. Stark, according to the fuzzy footage and Spider-Man's description, the target appears to have... It's Barton. Lin, hold on. Barton shouts, simultaneously shooting at other approaching monsters. Natasha also notices the crisis here, firing even more fiercely, clearing several monsters closing in on Stark. With their seamless cooperation and Captain America's steadfast defense, this wave of monsters is finally repelled. The ground is littered with a dozen twisted corpses, and the remaining monsters seem to sense the threat, retreating into the darkness of the fork, their crimson eyes still flickering with unwillingness. With the battle over, silence returns to the duct, leaving only the heavy breathing of the group. Stark tears off the corroded web from his back, revealing the more severely damaged armor beneath. Shaken. This place is truly a damned monster nest. Captain America gently sets down the tank, checking it for damage, and only then does he breathe a sigh of relief. He looks at Lin, still pale, but with clarity returning to his eyes, asking with concern, just now. Lin shakes his head, looking thoughtfully at the boy in the tank, whispering, he helped me. Everyone is momentarily stunned, looking at the still sleeping figure in the tank. This prisoner of light has silently influenced the battle twice, already the first time halting the self-destruction. He is no longer merely a protected subject. He begins to demonstrate his unique and crucial role. However, the duct ahead remains profoundly dark, and no one knows if the next fork awaits them with the light of an exit or deeper despair and danger. The whispers in the darkness may have only just begun. A brief rest could not dispel the deep-seated fatigue that penetrated to the bone. Although the monster's attack had been repelled, it loomed over them like the sword of Damocles, reminding them of the dangers lurking in this underground labyrinth. The faint glow emanating from the cultivation tank served as both hope and a flame that attracted moths in the endless darkness. We must find an exit quickly. Captain America's voice was resolute and unquestionable as he hoisted the cultivation tank, once more his arm muscles clearly defined from overexertion. Our stamina, ammunition, and Stark's energy supply won't last much longer. Natasha nodded and moved to the front of the group again. This time she was even more cautious, nearly pushing her stealth skills to the limit, meticulously scouting every corner and shadow. The tunnel began to incline upward, the slope gradually becoming steeper. This offered a glimmer of hope to everyone. Upward usually meant they were closer to the surface. The tunnel was interrupted here, leading to a bottomless abyss shrouded in thin mist. On the opposite side, another tunnel entrance could be faintly. The tunnel was interrupted here, leading to a bottomless abyss shrouded in thin mist. On the opposite side, another tunnel entrance could be faintly seen approximately 20 meters away. Connecting the two ends was only a rusted, seemingly unstable metal maintenance passage wide enough for a single person to pass beneath, which lay a dizzying darkness. Damn it. Barton looked at the precarious passage and spat. Is there no other way? Stark asked, his armor scanning the surroundings. The scan shows this is the only route with solid rock walls on both sides and a depth exceeding 100 meters below. This meant they had to cross this tightrope. Captain America, burdened by the heavy cultivation tank, gazed at the narrow passage, his brow furrowed. Would this passage hold up under his weight combined with that of the tank? He'll go first, Natasha said without hesitation, as her body was the lightest and her balance the best. She stepped onto the passage like a nimble cat, her steps light and steady. The passage wobbled slightly and creaked, but she successfully reached the other side, checked the entrance of the opposite tunnel, confirmed its safety, and signaled back. Barton, take Lin over. Captain America ordered. Barton stowed his bow and assisted Lin. Follow my lead and don't look down. Lin nodded, took a deep breath, and entrusted his weak body to Barton for guidance. The two carefully stepped onto the passage. Each step caused the passage to tremble violently, rusted metal debris, falling away, disappearing into the mist below. Lin forced himself to look ahead, ignoring the heart-stopping void beneath. The short 20 meters felt like a century. Finally, with Natasha's assistance, the two safely reached the other side. Now only Stark and Captain America remained on the opposite side. Tony, you go first, Captain America said. Stark looked at the heavy burden on Captain America's shoulder and shook his head. No, Cap, you go first. You're carrying something, it will be harder to maintain balance. No matter how damaged my armor is, I still have some propulsion capability. If I fall, I might still be able to struggle a bit. He tried to mask his worry with humor. Captain America saw the undeniable determination in Stark's eyes and knew it was the best choice. He no longer hesitated, adjusted his breathing, and stepped firmly onto the passage. With the first step, the passage emitted a tooth-grinding groan. With the second step, the entire bridge noticeably sagged down. With the third step, crack. A sharp sound echoed as a weld near the starting point of Captain America suddenly broke. The bridge tilted instantly. Cap! The three on the opposite side exclaimed in unison. Captain America reacted swiftly, lowering his center of gravity as the bridge tilted, using his powerful core strength to stabilize himself. However, the weight of the cultivation tank made it impossible for him to maintain complete balance, and he began to slide toward the abyss with the tank. At the critical moment, he forcefully pushed the cultivation tank towards Natasha and Barton on the other side. Natasha and Barton instinctively reached out to catch the heavy tank stumbling back, but managing to stabilize themselves. As for Captain America, due to the reaction force, he accelerated towards the abyss. Steve? Stark's eyes widened in horror, and without thinking, the thrusters on the soles and palms of his damaged armor erupted with the last bit of energy, propelling him like a bullet towards the falling Captain America. He grabbed Captain America in midair, the thrusters firing at full power, trying to counteract the downward force. But the energy was simply too low. The thrusters flickered a few times before completely shutting down. The two held onto each other, still accelerating downwards. Lin lay on the edge on the opposite side, reaching out his hand, but grasping nothing, only able to watch in despair as the two figures were swallowed by darkness. Just at this moment of despair, a soft yet powerful golden light suddenly erupted from the cultivation tank, protected by Natasha and Barton. The light was tangible, illuminating the entire massive underground cavern in an instant. The boy inside the tank had opened his eyes at some point. What a pair of eyes they were. Pure as the most brilliant stars, yet deep as the boundless universe. There was no confusion of someone just awakening in his gaze, only a profound compassion and tranquility that seemed to perceive everything. He raised a hand and gently pressed it against the inner wall of the cultivation tank. In the next moment, a condensed golden beam of light shot forth from his palm, like a bridge catching up to the falling Captain America and Stark. The beam gently cradled their descending bodies, forming a massive light bubble that slowly and steadily lifted. This miraculous scene left everyone dumbfounded. The boy wore no expression of effort on his face, as if he was merely performing an inconsequential act. He looked towards the stunned Natasha, Barton, and Lin on the opposite side. A slight, soothing curve seemed to appear at the corner of his mouth. The light bubble cradled Captain America and Stark, safely landing them on the platform across. Stark slumped on the ground, looking at his armor completely drained of energy. It screamed pitch black. Then, glancing at the boy in the tank emanating a sacred glow, he opened his mouth, but finally muttered, "I take back everything I said before about snacks and cornerstones." Captain America stood up, maintaining his composure despite having faced life and death. He looked at the boy in the tank, his gaze complex, filled with gratitude and inquiry, and solemnly said, "Thank you." The boy looked at him, the light in his eyes flickering slightly, as if understanding their meaning. He withdrew his hand, and the golden light around him gradually retracted, but the eyes that remained open indicated he was no longer asleep. The crisis was averted in an unexpected manner. They had lost Stark's armor energy, but gained the awakening of the son of the Star Core. Was this a blessing or a curse? The broken passage was no longer usable, but the boy gestured with his eyes for them. They saw that the originally bottomless mist seemed to have thinned a bit under the golden light, and they could vaguely see a protruding rock platform several dozen meters below. Is he telling us where we can go? Barton speculated. With no other options, they used the ropes they carried, secured them, and descended one by one to the platform below. The boy seemed familiar with the environment here, using his gaze and subtle gestures to guide the way, leading them into an inconspicuous entrance on the side of the platform, half covered by rubble. He led them in silence, as if walking through a familiar courtyard. Lin walked in the middle of the group, watching the boy ahead, who exuded a faint glow and moved with ease, filled with an indescribable feeling. Who exactly was this being that the Red Skull viewed as a tool and key? After his awakening, was he friend or foe? What changes would the void mark within him bring? Having sacrificed a passage for a guide, the fog ahead seemed not to dissipate, but rather became more elusive due to the awakening of this prisoner of light. Their fates appeared to be increasingly intertwined with that of this mysterious boy. The new passage is narrower and more primitive than the previous maintenance pipeline, seemingly a naturally formed rock crevice later roughly excavated by human hands. The air circulation is poorer, filled with a thick earthy smell and the scent of some mineral. The ground is rugged and covered with gravel. However, unlike before, they no longer need to fumble in the dark like headless flies. The awakened child of the Star Core, they are still unsure how to address him, walks at the forefront of the group. He remains barefoot, emanating a stable, soft golden light bright enough to illuminate several meters ahead, walking lightly and firmly, as if the darkness and hardships pose no obstacles to him. He remains silent, only making necessary guiding gestures and eye signals, not uttering a word. His star-like eyes occasionally observe the surrounding environment, revealing a distant and complex emotion, as if reminiscing or recognizing a long-lost place. Captain America follows closely, vigilantly observing the surroundings, while also closely monitoring the state of this silent guide. Natasha and Barton flank the group, still cautious and not daring to relax. Stark is being supported by Barton and Lin, his armor having become a heavy metal burden, relying solely on his physical strength to walk, his complexion pale from exhaustion. Lin's body remains weak, but he feels somewhat better compared to his previous near-uncontrolled state. It seems that the power within him has entered a relatively stable dormant phase since the awakening of the child of the Star Core. Can we trust him? Barton asked in a very low voice through the private channel of the communicator. Although the boy saved the captain and Stark, the shadows of Hydra and Red Skull loom too heavily. So far he has shown no hostility, Captain America replied, his gaze still fixed on the boy's back. He saved us and is, stay vigilant, but do not over-speculate. Stark gasped, looking at the seemingly radiant figure ahead, and couldn't help but mutter honestly, his style is completely out of place with us ragtag fugitives. I bet he's thinking this group of mortals is so troublesome. Lin did not join the communication. All his attention was focused on sensing the energy field radiating from the boy ahead. It is a very peculiar feeling, warm and pure like the warm sun in winter, nurturing his exhausted mental strength. Yet beneath this warm light, Lin's perception vaguely touched upon a trace of extremely subtle coldness and stagnation, like a dark current beneath the water. That feeling is very weak, perfectly concealed by the powerful light, and it would have been nearly undetectable were it not for the dark power of the same origin within Lin. Is that the void mark? The boy seemed to sense Lin's probing slightly, turning his head to glance at him. His expression remains calm, but Lin reads a hint of warning, or perhaps a reminder. A reminder not to delve too deeply into the shadow behind the light. Lin's heart trembled, and he immediately withdrew his perception. The boy turned back and continued onward. This path seems longer than the previous pipeline system. They ascend along the winding rock crevice, sometimes needing to climb steep slopes, sometimes squeezing through narrow cracks. The boy's guidance always chooses the path that requires the least effort and is relatively safe, avoiding several areas that appear passable but are actually fraught with the danger of collapse. He seems very familiar with this place, Natasha observed. It doesn't seem like his first time here. The Red Skull's logs mentioned that he was found and taken from somewhere. Perhaps this place is near his original dwelling. Or perhaps this passage was modified by the Red Skull using existing natural structures, and he knows these structures. This speculation makes everyone even more curious about the boy's origins. The child of the Star Core, a natural vessel of light, where exactly does he come from? As they silently move forward, time slowly passes. After an unknown period, a peculiar aura seems to arise ahead. No longer the stale air of a confined space, but carrying a hint of coldness and freshness. There's wind. Barton keenly noticed. Indeed, a faint but real cold breeze blows from the front of the passage, carrying the unique chill of the Alps above the snow line. Everyone's spirits lift. Wind means they are getting closer to the exit. The boy's pace quickens slightly, and the golden light surrounding him seems to brighten a bit, as if anticipating leaving this confined underground world. They pass through a relatively spacious cavern where a cave entrance sealed by heavy ice and snow appears ahead. Moonlight filters through the ice, casting a cool glow inside the cavern. The exit. They have finally found it. However, as everyone approaches the cave entrance, their hearts sink again. The ice sealing the entrance is extremely thick, seemingly formed over many years, and is nearly impossible to break by human effort. Moreover, the entrance is located on a steep cliff midway down, with a dark valley below and snow-covered rock walls above. Damn. After all the trouble of finding an exit, it turns out to be like this. Stark lamented, punching the ice wall, leaving only a shallow white mark. Barton tried to use an explosive arrow to blast it, but the ice only cracked a small piece, insignificant compared to the overall thickness. We need heavy-duty tools or continuous energy cutting. Our equipment is insufficient, Natasha concluded. Hope is within reach, yet this heavy natural barrier cruelly. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turns once again to the silent guide. The boy stands before the frozen cave entrance, looking up at the blurred moon through the ice. The cold moonlight reflects on his perfect profile, and in his star-like eyes a hint of deep nostalgia and sadness is revealed. He extends his hand, gently caressing the cold, uneven ice surface. Then he turns around to face everyone. He raises both hands, cupping them in front of his chest, as if holding an invisible object. The golden light surrounding him begins to retract and compress, no longer radiating brilliance, but gathering like liquid gold between his cupped hands. Gradually, a golden sphere the size of a fist, exuding an indescribable warmth and light, takes shape. The core of that sphere is an incredibly pure and condensed power of light. The energy contained within makes Lin's stellar power tremble and resonate, and Stark's damaged armor's radiation detector instantly issued a piercing overload alarm. The boy's originally rosy complexion visibly paled at an observable speed, as if gathering this light sphere consumed an immense amount of his energy. The hidden void mark within him seems to have become unstable due to the violent mobilization of the light power, and faintly twisted shadows begin to flash momentarily in the depths of his pure eyes. He looks towards the heavy ice layer, slowly pushing his hands forward. No loud noise, no explosion. That condensed golden light sphere quietly penetrates the thick ice layer like a hot knife through butter. In the next moment, golden cracks lit up, countless inside the ice layers centered around where the light sphere entered. The cracks rapidly spread, instantly covering the entire sealed cave entrance. Crack, crack, crack. A delicate sound of shattering arises. Following that, in the astonished gazes of everyone, the hard and thick ice layer, frozen for who knows how many years, begins to rapidly melt and vaporize from the inside, like spring snow under direct sunlight. Not shattering, but directly disappearing. In just a few breaths, a circular passage wide enough for several people to walk side by side emerges in the center of the thick ice layer, its edges smooth like a mirror. Not shattering, but directly disappearing. In just a few breaths, a circular passage wide enough for several people to walk side by side emerges in the center of the thick ice layer, its edges smooth like a mirror. He is so weak that he can barely stand, and Captain America immediately steps forward to support him. Leaning against Captain America, he breathes heavily, gazing at the familiar snow-covered towering mountains and the deep starry sky outside the cave, his eyes filled with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Home. Or have we entered another, even broader cage? Yet no matter what, they have finally left that nightmare-filled underground laboratory and returned to the embrace of the Alps. But is safety what awaits them outside? Have Hydra's pursuers already laid a net? The silent guide, with his incredible power, opened a path for them, fully exposing himself to this world that is both familiar and strange to him. How should they proceed on the road ahead? What should they do next? The biting cold wind rushed into the cave like a knife, instantly dispelling the damp and filth that had lingered underground. The unique, icy air above the snow line of the Alps invigorated everyone, though it also made the few scantily clad individuals shiver. Finally, they were seeing the light of day again. Yet the sense of crisis had not dissipated, instead it intensified due to their exposure in the open area. The cave entrance was located midway up a steep cliff with a deep snow-covered unshipped valley below and nearly vertical rock walls above. They were on a small rocky platform covered in snow. We need to quickly determine our location, contact headquarters, and find a way down the mountain. Captain America swiftly surveyed the environment. Stark, your communications. Stark helplessly tapped his unresponsive helmet. It's completely dead, just a metal can. All electronic devices, including positioning and communication, had failed. This meant they had lost all contact with the outside world, unable to call for support or ascertain their precise location. Natasha and Barton immediately sprang into action. Using her memory and the starry sky, though the clouds were thick, a few familiar stars were occasionally visible. Natasha roughly assessed their direction. Barton utilized his eagle-like vision to search for any potential paths or signs of human activity in the valley below, or perhaps the shadows of pursuers. Lin leaned against the cave wall, greedily inhaling the cold air, attempting to dispel the sense of decay brought on by the underground. His body remained weak, yet the stimulus of the external environment revitalized him somewhat. He looked at the pale-faced youth being supported by Captain America. The youth seemed indifferent to the external cold. He simply gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes dreamy, as if deciphering long-lost constellations or communicating with some distant existence. The immense power he had just used to melt the ice clearly took a toll. Lin could feel that the once mighty force of light within the youth was now ebbing away like a receding tide, becoming exceedingly weak. Moreover, the void mark that had been suppressed by the light seemed to have become more active, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows waiting for the right moment to strike. We must leave this platform, it's too exposed. Natasha quickly concluded, based on the stars and mountain terrain, we might be on the eastern side of the mountain ridge, over 20 kilometers in a straight line from the base entrance we entered. The way down is over there. She pointed to a relatively gentle snow slope in the valley. But we need to be very careful, the risk of an avalanche is very high. Just then Barton suddenly hissed, something's happening. Everyone instantly became alert, looking in the direction Barton. They saw several fast-moving black dots on the opposite ridge of the valley below. Soon a low, unnatural buzzing sound filled the air, not that of natural wind or snow. Drones. Stark's expression changed. Their Hydra models. They found us. Indeed, several sinister-looking black drones equipped with reconnaissance devices and weaponry emerged from the clouds like vultures circling above them. Red scanning beams swept down, locking onto their platform. We've been exposed. Move. Captain America decisively ordered. Everyone immediately shifted towards the direction Natasha indicated, heading for the snow slope. Captain America continued to carry the weakened youth. He was almost unable to walk on his own. Stark struggled to keep up with the aid of Lin and Barton. Natasha took the rear, attempting to disrupt the drones' targeting with her energy pistol. However, the drones were not just for reconnaissance. Whoosh! A searing energy beam shot from one of the drones, hitting the edge of the platform, where they had just stopped, instantly melting and evaporating the snow and rock. They have weapons. Find cover. Barton shouted, drawing his bow and firing an arrow at a diving drone. The arrow struck the drone's engine with precision, causing it to emit black smoke as it spiraled down into the valley. But more drones joined the attack. Energy beams rained down like a storm, creating charred craters in the snow. The explosions sent snowflakes flying everywhere. Worse still, the intense sounds of the explosions and energy fluctuations began to resonate with the snowpack on the slope. Avalanche. Watch out, Natasha warned sharply. Just as she finished speaking, a deep, thunderous roar echoed. A massive amount of snow began to loosen and slide, first as a trickle, then merging into an unstoppable torrent of white, like a colossal white tsunami rushing down the steep slope towards them. The might of nature was far more terrifying than Hydra's weapons. Run to that rocky outcrop over there. Captain America pointed to a huge eagle beak-like rock protruding to the left front, which was the only place that could potentially avoid the main impact of the avalanche. Survival instincts drove everyone to unleash their last reserves of strength, desperately sprinting towards that rock. Lin felt a burning pain in his lungs, the cold air cutting into him like a knife, and his legs felt like they were filled with lead. Stark was almost dragged along by Barton and Lin. Captain America carried the youth, his steps still steady, but his speed was inevitably affected. The speed of the avalanche was beyond imagination. The white wave of death roared behind them, threatening to crush everything in its path. They were on the verge of being swallowed. The youth slung over Captain America's shoulder moved again. He struggled to raise his hand, aiming at the leading edge of the approaching snow wave, and a not so powerful, yet remarkably resilient golden light barrier burst forth from his fingertips. The barrier acted like an invisible dam, temporarily blocking the most ferocious impact of the snow wave. Although the barrier trembled violently under the avalanche's massive energy, threatening to shatter at any moment, it bought them precious seconds. Seizing this critical moment, everyone rolled and crawled to the base of the eagle beak rock, pressing tightly against the rock wall. Boom! The main flow of the avalanche rushed down, brushing against the edge of the barrier with immense force, plunging into the deep valley below, sending up a cloud of snow that enveloped the entire valley. The eagle beak rock they were hiding behind endured the impact and coverage of the lateral snow flow like a reef in a stormy sea, but it ultimately was not directly consumed. After an unknown amount of time, the roar of the avalanche gradually faded, and the valley returned to silence, leaving only the howling wind and snow. The group crawled out from beneath the rocks, nearly buried by the snow still shaken. They had come perilously close to being entombed in this white grave. The buzzing of the drones had also vanished, either destroyed by the avalanche or temporarily losing their target. But the crisis was far from over. Hydra had pinpointed their general location. Although the avalanche had temporarily blocked their pursuers, it also concealed their tracks, which might similarly obstruct their way down. They had lost all modern equipment, were trapped in the vast snowy mountains with pursuers behind them and an uncertain path ahead, while bearing two extremely weak and unwell individuals. Lin looked at his weary, battered teammates, at the youth slumped half unconscious on Captain America's shoulder, and at the mountains in the distance faintly visible in the wind and snow, seemingly endless. A heavy pressure enveloped his heart. The escape route in the Alps had shifted from the darkness underground to this even more brutal and vast white. They were not merely prey, they were fugitives racing against time, nature, and their own limits. This snowy pursuit had only just begun. The valley after the avalanche fell into a deathly silence. The fierce wind whipped up snowflakes, swirling in the newly formed undulating expanse of snow, producing a sound akin to a mournful wail. Beneath the Eagle's Beak rock, a few lucky survivors struggled to free themselves from the snow, each movement heavy with the weight of having survived a catastrophe. Captain America carefully laid the unconscious boy on a relatively dry rock, brushing the ice crystals from his face and silver hair. The boy's breathing was faint, yet even as if he had merely fallen into a deep slumber. However, his pale complexion revealed that he had exhausted his strength in a bid to stop the avalanche. "Is he okay?" Natasha asked in a hushed tone while vigilantly scanning the surroundings, especially the opposing ridge and the sky. The threat of the drone was temporarily alleviated, but no one could guarantee that Hydra lacked other tracking methods. "Vital signs are weak, but stable." Captain America felt the boy's carotid artery, his brow furrowing. "He needs warmth and real rest. Stark leaned against the rock face, attempting to rouse his completely silent armor, but aside from the dull metallic sounds, there was no response. "We need energy, we need communication, we need to get out of this godforsaken place. Now, not only have we lost all our high-tech gear, but we also have 2 patients to worry about." His tone was laced with frustration, yet his eyes continued to dart around, rapidly seeking any possible chance for survival. Lin curled up in a corner, trembling from the cold. The frantic escape had nearly drained him of his last ounce of strength. Even worse, the void within him seemed to awaken due to the combination of his extreme weakness and the harsh external environment, like a venomous snake lurking beneath the ice, radiating a chilling desire. He had to concentrate all his mental energy to barely suppress it. Barton climbed to a high point on Eagle's Beak rock, using his extraordinary vision to scan the distance. The wind and snow had eased somewhat, improving visibility. He carefully observed the valley's direction, the terrain formed by the avalanche, and the silhouettes of the distant mountains. "The good news is that the avalanche seems to have temporarily blocked our pursuers. At least, I don't see any signs of activity on the opposite ridge." Barton's voice came from above, tinged with a hint of relief. "The bad news is that our planned route down the mountain is completely buried, and it seems we veered off the direction Natasha previously assessed." He slid down, crudely sketching in the snow with an arrow. "We might be here, now deeper in the valley." According to the map in his memory, if they followed this valley downstream, approximately 20 to 30 kilometers away, there was a point marked as a seasonal weather observation station. That was the only place in this area where artificial structures and supplies might exist. "Seasonal? Does that mean there might be no one there now?" Stark asked. "It's likely abandoned, but that's better than nothing. Perhaps we can find an old radio, some fuel, or at least a place to shield from the wind and snow." Barton explained, "That's our only clear objective right now." Captain America looked at the rough sketch in the snow, pondered for a moment, and decisively commanded, "Let's go there. We can't linger. Our body temperature is dropping too fast. We must keep moving. Romanoff, scout ahead. Barton, you guide the way and cover our rear. Starkland, you two keep an eye on each other and follow closely. I'll take care of." He glanced at the unconscious boy. There was no time to hesitate. The group adjusted their damp clothing. The thermal insulation of their battle suits had significantly deteriorated after being soaked, and wrapped any fabric they could find around themselves, preparing to set off. Captain America lifted the boy once more, securing him with the rope he had gathered earlier. The boy's body was light, but in this icy wilderness, every extra weight was a severe test of their physical endurance. Natasha glided down the rocks like a snow fox, blending into the snowy expanse ahead, her figure flickering in and out of visibility in the wind and snow as she sought out a relatively safe route for the team. Barton stayed at the back of the group, walking backward, his sharp gaze scanning the rear and flanks for any potential tracking. Stark and Lin leaned on each other, trudging in the snow behind Captain America. Stark had lost the power assistance of his armor, and with each step the damaged metal components scraped and clanked, creating noise and draining his already limited energy. Lin was practically leaning all his weight on Stark, his consciousness flickering between clarity and haze, sustained solely by a primal instinct for survival. The journey was extremely arduous. The snow left by the avalanche was exceedingly soft, often engulfing a leg up to the thigh, and pulling it out required immense effort. The cold wind whipped against their faces and hands like icy lashes, quickly numbing exposed skin. Visibility remained low, relying solely on Barton's sense of direction and the vague footprints left by Natasha to proceed. Time seemed frozen, with endless white and bone-chilling cold surrounding them. After who knows how long, Lin felt his consciousness teetering on the brink of frostbite. The void within him seemed to grow lazy due to the extreme cold, becoming less active, but this was not a good sign. It meant his life force was also waning. He looked up at Captain America's broad and steadfast back, watching him carry another life with unwavering determination, despite his own exhaustion, a mysterious force keeping him from collapsing. Stark was in equally dire straits. His lips were turning purple from the cold, his breaths rapid, and the arms supporting Lin trembled. "Hang in there, kid. I don't want to report to the captain that I lost our precious energy indicator." He tried to dispel despair with humor, but his voice was broken and unconvincing. Just as everyone felt the limits of their endurance approaching, Natasha, who was scouting ahead, suddenly signaled. An all-clear signal urging them to hurry. The group felt a surge of energy, pushing themselves forward with their last remaining strength. After passing through a snow wall shaped by the wind, the sight before them nearly brought tears to their eyes. Before them stood a low rustic cabin built from logs and stones, half buried in a windbreak on the hillside, its roof thickly blanketed in snow, with a rusty tin chimney jutting out at an angle. Beside the cabin was a similarly dilapidated small radio antenna tower leaning at a precarious angle. The windows were boarded up and a large rusty padlock hung from the door. This was the seasonal weather observation station Barton had seen on the map, and it looked like it had been abandoned for quite some time. Yet this was still a glimmer of hope. A shelter to escape the wind and snow. This is it, Barton exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Natasha had already checked the surroundings of the cabin, confirming there were no traps or signs of recent human activity. She approached the door, examining the rusty lock. Let me handle this. Captain America stepped forward, carefully laying the boy down and entrusting him to Natasha's care. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the lock's body with both hands, his muscles tensing as he exerted force. Crack! The rusty lock cylinder was forcibly twisted apart by his strength. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a smell mingled with dust, mildew, and the scent of aged wood rushed out. Inside, the light was dim, but the light filtering through the doorway revealed a small space of only a dozen square meters. In the corner stood a stone fireplace, beside which lay some dry kindling and a few logs. There was a crude wooden bed covered with moldy animal skins, a table, a chair, and a faded hand-drawn map of the mountainous region hung on the wall. In the corner of the room was even an old hand-crank radio device covered in thick dust. For them on the brink of despair, this place felt like paradise. Hurry, everyone in, Captain America called out. Stark and Lin stumbled into the cabin, instantly enveloped by the relatively warm air, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Barton entered last, carefully closing the door and bracing it from the inside with a sturdy wooden stick. Captain America and Natasha quickly sprang into action. Captain America checked the fireplace and chimney, confirming they were clear before immediately attempting to start a fire with the flint and kindling he found. Natasha quickly inspected the entire cabin, ensuring there were no other exits or potential dangers, and gathered all useful items she could find. A battered kettle, a few rusty cans to check if they were expired, and a small bundle of relatively dry firewood in the corner. Soon a faint flame flickered to life in the fireplace, its orange glow dispelling the darkness and some of the chill in the room, illuminating each weary yet hopeful face. They had found a temporary refuge. Yet this hope, like the flickering flame in the fireplace, remained fragile. The wind and snow outside showed no signs of stopping. The threat of Hydra still loomed, and their own conditions, along with the unconscious Star Core child and the secrets he carried, continued to hang over them like a sword. In this cold world, this faint warmth and hope were all the motivation they had left to keep moving forward. The flames in the fireplace grew stronger, the wood crackling as it burned, casting a warm orange glow that danced in the small room, elongating shadows on the rough wooden walls. The lingering chill was finally being pushed back a bit, although the sound of wind and snow outside remained clear. This small space offered a flicker of safety that allowed them to breathe. Stark and Lin En huddled together, wrapped in the beast skins they had pulled from the bed, which were moldy, yet barely kept them warm, shivering uncontrollably as their bodies gradually recovered from the extreme cold. Natasha melted the clean snow at the door with a broken kettle, boiling a pot of hot water and handing it to each person in turn. The warm water flowed down their throats and into their nearly frozen stomachs, bringing an indescribable comfort. Captain America carefully placed the still unconscious boy on the only wooden bed, wrapping him tightly with extra beast skins. The boy's breathing was steady, but his face remained pale, as if the light within him had fallen into a deep slumber to resist the avalanche and the cold. Barton stood guard, positioned by the only window, peering through the gaps in the wooden boards to observe the situation outside. The wind and snow seemed to have lessened, but night had already fallen, and the nights in the Alps were fraught with danger. We need to devise our next plan. Captain America's voice rose above the crackling fire, steady and powerful, dispelling the lethargy brought by fatigue. We cannot stay here for long. Hydra won't give up. They likely have heat detection or other means to find us. We need communication. We need support. That radio is our only hope. Stark pointed at the dusty old relic in the corner. But I need a power source. Even just a little power to charge the core module of the armor would suffice, allowing me to start the basic diagnostics and communication functions. His gaze was fervent as he looked at the hand-crank generator. The hand-crank generator is inefficient and requires physical strength, Natasha reminded him. Given our current state, it's better than nothing, Stark interjected. Stark struggled to stand, moving to the radio to clear away the dust and check the wiring. Despite his weakness, his engineer instincts compelled him to seek any potential technical solutions. Captain America turned to Lin En. Lin En, how are you holding up? Lin En cradled the warm kettle, feeling the warmth seep through the ceramic into his palms as he concentrated and looked within himself. The feeling of weakness weighed heavily upon him, like lead dragging down his limbs and bones. But perhaps due to the departure from the oppressive environment of the underground laboratory or the relative safety of this moment, he felt the restless turmoil within him settle somewhat, becoming less aggressive, more like a dormant state waiting for the right moment. Still very weak, but it has quieted down a bit, Lin En replied honestly. I need time to recover, but I am unsure how long it will take. He glanced at the boy on the bed and added, his light seems to make me feel a bit more comfortable, more stable. Captain America nodded, his gaze returning to the sleeping boy. This mysterious child of the Star Corps was shrouded in enigmas. His awakening, his power, his intentions, all concerned the fate of the entire team. We must attempt to communicate with him. I'm determined, Captain America declared. When he wakes up next, we need to understand what he knows about Red Skull, about the sanctum, about himself, and about the power within you, Lin En. At that moment, a low exclamation came from Stark. Hey, I found something. Everyone turned to see Stark pulling out a palm-sized hardshell notebook wrapped in oilcloth from beneath the base of the old. While hidden, Stark dusted it off and carefully opened the notebook by the fire. The pages of the notebook had yellowed and become brittle, filled with neatly written German script interspersed with simple topographical sketches and data records. Is this a meteorological observation log? Natasha leaned in to look. Stark flipped through quickly, his knowledge of German sufficient to read it. Not entirely. Look here. He pointed to several pages. The recorder seems to be more than just a meteorologist. He recorded some anomalous phenomena. The contents of the log gradually caught the attention of several people. In April 1945, persistent low-frequency energy fluctuations were observed in the Southeast Valley unrelated to the weather system. Of unknown origin, suspected to be related to the rumored Hydra secret research facility. In May of the same year, multiple records of brief but intense energy bursts accompanied by geomagnetic disturbances were noted. Villagers reported seeing strange lights in the mountains. With the news of the wars and the energy fluctuations gradually weakened and disappeared. It was speculated that the Hydra facility had been abandoned or destroyed. However, in recent months, the most recent date in the notes was a few months ago, faint energy signals similar to historical records were detected again, intermittent and extremely unstable. Someone is reactivating it there. The log abruptly ended. The cabin fell into silence, only the sound of the burning fire remained. This log confirmed their previous suspicions that Red Skull's base had indeed been briefly reactivated, likely the Echo project, and had drawn attention from the outside. Why hide the notes? A sense of foreboding enveloped them. The disappearance of this observer was likely connected to Hydra. Barton turned from the window, saying, "But what about the owner of this notebook?" Natasha posed the crucial question. Why hide the notes? A sense of foreboding enveloped them. The disappearance of this observer was likely connected, and this Stark pulled out a small, faded black and white photograph from the notebook sleeve. The photograph showed a young man in an old-fashioned mountaineering outfit, smiling brightly, standing at the door of the observation station, with the summer Alps in the background. He had a telescope hanging from his chest. On the back of the photograph, a small handwritten note read, "To the discoverer, if I meet with misfortune, the truth lies in the eagle's nest. Watch out for the Illuminati." Eagle's nest. Illuminati. Captain America furrowed his brow. He knew the Eagle's Nest as a famous mountaintop fortress of Hitler in the Alps, but what connection did it have to this place? And Illuminati. The name was steeped in mystery, often associated with various conspiracy theories. Another enigma. Stark rubbed his temples. It seems like we've fallen into a larger spider web. The clues appeared to increase, but the fog ahead showed no signs of lifting, instead it thickened. Hydra, Red Skull's legacy, the child of the Star Core, the power within Lin En, and now the possible existence of a third-party force, Illuminati. Along with an unknown location, Eagle's Nest. It was as if they stood in the center of a vast maze where every path led deeper into the unknown. The fire continued to burn, providing warmth and light, but the darkness outside the cabin seemed to harbor more silent whispers and lurking dangers. Their brief respite needed to end swiftly. The next step was to attempt to repair the communication, wait for the boy to awaken for a conversation, or follow the new clues to the mysterious Eagle's Nest. Every choice could lead them toward entirely different fates. The small cabin of the abandoned observation station stood in the cold night of the Alps like a solitary boat, with its light shining amidst the storm. The fire in the fireplace became the core that sustained life and hope, with each person drawing as close as possible to absorb its precious warmth. Stark was still struggling with the old radio and the hand-cranked generator, sweat trickling down his forehead and instantly freezing on the cold floor. Barton and Natasha took turns resting and keeping watch, maintaining a minimum level of physical recovery. Lin curled up by the fire, his consciousness in a state of half-dream, half-awake. The extreme fatigue of his body prevented him from staying awake, yet the turmoil of power within him and the potential dangers outside kept him from truly falling asleep. At the deepest layer of his consciousness, that void swirled like the undercurrents of a deep sea, slowly spiraling, no longer violent, but carrying an unsettling patience. Captain America sat on the chair by the bed, eyes closed in rest, but his senses remained alert, attuned to any movement outside and any changes in the young man on the bed. Time passed slowly amidst the silence and the sound of the wind and snow. In the late hours, just as Stark was about to give up and rest before trying the hand-crank generator again, a faint sound like a sigh came from the bed. Captain America immediately opened his eyes. Natasha and Barton also became instantly alert. On the bed, the silver-haired youth's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before slowly opening. Those star-like eyes under the dim firelight held a trace of confusion from awakening, yet quickly regained their clarity and tranquility, as if they could see through everything. He turned his gaze, examining the unfamiliar small cabin, his eyes sweeping over the fireplace and the surrounding people, finally resting on Captain America, who was closest to him. He was not alarmed, nor did he show hostility. He simply looked quietly, as if trying to read the information about his surroundings and the others. "You are awake." Captain America spoke in the gentlest tone possible, signaling to the others to remain calm and avoid any rash movements. "How do you feel? Do you need water?" The young man looked at him, but did not immediately respond. He tried to move a finger, seemingly wanting to sit up, but his body was evidently still weak. Captain America picked up the warm water bottle beside him, poured a small cup of hot water, and brought it to his lips. The young man hesitated for a moment, but then slightly parted his lips and took small sips. The warm water seemed to restore some of his strength. "Thank you." A clear, soft voice imbued with an ancient resonance echoed directly in everyone's minds. It was not heard through the ears, but transmitted directly through consciousness. Telepathy. Everyone's hearts jolted, but they were not overly surprised. Given the power he exhibited, possessing such an ability seemed reasonable. "We should thank you," Captain America replied steadily, also trying to focus his thoughts. "You saved us twice." He was referring to interrupting the self-destruction and blocking the avalanche. The young man shook his head slightly, and his thoughts came again. "You awakened me first. You broke the long silence." His thoughts carried an indescribable sense of the passage of time, as if he had slept for countless ages. "Do you know who you are? Do you know what happened?" Natasha stepped forward, also inquiring through thoughts, her question direct and crucial. The young man's gaze fell upon the flickering flames, his expression becoming somewhat distant and sorrowful. "I am Ire, the son of the Star Corps, as you know. From a village beyond the mountains, a place that guards the inheritance of..." His thoughts flowed like a gentle stream, carrying the ripples of memory's red skull. "He found us. He needs a vessel to complete his sacred fusion. I am the chosen one." His narration confirmed the contents of the Red Skull's journal. "He did many painful things to me." Ire's thoughts radiated clear fear and pain. He forcibly branded the dark mark onto my light core. He wanted to create a balance of light and dark to open the gateway to the sanctuary of origin. Stark could not help but ask, then realized the other party was using telepathy and immediately repeated the question in his mind. Ire looked at Stark, then glanced at Lin, who was struggling to stay awake due to their communication. Not completely successful. Ire's thoughts were affirmative. Light and dark are not simply fused. They are two sides of a paradox. The mark is corroding me, but it cannot consume me. I fell into slumber using the power of the light core to confine it, maintaining a fragile balance. Until your arrival. His gaze finally fixed on Lin. "You are very special." Ire's thoughts carried a hint of curiosity and inquiry within you. "There is also light, warm and powerful like a newborn star. But there is also darkness, not a mark, but a more essential coexistence. This is quite strange. What Red Skull sought was a forcibly branded balance, while you seem to be a natural unity of contradictions." Lin felt Ire's attention and struggled to sit up, responding in his mind. I don't know. My powers were gained by accident. They often conflict, trying to control me." Ire listened quietly, then transmitted a wave of extremely gentle thoughts imbued with soothing power, gently touching Lin's spiritual core. Lin immediately felt the cold turmoil within him being soothed by this warm power, as if the snow and ice were being illuminated by sunlight. I sensed pain and struggle. Ire's thoughts were filled with compassion. The darkness whispers, tempting you, but your light is resilient. It protects you. He paused, continuing to transmit information, this time addressing everyone. Red Skull failed, but the mark he left and the coordinates of this base became a beacon. Those inheritors of his madness. Echo. They found it. They cannot fully awaken me due to the lack of the key. Captain America grasped the crux. Ire's gaze swept over Lin again. The complete light of the Star Core, or a harmonizer capable of bearing and coordinating the paradox of light and dark. He might just be that key. He pointed directly at Lin. Red Skull's notes mentioned another key. Natasha confirmed. The cabin fell into silence. All the clues connected. Lin's existence was crucial for Hydra to complete the unfinished business of the Red Skull. We must stop them. Captain America's voice resonated in reality and thought, carrying an undeniable determination. Whatever is in the sanctuary, it must not fall into Hydra's hands. Ire looked at Captain America, a glimmer of appreciation and worry flashing in his eyes. Stopping them is necessary, but the sanctuary is not simply a disaster. Ire's thoughts became serious. It is the ancient place where the light of origin first touched the void, where the paradox was born. It contains immense knowledge and power. Falling into evil hands would naturally be a disaster, but if guided correctly, it might also bring enlightenment. The pursuers will not stop. They crave the seed and the key. This place is not safe. Stark transmitted the notebook and photos through thought. Do you know the Eagle's Nest and the Illuminati? Ire saw the notebook and photos, and for the first time, there was a clear emotional fluctuation in his thoughts, surprise and a hint of hope. Hans. He recognized the person in the photo. He was a friend. He tried to warn my people, but he did. His thoughts carried sadness, then turned serious. The Eagle's Nest. I know of it. It is not Hitler's fortress. It is an older name and entrance to an ancient relic similar to the place we guard. And the Illuminati. He paused for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. They are another group of seekers, but unlike Red Skull, they seek knowledge and balance, not power and control. They might be able to provide help, or at least not be enemies. We must go there. Captain America decided swiftly. Ire, can you guide us? And how do you need us to help you? Ire was silent for a moment, seemingly assessing his physical state. My light core needs time to recover. The erosion of the mark has become active due to previous consumption. I need the help of the key. He looked at Lin. Your light can nourish me, stabilizing the mark, and my light might also help you better understand the darkness within you. Lin paused, then understood that this meant a deeper level of energy interaction, perhaps even a mental connection. This undoubtedly came with risks, but it seemed to be the only way to strengthen both sides and cope with the pursuing enemies. Dim light flickered in the cabin, establishing trust through communication, pointing towards a more complex path ahead. They would head to the Eagle's Nest, seeking potential allies' help, while Lin and I needed to attempt a dangerous, deep coordination to face the inevitably greater challenges ahead. The fire crackled, illuminating each serious and determined face. The brief tranquility was about to end. The next storm might be even more intense. The air in the small room seemed to freeze. Captain America, Natasha Barton, and Stark all focused their gazes on Lin En and AI Air. AI Air's proposal of deep synergy sounded like the key to breaking the current predicament, but the risks it entailed were self-evident. Lin En's void within was extremely unstable, while AI Air bore the void mark left by the Red Skull. What would happen when these two different yet related dark powers came into contact? No one knew. Lin En looked into AI Air's pure and earnest starry eyes, his heart waging an internal. Although the whispers of the void were temporarily suppressed by AI Air's power, they had not vanished. They lurked in the depths of his consciousness like a serpent, exuding disdain for the tainted light within AI Air and a faint imperceptible longing. Would devouring that mark make the void even stronger? Yet at the same time he longed to free himself from this. AI Air's light brought him an unprecedented sense of peace. If this light could indeed help him understand and control the void, even just a little, it would be worth the risk. Moreover, it was currently the only method to quickly restore combat power and protect the team. What should I do? Lin En took a deep breath and made his decision in his mind. AI Air's comforting thoughts reached him. Relax. Trust me. Bring your consciousness slowly closer to me. Do not resist my light. Let it guide you. Captain America stepped forward and said gravely, Lin En, proceed with caution. If anything feels off, stop immediately. He then looked at AI Air. AI Air, I'm counting on you. AI Air nodded slightly. Lin En closed his eyes, striving to eliminate distractions and focus on his spiritual core. He could see the dark golden sea of energy and the ominous darkness swirling deep within. He cautiously attempted to extend a thread of consciousness like a trembling antenna reaching toward AI Air. At first, a warm light enveloped his consciousness, akin to the sunshine of spring, dispelling all coldness and anxiety. It was AI Air's light. This gentle yet firm glow guided his consciousness forward. Then he saw AI Air's spiritual world. It was an incredibly vast and brilliant sea of stars. Countless warm points of light swirled and flowed like a galaxy full of life, hope, and tranquility. Is this the inner world of the child of the star core? So grand, so beautiful. However, at the center of this dazzling sea of stars, Lin En saw an extremely discordant presence. A massive dark red mark that spun like a black hole, devouring the surrounding light. The edges of the mark twisted unpredictably, extending countless small shadowy chains that ensnared the nearby starlight, attempting to taint it and pull it into the abyss. That was the void mark left by the Red Skull. It exuded a brutal and painful aura, twisted and filled with the coercive essence of humanity, sharing the same origin with the void within Lin En. As Lin En's consciousness, imbued with the intertwining of his light and dark nature, approached this sea of stars, and the central mark, an anomaly occurred. The light in AI Air's sea seemed to welcome his arrival, becoming more vibrant and bright, actively swirling around him, merging with his dark golden stellar power, creating a comforting and vibrant resonance. But the void deep within his consciousness reacted violently to the central mark. Counterfeit, flawed imprint, painful remnant. Devour, purify, let it return to nothingness. The piercing wails of the void echoed again, more frenzied and urgent than ever. It seemed to view that mark as a stain that needed to be eliminated, a mistake that should not exist. Lin En felt his consciousness being instantly pulled into the eye of an invisible storm. On one side was AI Air's warm, soothing light attempting to guide him, while on the other was the dark, destructive desire within him, eager to pounce on the mark. His consciousness felt as if it was being torn apart by two immense forces, almost shattering. Steady yourself. AI Air's anxious thoughts reached him, his sea of stars shining brightly, trying to suppress the central mark while tightly wrapping Lin En's restless consciousness. Do not let it dominate you. Feel the bond of light. We are allies, not prey. Lin En cried out in pain, screaming as he fiercely resisted the urges of the void on a conscious level. He recalled the trusting gazes of his teammates, remembered his vow to protect them and the will of existence. He no longer tried to completely suppress the void's hostility toward the mark, because it seemed like an instinctive rejection, but rather attempted to, just like before when guiding energy attacks, focus and channel that hostility. He directed the void's destructive desire from aimless fury toward a concrete and controllable target. The dark red mark that was continuously eroding AI Air's sea of stars. But not to devour, rather. To expel. To purify. That is the enemy. The enemy that erodes the light. Help us destroy it. Lin En issued a clear command to the void with his will. Miraculously, the Void, which had been trying to seize control, hesitated slightly upon receiving this clear directive that aligned with its partial purification instinct, though its method of purification was total destruction. Then the frenzied power no longer attempted to completely engulf Lin En's consciousness, but followed his guidance, transforming into a condensed dark golden torrent, filled with annihilation, shooting toward the Void mark at the center of the sea of stars like a sword. At the same time, AI Air also concentrated all his light power, combining it with the extraordinary force Lin En had guided to strike that mark. Light and dark, two forces that should have been opposing, reached a momentary and fragile synergy thanks to Lin En, this unique harmonizer, and their shared goal, to eliminate the pollution left by the Red Skull. Boom. A tremendous rumble seemed to resonate in the invisible realm of the mind. The dark red mark twisted and shook violently under the combined assault, emitting a silent shriek. Its extending chains of darkness snapped one by one, and the mark's own radiance dimmed considerably, as if it had been weakened by a layer. However, this synergy placed an immense burden on Lin En and AI Air. Lin En felt as though his body was entirely drained, his throat tasted sweet, and he violently spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His consciousness instantly rebounded from AI Air's spiritual world, darkness engulfing him, as he fell backward, caught by Natasha, who had been watching him closely. AI Air on the bed also let out a muffled groan, a trickle of golden blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his surrounding light flickering rapidly before fading away, plunging him back into unconsciousness, his complexion even paler than before. Lin En. AI Air. Captain America called anxiously. Everyone in the small room was stunned by this sudden turn of events. What happened to them? Stark asked anxiously. Natasha quickly checked Lin En's vital signs. Lin En is unconscious, his vital signs are weak, but relatively stable. It seems he has exhausted himself. AI Air. Similar condition, energy fluctuations extremely weak. The attempt at deep synergy had ended. The results were difficult to define as a success or failure. The Void mark seemed to have been weakened, but Lin En and AI Air had paid a heavy price, both falling into unconsciousness. Just then Barton, who was on guard, suddenly changed his expression and whispered, "Something's wrong. There are lights in the distance. Multiple sources of light are approaching rapidly. It's a snowmobile." All hearts. Hydra was still pursuing them, and at the moment when they were most vulnerable, with two key figures in a state of unconsciousness. The fleeting hope brought by deep synergy was instantly replaced by an even more pressing crisis. They had to make an immediate decision to hold their ground in the small house waiting for aid, but where was the reinforcement? Or to venture back into the wind and snow with the two unconscious individuals using the cover of night and terrain to escape. The cold choice lay once again before the survivors. The deep and powerful roar of the snowmobile engine grew closer, like the ominous beat of a drum striking at the hearts of everyone present. Through the gaps in the wooden planks one could see the direction downstream in the valley, where several bright headlights pierced through the darkness after the snowstorm, akin to the eyes of a beast rapidly approaching along the valley. At least 3 vehicles, possibly more, Barton whispered urgently, his voice quickening. They're well-equipped, armed with heavy weapons. We're trapped in here. The small cabin was instantly shrouded in an atmosphere of extreme tension. The flickering firelight from the fireplace seemed to waver in response to the sudden threat. Captain America's sharp gaze swept across the room, the unconscious and weak-breathing Lin En and AI Air, stark drained of energy and nearly combat ineffective himself, and Barton low on ammunition, and Natasha, who was in the best shape, yet still fatigued. Outside, an unknown number of enemies, heavily armed and with absolute superiority, awaited. Holding the position, this small wooden cabin would crumble before the snowmobile's machine guns and rocket launchers. Once surrounded, they would be like fish in a barrel, and along with Lin En and AI Air, they would either be captured or eliminated. Escape. Carrying 2 unconscious individuals in the dark night and snowy expanse facing pursuers with mechanized transport, the chance of success was minuscule, and they would likely be swiftly caught due to leaving clear tracks in the snow. Caught between a rock and a hard place. A dead end. Stark struggled to stand, his eyes flashing with defiance and determination. We can't just sit and wait. He'll draw them away. Although this suit is out of power, I can still serve as a conspicuous target. He intended to use himself as bait to create an opportunity for the others. No. Captain America immediately rejected. That's a death sentence. And it would be futile. He knew that Hydra's primary targets were definitely AI Air and Lin En, and Stark's bait might not be effective at all. Natasha's mind raced as her gaze fell on the old radio and hand-crank generator in the corner, then glanced at Stark. Tony, if we could provide the suit with a minimal amount of power, even just enough to activate the emergency beacon or a flare, would that be possible? Stark was momentarily stunned, quickly grasping her meaning. Minimal power. Maybe. If the hand-crank generator can sustain for 5 minutes, it might store a tiny bit of energy, just enough to activate a short-range non-directional SOS signal or release a spectrum interference flare. But whether the signal can be received is uncertain, and the flare would only buy a little time. This is our only chance. Captain America made a swift decision. Barton, Natasha, you two handle the hand-crank generator, give it your all. Stark, get your suit interface ready. He'll cover you, and prepare for a breakout. There was no time for debate. Barton and Natasha rushed to the radio with Barton cranking the heavy handle of the generator while Natasha assisted in stabilizing and quickly clearing the connection lines for Stark's suit. The handle was extremely difficult to turn, emitting a groaning sound. Barton's arm muscles tensed, instantly sweat poured. Stark knelt on the ground, opening a hidden emergency power interface on the suit's waist, anxiously waiting. Captain America quickly secured the unconscious Lin En and AI Air with ropes and animal skins, preparing to carry them out the moment an opportunity arose. At the same time, he stood guard behind the door, watching intently through the gap at the approaching headlights. The roar of the snowmobiles was now just a stone's throw away. Even the voices of the occupants communicating in German could be heard. The light of the headlights had illuminated the front of the cabin brightly. "Hurry, faster," Stark urged in a hushed voice, focusing on the still dim arc reactor in the suit's chest. Barton gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into turning the handle, while Natasha assisted beside him, ensuring a stable connection. Just as the first snowmobile skidded to a stop a few dozen meters in front of the cabin, several armed Hydra soldiers jumped out, fanning out to encircle the cabin. Ding! A faint sound akin to a droplet of water echoed from within Stark's suit. The arc reactor, which had previously been completely extinguished, flickered violently, illuminating a faint blue glow that was almost invisible. "That's enough," Stark shouted loudly. He suddenly raised his hand, aiming at the roof of the cabin. PFF. A rather quiet launch sound occurred as a special flare penetrated through the thin wooden roof, exploding violently. There was no great noise or flames, but rather a widespreading, constantly changing, and extremely dazzling spectrum interference smoke erupted. This smoke formed a colorful and continuously twisting light shield, instantly enveloping the cabin and the surrounding area of nearly 100 meters. Simultaneously, the suit's built-in low-power emergency SOS signal beacon sent out a brief and weak, indeterminate location SOS signal with the last bit of energy he had stored. "Go!" The back window. Captain America wasted no time, slamming open the back window of the cabin that had also been nailed shut by wooden boards at the moment the smoke erupted. In the flurry of wood chips, he leaped out first, then turned back to take Lin En and AI Air wrapped up and handed to him by Natasha and Barton, hoisting them over his shoulder. Stark, Natasha, and Barton followed, closely leaping out in succession. The Hydra soldiers, suddenly shrouded in the spectrum smoke, were thrown into chaos. The intense changing lights severely disrupted their vision and targeting equipment, causing them to temporarily lose their targets. They ran from the back. "Chase them! Don't let them get away!" Confused shouts in German and gunfire rang out in the smoke, but their accuracy was greatly diminished. Captain America, carrying two people, ran with powerful strides towards the rear of the cabin up the rugged and rocky. Stark, Natasha, and Barton followed, closely fleeing the smoke area at the fastest speed. The cold rushed in again like a tide, but the desire to survive sustained their exhausted bodies. They dared not look back, pushing themselves upward using the rocks and darkness as cover. The shouting and engine sounds behind them did not cease. Hydra clearly would not give up easily. The effect of the smoke was waning, and the pursuers would soon regroup. They had gained a brief respite, but the crisis was. The SOS signal Stark sent out was like a message in a bottle thrown into the sea with little hope. All they could rely on now was themselves and the cold, harsh Alps. On this night of choices, they chose the most difficult and dangerous path, betting everything for one last glimmer of hope, seeking life amid death. Every step taken thereafter would be like dancing on the edge of a knife. The Eagle's Nest AI Air had mentioned earlier had now become the only possible goal in their minds, a distant and vague lighthouse guiding them in desperation. In the vast darkness of night, the silent snowy expanse continued on the path of escape. The brief concealment provided by the spectral smoke was like a fleeting moment, with the harsh shouts of the Hydra soldiers behind them and the roar of the snow vehicle's engine recalibrating, clinging tightly like maggots gnawing at bone. Captain America carried Lin En and AI Air, each step sinking deep into the knee-high snow, leaving unmistakable traces on the steep slope. His breath transformed into white mist, dissipating rapidly in the frigid air. Each inhalation felt like shards of ice scraping his throat. "They are closing in. They are fast." Barton growled from the rear, hearing the unique sound of snow being crushed under the tracks. He suddenly turned, his bowstring vibrating, shooting an explosive arrow trailing fire towards the snow vehicle that was closest in pursuit. Boom. The arrow exploded a few meters in front of the vehicle, creating a wave of snow that temporarily obstructed its advance, but more vehicles were encircling from the flanks, their mounted machine guns spewing flames as bullets whizzed through the snow and rocks, splattering snow everywhere. "Find cover," Natasha shouted, accurately targeting the gunman on the snow vehicle with her energy pistol while quickly scanning the terrain. Ahead was a relatively open snow slope, while to the side lay a chaotic area of rocky debris with large stones standing tall covered in snow, forming a natural barrier. "Head towards the rocks." Captain America decisively changed direction, charging towards the rocky area. Bullets whizzed by him. The shadow of death never felt so close. Stark futilely attempted to activate any remaining functions of his armor, but apart from a few rasping electrical sounds, there was no response. He could only rely on his physical strength, crawling and rolling to keep up with the team, the damaged armor scraping against the snow and rocks with a piercing sound. Finally, the group dashed into the rocky area with great peril. The massive rocks temporarily shielded them from the dense rain of bullets, but the Hydra soldiers had already disembarked and were closing and using the rocks and snow piles for alternating cover. Conserve ammunition. Aim before firing. Captain America placed Lin En and AI Air in a hollow behind a large rock, quickly raising his shield in front of him, the clanging sound of bullets striking it ringing incessantly. He stood like a rock, providing a relatively safe area for his teammates behind him. Natasha and Barton took cover behind the rocks, efficiently suppressing the enemies. Every flash of Natasha's energy beam was inevitably accompanied by the fall of a Hydra soldier. Barton's quiver was nearly empty, every arrow aimed to kill, with explosive arrows used at critical moments to thwart enemy assaults. But there were too many enemies, and they were well-trained, working in perfect harmony. They had clearly received a death order, willing to do anything to reclaim the seed and the key. We can't go on like this. The ammunition won't last long. Barton shot his last ordinary arrow, leaving just 3 special arrows, his tone urgent. Stark leaned against a rock, gasping heavily as he looked at his armor, which once represented the pinnacle of strength and technology, now resembling scrap metal. An unprecedented sense of helplessness surged within him. He slammed his fist against the rock beside him, ice shards flying. There must be a way. There must be something I haven't thought of. He murmured, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings, over the unconscious Lin En and AI Air, over the sparks erupting from Captain America's shield. Suddenly his eyes fixed on AI Air's pale but still subtly glowing face, and a dangerously reckless thought flashed through his mind. Captain, Stark suddenly shouted, do you remember the synergy that Lin En and AI Air attempted? That collision of light and dark power? Yes, I remember. What about it? Captain America quickly responded, while blocking a stray bullet aimed at Natasha with his shield. That synergy generated a tremendous energy explosion. If we could guide that energy, even just a small part, it doesn't need to be stable, just a single explosion. Stark's voice was hoarse with excitement. Maybe it could interfere with their electronic devices, or even trigger a controllable avalanche, just like AI Air did before, but on a larger scale. Everyone was taken aback. Guiding that unstable energy which nearly brought Lin En and AI Air to death. That was too insane. But they are unconscious now. How do we guide it? Natasha questioned while changing her energy magazine. We don't need them to actively guide it. Stark spoke quickly. Lin En still has remnants of that chaotic energy field from the synergy lingering inside him. AI Air does too. Their bodies are like 2 extremely unstable energy sources right now. If we can create a strong external stimulus like a powerful energy shock or mental disturbance, it might ignite the residual energy within them that is at a critical point. Pointing to the reactor at his chest, this last bit of energy, if overloaded and released, could serve as that trigger. But we need to get close to them, and someone needs to bear most of the explosion's impact to protect them from being harmed by their own energy. The air instantly froze. Stark meant he would use himself as a trigger to ignite the dangerous energy left in Lin En and AI Air, while Captain America needed to use his shield to protect the 2 unconscious ones and withstand the potential first wave of impact. This was entirely a gamble, betting that the explosive energy would be released outward, betting that Captain America's shield could withstand the dual impact, and betting that they wouldn't be consumed by the energy storm they created. It's too dangerous. Barton objected. What if it gets out of control? There is no what if. Stark interrupted him, looking at the approaching enemies. This is the only chance. Otherwise we all die here. Captain America looked into Stark's resolute eyes, then glanced at Lin En and AI Air behind the shield, their complexions pale and breaths weak, before surveying the encroaching circle around them. He took a deep breath, the frigid air filling his lungs, making his decision instantly. Execute. Captain America's voice was decisive. Natasha, Barton, cover us. Tony, get ready. Wait for my signal. There was no time to hesitate. Natasha and Barton immediately intensified their firepower, attempting to suppress the encroaching enemies. Captain America quickly adjusted his position, using his broad back and vibranium shield to completely shield Lin En and AI Air, forming an absolute protective zone. Stark took a deep breath, concentrating the last bit of his consciousness on the reactor in his chest. He moved to Captain America's front side, facing the direction with the most enemies, arms spread wide, as if to embrace death. Now, Captain, Stark yelled, initiating the reactor's final emergency protocol, overload. But his arc reactor erupted with blinding blue and white light. The energy surged forth like a wild horse, instantly exceeding the limits of control, on the verge of exploding. At the moment this energy reached its peak, the intense and unstable energy fluctuation, like a boulder thrown into a still lake, suddenly stimulated Lin En and AI Air, who were so close. Within Lin En, the chaotic energy which had been dormant due to deep synergy was instantly ignited by this foreign energy, which also belonged to the realm of abnormal. The power of the void and stellar energy lost their fragile balance like a lit barrel of explosives. Within AI Air, the void mark that had been weakened but still existed, along with his instinctual protective light core, also received a strong resonant stimulus, igniting the residual synergy effect. Boom! An indescribable surge of terrifying energy mixed with dark golden light, starlit remnants, and void shadows exploded outwards from the center of Stark, Captain America, and the protected Lin En and AI Air, surging violently in all directions. There was no sound, or rather the sound was consumed by the energy itself. The first to be affected were the electronic devices. All the Hydra soldiers' night vision goggles, communications devices, and the control systems of the snow vehicles instantly went dark and malfunctioned. The encircling soldiers were as if struck by an invisible hammer, screaming as they clutched their heads and fell to the ground, blood oozing from their orifices. That was the direct impact of the energy field on living organisms. Next came the physical destruction. Centered around the explosion point, the snow within dozens of meters was instantly vaporized and blown away, revealing the black frozen earth and rocks beneath. The snow layers further away were severely shaken and energized. Crack, rumble. A more violent and broader avalanche than before was successfully triggered. On the upper slope, the thick snow accumulated over countless years broke free like a white giant beast, letting out a deafening roar as it surged down into the valley, mercilessly burying the confused Hydra soldiers and vehicles beneath it. The white wave of death swept away everything. In the rocky area, the core of the energy explosion. Stark had already lost consciousness at the moment of reactor overload, his body flung back by the explosion's residual force, crashing against a rock, uncertain of his fate. Captain America felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. Even with the vibranium shield blocking most of the direct energy impact, the terrifying shockwave still displaced his internal organs, making him cough up blood from his mouth. But he steadfastly protected Lin En and AI air beneath him with his body and shield like a rock that would not bend in the storm. Natasha and Barton had received Captain America's signal just before the explosion and sought shelter behind the sturdiest boulders, but even so they were shaken by the residual force of the energy storm, feeling their blood surge and a buzzing in their ears. When everything settled down, the world seemed to fall silent. The roar of the avalanche gradually faded, leaving behind a thoroughly transformed landscape and an eerie silence. The pursuing Hydra soldiers and vehicles were all buried beneath thick layers of snow, with no signs of life remaining. The moonlight once again fell upon the chaotic rocky area. The 4 survivors, if Stark was still alive, then there would be 5, struggled to emerge from behind their cover, gazing at this scene that resembled both a miracle and a hell, rendered speechless. They had won, using the most reckless and thoughtless method to temporarily repel the enemies. But at what cost? Captain America, disregarding his own injuries, immediately checked on Lin En and AI Air. The two remained unconscious, but it seemed their breaths were somewhat steadier than before. The restless energy within them appeared to have fallen into a strange, deeper state of balance after the intense explosion. He staggered over to Stark's side and checked for his breath. There was still a faint one. Though weak, he was alive. But the reactor in his chest was completely dimmed, the armor was even more severely damaged, and he himself had fallen into a deep unconsciousness due to the overload and impact. Natasha and Barton supported each other as they approached, looking at the 3 unconscious individuals, their faces devoid of any joy of victory, only heavy with the weight of survival. They had lost all their means of transportation and heavy equipment, with Stark, Lin En, and AI Air unconscious, all injured, and ammunition completely depleted. And here a massive avalanche and energy explosion had just occurred, making it unlikely to avoid drawing more attention. On the treacherous snow-covered ridge, they had narrowly won a glimmer of hope in an almost self-destructive manner, but the road ahead remained a dark and snowy abyss with no end in sight. What should be the next step? The silence following the avalanche is more haunting than the howling wind and snow. The cold moonlight casts a pallid glow on the newly formed, uneven expanse of snow, burying all traces of battle and enemies. The rocky area resembles a few isolated islands emerging from a white ocean, where the survivors stand dazed and looking around. Captain America grits his teeth against the dull pain in his insides, quickly assessing the situation. Stark, Lin En, and AI Air lie unconscious. He and Natasha, along with Barton, have all sustained varying degrees of concussive and internal injuries, their strength nearing exhaustion. Most critically, they have lost all sense of direction and purpose. The Eagle's Nest mentioned by AI Air before losing consciousness is only a vague name without a specific location. The distress signal Stark bravely sent out has a minuscule chance of being received amidst the vast snow-capped mountains. We must leave this place. Captain America's voice is hoarse, yet resolute, shattering the suffocating silence. The explosion and the avalanche created too much noise that may attract unwanted attention, whether from Hydra or others. He walks over to Stark, attempting to lift him, but the damaged armor is extraordinarily heavy, making it nearly impossible to carry another person over a long distance in his current state. We need to fashion a sled or a stretcher. Natasha immediately understands the captain's intention. She looks around, her gaze landing on the metallic debris from the wreckage of a Hydra snowmobile and some relatively straight branches from the gnarled trees. Barton also springs into action, suppressing the pain from his possibly fractured ribs as he gathers usable material. The 3 quickly bind together the meager supplies of paracord and belts scavenged from the bodies of their enemies, rapidly creating a rudimentary yet sturdy drag sled. They carefully place Stark onto the sled, wrapping him tightly with all the cloth and animal hides they can find. Lin En and AI Air are alternately carried by Captain America and Barton. There is no time for mourning or rest. They must take advantage of the night and the chaos caused by the avalanche to distance themselves as far as possible from this treacherous place. Which direction? Barton asks, surveying the nearly identical snow ridges around them. Captain America looks up, straining to discern the position of Polaris through the sparse clouds, recalling AI Air's earlier mention of the village beyond the mountains and the possible direction of the eagle's nest. Slightly northeast. Captain America makes a decision. According to my memory of the map and AI Air's hints, the eagle's nest is likely within the deeper and more remote ancient ruins of the mountain range. Let's head in that direction and take our chances. This is a genuine gamble. With no navigation, no supplies, and numerous injured, they venture deeper into the most desolate heart of the Alps. They set off again, dragging the heavy sled and carrying their companions, trudging through the boundless snow. Each step is exceptionally arduous, and their stamina is depleting at an alarming rate. Cold, hunger, pain, and fatigue gnaw at their will like four malevolent demons. Hours later, the horizon begins to lighten, signaling dawn's approach. Yet their strength is nearly spent. Captain America feels his arms numbing and tingling from carrying AI Air for so long. Barton's breath sounds like a ruptured windbag, and Natasha, as the lead scout, begins to falter. Hope flickers like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Just then, Natasha, who is on alert for the flanks, suddenly stops, crouching down to examine the snow closely. Footprints, she says softly. The others tense up, immediately becoming vigilant. Natasha observes closely. They're not military boots. They're marks from climbing boots, and there are more than one set. The footprints are fresh, less than half a day old. Not Hydra. Who could be out here in the desolate depths of the mountains? It's too dangerous this season. Perhaps local hunters. Or follow the footprints, Captain America commands decisively. Regardless of whether they are enemies or friends, this is their only lead to the outside world. They follow the footprints, turning onto a more concealed path leading between two peaks. The owner of the footprints clearly knows this area, well, having chosen a route that cleverly avoids the windswept ridges and the steep slopes prone to avalanches. As the altitude increases, the wind and snow intensify, reducing visibility. Tracking becomes difficult, but Natasha, with her top-notch tracking skills, never loses sight of the target. Just as they struggle over the pass and prepare to enter another unknown valley, Natasha, leading the way, suddenly raises her fist again, signaling for concealment. Everyone immediately crouches low, using rocks and snowdrifts for cover. Natasha points towards the valley below. Through the swirling snow and wind, they can faintly see what seems to be a flickering light near the mountain wall at the valley's bottom. Not a flashlight or headlights, more like a campfire, or the light from a small cabin. And not far down the slope below them, several figures dressed in white snowy camouflage and well-equipped are silently surrounding the source of that light. These individuals move and are equipped in a style that starkly contrasts with the Hydra they encountered earlier, appearing more professional and clandestine. Their insignia seems to bear a vaguely abstract symbol, not clearly discernible amidst the storm. Not Hydra. Barton squints. It's another group. They're surrounding the area with the light. Are they friend or foe? Who are the people at the light? Are they the owners of the footprints? And who are these encircling figures? The Illumination Society, or some other force? With unidentified encircling figures in front and the potential threat of Hydra behind them, they are trapped in a more complicated predicament, burdened with three unconscious companions. Hope seems to emerge, yet it is accompanied by even greater mysteries and dangers. What choice should they make? Should they bypass, intervene, or? The faint hope flickers like the light swaying in the valley below, seemingly within reach, yet shrouded by layers of fog and peril. The faint light at the bottom of the valley flickered uncertainly amidst the swirling snowstorm, as if it could be swallowed by the darkness at any moment. The unidentified, well-trained assailants were like wolves, sensing the scent of blood silently and swiftly tightening. The atmosphere instantly became taut. Their target is the people below, Natasha whispered, quickly analyzing. From their tactical movements, they appear to be a professional strike team, likely aiming to capture or eliminate. The people below? Could they be the Illuminati mentioned by Al? Or could they be friends of the missing observer? Barton speculated, his fingers already resting on the bowstring, even though he had only 2 arrows left. Captain America furrowed his brow, his mind racing. The light below was the only man-made source they had seen in days, possibly their only supply point and hope. But the appearance of these assailants filled everything with uncertainty. We can't take risks, Captain America said solemnly. If they are friends below, we cannot just watch them be attacked. If they are enemies, then perhaps we can temporarily use these assailants. He looked at the unconscious Stark, Lin, and Al, then glanced at his weary teammates, knowing they could not delay any longer. A decision had to be made. Natasha, Barton, stay here to protect Tony, Lin, and Al. Secure the high ground, ready to support or retreat at any moment. Captain America issued the command. I will go down and assess the situation, act according to the circumstances. Captain, it's too dangerous. You alone. Natasha protested. This is an order. Captain America's tone was firm and unquestionable. I am a smaller target, alone, agile. If the situation goes awry, I will signal you to leave with them immediately. Don't worry about me. He knew this was the riskiest plan, but it was also the only way to break the deadlock. He needed information, needed to know whether the light was friend or foe, and to understand the intentions of those assailants. Without giving his teammates a chance to refute, Captain America secured his shield silently, gliding down the steep slope, like a snow leopard utilizing the shadows of rocks and snowdrifts to swiftly approach the light at the bottom of the valley. His movements were light and agile, the qualities of a super soldier vividly displayed at this moment, leaving almost no discernible traces in the snow. He bypassed the perimeter set by the assailants and approached the light from an extremely tricky angle. As he drew closer, he realized it was a smaller, simpler stone house than the previous weather station, almost entirely embedded in a recess of the mountain wall, nearly impossible to spot without the glow. Surrounding the stone house were some ancient stone carvings half buried in snow, exhibiting an ancient style unlike modern creations. The assailants, about 7 or 8 in number, had already completed the encirclement of the stone house, with 2 guarding the only entrance while the others occupied shooting positions around, their actions clean and efficient, clearly elite. Captain America held his breath, lurking behind a massive ice shard, observing carefully. He needed to find an opportunity, a chance to assess the situation and intervene. At that moment, the thick wooden door of the stone house creaked open from the inside. A figure appeared at the doorway. It was an old man dressed in a thick, old-fashioned mountaineering outfit, his hair and beard completely white, yet his back remained straight. He held no weapon, only an ancient oil lamp emitting a steady yellow light. His face was etched with the marks of hardship, but his eyes were sharp like an eagle, showing no signs of the murkiness of age, calmly surveying the armed intruders outside. Friends outside with such heavy snow, why hide and seek? The old man's voice was loud and steady, carrying a unique rhythm that seemed to resonate with the wind and snow, clearly reaching the ears of every lurking observer, including Captain America. This humble abode, though small, can still provide some shelter from the cold. Why not come in for a cup of hot tea? The assailants clearly did not expect their target to appear so calmly, resulting in a brief moment of disturbance. The leading figure gestured to maintain vigilance, while stepping forward a few paces, his gun's muzzle slightly lowered, but not. Mr. John White, the leader asked in accented English, his voice cold. The old man White smiled faintly, the oil lamp's glow dancing on his face. It has been a long time since anyone called me that. I see it seems the knight sent you. Mr. White, we mean no offense, the leader maintained his icy tone. We were simply ordered to bring you back some ancient knowledge needs to be discussed with you. About the eagle's nest about the gate. Captain America's heart stirred. Eagle's nest. Gate. These keywords matched with the information from Al in the notebook. White's smile faded and he sighed. The pursuit of knowledge should not begin with swords. The knight remains as impatient as ever. Tell him the time is not yet ripe. Forcing the issue will only bring destruction. This was no longer your choice, Mr. White. The leader, losing patience, waved his hand. Take him away. 2 assailants immediately moved forward, attempting to seize White. At that critical moment, Captain America moved. He burst forth from behind the ice shard like a cheetah poised to pounce. His speed reached its peak, and in the moment when everyone was caught off guard, he had already dashed to the doorway of the stone house. Back off. Captain America roared, sweeping his vibranium shield to accurately knock away the weapons of the 2 advancing soldiers, while simultaneously using the shield to slam them back, causing them to stagger. This sudden turn of events caught all the assailants off guard. Captain America. The leader clearly recognized the iconic shield and outfit, his voice filled with astonishment. How did you get here? Captain America did not respond. He held his shield protectively in front of White, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surrounding enemies. This gentleman does not wish to go with you. White looked at Captain America's broad back and the legendary shield, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, then transforming into understanding and a trace of subtle gratitude. It seems there is more than one batch of guests tonight, White murmured. The assailants quickly recovered from their shotguns trained on Captain America and White. The atmosphere was tense. Captain, this is an internal matter of the Illuminati. It has nothing to do with you. The leader tried to exert pressure. It is unwise to make enemies with us. In my dictionary, coercing an old man has never been an affair, but an evil deed. Captain America stood firm. Just as a conflict was about to erupt, White gently patted Captain America's shoulder. Young man, your courage is commendable. White's voice remained calm. However, perhaps we need not resort to violence. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Captain America, his gaze sweeping over the assailants, finally resting on the leader. Tell the knight that I will meet him, but not as a prisoner, but as a seeker. But not now. White's voice carried an undeniable authority. Right now I have some matters to discuss with this captain. You may leave. The leader's expression shifted, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Captain America's unexpected appearance had disrupted their plans, and forcibly capturing him posed too great a risk. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, shot a fierce glare at Captain America and White, and made a gesture to retreat. We will meet again, Mr. White. And you, Captain. Leaving this threat behind, the group of mysterious assailants swiftly retreated into the snowstorm, disappearing with the crisis was temporarily averted. Captain America sighed in relief, but did not fully lower his guard. He turned to look at the mysterious old man White beside him. White was also looking at him, the glow of the oil lamp illuminating his eyes, which were deep like an ancient well. So, Mr. Steve Rogers, White slowly spoke, calling out Captain America's name. What about those friends of yours hiding on the hillside bearing the Star Child and Paradox Key? Won't they come in to warm up? The wind and snow outside could be deadly. Captain America was shaken to his core. He not only knew his name, but also that there were others on the hillside, even aware of Al and Lin's presence. And That mysterious title. The light at the bottom of the valley not only brought the possibility of warmth, but also illuminated a deeper White's words struck Captain America like a massive stone cast into his heart. He not only knew of their arrival, but was also completely aware of the secret code names of L and Lin. Who exactly is this old man? There was no time for deep thoughts. The pressing matter was to provide shelter for their exhausted and injured teammates. Captain America immediately signaled for safety to the hilltop. Soon Natasha and Barton dragged the sled, carrying Stark burdened with Lin and Elle struggling down from the valley. When they saw White standing at the door of the stone house, exuding an extraordinary demeanor along with the grave expression on Captain America's face, they all realized the situation was unusual. White's gaze swept over the unconscious Stark, Lin, and Elle, lingering especially on Elle and Lin for a moment, his eyes flashing with a complex and inscrutable light, nostalgia, sorrow, and a hint of relief. "Come in, children," he said, stepping aside to let them through, his tone gentle yet authoritative. "The wall of silence here can temporarily shield against unnecessary prying." Everyone followed his instructions and entered the stone house. The interior was more spacious than expected, simply furnished, yet exuding an aura of ancient profoundness. The stone walls were polished, relatively smooth, engraved with various incomprehensible ancient symbols and stars. A huge stone fireplace occupied one wall, filled with unknown wood that burned with a faint, pleasant aroma, providing warmth and light. In the corner lay some animal hides, books, and simple living utensils. Most striking was the complex disc in the center of the room, embedded with various metals and unknown crystals approximately 2 meters in diameter. The patterns on the disc resembled the energy symbols Elle had used before, currently emitting an extremely faint, breath-like glow. Natasha and Barton carefully placed Stark, Lin, and Elle in a corner covered with thick animal hides. Captain America briefly explained their situation to White, omitting some details, but indicating that they were pursued by Hydra and highlighting the uniqueness of Elle and Lin. White listened quietly, nodding occasionally without interrupting. He took out a ceramic jar, fetched clean snow from outside to melt, added some hay and roots to brew, and soon a warm herbal aroma filled the room. He distributed the brewed herbal tea to everyone. After Captain America, Natasha, and Barton drank it, they immediately felt a warm current spreading from their stomachs to their limbs, dispelling much of the cold and fatigue, even alleviating some internal injuries. This tea is made from star moss and earthroot. It has a slight effect on restoring physical strength and stabilizing the mind, White explained, then moved to examine the 3 unconscious individuals. He first looked at Stark, pressing his fingers near his carotid artery, and the reactor on his chest, shaking his head. The forced merger of machinery and life. Severe overextension, the soul's flame is weak. It will take time and a suitable energy environment for him to awaken. He took out a small piece of moss emitting a faint blue light and placed it on Stark's forehead, the glow seemingly stabilizing Stark's breathing slightly. Next he looked at Elle, his gaze becoming extraordinarily gentle, even filled with a hint of reverence. He gently hovered his hand above Elle's forehead, without making contact, closing his eyes to sense for a moment the radiance of the star core. Trapped by the dark thorns, he murmured, the long slumber has drained the power, and the previous explosion has worsened the situation. Yet the essence of the light core remains pure. He needs to return to the land of origin and bathe in the star spring to gradually remove the imprint and restore his power. Finally, he approached Lin, his brows slightly furrowed, his expression becoming extremely serious and perplexed. He also hovered his hand over Lin's forehead, spending more time sensing than he did with the previous 2. Strange. Too strange. White's eyes opened, filled with disbelief. Light and darkness. Not an imprint nor pollution, but coexisting within the soul's essence like yin and yang, day and night. How is this possible? This embodies the core of a paradox, a trait that only the legendary harmonizer could possess. Yet even a harmonizer merely guides, not contains. He looked at Captain America, his tone grave. This young man. The mysteries surrounding him may be even more profound than those of the Child of the Stars. His power is extremely unstable. The previous coordinated explosion seemingly weakened the imprint of the Child of the Stars, but it also rendered his own balance more fragile. He needs guidance and understanding of the essence of his power, otherwise the consequences of the next loss of control would be unimaginable. White's words confirmed many of the group's earlier speculations, also bringing forth more unknowns. You clearly know a lot about the inner workings. Mr. White, Captain America asked solemnly, who exactly are you? What do you mean by Illuminated Society, Night Eagle's nest, land of origin? And what do Child of the Stars and Paradox keep? We urgently need answers. White walked to the fireplace, added a log, and the flickering flames illuminated his wrinkled, yet still resolute face. Me, he chuckled, a hint of weariness in his smile. I am but an ancient guardian. A guardian of forgotten knowledge, a guardian of the path to the eagle's nest, and a guardian of the prophecy awaiting the return of the Child of the Stars. He gazed far away, as if piercing through the stone walls to see the distant past. The Illuminated Society is not the conspiracy organization you hear about from the outside. It was originally a loose alliance of scholars and pioneers seeking the truth of the universe and exploring the balance of light and darkness. We pursued knowledge but adhered to regulations, never abusing power, especially cautious about touching the taboos of the sanctum of origin. But later divisions arose within the society. One faction led by the knight, a talented yet ambitious young man, believed we were too conservative. They yearned to actively open the sanctum to gain the power and knowledge within, believing it was the only way to cope with potential future crises and even lead humanity's evolution. They called themselves the progressives while we referred to them as lightbreakers. White looked at the unconscious L and Lin. As for the child of the stars and the paradox key, that is an ancient prophecy. The prophecy states that when balance tilts and darkness stirs, the child of the stars will return with light, and the paradox key will manifest. He or she possesses the ability to harmonize the paradox of light and darkness, and is the key to stabilizing the gate and correctly opening the sanctum. Red Skull. He must have learned about the fragmented prophecy from somewhere. His mad experiments were essentially attempts to forcibly create a key and distort the child of the stars. He failed, but the mess he left behind awakened the Lightbreakers. The knight saw this as a God-given opportunity. He wanted to obtain the child of the stars and the key to complete what Red Skull couldn't, to open the sanctum in his own way. And you, White's gaze swept over every Avenger present. You have inadvertently been caught in this and protected the key of the prophecy. The knight will not give up, nor will Hydra. Your situation is extremely dangerous. The door to the truth finally cracked open a little. They were caught in a massive whirlpool stemming from ideological differences within an ancient organization concerning the fate of the world. What should we do? Captain America asked the most critical question. White stood up and walked to the glowing disc in the center of the room. Go to the eagle's nest. He said firmly, that is not Hitler's fortress. It is a much older relic, the entrance to the land of origin and the key to restoring the power of the child of the stars. There you may also find answers about the paradox key, which is Lin, and the nature of the power within him. He extended his hand, pressing down on several specific symbols on the disc, injecting a trace of weak energy. The disc's light brightened, and the patterns on it came alive, beginning to flow. I will guide you and provide some assistance to the best of my ability. But the road ahead remains perilous. The Lightbreakers and Hydra are lurking in the shadows. You must awaken the child of the stars as soon as possible and help Lin find a way to control his powers. The wheels of fate have already begun to turn, children. Whether to prevent disaster or welcome destruction may depend on your choices. The ancient guardian unveiled a corner of the iceberg and a broader world, along with heavier responsibilities pressed upon the shoulders of every survivor. The eagle's nest became their next crucial destination. Inside the stone house, the fire in the fireplace burned steadily, dispelling the chill of the Alps' deep valleys and temporarily banishing the shadow of despair that had enveloped everyone's hearts for days. Wit's presence and narration were like a lamp lit in the fog. Although it couldn't illuminate everything, it at least pointed the way forward. To the eagle's nest. Captain America repeated this goal, his gaze resolute. No matter how many difficulties lay ahead, this was the only clear path that must be taken. Wit approached what appeared to be an ordinary stone bookshelf, fumbled for a moment, and with a soft click the bookshelf slowly slid to one side, revealing a hidden storage room behind it. Inside were some ancient scrolls, several uniquely styled white thermal suits seemingly woven from some kind of biological leather and metal threads, and various bottles sealed with corks. The path here is treacherous. Wit distributed the white thermal suits to everyone. The outer layer of the Silent Walker is tanned to blend better with the snowy landscape, isolating the cold and providing some interference against energy detection. He picked up the bottles. This is the Vitality Elixir, which can temporarily unleash your potential, but it will leave you fatigued afterward, so use it with caution. This is the Hemostatic Moss Powder, which is remarkably effective for external injuries. These supplies were undoubtedly a timely help for them, who were running low on resources. Natasha and Barton immediately put on the thermal suits, feeling warm and light, making their movements much easier. They carefully stored the potions. Next, Wit took out a palm-sized compass-like object made of dark wood and silver threads, handing it to Captain America. The compass's pointer did not point north or south, but rather a rhomboid crystal that continuously adjusted its direction, emanating a soft glow. This is the Pathfinder, Wit explained. It will guide you to the entrance of the eagle's nest. Follow it, and it will automatically avoid dangerous natural energy currents and detection barriers that the Lightbreaker may have set up. But remember, it can only guide you to the entrance. The path inside must be explored by yourselves. Captain America solemnly accepted the Pathfinder, feeling the weak, yet stable energy fluctuations within. Mister, won't you come with us? Natasha asked. Wit shook his head, a hint of a helpless smile on his face. I have my duties. Although the knights have temporarily retreated, they will not rest easy. I need to stay here guarding this path, confusing them and buying you more time. Moreover, he glanced at the central disk. This anchor point also needs someone to maintain it. It can provide you with a long-distance shelter at a critical moment. He walked to the unconscious Al, once again hovering his hand over his forehead, chanting an ancient and obscure incantation. A stream of extremely pure energy, shimmering like starlight, flowed from Wit's fingertips and slowly infused into Al's body. Al's pale complexion seemed to gain a hint of color, and his breathing became slightly stronger. This is the limit of what I can do. Wit appeared somewhat fatigued. His awakening ultimately still requires the nourishment of the Star Spring. He then looked at Lin, hesitating for a moment, and took out a small talisman wrapped in silver threads, shaped like a gnarled tree with a crown of light and roots of shadow. He gently placed the talisman on Lin's chest. This is the balance talisman, Wit said to Captain America. It cannot resolve his fundamental issue, but it may offer a weak warning and comfort at the edge of his power going out of control. Remember, his power lies in understanding and guidance, not in suppression. Finally, he looked at Stark and sighed. As for this one, his issues are more on a material level. Within the ruins of the Eagle's Nest there may be some ancient energy cores. If you can find and safely utilize them, perhaps you can reactivate his armor. But this is very dangerous. Most of those ancient energies are highly unstable. After explaining everything, Wit glanced out the window. The snowstorm seemed to have lessened, and the light of dawn was trying to penetrate the clouds. Time is short. You should set out. Wit's tone was serious. The Pathfinder will lead you along the safest route, but you must. The Lightbreaker has an omnipresent watch over the mountains, and the remnants of Hydra may also follow like hyenas sniffing out the scent. Captain America took a deep breath and, representing the team, solemnly bowed to Wit. Thank you for your help, Mr. Wit. We will never betray this trust. Wit nodded, his eyes filled with expectation and a hint of concern. May the starlight guide you, children. Remember, true power comes from the will to protect, not from the desire to conquer. Everyone readied their gear once more. With the new thermal suits and supplies, their morale was significantly boosted. Captain America carried Al on his back, while Barton and Natasha were responsible for dragging Stark with a modified sled, and Lin was alternately carried by Natasha, who was in the best condition. They wrapped the Silent Walker thermal suit around Lin as well. Stepping out of the stone house, the crisp air rushed toward them. The rhomboid crystal on the Pathfinder in Captain America's hand emitted a stable glow pointing toward a specific direction. They embarked on their journey once again, but this time it was not a frantic escape like headless flies. They had a clear goal, ancient guidance, precious supplies, and more importantly, a deeper understanding of the mission they bore. The road ahead was still fraught with thorns, the wind and snow could still rage, and the enemy lurked in the shadows. But this time what sparkled in their eyes was no longer despair, but a resolute glimmer. This glimmer stemmed from ancient prophecies, the duty to protect, the unwavering companionship, and from the deep-seated pursuit of justice and hope. The Eagle's Nest, an ancient ruin hidden in the most mysterious depths of the Alps, awaited their arrival. The next chapter of destiny would unfold there. The stone house of White vanished into the wind and snow behind him, like a fleeting yet warm dream. The Pathfinder in Captain America's hand emitted a steady glimmer, with the diamond-shaped crystal pointing towards a more steep and jagged mountain range to the northeast. The path beneath their feet was no longer an open snowfield, but was instead strewn with rocks covered in ice and snow concealing hidden crevasses. Every step required utmost caution. After donning the Silent Walker thermal suit, their movements indeed became much more convenient. This peculiar material not only excelled in warmth, but also seemed to absorb footfalls, allowing them to glide almost silently over the snow. The route indicated by the Pathfinder was rather treacherous, sometimes requiring them to climb nearly vertical ice walls, sometimes needing to squeeze through narrow rock crevices, and at times even. Despite the new gear and clear objectives, the fatigue and pain from days of struggle still tormented everyone's nerves like a festering wound. The route indicated by the Pathfinder was rather treacherous, sometimes requiring them to climb nearly vertical ice walls, sometimes needing to squeeze through narrow rock crevices, and at times even crawling through deep underground caves covered in snow. This path was clearly not intended for ordinary people. It resembled an ancient trail or beast path. After half a day's journey, they entered an area filled with bizarre rock formations. Massive weathered stone pillars stood like silent giants amidst the wind and snow, forming a natural maze. Visibility dropped again as the howling wind and snow rushed through the stone forest, producing a sound reminiscent of wailing ghosts. Natasha, leading the way, suddenly halted, raising her fist to signal for caution. She keenly sensed a discordant note, a faint, unnatural scraping sound mixed with the wind. She gestured towards a giant stone pillar to their right front. Captain America immediately set Al down and silently moved beside Natasha, his shield slightly inclined forward. Barton also positioned the sled and Lin behind cover, drawing his bow and aiming in that direction. Time ticked by, the wind and snow continued, but the faint scraping sound had vanished. Illusion, Barton mouthed. Natasha shook her head, her gaze sharp as an eagle. She pointed to her ear and then to the ground. She had heard a nearly imperceptible breath, almost masked by the wind and snow, and there was more than one. It was the pursuers of the Lightbreaker. They indeed had not given up and had tracked them here. The enemy was evidently skilled in stealth and tracking perfectly, hiding themselves using the terrain of the stone forest and the noise of the storm. A silent hunt quietly unfolded in this ancient stone forest. Both sides lurked in the shadows, testing their patience, perception, and the ability to deliver a lethal strike. Natasha blended into the shadows, moving slowly along the base of a stone pillar, her energy pistol set. Captain America stood like a rock, attuned to any fluctuations in the surrounding killing intent. Barton closed one eye, maximizing his hearing. The bowstring vibrated slightly as the arrowhead searched for its target amid the wind and snow. Suddenly, a faint crunch of snow being compressed came from the left rear. Almost simultaneously with the sound, Barton, he reflexively turned, drew his bow, and released the arrow in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the storm, accurately striking the shadow behind a stone pillar. Ugh! A short muffled grunt escaped, followed by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Exposed. In an instant, several white figures darted out from behind other stone pillars. They moved with lightning speed, wielding weapons that were not traditional firearms, but rather some kind of short staff that fired concentrated energy pulses or melee weapons equipped with energy blades. Their attacks were silent, yet carried a deadly threat. Defend! Captain America roared, swinging his shield to block an energy pulse aimed at Natasha. The energy collided with the vibranium shield, producing a dull hum, but did not explode. Instead, it slid off and dissipated like mercury. Under Captain America's cover, Natasha stealthily approached a charging lightbreaker soldier, her energy pistol raised for a close shot, instantly shattering the enemy's energy shield, if they had one, and knocking them unconscious. Her combat skills shone brilliantly in this close-quarters struggle. Barton's arrows became the Grim Reaper's invitations, darting between the stone pillars with every vibration of the bowstring, ensuring the downfall of an enemy. But he had only 2 arrows left, which needed to be saved for the most critical moments. These lightbreaker soldiers were individually powerful, far exceeding ordinary Hydra soldiers, and their teamwork was impeccable with cunning tactics. They seemed acutely aware that the Avengers were in poor condition, focusing their attacks on the sled, dragging Stark and Natasha, carrying Lin, trying to split them and seize key targets. A lightbreaker soldier suddenly leaped down from above, their energy blade aimed directly at Barton, who had just released an arrow and had no time to evade. At that critical moment, Stark, who had been unconscious on the sled, suddenly raised his damaged armored arm without warning. A minuscule amount of remaining energy surged and crackled, a faint arc striking the soldier's wrist. The soldier's movement froze the energy blade, veering off course and striking the snow beside them, creating a deep pit. This sudden interference saved Barton's life. He seized the opportunity to roll away, glancing back at Stark in astonishment. He was still unconscious, and that moment seemed to be a defensive reaction from the armor's instincts, or perhaps a struggle from Stark's subconscious. However, that brief distraction also exposed Stark's position. More attacks rained down upon him. Captain America hurled his shield with all his might, the spinning shield whirring like a golden frisbee, knocking aside 2 soldiers trying to approach the sled, but the third soldier's energy pulse had already shot towards Stark. Just as Stark was about to be hit, a figure suddenly lunged forward, using their body to shield the sled. It was Lin. He had briefly awakened amidst the fierce battle and the energy fluctuations. His eyes sparkled with a dark golden light, the residual power within him erupting uncontrollably, forming an extremely unstable barrier of intertwining light and dark in front of him. Bang! The energy pulse struck the barrier, failing to penetrate, but the immense force sent Lin and the sled behind him flying. Lin spat out another mouthful of blood, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming as he fell unconscious again. The unstable barrier disintegrated in an instant, the dissipating energy spreading out like a shockwave. The nearest lightbreaker soldiers were swept by this chaotic energy, staggering as if drunk, and their energy weapons malfunctioned momentarily. Opportunity. Natasha and Captain America seized this fleeting chance like tigers descending a mountain, launching a full-force assault. Captain America's shield strike was heavy and forceful, and Natasha's combat was fierce and precise, swiftly eliminating the disoriented soldiers. Barton also used his second-to-last arrow, a highly penetrating, armor-piercing arrow, piercing the throat of the last soldier attempting to fire a signal flare. The battle began and ended within mere minutes. Silence returned to the stone forest, leaving only the howling wind and the heavy breaths of the group. 7 or 8 lightbreaker soldiers lay dead on the ground, their white combat suits stained with vivid blood. Account for casualties. Check Stark and Lin. Captain America ordered urgently, feeling the impacts of several energy blasts weighing heavily on his chest. Natasha quickly checked on Stark and Lin. Stark is fine, the armor has minor damage. Lin has fallen unconscious again, and his internal injuries may have worsened. Her tone was grave. Barton looked at the well-equipped, well-trained corpses on the ground, his expression grim. They are much more troublesome than Hydra. Moreover, they seem to know our weaknesses. Captain America looked at the Pathfinder, the diamond-shaped crystal's glow still steady, pointing towards the unknown ahead. He knew this was just the first wave of probing. As they approached the Eagle's Nest, the resistance would only grow stronger. We can't linger, we must press on. Captain America wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and lifted Al once more. They've lost men. The follow-up pursuers will arrive soon. The silent hunt had temporarily come to a pause, but the price they paid was Lin's worsening injuries and the exposure of ahead. Danger still lurked. The silhouette of the Eagle's Nest, after being bathed in wind, snow, and blood, seemed even more distant and sinister. The inside of the Eagle's Nest is not entirely silent. The air slowly flows through the ancient corridors, bringing with it the faint sound of dripping water and a low-frequency, almost imperceptible hum, as if the ancient ruin is breathing in its slumber. The beam of the flashlight appears particularly small in the absolute darkness, illuminating only a limited area ahead. The murals and carvings on either side come to life in the flickering light and shadow, casting distorted, swaying shadows. The Silent Walker thermal suit provided by White is indeed effective, not only shielding them from the chilling dampness seeping into their bones, but its special material seems to absorb footfalls to some extent, making their movements even quieter. Captain America, holding the Pathfinder, walks at the forefront, the diamond crystal steadily pointing towards a downward-sloping main passage. Natasha and Barton flank him on either side, scanning the possible forks and hidden compartments with vigilance. Stark is placed on a makeshift stretcher dragged along by ropes, while Lin trails in the middle of the group, trying hard to regulate his breathing and quickly recover his strength. The energy field here is quite complex, Lin whispered, his perception remaining highly active since entering the ruin. He can feel the weak, ancient energy residues embedded in the surrounding stone walls, akin to the starlight power on El, but more subdued and reserved. At the same time, he also detects some more obscure water-like undercurrents bearing an ominous sense of familiarity, similar to the void mark, yet more ancient and primal. Can you discern a safe path? Captain America asked without turning his head, his voice echoing slightly in the corridor. Lin closed his eyes and spread his perception like a spider web. He carefully avoids the areas radiating ancient starlight energy. There seems to be a powerful protective force contained therein, and a careless touch might lead to unpredictable consequences. At the same time, he also cautiously steers clear of the dark currents bearing void fluctuations. The main passage is relatively clean. Lin pointed in the direction indicated by the Pathfinder, but the runes and forks on either side. The energy is chaotic, some places feel very dangerous. He can see that some rooms are filled with raging energy currents, while others resemble energy vacuums unervingly silent. His guidance played a crucial role. During the subsequent journey, they successfully avoided several seemingly tranquil areas that concealed deadly traps. A room covered in glowing moss, which Lin sensed would release hallucinogenic spores, a spiral staircase leading downward that appeared to be a shortcut, its base connecting to a powerful energy vortex. Well done, Lin, Natasha quietly praised as they passed the room, emanating enticing light from the moss. Without Lin's warning, they might have fallen into the trap. However, as they delved deeper, Lin's complexion gradually paled. Not due to physical exhaustion, but because the void undercurrents he sensed became increasingly clear and active. It was as if they were drawn by some attraction, or rather stimulated by his existence, as the paradox key beginning to subtly converge from all directions towards the passage they occupied. Resonance. Attraction. Return. His mind echoed with the whisper of the void once more, this time devoid of aggressive roars or seductive murmurs, instead bearing a resonance filled with a certain longing and calling. As if a lost child had heard their mother's call. Something's wrong. Lin halted, clutching his forehead, his voice pained those dark energies. They're coming closer to us. It's as if they are being drawn to us. The group immediately stopped, warily scanning their surroundings. The beam of the flashlight swept through the corridor, revealing nothing but ancient rocks and murals. Yet an invisible pressure began to permeate the air, and the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. Is it a trap from, or the ruins' own defense mechanism? Barton knocked an arrow, aiming into the dark depths. It doesn't feel like a trap. Lin gasped, more like an instinctive attraction. The it within me is resonating with those out there. No sooner had he spoken than an anomaly occurred. In the darkness of the ahead corridor, the previously silent murals suddenly lit up with dark red patterns. Those patterns writhed like veins, rapidly spreading, forming twisted, ominous symbols. Simultaneously, the walls on either side began to ooze a viscous substance resembling black crude oil, exuding a nauseating aura that resonated with the void within Lin. These black substances surged towards them as if animated, corroding and dissolving even the ancient stone walls in their wake. Retreat! Captain America shouted, raising his shield to the front. Natasha and Barton immediately opened fire. Energy beams and arrows shot into the incoming black matter, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, merely delaying its advance momentarily before it surged forward even faster. Lin felt the void power within him stir like never before. It no longer sought to control him, but desperately wanted to break free from its restraints and merge with the energies of the outside world. The violent conflict nearly caused him to lose his balance, the dark golden light in his eyes flashing wildly, while the energy beneath his skin surged uncontrollably. Lin, control it. Captain America turned back, urgently calling out. I can't control it. Lin fell to his knees in agony, feeling his consciousness being dragged into a chasm by the darkness attacking him from within and without. The incoming black matter seemed to cheer, welcoming their king, or core. At that moment, Stark, shielded behind Barton and Natasha on the stretcher, suddenly let out a faint groan. The completely dim reactor in his chest flickered weakly and irregularly, stimulated by the incredibly rich void energy field surrounding them. At the same time, a damaged, unnoticed energy capacitor inside his armor burst forth a small spark of electricity due to overload. This minuscule energy fluctuation and flash amidst the engulfing dark energies in the corridor was akin to a spark thrown into boiling oil. The surging black matter suddenly halted, as if disturbed by this unexpected heterogeneous energy and light. They recoiled a few meters, writhing as if reassessing their target. The surging black matter suddenly halted, as if disturbed by this unexpected heterogeneous energy and light. They recoiled a few meters, writhing as if, without hesitation, Captain America smashed his shield against the ground. The vibranium shield collided with the rocks, producing a powerful shockwave and a dazzling burst of light. Not an energy attack, but purely a physical light explosion. Indeed, those black substances recoiled as if encountering their nemesis, emitting a soundless howl and shrinking back once more. Stark's inadvertent act helped immensely. Barton looked incredulously at the temporarily retreating darkness. But the crisis was not yet averted. The black matter still surrounded them, beginning to spread from the top and rear of the passage, attempting to form an encirclement. Lin's condition was worsening. The resonance of the void was nearly tearing apart his spirit. "We can't stay. Move along the direction indicated by the Pathfinder." Captain America made an immediate decision. He had to take a gamble that at the end of this main passage there existed something capable of restraining these dark entities, or at least a place they could hold their ground. He created another light explosion, with his shield temporarily clearing a small section of the road ahead. "Charge with me." The group surged forward once more, fleeing desperately down the main passage under the intermittent cover of the light explosions created by Captain America's shield. Lin was forcibly supported by Natasha and Barton, being dragged forward. The black matter, like an insatiable parasite, surged up during the gaps between the light explosions, attempting to wrap around their ankles and corrode their gear. The passage seemed endless, darkness and despair closely pursuing them. Just as their strength was about to be exhausted, the intervals between the light explosions growing longer and darkness was about to engulf them once more. They burst forth into an immense underground space beyond imagination. The sight before them caused everyone, including the painfully struggling Lin, to hold their breath in an instant, forgetting the dangers behind them. It was an incomprehensibly vast underground dome, where the ceiling was not rock, but a starry sky, embedded with countless self-luminous crystals that resembled stars of varying sizes, casting the entire space into a serene, bluish, dreamlike sea of light. Below the dome lay a giant lake, calm as a mirror, exuding a rich life force and gentle starlight. At the center of the lake, there was a small island upon which grew an incredibly huge tree, appearing as if sculpted from white jade, with starlight flowing through its branches and leaves. Surrounding the lake, as well as at the jade stone bridge connecting to the island in the center, stood dozens of tall arcades. These statues were not human figures, but took on various peculiar forms, seemingly a fusion of stars and biological characteristics, silently standing guard over this sacred place. Most astonishingly, the moment Lin stepped into this space, the violently stirring void power within him calmed significantly, like ice cubes tossed into warm water. A warm, pure, vast energy field enveloped him, greatly alleviating his pain and firmly blocking the black substances attempting to enter this place at the entrance of the passage they had just burst out of. Those dark materials rolled and howled at the entrance, yet seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier, unable to cross the threshold. "Is this the Star Spring?" Barton murmured, gazing at the lake radiating rich life energy. Captain America lowered his shield, taking a long breath as he looked at the brilliant tree in the center of the lake, in this space reminiscent of a miracle. They had finally reached one of their destinations. But had the crisis truly been averted? Beneath that tree on the island in the lake, it seemed something was waiting for their arrival. And what changes would the temporarily quelled void within Lin undergo in this land of utmost light? Echoes lurked, and perhaps the answer lay within the starlit waters of the lake. In the vast underground space where the Star Spring is located, time seemed to have come to a standstill. The soft and eternal glow cast by the deep blue starry sky dome reflected on the calm lake's surface, mirroring countless stars in a breathtakingly beautiful display. An indescribable freshness permeated the air, and with each breath the fatigue and pain from previous days. At the entrance of the passage, the writhing dark entities still churned anxiously outside the invisible barrier, unable to invade this sacred realm, only able to emit silent roars like trapped beasts. "Are we safe?" Barton asked, incredulously, glancing back at the darkness that had been blocked, then turning to the miraculous scene before him. "For now," Captain America replied, remaining vigilant as his gaze scanned the silent guardian statues around the lake and the magnificent white jade tree radiating powerful life energy on the island. "The energy field here is strong, suppressing those dark entities. But there may be other dangers." His gaze finally settled on Lin En and AI Air. After entering this space, Lin En's internal turmoil had indeed calmed, but his complexion still appeared pale, and his eyes were filled with fatigue and confusion, clearly exhausted from the earlier confrontation. As for AI Air, he remained unconscious, carefully placed by Captain America on a flat rock near the lakeshore. "We must let AI Air come into contact with the Star Spring." Captain America said this was their primary purpose for coming here. He attempted to cautiously step into the shallow water. The lake water felt warm and smooth, not cold, and the gentle starlight energy within flowed like a warm stream through his boots, invigorating him. Confirming there was no danger, Captain America shouldered AI Air and walked step by step toward the island in the center. The jade bridge was smooth and sturdy, and beneath it in the lake some strange creatures resembling jellyfish glowed faintly as they swam slowly. The jade bridge was smooth and sturdy, and beneath it in the lake some strange creatures resembling jellyfish glowed. Lin En sat by the lake attempting to channel the pure starlight energy around him to repair his own losses, while also striving to understand why the void within him was so unusually tame in this land of light. Captain America stepped onto the island, approaching the magnificent white jade tree. The closer he got, the more he could feel the vast and pure life energy it radiated. The tree's branches and leaves moved without wind, casting shimmering starlight like a rain of light. At the root of the tree, a small spring gushed forth, emanating rich starlight water that flowed into the surrounding lake. This was the source of the star spring. Captain America gently placed AI air beside the spring, allowing him to get as close as possible to the gushing starlight water. A miracle occurred. When AI air's body came into contact with the intensely rich starlight energy near the spring, the dim aura surrounding him ignited like a bonfire, suddenly becoming bright. His silver hair floated freely, dancing in the starlight. The starlight spring water seemed to be attracted, transforming into slender streams of light that wrapped around AI air's body like a mother's embrace, tenderly enveloping him. Within AI air, the dark red void mark that had been forcibly branded by the Red Skull and continuously eroding his core of light began to twist and evaporate violently under the overwhelming and pure starlight, releasing wisps of black smoke that emitted a faint, mournful hissing sound. Purification had begun. AI air's previously weak breaths became strong and steady. His pale cheeks rapidly regained color, even faintly radiating a jade-like sheen. His tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and his expression turned serene and tranquil, as if returning to the warmest embrace. Everyone held their breath, watching this scene, filled with shock and hope. The ancient prophecy was being fulfilled. The child of the stars was returning to the source of his power. However, at the same time, Lin En, sitting by the lake, felt a completely different experience. The surrounding starlight energy was indeed warm and pure, greatly nourishing his depleted spirit and body, and even providing a significant boost to the dark golden stellar power within him. Yet in contrast, the void deep within his consciousness, although no longer violently turbulent in this extreme brightness, exhibited an ultimate silence, like the deepest shadow hidden beneath light and shadow. This silence was not compliance, but rather a kind of lurking and observation. It no longer attempted to devour or control. Instead, it acted like a calm observer, quietly sensing the essence of the starlight, analyzing its operating patterns, even with a detached indifference, as if regarding low-level energy. Light, order, cage, inefficient existence form. The void transmitted not the whispers filled with desire, but a cold, almost rational judgment. This change made Lin En feel even more uneasy. A raging enemy could at least be fought against, but this unfathomable silence left him at a loss. At that moment, the purification process on the island seemed to reach a critical juncture. The void mark within AI air was fading more and more under the cleansing of the star spring, nearly disappearing. Meanwhile, the brilliance surrounding AI air reached its peak, as if he had transformed into a small star. Just at this pinnacle of energy transformation, an anomaly arose. Seemingly sensing the imminent annihilation of the corresponding mark, or perhaps stimulated by the extreme light of the island, the dark entities blocked at the entrance suddenly launched a frenzied assault. They no longer attempted to penetrate the barrier, but like a suicide attack, violently crashed against the invisible boundary. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact caused the entire underground space to tremble slightly. The stars on the dome flickered, and the lake's surface rippled violently. What do they want? Barton nervously aimed at the entrance, knowing the attack might be in vain. Are they sacrificing themselves? Natasha keenly observed that the dark entities crashing against the barrier were not repelled, but like raindrops merging into the ocean, were instantly annihilated and absorbed by the barrier. Yet with each annihilation, an extremely pure and refined dark energy penetrated the barrier, as if guided, not aimed at AI air on the island, but directly toward Lin En sitting by the lake. Lin En, be careful. Captain America shouted urgently, seeing the danger clearly from the island. Lin En sensed the threat as well. The streams of pure dark energy moved at incredible speed, instantly entering his body. There was no anticipated pain or conflict. These foreign dark energies fused with the void origin within him, as if rivers were returning to the sea. He felt his power rapidly recovering, even becoming stronger and more refined than before. Yet at the same time, the silent void, having absorbed this energy, seemed to have gained vitality and awakened again. But this time it no longer raged or attempted to control Lin En. It seemed to possess some kind of awareness. A cold, pure will representing nothingness and finality began to rise within Lin En's soul. Lin En's eyes were suddenly filled with a dark golden hue that reflected no light. But this time it no longer raged or attempted to control Lin En. It seemed to possess some kind of awareness, capable of swallowing everything. He looked towards AI air radiant on the island, and then at the dazzling starlit space around him, his eyes devoid of any emotion, only a cold indifference. Lin En. Natasha and Barton felt a shudder from their very souls, and instinctively took a step back. The baptism of the star spring purified AI air, but seemed to awaken something deeper and more fundamental within Lin En. The balance of light and dark was broken at this moment. Lin En stood by the star lake, his form unchanged, yet his aura had undergone a profound transformation. The unsettling sensation of conflicting light and darkness that had enveloped him vanished, replaced by a bottomless silence that seemed to devour even light. His eyes resembled two pools of solid dark gold reflecting the stars of the dome and the brilliance at the center of the lake, yet no true light could penetrate within. He did not regard the alarmed Natasha and Barton, nor did he look at Captain America and Al, who were anxious on the island in the lake with Al in a crucial purification phase. His gaze seemed to penetrate this sacred space, landing upon a more essential and macro existence. Order, chaos, light, darkness, life, death, all are but illusions. A cold, unperturbed thought resonated in everyone's minds, not Lin En's original voice, but a more ancient and fundamental resonance. The meaning of existence lies in the pursuit of the void. Eternal silence is the ultimate destination. Lin En, wake up, control it. Captain America shouted from the island, attempting to rush forward, but Al was in the final moments of purification, surrounded by a protective cocoon of energy that he could not easily escape. Natasha and Barton endured the discomfort at the soul level, their energy pistols and arrows aimed at Lin En, yet they dared not attack. They could sense that the Lin En before them was exceedingly dangerous, where any provocation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Lin En, or rather the presence occupying his consciousness, slowly raised his hand, pointing towards the shimmering star lake. This light attempts to define existence, binding essence. A futile struggle. As his words, thoughts fell. The space before his fingertip seemed to be erased by an invisible force. The lake, once rippling with starlight, instantaneously lost all luster, turning gray and silent like dead water. It was not frozen, but the life energy and starlight within were instantaneously stripped or denied. That area transformed into a vacuum of energy, a domain of death. Moreover, this dead zone was slowly but steadily expanding outward, centered on Lin En's fingertip. He is devouring the energy of the star lake. Barton exclaimed in horror. No, not devouring. Natasha's face turned pale as she sensed a deeper terror. It is denial. He is forcing these things from a state of existence back to void. This is a more fundamental and terrifying power than devouring and destruction. It does not rely on energy confrontation, but rather resembles a direct alteration of the rules of reality. On the island, Al's cocoon of light began to flicker violently, seemingly affected by this denial force. Captain America was in a state of acute anxiety, yet powerless. At this critical moment, beside the spring on the island, the giant white jade wonder tree suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. All its branches and leaves danced wildly, showering down starlight like a waterfall, forcefully stabilizing Al's cocoon of light and transforming into a concentrated beam of light that shot towards Lin En on the shore. This beam was not an attack, but was filled with compassion, a call, and a certain ancient power of covenant. It directly entered Lin En's forehead. Lin En's body jolted violently. The pure dark gold in his eyes exhibited violent fluctuations, a fleeting expression of pain and struggle belonging to him appeared. No, I am not void. I exist. Lin En's own consciousness within that cold void will flared up like a flame in the wind, stubbornly reigniting. He received a stream of information from the ancient star tree. It was not merely energy, but a fragment of memory regarding the deepest paradox of this world, guarded for countless ages. He saw, in an age so ancient it could not be measured, the original light and the ultimate void were not enemies. They coexisted like breathing, forming the fundamental laws of the universe's cycle of life and death. Light grants form and existence, while the void retracts form back into silence, making space for new births. This is a dynamic and grand balance. However, some external incomprehensible interference occurred. The memory fragment here is vague, leading to the disruption of the balance between light and void, halting the cycle. Void was no longer merely a link in the cycle, but began to possess a certain will, a tendency towards absolute silence, towards the end of all existence. And light was forced to transform into a more defensive and exclusive form of existence to resist the erosion of this end. Red Skull's experiments, the ambitions of the Shatterer, and even Hydra's pursuit of power are essentially distorting, utilizing, or opposing this broken fundamental paradox. Al is a container of pure light forcibly thrust into the void, mark representing the tendency of termination. And Lin En himself. He is not simply a being of light and darkness coexisting. He is likely, by some extreme coincidence, one of the embodiments of this era's paradox. He is that broken cycle attempting to regain balance. A possibility. Balance. Cycle. Not termination. Lin En used his own will to struggle against the cold will within him that tended towards absolute void. He realized that completely suppressing the void is futile. It is part of the paradox itself. The real key lies in understanding it, guiding it, allowing it to return to its original position as a link in the cycle, instead of being enslaved by that external tendency of termination. He no longer resisted the power of the void, but attempted to understand that essence representing silence, return, and the foundation of possibility. He recalled the feeling of collaborating with Al, the brief cooperation between light and dark towards a specific goal. He looked at the spreading dead zone and the increasingly radiant Al on the island. A thought flashed through his struggling consciousness like lightning. He needed an anchor, a powerful anchor representing existence life, in order to balance the void force within him influenced by the tendency of termination. And before him Al, who had just been baptized by the star spring, was about to be completely purified, and his power of light was reaching its peak, was the perfect anchor. But this required Al's complete willingness and deep trust, needing to establish a connection with him that was deeper and more fundamental than the previous collaboration the moment his purification was completed and consciousness returned. This was yet another gamble. If successful, perhaps he could temporarily stabilize the power within him, even find a direction to control it. If he lost, Al might be swallowed by the void as well. Lin En poured all his will into the cocoon of light on the island, conveying his most genuine and urgent thought. I need your help, like before, but deeper. Trust me. Al, within the cocoon of light, seemed to receive this call that transcended space. The serene expression on his face slightly shifted. In the next moment, the cocoon of light enveloping him slowly opened like a blooming flower. Al opened his eyes. They were a pair of starry eyes, utterly purified to an indescribable degree. He looked towards Lin En, struggling on the shore, without fear, without hesitation, only a sense of understanding and steadfast tenderness. He raised his hand, pointing at Lin En. A starlight more pure and condensed than that of the ancient star tree, imbued with the joy and determination of rebirth, spanned the lake like a bridge connecting with Lin En. Light and darkness, existence and void on the shores of this ancient star spring were about to once again attempt that dangerous and magnificent, paradoxical harmony. The starlight streaming from Ayer's fingertips was not a violent energy strike, but a supremely pure bridge of thought embodying the very essence of existence. It gently wound around Lin En's body, suffused with a dark golden hue like warm sunlight, striving to melt solid ice. The instant that starlight touched Lin En, time itself seemed to pause. Within Lin En, the cold will edging toward absolute nothingness registered for the first time a violent convulsion upon encountering this utterly opposite, yet equally primordial force. It instinctively sought to obliterate this emblem of existence, but Lin En's stubborn burning will, coupled with fragments of memory about cycles and balance transmitted by the Xing, Higushu, formed a formidable resistance. Coexistence cycle, not devouring. Lin En cried with his soul guiding the starlight Ayer had sent. Not to assault the darkness within, but to sketch and define, to kindle a coordinate of existence within the chaos sliding toward nothingness. With Ayer's starlight as his brush and his own will as ink, he painfully traced and secured a point of light deep within his soul at the heart of that dark golden sea of void. That point of light embodied memory, feeling, bonds, promises. All that constituted the being, Shi Di Fu. The process was excruciating, as if branding his soul with a red-hot iron. The void will lashed out frantically, trying to erase this unacceptable blemish. The outward spread of the sea quickened and slowed in turns, betraying the intensity of the inner struggle. On the island at the lake's heart, Ayer wore a grave expression as he strained to keep the starlight bridge stable. He could sense the breathtaking war at the core of Lin En's soul. All he could do was offer the purest light as a foundation and trust that Lin En would find the path of balance. Mei Dui Natasha and Ba Dun watched anxiously. They could not intervene in such a level of conflict and could only pray in silence. At that moment, Sitaku, who had been unconscious at the lakeside, began to change once more. The reactor at his chest, once utterly dim, was stimulated by the violently fluctuating primordial field of light and darkness. Astonishingly, the miniature arc reactor at its core entered an unforeseen resonance. A faint yet intrinsically elevated energy was awakened, like a star's spark flowing through his armor. This energy was unlike anything Sitaku knew, older, closer to the very source of the cosmos. It inadvertently triggered a deeply buried redundant protocol within the armor system. Alien in origin, perhaps Asgardian or Kree. A protocol even Sitaku had never fully deciphered. A low, unfamiliar hum issued from Sitaku's suit. From fissures in the battered plating there poured a strange radiance like molten crystal. The core of his chest reactor no longer glowed the arc's blue, but transformed into a shifting nebula like a... This sudden third-party fluctuation, of such elevated essence, acted as a variable in the fierce contest, instantly breaking the stalemate between light and darkness within Lin En. The cold void will seem to register a flicker of doubt and analysis at the sight of this unfamiliar, yet equally ancient power, and its offensive stalled. Lin En seized this unseen-a-lifetime chance now. He poured every ounce of his will, thrusting Ayer's starlight and his own resolute recognition of existence into that wavering point of light deep within his soul. With a thunderous surge, the point of light exploded forth, not to expel the dark, but like a cosmic genesis to force open a realm of existence at the center of the void. This realm formed an exquisitely delicate and fragile balance with the surrounding void. Inside the light lay order, memory, and emotion. Outside, it lay silence, nothingness, and possibility. They were not engaged in mutual consumption, but in composing a dynamic, interdependent boundary. The pure dark gold that had shrouded Lin En's eyes faded, restoring their original color, yet within the depths of his pupils a miniature spiral nebula of interwoven light and shadow seemed to dwell. The chilling stillness that had surrounded him dissolved, supplanted by a deep, restrained presence. He could feel both the warmth and vitality brought by Ayer's starlight, and with equal clarity the cold, vast sea of power within that represented the void. Now that sea was anchored by the central point of light in his soul, it no longer bore a frenzied tendency to terminate, but returned to its relative neutrality as a link in the cycle. Had he succeeded? At least for the moment, he had found a way to coexist with the power inside, not by control, but through understanding, guidance, and balance. He slowly lowered his hand. The spreading sea ceased its advance, and then receded like a tide. The lake and the starlight resumed their former state, as if nothing had occurred. The Xingquan's space sank back into calm, the dome's stars, and the lake's glow remaining. Ayer withdrew the starlight bridge wearing a tired yet relieved smile as he inclined his head slightly to Lin En. Mei Dui exhaled a long breath as the tension finally eased. Natasha and Ba Dun lowered their weapons and exchanged a look that reflected shared shock and lingering fear. The strange phenomena on Sitak's armor gradually subsided, the nebula-like radiance drew in, and the reactor core returned to silence, as if the earlier spectacle had been a mirage. Yet his once ashen face gained a faint flush and his breathing became steadier. The crisis, it seemed, had been averted. Lin En walked to the lake's edge and looked at his reflection, familiar and yet foreign. He reached out. When his fingertip touched the water, it did not darken, but rippled normally. He raised his head and looked toward Ayer on the islet, toward Mei Dui, toward Natasha and Ba Dun, and finally, at Sitaka, still unconscious, but seemingly improving. I think I understand a little, Lin En said, his voice hoarse, yet carrying an unprecedented calm. The road is still long. Mei Dui stepped to his side, patted his shoulder, and said with steady eyes, no matter how long the road, we will walk it together. At that moment, above the Xingquan dome, several luminous crystals flared unusually bright and cast a clear beam. On the ground before them, the light wove a shifting, indistinct topographical map of the Airbase Mountains. A red moved swiftly, as if denoting a location, while an ancient emblem, resembling an eagle's outstretched wings, glimmered in another region. This is, Natasha said, studying the map. A warning and a guide. Ayer stepped forward, his voice regained its clarity and carried weight. Lai Guangzhe, or Jiu Shi, have triangulated the general position of this region and are closing in. And the true core entrance of Yingji Chao is there, he said, pointing to the spot marked by the eagle emblem. The brief they had regained some strength and unraveled part of the mystery, yet greater challenges and deeper secrets now stood close at hand. At their feet, fate forked once more. Should they remain and wait for the enemy, or press forward into the core of Yingji Chao to face the source of it all? The answer needed no words. Starlight flickered overhead, illuminating the road ahead, and the unquestionable resolve in each of their eyes. Their journey was far from over. The tranquility of the star's spring space was utterly shattered by the warning map projected by the starlight from the dome. The moving red dot like ink dropped into clear water heralded the approach of danger instantly, pulling everyone back from a brief respite to the harsh reality. They found us. Natasha's voice was as cold as ice, her sharp gaze sweeping over the trajectory of the moving red dot on the map. They are moving quickly. This is not an ordinary search team. They likely have specialized energy tracking equipment. Is it the Lightbreaker? Or Hydra? Barton tightened his grip on the bow in his hand. Although the quiver was nearly empty, the instincts of a warrior kicked in, putting him on high alert. Ael stared at the falcon symbol on the map, representing the core of the eagle's nest, a glimmer of determination flashing in his pure eyes. Whoever it is, they must not be allowed to defile the sanctum's core. We must set off immediately, reaching the Heart Between before they do. Heart Between. Captain America caught onto this new. That is the control hub of the eagle's nest and the location of the last portal to the primordial sanctum. Ael explained, his tone urgent. It harbors the majority of the ruins' energy circuits and ancient knowledge. If it falls into the hands of the Lightbreaker or any malevolent individuals, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone's gaze simultaneously turned to the still unconscious Stark and the recently stabilized, though still somewhat weak-breathed Lin. Stark seemed to show slight signs of improvement due to the previous energy anomaly, but he was far from awakening. Though Lin had temporarily balanced the power within him, that balance was extremely fragile, like walking on the edge of a blade. No one knew what would happen when the next trial came. We must take Tony with us. Captain America's voice left no room for doubt. We cannot leave him here. Not to mention this place was already unsafe, and Stark's armor anomaly might contain crucial clues. I can try to stabilize Mr. Stark's vital signs temporarily using starlight, making him more suitable for. Ael approached Stark, placing his hands just above his chest reactor, gently infusing him with new starlight. Stark's breathing visibly became more steady and strong, although he still had not awakened. Lin took a deep breath, forcing himself to pull away from his introspective state. He could sense the delicate balance maintained between the light point deep within his soul and the surrounding sea of emptiness, with Ael's starlight acting like a warm lighthouse, continuously solidifying the coordinates of this existence. He looked at Captain America, his gaze resolute. I'm fine, we can move on. There was no time for more detailed adjustments. Captain America once again carried L, acting as a guide and a source of strength at crucial moments. L had to maintain his mobility. Natasha and Barton were tasked with crafting a sturdier sled to secure Stark properly. The Pathfinder seemed to have completed its mission upon entering the star's spring space. The diamond crystal no longer pointed in a specific direction, but emitted a steady soft glow. The road ahead would rely on Ael's guidance and the information provided by the dome map. Ael pointed to a narrow crack on the opposite shore of the lake hidden behind a massive stalactite formation and almost blending into the rock wall. That is a shortcut to the heart between and a secret passage for energy flow. Follow me. The group quickly sprang into action, wading through the shimmering shallows of starlight and squeezing into the crack that could only accommodate one person at a time. The interior of the crack was not naturally formed. The stone walls on both sides were smooth engraved with flowing energy patterns that emitted a faint guiding light, resembling a vein of light leading to the Earth's core. The passage sloped upwards steeply without any forks. The energy in the air grew denser and increasingly. Lin could distinctly feel that the energy field here was no longer as gentle and accommodating as that of the star spring, but rather filled with a sense of some ancient will and trial. The power of light became more condensed and exclusive, as if scrutinizing every intruder. The area of emptiness anchored within him began to ripple slightly once again under such conditions. It was not agitation but a kind of instinctual defense and analysis. Ancient barrier. Rejection. Scrutiny. The cold fragment of will conveyed vague messages. Lin had to allocate more of his mental energy to maintain inner balance, appearing unusually silent and focused during their walk. How do you feel? Natasha, walking beside him, keenly sensed his unusual state and whispered, the energy here is rejecting it. Lin pointed to his chest, his voice somewhat hoarse. It is also scrutinizing me. I need to concentrate. Natasha nodded, refraining from asking further questions, and instead observed their surroundings with heightened vigilance. As they delved deeper, complex geometric symbols composed of pure energy began to float in midair on either side of the passage, slowly rotating and emitting warning light. Occasionally, a beam of energy would shoot out from the symbols, without warning, scanning over their bodies seemingly. When the beam passed over Lin, he distinctly felt the intensity of the scan increase, lasting longer, and the ripples in the sea of emptiness within him grew larger. Fortunately, the light of existence at the center of his soul and the starlight aura emanating from El beside him seemed to serve as a pass, causing the energy beam to retract after a brief moment of hesitation. The defense mechanism of the ruins is identifying us. Ael's voice echoed in the passage. Everyone stay close to my steps, do not touch any energy symbols, and do not deviate from this main passage. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. They felt as if they were walking within the veins of a slumbering giant beast, where the slightest misstep could awaken it and bring about catastrophic consequences. After about half an hour of travel, light appeared ahead. The end of the passage seemed to be a massive exit. However, just as they were about to step out of the passage, an anomaly occurred. The entire passage shook violently. This was not due to an attack from pursuers behind them, but originated from the ruins themselves. The energy patterns on the walls flickered furiously, and the floating geometric symbols emitted a piercing hum, their light becoming extremely unstable. What's happening? Barton steadied himself and exclaimed. El's expression changed as he quickly closed his eyes to sense the flow of energy. He suddenly opened them wide, filled with shock and anger. Someone is forcefully assaulting the outer barrier of the heart between. It's not from our path. It's the main entrance. They are trying to break in violently. Almost as soon as El finished speaking, a powerful and violent wave of energy surged towards them from the direction of the passages in like a tsunami. This energy was filled with aggression and destruction, clashing violently with the ancient and dignified energy field of the ruins. It's the Lightbreaker. Ael stated with certainty. They are using some kind of powerful energy weapon. We must move faster. The final tranquility was completely shattered. The enemy not only caught up, but chose the most direct and brutal method, attempting to force their way into the core. Captain America's eyes sharpened, no longer hesitating. Accelerate. Burst out of the passage. The group braced against the violent energy tremors and the instability of the passage, fighting their way towards the exit. When they finally burst out of the narrow passage and stepped into a broader, awe-inspiring space, the sight before them made everyone's hearts sink. They stood at the edge of a circular platform suspended in a vast, bottomless, dark void. At the center of the void was a massive structure composed of countless flowing energy lines radiating dazzling starlight, complex and resembling the human brain. This was the heart between. However, at this moment, this sacred and solemn brain was under attack. On the opposite side of the circular platform, a massive energy gap, forcefully torn through space, was continuously distorting and expanding. Beyond the gap, the silhouettes of several figures could be vaguely seen against the backdrop of snow-capped mountains, dressed in silver uniforms adorned with abstract luminous patterns. Lightbreaker. They were operating a massive energy cannon resembling a prism, continuously bombarding a searing white destructive beam against the outer energy shield of the heart between. The shield flickered wildly, its stability clearly compromised. Stop them! Captain America shouted without hesitation, leading the charge along the circular platform toward the opposite side. As the light of the light breaker drew nearer, the final battle was about to ignite in the heart of this mysterious eagles. The circular platform was vast and unobstructed, beneath which lay an endless darkness that devoured all light, as if connecting to the void of the universe. Captain America led the charge, his vibranium shield held before him, bracing against the energy turbulence created by the Riftbreaker energy weapons as he launched into a determined assault. Natasha and Barton followed closely behind, and though their ammunition was running low, their fighting spirit remained Barton fired the last explosive arrow he had left, the shaft slicing through the space, filled with the urgent sound of energy howls, accurately hitting the base of the prism energy projector. Boom! The explosion erupted on the platform, the prism device shaking violently for a moment, the blazing destructive beam suddenly skewing, striking the energy wall on the side of Between Hearts, causing even fiercer ripples. Enemies detected. Protect the focusing prism. Came a calm and swift command from the Riftbreaker members on the opposite. Immediately, several Riftbreaker warriors clad in silver uniforms and moving as swiftly as the wind leaped out from the shadows of the platform, wielding energy blades or pulse rifles radiating high-frequency energy fluctuations, confronting Captain America and his team. These Riftbreaker warriors were evidently well-trained and augmented to some extent, their combat skills exquisite, the use of energy weapons masterful, and their coordination seamless, instantly entangling with Captain America, Natasha, and Barton, preventing them from approaching the prism projector that was continuously attacking the barrier. Lin, find a way to disrupt that device. Captain America yelled loudly as he forcefully blocked an energy blade slash with his shield sparks flying. Did not join the close combat. He stood at the edge of the platform, his hands forming a complex seal in front of his chest, and the starlight around him surged. He attempted to establish a deeper connection with the Between Hearts that was under attack, mobilizing the defensive power of the relic itself. Ancient Guardian Spirit, please respond to my call. Chanted in an ancient tongue, the platform beneath his feet lighting up with energy patterns akin to those of Between Hearts, as a thick pillar of condensed starlight energy rose from the platform, shooting towards the opposing prism projector like a giant spear. However, just as the starlight energy pillar was about to hit its target, a thin, yet exceptionally resilient diamond-shaped energy shield suddenly unfolded before the prism projector. Starlight energy collided with the shield, erupting in a dazzling brilliance, but failing to breach, only causing the shield to flicker violently for a moment. Useless child of the stars. A mocking voice came from the opposite side as a tall man in an even more ornate silver uniform, with half a metal mask covering his face, stepped forward wielding an energy staff that continuously changed its form. This dimensional prism was personally designed by Lord Knight to specifically break through such ancient energy barriers. Your starlight merely supplements its energy. This man was the same leader who had previously surrounded Whitestone House, clearly holding a significant position within the Riftbreakers. Ale's face paled. He could feel that part of the energy he released was indeed absorbed and transformed by the prism, thereby enhancing the destructive beam's power. At that moment, Lin acted. Unlike Ale, he did not try to engage in an energy clash. Since entering this space, the sea of nihility within him had been observing and analyzing everything around, especially the prism device that was incessantly bombarding the barrier and the destructive energy it produced. He sensed that within the blazing white beam resided an extremely domineering will, attempting to forcibly decompose and assimilate all order and structure into pure light energy. This was in stark contrast to the ancient, inclusive, yet exclusive light energy of the relic itself, and completely incompatible with the void power within him that represented silence and potential. The will of the void conveyed a clear sense of disgust regarding inefficient transformation. Forced order. Pseudolight. Lin closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness into the interwoven light and darkness of the spiral nebula within his soul. He no longer tried to resist the destructive beam, but instead attempted to understand its energy composition and operational principles, seeking out its points of disharmony. In his perception, that blazing white beam was not flawless. Due to its violent disruptive nature, it generated countless subtle energy turbulence and structural cracks at the edges where it contacted the Between Hearts barrier. These cracks were extremely tiny, fleeting, and nearly negligible under the macro energy impact. But for Lin, who could perceive nihility and possibility, these cracks were the breakthrough. He raised his hand not to release energy, but to extend the power of the sea of nihility within him with exquisite precision, like a surgical scalpel. The target was not the prism itself, nor the main body of the destructive beam, but those constantly emerging and vanishing micro-level energy cracks. What he did was not to attack, but to amplify and guide. He inserted a wisp of void power like the finest wedge into those cracks. The essence of void is silence and return to basics. When it intervenes in the domineering light energy cracks, it does not cause an explosion, but triggers a strange neutralization and collapse. Sizzle. A faint yet excruciating sound echoed, causing all energy-sensitive individuals to wince. The blazing white beam shot from the prism projector suddenly revealed a small, unstable mosaic-like, distorted area at the front where it contacted the barrier. Within this area the beam seemed to lose its cohesion instantly, becoming dim and scattered, even briefly though this distorted area was quickly filled by the subsequent surge of light energy. That momentary interruption and turbulence significantly undermined the stability of the entire destructive beam. Between Heart's energy barrier pressure suddenly decreased, and the flickering frequency noticeably slowed down. What? The leader of the Rift Breakers changed expression beneath his mask, suddenly looking at Lin. It's that key. He can interfere with the dimensional prism. Eliminate him first. Immediately 2 Rift Breaker warriors broke free from Natasha and Barton's entanglement, rushing towards Lin like lightning wielding energy blades. At this moment Lin was fully focused on that intricate energy interference, and his reaction to the close danger was a beat slow. Lin, be careful, Ale exclaimed, trying to mobilize the starlight to block, but was interrupted by a concentrated energy arrow shot from the leader's energy staff. As the energy blade was about to strike Lin, a golden-red figure bearing a broken, yet determined aura suddenly crashed into the 2 Rift Breaker warriors. It was Stark. He had awakened at this critical moment. Though his armor was still severely damaged and his movements unsteady, he forced himself into the fight with the fundamental power of the armor and his indomitable will. Trying to mess with my energy indicator. Have you asked me first? Stark's voice came through the faceplate, laced with a weak, yet familiar sarcasm, as he raised the mechanical arm that could barely operate, releasing the last burst of energy from the thruster in his palm, forcefully pushing the 2 enemies away. Tony! Captain America exclaimed in surprise and joy. Stark's awakening was like a shot of adrenaline for the weary team. Yet Lin's interference, though exquisite, could not completely prevent the continued onslaught of the dimensional prism. The barrier was still being slowly but surely weakened. This won't work. Ale anxiously watched the dimming Between Hearts barrier. We must enter the interior of Between Hearts and strengthen the defense from the core node. Or, close the outer barrier and let them in, using the internal defense system to deal with them. Closing the barrier. That was undoubtedly drinking poison to quench thirst. But continuing to passively take hits, it was only a matter of time before the barrier broke. Captain America looked at his struggling teammates, at the wobbly energy barrier, and then at the Rift Breakers eyeing them from the opposite side, and the dangerous prism device. A bold and risky plan quickly took shape in his mind. He looked at Ale, his gaze sharp. Ale, if we close the barrier, how long do we have to utilize the internal system? At most 3 minutes. The active defense system of Between Hearts requires time to activate and permission. 3 minutes. That's enough. Captain America took a deep breath and made a decision. Ale, prepare to close the barrier. Everyone at my command charge towards the entrance of Between Hearts the moment the barrier disappears. He was going to take a gamble, betting that the Rift Breakers would be eager to rush into the core once the barrier vanished, betting that they could activate the internal defense in 3 minutes, and betting that they could defeat the invaders on this sacred ground. Should the heart barrier hold, or shall it be opened willingly? The scales of fate tilted once more. Captain America's decision was like cold water splashed into a pot of boiling oil, leaving everyone in shock. He actively closed the barrier of the heart between worlds. This meant that the most core area of this ancient relic would be exposed unreservedly to the blades of the light splitters. If the internal defense system failed to activate in time or was seized by the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Captain, this is too risky. Barton urgently protested while struggling to fend off a light splitter warrior's energy blade with his combat skills. There are no better choices. Captain America's tone was firm and resolute as he glanced at his struggling teammates and at the world-breaking prism, which continued to bombard, causing the barrier's glow to dim further. If we continue, it's only a matter of time before the barrier is forcibly breached. At that point we will be even more passive. Only by placing ourselves in a desperate situation can we hope to survive. His gaze finally settled on Ire. Ire, trust me and trust in the protective power of this relic. Ire looked into Captain America's steadfast and fearless eyes, then glanced at the perilous situation aided by Stark and Lin along with the precarious barrier. He bit his silver teeth and nodded emphatically. All right, I trust you. He no longer attempted to attack or reinforce the barrier, but instead immersed himself in the connection with the heart between worlds, rapidly altering his hand seals while chanting more ancient and obscure syllables. The energy patterns on the platform began to flow and operate in reverse. What are they doing? The leader of the light splitters sensed the abnormal change in the energy flow, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. At that moment, buzz! The brilliant and heavy energy barrier enveloping the heart between worlds flickered a few last times like a dying light bulb, and then suddenly vanished. It completely disappeared. The blazing white destructive beam from the prism projector, which had been blocked outside, lost its target and struck fiercely against the unprotected brain structure of the heart between worlds, composed solely of pure energy lines. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed. Energy lines were blasted in all directions, and the entire heart between worlds structure shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. A piercing, mournful alarm sounded within the relic. The barrier is gone. Charge in. Seize control. The leader of the light splitters was momentarily stunned, then elated, immediately issuing orders. All members of the light splitters, including those operating the prism projector, surged forward like sharks, smelling blood, racing towards the now wide-open entrance of the heart between worlds. A circular portal located at the base of the brain structure, emitting a soft white light. Now's the time. Charge! Captain America bellowed almost simultaneously as the barrier disappeared. Ignoring the enemies around him, he accelerated to his utmost speed, transforming into a meteor rushing towards the portal. Natasha Barton and Stark immediately broke free from their entanglements and sprinted with all their might. At the moment the barrier vanished, Lin felt a huge, uncontrollable energy turbulence surge from within the heart between worlds. The sea of void within him stirred again, but this time he forcibly suppressed it and followed closely behind the team. Ire was the last to move. After completing the barrier closure command, his face was as pale as paper, clearly exhausted. He cast a deep glance at the severely damaged heart between worlds, a flash of pain crossing his eyes before gritting his teeth and charging towards the portal. Time was of the essence. The 3-minute countdown began. Captain America was the first to rush into the portal, the intense white light engulfed. Next were Natasha Barton and Stark. As Lin stepped into the portal, he felt as if he had passed through a cold curtain of water, and the scene before him changed abruptly. He found himself standing in an incredibly strange space. There was no concept of up or down. Beneath his feet flowed light bands like a galaxy, with countless floating, ever-changing three-dimensional images and energy symbols surrounding him. Vast star maps the evolution of ancient life, forms the rise and fall of civilizations, even the scenes of their recent battle replaying. Countless streams of information cascaded and intertwined like a waterfall, forming the substance of this space. This was the interior of the heart between worlds. A world composed purely of information and energy. Search for the control node. Something akin to a core processor. Captain America's voice echoed in the space, yet its source could not be found, as if it was a direct transmission of thought. The group dispersed, quickly searching in this sea of information. Stark attempted to activate the scanning system of his armor, but the system overloaded and alarmed as soon as it started. The energy and information density here was too high. Lin's experience was even more peculiar. The sea of void within him seemed to thrive here. When the vast streams of information approached him, they became slightly calmer, as if influenced by his silence essence. He could even vaguely understand some fragmentary information conveyed by the energy symbols, about the structure of the energy circuits, about the activation sequence of the defense system. Core. Coordinates. Confirm. He captured a key information stream pointing to a certain center within this informational world. Over there. Lin pointed in a direction where a more stable and complex energy aggregation, resembling a multifaceted crystal ball, floated. The group immediately converged towards that direction. However, the light splitters were equally swift. Almost simultaneously as they discovered the core, the leader charged in with several elite warriors. Stop them. Control the core. The leader roared, and an energy staff shot out a concentrated beam of light directly targeting the core crystal ball. Not on my watch. Captain America hurled his shield with all his might, the spinning vibranium shield precisely intercepting the beam. The battle erupted again in this strange information space. Energy weapon beams, arrows. Barton picked up an enemy's fallen energy arrow, fists and feet, and the flying fragments of information created a surreal, yet perilous scene. Stark utilized the remaining power of his armor to engage in close combat, with a light splitter warrior attempting to seize the energy weapon from his hands. Natasha moved like a specter, weaving through the floating images, using precise energy shots to disrupt the enemy. Ire did not participate in the battle. He rushed to the side of the core crystal ball, placing both hands on its surface, closing his eyes, and concentrating, attempting to establish a connection with the core to activate the defense system. His starlight power infused the crystal ball, which began to rotate slowly, emitting an increasingly bright glow. Permission verification. Starcore child. Confirmed. Defense system initiating. 1. A cold, emotionless voice echoed in Ire's mind. Too slow. At this rate, 3 minutes would definitely not be enough. I need higher authority. Or, a stronger energy. Ire shouted anxiously. A stronger energy source. A sense of dread filled everyone. Where could they find a stronger energy source? At that moment, Lin looked at the spinning core crystal ball and felt the turbulent sea of void within him, which was unusually active due to being in the sea of information. An extremely bold thought surged again. He recalled Ire mentioning he was the key of paradox, possessing the ability to harmonize light and darkness. This heart between worlds was a realm of pure light and information, while his void power represented silence and possibility. What if he injected these seemingly opposing forces into the core through himself as a medium? Not destruction, but rather providing a form of fundamental support, using void to stabilize the foundation of existence. It sounded utterly absurd, yet it was the only solution he could think of. Ire, get out of the way. Lin shouted, rushing to the front of the core crystal ball, placing his hands on it in Ire's place, under Ire's astonished gaze. Lin, what are you doing? Captain America exclaimed. Lin did not answer. He closed his eyes, pouring all his strength into guiding the power from deep within his soul. He no longer suppressed the sea of void, but carefully he infused a thread of the purest void power, representing silence, and the foundation of possibilities, along with the characteristic of stabilizing order from the light of existence at the center of his soul, slowly into the core crystal ball, like harmonizing yin and yang. Buzz. The core crystal ball erupted with an unprecedented, indescribable brilliance. That light was neither starlight nor the dark gold of the void, but a chaotic hue that seemed to contain all possibility. The entire interior space of the heart between worlds trembled violently. All floating images and symbols froze instantly, then rearranged and combined at an unprecedented speed. The cold voice of the prompt sounded again, but with a hint of astonishment. Unknown energy intervention. Paradox coefficient matching. Authority exceeded. Defense system forcibly initiating. 50, 80, 100. Weaver's agreement activated. 3 minutes were not yet up. The gamble of decisions seemed to have been won. When the thought of Weaver protocol activation echoed throughout the mindscape, time seemed to be pressed on pause. The chaotic light burst forth from the core crystal sphere, swiftly saturating the entire information space, like ink spilling across a canvas. All the floating, ever-changing images and energy symbols were forcibly fixed and reorganized at that moment, transforming into clear, stable energy chains and barriers infused with powerful forces of order. The structure of space underwent a fundamental change. The once ethereal and elusive ocean of information was instantly defined and solidified. The river of starlight flowing beneath his feet congealed into a solid ground of light as walls composed of energy adorned with ancient runes emerged around, dividing the entire core area into a distinct hall with strong defensive characteristics. The members of the Light Breakers engaged in fierce combat with the Avengers were the first to be affected by the Weaver protocol. The energy beams they shot were deflected and dissipated by an invisible energy field the moment they left the chamber. The light blades in their hands dimmed, as if deprived of their energy source. Their own movements became sluggish and stiff, as if trapped in viscous glue. What's happening? My power is draining. It's the relic's defensive system. It's fully activated. And how could it happen so quickly? The light breakers cried out in panic, trying to retreat, only to find that the light portal they came through had vanished, replaced by an indestructible energy barrier. They were trapped. The leader's face changed dramatically. He tried to wield his energy scepter, summoning his strongest power to resist, but as soon as the light at the top of the scepter glimmered, it was ensnared and sealed by several energy chains that appeared out of thin air, composed of pure informational code. He felt the connection between himself and the surrounding energy completely severed, as if he had become a mere mortal. No, this is impossible. The Weaver protocol is of the highest authority. Unless... He suddenly looked towards Lin En, who still had his hands pressed on the core crystal sphere, incredulity and horror flooding his eyes. Is it you? What exactly are you? Lin En disregarded him. At the moment the Weaver protocol was activated, he felt an unimaginably vast stream of information and energy surging down his arm, flowing back into his body and soul. This power was not an attack, but more akin to assimilation and authorization. The core crystal sphere, or rather the entire mindscape, seemed to identify him as being capable of providing paradox energy as a higher-level authority figure, possibly even a temporary administrator. His consciousness was forcibly pulled into a higher dimension. He saw the overall energy network of the Eagle's Nest relic, observed other lightbreakers outside attempting to find a new entrance, and even faintly sensed some vague energy signals in the distant snowstorm of the Alps, possibly Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. He could feel countless tiny energy units operating under the Weaver protocol according to his latent will, or rather the relic's preset defensive will, constructing cages and suppressing intruders. But at the same time he also felt an immense burden. Maintaining this administrator perspective in the operation of the Weaver protocol was draining his energy and mental power at an astonishing rate. The void sea deep within his soul began to churn as it was infused with a large amount of ordered energy, and the point of existence became scorching and unstable due to processing massive information. He felt like a child who suddenly gained control over a divine weapon, who, although immensely powerful, it was difficult to wield for long. Lin En, how are you holding up? AEL was the first to notice Lin En's abnormality, seeing his face flushed, his body slightly trembling, as if his hands pressed on the crystal sphere were glued and unable to break free. Captain America, Natasha Barton, and Stark, who had just caught his breath, also gathered around, anxiously watching Lin En. They too sensed the immense and unstable aura emanating from Lin En, connected to the entire relic. I can't control it. Lin En's voice was filled with pain and confusion. The information is too much. The energy. It's using me. Stark forced himself forward to scan the core crystal sphere with the remaining sensors of his armor. Even though the data was chaotic, his expression solemn. This is bad. He has become the converter and amplifier between the relic's defensive system and external energy. The protocol is overdrawing his power to maintain its operation. If this continues, he will be drained dry. We must sever his connection to the core. Captain America attempted to pull Lin En away, but as soon as his hand touched Lin En's shoulder, he was rebuffed by a powerful energy field. The core crystal sphere seemed to have protected, or rather imprisoned, Lin En. Forcibly interrupting may cause irreversible damage to both Lin En and the relic. AEL stopped Captain America's next attempt, anxiously watching Lin En's painful expression. We need another being capable of carrying authority to take over for him. Or, let the protocol find a new stable energy source. Another authority figure. A stable energy source. Under everyone's gaze, their eyes instinctively turned to EL. He was the child of the Star Core, the nominally most legitimate heir here. Ael understood everyone's intention, took a deep breath, and walked to Lin En's side, also pressing his hands on the core crystal sphere. Ancient Weaver, Ial, child of the Star Core, request to take over the authority and release the current connector. He gently infused his pure newly born starlight power into the crystal sphere. The crystal sphere flickered, and the vast stream of information and energy seemed to hesitate for a moment, diverting a portion towards Al. Lin En's pressure immediately eased considerably, and his trembling body steadied a little. However, although Al's power was pure, its magnitude and nature seemed insufficient to completely replace Lin En's energy infused with paradox characteristics. The main burden of the Weaver Protocol still rested upon Lin En. Not enough. My power. The level is insufficient. Al's face turned pale, clearly bearing immense pressure. At that moment, Stark suddenly slapped his helmet. The energy source. A stable energy source. That prism. The big guy the light breakers used to attack the barrier. It must contain a high-intensity energy core. If we can get it here. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the Lightbreaker leader, who was trapped by energy chains and struggling futilely, and the sealed energy scepter in his hand. At the top of that scepter was a large milky white crystal still emitting unstable energy fluctuations. Clearly the energy core or control unit of the dimensional prism. Seize it. Hope reemerged, but this time the target was clear, yet it required snatching from the grasp of a form. The Weaver Protocol continued to operate with Lin En and El struggling to hold on, while the Lightbreaker in the cage resembled a trapped beast. The next step was to seize the energy source, the key to stabilizing the situation completely. Trapped within the energy cage forged by the Weaver Protocol, the members of the Shatterlight faction lost their customary composure and precision, writhing helplessly like insects ensnared in a spider's web. Their leader, whom we shall call the Silver Mask, glared with searing fury at the scepter clutched in his hand, its shaft bound tight by shimmering energy chains. At its apex gleamed a milky white crystal, the reality shard, a symbol of his authority and mission now reduced to a crippling liability. Captain America's gaze locked onto the Silver Mask, and his scepter like that of a hawk fixated on prey. Seizing the reality shard was pivotal, not only to liberate Lin En and stabilize the mind realm, but also to cripple the Shatterlight's power. Natasha Barton, cover me. Stark status report, can you generate interference? Captain America issued swift, precise orders. Though Stark's armor lay battered and fragmented, his intellect, and those rare, dazzling flashes of technological brilliance, remained indispensable. Interference. Let me see if I can make this cage a little more hospitable for them. Stark gasped, focusing intently on the sole remaining component of his armor, still resonating faintly with the Weaver Protocol's energy field, attempting against all odds to coax limited control from it. Move. In with a low commanding bark, Captain America exploded forward, fluid, lethal, and swift as a hunting leopard, directly toward the Silver Mask. His vibranium shield surged ahead, crashing not into the man himself, but into the luminous chains coiling around the scepter, to shatter their grip, to carve an opening for seizure. Stop him. Though startled, the Silver Mask remained unshaken, barking orders to the few subordinates still capable of motion. Two Shatterlight warriors, gritting their teeth against the oppressive energy suppression, drew their dimmed light blades and threw themselves into the breach. Clang, clang. In Captain America met the blades heated with his shield, raw force sending both warriors staggering backward. Yet more chains alive and serpentine lashed forth from floor and walls, seeking to entangle him. At that instant, Natasha moved. She did not strike directly, instead she slipped into the fray like smoke, using masterful acrobatics and martial artistry to deflect and redirect the incoming energy chains, causing them to tangle upon themselves, and even briefly ensnare the two intercepting warriors. A precious window of advance opened for Captain America. Barton, meanwhile, embodied the essence of the master marksman. Though bereft of arrows, he retrieved fallen enemy energy darts, then, relying on instinct, timing, and uncanny precision, fired them at the Silver Mask's wrists and joints. The strikes inflicted no mortal wound, yet they disrupted his focus and mobility, preventing him from channeling residual power or evading the captain's charge. Stark too made headway. Concentrating with fierce intensity, he leveraged the faint resonance between his armor and the Weaver energy field, successfully diverting a localized surge toward the Silver Mask's feet. Instantly, fresh tendrils of energy erupted from the ground, coiling like ancient vines around the Silver Mask's legs, anchoring him in place. And now, Captain America seized the moment. As the Silver Mask faltered, his balance broken by the sudden restraint, he lunged forward, parried a desperate punch with his shield, and shot his right hand out like lightning, seizing the chain-wrapped energy scepter. Let go. The Silver Mask roared, summoning his last reserve of power into a searing light blade that slashed toward Captain America's arm. And he did not flinch, meeting the blow with bare muscle and bone. Agony tore through him, but his grip remained ironclad, unyielding. With a guttural cry, he unleashed every ounce of strength in a single violent wrench. Crack! And the sound was not of splintering wood or shattering crystal, but of strained energy bonds snapping under titanic duress. The scepter wrenched free into Captain America's grasp. And no, the Silver Mask bellowed in raw defiance, lunging forward again, only to be instantly pinned, limbs and torso locked in place by a tightening lattice of radiant chains. Captain America wasted no time savoring victory. He retreated immediately, bearing the captured scepter to Lin En and El. Stark, how do we use this? He thrust the scepter forward. Stark accepted it, eyes scanning the reality shard and the scepter's intricate architecture. Complex structure. Energy pathways are partially sealed, direct interface with the core risks rejection or catastrophic detonation. We need either a safe access point or a way to induce controlled release. His gaze swept across the central crystal sphere, and Lin En, straining, trembling, barely holding on, and an idea ignited. In Lin En, channel your paradox energy inward. Touch the stone, not with force but with resonance. Try to harmonize with it. Make it calm. Stark called out urgently, simultaneously guiding the scepter's tip, gently, deliberately, toward Lin En's hand still pressed against the crystal sphere. It was an act of profound peril. The reality shard pulsed with volatile photonic energy, an antithesis to Lin En's void-born essence. Contact risked total energetic collapse. Yet Lin En had no alternative. He trusted Stark's insight and his own intuition. He withdrew a sliver of awareness, guiding a delicate filament of paradox energy, one woven from the ordered radiance of the existence spark and the silent depth of the void sea, toward the reality shard like a cautious tendril reaching across a chasm. The moment that filament brushed the crystal's surface, and impossible unfolded. And the milky white stone blazed, then folded its light inward, shifting hues with startling grace. Under Lin En's unique paradox resonance, its internal energy lattice began spontaneously reconfiguring, balancing, aligning, harmonizing. Its aggressive disintegrative will receded, replaced by a serene centered pulse tinged with something almost like wonder and quiet curiosity. As if a feral beast had been infused with calm reason, now docile, yet strangely bewildered. And now El, guide it. Treat it like an external battery. Stark cried, sensing the shift. El understood instantly. He modulated his starlight energy, softening its frequency, deepening its receptivity, until it enveloped the reality shard like a warm, embracing field. Under El's guidance, the reality shard's immense, refined photonic energy flowed forth, steady, measured, and wholly controllable, through the scepter now transformed into a conduit and into the central crystal sphere. Empowered by this potent, stable external source, the Weaver Protocol stabilized instantly. The fluctuating energy field enshrouding the mind realm settled, its light no longer flickering but glowing with unwavering clarity. Lin En felt the torrent of data and raw energy ease, like a storm receding from a shore. The scorching agony in his soul and the churning chaos of the void sea subsided, leaving only quietude. He exhaled, a long, slow breath, and gently lifted his hands from the crystal sphere. Exhaustion lingered, yet the sensation of being hollowed out, torn apart, had vanished. El stepped seamlessly into his place, assuming primary stewardship of the Weaver Protocol. With the reality shard's steady power feeding it, he operated with effortless command. Authority confirmed, defensive systems fully operational, intruders neutralized. The cold telepathic voice echoed once more, this time calm, certain, final. The shattered prism, once the instrument of entrapment, had become the keystone of stability. Within the cage, the Shatterlight members stood utterly subdued, powerless, silent, awaiting judgment. Captain America watched Lin En and El, steadfast, restored, and the defeated Silver Mask bound and broken. His tightly drawn features softened, yielding at last to a weary, deeply relieved smile. They had prevailed. Within the heart of the eagle's nest they had safeguarded the ancient relic, and shattered the Shatterlight's conspiracy. Yet Stark knelt nearby, turning the now-dimmed scepter over in his hands, brow furrowed in deep concentration. Something's wrong, he murmured. This reality shard's technology, it isn't purely terrestrial, not even entirely Shatterlight-made. There are embedded code structures, familiar yet elusive, like half-remembered dreams. Nee's eyes lifted, locking onto the silver mask inside the cage, sharp, searching, unblinking. Team, I think we didn't just stir up a hornet's nest. NW, he may have cracked open something far older and far deeper. And the immediate crisis had passed. But beneath the calm surface, a vast, ancient mystery had just begun to rise. The adventure within the eagle's nest was far from over. The joy of victory came swiftly like the retreating tide, only to leave behind a desolate beach and the hidden unknown dangers concealed beneath the sand. The Weaver Protocol operated smoothly, its energy prison shimmering as it firmly confined the members of the Riftbringers. Their struggles had ceased, leaving only heavy breaths and occasional muffled groans under the energy suppression. The silver-masked figure hung his head, seemingly devoid of all strength, yet the tension in his shoulders and the venomous gaze leaking through the mask's seams revealed his inner resentment and fury. Captain America surveyed his surroundings, noticing several fine scorch marks on his vibranium shield. He approached Lin En, patting his shoulder with a steady, concerned voice. How are you feeling, Lin En? Lin En's complexion remained somewhat pale, but his eyes regained clarity. He exhaled a long breath as if to expel the lingering emptiness and heat from his lungs. It feels like finishing an endless marathon and then tripping over a herd of rhinos. He attempted to force a relaxed smile, but the stiffness of his muscles made it appear somewhat strained. However, the core is stable now, and that pulling sensation has vanished. Thank you, Captain, and everyone. His gaze turned to Stark and Al, who were busy at work. Al was maintaining the energy guidance of the core crystal ball and the rift stone with the power of starlight, harmonizing with the gentle light energy refined by Lin En, as if they were of the same origin. Meanwhile, Stark was completely immersed in studying the energy scepter. Jarvis, initiate deep scan protocol, prioritize analyzing the energy circuit patterns of the scepter's base. Damn, I forgot there's no signal here. Stark habitually murmured to himself, then angrily tapped his helmet. Looks like I have to rely on the old-fashioned naked eye and experience. He crouched down, opening the palm of his armor to reveal intricate detectors and tools, carefully disassembling the non-core components of the scepter. His focused demeanor suggested that everything around him had ceased to exist. What did you find, Tony? Captain America asked as he crouched beside him. Stark did not respond immediately. Instead, he pointed with a miniature laser pen to an extremely tiny, seemingly naturally formed crystal pattern at the bottom of the scepter's handle. Look here, Captain. This is not a carving. It is a conductive structure that has grown naturally under conditions of ultra-high density compression and specific frequency oscillation. Its intricacy far surpasses any nanoprinting technology we currently possess, even more elegant than certain structures of the Chitauri mothership's core engine. Its intricacy far surpasses any nanoprinting technology we currently possess, even more elegant than and this interface. It is neither a physical weld nor a simple energy coupling. It is a dynamic phase connect. While ensuring efficient energy transmission, it can also subtly adjust output power based on the user's intent. This technology. He raised his head, his mask opening to reveal a face mixed with awe and extreme confusion. This technology has echoes of our Stark Industries' early arc reactor miniaturization designed to address energy turbulence with a reverse entropy stabilizer, even though it is at least 50 years advanced. And a hint of Asgardian rune technology, but entirely different. More strangely, the deepest energy coding logic. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, very familiar, yet it's like looking through frosted glass. I can't recall. This familiar strangeness left Stark feeling extremely uneasy. As a technological genius of Earth, and even the universe, he had delved into and understood various technological systems. Yet this thing before him seemed like a program written in a completely unknown advanced language interspersed with a few lines of code he had personally written, defying his cognitive logic. Are you suggesting that the technological support behind the Riftbringers might come from a mysterious force that understands Earth's top technology and possesses knowledge far beyond Earth's and alien conventional technology? Natasha stepped forward, keenly catching the key point in Stark's words. As a top spy, she had an innate alertness to such hidden puppeteers. Or this force itself is a mishmash. Barton added, checking the energy shurikens he had confiscated. Their equipment style is very uniform, but beneath that uniformity the sources of technology seem quite complex. Everyone's gaze unconsciously shifted to the silver-masked figure in the cage. He was the only possible breakthrough who might know the truth. Captain America stood up and walked towards the energy prison. His steps were steady, carrying an undeniable authority. Who are you? Where did the rift stone and this scepter come from? What is your true purpose in seeking the heart between? The silver mask slowly lifted its head, its eyes beneath the mask resembling two deep wells filled with mockery and a kind of almost fanatical indifference. What is the purpose? To reshape this flawed and chaotic reality universe. As for who we are the pioneers, the cleaners, the founders of the impending new order. His voice was hoarse, yet possessed a strange penetrating power. Do you think that by stopping us this time you have won? How ridiculous. This is merely a trivial outpost in an infinite war. The prism has already been activated and the light will penetrate every corner. Your so-called defense is but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Prism. Stark immediately seized upon the term. What is it? An organization? A weapon? Or a code name? The silver mask, however, offered no further replies, only emitting a low, eerie laugh that echoed hauntingly in the vast heart between. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Guided by Al, the energy from the riftstone steadily infused into the core crystal ball suddenly produced a subtle, almost imperceptible fluctuation. This fluctuation did not originate from the riftstone itself, but seemed to resonate with some existence from a distant time and space. A faint buzz, a sound so soft yet piercing to the depths of the soul, came forth. Al's expression changed slightly. The energy flow is experiencing abnormal disturbances. The source is unknown. It feels like some kind of calling or response. Almost simultaneously, the silver mask abruptly lifted its head, laughter abruptly ceasing, replaced by a mix of shock, joy, and disbelief. He fixed his gaze on the riftstone, his body trembling slightly with excitement. The master inscription has been activated. How is this possible? In this low-dimensional isolation zone. He murmured, his voice low, yet everyone present. Master inscription. Stark suddenly looked at the scepter in his hand, the laser pin instantly focusing on the top of the scepter where the riftstone connected to the base, observing those minute crystal patterns he had just considered naturally formed. These patterns are not energy circuits, they are writing. He had been focused on energy transmission and structure, but had overlooked the possibility that these patterns themselves might carry information. At this moment, under the reminder of the silver mask and the validation of that mysterious resonance, he suddenly realized that those seemingly chaotic patterns formed an extremely complex and ancient inscription system in a way he could not comprehend. and Lin En at the moment of that resonance involuntarily trembled. He felt that the paradox energy within him seemed to be gently stirred by that distant calling, like a small stone falling into a calm lake, creating ripples. An indescribable feeling, both familiar and repulsive, swept through his heart. Stark immediately attempted to record and analyze the structure of those inscriptions, but the feedback from the armor's built-in scanning system returned chaotic data, as if an invisible force was interfering with direct observation and recording. Unable to record these inscriptions, they are resisting being copied. Stark's voice was filled with an unprecedented gravity. The Silver Mask observed their reactions, especially Stark's failure to record the inscriptions, and laughter echoed again, this time filled with mockery and pity. It's useless, ants. The master inscription is a sacred trajectory, a manifestation of the laws. How could you mundane creations hope to glimpse or record it? Resonance has already occurred, and the coordinates have been illuminated. What awaits you is only purification or annihilation. Coordinates. Captain America's heart sank. He realized that seizing the Rift Stone and utilizing it to stabilize the situation, this seemingly correct decision, might inadvertently trigger a more terrifying mechanism. A signal transmitter, sending their location to an unknown enemy. The Eagle's Nest was no longer a hidden refuge or a relic to be fought over. It might have transformed into a massive bait or target. Tony, can we cut off this resonance? Or block it? Captain America quickly asked. I'm trying. Stark's hands flew over the scepter and armor control interface, but the energy source is the stone itself. Unless we completely destroy it otherwise. Completely destroy. Not to mention whether it could be done without the energy support of the Rift Stone. Could the Weaver Protocol continue to be maintained? Would the spatial anomalies outside that had been subdued erupt again? This was undoubtedly a dilemma. Inside the heart, between the tense atmosphere that had just calmed down, was instantly elevated to an extreme by this sudden event of resonance, and the illumination of coordinates from the distant unknown. The recently concluded battle seemed like a mere trivial thunder before another greater storm approached. This time, they might be facing an enemy no longer obstructable by shields and fists. The word coordinate slithered in like a cold, venomous snake coiling around everyone's hearts. A coordinate, whether ignited actively or passively, signifies something profound on a cosmic scale. Exposure along with the ensuing unpredictable dangers. It must be cut off immediately. Natasha's voice was resolute, her gaze sweeping over the ecstatic expression behind the silver mask, further cementing her conviction of the resonance's peril. Easier said than done. Stark kept his head down, his armored fingertips emitting a more refined beam of micromanipulation laser, attempting to create a temporary firewall on the staff's energy circuit without touching the main inscription. The technological level of this thing is absurdly high. Its resonance mechanism is based on some physical rules we cannot comprehend, perhaps even mathematical laws. Forcibly interfering could likely lead to energy backlash, blowing us and this hard image to smithereens. He tried several plans, but the rapidly scrolling data stream and the constantly flashing red warning indicators on the screen indicated his futility. Although the resonance was weak, it was incredibly stable, continuously radiating a certain information, like a heartbeat. How can you think of a way from the energy supply end? Captain America looked at Al, who was maintaining the core's stability. Al frowned and shook his head. It's difficult. This resonance seems to directly stem from the material essence of the boundary stone rather than being purely energy-based. Even if I completely cut off the energy output, as long as it exists, the broadcast, based on its internal inscription structure, will likely not cease. Moreover, maintaining the Weaver Protocol requires energy. Once severed, the light breaker may break free from its bindings, and the external space-time anomalies will also lose control. The situation had fallen into a deadlock. Destroying the boundary stone carried immense risks, while preserving it was tantamount to holding a constantly flashing signal light, informing unknown enemies we are here. Just as everyone was at a loss, Lin En slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness from fatigue, yet his gaze was exceptionally focused. Perhaps we don't need to cut it off, but rather deceive it. Deceive. Everyone turned to him. Yes, Lin En approached Stark, his eyes landing on the milky white crystal. When the resonance was generated earlier, the energy within me responded. It was faint, but it undeniably existed. That feeling was not like resistance, but rather akin to recognition and confirmation. He extended his finger, and a whisper of paradoxical energy, merging the light of order and the void of silence, swirled at his fingertip. Mr. Stark, you just said these inscriptions cannot be recorded or resisted against copying. But what if I don't aim to record it, but rather imitate it, using my energy to simulate similar fluctuations to cover or interfere with the coordinate signal it emits? Stark's eyes suddenly lit up, like forging a GPS signal to cover the real location. A brilliant idea, Lin. But the premise is, can you accurately imitate that kind of inscription fluctuation that even my armor cannot analyze? That thing is as complex as poetry written with the constants of the universe. I can't guarantee complete success, Lin En admitted candidly, but I can feel it. My energy characteristics seem to have a unique affinity for this rule-level matter. I was able to resonate with it before, perhaps I can imitate it now. At the very least, it's worth a shot. This was a bolder and more dangerous attempt. Failure to imitate might yield no results, or even exacerbate the resonance or trigger more uncontrollable energy conflicts. Captain America exchanged glances with Natasha and Barton, swiftly reaching a decision. We have no better options. Lin En, what do you need in terms of cooperation? I need absolute silence and real-time monitoring from Mr. Stark. Once my energy simulation deviates or triggers instability, alert me immediately. Lin En took a deep breath, focusing all his spirit. He closed his eyes, no longer using sight to see those inscriptions, but rather employing his unique perception to savor the continuous subtle resonance fluctuations. It was a peculiar rhythm, cold, precise, yet imbued with a grand will that disregarded everything. It was not like sound, but rather a kind of information structure that directly acted upon the soul. Lin En carefully guided the paradoxical energy within him, striving to suppress its corrosive or creative nature, instead attempting to condense it into a blank, highly malleable canvas. Then, relying on that mysterious feeling, he began to trace the fluctuations of the main inscriptions from within the boundary stone on this energy canvas, thread by thread. It was an incredibly laborious process. Sweat soon beaded on his forehead, his body trembled slightly, as if bearing an invisible weight. Stark stared intently at the data coming from the detector, silently mouthing words, clearly astonished by Lin En's unfathomable operation. The detector revealed that the energy fluctuations at Lin En's fingertips were slowly, but visibly converging towards the resonance frequency of the boundary stone. Time ticked by, and within the heart image silence reigned save for the faint humming of energy flow and Lin En's increasingly labored breaths. The silver mask also ceased its mockery, watching Lin En in disbelief, as if gazing at a monster. He could not comprehend how a mere mortal could possibly imitate the trajectory of the main inscription using only his own strength. Finally, as Lin En's complexion turned whiter than paper, nearly on the verge of collapse, Stark exclaimed, "The frequency overlap has reached 89%. That's enough. Attempt to cover it." Lin En suddenly opened his eyes. The simulated pseudo-inscription fluctuation, carrying a hint of his own paradoxical traits, gently touched the resonance field continuously emitted by the boundary stone, like a pebble dropped into a lake. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no blinding light. Just a subtle tremor, as if a string had been gently plucked and then silenced. The relentless resonance, pointing to some distant unknown, vanished. No, it did not completely disappear. Rather, it became exceedingly weak and chaotic, obscured and confused by the fluctuations simulated by Lin En, which carried a different flavor. It was as if a clear broadcast signal was mingled with an overwhelming amount of indecipherable noise. Did we succeed? Barton asked excitedly. For now. The interference was successful. Stark sighed deeply, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. The resonance signal was not cut off, but it has been severely polluted and distorted. Even if the existence corresponding to that main inscription can receive it, what they will likely get is a chaotic message riddled with errors unable to be localized. Lin En staggered back a few steps, nearly falling, but was caught by Captain America beside him. He revealed a fatigued yet gratified smile. It seems my imitation show was passable. In the cage, the silver mask seemed struck by lightning, staring intently at the boundary stone, then turning to Lin En, its expression of ecstasy and mockery replaced by a deep-seated fear and confusion. You actually polluted the sacred trajectory. You blasphemer. His faith seemed to have suffered a tremendous shock at that moment. The crisis was temporarily averted. However, Stark's expression did not relax. He pointed at the inscriptions on the staff and said to Captain America, "Although the signal has been interfered with, these coordinates have already been transmitted once." The crisis was temporarily averted. However, Stark's expression did not relax. He pointed at the inscriptions on the staff and said to Captain America, although Captain America nodded, his gaze sharp as it swept across the light breaker in the cage, finally resting on the silver mask. So we need intelligence. We need to know what the prism truly is, who they are, where they come from, and what their ultimate goal is. He walked to the energy cage, slamming his vibranium shield heavily on the ground, producing a dull sound that attracted the attention of all the light breakers. Listen, Captain America's voice was not loud, yet it carried a steel-like will and undeniable pressure. You are prisoners, but you do have choices. Cooperate, and tell us everything you know. Perhaps it will earn you a slim chance of survival in future trials. Stubborn resistance will only make your situation more difficult. He paused, his gaze fierce, locking onto the silver mask. Or you can choose to believe in the mercy of what you call the New Order. But from my experience, organizations that view their kind as flaws and cleansing targets usually do not show much leniency. The silver mask's body slightly trembled, though still silent. That subtle movement did not escape Natasha, and the seeds of fear had already been sown. Prizing open their mouths was merely a matter of time and technique. Yet, just as Captain America was preparing to apply further psychological pressure, the entire heart image suddenly trembled slightly, without warning. It was not an energy fluctuation, but a physical tremor, as if something immensely colossal outside had struck the space-time where the eagle's nest resided. What's happening? Al exclaimed. Being the core maintainer, he was most sensitive to the stability of the heart image. The external space-time structure is under shock. The intensity is very high. Everyone's hearts tightened again. Was it the pursuit of the prism arriving? Or had that coordinate from before Lin En's interference attracted something after all? The eagle's nest, an ancient relic that should have been as solid as a fortress, now appeared like a solitary boat adrift in a storm facing unknown turbulent waves. The tremor lasted approximately 3 seconds before ceasing abruptly, arriving without warning and departing with equal finality. Yet the invisible pressure, now suffusing the air, weighed heavier than any prior energy clash. Report status. Captain America instantly assumed combat stance, shield raised before him, his gaze sweeping every corner of the Mindweave chamber, especially the levitating core crystal sphere and the hazy energy-formed walls that reflected external vistas. El pressed both palms firmly against the crystal sphere, channeling starlight energy to its utmost as he probed the nexus linking the ruin to the outside world. The impact originated from a space-time fold, north-northwest. It is no conventional physical assault, rather it resembles a mass of extraordinary magnitude forcibly intruding into this space-time bubble stabilized by the Weaver Protocol, generating ripples across its fabric. An object of immense mass. Stark rushed to an energy barrier, straining to discern the exterior, but only shimmering energy patterns and distorted light flickered across its surface. How large? A Chitauri flagship, or a rogue asteroid? Impossible to determine precisely. El's voice carried urgent urgency. Residual shockwaves continue to propagate, severely disrupting my perception. But one thing is certain: they are targeting the eagle's nest. The Weaver Protocol's defensive layer is automatically responding, energy expenditure accelerating rapidly. As if in grim confirmation, the core crystal sphere's radiance flickered anew, unstable, pulsing erratically. The imprisoned light splitters likewise sensed the cataclysm beyond. Hope kindled on some faces while Silver Mask straightened his spine, still bound yet poised like one awaiting final judgment or deliverance. Stark, can you reinforce the defenses? Or activate some undiscovered relic weapon system? Natasha asked swiftly, simultaneously inventorying her dwindling arsenal. I'm trying. Stark's fingers flew across the scepter interface and his armor's holographic display, striving to forge a deeper connection with the Weaver Protocol. This protocol behaves like a stubborn elder, granting permissions with miserly reluctance. Beyond basic maintenance and containment functions, higher-order applications demand either a specific key or elevated authorization certification. He attempted to input a fragment of energy structure code recently deciphered from the scepter. The screen flickered, then flashed a prompt written in an unknown tongue, before vanishing entirely. Damn it! Language barrier. Stark slammed his fist against the floor. At that moment, Barton, guided by a hunter's instinct, pointed toward another energy barrier. Look there. The shift in light and shadow. All turned toward his gesture. There the barrier's once smooth energy currents now rippled violently, as if a stone had struck still water. At the ripple's center, the image sharpened, a warped starfield seen as though through superheated air, and against that celestial backdrop a colossal, grotesque silhouette advanced with inexorable, chilling certainty. That shadow bore no resemblance to a vessel. It resembled instead a monstrous mandible or drill head assembled from countless plates of dull alien metal and unidentifiable substances. So vast was even a fragment of it that it nearly filled the entire field of vision afforded by the energy barrier. Its armored surface bristled with coarse, battle-scarred plating. Between the fissures, ominous crimson energy pulsed faintly, malevolent, ancient. What in the hell is that? Barton drew a sharp, involuntary breath. This warship, assuming it could even be called a ship, embodied a technological lineage utterly alien to the Lightsplitter's sleek, energy-based aesthetics, raw, brutal, primal in its force. Silver Mask watched the approaching shadow, trembling, not from fear, but fervent anticipation. His whisper held a sacred, shuddering reverence. It is the Scourge, the Prism's claw. They have come to purify. The Scourge. Stark seized the term. Sounds positively hospitable. Instantly, he redirected all sensor arrays toward the looming monolith, but return data dissolved into static. Only mass readings registered with terrifying magnitude, enveloped by a dense active interference field. Their target is unequivocally us, Captain America declared gravely. L, how long can you hold? Based on current energy depletion rates and impact intensity, the Weaver Protocol's defensive layer can withstand at most 3 more direct strikes of equivalent force. L's voice conveyed sober gravity. Moreover, their technology appears designed to actively drain the barrier's energy, like corrosion, relentless and insidious. No sooner had he spoken than the second impact struck, precisely on schedule. Boom. This tremor dwarfed the first. The entire Mindweave chamber convulsed violently, hairline fractures, glowing with unstable energy, splintered across the floor. The core crystal sphere flared blindingly bright after a momentary dimming, clearly operating far beyond. L grunted, a suppressed cry of strain, as his starlight energy wavered. The luminous cage imprisoning the light splitters flickered wildly, threatening imminent collapse. Lin, stabilize the core. Captain America commanded. Lin, battling profound mental and physical exhaustion, placed his hands upon the sphere once more. His unique paradoxical energy surged inward, not to transmit information, but to serve purely as a stabilizing agent and binding force, helping L tame the crystal's turbulent energies. Only through their combined will did the core avoid immediate disintegration. Yet peril loomed, imminent, absolute. We cannot wait to die. Stark rose sharply, eyes blazing with resolve. We must go out, engage it externally, or uncover its weakness. Hiding here guarantees annihilation. Go out, into the space-time maelstrom. Barton countered. We possess the key. Stark raised the energy scepter. This device breached the Weaver Protocol's defenses to bring us in. Its principles should permit reverse operation, opening a temporary egress channel. Risky. Absolutely. The aperture may destabilize mid-transit, but it remains infinitely preferable to passive demise. He turned to Captain America, awaiting the final order. Without hesitation, Captain America acted. As a warrior, he understood the fatal limits of passive defense. He issued swift, precise commands. Stark, you open the channel and locate the enemy vessel's vulnerability. Natasha and Barton, you accompany me outside for tactical engagement and reconnaissance. Lin En, you remain here. Hold the core, by any means necessary. Should we fail, or should control slip entirely, you must evacuate with the core's data. Captain, Lin began, but was silenced by a firm, compassionate glance. That is an order. Captain America's gaze held unwavering warmth and steel. You embody our future. Do not let it end here. He turned to Stark. Begin, Tony. Stark took a deep breath and aimed the scepter at the energy barrier through which they'd originally entered the Mindweave chamber. He channeled the scepter's remaining power alongside his armor's output, carefully reversing the energy flow, attempting to tear a fissure in the impenetrable defensive lattice. The realm shatter stone atop the scepter ignited once more, but its glow now sputtered, erratically strained to its breaking point by this unnatural inversion. A swirling, distorted halo formed upon the barrier, its center thinning, revealing glimpses of the warped starfield beyond, and the vast, hideous shadow advancing relentlessly. The passage was forming. Ready yourselves. Stark roared, his armor flaring to full combat readiness, weapons primed despite visible damage. Captain America raised his shield. Natasha and Barton tightened their grips on their weapons, eyes sharpened to lethal. In that instant, just as the aperture neared stability, the third impact struck, accompanied by a will so terrifying it froze souls where they stood. This time, it was not merely physical. It carried a psychic onslaught, glacial, savage, saturated with annihilation's hunger. Like a tangible tsunami, it pierced the Weaver Protocol's defenses and engulfed the entire Mindweave chamber. F. Both Elle and Lin cried out in unison. The core crystal sphere's light guttered to near extinction. The energy cage shattered outright. Several weakened light splitters collapsed unconscious. Silver Mask, however, erupted in ecstatic defiance, breaking free of his bonds. The passage twisted violently amid the energy storm, distorting, fraying, teetering on collapse. Now go. Stark maintained the aperture at tremendous cost, plunging headlong into the vortex. Captain America, Natasha, and Barton followed without pause, their forms swallowed instantly by chaotic refracted light. Behind them lay the crumbling Mindweave chamber, the liberated Silver Mask, and Lin and Elle, straining, desperate, holding the line. The Eagle's Nest's final defense ignited simultaneously within and without, and beyond the veil of uncertainty loomed a darkness deeper, more unfathomable than ever before. Plunging from the relatively stable realm of mental imagery into a transient conduit felt like being hurled into a violently spinning washing machine. The warping forces of space-time tore at every inch of skin and armor, leaving only kaleidoscopic shards of light and a nauseating vertigo within their field of vision. Stark relied on his armor's stabilization systems and sheer force of will to maintain directional control, while Captain America raised his vibranium shield before him, bearing the brunt of the fiercest energy turbulence and shielding Natasha and Barton from its full onslaught. The passage was brief, yet stretched agonizingly toward eternity. Just as dissolution seemed imminent, a blinding flash erupted ahead. Weightlessness surged, and the four were violently expelled. Splash, splash. They landed upon a surface, hard, unyielding, cold to the touch, like polished metal. Stark instantly stabilized his stance, repulsors ignited, lifting him several meters into the air as he initiated a rapid environmental scan. Captain America rolled forward to dissipate momentum, dropping into a half-crouch, with shield raised in vigilant defense. Natasha and Barton landed with feline precision back-to-back, forming an instinctive defensive perimeter. The sight before them stole even their battle-hardened breath. They stood upon the outer hull of the airy nest ruins, the colossal artificial celestial body itself. Beneath their feet lay ancient pitted metallic strata etched with incomprehensible gargantuan glyphs. Above them the familiar starfield had vanished, replaced entirely by an immense grotesque shadow that blotted out the heavens. There, unveiled in its terrible majesty, loomed the vessel known as the Scavenger. It bore no conventional streamlined hull, but resembled instead a vast, irregular, segmented spine, akin to some abyssal leviathan's vertebrae, each segment studded with spines, weapon emplacements, and pulsing energy projectors. Its entire frame gleamed in a dull leaden gray, absorbing light as if starving for it. Only at its articulation joints, and within the enormous compoundy-like observation ports, did crimson energy flow, thick and viscous as congealed blood. Its sheer scale imposed a crushing, cataclysmic pressure. Merely hovering, it evoked the sensation of heaven collapsing upon earth. What they had previously witnessed was merely the forwardmost drill bit protrusion of this monstrous ship. Now that massive drill bit was retracting slowly, its recent impact upon the airy nest unmistakable. Meanwhile, along the vessel's ventral flank, directly aligned with the airy nest, massive armored plates slid open, revealing dense clusters of glowing red launch apertures. No gesture of welcome, but a declaration of annihilation. Jarvis, damn it. Stark instinctively called for his AI, then recalled the comms blackout. Manual over. Scan enemy energy signatures and structural vulnerabilities. His armor's shoulder and forearm weapon bays snapped open, miniature missiles and pulse cannons primed and ready. Simultaneously, he processed the sensor data structure. Hell, its armor is composite phase. Conventional ordnance will likely prove ineffective. Energy core, heavily shielded. No obvious weak points. Those launch apertures, energy readings off the scale. Some kind of disintegration beam. We cannot let it strike the ruins again. Captain America roared. Tony Barton, harass its firing arrays. Natasha with me. We'll find another entry or a structural flaw. Understood. Stark fired first. Micro-missiles streaked across the void, trailing incandescent contrails as they struck the charging launch apertures with surgical precision. At the same time, his arm-mounted pulse cannons unleashed continuous barges. Searing beams slammed into the warship's armored hide, detonating in small, brilliant flares of energy. Though superficial, the assault drew attention. Several apertures swiveled, locking onto him. Barton moved like a jungle primate across the airy nest's colossal engraved patterns, using terrain for cover as he sought optimal firing angles. His energy darts and custom-forged arrows, improvised from spare armor modules, were not meant to kill, but to disrupt targeting exposed sensors, energy conduits, and junction interfaces, aiming for cascading short circuits and system failures. Boom, boom, boom. Missiles detonated near the hive-like apertures, failing to obliterate them outright, yet visibly delaying their charge cycle and triggering chain reactions of minor explosions and energy leaks. Crimson arcs of energy crackled across the hull, and the Leviathan emitted a low, guttural hum, like a wounded beast in agony. It's working. Keep pressing. Stark's command was cut short as the scavengers' counterattack commenced. Multiple crimson energy beams lanced forth, not aimed directly at them, but sweeping across their entire position in lethal overlapping arcs. Where the beams passed, the ancient metallic ground melted like wax beneath a furnace, vaporizing instantly and carving searing bottomless trenches. Scatter! Captain America bellowed, thrusting his shield between Natasha and the incoming beam. It struck the vibranium with a shriek of tortured metal. The kinetic force drove both Captain America and Natasha backward in a grinding slide, dozens of meters, leaving faint heat-scorched marks upon the shield's flawless surface. Though vibranium absorbed and dispersed most of the energy, the residual shockwave and thermal fury left Captain America's arm numb. This thing's energy can partially bypass vibranium's absorption threshold. The thought chilled him. Stark weaved through the beams with acrobatic grace, his armor repeatedly grazed by splashing energy alarms blaring in relentless succession. No good. Our firepower barely scratches it. We need something more decisive. At that moment, Natasha, swift and agile, had already reached a lower section of the vessel where a relatively small maintenance hatch nestled amid thick pulsing energy conduits. Here, we may force entry. She activated her high-energy cutter against the hatch, but the beam merely scored a shallow, futile line across its surface. Move aside. Stark dove and unleashing his palm-mounted pulse cannon at maximum yield onto the same spot. Boom. Under sustained fire, the hatch warped, buckled, and finally ruptured, revealing a yawning obsidian-black corridor beyond. Inside, Natasha vanished through the breach without hesitation. Captain America and Stark followed hard on. The interior corridor stretched wide, but thrummed with industrial clamor and reeked of something far worse, the cloying, putrid stench of decaying biomass. Walls of frigid, dark metal bore crude weld seams and flickering screens displaying indecipherable data streams. A faint crimson mist hung suspended in the air, glowing softly, ominously. They had not advanced far when heavy, synchronized footfalls echoed from around a distant bend. Stand ready, Captain America murmured, voice low and taut. From the corner emerged a squad of Sentinels, neither human nor any known alien species. Over 2.5 meters tall, they wore full body armor, dark, heavy, and stylistically identical to the scavenger's own hull, crimson energy coursing visibly through its joints and seams. Each gripped a grotesquely proportioned energy weapon, its muzzle wide enough to swallow a manhole. Most unsettling of all were their heads. Not biological craniums, but twisted hybrids of insectal compound eyes and mechanical sensor arrays, expressionless and motionless, radiating only cold, scanning crimson light. The moment they appeared, they opened fire. No warning, no hesitation. Dense volleys of crimson energy bolts rained down like a merciless storm. Defend. Captain America surged forward, shield raised. Bolts detonated against its surface in rapid, thunderous concussions. Stark and Natasha ducked behind corridor walls, returning fire with precision. Pulse beams and energy rounds crisscrossed the narrow passageway, igniting fireballs and reverberating shockwaves that shook the very structure. The Sentinel's armor proved astonishingly resilient. Stark's pulse cannons required multiple sustained hits on the same spot to pierce it, While their weapons delivered devastating blows, even glancing strikes scorched blackened furrows across Stark's armor plating. Are these automatons, or bio-augmented constructs? Natasha asked sharply between reloads, dodging a bolt and launching an electroshock dart that momentarily paralyzed one Sentinel's locomotion. Does it matter? Just dismantle them. Stark roared, detonating a compact cluster missile amid the ranks, clearing a small smoldering gap. Yet more Sentinels poured from the depths of the corridor, endless, relentless. We can't afford a prolonged engagement here. Captain America parried several bolts, voice grim. We must locate the command nexus, or the primary power core. The trio pressed onward, fighting their way deeper into the scavenger's heart, every step fraught with peril. The Sentinels fought with chilling efficiency, and the ship's internal architecture seemed to shift subtly, as if deliberately guiding them into traps. Meanwhile, within the realm of mental imagery inside the airy nest, Lin En and Air faced equal peril. The third impact's psychic backlash, though fleeting, had critically damaged their already overloaded core. The crystal sphere's glow had steadied, but dimmed significantly. Worse still, the silver mask had broken free. He made no immediate move against Lin En or Air. Instead, he lunged straight for the energy scepter Stark had left behind on the floor. Now gripping the scepter, he strained to reignite the reality-shattering stone's power. But after Lin En's prior contamination and Stark's earlier countermodulation, the stone pulsed erratically, its light flickering wildly, resisting control. Blasphemers! What abomination have you wrought upon this sacred artifact? The silver mask snarled at Lin En. Lin En and Air stood side by side, watchful, unmoving. Lin En sensed it. The sliver of paradoxical energy within him, forged during his prior resonance with the stone, now exerted subtle influence over the silver mask's attempts to command it. It no longer answers solely to you, does it? Lin En said calmly, diverting the silver mask's focus, while buying Air precious seconds to recover. Your sanctity appears rather less absolute than you believed. The silver mask's gaze sharpened with fury. He abandoned full control of the scepter and wielded it instead as a pure energy weapon, slashing downward in a brutal arc that unleashed a searing milky white blade of light. Even imperfectly controlled purification is more than sufficient. The blade howled toward them. Air instantly summoned starlight into a shimmering barrier, but hastily erected it trembled violently under the onslaught, clearly insufficient. Lin En clenched his teeth, drawing upon his last reserves, not to resist Hedon, but to weave his paradoxical energy into an invisible, distorting field layered atop Air's shield. The light blade struck the field, and its fierce luminescence slowed, thickened, as if sinking into viscous tar. Its velocity and potency visibly waned, until Air's barrier, strained to its limit, held firm. What a... The silver mask's pupils contracted in shock, unable to comprehend Lin En's anomalous ability. At that instant, the entire realm of mental imagery convulsed violently once more. This time the tremor did not originate externally, but from the airy nest itself. A critical section, overwhelmed by successive impacts and energy surges, began to collapse. A shrill alarm pierced the realm. The cold, disembodied voice, previously measured, now stuttered urgently, warning structural failure. Sectors 3 through 7. Offline, auxiliary power circuits. Overloaded, core stability declining to 67%. Cracks, spiderweb fine and luminous, spread across the ceiling's energy barrier, on the verge of shattering. Crisis within and crisis without. Both had reached their terrifying apex. The alarm within the heart of imagination echoed like the lament of the dying, intertwining with the faint explosions from outside, composing a prelude to destruction. Cracks on the energy barrier spread, as if they had a life of their own, with fine shards of energy cascading down from the fissures, resembling a dying rain of light. The warning of structural damage indicated that the ancient relic known as the Eagle's Nest was beginning to collapse from without the support of a stable spatial structure. The Weaver Protocol was like a castle built on quicksand, poised to collapse at any moment. The silver-masked figure was stunned by this sudden upheaval. Holding the energy scepter, he stared at the crumbling dome, momentarily forgetting to attack. The purification brought by the new order he believed in seemed different from his imagination of a swift destruction, filled instead with chaos and collapse, resembling indiscriminate annihilation. Core stability has dropped to 63%. The cold prompt mercilessly reported the countdown. We must stabilize the core. Ail's lips were still stained with blood from earlier, when he had blocked the light blade. With both hands firmly pressed on the core crystal ball, the power of starlight surged in recklessly, trying to mend the internal cracks caused by external structural damage and energy circuit overload. But his strength was like a drop in the bucket, and the brilliance of the crystal ball continued to dim irreversibly. Lin En observed everything before him, his mind racing. Forcefully injecting energy seems to only delay death. We must find the root of the problem. Ail, where do the damage reports point? What do sections 3 to 7 handle? Ail separated a sliver of consciousness to connect with the core, quickly interpreting the intermittent alarm signals. Section 3. External sensing array and temporal coordinate anchoring. Section 7. Secondary energy buffering and structural reinforcement field generator. It is they who have malfunctioned, causing the relic to fail to effectively disperse external impacts while its own structure begins to collapse. The structural reinforcement field. Lin En caught on to the key point. If we can restore it even partially, can we not buy more time? In theory, yes. But the field generator is in Section 7. We cannot leave the heart of imagination, and it's surely filled with energy turbulence and physical dangers now. Ale replied urgently. Unable to leave. Lin En's gaze suddenly fixed on the energy barrier reflecting the external starry sky, and the cleaner warship, as well as the temporary passage that Stark had forcibly opened, which was now extremely distorted and unstable. On the other side of the passage connecting to the outside of the relic perhaps. It also led to paths to other areas. Though the risk was immense, it was the only opportunity. I will go through the passage. Find a way to Section 7. Lin En declared firmly. What? No. It's too dangerous outside. And the passage could collapse at any moment. Ale exclaimed. If we stay here, if the core melts down, we will all die. Lin En's gaze was exceptionally resolute. This trouble was caused by me referring to the resonance of the world-breaking stone. I have the responsibility to resolve it. You hold this position, maintain the core as best as you can, and wait for my news. He hesitated no more, and turned to rush toward the twisted passage. Stop him. The silver-masked figure reacted as well. Though the collapse of the relic exceeded his expectations, he would not allow Lin En to disrupt the cleaner's operation. In his view, Lin En's exit was for this purpose. He swung his scepter again, sending a light blade toward Lin En's back. Ale gritted his teeth and once more conjured a starlight barrier to shield Lin En from the strike, but was pushed back by the recoil, crashing against the base of the crystal ball, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hurry! He shouted hoarsely. Lin En glanced back at the struggling Ale and the seemingly frantic silver mask, then plunged into the light and shadow-twisted passage filled with a sense of tearing. Meanwhile, inside the cleaner warship, Captain America, Stark and Natasha's battle had reached a fever pitch. They broke through layers of guards' interceptions and, following the most intense flow of energy, finally found a vast chamber resembling a core area. This place resembled a massive furnace center with a pool at its center continuously rolling with dark red energy liquid surrounded by numerous thick energy conduits leading to various parts of the warship. Above the pool floated a complex structure made of countless dark crystals constantly rotating. That must be the energy core of the warship. Next to the pool was a control panel covered with various unknown interfaces with several commanders clad in armor similar to the guards, but more elaborately decorated, busily dispatching the attack on the Eagle's nest. Target acquired. Stark said in a low voice and launched the attack without hesitation. The pulse cannon and missiles shot directly at the rotating crystal core. Boom. The explosion ignited a strong dark red energy shield around the core, causing the entire chamber to shake violently. The commanders immediately turned their auras far more powerful than those of the outside guards, and their weapons more menacing. Intruders. Eliminate them. The lead commander issued a strange language combining electronic sounds and biological roars. Intense combat erupted in an instant. Captain America withstood the most ferocious firepower, creating opportunities for Stark and Natasha. Stark attacked the energy core with all his might, attempting to break its shield. Natasha moved like a wraith, using her superb stealth and combat skills to interfere with the commanders, disrupting their... However, the cleaner warship's defense mechanisms were beyond imagination. Just as Stark was about to break through the core's shield, a sharper, more violent roar echoed throughout the entire warship. It was not emitted through a loudspeaker, but directly impacted the mental plane. Immediately, the dark red liquid in the central energy pool surged violently, and a gigantic virtual shadow composed of pure dark red energy, resembling a multi-headed serpent, rose from the pool. The shadow emanated a sense of despair and a will of destruction, its countless energy-formed eyes locking onto Stark in an instant. Be careful, Tony. Captain America sensed the terrifying threat and shouted loudly. But it was already too late. One head of the energy serpent lunged forward, unleashing a condensed dark red beam of destruction at a speed beyond visual capture, directly aiming at Stark. Stark could only concentrate all the energy of his armor at the chest reactor and cross his arms to block. Bang! A deafening sound echoed like a bell. Stark's armor was hit as if by a planet, sending him flying back hard against the thick metal wall. A glaring dent appeared on the chest of the armor, arcs of electricity wildly leaping the light on the helmet, dimming instantly, leaving him motionless on the ground. Tony! Captain America's eyes widened in fury. Lin En struggled through the extremely unstable passage, falling not onto the expected surface outside the relic, but into a narrow corridor filled with broken cables and jetting energy sparks shaking violently. This was clearly the internal structure layer of the Eagle's nest, which had been reduced to a semi-collapsed state due to external attacks and internal overload. He fought against the dizziness and nausea caused by the remnants of temporal tearing in the passage, trying to discern the direction. According to the structural diagram of the relic previously provided by Ale, information obtained while stabilizing the core Section 7 should be on a lower level. He sprinted down the slanted corridor, dodging falling metal debris and sudden bursts of energy arcs. The air was thick with the acrid smell of ozone and melting metal. Finally, after passing through a sealed door that had jammed due to deformation, he arrived at a more spacious area, the main control room of Section 7, where the structural reinforcement field generator was located. However, the sight before him caused his heart to sink. The control room was in disarray with several enormous arrays of field generators resembling transformers, more than half of which were emitting black smoke and had ceased functioning, while the rest operated under overload, emitting an unbearable hum. The control panel screens were shattered and electric sparks were flying everywhere. Most critically, a large hole had opened in the center of the room's floor, revealing the chaotic energy turbulence of the deeper underlying structures. Uncontrolled raw energy, leaking from the overloaded energy circuits, resembling a colorful and deadly flood, continuously eroding the surrounding structures. The backup generator must be activated or the working arrays repaired. Lin En dashed to the only flickering control panel, trying to operate it. But he completely did not understand the text and symbols on the interface. What to do? Forcefully inject energy, attempting a restart or repair. He pressed his hand on the control panel again, channeling the little paradox energy left in his body into it. This time his aim was not to imitate, but to repair and command. He infused his will, an intention of stability and order, into the energy, attempting to make them understand his intent to repair the damaged energy circuits, to activate the backup units. This was a more abstract and difficult operation. His energy sank like a stone into the sea, only slightly smoothing the agitation of the energy turbulence with little effect on the substantial physical damage and the complex system restart. Sweat soaked his clothes, and a sharp pain from the excessive consumption of mental power surged in waves. Did failure really await him? Just as he was about to despair and give up, the side of him that stemmed from the point of existence representing order and creation seemed to resonate with a faint echo of the ancient relic's underlying protocol. He sensed that his consciousness briefly connected with a deeper yet obviously damaged underlying command system of the eagle's nest along the energy flow. A vague nonverbal stream of information surged into his mind. That was an emergency restart sequence for the field generators, along with an activation command for the ultimate emergency structural lock located beneath Section 7, requiring extremely high privileges to access. This ultimate emergency structural lock seemed to be designed to sacrifice most functions to forcibly detach the core area and throw it into random time and space to preserve the spark in the face of total destruction of the relic. But activating it required immense energy and clear commands. Lin En had no time to hesitate. He immediately followed the guidance in that information stream, directing all his mental focus and energy, betting everything to the activation interface of the hidden ultimate emergency structural lock beneath Section 7. In the name of the highest inheritor of existing authority, he guessed this authority might come from the resonating world-breaking stone or his paradox energy. Activate the ultimate emergency structural lock. Target stabilize the heart of imagination and core area. Virum. A surge of energy far greater than any before was extracted from the deepest part of the relic, using Lin En's body as a medium and guide, forcefully injected into the dormant emergency system that had been silent for who knows how long. The entire Eagle's Nest relic emitted a deafening roar reminiscent of a dying creature. All systems still operational instantly overloaded. The external structure began to collapse and peel on a large scale. Within the heart of imagination, Ale and the Silver Mask were horrified to see the walls and dome beyond the core area beginning to collapse like a sandcastle, exposing the chaotic starry sky and the massive cleaner warship outside. But a powerful invisible force field imbued with Lin En's energy characteristics, like a solid transparent bubble, firmly enveloped and secured the core crystal ball and this small area they occupied. Ultimate emergency structural lock was forcibly activated. It did not throw the core area into random time and space, but under Lin En's will channeled all energy into extreme stability. The cleaner warship seemed to sense this sudden, unusual stabilizing energy, temporarily halting its attack on the already mostly collapsed relic. The energy serpent's shadow retracted back into the pool, and all gun ports turned to aim at the core bubble of the heart of imagination, protected by the invisible force field floating amidst the ruins of the starry sky. Inside the warship, Captain America cradled the unconscious Stark, and together with Natasha looked on in shock at the images transmitted from the external monitors. The massive Eagle's Nest relic was shattered, with only a faintly glowing bubble remaining, while all of the cleaner's weapons were retargeting it. In the ruins of Section 7, Lin En collapsed to the ground, having exhausted all his strength. He looked up at the familiar core of the heart of imagination, protected by the force field, revealing a smile of relief mixed with endless worry. He succeeded in temporarily preserving the core, but all of them were completely exposed to the cleaner's gun muzzles with no way to retreat. The final judgment seemed to be imminent. The countless dark red cannon muzzles of the cleaner battleship resembled the opened compound eyes of hell, all locking onto the only stable point in the starry sky, the core bubble of between hearts, enveloped by an invisible force field. Destructive energy gathered within, emitting a sound that could make one's teeth ache, while the shadow of death submerged every individual inside the bubble like a cold tide. Air's face was devoid of color, the power of starlight nearly exhausted, and he could only futilely maintain the most basic operation of the core crystal ball. The silver-masked figure sat slumped beside him, gazing at the battleship, representing purification outside his eyes, filled with confusion and fear, as the new order he believed in seemed far from the salvation he had imagined. In the ruins of Zone 7, Lin En lay on his back, feeling as if he had been hollowed out, every cell screaming in agony. Forcibly activating the ultimate emergency structure lock had nearly consumed everything he had, including his spirit and strength. His vision began to blur and distant buzzing sounds of charging reached his ears as if coming through thick glass. Is this the end? Unwilling. A sense of unwillingness stemming from the instinct of life and deeper from the essence of his soul erupted, like a sleeping volcano completely ignited by the threat of death at this moment. He did not want to die. He could not die. There were still people waiting for him and promises yet to be fulfilled. Ere the captain, Mr. Stark, Natasha Barton. And that world he vowed to protect. Power. I need power. A voice shouted from deep within his soul, no longer pleading but commanding. At the pinnacle of despair and the desire to survive, it was as if a long-locked valve had suddenly burst open. A wave of familiar yet strange golden energy, vast as the sea of stars, and as hot as a supernova explosion, erupted violently from the very depths of every basic particle of his body. This was not the paradoxical energy that required guidance or fusion before. It was the purest, most primal, and most tyrannical power of a million stars. Boom. Centered around Lin En, an indescribable golden beam shot skyward, instantly piercing through the ruins of Zone 7, even penetrating the remnants of the eagle's nest after its collapse like a golden sword piercing the starry sky. Wherever the beam passed, the rampant energy turbulence was instantly smoothed out, and annihilated molten metal resolidified, and the broken structures were forcibly mended by an invisible force. The radiance was not blinding, but carried an absolute sense of power that made all things submit and rewrote rules. Within the core bubble of Between Hearts, air and the silver-masked figure were stunned by this sudden, incomprehensible golden brilliance. The light was warm and powerful, dispelling all the coldness and despair brought by the cleaner. The cleaner battleship, preparing to unleash a devastating barrage, had all its sensors overload and explode the moment they came into contact with the golden beam. The energy in the charging cannon muzzles went awry, even causing localized internal explosions. The battleship itself trembled violently, as if facing a natural enemy. Inside the battleship, Captain America was trying to awaken Stark, while Natasha kept a vigilant watch around them, also shocked by the golden light transmitted through the external monitor. What is that? Natasha murmured. Captain America looked at the towering beam of light, sensing the overwhelming power contained within far beyond his understanding, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. This power was too strong enough to induce unease. The golden beam gradually retracted, ultimately converging in the ruins of Zone 7, where a figure slowly floated upward. Lin En. At this moment, Lin En hovered in midair, surrounded by flowing golden energy as if a deity had descended. His eyes were completely filled with pure golden light, with no visible pupils, only endless energy surging within. His originally gentle face was now filled with a certain absolute inhuman majesty, and his golden hair, if it hadn't been before, it was now influenced by the energy, moved without wind. He slowly raised one hand, his gaze, if it could be called a gaze, directed toward the enormous cleaner battleship in the star. Without words, without gathering power, he simply made a loose grasp toward the direction of the battleship. The next moment, an unforgettable sight for all unfolded. The massive battleship of the cleaner, as grand as a mountain, had its surrounding space instantaneously distorted and compressed by an invisible force. The heavy phase armor emitted a painful groan, as if made of paper, then shattered piece by piece. The dark red energy tried to resist, but collapsed like melting ice and snow upon contact with the omnipresent golden force field. The alarms inside the battleship shrieked to the utmost limit and then abruptly stopped, along with the entire structure of the battleship crushed into a mass of irregular, sparking metallic debris by that invisible giant hand. With just one strike, a super battleship capable of destroying planets was quietly transformed into a pile. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped this star domain. Inside the bubble of Between Hearts, air's mouth gaped open, unable to emit any sound. The silver-masked figure was directly stunned, shaking like a leaf. Nearby, the wreckage of the battleship, Captain America and Natasha, who saw this scene through the blurry images transmitted by Stark's armor, were also plunged into extreme shock. Lin En, what has he become? The Lin En floating in the starry sky slowly retracted his hand. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the bubble of Between Hearts, over the pile of battleship wreckage, and finally landing in the direction of the images transmitted by Stark's armor. There was no expression on his face, neither the joy of saving his companions nor the pleasure of destroying a strong enemy. Only a kind of absolute indifference, as if looking down upon ants. Then he spoke, his voice no longer clear as before, but mixed with countless layers of sound like billions of stars whispering simultaneously. Cold and grand, the noisy insects have been cleaned up. This statement, like a bucket of ice water poured over him, instantly shocked Captain America awake from his daze. This was definitely not the Lin En he knew. This tone, this posture, this indifferent gaze towards everything. At that moment, the golden energy surrounding Lin En suddenly fluctuated violently, and a crack of emotion appeared on his expression of indifference, seemingly revealing a trace of pain and struggle. He covered his head, letting out a suppressed low roar. No. Go back. You can't. This was Lin En's original voice, filled with terror and resistance. Shut up. This body is to be ruled by me. That cold, mighty layered voice resounded again, filled with brutality and greed. The golden energy flickered around him, and his expression rapidly switched between absolute majesty and painful struggle, as if two souls were vying for control of this body. It is void. Stark, who had unknowingly awakened, saw the familiar, yet strange energy signature on Lin En and a name listed as top secret in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files surfaced in his mind. Sentinel and his dark side void. We must help him, Captain America said immediately, though facing an incomprehensible power he could not abandon. How do we help, Captain? Natasha said bitterly. We can't even get close to him. While Lin En, or rather the Sentinel fighting against Void, was fiercely clashing within a faint different from the dark red energy, milky white light quietly lit up from the crushed wreckage of the cleaner battleship, like a firefly floating toward the distant darkness, instantly disappearing from view. That light shared a source with the Worldbreaker stone and the energy on the silver mask staff. But at this moment all attention was focused on the god of man hovering in the starry sky, battling with the darkest demons within him. Golden radiance and twisted shadows intertwined around him. This inner war was far more perilous than any battle he had fought before against Lightbreaker and Cleaner. The power of 1,000,000 stars had awakened, but along with it came the void capable of devouring everything. The starry sky seemed to have solidified. The only focal point was the figure enveloped in golden energy and distorted shadows. Lin En, or rather the newly awakened Sentinel, was undergoing an internal struggle far more perilous than any external battle. Get out. This is my body. Lin En's consciousness roared as he felt himself being dragged into an infinite abyss filled with negative emotions. Fear, anger, hatred, despair. These emotions he had strived to suppress or resolve in daily life were magnified to their extremes, wrapping around his soul like thick tar, attempting to completely consume him. Your body, eh? The cold, grand, and mocking tone echoed deep within his consciousness. It was the voice of Void. No, this is merely a vessel for the power. And you, this weak and small consciousness, are merely a remnant that this power has inadvertently attached itself to. It is I, Void, who is the true master of this power of 1,000,000 stars. I am the eternal. I am the destruction. The golden energy surged violently with the roar of Void, and unstable energy patterns resembling black lightning began to appear on the surface of Lin En's body, the will of Void eroding and manifesting. The space around him began to twist slightly, as if unable to bear this power, filled with destructive desires. No. Power should not be like this. Lin En struggled with all his might, recalling the incident when he gained this power, that gift from an ancient formula, which was actually an unknown enhancer similar to a super soldier serum, but far exceeding the inventions of Dr. Erskine. He yearned to use this power to protect, to make up for past regrets rather than bring destruction. I must control it. I have to control it. He concentrated all his mental strength, guiding the will that belonged to Lin En within his body, his concern for his companions, his respect for life, and his yearning for order. A faint yet exceptionally pure golden light, like a candle flickering in the wind, ignited at his core, resisting the erosion of Void with great difficulty. On the outside, his suspended body trembled violently, the golden energy around him sometimes radiant like the sun, emanating a comforting positive energy. At other times it dimmed and twisted, exuding a coldness and silence that froze even the starry sky. His face constantly shifted between the determination of a young hero and the sinister visage of a demon. Inside the bubble of heart imagery, AI Air watched this with tension, sensing the clash of two utterly different wills within Lin En. He wanted to do something, but his starlight power felt like a creak in the face of the vast power of 1,000,000 stars, utterly unable to intervene. We must help him stabilize. AI Air shouted to Captain America, his voice transmitted through the remaining communication link to the vicinity of the wreckage of the warship. We know, but how? Stark struggled to reboot some functions of the armor, but the system was severely damaged. His energy levels are too high. Any external stimulus could trigger catastrophic consequences. According to S.H.I.E.L.D. of the former S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top secret files, the Sentinel's mental state is extremely unstable, and Void is the twin shadow of his power, which can only be overcome by himself. Captain America gripped his shield tightly, his gaze sharp as he observed Lin En's condition. He had experienced countless dire situations and understood the power of will. Lin En, listen, can you hear me? He utilized his penetrating and infectious voice, believing that Stark had a way to transmit his voice despite the vacuum. Remember who you are. Remember why you sought this power. Not for destruction, but for protection. For everything you think of AI Air, think of us. Think of those who need your protection. Do not be consumed by the darkness. Control it. Harness it. His voice, transformed by Stark's armor, became a specific mental wave directed towards Lin En. At the same time, Natasha spoke up, her voice calm and clear, carrying a power that penetrated the human heart. Lin En, fear and anger are power, but do not let them control you. Acknowledge them, understand them, and then let them go. You are Lin En, not Void. Your choices define who you are, not your power. These words were like pebbles thrown into turbulent waves. Though small, they genuinely reached Lin En's chaotic Captain. Natasha. Lin En's consciousness caught these familiar voices which represented connection, trust, and humanity. This caused the faint golden light at his core to suddenly brighten. To protect. Choice. I am Lin En. He repeatedly chewed on these words like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. Boring emotions. Fragile connections. Void roared in anger, the dark erosion becoming even more intense. Power is truth. Destruction is the end. Embrace me, and you will gain true freedom. Omnipotent freedom. More black energy surged from Lin En's body, attempting to completely drown out that glimmer of golden light. No, Lin En roared this time, not just in resistance, but with a sense of clarity and determination. My power comes from the heart I wish to protect. My fear, my anger, they are part of me, but I will never let them dominate me. He no longer merely resisted the darkness of void, but attempted to understand and embrace it. He transformed his fear of destruction into a longing for creation, his anger at loss into a cherishing of what he had. He openly acknowledged the buried feelings of inferiority and helplessness, and regarded them as motivation to move forward. The golden light at his core no longer merely resisted, but began to actively absorb and transform the dark energy. Just like a star consuming a nebula, transforming it into its own light and heat. On the outside, the twisted black energy patterns surrounding Lin En began to be gradually covered and purified by the pure golden light. His grotesque expression relaxed, still filled with the majesty of power, but the golden eyes now reflected the will and emotions that belonged to Lin En, regaining dominance. The fluctuations of energy around him began to stabilize, no longer exuding a violent, destructive aura, but becoming contained and profound, like a dormant sun harboring endless brightness and warmth without randomly scorching others. He slowly exhaled, his raised hands gently lowered. The suffocating pressure of the starry sky gradually dissipated. He had won, at least for now. He suppressed void back to the deepest part of his heart. He turned his head to look in the direction of heart imagery, towards where Captain America and Natasha were, revealing a weary, yet remarkably clear smile that belonged to Lin En. I am back. Although his voice still carried a hint of energetic resonance, the warmth and determination that belonged to him had returned. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, both Lin En himself and the Captain America and Stark, who had glimpsed the terrifying essence of void, knew clearly that this war was far from over. Void was like a ticking time bomb, deeply embedded in Lin En's soul and core of power, potentially ready to explode again due to intense emotional fluctuations, excessive use of power, or other stimuli. The path to mastering the power of a million stars was destined to be strewn with thorns and shadows. At this moment, they also had to face another reality. Where is home? The nest of eagles is destroyed. They are floating in a strange star domain. How can they return to Earth? The crisis has been temporarily averted, yet the residual issues loom vast, like the starry sky itself. Lin En contained most of the overflowing golden energy around him, making it swirl like a gentle golden glow, subtly undulating at his surface. He attempted to harness this newly born colossal power that sent shivers down his spine, slowly flying towards the core bubble of the heart image between, protected by a force field. Every step was taken cautiously, fearing that the uncontrollable power might inadvertently destroy this last sanctuary, just as it had previously crushed the battleship. As he passed through the force field and landed firmly in the familiar though drastically changed core area, Air immediately rushed over, grabbing his arm with excitement, her starry eyes filled with concern and dread. Lin En, are you alright? That was terrifying. I am fine. Lin En patted Air's hand, offering a reassuring glance, but deep down he knew that the internal struggle was far from over. It was merely suppressed for the time being. I've temporarily gained control. His gaze shifted to the silver mask beside him, now ashen-faced. At this moment, the silver mask's faith had crumbled, its reliance on the cleaner easily destroyed, leaving it utterly devoid of support and fighting spirit. Captain America, Natasha, and Stark, who had barely flown back on the remnants of his armor with Natasha assisting him, also entered the core bubble. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin En, filled with complex emotions, concern, relief, and a hint of indescribable awe and worry. Lin En, Captain America, spoke first, his tone steady and imbued with unwavering support. Welcome back. We understand you have endured a grueling battle both externally and internally. But now we need to know if you can fully control this power. We need to formulate our next plan. Lin En took a deep breath, feeling the overwhelming power within him, akin to a sea of stars, yet temporarily bound by the cage of his will. I can control it, Captain. At least for now. But it is still here. I need time to learn how to coexist with it better. He spoke candidly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Moreover, I sense that this power seems incomplete, or rather my understanding and control over it remain at a very superficial level. This aligns with the original setting of the Sentinel, where he initially could not fully unleash all his powers and was deeply troubled by mental issues. Stark struggled to straighten his body, the damaged armor creaking. Kid, you're right. According to some vague records, the power you possess is akin to that of a god among mortals. But the accompanying void is a major problem. We must find a way to help you, whether through technological means or magical methods. He thought of Doctor Strange, perhaps the supreme sorcerer would have a solution. The immediate priority is that we must leave this cursed place. Natasha pointed to the endless starry sky, and the floating remnants of ruins outside the bubble. The hawk's nest is destroyed, and we have lost our coordinates and reference points. How do we get back to Earth? All eyes turned to Lin En once more. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the most likely person to solve this problem within the team. Lin En closed his eyes, attempting to summon the vast mental power within him. The power of 1,000,000 stars granted him not only the energy to annihilate, but also a sense akin to that of a deity. His consciousness spread like mercury, swiftly extending beyond the speed of light, perceiving the gravitational ripples, energy radiations of the surrounding star domains, and the faint temporal beacon connecting to Earth. This was an unprecedented experience. The stars were no longer distant points of light in his eyes, but tangible entities, each with its own trajectory and energy characteristics. He could hear the voice of the cosmic background radiation and feel the touch of dark matter flowing. Minutes later, he opened his eyes. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his golden pupils, yet it was also tinged with gravity. I found the direction to the solar system. He stated the distance is extremely far. With conventional travel, it could take hundreds of years. However, Lin En shifted his tone. I can attempt to warp space and create a short-range transition corridor, like a rainbow bridge. Stark immediately showed interest. His scientist instincts ignited despite his weak. Not exactly. It's more like forcibly opening a hole in the spatial structure connecting two distant points. Lin En explained, resembling the spatial manipulation abilities exhibited by the Sentinel, but this requires immense energy and extreme precision in controlling the coordinates. Any misstep could cast us into some corner of the universe or leave us lost in the gaps of dimensions. The risks were enormous. We have no other choice. Captain America said firmly. Trust in your ability, Lin En. We will all support you. Lin En nodded. He stepped to the edge of the core bubble, facing the direction of the solar system he sensed. He gathered the golden energy once more, but this time he exerted utmost control over the intensity and precision of the output, no longer pursuing destruction, but striving for ultimate construction. He extended both hands, the golden energy converging and compressing before his palms, no longer a beam of light, but forming a continuously rotating golden vortex containing countless complex geometric structures. The space around the vortex began to visibly twist and stretch as if being kneaded by an invisible hand. As energy continued to flow in the center of the vortex grew deeper, gradually revealing a scene from the other side. A familiar starry sky with a warm glowing star at its center and a beautiful blue-white planet. Earth. The corridor is stable. Hurry in. Lin En urged. Maintaining this corridor was a massive burden for him. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and the suppressed void seemed to stir restlessly due to the intense consumption of power. Without hesitation, Captain America was the first to step into the corridor. Natasha helped Stark follow closely behind. Air glanced at Lin En and resolutely stepped in as well. Lin En took one last look at this star domain, which bore witness to countless battles and awakenings. A glance at the floating wreckage of the cleaner and the unconscious silver mask, he decided to leave it for the cosmic court or further handling. Took a deep breath and stepped into the golden vortex he had created. As he entered, the vortex quickly shrank and disappeared, the space returning to calm as if nothing had ever happened. Only the floating remnants of ruins and fragments of battleships silently narrated the breathtaking events that had transpired here. Earth, a secret base of the Avengers. A golden vortex suddenly unfolded in the plaza of the base, with Captain America, Natasha, Stark, supported by Natasha, Air, and finally Lin En stepping out in sequence. The corridor quietly closed behind them. Warm sunlight bathed them, the familiar sensation of gravity returned, and the air was filled with the unique scent of Earth. Everyone felt as if they had returned from another world. The base's alarm system was triggered by the unauthorized spatial jump, and the remaining members, such as Falcon, War Machine, etc., quickly rushed to the plaza, seeing their disheveled, yet safe teammates, especially when they felt the distinctly different energy fluctuation radiating from Lin En. Akin to the sun, their faces revealed shock and confusion. Captain Stark, you've returned. What is? Falcon Sam Wilson looked at Lin En with uncertainty. Captain America gestured for explanations, later looking at Lin En with concern, asking, how are you feeling, Lin En? Lin En's golden energy had completely retracted. He appeared much the same as before, though his gaze was deeper, occasionally flickering with a hint of imperceptible golden light. He sensed the situation within him. The void had temporarily quieted due to the consumption of power, but he knew it was still present. I'm fine, Captain. I just need to rest and adapt, he said candidly. Stark was urgently taken to the medical room, his armor requiring thorough repairs, and he himself needed a detailed health check. During this journey to the Hawk's Nest, they brought back crucial intelligence regarding the Rift Glimmer and the mysterious prism, thwarted a conspiracy targeting ancient ruins, but also lost the Hawk's Nest, a potential ally and treasure. More importantly, they returned with a Sentinel who possessed the power of 1,000,000 stars, yet bore the void sealed with. Lin En's legend, or rather his plight, was just beginning, and the dynamics of Earth and perhaps the entire universe would quietly shift due to the awakening of this god among mortals. The medical room of the Avengers' secret base is filled with the scent of disinfectant and the soft hum of high-tech equipment. Tony Stark lies within the repair pod, various detection devices connected to his body and the damaged armor indicating that although his injuries are severe, he is not in mortal danger. Dr. Banner Bruce Banner is meticulously analyzing the data brought back from Stark's armor and from Captain America Natasha and others, especially concerning the Lightbringer, the cleaner battleship, and Lin's astonishing display of power. In the conference room, the atmosphere is tense. Captain America Natasha, Falcon War Machine James Rhodes, and the recently finished report Al are gathered together. Lin is resting and adapting in his room, monitored remotely by a reliable medical staff member, although this monitoring may not mean much for a Sentinel. Captain America summarizes the known intelligence, his brow furrowed. They possess highly advanced photonic technology, but its sources are complex. Stark suspects. Captain America summarizes the known intelligence, his brow furrowed. They possess highly advanced photonic technology, but its sources are complex. Stark suspects that there may be shadows of Earth technology and even Asgardian technology involved. The later appearing cleaner battleship with a drastically different style is more barbaric and brutal, referred to as the Claws of the Prism by the Silver Mask. In other words, we may not be facing a singular enemy, but rather a complex adversarial alliance composed of different. Rhodes summarizes seriously, there are at least two obviously different branches. Lightbringer seems more like a vanguard or agents, while Cleaner is purely a weapon of destruction. Natasha adds, moreover, based on the sensation Lin had when he suppressed Void, there was a trace of energy escaping from the wreckage of that battleship, which shares a source with the World Stone. This means that Prism might already be aware of the destruction caused by Cleaner and Lin's existence. The mention of Lin brings a brief silence to the conference room. Then there's Lin. Falcon takes a deep breath, breaking the silence. Captain, are you sure? He is still that kind of power. Just looking at the blurry images transmitted back left me breathless. Captain America's gaze is complex, yet resolute. I believe in him. In the final moments, it was his own will that overcame that dark side Void. He needs our help, not fear, and Dr. Banner should understand this feeling best of coexisting with a powerful force within. The communicator crackles with Dr. Banner's voice still in the medical room. The captain is right. Power itself is neither good nor evil. The key lies with the user. Hulk is the best example. But Lin's situation seems to be even more extreme. That Void is not just an embodiment of anger, but rather a complete malevolent, independent personality bound to the core of his power. This is very dangerous. We must find a way to help him stabilize his mind. Stark mentioned the possibility of magic earlier. Natasha looks at Captain America. Should we contact Doctor Strange? I've already asked Hill to try contacting Kamartaj. Captain America nods. But before that, we need to conduct a deeper assessment of Lin's abilities and condition while maintaining strict confidentiality. This level of power, if known to the public or other forces, could cause panic and covetousness. At this moment, the central control system of the base emits a notification sound. Agent Romanoff, the cross-database comparison request you submitted regarding Prism and associated symbols has preliminary results. Natasha immediately walks to the console and begins to operate it. Soon a set of processed images and data is projected onto the holographic screen at the center of the conference table. The images are somewhat blurry and fragmented, seemingly extracted from some extremely ancient or highly encrypted data. Some of the symbols bear an astonishing resemblance to the patterns on the Silver Mask's scepter, the crystalline structure of Worldstone, and even certain etchings on the external armor of the cleaner battleship. The sources of these fragments leave everyone in shock. One part comes from the highest classified archives on Hydra's ancient worship and supernatural research, sealed before S.H.I.E.L.D.'s disbandment. Another part aligns with illustrations in some rare tomes documenting ancient gods, the Old Ones, and other forbidden knowledge. There is even a hint of a weak connection to the energy signature of the Tesseract. Hydra, ancient gods, Tesseract. Falcon murmurs, feeling a chill rise from his spine. What exactly is this prism? It seems to be a hybrid of ancient evil beliefs from Earth, alien technology, and even cosmic-level artifact powers. Dr. Banner's voice is filled with incredulity. If Lightbringer and Cleaner are merely the tip of the iceberg, everyone realizes they are facing a conspiracy that far exceeds the Chitauri invasion and even the Ultron crisis, spanning Earth's history and cosmic scale. Meanwhile, in Lin's room, he sits cross-legged on his bed, not meditating, but engaging in a much more arduous and deep within his consciousness. The temporarily suppressed darkness is like restless magma constantly battering against the dam constructed by his will. Did you see that? They fear you. The whisper of Void snakes around his ear like a poisonous serpent. They need you now, so they tolerate you. Once you lose control or show any threat, they will not hesitate to abandon you, even eliminate you, just like they treat all uncontrollable monsters. Shut up. Lin coldly rebukes within his heart, golden energy circulating within him, reinforcing the dam. They are my friends, my companions. Companions? Heh. Void laughs mockingly. In the face of absolute power, emotions are merely laughable decorations. When you truly manifest my power, when you can extinguish stars with a mere thought, their gazes towards you will only reflect fear and supplication. Lin does not respond, focusing even more intently on guiding the energy. He recalls Captain America's trusting gaze, Stark's relentless dedication to finding ways to help him even in severe injury, and Al's unreserved concern. These are his anchors against the darkness. Yet he cannot completely deny Voight's words. When he wields power, the feeling of controlling everything, as if he himself is the law, is indeed intoxicating. Compared to that feeling, everyday emotional trivialities seem so small and powerless. This obsession with power and the steadfastness to human connections clash violently within him. He knows this is only the beginning. On the path ahead, he will constantly walk on a tightrope, one side being the power to save the world, the other being the abyss that devours himself. He needs answers. About the source of this power, about the essence of Void, about how to truly control it rather than being controlled by it. Perhaps the mysterious prism and the ancient knowledge related to it will hold some clues. Just as his thoughts are racing, a gentle knock sounds on the door. Lin, it's me, Steve. Lin calms his mind, the golden radiance around him completely vanishes. Come in, Captain. Captain America enters wearing a warm, yet serious expression. How do you feel? Still adapting. Lin replies honestly, it's like I've got a sun living inside me, and I have to be careful not to let it incinerate. Captain America nods, sitting across from him. We analyzed the data brought back concerning Prism. The situation may be more complicated than we imagined. He briefly informs Lin about the connections found in the conference room. Hydra, ancient gods, the Tesseract. Lin remains silent for a moment after hearing this. This information leaves him even more confused about the source of his power and feeling a heavier burden. Does this mean that my power may also be related to these things? He cannot help but ask. Not certain, but there is a possibility, Captain America replies honestly, so we need to clarify the truth. This is not only to deal with the threat of Prism, but it may also relate to yourself. Stark will fully research this aspect once he wakes up, and I have already contacted Dr. Strange to see if there are any clues from the magical side. Thank you, Captain. Lin sincerely says. No need to thank me, Lin. Captain America looks at him, his eyes as steadfast as rock. Remember, you are not facing this alone. We are the Avengers, a team. No matter what kind of power you possess or what lies hidden within you, as long as you stay true to yourself, we will stand by your side. This statement flows like a warm current, reinforcing the dam within Lin's heart once more. However, in a dimension unknown to anyone, the milky light that escaped from the wreckage of the cleaner has returned to a vast structure composed of countless twisted light prisms, akin to a tired bird returning to its nest. That structure appears as a prism, eternally standing outside of reality, constantly rotating and refracting. A cold grand will transcending good and evil slowly awakens, its gaze penetrating through layers of dimensions, seemingly falling upon a point on Earth. Interesting. Variables. The key has appeared, and the door shall open. Whispers echo through the gaps between dimensions, heralding a greater storm that is brewing. New York 177A, Brick Street, the Sanctum Sanctorum. Here time seems to flow differently than in the outside world, with an air imbued with the essence of ancient parchment herbs and a certain power that transcends reality. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange, draped in a levitating cloak, stood before a circle composed of ever-changing magical runes, his brow slightly furrowed, as if deciphering messages from distant dimensions. Wong stood behind him, arms crossed, his expression equally solemn. So what Captain Rogers said is true. Wong spoke up. That young man named Lin is truly harboring the power of a million stars, and that Void. Strange did not answer immediately. His fingers moved through the air, guiding strands of golden energy interwoven with the essence of scorching light and profound darkness. This was the energy sample from Lin, transmitted through special means by Captain America. The energy signature is confirmed without error. Strange finally spoke, his voice deep. It is indeed the power of a Sentinel. The level of this power is exceptionally high, directly touching upon the fundamental laws of the universe. As for the Void, he paused, a flicker of trepidation crossing his gaze. It is not merely an inner demon. It is more like a manifestation of the dark side of power, a complete evil entity that embodies both light and darkness. To confront it, conventional exorcism or mental purification spells would have limited effect. Wong was somewhat surprised. Not that it can't be done, but the risks are immense. Strange explained. Forcibly stripping away the Void could damage Lin's core of power, potentially leading to a catastrophic explosion of that power with consequences that are unimaginable. A more prudent method would be to help Lin establish an absolutely solid mental barrier, allowing him to become a prison for sealing the Void, and to learn how to safely channel that light side of power when needed. At that moment, a wave pulsed through the space at the center of the sanctum, opening a golden and stable spatial portal. Captain America stepped out from the portal, bringing Lin with him. This spatial journey was actively guided by Strange, smooth and precise. Dr. Strange, Wong. Captain America nodded in greeting. Captain Rogers. Strange returned the gesture, then his gaze fell upon Lin. That gaze seemed to penetrate the flesh, peering into the essence of the soul. Lin felt an invisible, gentle, yet immensely powerful probing force sweep over him. The golden energy within him instinctively wanted to resist, but was forcefully suppressed. He faced Strange scrutiny with composure, slightly bowing. Dr. Strange, greetings. Thank you for your assistance. Strange gazed at him for a moment, then slowly nodded. Your willpower is more resilient than I imagined. Yet deep within your mind there indeed lurks a tremendous shadow. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding scenery shifted, and the four of them instantly appeared in a more private chamber, filled with various meditation cushions and calming arrays. Sit down, Lin. Strange gestured for Lin to take a seat in the center of a special array. We need to conduct a deep mental probe to understand the source of the void and your connection to this power. This process may be somewhat uncomfortable. You need to completely relax and trust me. Lin complied, taking a deep breath and striving to calm himself. Captain America and Wong retreated to the edge of the chamber, watching nervously. Strange formed hand seals, and the eye of Agamotto emitted a soft green glow from his chest. He recited an arcane incantation, and the arrays surrounding the chamber lit up one by one, forming an energy field that enveloped Lin. Lin felt his consciousness being drawn by a warm and powerful force, gradually separating from the constraints of his body and sinking into the sea of power that belonged to him. Before him lay an endless golden ocean, warm, bright, filled with vibrant life and infinite possibilities. This was the manifestation of the power of a million stars. However, at the very depths of this golden ocean there lay a thick darkness, as dark as ink, writhing slowly like a living being, exuding a suffocating sense of despair and a desire for destruction. That was the void. Strange spirit appeared in this space of consciousness as a shadowy figure. He gazed at the darkness, his expression grave, a profound obsession, intertwined with fear. Strange's voice resonated directly within Lin's consciousness. It is not an external entity, but rather a product of the process through which you acquired your power, thoroughly fused with the deepest fears and negative emotions within you. It is you, Lin, an inseparable part of you. This realization sent a chill through Lin. What should I do? Accept it, then transcend it. Strange guided. Do not attempt to eliminate it, as that would mean denying a part of yourself. You must understand why it came to be, acknowledge its existence, and then use your stronger light will to encompass it, to transform it. Look. Strange pointed to the boundary between the golden ocean and the darkness. Their light and dark clashed violently, annihilating each other while simultaneously giving rise to one another. Light and dark inherently coexist. The reason your power is formidable is that it simultaneously embodies the extremes of creation and destruction. The key is not to expel the darkness, but to let the light within your heart become the sole ruler of this ocean. Let the darkness submit to the light, becoming the shadow of the light rather than the other way around. As Strange's words and magical power guided him, Lin attempted to actively reach out to that darkness. He no longer resisted those negative emotions, but sought to feel the roots behind them. Fear of losing control, worry about harming loved ones, helplessness in the face of his own insignificance. When he truly faced and understood these emotions, he found that the thick darkness seemed less aggressive. It still existed, still cold, but the madness that sought to devour everything had weakened. He guided more golden streams of light, like warm sunlight, illuminating the edges of the darkness. Under the illumination of the light streams, while the darkness did not disappear, its surface began to shimmer with a dull golden sheen, as if coated with a thin film of light, and its agitation gradually calmed. Very good. Strange's voice carried approval. Maintain this state. Establish your light sovereign will. Make this your mental foundation. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Lin's spirit returned to his body. He opened his eyes, feeling as if he had undergone a complete baptism. Although his power had not increased, his perception and control over the power within him had become clearer and deeper. The darkness still lingered in the depths, but it no longer posed an immediate threat. Instead, it was sealed behind a solid barrier of light constructed by his will. Thank you, Dr. Strange. Lin rose, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. He felt much lighter, as if a heavy stone that had long weighed on his heart had been shifted somewhat. This is just the beginning, Lin, Strange warned seriously as he stored the eye of Agamotto. The void remains powerful. It will look for opportunities when you are weak, when your emotions fluctuate sharply, or when you overuse your power. You need ongoing meditation and mental training to solidify today's gains. Moreover, he paused, looking at Captain America. I might have a clue regarding the source of his power. The sensation of a blend of various system characteristics reminds me of some records about a cross-dimensional entity known as the Weaver or Architect that once attempted to meddle with Earth in ancient times. It was keen on collecting and merging knowledge, power, and laws from different universes and dimensions. The term prism perfectly fits its style. Weaver, Architect. Captain America noted the name. Is it related to Hydra's worship? Most likely. Some ancient factions of Hydra do not worship the pure power understood by Red Skull, but rather some more ancient and abstract conceptual existence. Weaver might be one of them. Strange speculated. If the prism is indeed the Weaver, then its purpose is not merely destruction, it may be to reweave the laws of the reality universe according to its will. This is far more terrifying than mere destruction. More mysteries were unveiled, yet the outlook appeared more worrisome. Lin clenched his fists, feeling the power within him that brought both hope and curse. He knew his path was destined to be extraordinary. He not only had to learn to coexist with the void within him, but also to use this power to confront the mastermind attempting to weave everything. His gaze grew resolute. Regardless of what lay ahead, he would move forward, to protect and also to find his true self. In the secret base of the Avengers, a dedicated isolation training ground for Lin En has been established. This is not a traditional gym or shooting range, but a vast spherical space constructed from vibranium and some form of energy-dampening material. The interior is completely empty with walls covered in dense sensors and energy diversion devices capable of withstanding the impact of a small nuclear explosion. At this moment, Lin En is suspended in the center of the training ground, his eyes slightly closed as energy waves that resemble liquid gold flow around him. Captain America Stark, wearing lightweight auxiliary armor, still in recovery. Dr. Banner and Dr. Strange, who is participating through holographic projection, are closely monitoring the data from the control room. The energy output is stable at 0.001%, and the spectrum analysis shows it primarily consists of pure light energy and some form of high-level kinetic energy. Banner looked at the scrolling data on the screen, his tone filled with astonishment. At just this level of dissipation, its energy level exceeds that of the main engine of a Quinjet. Incredible. The key is control. Banner Stark tapped on a virtual interface, attempting to establish a correlation model between Lin En's energy fluctuations and the armor's database. We need to help him learn to control this power as easily as he controls his fingers, not like last time. When he crushed a warship. In the training ground, Lin En is following Dr. Strange's guidance, performing the most basic perception training. What he needs to do is not release power, but precisely perceive the flow of every bit of energy within him, sensing its connection to his muscles, nerves, and even every single cell. Feel it, Lin En. Dr. Strange's voice came through the speaker, carrying a unique, soothing rhythm. It is not an external flood, it is part of your bloodline, an extension of your breath. Do not resist it, seek to understand its language, its rhythm. Lin En complied, immersing himself completely with the golden sea of energy manifested in his consciousness clearer than ever before. He could see the flow of light as countless tiny golden streams surging through specific channels, which are highly overlapping with his Bodis meridians and nervous system, yet more complex and profound. And deep within the ocean, a dark area sealed off by a barrier of light lay like a slumbering giant, momentarily still, but its very existence brought an invisible pressure. He attempted to guide a thread of energy finer than a hair away from the main pathway, flowing towards his fingertips. This process required extreme focus, as if he were taming a powerful, yet highly sensitive beast. Where the energy flowed, the cells seemed to cheer, yet tremble. Buzz! A faint, barely perceptible golden sparkle lit up at his fingertips, causing the surrounding air to emit a slight tremor. Excellent. Dr. Strange praised. Maintain this microscopic control. Now try to condense this thread of energy into a standard sphere at your fingertip, 1 centimeter in diameter, with the energy contained and no leakage. This sounded simple, but was extremely difficult. To tame the violent power of a star into such gentleness and precision required meticulous willpower. Lin En focused intently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The tiny golden sparkle at his fingertip twisted and morphed, sometimes swelling, sometimes collapsing. Failure. Try again. Fail again. Time passed slowly as Lin En repeated this utterly tedious exercise. The people in the control room watched patiently, understanding that this was a necessary path. Just like a baby learning to walk, one must first learn to coordinate their limbs before they can run and jump. Suddenly, the restless golden sparkle at Lin En's fingertip suddenly stabilized and quickly condensed into a flawless, mirror-smooth, pale golden sphere with no energy leakage. Success! Lin En let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of liberation spreading across his face. Though it was just a trivial step, he truly felt his control over the power rather than being driven by it. Well done, kid. Stark whistled through the helmet speaker. It seems you have some talent. Next, try moving it to let this little sphere rotate around your fingertip at a constant speed. A new challenge began. Lin En immersed himself once again. After days of intense foundational training, Lin En had made significant progress in his microscopic control of energy. He could already skillfully condense energy spheres, control their movement, deformation, and even perform simple energy structure weaving. It's time for some dynamic testing, Captain America suggested. Control alone was not enough. They needed to understand if Lin En could maintain this control under real combat conditions, especially under pressure. The scene in the training ground shifted, simulating the ruins of a New York block and generating some low-threat moving target. Lin En used energy attacks to destroy the target drones, but be mindful of controlling the destruction range. Try not to affect the simulated buildings. Captain America issued the command. Lin En nodded, locking his eyes on a rapidly moving target drone. He raised his hand, and a slender golden beam shot from his fingertip, accurately hitting the core of the drone and vaporizing it instantly, while the beam dissipated after penetrating the drone, causing no damage to the simulated buildings behind. Beautiful. The people in the control room silently praised. However, as the number of drones increased and their movement paths became more challenging and they began simulating attacks, Lin En's pressure mounted as he needed to defend and attack simultaneously. A simulated energy cannon fired at him, and Lin En instinctively condensed a golden energy shield in front of him. Boom. The attack was blocked, but the shield's strength far exceeded what was necessary, causing the ground to crack like a spider web. Energy output too high. Contract. Stark immediately reminded. Lin En felt a tightness in his chest and hurriedly adjusted. But in his distraction, the intercepting beam for another attack was too weak and failed to fully negate it with residual energy, grazing his shoulder. Though it did not breach defense, it triggered the armor's alarm. He began to feel somewhat flustered. The golden energy within him seemed to sense his emotional fluctuations, becoming somewhat restless. Deep in his consciousness, that dark area seemed to ripple slightly. Calm down, Lin En. Dr. Strange's voice rang out just in time, infused with the power of a calming mantra. Remember the feeling during training. Calm down, Lin En. Dr. Strange's voice rang out just in time, infused with the power of a calming mantra. Remember the feeling during training. He no longer pursued a one-hit kill, but more finely allocated energy, ensuring the shield's strength just offset the attack, while the beam's power precisely destroyed the target. Gradually, he regained his rhythm, skillfully maneuvering through the ruins, precisely picking off each target drone, while minimizing environmental damage. As the training concluded, Lin En landed back on the ground, slightly panting. It was not a matter of physical exhaustion, but the fatigue brought on by intense mental concentration. Great progress, Lin En. Captain America stepped into the training ground, encouragingly patting his shoulder. But you've also seen how difficult it is to maintain precise control under pressure. This needs to become second nature for you. Lin En nodded, fully aware that today's training was just the tip of the iceberg. To face powerful enemies in real combat, without losing control and awakening the void, there was still a long way to go. Don't worry, kid. Stark also approached. Banner and I are designing a set of suppressors and energy guiding devices based on your energy characteristics, which can provide some assistance when your emotions fluctuate sharply or your power goes out of control. Of course, ultimately it still depends on you. Lin En looked at everyone gratefully. He knew he bore a great risk and responsibility, but with these companions he was not facing the darkness alone. However, deep within his heart, a faint voice, whether it was his own doubts or the whispers of the void, quietly arose. When true destruction descends, when you need to unleash the true power of a million stars, can this cautious control still be maintained? While Lin En was training hard at the base, the collection and analysis of external intelligence was also progressing at a rapid pace. The remnants, Wakanda, and Stark's global surveillance network were all striving to uncover any clues related to the Lightbreaker, Cleaner, and Prism. However, this organization or concept seemed to have evaporated from the world, leaving almost no trace to follow. The technological creations used by the Silver Mask and others would rapidly self-destruct after losing power, turning into a pile of unidentifiable inert materials. They are like ghosts, Natasha said during the intelligence briefing, her brow furrowed. Aside from knowing they exist, there is almost no evidence of their presence in this world. This level of concealment in itself indicates numerous issues, not necessarily without any clues. Stark pulled up an encrypted file, a fragmented document he had painstakingly restored from an abandoned Hydra data node using immense computational power. The screen displayed a blurred image, seemingly an ancient stone tablet rubbing, etched with complex symbols resembling the style of the inscriptions on the world-breaking stone, accompanied by some incomplete annotations written in an ancient language. After cross-referencing with linguists and historians, mainly Banner, these annotations repeatedly mentioned a term, Light Core, describing it as the foundation of reconstruction and the key to the gateway. Stark pointed at the symbols, and the structure of these symbols bears about 30% similarity to the master inscription I saw earlier on the scepter, indicating some form of simplified version or derivative. Light Core, Captain America pondered. Does it refer to the world-breaking stone or something else? Uncertain, but this stone tablet rubbing is believed to have originated from World War II, stolen by the Hydra Special Operations Team, led by Red Skull, from an ancient temple in Tibet. Stark added, this indicates that Hydra had already been pursuing powers related to the Prism decades ago. The clues seem to point deep into history. On another front, Dr. Banner analyzed from the perspective of energy care. The energy samples left by the Cleaner battleship, though most had been annihilated, some scattered particles were still captured, showed that its dark red energy possessed extreme corrosiveness and decomposition properties differing from any known energy system, resembling a form of polluted or distorted primal energy. And Lin En's energy, Banner pulled up Lin En's training data, is an extremely pure and stable form of light energy, combined with some cosmic primal kinetic energy. The two seem to share some commonality at the energy level, yet their manifestations and properties are entirely opposite, like light and shadow. Are you suggesting that the Prism might possess powers stemming from the same origin as Lin En, yet has taken a completely opposite route? Captain America keenly grasped the key point. This is a speculation, Banner cautiously replied. Or perhaps the Prism itself is an entity capable of transforming and distorting various forms of energy. Lightbreaker utilizes relatively pure light energy, while Cleaner employs destructive energy that has been polluted. These fragmented clues piece together, sketching an increasingly mysterious and powerful enemy. It has a long history, extensive infiltration, possibly even influencing Hydra, mastering the terrifying technology of energy transformation, likely with the aim of reshaping reality. The pressure did not solely come from the outside. Within the base, Lin En also attempted to communicate with Al during his training breaks, learning about energy balance and guidance from the Weaver Protocol. Although ALS Starlight power is of a different nature, its fine control and understanding of energy greatly inspired. However, every time deep into the night, when Lin En meditated alone, that suppressed void would always try to find a crack. Look what have they made you into. A beast that needs to be caged and harnessed. The cold resonance echoed deep within his consciousness. Training. Control. Ridiculous. This power was born to break free from shackles, to make the universe tremble under your will. Not to play with some energy spheres here. Shut up. Lin En coldly scolded, inwardly reinforcing his mental barriers. Power needs to be guided, not indulged. Guided? Ha ha ha. The void laughed mockingly. Do you feel that strength? When you merely think you can decide life and death, wherever your gaze falls you can define the rules. That is true freedom. Embrace me, Lin En, and together we can ascend to the divine throne. Trample these ant-like lives, and that laughable prism beneath our feet. A strong temptation accompanied by whispers came, the ecstasy of power's ultimate manifestation, the allure of transcending the mundane. Lin En's breathing quickened slightly, and the calm golden ocean within him stirred. He knew that not all of what the void said was lies. The feeling of fully unleashing power was indeed intoxicating. He tightly clutched an ordinary pendant around his neck, his only keepsake left by his adoptive father, a reminder not to forget his original intent. The cold touch slightly calmed his restless heart. I am not a god, I am just Lin En, he whispered to himself, as if declaring to the void. I will wield this power, but I will never be enslaved by it. As if sensing his resolute will, the whispers of the void gradually weakened, fading back into the darkness, yet that lurking malice did not disappear. Days later, an unexpected piece of news shattered the tranquility of the base. A communication request from Wakanda came through, and Princess Shuri's figure appeared on the screen, her expression unusually serious. Captain Rogers, Mr. Stark, we have detected an extremely weak, but uniquely characteristic energy pulse signal. Shuri cut straight to the point. The signal source is located deep in the South Pacific, in an area of the ocean that initially showed no abnormalities. The energy signature of the pulse partially matches the energy data we previously shared about the Lightbreaker and the Cleaner, but is more ancient and obscure. Can you determine the specific location and nature? Captain America immediately inquired. The coordinates have already been sent. The nature cannot be fully determined, but the likelihood of it being a natural phenomenon or known human activity is extremely low. The signal appeared for just an instant before disappearing, as if something sleeping momentarily awakened, or a long-hidden barrier had shown a slight crack. New clues have emerged, and they point directly to the Earth itself. It seems necessary for us to go there and take a look, Captain America said, looking at Stark and Lin En. An adventure into unknown waters was about to begin. This time what they would face might not be battleships in the starry sky, but secrets hidden in the ancient history of the Earth. In the South Pacific, in a sea area far from conventional shipping routes, the sky was overcast with lead gray clouds hanging low as if they could be touched. The sea surface was no longer azure, but a deep, nearly inky blue, with massive waves rolling slowly, exuding a sense of oppressive power. A camouflaged Kun-style fighter jet equipped for deep diving descended silently onto the turbulent sea surface, quickly transforming into submarine mode and quietly submerging into the deep. Inside the submarine, Captain America Stark, wearing the latest deep dive combat armor, Lin Natasha, along with technical support Banner and Su Rue, remotely connected, were intently monitoring various detection screens. Diving to a depth of 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters. The surrounding water pressure is continuously rising and visibility is nearly zero, Natasha reported the data. The external searchlights could only illuminate a limited area ahead, the lights swallowed by the thick darkness. Occasionally, some bizarre deep-sea creatures adapted to extreme environments were startled by the light, swimming away rapidly, leaving eerie silhouettes. Is there a response from the energy detector? Captain America asked. Very weak and intermittent. Stark adjusted the sensors of his armor. It's similar to what Wakanda detected, like a discordant noise amidst background. The signal source should be right below us in that trench. Tier abyss, which exceeds a depth of 1,000 meters, one of the deepest and most secretive areas on Earth. The submarine continued to descend, and the surrounding environment became increasingly bizarre. The water temperature was abnormal at times, ice cold, at times unusually warm. In some areas, low-intensity, unnatural energy radiation was detected. The geological activity here is quite unusual, Banner's voice came through the communicator. It doesn't seem like purely tectonic movement, but more like the result of some external force's long-term influence. When the depth reached 8,000 meters, the energy readings on the detector suddenly surged. The signal has strengthened. The source is directly below, Stark shouted. The searchlight beam focused downward, piercing the endless darkness. Faintly visible at the bottom of the trench was not sediment or a volcanic vent as anticipated, but a massive structure emitting an extremely weak milky white glow, an artificial construct. The construct resembled a gigantic, complex geometric shape partially embedded in the seabed, composed of an unknown material that was neither metal nor stone, its surface covered with ancient inscriptions similar to those on the Boundary Stone and the Hydra Stone tablet. These inscriptions were flickering at an extremely low frequency, as if they were breathing. At the center of the construct was a distinct, portal-like recessed structure. This is it. Su Rui's voice was filled with excitement. The energy signature is highly consistent. This is definitely a relic related to the prism. The submarine cautiously approached, hovering a few hundred meters away from the construct. The immense water pressure and unusual energy field caused the submarine's hull to groan. The external environment is harsh and unsuitable for direct contact with the submarine, Natasha assessed. We need personnel to exit the cabin. He'll go out with Stark and Lin. Captain America made the decision. Natasha, you stay with the submarine, maintain communication and support. The three donned specialized deep diving gear. Lin didn't need it as his energy field could easily withstand the water pressure and low temperatures and entered the icy sea through the airlock. The pressure of the deep sea felt like an invisible mountain, but for Captain America's super soldier physique, Stark's armor, and Lin's energy field, it posed no threat. They swam towards the glowing construct. The closer they got, the more they could feel its immense size and ancient presence. Although the energy waves it emitted were weak, they carried a heart-stopping majesty, as if telling ancient secrets. These inscriptions are even more complex than those on the scepter. Stark carefully recorded with the armor's scanner. The energy flow patterns are also quite peculiar, as if they are maintaining a long-term state of dormancy. The recent pulse was merely its dreaming. They arrived in front of the portal-like recess. Inside the recess was pitch black, and even the searchlight beam seemed to be swallowed upon entry, revealing no structure. The portal is closed or requires a specific key, Captain America observed. A key. Stark's words were cut off as Lin seemed to be attracted by something and involuntarily reached out to touch the edge of the moment his fingertip made contact with the cold material, a sudden anomaly occurred. The golden energy that had been calm within him surged uncontrollably. It was not the interference of nothingness, but a deeper resonance, as if encountering a kindred spirit or a rival. Lin erupted in a dazzling golden light, illuminating the dark seabed, as if it were noon. At the same time, the massive construct seemed to awaken, with the surface inscriptions flashing with unprecedented brightness. The milky white glow surged, clashing and intertwining with Lin's golden radiance, producing a thunderous energy roar. The entire trench trembled. The seabed rock layers cracked and massive bubbles rolled upward. Lin, what's happening? Captain America steadied himself amidst the violent tremors and shouted. I can't control it. Lin felt his power being forcibly drawn and absorbed by the construct. And the dark portal at the center of the construct began to destabilize amidst the violent clash of the two energies, faintly revealing twisted light and shadows within. Detecting ultra-high energy responses. The spatial structure is becoming unstable. Stark's armor alarm blared. This thing is about to be activated. Retreat. But it was already too late. The dark portal suddenly expanded, forming a massive, swirling energy vortex. A powerful suction emanated from within, pulling not just the seawater, but also their bodies. Resist the suction. Captain America thrust his shield into the seabed rock layers, holding on tightly. Stark activated the armor's maximum power thrusters to reverse thrust. But Lin, resonating with the construct's energy, felt the greatest pull. He was uncontrollably yanked towards the vortex. Lin. Captain America saw this, and unhesitatingly released his grip on the shield, lunging to catch Lin. Stark immediately changed direction, trying to use the armor to grab them. But at the moment the vortex was fully activated, the suction reached its peak. Whoosh! The three figures, along with a large amount of nearby seawater, were swallowed by the massive energy vortex. After Lin vanished, the vortex quickly shrank and disappeared. The glow on the surface of the construct also quickly dimmed, returning to its previous dormant state, with only the surrounding tumultuous seabed environment proving that everything that had just occurred. Inside the Kunststyle submarine, Natasha watched as the signals from her three teammates suddenly vanished, her face pale. Captain, Stark, Lin, if you hear me, please respond. In the communication channel there was only a dead silence of static. They had been taken to an unknown realm by that. It felt as if he had traversed a long tunnel made of light and noise, with a complete chaos of time and space. When the nauseating, tearing sensation finally dissipated, Captain America, Stark, and Lin fell heavily onto the hard surface. Ugh! Stark was the first to struggle to his feet, his armor's system running a frantic self-check, reporting multiple minor damages. Damn, this is way more thrilling than the elevator at Stark Tower. Captain America quickly got up, raising his shield in alert, the vibranium shield glinting coldly in the dim light. Lin, how are you? Lin knelt partially on the ground, his golden energy somewhat chaotic as he struggled to calm the force stirred by the resonance with that structure. I'm fine. What just happened? That thing seemed to recognize my power. He raised his head, looking around them. It appeared to be the interior of a massive enclosed hall. The architectural style was unprecedented, with towering domes lost in darkness, and surrounding walls that were smooth as mirrors made of an unknown material, covered with familiar ancient inscriptions that radiated a stable, soft, milky white light for illumination. A cold, metallic, and ozone-laden atmosphere permeated the air. The most unsettling thing was that this hall had no obvious entrances or exits, as if it were a completely sealed box. Where are we? Stark activated the environmental scan of his armor. The atmospheric composition is breathable. The nitrogen-oxygen ratio is similar to Earth, but mixed with unknown energy particles. The gravity is normal. The spatial structure. Wait, the readings are abnormal. This is not normal space. Captain America frowned. It resembles a small independent dimension or a pocket space forcibly detached from the main universe. Stark's tone was serious. It seems that the underwater structure is a portal throwing us into a preset As if to validate his words, in the center of the hall, the smooth, as mirror floors suddenly began to flow, like mercury rapidly coalescing into three indistinct humanoid forms. The three figures twisted and stretched, ultimately taking shape, mirroring Captain America, Iron Man, and Sentinel. They bore an exact resemblance to them. Even the scratches on Captain America's shield, the model details on Stark's armor, and the energy glimmer surrounding Lin were identical. The only difference was that the eyes of these reflections were a hollow milky white devoid of any emotion, only cold. A mimicry show. This isn't fun at all. Stark raised his arm, the pulse cannon, starting to charge. Yet in the next moment the three reflections moved. Their speed was astonishing. The mirrored Captain America charged at the real Captain America, like a cannonball, with the vibranium shield striking down in exactly the same manner. Clang. With a loud crash the two shields collided fiercely, the immense force causing the real Captain America to stagger back a half step. The mirrored Iron Man raised his hand, unleashing a pulse cannon, with equal power clashing against Stark's attack and erupting in a burst of energy sparks. What was most alarming was the mirrored Sentinel. It made no extravagant moves, simply throwing a punch at Lin. The golden energy contained within that punch was identical in nature to Lin's own power, vast and overwhelming. Lin dared not be careless, gathering energy to meet the punch. Boom! Like two small asteroids colliding. The terrifying energy shockwave radiated from the point of impact. The entire hall trembled violently. The inscriptions on the walls flickered brightly, as if absorbing and stabilizing this destructive energy. They possessed the exact same abilities as us. Captain America deflected the mirrored attack and said solemnly, "Moreover, their combat skills and power levels are completely replicated." Stark and the mirrored Iron Man engaged in a high-speed aerial chase, discovering that the opponent's tactical thinking and shooting accuracy mirrored his own. Lin's battle with the mirrored Sentinel was even more perilous. Each clash sparked energy surges with golden light splattering everywhere. Lin tried to employ the fine control he had learned during training these days, but found that the mirrored Sentinel could do the same, and at certain moments its utilization of energy was even smoother and more instinctive than his. "It's useless, Lin." The mirrored Sentinel spoke for the first time, its voice cold and hollow, echoing, as if numerous voices were overlapping. "I am you, and you are me. What you can do, I can do. What you hide, I know as well." As soon as it finished speaking, its attack style abruptly, with a punch thrown, the golden energy unexpectedly contained a hint of subtle twisted force akin to black lightning. Lin's pupils constricted. That was the power of nothingness. This mirror even simulates the dark side sealed within his heart. He hastily gathered an energy shield to block, but was knocked back by the attack, containing a trace of nothingness, the energy shield flickering violently, nearly collapsing. The mirrored Sentinel stepped closer to Lin, who was struggling to rise, its milky white eyes showing no emotion. "The darkness lurking in your heart is the true." The mirrored Sentinel stepped closer to Lin, who was struggling to rise, its milky white eyes showing no emotion. "The darkness lurking in your heart is the true face of your power. To resist it is to resist yourself. Thus you will never defeat me." It raised its hand again, gathering an even denser golden energy mixed with black light, this time clearly far more powerful than before. Lin knelt on the ground, his blood surging within. That previous strike had not only delivered a physical shock, but also awakened the nothingness sealed within him. That dark consciousness was violently crashing against the barrier, emitting a roar of desire and excitement. "Release me, Lin. Only I can defeat it. Only destruction can combat destruction." Trapped both internally and externally, the mirrored strength was beyond imagination. It not only replicated power, but seemed to peer into and exploit his inner weaknesses. Captain America and Stark were also engaged in fierce battles, their reflections acting as tireless perfect copies, their offensive surges coming one after another. This mirrored prison felt like a cruel trial ground, forcing them to confront the most real versions of themselves, especially the deepest fears and darkness within. Lin watched as the reflection representing the fusion of his power and dark side approached step by step, while feeling the nothingness within him nearly breaking free. A sense of despair surged. Could it be that only by releasing the nothingness could he win this battle? The golden energy sphere in the hands of the mirrored Sentinel, mixed with ominous black light, grew increasingly dazzling, exuding an aura of destruction that pressed down upon the entire hall. Captain America and Stark were tightly entangled by their respective reflections, helplessly watching Lin En fall into a dire situation. "Lin En, steady your mind." Captain America deflected the heavy blow from the mirrored shield and shouted loudly, "Don't be deceived by it." Stark, while engaged in a dazzling aerial battle with the mirror image, attempted to disrupt with words, "A copy. It lacks your experiences, your choices. It is merely an empty shell." Their voices reached Lin En's ears like anchors cast into turbulent waves. Indeed, this mirror image possessed his power and even glimpsed into the darkness of his heart, but it did not have the sweat from his training at the base, the guidance of strange, the trustful gazes of his teammates, nor that initial desire to protect rather than destroy. It was merely a cold replica generated based on his current state. It represented the potential of his power and the shadows within, but it did not signify his future. A sudden clarity washed over him like a clear spring, extinguishing the despair and impending chaos rising within his heart. The void wildly colliding within him seemed to momentarily stagnate due to this sudden resolve. At that moment, the energy sphere of the mirrored Sentinel had condensed to its utmost, carrying the might to tear everything apart, and it thundered toward Lin En. Faced with this unavoidable ultimate strike containing his own power and dark side, Lin En chose neither to withstand it nor to summon the void. He made an unexpected move. He closed his eyes. It was not surrender, but rather an extreme inward focus and condensation of all his consciousness, spirit, and will. He recalled strange teachings, the bits and pieces from the training ground, the bonds with his companions. He fused these positive emotions, steadfast will, and insights into precise control of power, into a single invisible, yet extraordinarily solid wedge of the heart. Externally, the golden energy surrounding him rapidly contracted and collapsed at an unprecedented speed. It was neither defense nor attack, but an ultimate inward restraint and reconstruction. All light converged into his body, even making him appear somewhat dim, with only a point of pure golden light flickering at his chest, like a singularity at the dawn of the universe. The destructive energy sphere approached in an instant, seemingly about to engulf him. Just before the energy sphere made contact with his body, Lin En suddenly opened his eyes wide. No longer did his eyes reflect the prior struggles and confusion, nor the brutality of the void, but instead they shone with a deep, tranquil gold resembling a starry sky. He made no move to defend or evade, allowing the destructive energy sphere to strike him directly. No! Captain America and Stark gasped in shock. Boom! The immense sound of the explosion and blinding light engulfed the spot where Lin En stood. The energy shockwave swept through the hall once more. A flicker of programmed confirmation of target annihilation seemed to flash in the pearly eyes of the mirrored Sentinel. However, when the light faded, what appeared in its place was not the destroyed remains of Lin En, but rather a humanoid cocoon of light. The cocoon was composed of pure, stable golden light, with mysterious energy patterns flowing on its surface. The power of the destructive energy sphere was completely absorbed and enveloped by this cocoon, becoming part of it. For the first time, the mirrored Sentinel's programmed expression exhibited a moment of stagnation. Crack! A faint sound of cracking emerged. A fissure appeared on the surface of the cocoon, followed by more cracks spreading outward. Bang! The cocoon shattered, transforming into countless golden light points like a rain of stars falling. And at the center of the cocoon, Lin En's figure reemerged. He still stood there, but his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. The golden energy surrounding him was no longer restless, but flowed like gentle water, steady as a mountain, restrained and unfathomable. His gaze was calm and filled with power, and the uncertainty that had previously plagued him due to the awakening of his power and the void had completely vanished. He had fully absorbed and resolved the mirror image's full force strike containing the dark side, and in the process gained a deeper understanding and control over his own light power. He transformed both the external threat and internal shadows into resources to strengthen his will and purify his power. This is impossible. The hollow voice of the mirrored Sentinel for the first time carried a hint of emotion. Nothing is impossible. Lin En spoke with a steady voice full of authority, no longer echoing with the weight of the void. You copied my power and fears, but you cannot replicate my choices and growth. He raised his hand, pointing at the mirrored Sentinel. There was no earth-shattering explosion of energy, just a beam of gold light distilled to the utmost purity, piercing through the chest of the mirrored Sentinel, as if traversing through the void. The mirrored Sentinel's body stiffened. It attempted to mobilize energy for repair, but the residual golden light at the wound carried a law of purification and certainty, causing its energy operations to stall instantly. The golden light on its body quickly faded, and the simulated void black light screamed and dissipated, as if encountering its nemesis. Ultimately, the entire mirror image shattered like broken glass, transforming into countless milky white light points and vanishing. Almost simultaneously as the mirrored Sentinel was destroyed, the two mirror images battling with Captain America and Stark also paused abruptly, then shattered and disappeared. The hall fell silent once more, leaving only the heavy breathing of the three. Kid, you just scared us to death. Stark landed beside Lin En, still shaken. You did it, Lin En. Captain America approached, his eyes filled with relief and affirmation. He could see that after this battle, Lin En had truly grown, not only in his mastery of power, but also in inner strength. Lin En looked at his hands, feeling the power within him that moved as if guided, harmonious and unified, along with the void that was firmly sealed deep within, temporarily dormant, revealing a truly relaxed smile. I just came to understand some things. At that moment, as the three mirrors vanished, the mirror-like floor in the center of the hall began to flow once more, this time forming not an enemy, but a stable portal radiating soft white light. On the other side of the portal, the deep sea's waters and the searchlights of a Quinjet could be vaguely seen. The exit has opened. It seems that we can leave through the trial. Natasha's voice finally returned from the restored communicator, filled with joyful relief. Welcome back, everyone. The three exchanged smiles and stepped into the light gate. This deep-sea journey, though perilous, had allowed Lin En to undergo a crucial metamorphosis. However, they also returned with more questions. Who built that underwater construct? Why did it resonate with the Sentinel's power? Is this mirrored prison a test or a trap? The shadow of the prism seemed closer to Earth than they had imagined more. With a stronger mind and mastery of power, Lin En would face future challenges in a new light. His war with the void was far from over, but at least now he glimpsed the hopeful light of controlling it. The sensation of the light gate was akin to passing through a layer of cool water. In the next moment, the three found themselves immersed in the cold, dark depths of the ocean. The searchlight beam of the Kun-style warplane sliced through the eternal darkness like a sword, illuminating both themselves and the massive, silent underwater structure ahead. The cabin door of the warplane was wide open, and Natasha appeared at the entrance holding a safety line. Without any unnecessary exchanges, Captain America Stark and Lin swiftly swam toward the aircraft and entered the cabin with Natasha's assistance. The heavy cabin door closed, isolating the immense pressure of billions of acres of seawater outside. The interior lights flickered on, bringing a sense of warmth and safety. "Welcome back to the real world, boys." Natasha closed the cabin door, her tone carrying an almost imperceptible relaxation, her gaze lingering on Lin for a moment longer. Through the external sensors of the warplane, although she couldn't clearly see the specific energy clashes within the hull, she distinctly felt the two violent energy bursts and the profound sense of stability emanating from Lin. "Has communication been restored?" "It was completely blocked inside just now," Captain America asked as he removed his dripping helmet. "It's restored, but the signal is extremely unstable, disturbed by the residual energy from that structure." Natasha pointed to the massive pyramid-like object outside the window. "After you went in, the energy patterns on its surface flickered several times, especially when the mirage disappeared and you emerged. It flickered most violently, and then it fell completely silent. Now it resembled an ordinary colossal underwater rock." Stark was already eager to connect to the warplane's analysis system, retrieving all the data recorded moments ago. "Let me see what this thing truly is." The energy readings plummeted dramatically, and the structural scan shows a massive cavity inside. "Is that where you fought just now?" "Material analysis. Hell, this is not any element or alloy known on Earth. Its atomic structure exhibits a kind of unnatural geometric symmetry." Lin remained silent, walking to the porthole, gazing at the silent structure. The million-star power within him, which had just stabilized, still felt a faint and extremely weak resonance, almost like a shared origin, when locking eyes with the structure. This sensation, unlike the scrutiny and hostility faced with the prism, felt more like the unconscious breathing of a sleeping giant. "It recognizes my power," Lin murmured more to himself, "or rather it recognizes the source of this power." "Are you saying this thing could be related to the serum that gave you your power? Or related to the prism?" Captain America immediately grasped the crux. Uncertain, Lin shook his head. "It feels older, like a observation station, or a vault. That mirage prison doesn't seem to have malicious intent, but rather a kind of test. A test directed at those who possess my kind of power." Captain America looked up. "A test? What exactly are they testing? Can you control that tenet within you?" He referred to the void. "Perhaps." Lin's gaze was deep. "It replicated my power and even invoked the void, but in the end it seemed to acknowledge my ability to suppress and purify the void with my own will." He recalled the moment the mirage shattered the fleeting wave of liberation within the pearly light. This speculation plunged the cabin into a brief silence. An unknown entity residing in the deep sea of Earth, possibly sharing the same origin as Sentinel power, capable of conducting such high-level targeted tests. The implications hidden behind it were terrifying upon deeper thought. "We must seal off this sea area," Captain America decisively ordered. Natasha informed HIELD. "No, directly contact the International Ocean Resource Management Organization and relevant countries, prioritizing the establishment of a no-sail zone. Stark, leave the most covert monitoring devices to continuously monitor any energy fluctuations from it. Until we clarify its origins and purpose, it must not be exposed to the public or other forces." Already on it, Stark tapped on the virtual interface. Several micro-underwater detectors silently released from the belly of the warplane, blending into the darkness like a school of deep-sea fish surrounding the structure for defense. "I also collected some microscopic particles that peeled off its surface in hopes of analyzing something." Lin looked at Captain America. "What about us? Should we head back?" "Back?" Captain America nodded, his expression grave. "This unexpected encounter has confirmed two things. First, there are still many unknown ruins related to supernatural powers hidden on Earth. Second, the prism may not be our only threat. It could even be just a pawn on a larger chessboard." The Kun-style warplane's engine roared to life, changing direction and beginning to ascend. Outside the window, the massive underwater structure gradually disappeared into the endless darkness, as if it had never awakened. Yet Lin knew that some things once touched could never return to the past. The power within him, along with the fate tied to it, was dragging him toward an ever-deepening vortex. The journey back to the Avengers base was oddly tranquil. The experience in the deep sea felt like a bizarre dream, yet the more harmonious and powerful force within Lin En, along with the Stark armor and the databoard's recorded details, silently affirmed its reality. Inside the base, Dr. Banner and the intelligence analyst known as Little Spider Peter Parker, who had recently been interning at the base for the summer, had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing everyone return safely, especially sensing the distinctly stable aura emanating from Lin En, Banner visibly relaxed. It seems your deep-sea fishing yielded quite a catch. Banner attempted to break the silence with a casual tone, though the concern and curiosity in his eyes were unmistakable. We caught a giant squid that can replicate all of us, Stark said, taking off his armor and rubbing his slightly swollen temples as he handed the data board to Banner. You can see for yourself, Bruce. I suspect the technological level of this thing might have leaked out from Odin's treasury. Banner and Peter immediately leaned together, quickly scanning the data and visual records. Upon seeing the mirrored Avengers, especially the one that looked exactly like Lin En and could even invoke void, both of their expressions changed. Wow, this is both amazing and terrifying, Peter murmured, his gaze towards Lin En filled with awe and fear. Mr. Lin, are you all right? I'm fine, Peter. Lin En offered him a reassuring smile. In a way, I have to thank it. Banner adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. This technology of precise replication and magnifying inner shadows has surpassed mere energy simulation involving consciousness and quantum information reading. The civilization that built it has an alarming understanding of life and energy. He looked at Lin En. Lin En, do you feel that its recognition of your power is friendly? I can't say it's friendly, nor is it purely malicious. It feels more like a cold assessment. Lin En pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It seems to be confirming whether the existence possessing such power is qualified. Qualified? What qualification? Captain America pressed. The qualification to control power. Or perhaps the qualification of not abusing power and not being backfired by it. Lin En tried to describe that feeling. It replicated void, seemingly to test my reaction when facing my own darks. If I had been devoured by void, the outcome could have been entirely different. This speculation sent chills down everyone's spines. An ancient relic hidden in the deep sea, quietly conducting qualification certification on specific power holders. This sounds more like an automated screening program left by a higher civilization. We must assume that there may be more such relics on Earth, Natasha calmly analyzed. The prism is seeking reality anchor points while this underwater structure is testing specific power holders. Is there a possibility of a connection between the two? Or are they engaged in some sort of competition? The clues tangled like a ball of yarn, becoming more complex the more they unraveled. At that moment, the global monitoring system of the base issued another alarm, but this time it was not a high-energy response, but an urgent message from Wakanda, encrypted multiple times. King T'Challa's face appeared on the main screen, his expression more serious than ever. Captain Rogers, Stark, we have It's not an external attack, but an internal mutation. He switched the screen to show the depths of the vibranium mine in Wakanda. The vibranium vein, which had originally been steadily emitting a ghostly blue glow, now emitted an unstable milky white light similar to the energy patterns of the underwater structure. Furthermore, the energy field around the vein was becoming turbulent, with some devices relying on vibranium energy experiencing intermittent failures. This phenomenon began shortly after you encountered that structure's intense energy fluctuations in the deep sea, T'Challa said gravely. Our scientists cannot explain this energy resonance phenomenon. Vibranium seems to be responding to that thing. Simultaneously, messages from Atlantis, Kunlun, and Kamartaj also began to arrive, all bearing similar content. The reality anchor points they guarded were experiencing varying degrees of energy disturbances, all related to the underwater structure. The dimensional barriers surrounding the London Sanctum and the New York Sanctum also reported slight correlated energy ripples. The brief awakening of the underwater structure, like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, was sending ripples affecting all nodes closely tied to supernatural powers across the globe. It's not just testing Lin En alone. Stark looked at the reports coming from around the world on the screen, gasping. It's broadcasting a verification of identity to all of Earth's anomalous points through Lin En as a sample. I can feel the faint resonance between the power within me and those distant disturbances. Lin En understood. He was not just a test subject, but more like a key inserted into a lock, unintentionally activating an ancient network that spanned the globe and had long lain dormant. Why does this network exist? What does its activation mean? Is it a blessing or a curse? The answers still remain shrouded in mystery. But one thing is certain: the secrets of the Earth are far more than they imagined, and Lin En, who has just begun to gain control of his power, has already become the core of these intertwined secrets. The anomalous disturbances of the reality anchors across the globe prompted the Avengers and their allies to immediately enter a state of high alert. This was no longer a singular enemy invasion, but rather the instability of the entire Earth's supernatural foundational environment, with potential threats far surpassing any alien fleet attack. Wakanda activated the highest level of energy suppression field in history, attempting to stabilize the vibranium or veins, but the effect was minimal as the milky white glow pulsed like the veins' own heartbeat, stubbornly continuing its rhythm. The wizards of Atlantis joined forces to chant ancient, soul-soothing hymns, striving to calm the agitation of the oceanic altar. The warriors of Kunlun gathered their chi into a massive Taiji diagram, covering the entrance to the secret realm. The mages of the two sanctuaries were fully engaged in operating the defensive formations, resisting the ripples emanating from the dimensional barrier. All eyes directly or indirectly were focused on the Avengers base on Lin En. He felt like an actor suddenly thrust into the spotlight, yet to fully familiarize himself with his role and lines while the spotlight and the expectations of everyone were already fixed upon him. Pressure weighed on Lin En's heart like an invisible mountain. He had just overcome the inner reflections of himself, initially unifying the powers of light and darkness, and had no time to savor and solidify this hard-won balance before being swept into an even greater storm. He could clearly feel the power of a million stars within him existing in a subtle interconnection with those agitated reality anchors. When he focused his mind, it was as if he could hear the deep rumble of Wakanda's vibranium or veins, feel the sorrow flowing from Atlantis' altar, and touch the whirlwind spiraling at the entrance of Kunlun's secret realm. This perception was not an active skill, but a passive resonance akin to breathing. This assured him that the tests and broadcasts of the underwater structures were indeed related to him and the power he bore. "I must do something," Lin En said to his teammates surrounding him, his gaze firm, yet his tightly clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. He feared that his involvement might worsen the situation. After all, the void within him was merely suppressed, not. "We know you want to help, Lin En," Captain America said with a steady voice conveying a sense of reassurance, "but acting rashly poses too great a risk before we understand the principles and impacts of this resonance. We need more data, and we need a plan." Stark and Banner had been working tirelessly for over 10 hours, trying to establish a correlation model between global energy disturbances and Lin En's power characteristics. The problem is that this connection is conceptual and may even be at the level of quantum entanglement, Stark said irritably, running his hand through his hair. "Our instruments can detect energy fluctuations, but cannot decipher the information behind them. It's like we can hear radio noise, but don't know what it's saying." Banner responded more calmly, "Perhaps we shouldn't try to interpret it, but rather attempt to soothe it. It's like we can hear radio noise, but don't know what it's saying." Banner responded more calmly, "Perhaps we shouldn't try." Lin En carefully recalled, "When I don't deliberately control it, my power instinctively generates a kind of empathic fluctuation, as if wanting to respond to and calm that agitation. But when I try to actively control or resist, the void within me becomes agitated, and that sense of balance is empathy. Calming." Banner pondered, "So your power essence may inherently contain some form of stabilizing that underwater structure tests you perhaps to confirm if you can utilize this stabilizing characteristic rather than succumb to pure destructive void." This conjecture brightened everyone's eyes. If Lin En's power was the key, then perhaps the correct way to use it was not through brute destruction, but rather harmony and stability. "Perhaps I can try to actively guide this stabilizing intention, resonating it to those agitated anchors." Lin En proposed a bold idea. "Too dangerous." Natasha immediately opposed. "Your mind needs to connect with multiple high-energy points globally. Any misstep could tear your own consciousness apart or stir the void within you again. But we don't have time to study slowly." Lin En argued, feeling the agitation of those anchors gradually intensifying. Although it was slow, if it continued, it would inevitably lead to unpredictable consequences. "If my power is indeed the key, I cannot stand by and do nothing out of fear of risk." Captain America looked into Lin En's resolute eyes, knowing he had made a choice. As a leader, he had to weigh the pros and cons, but as a companion, he needed to support his teammates' courage in a critical moment. "Doctor Strange and Wong are on their way," Captain America finally said. "With them providing magical protection and spiritual stability, it might be worth a try. But Lin En, you must promise us that if you feel overwhelmed or if the void shows signs of disturbance, you will stop immediately." Lin En nodded heavily. An hour later, in a specially prepared quiet room filled with Stark technology and Kamartaj magical runes, Lin En sat cross-legged in the center. Strange and Wong stood on either side of him, forming seals with their hands, the green glow of the time stone and the golden light of the seraphim shield faintly emerging, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Captain America, Stark, and others were outside the observation room, nervously watching various monitoring data. Lin En took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He no longer resisted that invisible resonance, but actively released himself, allowing his consciousness to gently spread along the threads of that resonance. Captain America, Stark, and others were outside the observation room, nervously watching various monitoring data. He transformed his stable intention, which balanced the powers of light and darkness, into a gentle, life-filled golden warmth, gently wrapping around the agitated core, like soothing a frightened beast. Initially, the agitation of the vibranium or veins seemed to intensify, the milky white glow flashing wildly, resisting the intrusion of external forces. But Lin En did not forcibly suppress it. He simply continued to patiently convey the intentions of stability. Gradually, the flashing frequency of the milky white glow slowed down, the light became softer, and finally, it returned to its deep azure hue, though it seemed to carry a faint golden sheen that resonated with Lin En's power. Success. Lin En's spirit lifted, and following the same method, he projected his consciousness to Atlantis, to Kunlun, to the two sanctuaries. This was an incredibly taxing process. He felt as if he were playing multiple exquisitely precise pianos distributed around the world simultaneously, needing to ensure that each note was just right, without the slightest error. The mental load was immense, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body trembling slightly. Outside the observation room, Stark watched as the curve representing global energy disturbances was visibly calming, whispering, "He's done it. This kid has really done it." Yet just as Lin En's consciousness was about to reach the last and farthest anchor point of the Kunlun's secret realm, an anomaly suddenly arose. Perhaps due to excessive mental strain or the unpredictable interference from connecting too many high-energy points, the void within him, which had been firmly sealed, suddenly stirred. A cold, lifeless dark thought, like a venomous snake, silently slithered along his consciousness connection and mixed into the soothing energy flow spreading towards the Kunlun's secret realm. Not good. Lin En and Strange in the observation room simultaneously sensed the anomaly. Quick, cut the connection. Strange shouted sharply, rapidly forming hand seals attempting to forcibly interrupt Lin En's mental expansion with magic. But it was too late. The dark thought infused with void characteristics instantly reached the energy core of the Kunlun's secret realm. The Kunlun cyclone, which had originally calmed under Lin En's soothing, suddenly stagnated and then erupted into chaotic and violent energy turbulence. The chi that represented life and order displayed a decayed, corrupted, grayish tone. Lin En was struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his mental connection forcibly severed, and he collapsed to the ground. The magical runes in the quiet room flickered violently. Globally, the recently calmed energy disturbances erupted once more, centered around Kunlun, even more violently than before. The fragile balance was instantly shattered. Lin En, Captain America, and Stark rushed into the quiet room. Lin En's face was pale, his eyes filled with pain and self-reproach. Ultimately, he had not completely controlled the shadowy darkness that lingered. Kunlun, this secret realm hidden beyond the world's roof, has been the source of chi since ancient times, symbolizing the forces of life and order. At this moment, this peaceful land has plunged into unprecedented chaos. The cyclone, which once coiled around the entrance of the secret realm like a golden dragon, is now being eroded by a gray, desolate energy, turning violent and distorted. The golden airflow and the gray, decaying energy are wildly intertwining and clashing, triggering waves of energy storms that batter the fragile dimensional barrier connecting Kunlun to the outside world. Inside the secret realm, the array relying on chi is flickering unpredictably, and some disciples, with shallower cultivation, even feel their own chi being stirred by that external decaying force, showing signs of losing control. Steady your mind. Form the 7 Stars Spirit Suppression Array. The contemporary Iron Fist Daniel Rand roared as he, along with the elders from Kunlun and guardians like the White Tiger and Thunder God, strived to maintain stability in the core area. His fists burst forth with unprecedented, brilliant golden light, attempting to dispel the pervasive gray aura, but the effect was minimal. That decaying power was like a festering sore, extremely stubborn, and carried a denial characteristic that directly acted upon the source of energy. This power, it is devouring vitality. An elderly elder with white hair said with a grim expression, "It is not an external invasion, but rather a counterpart born from our very own chi." This revelation weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. If the enemy comes from within, originating from the very power they rely on for survival, how should they respond? Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the Avengers base. Lin, under the urgent treatment of Strange and Wong, had temporarily stabilized his mental trauma, but his complexion remained pale, his eyes filled with a sense of defeat. The void within him seemed to have consumed a considerable amount after its sudden explosion and lay dormant once more, but the shattered trust still lingered in the hearts of him and everyone else. "It's not your fault, Lin." Captain America tried to comfort him, but his tone couldn't hide the gravity. "We all know the risks. The urgent task is to figure out what happened in Kunlun and how to remedy it." Stark and Banner were frantically analyzing the energy data transmitted back from Kunlun, translated through the spells of Kamartash. Confirmed. The core characteristics of that decaying energy highly matched the void components in Lin's energy sample. Although diluted and transformed, they share the same origin. Stark's voice carried a hint of despair. "Damn it, this is equivalent to us injecting a form of energy poison into the heart of Kunlun." Stark's voice carried a hint of despair. "Damn it, this is equivalent to us injecting a form of energy poison." Banner stared at the data model. "But it requires a light force stronger and purer than that decaying energy, as well as extreme microscopic control over the energy structure to complete the detox without harming Kunlun's origin." His gaze involuntarily shifted to Lin. Everyone understood that this task seemed to have fallen back onto Lin. Only he possessed a light aspect of the same source, but after recently experiencing failure with his spirit injured and the threat of void unresolved, could he dare to risk again? Lin supported his weakened body to stand up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze regained its determination. "Let me go. This trouble was caused by me, and it must be resolved by me." "No. Your condition is too poor right now." Strange immediately opposed. "Reconnecting with that contaminated energy source could very likely cause your mind to completely collapse, or even be completely overtaken by the void. But if I don't go, Kunlun may wither away, affecting even the material dimensions." Lin argued, looking at Captain America and Stark. "And I have a feeling this may not only be a remedy, but also a test. If I can purify the power tainted by the void, does that mean my control over it has reached a new height?" This was a dangerous temptation, yet it was the only path before him. After intense debate and risk assessment, the final plan was confirmed. Strange and Wong would cast the strongest soul stabilization spells and dimensional transfer spells to send Lin directly near the core of the Kunlun secret realm. The Avengers and Kamartaj fully supported the Kunlun Guardians, constructing multiple layers of defense on the periphery to buy Lin time and create a relatively stable environment. The entire process must be swift. If Lin showed any signs of faltering or being counterattacked by the Void, Strange would forcibly pull him back at all costs. This was a gamble, betting on Lin's will, the fate of Kunlun, and the future of Earth's supernatural environment. Moments later, amidst the arcane incantations of Kamartaj and the shining magic circle, a stable spatial gate opened beside the chaotic cyclone of Kunlun. Lin took a deep breath, casting one last glance at his worried yet trusting teammates behind him, and stepped resolutely into the light gate. In the next moment, he found himself at the core of the Kunlun secret realm, a valley composed of pure chi energy resembling a fairyland. But at this moment, the swirling skies above the valley were no longer adorned with auspicious golden light, but rather a suffocating chaotic storm of gold and gray. In the center of the valley, what should have been a pool of clear life spring water was now murky, its surface boiling with. Daniel Rand and the elders of Kunlun were struggling here. Upon seeing Lin appear, a glimmer of hope flashed in their eyes, but more was caution. Concentrate your mind, channel your purest light power, and inject it into the life spring. Strange's voice echoed in Lin's mind through magic. We will help stabilize the surrounding space and suppress the energy storm. Lin nodded without the slightest hesitation. He walked to the edge of the life spring, sat cross-legged, and slowly pressed his hands against the murky water surface. The moment he contacted the spring water, a cold, dead, repulsive, and hateful thought surged like countless ice needles, piercing his mind. It was the power of void magnified and distorted crazily, eroding his consciousness and strength. The intense pain nearly caused Lin to faint instantly. But he gritted his teeth, recalling the moment of ultimate realization in the underwater palace, remembering the will of the Light's sovereign. I am the light. He let out a low roar, disregarding the soul-rending pain, and poured the refined, pure, and stable power of 1,000,000 stars into the life spring, without reservation, like warm sunlight. The clash between golden light and gray decaying energy erupted fiercely once more. But this time Lin did not flinch, nor did he feel fear. He concentrated all his will on purification and vitality, guiding the light force like the most precise scalpel, meticulously peeling away and dissolving those gray energies. It was a slow and painful process. His body trembled violently from the extreme consumption of mental power, and blood began to seep from his orifices. Yet the light in his eyes grew brighter, representing his indomitable will and absolute mastery over his power. Outside the valley, Stark and the others watched through magical projection, their hearts in their throats. Time passed. Second by second, the gray color in the life spring visibly faded, and clear spring water began to reemerge. The chaotic storm above also gradually calmed down, with the golden airflow regaining dominance. Just as everyone thought success was imminent, an anomaly occurred. The last trace of decaying energy, which was about to be completely purified, seemed to sense the impending doom, suddenly coalescing, no longer dispersing to erode, but transforming into a sharp, dark spear containing the ultimate end, intent rushing towards his core of consciousness along Lin's energy connection. This was the final counterattack of the void. It sought to perish together with him. Lin, be careful. Strange and Wong changed color simultaneously, exerting all their power to attempt to intercept. But Lin reacted faster. Or rather, he had long anticipated that the void would not accept defeat. Faced with this soul-piercing final blow, he did not panic, nor did he summon more light power to confront it. He simply remained calm deep within his consciousness, constructing a pure point of existence made up of the will of. The dark spear, carrying a tide of annihilation intent, slammed hard against this point of existence. No explosion, no obliteration. The ultimate darkness, upon touching the point of will representing the purest existence, dissolved instantly, like a drop of water merging into the sea, losing all its fury and sharpness, completely embraced, absorbed, and transformed into a part of that vast and tranquil existence itself. Lin's body jolted violently, then gradually settled into calm. He opened his eyes. The life spring had been completely restored to clarity, even more vibrant than before, with a golden halo subtly swirling at the bottom, resonating with his power. Above the valley, the storm had calmed, and the pure golden cyclone rotated slowly, nourishing the entire secret realm. He had succeeded. Not only had he purified Kunlun, but at the last moment he had also resolved the void's most violent counterattack in an unprecedented manner. He felt the balance of light and dark within him entering a deeper level. The darkness was no longer a prisoner sealed away, but had transformed into a depth of the light power used to understand the end and confront destruction. He was still the Sentinel, but at this moment his understanding of his own existence had reached a new height. The crisis in Kunlun was resolved, but Lin knew that his war with the void was far from over. It had merely entered a new stage. And that prism hidden behind the scenes, along with the ancient network spread across the earth, still awaited his exploration and response. His journey was just beginning. The crisis of the Kunlun secret realm swiftly subsided like a receding tide. Pure chi once again filled the heavens and the earth, nourishing this ancient land, and after experiencing Lin En's vibrant and life-giving light, the energy within the secret realm seemed more refined and active than ever. The faint golden halo swirling at the bottom of the fountain of life became a unique mark of connection between Kunlun and this young sentinel. Daniel Rand and the elders of Kunlun expressed their sincerest gratitude to Lin in their previous wariness having transformed into admiration and recognition. They could sense that this young man before them not only possessed godlike strength, but also a resilient will and sense of responsibility to match. Through the portal opened by strange Lin and returned to the Avengers base. Unlike the weakness and determination he had shown when he left, though his complexion remained somewhat pale, and his spirit weary, the calmness and restraint that he now exuded were like tempered steel, even more solid. Outside the quiet room, Captain America, Stark, Natasha Banner, and even Falcon and War Machine, who had just finished an external watch duty, were all waiting there. Seeing Lin En return safely and sensing the deeper and more harmonious fluctuations of power emanating from him, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lit up with genuine smiles. "Well done, kid." Stark stepped forward and gave Lin En's chest a light punch with his fist, his tone filled with a sense of relief. "Don't scare us like that again next time." "Welcome back, Lin En." Captain America extended his hand, gripping his tightly, everything unsaid, yet understood. Natasha handed him a cup of warm water, her concern evident in her eyes. Lin En took the cup, feeling the unwavering trust and support from his companion's warmth flooding his heart. This experience not only brought his control over his own power to a new height, but also deepened his understanding of the meanings of team and responsibility. Later in the conference room of the base, Lin En detailed the process of purifying the void pollution at the core of Kunlun and how he ultimately confronted the dark stab. As he described how he constructed the point of existence deep within his consciousness to accommodate the counterattack of the void, even Strange showed signs of contemplation and astonishment. To integrate the ultimate will of destruction into the very foundation of one's existence. Strange pondered, "This is an extremely risky yet wise approach. This means you no longer regard the void as an enemy to be eradicated, but rather transform it into a part of your philosophical understanding of power. Sentinel, your rate of growth exceeds my expectations. The energy monitoring data also indicates a previously unseen stability and unity in your energy signature." Dr. Banner nodded in agreement. "Light and darkness are no longer clearly defined, but have formed a perfect dynamic balance loop. This perhaps represents the truly healthy form of the power of a million stars." This conclusion invigorated everyone. Lin En's stability is crucially good news for the team and for the safety of the entire Earth. "So what should we do next?" Falcon asked. That underwater pyramid and the global anchor points stirred by the broadcast. "The underwater structure has temporarily returned to silence, and our monitoring has not detected any new signs of activity." Stark pulled up the data, "but its connection to the global anchor points has been established. This is an undeniable fact. We need long-term monitoring and to attempt to understand the purpose of this ancient network," Captain America summarized. "The current primary task is to help Lin En solidify his current state and further familiarize himself with and develop his abilities. At the same time, we cannot relax our vigilance against the Prism. It remains a clear and hostile threat. Hill is coordinating the global intelligence network to seek any clues related to the Prism and the Weaver." He looked at Lin, "And you have become the core power in our response to supernatural crises, Lin En. But this burden is heavy and there is much more you need to learn." Lin En met Captain America's gaze and nodded firmly. "I understand, Captain. I will continue to work hard and will not let everyone down." He knew that with great power comes great responsibility. He could no longer return to the life of an ordinary person, but he chose to accept this fate calmly and use it to protect everything he treasured. After the meeting, Lin En returned to his room. He stood by the window watching the city outside gradually light up. The vast power within him flowed steadily, harmonizing light and darkness, granting him an unprecedented sense. He reached out his hand, palm up, and a strand of pure golden light appeared, warm and full of vitality. Then the light dimmed slightly, transforming into a deep, dark golden hue that seemed to absorb all light, exuding an air of calmness and finality. Finally, the two qualities perfectly fused into a chaotic colored sphere of primordial energy, appearing as if galaxies were being born and extinguished within, slowly rotating in his palm. He could feel that his control over this power had entered a whole new realm. It was not just about the strength of energy, but also about understanding and utilizing the essence of power. However, deep within his consciousness, the void that had been embraced by the point of existence did not completely vanish. It transformed into a cold fragment of memory about the end of all things and the cosmic heat, death, settling within the core of his power. It no longer attempted to resist, but served as a silent warning, reminding him of the other side of power and that innate darkness potential that required eternal vigilance. Lin En withdrew the energy and gazed at the distant starry sky, the ancient network beneath the sea, the looming prism, and the ever-present warning of the void. The road ahead remained fraught with thorns and unknowns. But he was no longer lost nor afraid. He was Robert Lin En, and he was the Sentinel. He bore the light of humanity and carried the power of the stars. His story had just begun to write the prelude of a new life. and the chapters of the future would undoubtedly be even more. It has been a week since the return from Kunlun. The Avengers base seems to have regained its usual rhythm, yet subtle changes have undeniably taken place. Lin En is no longer the potential unstable factor that needed to be carefully observed and protected. His restrained and profound aura has naturally made him a quiet and reliable pillar of strength within the team. He spends most of his time in the adaptive training ground that Stark specially modified for him, located in the underground of this training ground. No longer tests his destructive limits. Those have long lost their significance, but instead focuses on honing his ultimate control over power. Inside the training ground, there are no targets, no obstacles, only a pure white space capable of simulating various physical rules and energy environments. Today, the subject Lin En faces is microscopic construction of energy forms. He hovers in the center of the training ground, his eyes slightly closed, his expression focused. Before him, there are not cataclysmic energy bursts, but countless golden strands of light, as fine as hair, weaving through the air, as if they possess life. They follow the extremely complex instructions given by Lin En while constructing a multidimensional self-evolving energy structure. This structure is not created haphazardly. Its blueprint originates from the theoretical stable anchor model that Stark and Banner derived by analyzing the surface patterns of the seabed structure and Lin En's own power exhibited during the purification of Kunlun. They hope Lin En can manifest this theoretical model into reality through his absolute control over energy, which may become a tool for stabilizing other reality anchor points in the future and even combating the Prism incursion. This requires control of energy at the atomic level, even involving operations at the quantum level. The strength-frequency phase of each energy strand and their interactions must be precise to the minutest detail. Fine beads of sweat form on Lin En's forehead. This is more mentally taxing than simultaneously calming global anchor points. He must divide his consciousness into thousands of independent threads to accurately guide each strand of energy. This is not merely a test of power, but the ultimate challenge to his computational ability, concentration, and willpower. He can feel the power of a million stars within him, like a gentle ocean ready for him to seize and shape. The bright vitality and dark calmness perfectly merge, making the energy strands he shapes both incredibly resilient and possessing a strange adaptability that allows them to fine-tune their properties according to the environment. Time passes second by second, and the energy structure in the air gradually takes shape. It is a complex geometric body constantly rotating and composed of countless nested regular tetrahedra, with internal light flowing, emitting a comforting oscillation that stabilizes spacetime. Just at the last moment when the structure is about to be completed, Lin En will experiences a minuscule dispersal due to extreme fatigue. The phase of an energy strand deviates by 1/1,000,000th. Buzz. The once stable geometric body instantly loses its balance. A chain reaction erupts. The entire structure suddenly collapses inward, followed by a blinding white light and violent energy turbulence. The training ground's emergency system immediately activates, attempting to restrain the explosion with a powerful damping field. But Lin En reacts even faster. At the moment of imbalance, a glint of sharp light flashes in his eyes. Instead of attempting to forcibly stabilize the already collapsed structure, he presses his hands outward, and an invisible, yet absolutely powerful field of will instantaneously envelopes the center of the explosion. The energy turbulence capable of tearing apart high-strength alloys comes to an abrupt halt within his force field, as if frozen like an insect trapped in amber. All the fury and destructive force are forcibly calmed and dismantled upon contact with the field infused with his existence, while ultimately transforming into the gentlest fundamental energy, which he slowly absorbs back into his body. The training ground returns to tranquility as if nothing had happened. Lin En slowly descends, letting out a long sigh. Did he fail? No. He successfully prevented the destruction caused by the failure and minimized the losses. This mastery over failure itself is a deeper form of control. Energy output error below 0.0001. I structure collapse, alert time 0.003 seconds, constraint efficiency 100. Stark's voice resonates through the training ground speakers, filled with barely concealed astonishment. Kid, you are now practically a living cosmic constant regulator. Not quite there yet. Lin En chuckles, wiping away his sweat. That last moment was still not perfect. Perfect. Banner's voice joins in. Pursuing perfection at the quantum level is itself an imperfection. The error correction and controllability you just demonstrated have exceeded the measurement limits of all our instruments. More importantly, your emotional and energy fluctuations were disturbingly stable throughout the entire process. He implies that the void within Lin En remained undisturbed. Lin En senses within himself. The cold memory fragments representing the void still lie dormant deep within his power, like a dusty forbidden book in a library that records the ultimate truth. It exists but no longer poses a threat. Instead, it deepens and broadens his understanding of power. Let's continue to the next model. Lin En says, his eyes displaying no fatigue, only a longing to explore the boundaries of power. He knows that this hard-won balance and control must be forged through countless attempts and failures to truly solidify. In a dimension unseen by him, the massive prism constructed of light rays seems to slightly adjust an angle, casting an invisible gaze once again upon the earth, upon the being that is learning how to weave energy rules. Although the disturbances of the reality anchors around the globe have settled, the energy ripples caused by the awakening of the underwater structure have far-reaching effects extending beyond the realms of the extraordinary. Some faint, dissipating energy fluctuations akin to the last ripples from a stone thrown into a lake quietly seeped into the world of ordinary people. New York, Brooklyn at night. In a small apartment, the young artist Mara Diaz was staring blankly at the canvas. The canvas was filled with chaotic patches of color. She was attempting to depict the bizarre dream she had last night, a dream filled with endlessly swirling geometric lights and a deep resonating hum from the ocean depths. But she could never quite capture that feeling. Frustrated, she threw down her paintbrush and moved to the window, gazing at the dim streetlight at the corner below. At that moment, something strange happened. The old streetlight flickered a few times. The bulb that should have gone out suddenly emitted a stable glow, unusual and tinged with a pearlescent aura, illuminating the corner with an extraordinary clarity, even somewhat blinding. Mara rubbed her eyes, thinking it was an illusion. But what surprised her more was that she seemed to be able to see the subtle flow of energy within that glow, like countless glowing particles arranging and jumping in an orderly fashion. An inexplicable impulse surged within her, and she instinctively extended her finger towards the light, mimicking the trajectories of those energy particles in her mind, making a gentle swipe. A faint, almost invisible pearlescent beam of light escaped from her fingertip, striking a discarded soda can. There was no sound, no explosion. The aluminum can seemed to be instantaneously melted by high temperatures, as if an invisible force directly disintegrated it at a molecular level, quietly transforming into a small pile of shimmering metallic dust that scattered in the air. Mara was stunned, staring at her finger, her face turning pale instantly. Fear and disbelief engulfed her. The same phenomenon was sporadically occurring in various cities worldwide. A programmer in Tokyo discovered he could briefly display incomprehensible geometric codes on electronic devices. A subway security guard in London unintentionally distorted a nearby metal railing when emotionally agitated. A street dancer in Rio de Janeiro seemed to be surrounded by faint currents of air during an ecstatic dance. The awakenings of these abilities were extremely subtle and had complex correlations with the individual's locations during the underwater structures, broadcast their mental states and even genetic factors. They sprouted quietly in inconspicuous corners like grass seeds after a wildfire, yet to attract widespread. However, the remnants of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network, Stark's global monitoring system, and the dimensional perception of Kamar Taj had all detected these abnormal energy sparks. 17 confirmed cases of superpower awakenings triggered by non-mutant genes have been detected globally, with energy signatures faintly linked to the underwater structure and Lin En's powers. Natasha reported at the daily briefing her brow furrowed. Most of the awakened individuals are from the lower social strata or are emotionally sensitive, their abilities unstable, and they feel panic about what is happening to them. 17 cases. This is just the tip of the iceberg, Captain America said solemnly. If this infection continues, it could lead to social upheaval or worse, be exploited by certain forces. The key is the reason. Banner pointed at the energy analysis chart. The broadcast of the structure is like a form of seeding, and the essence of Lin En's powers, or those of the same origin, serves as the catalyst for the seed to sprout. These awakened individuals absorb the dissipated energy and subconsciously mimic a certain rule exhibited by Lin En's powers, causing minor alterations in local reality. Mimicking me. Lin En felt a wave of astonishment, followed by a heavy sense of responsibility. He hadn't expected the manifestation of his powers to affect ordinary people so profoundly, like the butterfly effect. It's not something you do actively, rather the mere existence of your power is akin to dropping a massive magnet into a calm energy field, naturally disturbing the arrangement of surrounding iron filings. Strange explained, his expression equally grave. This further proves the danger of that structure's network. It tests not just individuals, but also transforms the environment, causing the entire world to evolve towards a state more amenable to its rules. We must locate these awakened individuals, Captain America decided. Before their abilities spiral out of control or are discovered by malicious entities, we need to provide guidance and protection while investigating the extent and limits of this influence. Natasha Rhodey, you are responsible for coordinating the global intelligence network and allies. What about the prism? Stark asked. Will it exploit these emerging sparks? Very likely. Strange looked out the window, as if he could see through space to that cold creation. When enough scattered sparks gather, even a slight breeze can ignite a raging fire. The prism is likely waiting for that moment. Lin En fell silent. He realized that the nature of the battle it was no longer merely a confrontation, but extended into the influence and contention over ordinary people. This power of his had become both a shield for protection and a source of turmoil. He needed to grow faster and better understand the essence of his powers to cope with this increasingly complex situation. Natasha and War Machine Rhodes exhibited remarkable operational efficiency. With the vast database left by S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark's technological support and the mystical positioning from Kamar Taj, the 17 initial awakeners scattered across the globe were quickly pinpointed. Most of them, after experiencing initial panic, were secretly approached and temporarily housed in several safe facilities under various pretenses of talent recruitment or special medical examinations where they underwent assessments and preliminary guidance. However, not all sparks were found with such ease. Deep within an ancient Medina in Tangier, Morocco, a young carpet weaver named Karim bin Ani found his life completely turned upside down. His family had woven carpets for generations, and those intricate patterns and colors seemed to be imprinted in his very. Just days prior, while inspecting a batch of newly dyed yarn under the sunlight, he discovered he could see the faint light waves within the colors, and through sheer will subtly adjust the arrangement of the yarn fibers, producing patterns that exhibited an almost illusory dynamic play of light and shadow. Initially, he thought it was a divine gift, overwhelmed with joy. But he soon realized that this ability came with intense mental strain and occasional risks of losing control. During an argument with a neighbor, his anger triggered his powers, causing the glaze on a painted ceramic plate hanging at the neighbor's door to suddenly dull and flake, as if weathered by a century. Fear replaced joy. He hid in his small workshop, too afraid to face anyone. But his anomalies did not escape the eyes of all observers. Just hours before Natasha's team would locate him, a group of unidentified, well-equipped, armed men attacked his workshop. Their target was clear: Karim himself. These individuals were well-trained and ruthless, wielding weapons that bore distinct characteristics, blending earthly technology with unknown energy. In despair, Karim attempted to resist with his immature abilities, warping the metal structure of the weapons held by the two armed men at the forefront, but more tranquilizer darts struck him. In his fading consciousness, he saw one of the leaders raise his wrist, directing a device resembling a scanner that emitted a milky white glow towards him. Confirmed native spark energy adaptability B level. Take him. Just as the armed men prepared to drag Karim away, a figure clad in gold and blue burst onto the scene at a speed surpassing human perception. It was Captain America, alerted by Natasha along with Lin, who happened to be conducting energy adaptability tests in the area. Let him go. Captain America's shield flew out, accurately striking down one armed man. Lin refrained from using large-scale energy attacks, knowing it would lead to catastrophic consequences in the narrow ancient alley. He simply flickered, appearing like a phantom beside the thug, holding Karim, his fingers lightly brushing against the thug's wrist. The thug felt an irresistible force coursing through him, his entire arm suddenly numb, and the scanner slipped from his grasp, which Lin skillfully caught. Seeing this, the other armed men wasted no time in opening fire. Energy bullets whistled through the air. Lin's gaze sharpened as an almost invisible golden force field expanded around him. All the incoming energy bullets, upon contact with the force field, slowed suddenly, like a cow sinking into the sea, ultimately hovering in midair, their surface energy sheen rapidly dimming and vanishing. The armed men were astonished. This violation of physical laws exceeded their understanding. Retreat. The leader decisively ordered, tossing a smoke bomb. Thick smoke instantly engulfed the alley. Lin sensed that the opponents had employed short-distance spatial teleportation technology, the fluctuations somewhat resembling those of the Lightbreaker, but more crude. He did not pursue. Instead, he immediately checked on Karim, confirming he was merely unconscious and not gravely harmed. Captain America picked up the scanner, his expression darkening. They came prepared. Their target was these awakeners. Lin looked at the dulled scanner in his hand, and then at the unconscious Karim, a chill rising within him. The prism's tendrils have already infiltrated so deeply, beginning to actively harvest these sparks born from it. This was no longer a potential threat, but a war already ignited for the struggle over future power. Karim was safely transferred to a secret safe house of the Avengers. Upon inspection, his body showed no significant injuries aside from mental exhaustion and mild shock. His fear of his own abilities and the trauma from the attack required time and psychological counseling to heal. Meanwhile, the captured scanner was promptly sent to the base laboratory for urgent analysis by Stark and Banner. The technological style has been confirmed to originate from the Lightbreaker, but is more practical and militarized. Stark disassembled the scanner, his brow furrowed. Inside there are designs for forcibly extracting life energy, which is quite malicious. If they succeed, that Weaver Kid could very well be drained, turning into a mere shell. Banner looked at the energy analysis report and added, the core identification code of the scanner points to a signal source that is unknown to us with a very high level of encryption. It is not on any of our monitoring lists, as if it appeared out of thin air. A new branch of the Lightbreaker. Or ground troops dispatched directly by Prism. Natasha proposed a hypothesis. Both are possible, Captain America replied solemnly. But regardless, this proves our opponents act swiftly and with ruthless methods. They are not seeking allies, but rather gathering resources. Lin stood quietly to the side, silently listening. He toyed with a strand of golden energy, making it weave like a nimble thread between his fingers. He was deep in thought, contemplating the underwater construct, these sparks, and the purpose of Prism. I have an idea. Lin suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. That underwater construct tested me, broadcast energy, and generated sparks. Perhaps it is not for destruction, but rather for some form of selection and preparation. Selection for what? Preparation for what? Stark pressed. Selection of individuals who can adapt to and utilize this rule. Lin's gaze was profound. Preparation. To face some greater crisis. Or to participate in some form of competition. He recalled the mirror Sentinel and its cold, assessing gaze. It did not seem like a destroyer, but rather a cold examiner. And Prism, Lin continued to speculate. Its purpose is to reweave reality, which means it aims to erase or overwrite existing rules. So does the existence of this ancient network represented by the underwater construct serve to maintain the stability and continuation of the current rules of reality? Does it generate sparks to ensure that there are more individuals capable of wielding the power of the rules to resist when Prism acts? This novel perspective plunged the group into deep thought. If this were true, then the underwater construct was not an enemy, but perhaps a potential ally. And Prism was clearly an invader with the intent to upend everything. But its methods are equally extreme and strange, reminded them, referring to the global anchor disturbances and chaos brought by the generation of sparks. Introducing one uncertainty to counter another threat is in itself a massive risk. Moreover, it tests your criteria for whether you can control the void. Banner looked at Lin. This indicates that within the judgment of this ancient network, those who cannot control the powers of their dark side may pose a danger not less than that of Prism. Lin nodded. This was precisely what he had been contemplating and vigilant about. Power itself knows no good or evil, but the wielder of power and the impact it brings are of utmost importance. We need more information, Captain America concluded, about this ancient network and the true purpose and strength of Prism. At the same time, we must accelerate the protection and guidance of the existing sparks, ensuring they do not fall into the hands of the Lightbreaker or Prism. He turned to Lin. Lin, your control over your own power is our greatest advantage at the moment. Continue your training, especially in how to apply your stability characteristic more broadly to the external environment. Perhaps this is the key to addressing future crises. Lin nodded solemnly. He understood that his path was not merely about enhancing personal power, but learning how to become a guardian of rules, maintaining that fragile balance amid the tumultuous currents. And deep within his consciousness, the cold fragments of memory regarding the void stirred slightly, as if silently narrating the other side of balance, that eternal, tempting whisper. In the days that followed, the Avengers and their allies operated like precisely interlocking gears spinning swiftly. Led by Natasha and Rhodey, the global task force successfully relocated most of the discovered spark awakened to safe locations. These awakened possess varying abilities ranging in strength, but are generally accompanied by confusion, fear, and issues. Members of the X-Men dispatched by Professor Charles Xavier, such as Jean Grey and Aurora Monroe, along with mages sent by Kamar Taj, joined the support team to provide psychological counseling and basic ability control training for these sparks. This was a long and meticulous process aimed at helping them understand and master this sudden gift rather than being consumed. Stark and Banner devoted themselves fully to analyzing the confiscated scanners and the new movements of the shard. They attempted to reverse engineer the energy extraction technology and trace its signal source, but the other party evidently possessed a high level of counter-detection capability, making the clues intermittent. However, they confirmed one thing: this hunting behavior targeting the sparks was not an isolated incident. It was occurring in shadowy corners worldwide, albeit through more covert means. Lin's training had entered a new phase. Under the joint guidance of Stark and Strange, he no longer focused solely on the microscopic construction of energy, but began to attempt to harmonize his stable willpower field with a larger surrounding space. In a specific training area, he attempted to smooth out simulated energy turbulence, reinforce fragile spatial structures, and even briefly and locally modify some basic physical constants, for example, slightly reducing the speed of light in specific areas or causing a slight deviation in the direction of gravity. These were not permanent changes akin to pressing a small dent on the water's surface, which would restore once the pressure was released, yet during this process his influence over the rules gradually strengthened. The balance of light and dark within him grew increasingly stable under this intense forging. That cold awareness of endings originating from the void no longer frightened him, rather it became an important reference for understanding what stability truly is. Just as one cherishes solid ground upon realizing the existence of an abyss. Yet whether it was the guidance of the sparks, the tracking of the shard, or Lin's training, it all felt like groping through a thick fog. The true opponent, the Prism, had, following the deep-sea incident and the Kunlun transformation, instead fallen into an eerie silence. There were no new dimensional attacks, no large-scale reality distortions. Even the activities of the shard, after an initial period of activity, became increasingly elusive. This silence was not tranquility, rather it felt like the low pressure before a storm, making it hard to breathe. What is it waiting for? Captain America posed the question on everyone's mind during a high-level meeting. Perhaps it's digesting the energy it took from the sparks. Rhodey speculated. Or observing Lin's growth. Strange lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a gleam of magical light flickering in his eyes. I tend to think it's waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity for a reality structure to become sufficiently soft due to various disturbances, or waiting for Lin or that ancient network to manifest some change it anticipates. Lin remained silent. He could sense that the invisible pressure had not dissipated, instead it hung over him like the sword of Damocles. The subtle connection between him and the Prism, rooted in the source of power, always existed like a taut invisible. He understood that silence would not last forever. When the symphony resumed, it would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. And he must during this brief period of silence accumulate enough strength, refine a more resilient will, and prepare to face the unknown inevitable end that was to come. He stepped out of the conference room and onto the observation deck at the top of the base. Under the night sky, the city lights sparkled like a river of stars fallen to earth. The lives of billions of ordinary people continued oblivious to the impending storm. Lin took a deep breath of the cool air, the vast power within him flowing calmly. Light and shadow intertwined in his eyes, reflecting the faint glow of the entire city. Protecting all of this was the meaning of his role as a sentinel, as well as the path he chose to exist. Silence is for a more resounding counterattack. He awaited the inevitable arrival of the overture's finale. The silence did not last long. A new, more insidious anomaly began to emerge globally. It was not an energy explosion or a physical mutation, but a form of cognitive erosion. The initial reports came from several large urban neurology research centers and psychiatric hospitals. Some sensitive patients, or ordinary individuals under prolonged stress and anxiety, began to report similar extremely vivid nightmares. In their dreams, they found themselves in a space composed of countless rotating, refracting prisms of cold light, where a grand and different will whispered, recounting the flaws and redundancies of reality, promising a pure and ordered new world. Even more disturbing was that some of the spark awakeners who had been successfully placed and whose abilities had stabilized began to show signs of emotional instability and fluctuating powers. They described a call from afar, tempting them to unleash more power to trim the reality that had become rough and unsightly in their eyes. It's the prism. Stark concluded after analyzing the abnormal brainwave data and spark status reports from around the world. It has changed its strategy. No longer directly attacking the anchors of reality, but broadcasting directly to the subconscious of living beings through a dimensional resonance technology that we do not yet fully understand. It is infiltrating ideologies. This method of attack was more insidious and difficult to defend against. The sorcerers of Kamartaj could reinforce dimensional barriers to block physical and energy invasions, but for this information virus that directly affected thoughts and the collective subconscious, traditional magical defenses were limited in effectiveness. It is exploiting people's dissatisfaction with reality, their desire for power, and their deep-seated quest for perfection. Strange's expression was grave as he attempted to use the Eye of Agamotto to observe the timeline, discovering that multiple future branches exhibited gray trajectories assimilated by this pure order. It is sowing doubt, cultivating sympathizers. When enough people's subconscious accepts its ideology, the weight of reality itself will tilt towards it, and the resistance to its reweaving will significantly decrease. Lin felt the faint spiritual pollution that pervaded the air. At his current mental state, such whispers could not shake him in the slightest, but he could clearly hear that cold voice, sensing the complete denial of existing life and emotional patterns contained within. It is denying chaos, denying difference, denying humanity itself, Lin said in a deep voice. He recalled the memory of the void within him, representing ultimate silence and finality, while what the prism sought seemed to be a cold and absolute order that was contrary to that. We must stop the spread of this spiritual pollution, Captain America declared decisively. Stark, Banner, can you develop targeted mental shielding or counter techniques? Strange, is there any way on the magical side to purify this subconscious erosion? It's difficult. Banner shook his head. This resonance affects the ocean of collective subconscious. Individualized shielding technology has limited effects unless the entire human society is isolated. And large-scale spiritual purification. The energy and precision required are astronomical, and it may cause irreversible mental damage to the subjects. Strange also expressed similar difficulties. This involves a confrontation at the conceptual level. We need a sufficiently powerful symbol that can represent diversity of life and free while infusing its power into the collective subconscious to effectively neutralize the prism's whispers of order. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Lin in unison. He possessed the power of a million stars connected to the cosmic sea with an essence that contained infinite vitality and possibilities, the light side, and also understood ultimate silence and finality, the dark side. He himself was a living testament to the complexity and contradiction of existence. More importantly, he had just begun to achieve the integration of light and dark, and his will itself represented a mode of existence that transcended simple binary opposition, being more inclusive and resilient. He might just be the most suitable symbol. Lin, Captain America said, looking at him with a heavy but trusting tone. This may be the most dangerous mission. You need to actively immerse your consciousness and will into the polluted ocean of the human collective subconscious. What you will face is not a physical enemy, but the countless twisted thoughts and the spiritual projections of the prism itself. A moment's carelessness may lead to your self-awareness being polluted or even assimilated. Lin understood the risks involved. This was far more dangerous than purifying the energy tainted by the void in Kunlun. That was a material confrontation, while this is a war of consciousness and ideology. But he did not flinch. He saw the ordinary people trapped in nightmares from the reports, and those sparks who had fallen back into panic. He could not stand by and watch the prism silently strangle the diversity and possibilities of life in this manner. What should I do? He asked calmly. Strange quickly exchanged opinions with Stark and Banner. We need to build a mind amplifier. Strange explained, combining the most advanced brainwave resonance technology with Kamartaj's most profound soul projection array, amplifying and anchoring your will, and then injecting it into the torrent of the collective subconscious like a dye. Your task is not to eliminate those whispers, but to use your own existence to prove another possibility. Vitality and chaos, beauty and difference, and infinite value within the finite. You need to hold fast to your true heart. Stark added, his tone unusually serious. Remember who you are, remember why you Your will is the strongest fortress and the brightest lighthouse. Lin nodded, closed his eyes, and began to adjust. He sank his consciousness into the universe of balanced light and dark within him, feeling the vastness born from the birth and death of billions of stars, as well as the deepest love and guardianship for life itself. He knew that this would be the most difficult and important battle since he became a Sentinel. At the lowest level of the Avengers base, a massive array combining cutting-edge technology and ancient secret arts was urgently completed. Stark provided enough energy to supply a small city and a sophisticated brainwave synchronization system, while Strange and Wong inscribed magical runes containing cosmic truths to guide and stabilize the journey of the soul. In the center of the array, Lin En sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, emanating a soft, yet firm golden aura. Captain America, Natasha Banner, and others stood vigil outside the array, anxiously monitoring the various data. The atmosphere of the entire base was as heavy as lead. Energy output is stable, brainwave synchronization rate at 98%, soul anchoring array operating normally. Stark stared at the control panel, his voice low. Ready. Strange stood at the edge of the array, forming seals with his hands, the eye of Agamotto emanating a faint green light, providing him with protection and guidance in the realm of time. Lin En, remember you are the observer and also the lighthouse. Display your existence, but do not forcefully change it. The sea of consciousness will instinctively repel foreign will. Your power lies in validation, not conquest. Lin En nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and relaxed all constraints on his consciousness. Begin. With Strange's command, a tremendous energy poured into the array, and the mysterious runes lit up one by one, emanating a radiance that bridged the material and spiritual dimensions. Lin En felt his consciousness being gently and powerfully drawn, breaking free from the shackles of his body, continuously rising, and then, like diving into deep water, he plunged into a vast, colorful, yet tumultuous ocean. The sea of the collective human subconscious. This was not a specific scene, but an abstract torrent composed of countless emotions, memories, desires, and fears. Joy flowed like a warm current, sadness like a cold ravine, anger like a fiery volcano, love like brilliant auroras. Various thoughts intertwined and collided, forming a bizarre and ever-changing landscape. However, at this moment, this ocean that should have been vibrant was shrouded in a layer of ominous gray. A cold, precise, and repetitive geometric rhythm, like industrial noise, polluted the originally harmonious, albeit chaotically harmonious, background sound. That was the whisper of the prism, attempting to cover all complex and vivid individual emotions with a single rigid model of order. Lin En could see that some more fragile shards of consciousness corresponding to sensitive individuals in reality had been tainted by this gray, becoming dull and rigid, losing their original colors. More consciousnesses under the onslaught of gray noise became anxious and fearful, like frightened schools of fish. He did not rush to take action, but first stabilized his own sense of existence. He was like a source of light with a unique frequency thrown into the water, clearly presenting his complex will that fused light and dark, embracing life and death in this ocean. Immediately he drew attention. The gray noise seemed to recognize him as this foreign object, becoming sharper and more targeted. The cold geometric whispers pierced like countless needles, trying to invade the core of his consciousness, instilling him with ideas such as order above all, emotions are useless, and the individual is a flaw of the collective. Look at this chaos, this disorder, this endless pain and strife. A grand and indifferent voice rang directly in his consciousness, a projection of the prism, while only a unified order, absolute purity, can bring eternal peace. Join us, become a cornerstone of the new world, and break free from this trivial, painful individual existence. As the whispering continued, illusions appeared before Lin En, wars disappeared, diseases eradicated, all differences erased, and the entire world operated like a precisely functioning machine, devoid of pain, yet also without joy. This illusion carried a strange allure, especially for those who had witnessed too much darkness in reality. Lin En's consciousness slightly fluctuated, as if the memory shard representing nothingness within him was stirred, resonating with the notion of eternal peace. Absolute order, in a sense, is indeed a path toward ultimate silence. But he immediately steadied his mind. He recalled the lights of New York streets, the trusting gazes of his companions, the vibrant patches on Mara Diaz's unfinished canvas, and the focus and passion in Kareem Banani's eyes while weaving carpets. These were chaotic and imperfect, but they were real, alive, filled with infinite possibilities. Peace does not equal life, and unity does not equal beauty. Lin En responded with his own will, his voice transforming into a warm and firm wave in the sea of consciousness, like a spring breeze gently caressing those areas tainted by gray. Pain is the ladder of growth. Differences are the source of innovation, and finiteness makes every moment precious. This is life. This is the meaning of our existence. He was no longer just defensive but actively demonstrating. He transformed his understanding of life, his commitment to protection, and his insights on the coexistence of light and darkness into vivid images filled with emotional power, pouring them into the surrounding torrent of consciousness, the unwavering shield of Captain America Stark's responsibility. Beneath his cynicism, Natasha's tenderness, beneath her cold facade, Banner's coexistence with the beast within the chi of the Kunlun. Warriors, the ancient heritage of Wakanda, the smiles of ordinary people striving for life, the warmth of a mother holding her baby, and the passion of artists creating beauty. These images stood in stark contrast to the cold, singular illusion of order presented by the prism. In the sea of consciousness, the areas tainted by gray began to show signs of loosening. Some shards of consciousness regained faint colors, and those anxious schools of fish seemed to find direction, beginning to gather toward Lin in this lighthouse. Stubborn. The will of the prism emitted an angry wave, and the gray corrosion became more intense, even beginning to coalesce into distorted mental constructs attempting to attack Lin En's core consciousness. Lin En felt an immense increase in pressure, simultaneously resisting the pollution of the entire sea of consciousness, and the direct assault of the prism placed a significant burden on his spirit. He sensed that his sense of existence was becoming somewhat blurred, and the core of his balanced will of light and dark was also under attack. Just as he began to feel strained, a powerful and familiar will like a solid backing suddenly connected from afar. It was Professor Charles Xavier. He sensed the consciousness war here mobilized the mental powers of all the X-Men, and the light of the kind-hearted mutants. He was connected to providing invaluable support to Lin En. Next, the meditative thoughts of all the sorcerers in Kamartaj, the collective will generated by the Wakandan people through the heart-shaped herb and mental connection, and even the sparks of hope ignited in the hearts of those across the globe whom Lin En had saved and influenced. Countless positive thoughts representing diversity of life and free will surged like rivers converging into the sea, crossing the boundaries of material and spirit, merging into Lin En's lighthouse. His brilliance surged instantly. A warm, firm, and all-encompassing radiance burst forth like the rising sun, dispersing a large amount of gray mist and illuminating a broader expanse of the subconscious sea. The will of the prism emitted a reluctant shriek, but that cold whisper seemed so pale and powerless in the face of such magnificent life-light. Its spiritual projection began to collapse, and the gray tide of corrosion retreated like a flood. Lin En knew he could not completely eradicate all the seeds planted by the prism in one go, but he successfully injected a powerful antibody into the collective subconscious of humanity, proving the possibility of another kind of existence. When his consciousness returned to his body and he opened his eyes in the center of the array, he saw faces filled with relief. Reports of abnormal brainwaves worldwide have decreased by 70%. Stark exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the data. Those unstable sparks have calmed down too. Kid, you did it. Lin En smiled tiredly, feeling the emptiness from the power expended in the mental drain, but more so a deep sense. What he protected was not just the structure of reality, but the precious complexity of life itself. The possibility. The victory in the sea of consciousness brought a brief respite, but Lin En was well aware that the retreat of the prism was merely tactical. That cold will based on absolute order would never relinquish its grip due to a setback on the level of consciousness. It was like cosmic background radiation, faint, yet omnipresent, constantly seeking new breakthroughs. And these breakthroughs often came from within. In the following days, Lin En discovered that his perception of the void within had become clearer. Previously, it was just silent, cold fragments like dangerous artifacts sealed in a museum. But now when he focused inwardly, it seemed he could hear the extremely faint whispers emanating from those fragments. These were no longer the aggressive and seductive declarations of the prism, but rather something more essential, carrying a peculiar charm in its narrative. It spoke of the inevitability of entropy, the endpoint of heat, death, and the silence of all things returning to the void. It illustrated the final scene of stars burning out, the universe cooling, all motion ceasing, and time losing its meaning. It did not encourage destruction, but rather articulated the rationality and inevitability of it all, in a tone, what is the meaning of struggle? Creation will ultimately fade away and life will return to dust. What you protect are merely trivial ripples on the path to a predetermined end. The whispers echoed deep within his consciousness, carrying a cold indifference that seemed to see through everything except this end. Understand this void, and you will transcend this meaningless cycle. Power should be applied to accelerate this inevitable process rather than futilely delay it. This whisper was even harder to resist than the seductive order of the prism, for it spoke a certain degree of truth. It was the potential ultimate fate of the universe derived from existing. It directly impacted the questioning of the ultimate meaning of life. Lin En found that during energy training, especially when attempting delicate operations involving rules, this whisper became particularly clear. When he struggled to maintain the stability of a complex energy structure, the whisper would remind him that all structures would eventually collapse. When he tried to use the power of light to foster a spark of life, the whisper would mock the transience and fragility of that life. This was not a rebellion of the void trying to regain control, but a more insidious cognitive corrosion. It subtly influenced his judgment of the value of his actions, weakening his motives to protect and create. After an intense microenergy weaving training session, Lin En, exhausted mentally, let his guard down against that whisper. In that instant, a cold impulse surged through him, wanting to plunge the orderly energy structures before him into chaos, reducing them to the most basic streams of particles. Though he immediately suppressed this impulse with his strong will, the momentary turmoil in his heart left him drenched. He realized that the void had not been vanquished, nor was it completely enfolded. It merely adopted a more intelligent approach, more attuned to his current level of power, coexisting with him and attempting to influence him. The balance of light and dark was far more dynamic and fragile than he had imagined. He conveyed this situation to Strange and Banner. "This is erosion at the conceptual level," Strange said solemnly. "The end, represented by the void, is one of the fundamental laws constituting reality. The deeper you understand and use your powers, the more unavoidable it becomes to deal with it. Previously you forcibly encompassed it with your will, but now it begins to undermine your will with truth." Banner added, "From a scientific perspective, the law of entropy, indeed, forms the foundation of physics. The whispers of the void are constantly emphasizing the base code of this universe to you. Resisting it, in a sense, is resisting a part of the physical laws, which requires unimaginable strength of belief. So what should I do?" Lin En felt a sense of confusion. He feared nothing in battling external enemies, but faced with this inner whisper that stemmed from the essence of his own power and spoke of truth, he felt somewhat powerless. "Understand it, but do not agree with it." Strange offered this advice, which was in line with his previous teachings to Lin En about facing the void. Acknowledge that heat death may be the endpoint, but more importantly understand that the process from the Big Bang to heat death, the emergence of life, the rise and fall of civilizations, the intertwining of love and hate, the cycles of creation and destruction. All of this is the greatest miracle and meaning in itself. Your power is meant to make this process more splendid, allowing life to shine with its own light during this limited journey rather than for that distant endpoint. Just like knowing that everyone will eventually die, yet we still choose to live with effort and brilliance. Banner used a more relatable analogy. Lin En pondered deeply. He needed to find his own philosophy to combat this ultimate void. He could not solely rely on the belief of protection, for if the object of protection was proven to be transient and meaningless, that belief would waver. He needed a deeper understanding of the value of existence itself, about the significance of process in relation to result. This internal war was far longer and more perilous than any external battle, and he must find the answer alone. In search of answers within his heart, and to further hone his strength, Lin En made a request to Strange. He wished to once again enter the desolate star ring, an extreme training ground nestled within the rift of dimensions. He needed to confront the whispers of nothingness in that chaotic environment governed by unstable physical laws, seeking to stabilize his Tao amidst the dynamic crises. Strange pondered for a long while before ultimately agreeing to his request. He understood that some challenges could only be overcome by the individuals themselves. Stepping once more onto the barren and shattered surface of the planet, feeling the oppressive aura of the two slowly approaching stars in the sky, Lin En's mindset was entirely different from the last time. Previously, he sought to conquer the external reflections and the fears within himself. This time, he aimed to reconcile with the truth that lay within. He did not begin training immediately, instead, he found a relatively stable high ground, sat cross-legged, and immersed his consciousness into the interwoven universe of light and darkness, within, actively listening to the whispers of memories that originated from nothingness. The whispers became clear, depicting the cooling core of the planet beneath his feet, the shattering surface, and the eventual engulfment by the stars, illustrating the complete annihilation of this star ring and the entire dimensional rift into nothingness. All order shall ultimately return to chaos, and all existence shall fade into oblivion. Your efforts are akin to building a city upon the sand. When the tides come, all traces shall be erased. Lin En neither refuted nor resisted. He simply listened calmly, while also feeling the vibrant creation and life contained within the power of a million stars, which stood in stark contrast to the whispers. He recalled Strange's words and Banner's metaphor. Yes, the tides would eventually erase the sand city. But before the tides arrive, does the existence of that sand city, the efforts of those who built it, the wisdom they displayed, and the laughter and sweat they left behind bear no significance? The universe may eventually reach heat death, but before that, billions of stars illuminate the darkness, countless lives enact joy and sorrow, and the spark of civilization ignites time and again. This magnificent and lengthy process itself is the most powerful rebuttal to nothingness. Meaning does not lie in eternity, but in the experience itself. Lin En responded in his heart to the whispers. The value of existence lies in the fact that it once existed splendidly. My power is not to change the endpoint, but to safeguard this splendid process, allowing more existence to bloom freely, even if just for a fleeting moment. As he realized this, the core of balanced light and darkness within him seemed to undergo a subtle change. Light was no longer merely a representation of life, and darkness was no longer merely a symbol of endings. Light became an adoration and praise for the process of existence. Darkness transformed into a calm recognition and acceptance of the finite nature of existence. The two were no longer opposing contradictions, but became two sides of the same coin that supported his path of existence. He opened his eyes and gazed at the two approaching stars in the sky. The oppressive sense of destruction still lingered, but it no longer filled him with anxiety or helplessness. He slowly raised his hand, not to prevent their collision, which would require immense power to alter the natural evolution of this star ring, but to guide his own power, creating a small, yet stable energy singularity at the interface, where the destructive energy was most violent between the two stars. This singularity did not attempt to counteract destruction, rather it forcibly carved out a small, ordered region within the extreme torrent of annihilation, like a flatboat that never sinks amidst raging waves. It absorbed the surrounding destructive energy, transforming it into the purest light, illuminating a small portion of the void that was destined to be swallowed by darkness. This was not a confrontation against the laws, but rather a creation of a small miracle within the boundaries allowed by the laws, a testament that existence can still shine amidst even the most extreme environments of termination. The whispers of nothingness seemed to pause at that moment. It could not deny the phenomenon occurring before its eyes, born from a profound understanding of the laws. Lin En revealed a faint smile. He had found that fragile balance point. Not by exterminating darkness, nor by indulging in light, but by standing at the intersection of light and dark, embracing the ultimate understanding of the endpoint with an infinite love for the process. In that moment his power seemed to resonate at a deeper level with the rhythm of life and death throughout the universe. He remained a sentinel, but what he protected was no longer merely specific people or things, but the fleeting yet glorious journey of existence itself. When he left the desolate star ring and returned to the sanctum of New York, Strange looked at him with a glimmer of surprise and complex understanding in his eyes. "You have touched the edge of that," Strange said slowly. Lin En calmly nodded. He knew what Strange was. It was not merely an enhancement of power, but a leap in a realm. His understanding of his own existence had approached the domain of certain cosmic entities such as eternity, infinity, etc. Yet he remained himself, Robert Lin En, a sentinel who chose to protect the journey of life. However, he also understood that with the elevation of his realm, the challenges and responsibilities he faced would rise to unprecedented heights. The prism will not cease, and the inner whispers will not completely vanish. But at this moment he felt as if he were a star tempered through fire, more resolute and more transparent. He was ready to embrace any storm that the future might bring. The changes brought by Lin En upon his return from the Silent Star Ring were apparent. The energy fluctuations surrounding him had nearly vanished, reaching a state of pure simplicity. Had it not been for the eyewitness accounts, one might hardly discern the tremendous power within him capable of reshaping the stars. His gaze had grown deeper and more serene, as if embodying the rhythm of the universe's creation and destruction. This transformation manifested not only in his personal demeanor, but also subtly influenced the surrounding environment. In the area where he frequently operated, the flow of energy unconsciously became more orderly and stable. Discrepancies in precise instruments mysteriously diminished, and even people's moods felt an inexplicable tranquility. He seemed to have become a walking stabilizer, unconsciously harmonizing the rules around him. Stark and Banner's research had achieved a critical breakthrough. Through reverse engineering the energy extraction techniques used by the Rift Seeker during the hunting of sparks, they successfully pinpointed an extremely concealed signal relay node that constantly shifted its location. This node was not the body of the prism, but it was likely a crucial command hub for it within the Earth's dimension. Removing this nail will at least sever the prism's direct command over ground forces, greatly delaying its operational efficiency. Stark appeared quite excited. Meanwhile, Natasha and the Global Intelligence Network had compiled a disturbing piece of information: multiple secret locations related to ancient civilizations and supernatural legends, such as certain undiscovered pyramid chambers in Egypt, deep within the primal rainforests of South America, and below the permafrost in Siberia, had recently detected faint energy fluctuations distinct from both the underwater structures and the prism, as if these dormant entities had been stirred by the recent series of events, beginning to show signs of awakening. A storm was brewing. All clues pointed to one conclusion: a colossal tempest sweeping the globe and shaking the foundations of reality was in the making. At the center of this storm was likely the prism, lurking beyond dimensions, eyeing the final confrontation with this newly stirred ancient network on Earth. The Avengers convened the highest-level strategic meeting. Attendees included core Avengers, the Mystic represented by Strange, representatives from Wakanda led by King T'Challa, and Namor the Submariner from Atlantis participating through holographic projection, along with Professor X representing the mutant forces. "We can no longer wait passively," Captain America set the tone at the outset. The prism's methods of attack are becoming increasingly diversified, from reality erosion to consciousness infiltration and then to harvesting sparks. "We must take the initiative and at least destroy its ground command node to weaken its power." "The warriors of Atlantis will also participate," Namor's voice transmitted through the projection, carrying the depth of the ocean. Professor X provided mental support. "The X-Men will be responsible for blocking any potential consciousness attacks from the prism during the operation, protecting the will of the participants." The strategic objective was quickly established: to gather elite forces and launch a surprise attack on the signal relay node of the Rift Seeker, aiming for total destruction. Lin En, Captain America Stark in the latest model Sentinel armor, and Strange would be the main offensive force. Natasha Rhodes Falcon Barton, along with elite troops from Wakanda and Atlantis, would handle perimeter cleansing and support. Banner and Professor X would provide technical and mental support from the rear. All eyes were on Lin En. He was undoubtedly the key to the success or failure of this operation, needing to confront any formidable adversaries that might arise, while at critical moments stabilizing the battlefield space, with his mastery of the rules preventing the Prism from acting out of desperation and causing widespread reality destruction. Lin En, Captain America turned to him. Your task in this operation is to ensure that the battle remains confined to the smallest possible scope, and if necessary, to confront any potential threats that exceed the ordinary. Are you confident? Lin En met the gazes of everyone, his eyes calm and resolute. The cosmic balance of light and darkness within him flowed slowly. His appreciation for the process and understanding of endings filled him with no fear, only a tranquil sense of responsibility. I will safeguard everything that must be protected, he said simply, his voice not loud, but carrying a convincing strength. The meeting concluded, and everyone departed to make their final preparations. I will safeguard everything that must be protected, he said simply, his voice not loud, but carrying a convincing strength. The meeting concluded, and everyone departed to make their final preparations. A storm was imminent, yet his heart was at peace. He was both the sword that would plunge into the center of the storm and the steadfast shield that would guard the tranquility behind. He was the Sentinel. He was ready. The coordinates of the signal relay node are locked beneath a seemingly unremarkable area of the South Pacific, reaching the terrifying depths at the edge of the Mariana Trench. Here the water pressure is immense and darkness reigns eternal, making it one of the most inhospitable regions for life on Earth, as well as an excellent location for hidden secrets. The Avengers Assault Fleet, including Stark's modified deep-sea Quinjet Wakandan submersibles and Atlantean bio-powered vessels, silently glided like phantoms over the target area. There was no roar of conventional engines, only the minimal hum of energy propulsion. Confirm the target depth. The energy shielding is extremely strong, and the physical structure is concealed within the natural rock layers of the trench. Stark's voice resonated in the encrypted communication channel. A direct assault will trigger the alarm. We need to infiltrate silently. Leave it to me, Lin said. He stood at the doorway of the Quinjet unarmed and without any protective gear. He slightly closed his eyes, feeling the vast body of water below and the anomalous energy source hidden within. In the next moment, the space around him subtly warped as he seamlessly melded into the water, vanishing silently and executing a short-range spatial leap. The pressure and darkness of the deep sea were inconsequential to him. The power of a million stars flowed within him, forming a small, stable force field that repelled the immense pressure of the ocean. He moved like a fish swimming in shallow waters, effortlessly penetrating layers of natural rock and energy shields directly entering the node. Inside was not the metallic passageway or control room one might expect, but an exceedingly bizarre, non-Euclidean geometric space. The walls, floor, and ceiling were constantly flowing and reshaping, as if composed of liquid light. Countless milky energy streams coursed through the space like veins converging towards a pulsating heart-like, complex crystal structure at the center. There was no gravity here, no distinction between up and down. Several guards clad in armor styled after the Lightbreaker, but with darker patterns, floated within the energy streams. Their senses seemed to merge with the entire space, detecting Lin the moment he appeared. There were no alarms, but all the guards simultaneously turned towards Lin, their eye sensors glowing a crimson red as their energy weapons charged in an instant. Lin did not give them the chance to fire. He did not even make any obvious movements. With merely a thought, an invisible force field imbued with his unique stability characteristics spread outward from him like ripples on water. Wherever the force field passed, the flowing walls instantly solidified, as if frozen like a waterfall. The traversing energy streams slowed and became viscous. The guards, on the other hand, seemed to have been pressed with a pause button. All their actions, including the charging of their energy weapons, came to a complete halt. They were forcibly stripped of their connection to the energy network of this space, trapped in absolute stillness. This was not a stoppage of time, but rather Lin, with his absolute control over energy and rules, forcibly defined the physical state of this localized area, stasis. He moved like a visitor walking through amber, calmly passing through the frozen guards and energy streams, arriving before the central crystal heart. He could sense that this node was processing vast amounts of information, maintaining a close connection with the Prism entity from a distant dimension, while directing the remnants of Lightbreaker activities worldwide. It would be simple to destroy it outright, but Stark needed the data within. Lin extended his finger and gently tapped the surface of the crystal. His consciousness connected to the raging torrent of information like the most precise probe. Countless encrypted commands, coordinates, and energy models surged towards him like a breached dam. In the past, such a massive influx of information would have driven anyone to madness. But at this moment, Lin's core of will was as unyielding as a star forged through 1,000 trials. He calmly sifted through and analyzed the data, simultaneously injecting his stable will into the information stream, like a virus beginning to unravel the control logic of the node from within. Outside, Stark received the data stream, returned by Lin, excitedly shouting, "Downloading. Found it. The locations of the global Lightbreaker sleeper cells. And also, wait, this is the prism's next erosion plan for reality anchor points. It intends to simultaneously detonate the anomalous energy accumulated at all anchor points, creating a global reality storm. Upon receiving the news, everyone involved in the operation felt a tightening in their chests. A reality storm. That would be a catastrophe more terrifying than any natural disaster, where physical laws might fail, locally spatial structures could tear apart, and ordinary people might even go insane due to the conflict between cognition and reality. We must stop it. Captain America's voice was resolute. At that moment, the node experienced a sudden mutation. The crystal heart erupted with blinding milky light, a cold will far more powerful than before, and filled with anger, and a sense of violation crashed into Lin's consciousness like a tangible shockwave. The prism had sensed the anomaly within the node, and had directly dispatched a portion of its will to descend here. And dare to meddle with the sacred weave. The icy fury erupted in Lin's mind. Simultaneously, the guards that had been frozen revealed milky white patterns on their bodies, resonating with the will of the prism, forcibly breaking through Lin's stasis force field, brandishing energy blades like puppets, charging towards Lin with a momentum of mutual destruction. Caught in a pincer attack. In the face of the direct impact from the will of the prism and the frenzied counterattack of the guards, Lin En's expression showed no change. He had long anticipated that it would not be so smooth. Regarding the attacking guards, he didn't even look back. With a slight movement of his mind, the nature of the invisible force field surrounding him instantaneously shifted from stagnation to repulsion. A gentle yet irresistible force emanated outward from him, causing the rushing guards to crash against an invisible elastic wall and fly back at an accelerated speed, violently smashing into the solid walls, their milky white patterns flickering temporarily, losing their ability to move. His main focus was on the clash with the will of the prism descending. This was no longer the kind of penetration targeting the collective subconscious within the sea of consciousness. It was a direct collision between two powerful wills in a confined space. The will of the prism was cold, precise, filled with contempt for the existing reality and a desire to reshape it. It resembled a massive, continuously rotating, cold, grinding wheel attempting to crush and assimilate Lin En's will, incorporating it into its blueprint of absolute order. Chaos, redundancy, flaws. Only pure order is the only truth. Abandon resistance and integrate into the great whole. The roar of the will carried the power to shatter minds. Lin En's will, however, was like a profound universe, calmly accommodating this violent impact. He did not confront it head-on, but transformed himself into a reference frame. He clearly displayed his respect for the diversity of life, his defense of free will, and his belief that the process is more important than the result before the opposing force. If order comes at the cost of erasing life, it is merely an exquisite tomb. Lin En's will responded like the whisper of stars. The purity you seek is another form of death. Two completely different philosophies clashed fiercely on the informational level. The milky white light of order collided, annihilated, and regenerated with Lin En's chaotic aura containing starlight. The entire node space trembled violently, and cracks began to appear in the solid walls, the energy flow becoming extremely unstable. Stark shouted anxiously from outside Lin En. The node structure is about to collapse. The data download is nearly complete, but the prism is initiating the final command, forcibly detonating the anchor point's energy. We must evacuate immediately, and you need to find a way to interfere with, or even divert the energy flow of the detonation command at the moment the node collapses. Otherwise, the reality storm will still occur. Time was of the essence. Lin En's eyes flashed with brilliance. He realized that mere defense and rebuttal were not enough. He needed to take the initiative to demonstrate to the prism the immense resilience contained within the chaos it scorned. He no longer merely protected himself, but guided the balanced power of light and dark within him, actively approaching the core of the prism's will. This time what he injected was not destructive energy, but a question of paradox. He condensed the greatest art, the most profound philosophy, the most selfless love, and the most resilient spirit of sacrifice born from chaos in human civilization. All those beautiful things that could not be measured by simple order into an extremely complex and contradictory torrent of information, like an unsolvable mathematical problem directly aimed at the core of the prism's pursuit of absolute order. Analyze it. Use your order to define the value within this chaos. Lin En issued the challenge. The will of the prism abruptly paused. Its cold and precise logic exhibited noticeable lag and chaos for the first time when faced with such non-rational chaotic beauty, rooted in emotion and soul. It was like the most advanced computer being fed a poem filled with contradictions and ambiguous semantics, its processing core instantaneously overloaded. The milky white light flickered violently, becoming unstable. The forcibly initiated detonation command also experienced a momentary interruption and disorder. Now is the time. Data download complete. The node structure is about to collapse. Lin En now? Lin En did not hesitate at all. He abandoned the continued entanglement with the will of the prism, concentrating all his power not for attack, but for guidance. Using himself as a coordinate, he forcibly opened a narrow flood discharge channel leading to the dimensional gap within the violent and soon-to uncontrolled detonation energy flow. Like finding a temporary exit for the impending flood, The majority of the destructive energy that should have rushed toward the global reality anchor points was forcibly diverted by Lin En into the endless dimensional turbulence. Although a small portion of energy still leaked out, potentially causing some localized small-scale spatial ripples, the global reality storm capable of destroying civilizations was successfully halted. Boom. The node core crystal could not withstand the violent changes in internal energy and structural damage, exploding with a thunderous roar. The milky white light engulfed everything. But amidst the blinding explosion, a golden stream of light surged out, first returning to the Kunstyle fighter, and it was Lin En. His face was slightly pale, his breath a bit chaotic, clearly showing the immense consumption from the previous clash of wills and energy guidance. Below, the sea roiled violently, forming a massive vortex before slowly calming down. The hidden node, along with the prism's descending will and the remaining guards, was completely turned into dust at the bottom of the sea. Mission accomplished. Lin En gasped, speaking into the communication channel. A silence fell over the channel, followed by bursts of cheers. They had successfully destroyed an important tendril of the prism and prevented a catastrophe. However, there wasn't much joy on Lin En's face. He could sense that in the final moment of the node's explosion, the cold will of the prism before dissipating cast upon him a gaze that was even deeper, filled with interest. It did not express anger, but rather, as if it had discovered a rival worthy of its full attention. The real battle might just be beginning. The destruction of the node marks a significant tactical victory. The remnants of the luminous ones around the globe, having lost unified command and energy support, fell into chaos and were largely eradicated by various national governments and the Avengers. The downloaded data revealed more details of the Prism plans and the infiltration network, providing invaluable intelligence for subsequent actions. However, the price of victory and potential hidden dangers have also emerged. First, there is the portion of explosive energy forcibly diverted into the dimensional gap by Lin En. Although the worst outcome was avoided, this energy has torn subtle, difficult-to-heal wounds in the calm dimensional structure. The mages of Kamartaj reported multiple unstable leak points in the global dimensional barriers, with faint and unfamiliar energies and thoughts from other dimensions starting to quietly seep in. Though they do not yet pose a threat, they represent a significant long-term hazard. Strange had no choice but to send more mages to patch these fractures. Next, there is Lin En's condition. The direct confrontation with the will of the prism, especially the final attack of the paradoxical info torrent, successfully disrupted the opponent, but placed a tremendous burden on his mind. He needed time to recuperate, digest the gains from this clash, and repair some subtle damages to his will. More importantly, he felt a surge of energy fluctuations from various hidden locations around the world that were similar yet different from the underwater structure. After the node's destruction, they seemed to have become more active. It was as if a long-existing balance had been broken, awakening these ancient, slumbering entities. We may have opened a Pandora's box. Dr. Banner looked anxiously at the global energy monitoring map. The prism is a clear enemy, but these newly emerged signals, their intentions are entirely unknown. Some fluctuations were vibrant with life, while others carried a scent of decay and death, and some were pure chaos. Stark attempted to contact the underwater structure, but received no response. It remained silent, as if a cold, indifferent observer. During his recuperation, Lin En spent most of his time in meditation, reviewing his clash with the will of the prism and contemplating the boundaries between order and chaos. He discovered that his resistance to the whispers of nothingness seemed to have strengthened somewhat after this practical experience. Because the extreme order of the prism corroborated from another angle the terrifying ultimate silence described by nothingness, a form of order devoid of life, and change, another manifestation of deathly stillness. Light, darkness, order, chaos. These concepts collided and fused within his mind, deepening his understanding of the essence of his own power. His power of a million stars seemed not only to represent creation and destruction, but also contained the potential to harmonize these opposites and maintain a certain dynamic balance. A few days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Avengers base. Mara Diaz, the young artist who accidentally awakened her disintegration ability in Brooklyn. With the help of the X-Men and mages, she had initially controlled her abilities, and due to the uniqueness of her powers and their slight resonance with Lin En's, she was recommended for further assessment and potential guidance. When Mara saw Lin En, her eyes were filled with awe and a trace of barely perceptible attachment. In her most fearful and helpless moments, it was Lin En's power signature broadcasted through the structure that influenced her, and it was the Avengers with Lin En as one of them who saved her. Mr. Lin En. Mara spoke nervously. I can feel that my ability is somewhat similar to yours, but I am very afraid. I fear it might get out of control and harm others. Lin En looked at her, seemingly seeing the confused and fearful version of himself when he first gained his powers. He smiled gently. Power itself is not frightening. What is frightening is the inability to control it. Your ability is disintegration and reconstruction, which is very much like a part of the material cycle in the universe. The key lies in how you choose to use it. He guided Mara to attempt to use her ability to repair a piece of her beloved artwork that she had damaged due to losing control. Mara concentrated with a faint milky white glow originating from the same source as the node energy, but altered by her personal traits swirling around her fingertips as she cautiously directed the energy. The damaged canvas fibers began to slowly reconnect, and the faded colors gradually regained their vibrancy. When the artwork was roughly restored, Mara was overwhelmed with emotion, and tears of joy filled her eyes. For the first time, she felt that this terrifying power could also be used for creation and repair. Lin En watched her with a sense of understanding in his heart. These sparks, individuals awakened by the ancient network broadcasts, may not only be victims or resources, they could also be vital forces in the future to address crises, representing new possibilities born from chaos. Just as he pondered, the base alarm sounded again, but this time it was not an enemy attack. It was an urgent communication. King T'Challa's holographic image appeared, his expression more serious than ever. We have detected a massive energy source awakening deep within the Sahara Desert, one that has never been recorded. The energy characteristics bear similarities to the underwater structure, but are even more violent. The sandstorms it triggers are forming on an unprecedented scale, and they contain energy that distorts reality. Almost simultaneously, reports from around the world flooded in a dark area engulfing light appeared deep within the Amazon rainforest. Unending auroras rose from the Siberian tundra, and spatial distortions intensified in the Bermuda Triangle. The broken balance is triggering a chain reaction. Ancient existences that had slept for countless ages are awakening one after another. The Earth, this seemingly ordinary planet, is revealing its hidden true nature in unprecedented ways. And Lin En and the Avengers will have to seek new paths in this increasingly complex game. Deep within the Sahara Desert, the heavens and the earth changed color. This was not an ordinary sandstorm. Golden grains of sand were swept high into the air by an invisible force, forming spiraling sand columns that connected heaven and earth. These sand columns were not chaotic. Instead, they composed a massive, ever-changing geometric pattern covering dozens of kilometers, resembling a gigantic formation imprinted upon the earth. At the center of the sandstorm, the space distorted light refracted, and a mirage-like scene faintly appeared. This was not an oasis, but rather a haunting silhouette of an ancient city constructed from dark yellow sandstone, distinctly different from any known civilization. More unsettling was a low, hoarse collective whisper seemingly formed by countless grains of sand rubbing together, spreading along with the storm. This whisper did not act upon the ears, but resonated directly within the depths of consciousness, recounting tales of thirst, forgetfulness, the passage of time, and the inevitability of all things returning to dust. The last message from the Wakandan reconnaissance team was, "Be cautious." The whisper, "It is consuming the sense of existence." The Avengers' rapid response team was deployed once more. This time the team was led by Lin En, Captain America, and Stark, who had just completed modifications to his armor tailored for the situation, equipped with an enhanced environmental countermeasure system and a mental filtration device. Strange and Wong remained in New York Sanctum, monitoring global dimensional anomalies and preparing for remote magical support at any moment. Damn it. The spatial rules here are chaotic. The direction of gravity keeps changing. Stark struggled to stabilize the aircraft. Lin En sensed the environment surrounding him. Disruptions in its... Damn it. The spatial rules here are chaotic. The direction of gravity keeps changing. Stark struggled to stabilize the aircraft. Lin En sensed the environment surrounding him. The hoarse whisper felt like countless tiny insects trying to burrow into his consciousness, evoking his resonance with nothingness, wearing down his will to exist. But it was easily blocked by his well-forged path of existence. This is not an attack, it resembles a domain. This area has been transformed by that awakened entity into an environment suited to its own rules. The whisper is part of the domain, it assimilates intruders. I will attempt to release my own stabilizing willpower field, he tried, but the effect was limited. The rules of this sandstorm domain held a high priority. His force field was like a cup of water tossed into a great fire, only temporarily creating a small area of relative stability around him, unable to disperse the entire storm. The aircraft struggled forward through the chaotic rules, finally approaching the center of the sandstorm. The silhouette of the sandstone ancient city became clearer. It was not a complete mirage, but rather an existence between reality and illusion, gradually emerging into the realm from a long slumber. On a dune in front of the ancient city, they saw the wreckage of the reconnaissance team's Wakandan craft, as if weathered for hundreds of years, covered in thick layers of dust devoid of life. Beside the wreckage stood a figure. It was neither human nor any known creature. It was composed of countless flowing grains of sand, roughly humanoid in shape, yet lacking a fixed visage, with only two swirling sand vortices as eyes. It emanated an ancient and violent energy fluctuation akin to that of the ancient city, and was the source of the horror intruding upon the slumbering. Will ultimately return to dust. The sand construct conveyed a clear thought, exuding an ancient majesty that disregarded all. Stark immediately raised his arm, the pulse cannon, aimed. You are the cause of all this. Stop the sandstorm, leave our... The sand construct's gaze swept over Stark and Captain America, finally resting upon Lin En. The swirling sand vortices seemed to pause for a moment. You carry the aura of the source. Yet different. Its thought bore a hint of confusion. You are neither the Guardian nor the Weaver. What are you? Lin felt a stir within. Source. Guardian. Weaver, referring to the prism. These titles seem to unveil certain ancient factions. I am the Sentinel. Lin En calmly replied, simultaneously revealing his nature of balanced light and dark, encompassing all. I fight for the survival of this realm. Your awakening has triggered disaster, it must cease. Disaster. The sand construct emitted a mental wave akin to laughter. This is merely the process of returning to the real. All things originate from dust, and ultimately return to dust. What I govern is merely this inevitable cycle. Resistance is meaningless. It raised its arm made of sand, and gently waved it towards Lin En and the others. In an instant the three felt as if the time around them had accelerated countless times. The metallic sheen on Stark's armor dulled at a visible rate, showing signs of rust. Captain America felt a wave of weakness, as if his energy was being rapidly drained. Even Lin En sensed a slight stagnation in the operation of his energy, as if he too were aging and dissipating alongside this accelerated time. This was not true time manipulation, but an extreme acceleration of the entropy process of existence itself. This ancient entity wielded rules related to demise and forgetfulness. Lin En's gaze sharpened. He could not allow the power of this domain to erode his companions. He stepped forward. The power of a million stars within him began to operate in an unprecedented manner. Lin En's gaze sharpened. He could not allow the power of this domain to erode his companions. He stepped forward. The power of a million stars within him began to operate in an unprecedented manner. A golden radiance imbued with the essence of immortality erupted from within him. It was not dazzling, yet carried a tenacious resilience against the end. Where the golden light reached, the rapid entropy was forcibly slowed and countered. The rust on Stark's armor ceased to spread, and Captain America's sense of weakness quickly faded. The sand construct emitted a wave of surprise. You can resist the song of oblivion. Demise is a process, not an. Lin En's voice transcended through eons, carrying a serene insight into the essence. The value of existence lies in the process of its struggle. I respect the cycle, but refuse meaningless conclusions. He stepped forward again, transforming his complex and resilient will of existence into an invisible shockwave that directly struck the core of the sand construct. This time it was not a clash of energies, but a collision of two utterly different philosophies of existence. Was it to choose to comply with demise, returning to silence? Or to choose to struggle to the end, shining through the process? The sandstorm grew more violent amid the clash of wills between the two, and the silhouette of the ancient city flickered intensely. Captain America and Stark watched nervously. They could not intervene in this level of confrontation. In the end, the sand around the construct began to destabilize, and the hoarse whisper fell into disarray. Its ancient philosophy based on inevitable demise seemed not so flawless when faced with Lin En's complex will representing live struggle. Strange. Path. The sand construct's thought carried a hint of confusion and fatigue, perhaps. The choice of the Guardian. As its reasoning. It did not continue to attack. The vast sandstorm domain began to slowly shrink, and the silhouette of the ancient city gradually faded, ultimately disappearing into the golden sea of sand, as if it had never appeared. Only the disturbed desert and the gradually calming sandstorm remained. The crisis in the Sahara was temporarily, yet the appearance of this ancient entity and the information it revealed made Lin En realize that the waters of Earth ran deeper than they had imagined. Source: Guardian, Weaver, Oblivion. These seemed merely the tip of the iceberg. What he had to face was not only external invaders, but also those ancient gods awakening from a long slumber, representing different laws and philosophies of the universe. Upon returning from the Sahara, what he brought back was not merely the resolution of yet another crisis, but a heavy burden of enigmas and pressure. The ancient god of sand, who referred to itself as the god of return, exhibited powers and ideals that contrasted with the absolute order pursued by the prism, the testing and broadcasting conducted by the underwater construct, suspected to be the Guardian, as well as the complex existence that Lin En represented, painting a grander and more intricate picture. Earth seemed to be a unique battlefield or testing ground, attracting these powerful entities representing different cosmic. Meanwhile, humanity and the supernatural forces on Earth were passively drawn into this conflict that transcended their understanding. In the Avengers conference room, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly grave. What we face may not merely be a war, but a conflict of ideals. Dr. Banner attempted to summarize. The prism represents extreme order. The god of return signifies inevitable endings. The underwater construct Guardian seems to maintain a certain balance or sifting, while Lin En. He looked towards Lin En. You appear to have become a new variable, a model of existence that integrates light and darkness, valuing the process of understanding. This means we cannot simply differentiate them using good and evil. Natasha calmly analyzed. The prism aims to reshape reality, which would be a disaster for human civilization. If the ideals of the god of return spread, it would also herald doom. But they themselves may merely reflect certain laws of the universe. What should we do? Hawkeye asked. Should we collaborate with one to deal with the other? Or should we strike out against them all? Collaborating with a tiger to skin it is too risky. Captain America shook his head in denial. Their ideals contradict our fundamental stance of safeguarding life and free will. We must find our own path. All gazes turned once more to Lin En. Not only was he the strongest asset of the team, but he also seemed to have become the key to connecting these ancient existences and understanding the essence of this conflict. Lin En remained silent, feeling the memories of that void within him and the residual waves from his recent clash with the god of return's ideals. He increasingly realized that the true purpose of his power might not simply be to engage in battle, but to find a fragile middle path belonging to life itself amidst these conflicting cosmic laws. A path that is neither absolute order nor complete void, embracing creation while understanding extinction, but always adhering to the core value of the process of life. This path was destined to be arduous, filled with the unknown and risks. He needed greater power, deeper wisdom, and perhaps more allies. He thought of the sparks scattered across the globe, birthed from chaos. They possessed varying abilities and uncertain ideals. They were products of disorder, but could also become the seeds of a new order. Mara Diaz's ability to repair through disintegration was in itself a paradox, a glimmer of hope. He also thought of the silent construct beneath the sea, that guardian. What was its purpose in testing him and broadcasting energy? Could it potentially become a communication partner, even an ally? We need more information. Lin En finally spoke, his voice steady and resolute about these ancient existences, their origins, purposes, and the relationships between them. We need to attempt communication with the Guardian, and also better guide and protect those sparks. He looked towards Dr. Strange via holographic projection. Dr. Strange, are there any records regarding these existences in the texts of Kamartaj? Strange pondered for a moment. The ancient records are fragmented and vague. However, there is mention of the primordial struggle, describing the clashes and balances between some conceptual existences at the dawn of creation. He looked towards Dr. Strange via holographic projection. Dr. Strange, are there any records regarding these existences? He then looked towards Stark and T'Challa. We need to establish a more robust global monitoring and early warning network, not only to monitor energy, but also to track fluctuations on a conceptual level. At the same time, we need a secure sanctuary to house, study, and guide those sparks, enabling them to become future allies rather than threats. King T'Challa nodded. Wakanda can provide technical and location support. Stark also agreed. I will upgrade the global monitoring system. As for the sanctuary, perhaps we could consider the area near that underwater construct. Since it might be the Guardian, it could be safer within its sphere of influence. This suggestion was bold. Proximity to that enigmatic construct held both risks and opportunities. Lin En contemplated for a moment and nodded. It's worth trying. But I need to go there alone once more. I want to talk to it. Everyone exchanged glances. Talk to that ancient construct that tested them and triggered ripples across the globe. It sounded like a fantastical tale. Yet looking into Lin En's profound and tranquil eyes, they knew he had made his. He was actively walking toward the eye of the storm, attempting to understand, to communicate, and to carve out a path belonging to humanity and life within the intricate cosmic chess game. He stood at the crossroads of destiny. Ahead lay endless mists and towering waves. Yet he was unafraid, for he was a sentinel. He was Robert Lin En. He was the guardian of existence. Sand from the Sahara still clung to the fibers of the combat suit, carrying the cold aftertaste of Guiwang. But Lin En did not linger. When the meeting ended, he became an invisible streak of light, and dove once more into the vast Pacific, heading straight for the deep trench that had once trapped him and his teammates, and altered him. This time his state of mind was entirely different. It was no longer exploration, nor a forced trial, but a visit with a clear purpose. He drew in the vast energy that surrounded him like a star sinking into the sea, contained and resolute. The power of a million suns flowed quietly within him, no longer a tumultuous torrent, but an ocean resonant with his will. He had once defeated the mirror of his own heart here, and had begun to reconcile light and shadow. Now he returned in the role of a process guardian. The seabed construct, the Shuhuz, still rose silently from the abyss, its immense silhouette forming a geometry beyond comprehension in almost non-existent light, its slowly pulsing energy lines like the breathing of a sleeping titan. There was no hostility, no test field, no mirrored cage. It simply existed there, eternal and mute. Lin En hovered before the construct, small as dust, yet his presence radiated steadily like a lighthouse. He did not try to batter it with energy or pry it open by force. Instead, he eased his mental barriers and gently, continuously transmitted the insights he had gained in the Sahara from his clash with the ancient god of Guiwang, his creed of existence that cherishes all the glories and pains of life's processes and upholds infinite possibility within finitude, like stones cast into still water. This was not language nor a psychic link, so much as a resonance of ideas, a demonstration of a state of being. At first there was only the deep silence and pressure of the ocean. Gradually the energy lines across the construct's surface began to change. Their pulse altered, ceasing to be a simple heartbeat, and assuming complex undulations, as if attempting to decode the information Lin En sent. The surrounding water seemed affected as well. An extremely faint, nearly imperceptible whisper began to vibrate among. It was not a sound, but an information stream acting directly upon perception. A fragmented, ancient, non-human intent surged toward Lin En like a tide. Observation. Continuation. Variable. Echo of Yuan. The web of order. Approaching. A clear warning. Guwang's whisper. Awakening. Recorded with calm selection. Failure. Possibility. Guardian. Protocol. Non-intervention. The fragments were chaotic, like spilled shards from a vast database. Lin En's strong mind seized the essentials at once. The Shuhuz was indeed observing the continuation of life. It regarded him as an important variable and mentioned Yuan. Confirmation that Seatak's earlier conjecture about Lin En's power connecting to the universe's source code was on the mark. The web of order clearly pointed to Lungjing, and Guang's whisper confirmed that the Sahara incident had been recorded by. Most crucial were the fragments, selection, failure, possibility, and guardian protocol. This suggested part of the Shuha's logic. It may once have executed a selection program, mirror trials for example, and Lin En's success or the possibility he embodied had altered some preset outcomes. It bore the duty of guardianship, but was strictly constrained by a non-intervention protocol. Lin En gathered his will and attempted a clearer question, focusing his thought. Shuhas, whom do you guard? Lungjing and Guiwang. What are they? What are we life in this conflict? The construct's energy patterns flared like a neural network set alight. The immense structure emitted a low hum that made the seabed tremble. A stronger, clearer current of information struck Lin En's consciousness. Guard the Miaopu of existence. An image of vitality and fragility. Zaiwang's. A thirst for order, the ossification of reality, the erasure of possibility. Guangza. The end of cycles, the fading of memory, the echo of being. Life. An unexpected brilliance, a countercurrent against entropy, a vessel for ideas. The flow paused briefly, then a notion that shook Lin En arrived. You. The manifestation of the process. Protocols. Are shaken because of you. Threat. Approaching. Zaiwang's will attempt to directly overlay the Miaopu. Cooperation. Limited. Provide coordinates. A supremely complex structural diagram of pure energy imprinted itself in Lin En's mind in an instant. It was no three-dimensional coordinate, but a hyperspatial fix involving dimensional folds and reality-stabilizing anchor points. Prevent the establishment of the anchor points. Otherwise the Miaopu will solidify. The information flow ceased abruptly. The construct's surface glow dimmed, returning to its prior slumber, and all the whispers vanished. It was as if that exchange beyond language had exhausted the energy it had stored, or else it had revealed everything permitted by its protocol. Lin En hovered motionless in the deep for a long time. He had gained partial answers and many more questions. Most importantly, he now had a clear direction, a warning, and an invitation for limited cooperation. Lungjing was about to take more direct, deadlier action. The Shuhas, moved by his existence and ideals, was willing to provide crucial information, but was bound by a non-intervention protocol and could not act overtly. Thus the task of preventing Lungjing from establishing the anchor points fell to him and his companions. He cast one long look at the silent construct, then turned, became a streak of light, and burst from the depths toward the surface. He had to return at once. A storm was brewing, and they must move before Zaiwang's could wholly rigidify this world. The choice at the crossroads had been made, the road now unfurled ahead. In the command center of the Avengers, a holographic projection displayed the coordinates brought back by Lin En from the depths of the ocean. This was not traditional latitude and longitude, but a complex energy model that constantly changed, interweaving multiple dimensional parameters resembling a beating heart, as well as a tangled cosmic neural network. Tony Stark, dressed casually, typed rapidly on the virtual keyboard, his brow furrowed. This thing is more difficult to analyze than understanding Banner's 7 doctoral dissertations. It involved the topological mapping of 11-dimensional space and the discontinuities of the constants of reality. Damn it, this is not a location, but rather a positioning of a state. Bruce Banner stood nearby, adjusting his glasses, his tone equally grave. The Guardian mentioned covering nurseries and establishing anchor points. If this coordinate represents the state in which the prism attempts to solidify reality and establish order, then it may not be fixed in one place, but could move with the infiltration of prism energy, or exist simultaneously in multiple potential locations. Steve Rogers crossed his arms, his expression resolute. So we can't deploy in advance, and can only accurately locate it when it starts to establish. This is too passive. Worse than that, Lin En spoke calmly, his voice carrying a clarity that pierced through the chaotic data. This coordinate is more like a trigger or identifier. It identifies the point where the power of the prism achieves the strongest coupling with the structure of Earth's reality. When the prism begins to establish anchor points, this coordinate model will resonate with the distortions of reality, guiding us there. He stepped closer to the holographic projection, gazing intently at the bundle of light. The Guardian provides not just a location, but a method to perceive the actions of the prism. I need to familiarize myself with the frequency of this coordinate to capture it the moment it is activated. Natasha Romanoff keenly captured the key point. This means that once the coordinate is activated, the time we have to react may be extremely short. We need a highly mobile rapid response team capable of dealing with various supernatural threats. Clint Barton nodded, and it needs to be deployed in a scattered manner. God knows where that thing will pop up, whether above New York or beneath the Sahara. It's not just a matter of physical location. Dr. Strange's holographic image appeared, the seraphim ring slowly rotating on his wrist. The establishment of this cross-dimensional anchor point will inevitably be accompanied by intense distortions of reality. It could result in spatial rifts, anomalies in physical laws, or even disturbances in the flow of time. Kamartaj must participate in setting up protective barriers to prevent the distortion from spreading and harming the innocent. King T'Challa's voice came through the communication. Wakanda's orbital monitoring network and vibranium technology can assist in stabilizing space and shielding energy. We can provide rapid deployment capabilities to several potential high-risk areas. In the conference room, resolutions were quickly formulated. The Avengers Wakanda and Kamartaj, this temporarily expanded alliance due to the crisis, began to operate efficiently around this uncertain coordinate. Lin En meanwhile walked alone into the specially designed meditation room deep within the base. This room was forged from a mixture of adamantium and URU metal, its inner walls engraved with ancient runes of Kamartaj capable of minimizing internal and external interference. He needed to immerse deeply and completely integrate that complex coordinate model into his perception system. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The power of a million stars flowed quietly within him, no longer restless. His consciousness sank into the inner universe formed by light and nothingness. There he was no longer a physical form, but a pure, vast collective of consciousness. He began to simulate the fluctuations of the coordinate using his own power to replicate that structure that transcended dimensions. At first, the model collapsed continuously in the sea of his consciousness. The complex folds of dimensions and the parameters of reality surpassed the understanding of the human mind. Yet Lin En's will was as solid as a rock, and he tried again and again using the cold understanding of the ultimate rules of the universe, brought by nothingness as a foundation and the brilliance and resilience of the process as adhesive to force a reconstruction. Time lost its meaning in meditation. It was unclear how long had passed when that originally foreign coordinate model finally stabilized deep within his consciousness, becoming as clear as a star map. He established some kind of internal connection with it. Now, as long as the prism attempts to activate this anchor point within Earth's range, he would be able to perceive its pulse as clearly as he felt his own heartbeat. When he opened his eyes again, it was as if billions of stars were flickering in the depths of his pupils, reflecting geometric light and shadow that transcended 3 dimensions. He stood up feeling an unprecedented clarity. The calm before the storm was about to end. He exited the meditation room and found Tony and Steve waiting outside. "Is there any movement?" Steve immediately asked. Lin En shook his head, then nodded, "Not yet. But it's already with me." He pointed to his forehead. "Next time the prism will have nowhere to hide." Tony assessed him, unusually refraining from joking. "You look different again. Buddy, every time you come out of seclusion, it's like you've upgraded to a new version." Lin En slightly tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a nearly imperceptible, yet resolute smile. "I simply see the path beneath my feet more clearly and the stones that need to be moved." Just then the base alarm suddenly blared, red lights flashing. But it was not the highest level invasion alarm. "Mr. Stark," Friday's voice quickly reported, "multiple spark awakeners around the world are reporting a brief energy resonance phenomenon direction. Inconsistent, widespread, globally." At the same time, Kamartaj's sanctum detected a faint wave of reality structures similar to debugging signals. Lin En's eyes narrowed. The prism has not directly established anchor points, but is testing frequencies. The hunt has begun. The appearance of the debug signal confirmed everyone's speculation. The prism acted with greater caution and cunning. It did not directly expose the location of the main anchor point, but like a skilled musician, it gently plucked the strings of the global reality structure before the official performance, testing the pitch and endurance of each string. The command center of the Avengers instantly entered a state of high readiness. On the holographic globe model, dozens of light points lit up across different continents, only to extinguish rapidly. These were the energy resonance points briefly sensed by the spark awakeners, chaotic and devoid of pattern. "It's calibrating." Dr. Banner focused intently on the data stream, using the weak connectivity of spark individuals with the underlying reality as feedback nodes, optimizing its anchor point establishment algorithm. These debug signals themselves had a very low energy level, causing no direct damage, but each debugging brings its final coverage closer to precision. "It's weaving an invisible net above us," Stark interjected, his tone grave. "By the time the net is complete, we may have no chance to struggle at all." Steve immediately ordered all Avengers disperse to the areas where the signals are appearing frequently. "Natasha, Clint, you are in charge of the European region. Sam, you and Rhodey cover the Americas. Bruce, you and I will stay at the headquarters to coordinate." Dr. Strange regarding Kamartaj. "The Sanctum has already activated the foundational nodes for global protective arrays to prevent these debug fluctuations as much as possible." Strange's image responded, "But we cannot completely shield against it, as these fluctuations originate from the reality structure itself." T'Challa's voice joined in. "Wakanda's rapid response team is in position and can support any areas with abnormal energy accumulation." Everyone's gaze finally fell on Lin. He was the center of the plan, the only one capable of precisely locating the final anchor point. Lin kept his eyes closed, fully immersed in the connection with the coordinate model within him. He could hear those subtle, globally scattered debug notes. They probed the membrane of reality like needlepoints, causing imperceptible ripples. His task was to discern the upcoming main melody belonging to the main anchor point from the countless chaotic notes. "It's testing and hiding at the same time." Lin spoke slowly, his voice seeming to come from a distant place. "These debug signal sources are elusive and hard to track. But each debugging makes me more familiar with its core frequency. It is helping me become accustomed to it." He opened his eyes, looking at Stark and Rogers. "I need to take action. Waiting here will only allow it to complete all debugging. I need to actively engage with these debug signals to feel its essence of power up close and accelerate the positioning process. It's too dangerous." Banner instinctively opposed. "What if it's a trap? What if you are contaminated by its power? My existence is no longer something it can easily contaminate. Lin's tone was calm, yet resolute. Void cannot consume me, nor can order solidify me. This is my path, I must walk it myself. He did not wait for further objections. His body instantly quantumized, transforming into a pure stream of energy, vanishing, like light merging into water from the command center. The next moment he appeared above the Himalayas, where a strong debug signal had recently erupted. A trace of discordant order lingered in the cold air, as if forcibly integrating the surrounding wild laws of nature into a rigid framework. Lin hovered in the air, reaching out, as if to touch invisible strings. The coordinate model within him glowed faintly, producing subtle resonance and repulsion with the residual power of order. Not enough. Still a bit off. He murmured, disappearing once more. Next was deep within the Amazon rainforest, where the debug signal disturbed the thriving vitality, causing the plants in an area to momentarily exhibit bizarre geometric growth patterns. Then in the depths of the North Sea, the signal triggered a brief gravitational anomaly, forming a miniature vortex. Next was the Sahara Desert, a land that had just calmed after the return backlash, once again touched by an alien force. Lin moved rapidly across the globe like a silent hunter, chasing the traces left by the prism. With each contact with the debug signal, the coordinate model within him became clearer, and his understanding of the essence of the prism power deepened. He sensed an extreme aversion to chaos and an enforced flattening of variables. It was a cold, lifeless perfection devoid of any aesthetic beauty. During this process, he also encountered several spark awakeners who were severely affected by the debug signals. One girl in Berlin, whose ability was to accelerate plant growth, had her surrounding trees twisted into metallic thorns under the signal's influence. A boy in Cairo, who could manipulate sand, turned an area of desert into a glass-like smooth surface. Lin did not forcibly break this order, but approached them, releasing the concept of his process like warm sunlight. The complex essence that encompassed light and dark, life and death, gently neutralized the absolute order of the prism, allowing those spark awakeners to gradually return to normal, gazing in awe at this figure who descended like a deity and then departed. His actions introduced variables into the prism's debugging, interfering with its calibration process. Finally, after experiencing a dozen rapid global transitions, when Lin reappeared above the Antarctic ice sheet and made contact with a particularly persistent and intense debug signal here, the coordinate model within him suddenly emitted a stable and intense light. No longer a vague guide, but a clear lighthouse-like positioning. Found it. Lin's voice was transmitted back to the Avengers headquarters via quantum communication. The anchor point establishment location has been locked. Not on any continent, but above the Pacific Ocean. The coordinate point is overlapping with the reality layer. It's about to begin. On the holographic map, a blinding red light point flashed frantically over a certain area of the Pacific Ocean. All units. Steve Rogers' voice resonated through the communication channel. Gather towards the target area, according to the plan. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. The prelude to the final battle had already begun. The Pacific Ocean above the target sea area, the originally azure sky, is becoming eerie. It is not dense with clouds, but resembles a piece of glass being wiped by an invisible hand, turning unusually clean and smooth. The clouds are erased, and the light seems to have lost its scattering, presenting a lifeless, uniform pale white. The air stagnates, and the sea surface is as smooth as a mirror, without even the slightest ripple, as if the entire space is encapsulated within a giant crystal. A suffocating sense of order is descending forcibly, smoothing out all chaos and randomness. The Quinjet of the Avengers, the aircraft from Wakanda, and the portals opened by the sorcerers of Kamar Taj appear almost simultaneously at the edge of this ordered area. High-intensity reality distortion field detected. Friday's alarm echoes within the jet. Physical constants are being rewritten. Gravitational constant fluctuation, electromagnetic interactions are suppressed. Stark clad in the latest model of anti-reality distortion armor, Mark XLIV has a grave expression under his helmet. It hasn't even fully formed, and it has already begun to alter the fundamental parameters of the universe. We must stop it. A massive Wakandan warship breaks through the water's surface, energy shields fully activated, resisting the omnipresent force of order. Strange and Wong hover in midair, the Seraphim ring and the Vadim wand radiating intense magical brilliance, joining other sorcerers of Kamar Taj to construct a massive golden magic array like a shield, defending against the expansion of the realm of order, attempting to isolate it from the real world. Its power is continuously increasing. Wong shouts, the pressure on the magic array is immense. In the front line of this clash between chaos and order, Lin hovers at the forefront. He naturally emanates a soft, all-encompassing aura, repelling the force of order that attempts to smooth him out. He clearly sees a point of light emerging at the center of that pale sky. It is not a physical entity, but a structure composed purely of geometric rules and mathematical logic, is descending from a higher dimension into three-dimensional reality. Countless lines, planes, cubes, and hypercubes flashing with cold white light combine and overlap in an absolutely precise, aesthetically void manner, forming a vast and complex polyhedral structure that continuously spreads outward, the core of the anchor point of order. It is like an oil droplet falling onto the surface of water where it passes reality, is assimilated covered with its lifeless, unchanging rules. Attack that core, Captain America commands. In an instant, energy blasts, magical impacts, and vibranium pulses rain down upon the forming anchor core like a torrential downpour. However, most attacks upon entering the realm of order have their inherent chaotic properties such as random energy bursts and the uncertainty of magic rapidly smoothed out and decomposed, dissipating into harmless light points. A few powerful attacks barely touch the core structure, only stirring up ripples of white light, failing to cause substantial physical and energy attacks have minimal effect. War Machine Rhodes reports its mode of existence transcends the scope of our conventional weapons. The expansion speed of the anchor core is accelerating. The area of the realm of order visibly enlarges, compressing the Camartage magic array and spreading into the surrounding sea. The seawater covered by the realm instantly loses its fluidity, solidifying into a glass-like state. Someone must go in, destroy its structural logic from within, Stark shouts, but those who enter may be instantaneously ordered and lose themselves. Everyone's gaze once again focuses on Lin. Only he seems able to resist this ordering. Lin does not hesitate. He glances back at his vigilant companions, seeing the trust and concern in their eyes. He slightly nods, then turns and steps resolutely into the silent realm of order. As soon as he enters, unprecedented pressure surges from all directions. It is not merely physical compression, but a conceptual erasure. He feels his thoughts being simplified, emotions becoming dulled, and even the activity of the million stars' power within him being suppressed. This realm is attempting to transform him into a static symbol that conforms to its rules. Lin takes a deep breath, not breathing in air, but drawing upon the power of his path of existence. Life is not perfect. Chaos breeds innovation. The process outweighs the result. He softly chants, not in language, but as the manifestation of a concept. The encompassing aura around him suddenly expands, and within the light it is no longer pure brightness, but a complex imagery containing shifts of light and shadow, life and death, love and hate. The intricate processes of all life. This complex dynamic force of process filled with variables clashes violently with the surrounding absolute order of the static realm. Like a hot iron block dropped into iced water, emitting a piercing hiss. The white light of order attempts to cover and simplify Lin's radiance, but is constantly offset and eroded by the complexity that contains infinite possibilities. Lin, under tremendous pressure, steps toward the anchor core at the center of the realm. With each step he resists the entire realm of order, his very existence being the most direct rebuttal to the concept of prism. He sees the core clearly. It is not without flaws. Within that absolutely precise geometric structure, he, through his connection with the coordinate model and deep understanding of the power of prism, perceives several key logical nodes. These are the critical points maintaining the stability of the entire anchor structure and its connection to reality, akin to the nodes of a building's load-bearing wall. He raises his hand, and the power of a million stars no longer fires in a destructive beam form, but is instead extremely compressed and shaped following the logical paradox of the opposing structure he has discerned, transforming into delicate energy threads so fine that they contain the principle of uncertainty and chaotic variables, precisely shooting toward those logical nodes. This is not brute force destruction, but injecting a virus. He has implanted the seeds of process and chaos into the core of absolute order. When Lin En's energy threads, imbued with uncertainty and chaotic variables, struck the core logical nodes of the order anchor with surgical precision, the entire domain quaked violently. At first there was the sound of silence being shattered. A faint crackling sound akin to glass fracturing emanated from within the core of the anchor point. In a place that should have been an absolute right angle, a trivial curvature appeared to a line that should have extended infinitely. In a place that should have been an absolute right angle, a trivial curvature appeared to a line that should have extended infinitely began to exhibit irregular flickering similar to fractals at its end. This subtle change was lethal for the order anchor, which was founded upon absolute logic and mathematical precision. Stark monitored the data stream from outside the domain, his voice filled with excitement. The reality stability of the anchor point is decreasing. Internal logic shows signs of self-contradiction. Inside the domain, Lin En felt an increased pressure. The force field of order seemed enraged, frantically attempting to assimilate and solidify him. The surrounding frozen seawater began to display patterns resembling garbled computer code errors, while the pale sky flickered, oscillating between a normal azure and a suffocating pure white. Lin En floated steadily in place like a rock. He ceased to advance and focused all his mental energy on maintaining the pollution output to those logical nodes. His power was no longer that of a violent stellar explosion, but akin to a skilled programmer continuously injecting erroneous self-contradictory instructions into the core code of the anchor point. He injected randomness into inevitability, ambiguity into precision, and the cycle of growth and decay into eternal constancy. The distortion at the core of the anchor point became increasingly evident. Those cold geometric lines began to flicker and dim like poorly connected fluorescent tubes. The entire structure no longer expanded stably, but began to contract and swell like a patient struggling to breathe. It's attempting self-repair. Dr. Banner warned powerful energy is converging towards the logical nodes, trying to override the variables injected by Lin En. Within the core of the anchor point, blinding white light surged like a flood towards those infected nodes, attempting to forcibly format them and restore absolute order. Lin En let out a muffled groan, feeling the tremendous backlash. His process power clashed violently with the order power of the prism on a microscopic level. This was not merely a contest of energy, but a direct collision between two cosmic laws and two existential ideologies. One sought to erase all variables to achieve eternal stasis. The other aimed to preserve the splendor of process and embrace the possibilities of change. A trickle of golden blood escaped from the corner of Lin En's mouth, a sign of the impact on the core of power from the level of rules. Yet his eyes remained calm, even carrying a hint of pity. He saw a certain sorrow behind the cold will of the prism. A sorrow that could not comprehend the beauty of life, which could only achieve a sense of security through control over everything characteristic of mechanical logic. You cannot understand. Lin En's voice resonated directly within the rules of the order domain, not as mockery, but as a statement. The value of life lies in its imperfection, in its courage to bloom, even in the face of demise, in this painful, yet miraculous process. As he spoke, the peace within him rooted in nothingness, a calm understanding of ultimate rules fully fused with the process power he cherished. He no longer merely injected chaos, but began to guide the anchor point's own logic towards its most feared outcome, deducing the meaninglessness of its existence based on its absolute order rules. It was akin to forcing a machine that sought perpetual motion to calculate its inevitable fate of thermal death. The radiance of the order anchor began to oscillate extremely unstably as chaotic colors began to intermingle with the white. Its structure was no longer merely distorted, but began to collapse. Geometric forms fractured and misaligned, while mathematical logic chains fell apart. The order energy that sought to cover the variables accelerated its own destruction under the influence of logical paradox. Now is the time. External attack. Concentrate fire on structural weak points. Lin En's voice transmitted through communications. The long-waiting Avengers immediately launched a full-scale assault. This time their attack penetrated the significantly weakened order domain, accurately striking the structural weak points exposed by logical collapse. Stark's cluster cannon war machines missiles, the main cannon of the Wakandan warship, the destructive magic of Kamartaj, and Captain America's vibranium shield imbued with indomitable will. Under the internal and external assault, the order anchor let out a final piercing shriek reminiscent of billions of glasses shattering simultaneously. Boom. A massive irregular energy shockwave erupted from the core of the anchor point, sweeping outwards in all directions. The pale order domain shattered like a broken mirror, restoring to a normal sky and ocean. The frozen seawater began to flow anew, raising towering waves. After the shockwave, the sky regained its original colors, and the clouds began to gather once more. In the center of that sea, apart from the still tumultuous waves and dissipating chaotic energy, there was nothing. The order anchor had been destroyed. The Avengers erupted in cheers. However, Lin En, Stark, Strange, and the other core members showed little joy. They knew this was merely a skirmish. The first direct attempt of the prism to override had been thwarted, but the ideological conflict was far from over. The Earth, this nursery, remained coveted by those ancient and powerful presences. Lin En slowly descended onto the deck of the Wakandan warship, his form swaying slightly before he steadied himself. He raised his head, gazing into the profound universe, his eyes seemingly penetrating the endless void, catching sight of that cold, ordered will. "We have held the line this time," he whispered, as if addressing his companions and himself, "but the war has only just begun." He had one precious time for life, yet he also saw more clearly the looming shadows along the path ahead, shadows born of different ideologies. The aftermath of the destruction of the order anchor triggered a slight disturbance in reality that lasted for several days worldwide. Like a calm lake shattered by a massive stone, the ripples required time to fully subside. Awakened sparks across various regions reported brief episodes of power loss or enhancement, with some sensitive areas experiencing aurora anomalies and brief gravitational irregularities. The sorcerers of Kamartaj and the tech team from Wakanda were busy smoothing these ripples around the world, stabilizing the structure of reality. At the Avengers' base, the atmosphere, though no longer as tense as before, remained heavy. The joy of victory was fleeting, overshadowed by deeper reflections on the future. In the tactical analysis room, everyone gathered to summarize the recently concluded battle. "We successfully destroyed the anchor point, proving that the prism is not invincible." Steve Rogers set the tone, first boosting morale. "We have defended Earth and preserved freedom. But at what cost?" Natasha pointed out calmly, "This operation has nearly exhausted all our visible and hidden powers." The magical array of Kamartaj was pushed to its limits, and Wakanda revealed part of its strategic deployment capabilities while Lin. She glanced at Lin, who sat nearby, his presence more reserved than usual. "You are injured." Lin nodded slightly, not denying it. "The clash on the level of rules has harmed the source of power. It will take some time to repair." His injury was not physical, but something more fundamental, a backlash from forcibly distorting another cosmic law. Yet there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. Rather, his personal experience of the essence of the prism made him even more profound. "More importantly, the prism has now completely noticed us, especially you, Lin. Bruce Banner adjusted his glasses. You are within its order domain, using the power of process to taint its core logic, which is tantamount to declaring war on it. Its next move might target you more directly, or take forms we cannot predict. Tony Stark pulled up the battle data. I captured some data fragments from the energy remnants when the anchor point collapsed. The prism. It may not be a single entity, but rather a distributed consciousness network. Its core may not exist in our dimension, or even in this universe. What we destroyed over the Pacific was merely one of its terminals. This revelation weighed heavily on everyone. An enemy whose main body cannot be located means they are perpetually in a passive defensive state. And what about the other beings mentioned by the Guardians? Clint Barton inquired. That eldritch ancient god has merely retreated temporarily. Who knows if it will return? Are there other eldritch beings that could be awakened? Strange, interjected Kamartaj's ancient early warning system indicates that since the anchor point incident, more subtle cracks have appeared in the dimensional barriers surrounding Earth. Some ancient and powerful consciousnesses seem to have been attracted by this clash of ideals. We are like children who have ignited a bonfire in a dark forest. The outlook seemed grim. Just then Lin stood up, drawing everyone's attention. Yes, we have exposed ourselves. Yes, the road ahead is tough. The enemy is powerful and unknown. His voice was steady yet carried a soothing strength. But this precisely proves the correctness of our path. He walked to the holographic star map, his gaze sweeping over each companion. Why does the prism want to cover us? Because our unpredictability, our free will, and our life process are seen as necessary errors that must be eliminated. He paused before continuing. Why did the eldritch ancient god descend? Because it sensed the brilliance of process. Perhaps it also sensed the impending end. The gazes of other beings may be due to their seeing a certain possibility in this conflict, a variable that disrupts the established balance. We Earth, all life, our very existence represent a form of power, a kind of ideal. Lin's eyes sparkled with a light akin to the core of a star. We need not fear being observed. What we must do is to walk our path with greater determination, living out the brilliance and complexity of our process. We must grow stronger not only in martial power, but also in our civilization, our wisdom, and our ability to respond to different ideals. We need to better guide the sparks. They are the hope of the future. We must deepen our cooperation with the Guardians, with Wakanda, with Kamartaj, and with all forces willing to protect the diversity of life. He looked at Stark and T'Challa. The integration of technology and magic needs to advance further. He turned to Strange. The exploration of multiverse and dimensional knowledge cannot cease. Finally, he looked at Captain America and all the Avengers, and the will to defend freedom and life is the cornerstone of everything we do. We have destroyed one anchor point, but our true mission is to prove to this universe filled with various cold laws that life, this countercurrent, in the increase of entropy, this unexpected brilliance, is worth existing, worth protecting, and worth perpetuating its process. Lin's words resonated like a great bell in everyone's hearts. He transformed the aftermath of a crisis into a clarion call for progress. Fear still existed, but more prominent was a clear sense of mission and unwavering resolve. They were not merely defending a planet. They were fighting for a mode of existence that might be exceedingly rare, yet profoundly precious in the cosmos. After the meeting, Lin walked again towards the meditation room. He needed to heal his injuries and, more importantly, to digest the insights gained from the confrontation with the prism, preparing for the next inevitable and more severe challenge. At the moment he closed the door, he seemed to hear an extremely distant cold snort that traversed countless dimensions. That was the will of the prism, filled with offended anger and a subtle, barely perceptible reassessment of variables. Simultaneously, on a deeper level of consciousness, Lin vaguely sensed that the sea of ultimate rules of the universe, touched by the void memory, seemed to offer some subtle signs of openness due to his utmost practice of process. The road continued to extend beneath his feet, leading to a future more unpredictable. But the Sentinel Robert Lin was ready to face it all. As the dust of the Pacific War had not yet settled, Lin En devoted himself to a task he deemed more urgent and fundamental: guiding the sparks that had awakened worldwide due to energy broadcasts and multiple disruptions in reality. Wakanda's secret research outpost Glimmerhall, located within the Arctic Circle, has been completed. This is not a conventional military base. It is constructed entirely of vibranium and light-absorbing materials, with soft lines and warm interior lighting resembling a futuristic retreat. The first batch of dozens of Sparks Awakeners from around the world gathered in the central circular hall, their faces a mix of unease, curiosity, and a hint of fear, troubled by their own powers. Lin En did not stand on a high platform, but like them sat among the surrounding tiered seats. He reigned in all outward energies, resembling a gentle mentor. I understand your confusion, even your fear. Lin En's voice was calm, yet it clearly resonated in the hearts of everyone present. Your abilities may make you feel like an outsider, bringing complications. But today I would like to invite you to view it from a different perspective. He gestured to a timid girl sitting in the front row. Ella, tell me, when you foresee the future 3 seconds ahead, what do you see? The girl hesitated for a moment and whispered, many possibilities. The cup may fall, or it may not. You may smile or frown. Countless forks in the road. Then you. Lin En looked at a boy next to her, who could sense the emotional fluctuations of others. Kai, what did you feel when Ella said those things? Confusion, but also anticipation, a hint of joy, and Bewilderment, Kai answered honestly. Lin En's gaze swept across the entire room. You see, this is the key. The power itself is of little importance. What matters are the countless possibilities that Ella sees and the complex emotions Kai feels within them as they together form the process of each of our moments. This process is filled with uncertainty, yet it brims with infinite possibilities of creation and emotion. He slowly stood up, palms facing upwards, cradling a soft halo of light. This is what we must protect. Not a singular, unchanging, perfect ending, but the very soil that nurtures all pain, joy, failures, and successes, the dynamic, magnificent life. This is what we must protect. Not a singular, unchanging, perfect ending, but the very soil that nurtures all pain, joy, failures, and successes, the dynamic, magnificent life process. With his way of existence, he gently imbued every young heart present, not forcibly indoctrinating, but inspiring them to feel the connection between their abilities in this grand process. At that moment, Strange and T'Challa connected via holographic projection, their expressions grave. Lin En, Strange got straight to the point. The lookout network of Kamar Taj detected abnormal folds in the spatial structure on the far side of the moon. It is not the kind of forced order seen in Prism, but rather some form of ancient resonance. T'Challa added, the deep space probes from Wakanda have returned data showing periodic fluctuations in gravitational constants. They're resembling the energy signatures of the underwater guardians, but older, imbued with a sense of sorrowful frequency. Lin En's eyes flickered with understanding. He turned to the slightly uneasy Sparks and calmly said, look, the unknown has never ceased its march. But it is precisely because of you, because of everyone who cherishes this process, that we have the courage and meaning to seek out the unknown. He decided to head to the far side of the moon. This time he would not be alone. Sam, Falcon, Casey, Spider-Man, you will come with me, Lin En called out. The Falcon's agility and aerial experience, along with Spider-Man's keen senses and resilience, are essential for this exploration. More importantly, he hoped to allow more companions to connect with and understand these cosmic-level existences. We want to go too. Ella and Kai, who had just undergone a baptism of his philosophy, along with several other representatives of the Sparks, mustered the courage to request. Lin En looked at the light in their eyes, no longer filled with fear, but with responsibility and curiosity, and nodded. You can, but you will stay on the orbital spacecraft and observe through the remote sensing system. Feeling that frequency is also part of your learning. Moments later, a small Quinjet broke through the atmosphere carrying the Sentinel and his temporary team toward that quiet and mysterious unknown. On the far side of the moon, eternal darkness and coldness reign. Massive craters resemble scars recording the impacts of the universe's long history. The Kun-style fighter jet hovers in the silent void beneath. It lies a circular mountain of a scale far beyond conventional understanding. The energy readings are peaking here. Stark's voice crackled through the communication interspersed with static, but optical scans and conventional radar see almost nothing, as if there exists a visual and physical blind spot there. Lin floated outside the fighter, his eyes surpassing the visible spectrum, directly seeing the true scene of that area. Not empty, but a gigantic semi-transparent, pulsating energy life form reminiscent of a jellyfish. Most of its structure embedded within the lunar rocket's surface, glimmering with a ghostly blue light, emanating a sorrowful frequency that was described by Strange, yet older and more profound than the Guardian. I see it. Lin shared his perception with his companions inside the fighter and the Earth headquarters. What is it? Not quite. Hawkeye cautiously maneuvered his Red Wing drone closer, but the signal rapidly diminished as it approached a certain distance, ultimately losing contact. It's different, Dr. Banner analyzed the data. Its energy structure is more dispersed, more inclined towards dissipation. The Guardian seems to be holding its ground while it appears to be reminiscing. At that moment, the energy life form seemed to sense their presence. There was no attack, no warning. A powerful stream of thought flooded over Lin like gentle tides, lightly touching Hawkeye and Spider-Man nearby. The newcomer. The manifestation of the process. The thought pointed at Lin, carrying an examination and a hint of faint expectation. The observer. The echoes. Pointing at Hawkeye and Spider-Man as if reading a fleeting label. The nursery. Another disturbance. The tendrils of weaving and return. I am the recorder. My duty, to inscribe the traces of existence. Yet, heat death ultimately arrives. All meaning shall return to nothingness. The sorrowful frequency peaked at this moment. Unlike the fragmented messages of the Guardian, the thoughts of the recorder were more coherent, yet imbued with a deeper despair. It revealed to Lin fragments of what it had recorded, countless civilizations crystallized into rigid sculptures under the order of the prism, countless planets entering heat death in the whispers of return. Even glimpses of older, more obscure scenes representing the intervention of other universal laws in the fates of various worlds. Ultimately, all images pointed to the same endpoint. The universe's inevitable heat death, the extinguishing of all stars, the halting of all motion, and absolute coldness and silence. The process must have an end. What is the meaning of your guardianship? The recorder posed a question that Hawkeye and Spider-Man, upon receiving this part of the information, felt a chilling sense of powerlessness, even from just the residual waves. Spider-Man's spider sense blared in alarm, an instinctual fear of the ultimate void. Lin floated between the vast emptiness and the despair of the recorder, yet his gaze remained calm. He did not directly refute that ultimate conclusion. You are right, recorder. Lin's thought sparked like a campfire ignited in the cold void, warm and resolute. The universe may ultimately succumb to heat, death, and life may just be a coincidence. But it is precisely because of this limitedness, this process from birth to demise, that it appears so precious, so glorious. He transmitted to the recorder the countless possibilities seen by Ella, the complex emotions felt by Kai, and all the love, courage, creation, and sacrifice in human history, even those failures and sufferings. Do these simply because they will eventually perish lack meaning? No. The meaning of existence does not lie in eternity, but in existence itself, in experiencing this entire process. What I protect is the dignity and rights of this process. Even if ultimately everything returns to silence, the brilliance that once shone deserves to be remembered and cherished. His ideals resonated with the recorder's duty to inscribe traces, but transcended its passive despair. The recorder fell silent, and a subtle fluctuation seemed to appear in the sorrowful frequency. After a long time, a new message arrived. Your ideals are also a kind of trace, worth recording. Be cautious. The weaver has changed its strategy. It no longer covers, but weaves. Seek the heart of origin. Perhaps it is the key to the variables. The message abruptly halted, and the enormous energy life form began to become increasingly transparent, ultimately merging into the void and completely vanishing. The far side of the moon returned to its deathly silence, with only the remains of the lost red-winged drone, proving that everything that just occurred was not an illusion. It has gone. Spider-Man felt a lingering dread. Yes, Lin looked towards the deep starry sky. It gave us a warning and a possible direction. The prism's new strategy and that heart of origin. He knew that the next phase of challenges had quietly descended. Upon returning to Earth, Lin En immediately shared the warning of the recorder with the core team. Weaving. Stark tapped on the holographic table. This sounds more troublesome than directly establishing an order anchor. How does it plan to weave? Soon they witnessed it. A strange phenomenon began to emerge globally. It was not a violent conflict or an energy explosion, but rather a subtle rationalization correction. In New York, an intersection that had long been congested due to poor traffic design was optimized overnight. The road lines, traffic light cycles, and even the driving habits of the drivers were invisibly adjusted to absolute efficiency, completely eliminating the congestion. But the price was that the intersection lost all accidents. Vehicles moved like precise pendulums devoid of. Some small vendors who originally relied on the congestion at the intersection inexplicably lost their business motivation and spontaneously chose other more rational professions. On the other side of the world, a previously evenly matched and unpredictable football match turned into a perfect performance, precise to the second, with a passing success rate of 100. Goals seemed preordained before the match began, and all the exciting suspense and randomness evaporated, leaving the audience feeling not excitement, but a strange boredom. It is altering the probabilities of reality. Dr. Banner analyzed the data, and fear the prism no longer forcibly overrides, but instead manipulates the underlying rules, gradually eliminating all chaos, randomness, and inefficiency, while weaving them into its preset order. What's more terrifying is that this weaving seems to bypass most conventional monitoring. It does not trigger energy alarms, nor does it distort physical constants. It simply modifies the possibilities of events silently. This is more deadly than a direct attack. Captain America said with a serious expression, it is not destroying our world, but transforming it, turning vibrant lives into cold symbols on its blueprint of order. Lin En closed his eyes to sense. He could perceive the invisible tightening net of order. It targeted the uncertainties and creativity within the process he cherished. We must find its weaving core. Lin En opened his eyes as if a galaxy swirled within his pupils. The recorder mentioned the heart of origin, which might be the key. Strange attempted to track the source of this probability modification through magic, but the feedback was chaotic. Its core is fluid and may even exist on a conceptual level. Just as everyone was at a loss, Lin En thought of those sparks. Their abilities stemmed from reality disturbances, and they might be more sensitive to changes in probability. He connected to the Hall of Glimmer again, sharing the perception of the weaving phenomenon with all the sparks. Look for the dissonance within. Lin En guided them. Seek out the accidents that have been forcibly erased, and feel the possibilities that have been suppressed within. For the first time, the sparks around the world were systematically mobilized. They were scattered everywhere, sensing the subtle changes in the world around them in their own ways. Ella searched for the fork in the road that should have existed among countless solidified future lines. Kai captured the suppressed emotional waves in the cold, efficient atmosphere. Countless subtle clues began to converge like trickling streams towards the headquarters in Wakanda. With the aid of complex algorithms and the magic of Kamartaj, a blurry trajectory gradually took shape. Ella searched for the fork in the road that should have existed among countless solidified future lines. Kai captured the suppressed emotional waves in the cold, efficient atmosphere. The target of the prism is actually this nation on Earth that has the most advanced technology, while preserving a rich traditional culture, perfectly merging order and vitality. It aims to use Wakanda as a demonstration point for its weaving philosophy. King T'Challa immediately activated the national defense system, and a golden energy shield enveloped the entire city. Lin En stood up and addressed all the heroes present. This time the battlefield is in our homeland, and the way we fight is to defend every possibility that should not be erased. Above Wakanda, an invisible force of weaving began to permeate like a swirling fog. At the edge of the city, an open-air market that once brimmed with laughter and joy suddenly shifted in atmosphere. The clamor of haggling gradually subsided, transactions became unusually efficient and precise. The faces of vendors and customers lost their rich expressions, replaced by a near-mechanical calm. A suffocating sense of perfection was spreading. It's begun. Princess Su Rue monitored the city's data from the command center. Social activity is declining and the index of creative thinking is plummeting. Lin En hovered above the center of burnings on a city, not attempting to strike, the invisible weaving force akin to hitting the air with his fist. The clash of ideologies violently collided in this corridor. Lin En continually showcased the brilliance and complexity of process, while the initial heart stubbornly adhered to the purity. That's too dangerous. Stark objected. Your consciousness could be assimilated by its order. My existence is rooted in process, it cannot assimilate me. Lin En's tone was resolute. On the contrary, I will sow the seeds of variables within. With the assistance of strange magic and the mental amplifier constructed with Jinka technology by Su Rue, Lin En focused all his thoughts, and following the trajectory of the weaving force penetrated the vast conceptual network composed entirely of pure order. Before him was not a material world but a vast network space made up of countless glowing lines, geometric patterns, and mathematical formulas. This was the manifestation of the weaving core of the prism at the conceptual level. Here every life and every event was simplified into a node connected by predetermined order lines, excluding all chaos, emotions, and accidents. Lin En's intrusion, like a dissonant note, immediately triggered the network's rejection. Countless logical chains of order entwined around him, like chains attempting to analyze, define, and incorporate him into this vast system. Lin En did not resist. Instead, he completely let go of himself. He was no longer a unified consciousness, but rather infused with everything he understood and cherished about the process of life. The burst of creativity from Tony Stark and despair, Steve Rogers' unwavering belief, Peter Parker's growth amid responsibility and hardship, the confusion and hope of every spark awakener, and all the love and hatred, success and failure throughout human history. He injected this complex information filled with variables and uncertainties into the order network like a virus. He was like a drop of dark ink falling into a crystal-clear pool. The order network began to tremble violently. In the reality of Wakanda, a vendor mechanically handing out goods suddenly paused, looking at the items in his hands, and then at the expressionless customers, a long-lost impulse to chat arising inexplicably. A citizen who was walking along an absolutely efficient path suddenly deviated from his route, drawn by a wildflower stubbornly growing in a crack. These tiny, seemingly insignificant variables under Lin En's conscious guidance triggered a chain reaction in the order network. Errors appeared in the formula's geometric shapes, showed irregular distortions, and the connecting lines of nodes began to flicker and break. Weaving felt threatened and began to concentrate its power to attempt to repair these errors and expel Lin En's. In this pure ideological war, Lin En used himself as a fortress and process as a weapon struggling against the assimilation pressure of the entire order network. He felt the boundaries of his consciousness being eroded, yet he held firm to his core, continually reconstructing the possibilities that had been erased. Just as the stalemate was reaching a critical point, Lin En sensed a familiar and warm force connecting. It was the sparks from around the globe. Through the connection established by Lin En, they spontaneously gathered the vivid possibilities from all over the world that had not been woven, like countless streams flowing into a river, supporting Lin En's ideology. Meanwhile, Strange led the sorcerers of Kamartaj to construct powerful counterspells at the reality level, disrupting the operation of the weaving core. Wakanda's technological power worked tirelessly to stabilize the city's structural reality and prevent collapse. Under the dual assault, the order network of the weaving core finally could not withstand the relentless impact of variables. With a silent shattering sound, the weaving force enveloping Wakanda receded like a tide. The market returned to its previous clamor, and the faces of the citizens rekindled with rich emotions. The citizen, who had deviated from his path, even knelt down, carefully stroking the wildflower. Lin En's consciousness returned to his body, breathing slightly heavily, yet his face bore a relieved smile. They had won this round. But at the moment he detached from the network, he distinctly captured a final coordinate flashing before the collapse of the weaving core. It was not any location on Earth, but a spatial beacon pointing to the edge of the solar system near the Kuiper Belt. There it seemed to conceal the true and ultimate heart of the initiation of the prism. The crisis in Wakanda has been resolved, yet the atmosphere remains tense. The coordinates at the edge of the solar system hang over everyone's hearts like the sword of Damocles. The core of the prism isn't even within the solar system. Stark gazed at the star chart, his tone heavy. This explains why we've been unable to locate its essence. But an expedition to the Kuiper Belt. This exceeds all of our current aerospace capabilities. Even with the technological support of Wakanda and Asgard, it will be an extremely long and perilous journey. Moreover, we know nothing about the heart of the beginning, T'Challa added, and a solemn silence filled the conference room. He saw some archived marks of civilization, worlds that had been ordered where all art had turned into standardized. He stood before the window gazing at the myriad stars in the night sky, his resolve unwavering. The concept of the prism fundamentally opposes the existence of life on Earth. As long as its heart of the beginning remains, it will never cease attempting to impose order upon us. Passive defense will eventually lead to failure. He turned to face all his companions. This is not merely a military expedition, it is an expedition of ideals. We must declare to the universe that the path chosen by life cannot be forcibly defined by any external force. He understood deeply that this would be an unprecedented hard battle. With his own strength alone, even possessing the power of 1,000,000 stars battling an ancient creation that possibly represents the laws of order in the depths of an unfamiliar universe seemed bleak. He needed companions, he needed to genuinely carry the power of Earth's civilization into the cosmos. This is a joint operation. Captain America stood up, clearly supporting Lin. The Avengers will do everything they can. Wakanda's fleet is willing to take the lead, King T'Challa solemnly promised. Kamar-Taj will open the interstellar portal. Though it cannot reach directly, it will significantly shorten the journey. I stand with you, Strange declared. Friends from Asgard will also not be absent. Thor's voice resonated through the communication, echoing like thunder. Even Professor X, who had been closely monitoring the situation, stated that the Mutant Academy would provide all the assistance they can. An unprecedented alliance encompassing the major supernatural forces of Earth began to prepare intensively. A super starship combining the most advanced technologies of Earth Stark Industries, Wakanda Asgardian magic URU metal, and Kamar-Taj spatial technology was named the expedition and began accelerated construction in the orbital dock. Lin entered a deeper level of meditation. He needed to thoroughly familiarize himself with the complete power within him to comprehend the deeper rules of the universe contained in the void memories, and to prepare himself for the ultimate ideological conflict that might arise in the face of the heart of the beginning. In his mind, he continuously simulated clashes with various embodiments of order, refining his application of the way of process. At the same time, he did not forget those sparks. He entrusted Stark and Shuri to design a possibility lab on the expedition for a group of willing sparks to board. Their abilities might play an unexpectedly crucial role when facing the orderly power of the prism. Beneath the night sky, Lin stood alone at the top of the Avengers' base, gazing up at the stars. The wind rustled his clothing, and his figure appeared insignificantly small beneath the vast sky, yet it seemed to bear the weight of the entire world. The power of 1,000,000 stars flowed calmly within him, achieving a perfect balance between light and darkness. He recalled his journey from a confused addict to becoming a practitioner of the existence ideology, reflecting on all the struggles, insights, and growth along the way. This lengthy process shaped who he was today. And now he was about to embark on the expedition with all his accumulated knowledge to confront the source of absolute order on behalf of all life that cherishes the process. His gaze pierced through the endless void, as if he could see the cold darkness of the Kuiper Belt along with the glimmering points of light within that determined the fate of the future. The expedition is about to set sail. Orbiting Earth, the Starship expedition loomed like a silent metallic titan bathed in the radiant glow of its star. Stretching several kilometers in length, its streamlined hull integrated Tony Stark's arc reactor technology, Wakanda's vibranium matrix, Asgardian Eurometal runes, and Kamar-Taj's spatial folding array. This vessel, forged from humanity's highest technological and magical achievements alongside those of its interstellar allies, marked a milestone in civilization's voyage into the deep cosmos and served as the arc of hope embodying the entire philosophy of the living process. Within the bridge, an atmosphere of solemn gravity reigned. The core team assembled: Lin En, the Sentinel spiritual leader and ultimate combat asset, Tony Stark and Princess Shuri overseeing technical operations and ship systems, Steve Rogers assuming tactical command, Doctor Strange ensuring mystical defense and spatial navigation, Thor representing the extraterrestrial alliance and serving as a formidable warrior, and a select delegation of awakened sparks including the precognitive Ella and the empathic K. All systems nominal. Energy matrix stable. Spatial jump engine charged to 98%, reported Friday's synthesized voice. Kamar-Taj's navigational beacon has locked onto the target's stellar coordinates, murmured Dr. Strange, his hands tracing arcane trajectories in the air, whereupon a miniature interstellar gate shimmered into existence before the bridge, radiating an ethereal sapphire light. The spatial structure beyond is unstable, but it will carry us across the vast majority of our journey. Captain America surveyed the assembly, his voice low and resonant. Friends, we stand on the threshold of an unprecedented odyssey. We sail not merely to defend Earth, but to proclaim to the cosmos that life's chosen freedom and inherent diversity shall never be stripped away by any force. Remember, we are one. Lin En stood before the viewport, gazing at the receding blue sphere of Earth, while within him flowed the tranquil, incalculable power of 1,000,000 stars. He sensed the process of billions of terrestrial lives, a grand symphonic movement, and knew himself to be its guardian, whether confronting the glacial rigidity of absolute order or the suffocating void of utter entropy. Set course. His whisper rang across the ship like an irrevocable decree. The colossal expedition shuddered, its prow aligning with the interstellar gate sustained by Doctor Strange. In the next instant, it surged forward as a streak of light, plunging headlong into the warping expanse. After a brief consciousness-shattering spatial transit, the expedition dropped from superluminal velocity and hung suspended in an unfamiliar stellar domain. Though positioned at the outer edge of the Kuiper belt, the vista defied all expectation. Not barren ice and desolate rock, but a colossal interstellar structure composed entirely of pure geometric crystal. It resembled both a blooming frost flower and an infinitely intricate, ever-self-reconfiguring mandala, motionless in the abyssal dark, emanating a cold, flawless light of absolute order. Its scale dwarfed even the moon. Countless luminous bands, like cascading data streams, rippled across its surface, its architecture so meticulously precise that not a single redundant or random element existed. That is the primordial heart. Stark breathed disbelief edging his voice. Its scale, it's akin to the core of a miniature galaxy. At that moment, the ship's sensor array shrieked with piercing alarm. From the immense crystalline bloom, countless smaller geometric constructs detached like a swarm, glinting with lethal frigid light as they converged upon the expedition. The Prism's defensive fleet, or rather its immune system, had been activated. The first battle of the deep void was about to begin. Detected high-energy reactions. Quantity. Incalculable. Su Rue swiftly operated the control panel, and the holographic screen was instantly flooded with red dots representing enemy aircraft. These crystalline warplanes were not traditional aircraft. They lacked cockpits and engine nozzles, moving along trajectories that perfectly conformed to optimized mathematical curves, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, forming a flawless encirclement. Fire. Free fire. Captain America decisively ordered. The phase cannons of the expedition and Wakanda's vibranium pulse cannons, along with Asgard's small energy projectors, fired simultaneously, their brilliant energy beams piercing the darkness toward the crystalline swarm. Explosions erupted, with many crystalline warplanes being instantly obliterated, turning into cosmic dust. However, their numbers were overwhelming, and as they were destroyed, new ones immediately separated from the heart of the beginning to replenish them. What was even more terrifying was that these warplanes did not attack chaotically, but instead unleashed precise, coordinated energy beams, weaving a net of death in an attempt to completely lock down the actions of the expedition. Their attacks have a pattern. Spider-Man Peter Parker, representing the young Avengers aboard the ship, shouted with his keen senses, "They are guiding our energy output, trying to trap us in some energy cycle trap." Lin did not rush to take action. He floated within the command bridge, his eyes peering through the armor, observing the entire battlefield. He saw the seemingly chaotic yet profoundly ordered attack patterns. "They are executing an algorithm," Lin said calmly. "An algorithm that considers us as error variables that need to be optimized away. Simple brute force confrontation will only draw us into their rhythm." He looked at Stark and Su Rue. "I need to connect to the starship's fire control system, not to control it, but to provide variables." Stark instantly understood his meaning. "You want to use your power of process to interfere with their predictions." Lin closed his eyes, and an invisible wave spread out from him, gently enveloping the entire expedition. He did not attack the crystalline warplanes directly, but began subtly influencing the starship's energy output frequency and attack trajectory. In the next moment, the attack pattern of the expedition underwent a strange transformation. The artillery no longer pursued maximum power or efficiency, but instead adopted an unpredictable randomness. A volley might intentionally deviate from its target, only to ricochet back from an incredible angle, striking the enemy. Planes to a seemingly futile maneuver might just deflect several deadly combined beams. This combat style, which completely disregarded common sense and did not follow the optimal solution, caused the crystalline swarm, reliant on absolute algorithms, to experience a brief moment of chaos. Their predictive models began to fail, and the coordinated attacks showed vulnerabilities. Now's the time. Captain America seized the opportunity. Concentrate fire and attack their command nodes, those larger, stronger energy signal entities. Falcon and War Machine led a small flight formation that surged through the gap, precisely eliminating several key command units. In an instant, the crystalline swarm's offensive stalled, and their formation showed obvious signs of dispersal. Effective. Rhodes cheered over the communications channel. However, just as everyone thought they could break through the defense line, a region of the massive heart of the beginning suddenly unfolded, like petals revealing a deep, dark entrance. An invisible and immensely powerful order field surged forth like a tide, instantly enveloping this star domain. All systems of the expedition emitted overload warnings, the engine power plummeted, and the weapon systems experienced brief failures. Even the variable field imposed by Lin was subjected to overwhelming suppression. "It is forcibly formatting this area." Strange upheld the Seraphim ring, a golden magical shield enveloping the starship, resisting the pervasive order erosion, but his face turned pale, clearly struggling immensely. A cold, grand, and emotionless thought resonated in everyone's minds, including Lin's. Error. Variable. To be eliminated. The core consciousness of the heart of the beginning awakened. The cold field of order acted like an invisible shackle binding not only the physical presence of the expedition, but also attempting to invade the minds of each crew member, organizing their thoughts, emotions, and memories into a logical database. Hold on to your minds. Strange shouted, struggling to maintain the magical shield. It is launching an attack on the conceptual level. Many Spark Awakeners were already clutching their heads in agony. Their abilities stemmed from emotional fluctuations and perceptions of possibilities, suffering greatly under such absolute order. The future that Ella saw transformed into a straight, branchingless road of despair. All Kai felt was a cold. Lin En knew that passive defense was no longer an option. He must take the initiative, delve into the core, and confront that will. Strange, send me in. Lin En's voice was steady, interrupting the mage who was struggling to maintain the shield. In. Where to? Start. Into the heart of the initial heart. Lin En pointed to the massive crystalline structure, to its core corridor, to converse directly with its will. This is madness. Your body. Captain America expressed his concern. My existence can no longer be fully defined by physical form. I will enter in the form of energy and consciousness. Lin En explained. Here, I need you to hold firm and buy me time. Strange looked deeply at Lin En and nodded. I cannot maintain the passage for long. The order pressure there will shred the souls of ordinary people. But you, perhaps, can find its core logic. Lin En. With the assistance of Strange and Su Rue, a tiny, extremely unstable spatial rift opened before Lin En, revealing an infinite crystalline corridor made up of countless geometric rules. Lin En did not hesitate. His body instantly quantumized, transforming into a pure stream of information, plunging into the rift. In the next moment, he found himself in a space that defied description. Above, below, left, and right were all infinitely extending, self-replicating, and reconstructing crystalline structures radiating a cold white light. There was no sound, no air, only absolute purity and silence. A massive stream of information rushed over his consciousness like a waterfall, attempting to analyze and archive him. This was the inner world of the prism, the ultimate embodiment of order. Lin En condensed his existence, constructing a mental barrier through the process path, resisting the torrent of information. He walked forward along the corridor, perceiving the logic of this space. He saw some archived marks of civilization. Worlds that had been ordered, where all art had turned into standardized geometric patterns, all music into singular frequencies, and all life into units executing fixed programs. A suffocating perfect ruin. He also sensed that grand will which was omnipresent, yet seemed to concentrate at it bore no malice, only an absolute rejection of chaos, a thorough desire to correct errors. Why resist? The cold thought questioned Lin En directly. Order brings peace, efficiency, brings prosperity, eternity, brings stability. What you life forms pursue is not precisely this. What we pursue is experience, creation, love, and hate, the unexpected that all order cannot encompass. Lin En responded with his thoughts simultaneously unfolding a memory. His mother's warm embrace, the joy of his first success, the pain of losing a dear friend, the awe of gazing at the starry sky, like a scroll. Inefficient, redundant, painful, erroneous. These are flaws in the system that must be eliminated. Without these flaws, life is no longer life, merely rigid symbols. Symbols are purity. Life is chaos. Chaos will inevitably lead to system collapse. Maintaining the system and eliminating chaos is good. The clash of ideologies violently collided in this corridor. Lin En continually showcased the brilliance and complexity of process, while the initial heart stubbornly adhered to the purity and necessity of absolute order. Lin En realized that simple debate could not persuade an embodiment of law. He must find the root of its logic, the ultimate directive driving it to continually weave and eliminate. Traversing through countless layers of crystalline structures and torrents of information, Lin En's consciousness finally reached the deepest point of the heart of origin. This was not a magnificent palace, but an absolute point of void. There were no complex geometries, no flowing data, only an extreme cold white. In the center of this white, a simple self-iterating mathematical symbol floated, representing the ultimate order, balance, and logical coherence of the universe. This was the source of the prism, the throne of logic. It was not a sentient being, but rather a cosmic program activated to represent the laws of order. Lin En could sense that what drove this program to continuously operate, attempting to impose order on everything it could touch, was a deep-seated fear of heat, death, that ultimate chaos and disorder. Everything will ultimately return to chaos. All efforts will eventually dissipate. Only by establishing eternal order before the end can one resist the void, leaving traces of meaning. This was the true and only motive of the prism. It was not evil, it was simply combating the greatest chaos that the universe would inevitably face in its own way. It regarded all uncertainty, all life processes as chaotic factors that accelerated heat, death, which must be eliminated or regulated. Lin En stood before the throne of logic on a conscious level, feeling an unprecedented pressure. Here his concept of process faced the most fundamental questioning. In the face of the ultimate void at the cosmic scale, does the fleeting brilliance of life truly hold any meaning? He recalled the sorrow of the recorder, the faith of his companions, and every ordinary sunrise and sunset on Earth, every smile and tear. He did not deny the end of heat, death, but embraced it from a grander perspective. You are right, the universe will ultimately face heat, death. Lin En's thought was like a stone thrown into absolute silence, sending ripples through the stillness. But it is precisely because of this that the long process from birth to heat-death constitutes all of the universe's true existence. He conveyed all he understood to that cold throne of logic. Order is the skeleton, but life is the flesh. Efficiency is a tool, but emotion is the guide. Eternity is an illusion, but the present is the reality. The eternal order you pursue is in itself a meaningless proposition in the face of heat-death. And life in this limited time creates experiences and loves everything is the most magnificent answer against ultimate nothingness. Existence itself is meaning. The process itself is eternity. He forcefully implanted this concept of process which contained light and dark creation and demise, infinite complexity and possibility like a seed into the logic of absolute order. In an instant the entire heart of origin shook violently. The external crystalline structures underwent large-scale irregular distortions and fractures. The infinitely extending corridors began to collapse. The crystalline machines besieging the expedition ship halted, lost control, and even collided with one another. The perfect iteration of the throne of logic experienced a stutter, and amidst the cold white light chaotic colors representing variables and possibilities began to flicker. It could not process this paradox, the greatest chaotic factor of life, yet it might contain the meaning to counteract ultimate chaos. The tremors of the heart of origin reached their zenith. It was no longer a stable source of order, but rather like a star on the verge of collapse, filled with energy storms ignited by logical paradoxes. Lin En has succeeded. Stark exclaimed, monitoring the changes on the battlefield. Their attacks have completely ceased. The structure is collapsing. No, Strange replied, his expression still grave as he sensed deeper changes. This is not a simple collapse. It is the conflict of concepts reaching a critical point within. It could explode. An ancient artifact representing the laws of cosmic order detonated completely, its released energy, and the ensuing chaos of rules sufficient to obliterate the entire solar system, even affecting distant star realms. Within the bridge, the flickering hope was quickly replaced by a greater panic. And in front of the logical throne, Lin En, the process seed he injected clashed fundamentally with the inherent laws of order of the prism, creating a singularity of concepts. This singularity would either engulf everything in destruction or give birth to something entirely new. He could not allow it to explode. That would be a denial of the process itself, a trampling on countless life journeys. A thought became clear in his mind. He could not destroy it, he must merge with it. Not to be assimilated by order, nor to cover order with the process, but to find a dynamic balance at a higher level, allowing order and process to coexist, letting framework and vitality support each other. This was an unprecedented adventure. His consciousness might be completely obliterated in this fusion, or it might give rise to a new existence beyond his own foresight. But he did not flinch. Lin En turned back as if he could penetrate countless crystal barriers, seeing the expedition holding firm in the void, seeing those companions on the bridge who trusted him, seeing the distant blue planet in the starry sky. He smiled faintly. Then he opened all of his consciousness, all of his power, all of his understanding of the process, no longer attacking, but like rivers converging into the sea, actively plunging into the core of the logical throne, the ideational singularity in violent conflict. Boom. It was not an explosion on the material level, but a silent storm sweeping through the entire dimension of consciousness, even disturbing the rules of reality. The expedition was propelled millions of kilometers by the massive energy shock, its shield flashing wildly. Everyone felt a tremor in their hearts, as if something fundamental had been altered. The storm gradually subsided. The vast star realm once occupied by the heart of origin had lost its massive crystalline structure. In its place was a slowly rotating gentle halo. It was no longer cold, its brilliance contained infinite complexity and harmony, with the stability of order and the flow of process, like a miniature, vibrant model of the universe. At the center of the halo, Lin En's figure slowly emerged. He appeared unchanged, but within his eyes reflected the birth and death of stars, and the weaving of rules, as if he himself had become a walking embodiment balancing order and process. He succeeded. He merged with the heart of origin not by annihilating order, but by imparting elasticity and inclusiveness to order, incorporating it into the flow of life. He looked towards the expedition, his voice calmly resonating in everyone's minds. The crisis has been averted. The prism has become a thing of the past. A new balance has been established. In the sea of stars there was a profound silence. Only the newborn halo gently illuminated, as if telling a new cosmic tale about order and chaos, endings and processes ultimately returning to understanding and coexistence. The expedition seemed to have reached its end. Yet everyone understood that for Lin En, now a new embodiment of concepts, and for the Earth civilization that had experienced all of this, a brand new and broader chapter had just begun. The expedition quietly hovered outside the newly born halo, and the bridge was silent as a grave. Everyone gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure at the center of the halo, Lin En. No longer does he radiate an oppressive energy pressure. Instead, he emanates a gentle and profound aura akin to the cosmic background radiation, as if he himself had become a part of the natural laws. He stepped forward without the aid of any thrusters, appearing within the bridge, as if transported instantaneously. Space seemed to lose its meaning before him. Lin En, Steve asked tentatively, his tone laced with a hint of unnoticeable caution. The comrade before him felt undeniably different. Lin En looked at him, his gaze still gentle, yet his eyes seemed to encompass the birth and death of galaxies, the weaving and dissolving of rules. It's me, Steve. It's just, I see much more now. His voice resonated directly, in everyone's minds calm and clear. He briefly explained everything that had transpired, how he implanted the concept of process into the core of order, how he risked merging within the singularity of that concept, ultimately achieving a form of dynamic balance. So, the prism is gone. Stark circled around Lin En, various scanning devices beeping at him, yet only reading a chaotic harmony. Did you eat it? Not devoured, Tony. Lin En gently shook his head. It is understanding, it is embracing. Order itself is not the enemy, the rigid exclusionary order is. Now it has become part of the process, akin to bones to a body, providing structure without attempting to suffocate the vitality of flesh. He raised his hand, a small, ever-changing orb of light emerging from his palm, within which absolute geometric forms generated alongside completely random life evolutions, both bizarrely coexisting in harmony. This is the new balance. The threat of the prism has been eliminated. It will no longer attempt to overwrite or weave Earth. The group grappled with this incredulous news. A crisis capable of annihilating star systems had been resolved in such a philosophically transcendent manner. So can we go home now? Peter Parker asked with hope. Yes, we can go home. Lin En nodded, his gaze directed towards Earth, as if he could pierce through the endless void to see that blue planet. However, some matters need to be addressed first. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished once more from the bridge. In the next moment, he appeared at the edge of the previously contested battlefield, where numerous crystal fighter remnants floated, having become stagnant after losing control, alongside fragments filled with pure ordered energy left from the collapse of the Heart of Origin. Lin En extended his hand, an invisible force field spreading out from him. The remnants and fragments seemed to be drawn by an unseen power, beginning to converge towards him, swiftly being decomposed and reshaped in the process. He did not destroy them. Instead, with his absolute control over energy and matter, he refined and purified them, ultimately coalescing into dozens of fist-sized order crystals resembling perfectly cut diamonds. These crystals glowed with a gentle white light devoid of any coercive assimilation intent, leaving only pure ordered energy usable for stabilizing reality and constructing rules. Having completed all this, he returned to the expedition. Some finishing touches, he explained to his puzzled companions. These crystals may prove useful in the future. The starship turned, the engines ignited, and they began the journey home. This time there was no need for Strange to initiate a perilous jump. Lin En simply waved his hand lightly, and the space ahead naturally folded, forming a brief, yet stable superliminal pathway. The return journey was infinitely smoother than the outbound trip, yet the atmosphere on the bridge was somewhat subtle. Amidst the joy and relaxation, there was a tinge of awe and distance regarding Lin En's current state. He stood quietly before the viewport, gazing at the fleeting starlight outside, no one daring to disturb him. He was adapting to this new perspective and understanding. He could simultaneously sense a child on Earth taking their first wobbly steps, the violent fusion within a star's core, and the slight fluctuations of a dimensional membrane. An endless stream of information flooded in, yet it no longer felt burdensome. Rather, it deepened his appreciation for the grandeur and fragility of existence. What he safeguards is all of this. The expedition smoothly descended into the dock in Earth's orbit. News of the hero's return had spread far and wide, enveloping the world in a fervor of relief and anticipation for the return of the deity. As Lin En descended the gangway with the crowd, they were met with thunderous cheers and countless focused cameras. He became the absolute center of attention. The media exhausted all praise. Savior, cosmic harmonizer, a deity walking among us. Yet Lin En's response was remarkably calm. He did not make an impassioned speech. Instead, he simply nodded slightly to the crowd before entering the Avengers Emergency Meeting Center with core team members. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was far from the frenzy outside. According to the Global Monitoring Network data Maria Hill reported, pointing to the holographic map, the effects of the prism are rapidly dissipating. The areas that were woven are gradually returning to normal, and the structure of reality is stabilizing. But this has brought new issues. Nick Fury, a single eye swept over those present, finally landing on Lin En. People now regard you as a god. Governments, various organizations, and even some cults are trying to define you, get close to you, or exploit you. As Fury had said, in the following days, a flurry of invitations snowballed towards the Avengers base. Heads of state requested meetings to discuss international cooperation under the new order. Top research institutions hoped to borrow divine technology. Our religious leaders attempted to incorporate his ideas into their doctrines, and even illicit organizations sought to act under his name. Lin En declined nearly all public engagements. He arrived at the Glimmer Palace in the Arctic, which was more bustling than ever as more Spark Awakens flocked to it. Lin En declined nearly all public engagements. He arrived at the Glimmer Palace in the Arctic, which was more bustling than ever as more Spark Awakens flocked to it. Able to capture any concrete trajectory. When Kai tried to sense his emotions, he felt a profound calm as deep as the universe, encompassing all yet Mr. Lin En, a young spark, gathered the courage to ask, "Are you a god now?" Can we still follow you as we did before? Lin En looked at them, his gaze still gentle. I am still Robert Lin En. The path I have walked, my struggles and insights still belong to my identity as a human. Divinity, perhaps, is a perspective, a power I have acquired, but it should not create a divide. He extended his hand, his fingertips surrounded by a glimmer of light, embodying both the vitality of creation and the tranquility of endings. The Tao, as I understand it, is not lofty. It exists in every breath, every choice, and every act of courage to rise from failure. What you should follow is not me, but the reverence and commitment to the process within your own hearts. He continued to guide them, but in a more subtle manner. He no longer directly imparted techniques. Instead, through the state of his own existence, he subtly influenced the surrounding environment, making it easier for these young abilities to find the connection between their powers and the dynamic balance of the universe. However, he could clearly sense that among the gazes directed at him from the crowd, alongside respect and a thirst for knowledge, there was also an undercurrent of fear, greed, and immense expectation. He was like a mirror reflecting the complex reactions of humanity in the face of an existence far beyond understanding. Becoming a deity meant he was no longer merely a protector, but a symbol, a focal point that must constantly confront the complex desires and projections of mortals. This path was lonelier than he had imagined. Beneath the peace and hope brought by Lin En, undercurrents never ceased to churn. Deep within the Sahara Desert, in the region once saturated by the primordial power of the ancient deity Returnto Death, certain grains of sand remained eerily motionless, as if time itself had frozen upon them. Several researchers clad in sealed environmental suits, members of a clandestine cult, carefully collected these anomalous grains. Their leader, an elderly man whose eyes burned with fervent zeal, whispered archaic prayers, striving to grasp the true essence of termination from these lingering embers. The Lord has awakened. Though he has withdrawn for now, his path endures, the elder murmured. The radiance of the process shall inevitably fade. Only Returnto Death is the ultimate destiny of all things. We require more triggers. In the Pacific Ocean's deepest trench near the site where the Guardian construct once stood, the seawater exhibited an unnatural viscosity. Strange probes, seemingly formed from seawater itself, moved silently, scanning that desolate zone. They belonged to a mysterious organization known as the Voice of the Abyss, devoted to discovering and harnessing ancient supernatural artifacts. They believed the Guardian's silence was not an end, but rather another mode of existence. They sought communion with it, or even dominion over it. Meanwhile, in the shadowed sanctum of New York, Strange and Wong stood solemnly before an ancient crystal orb. Within its sphere, the gentle white light representing Earth was now fringed by several discordant hues. The ashen pallor of Returnto Death, the abyssal indigo of the deep sea, and other fainter, more ambiguous glimmers, malevolent, watchful, and unclassifiable. Lin En balanced the prism, but it was like ringing a warning bell at the edge of a pond. Strange intoned gravely. Those entities that already lurked in darkness now see far more clearly. They were not deterred. Instead, they perceive opportunity. Wong added, some dimensional deities appeared deeply intrigued by his new form. A mortal god capable of integrating cosmic laws, an unprecedented specimen for study or prey. Elsewhere, Stark and Banner analyzed the order crystals Lin En had brought back to their laboratory. These crystals pulsed with immense, stabilizing energy, yet they were exquisitely fragile. Any attempt to forcibly extract or misuse them risked violent ontological backlash. These are double-edged tools, Lin En, Stark observed, studying the data report. Used wisely, they could reinforce citywide defenses and stabilize the Spark's ability field. Used recklessly, they might become seeds for the next order anchor. Lin En listened to reports streaming in from across the globe, his perception unfolding like an invisible planetary-scale network. He could hear the hushed incantations echoing across the Sahara, see the aberrant scans probing the abyssal depths, feel the malignant gaze fixed upon him from beyond dimensional boundaries. Peace was illusion. Old enemies smoldered in ash, lying in wait. New threats took root in shadow. The equilibrium he had forged resembled a sandbar erected mid-current, deceptively solid, yet ceaselessly battered by unseen forces. He realized resolving the prism was not the conclusion of the story, but the pivot into a far more intricate, far more covert phase of conflict. He must contend not only with external adversaries, but also guard against internal fractures and ambitions kindled solely by his own existence. Guardianship, he knew, was far from over. The tranquility of the Hall of Dimming Light was abruptly shattered by a sudden piece of news. In a small nation located in Southeast Asia, a large-scale Spark ability outburst incident occurred. Dozens of empowered individuals suddenly fell into a frenzy, causing immense destruction in the city, and then bizarrely drained of all energy by some force, turning into withered statues. The local government was at a loss and sought help from the Avengers. Lin En instantly projected his consciousness above the site of the incident. What he saw was not just the physical destruction, but also the scars at the level of rules. The life process of that area, forcibly interrupted and extracted, leaving behind a void like a scar. A familiar, repugnant, ashen aura lingered in the air. It is the power of return to oblivion. Lin En's voice echoed in the Avengers' communication channel, carrying a chill. But it is not the ancient deity itself, but its followers using the collected embers to perform a kind of sacrificial ritual. He prepared to personally go and completely purify that area and root out the mastermind. Wait, Lin En. Nick Fury's voice came through carrying an official tone. This matter involves the internal affairs of a sovereign nation and the management of superpowered individuals. The newly established Supernatural Phenomena Management Committee of the United Nations wishes to intervene in the investigation. They request to follow procedures. Procedures. Stark scoffed. By the time they finish their procedures, those madmen will have long vanished. Lin En's current power and identity are too sensitive, Fury insisted. Direct intervention in their domestic affairs could provoke unnecessary political disputes and international panic. The committee believes that the local government and their superpowered team should handle it first, and we will provide technical support from the rear. This is a form of checks and balances. While countries around the world were grateful for Lin, and they also felt fear at his existence. An entity that could fold space and melt stars with a mere thought is without any constraints a tremendous uncertainty. The establishment of the Supernatural Phenomena Management Committee is to some extent to cope with or rather limit the increasingly powerful influence of supernatural individuals represented by Lin En. Lin En fell silent for a moment. He could understand this fear, but he more clearly sensed the pain and despair that lingered on that land, as well as the threat of the return to oblivion power continuing to spread. I understand the committee's concerns, Lin En replied calmly, but I cannot stand by and watch the power of return to oblivion spread on Earth. That is not a political issue, it is a matter of survival. Just then another piece of news came in. Signs of the voice of the deep-sea activities were discovered at the Wakanda border. They seem to have developed an unusual interest in the vibranium deposits, which themselves are a crucial reality anchor point on Earth. The crisis was not isolated but erupted simultaneously at multiple points globally. We are short-handed, Captain America summarized. We must split up. After a quick discussion, it was decided that Captain America, Natasha, and Falcon would head to Southeast Asia, providing assistance in the name of the Avengers rather than direct governance. Stark and Rhodes would support Wakanda. Strange and Kamartaj would monitor dimensional fluctuations. As for Lin En, he chose a more direct approach, which could also spark greater controversy. He did not personally descend to Southeast Asia. Instead, he attached part of his consciousness and power to a crystallization of order carried by Captain America. When Captain America arrived on the scene facing those empowered individuals who had been tainted by the return to oblivion power and were in a frenzy, as well as the cultists lurking in the shadows of the city, the crystal emitted a soft, yet powerful glow. Wherever the light reached, the frenzy of power was gently calmed and stabilized. The areas eroded by return to oblivion began to slowly heal, as if infused with powerful vitality. The ashen aura of those cultists melted away under the purification of order. Lin En did not appear, but his power transcended space, precisely resolving the crisis, while also unmistakably declaring his existence and code of action. This act quickly spread. Some cheered the miracle, praising his efficiency and mercy. Others, especially high-ranking officials and committee members from various countries, felt a deeper chill. He could intervene in any event at any time and place in ways they could not understand or stop. An invisible rift began to quietly form between ordinary citizens and the powerful, even within the ranks of the heroic teams. Trust and fear, gratitude and wariness intricately intertwined in the nursery of Earth, which had just welcomed a new balance. Lin En stood at the heights of the base, sensing all of this. He knew that every step he took from now on needed to be more cautious. He was safeguarding not just reality, but also the more complex battlefield of human hearts. The Southeast Asian incident has temporarily subsided, and the invaders from Wakanda have been repelled, yet the tension in the air remains palpable. In the conference room of the Avengers base, an informal core meeting is underway. Maria Hill rubbed her forehead, saying, "The pressure from the committee is immense. They are demanding a detailed evaluation report on Mr. Lin's current status, capabilities, and operational guidelines." The tone is very formal and resolute. Lin's voice was calm, devoid of any anger or joy. He sat there seemingly harmonizing with the entire room, yet remaining above it all. Not rules, Lin, but a framework. Steve attempted to explain, his tone carrying the usual fairness, but with a hint of unnoticeable difficulty. For long-term stability and cooperation, we need to let the world understand, or at least accept, your existence and way of acting. Unordered power, even with good intentions, can easily incite panic. Stark scoffed. "Come on, Steve. They merely wish to find a handle, an illusionary switch that allows them to believe they can control the world's strongest existence. Lin is now a walking cosmic constant. How can you impose a framework on a constant? But we must consider reality." Bruce Banner interjected, his voice somewhat urgent. "Lin, you are too powerful right now. A careless emotional fluctuation or a power experiment could have irreversible effects on Earth. We need a buffering mechanism." Lin listened to his companions, clearly sensing the complex emotions beneath their words: trust, worry, awe, and even a hint of fear. He had become their most reliable ally, yet also an incomprehensible potential variable. "I understand your concerns." Lin slowly began, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "Power indeed requires responsibility to guide it. However, the way I follow cannot be defined by any human committee. It stems from a respect and guardianship of the very process of life itself." He stood up, walking to the window, gazing into the distance. "I will not accept any external constraints, as that contradicts my essence. But but I can offer my commitment. He turned around, his eyes clear and resolute. I, Robert Lin, swear by my existence, my power will always be used to protect the diversity and potential of Earth's life, resisting all external threats that seek to solidify, end, or enslave it. I will not actively interfere with the natural progression of civilization unless it faces an existential crisis or suffers from improper interference by supernatural forces. My actions will be guided by the principle of minimizing interference with the process. This is not a rule, but a declaration. A promise from a deity to the mortal realm. The room fell silent as everyone processed his words. This promise brought both reassurance and an undeniable sense of absoluteness. As for the buffering mechanism, Lin looked at Stark and Suri. We can cooperate to create some early warning and stabilization devices using the order crystals I brought back, establishing balancers at critical points on Earth, which can stabilize reality in normal times and serve as a buffer between me and reality when necessary. This is a compromise that preserves Lin's absolute autonomy while addressing the world's concerns. After the meeting, Lin returned to the Chamber of Glimmers. He summoned all the sparks, including Ella and Kai. The outside world is complex, he told the young awakened ones. There are vulnerable ones in need of help, lurking crises and conflicts arising from power-induced suspicions. You will face all of this in the future. He extended his hand, and dozens of tiny lights containing the power of order and process balance flew out, like fireflies, gracefully merging into each spark. This will not grant you new powers, but will provide a layer of protection when your abilities spiral out of control or face external rule erosion, helping you find inner balance. Remember, true power comes from understanding oneself and the world, stemming from respect and love for the process of life. He was sowing seeds, not just to cope with the immediate currents, but also for a distant future. He could not always act as a guardian himself. He hoped these sparks, and more like them, could grow to support this fragile and precious world together. After accomplishing all this, Lin's figure gradually faded within the chamber, ultimately disappearing like a blend, and he needed some time alone to delve into deeper dimensions, understand his new essence, explore more unknown mysteries of the universe, and simultaneously act as an invisible barrier, ever alert to the predatory gazes from the depths of the stars and the shadows of dimensions that covet the new balance. Earth has entered a brand new era, an era initiated by a mortal deity who guards the process. This era is filled with hope, but also rife with challenges. Old enemies have turned to ashes, and new stories are quietly unfolding their prologue. Becoming an embodiment of cosmic concepts does not mean being completely isolated from mundane matters. Lin En discovered that his new perspective actually deepened his understanding of the process at the micro level. He no longer hovered outside dimensions all day. Instead, he appeared more frequently at the Avengers base and the Glimmer Hall, though the manner of his existence was different from before. He no longer needed to walk. Wherever his thoughts reached, his form would naturally manifest. He sat in a cafe holding no cup, yet the surrounding air would naturally condense moisture, forming a virtual cup of coffee with a genuine taste and aroma tailored to his preferred temperature and concentration. This was not an illusion, but rather a subtle adjustment of reality's rules through his own power, fulfilling a trivial. For him, this was as natural as breathing. Yet it left the base staff who occasionally witnessed this scene utterly astonished, increasingly viewing him as an incomprehensible deity. His teaching style had also changed. In the Glimmer Hall, he no longer lectured extensively, sometimes simply sitting quietly among the young sparks. When he sat down, the natural light in the hall became unusually soft, filling the air with a soothing frequency that gradually calmed the agitated awakeners who had lost control of their abilities, while the confused young people experienced epiphanies, finding their own answers. His very presence was like a living balancer, subtly stabilizing and optimizing the surrounding environment. Once a spark capable of catalyzing plant growth lost control during practice, causing vines to wildly spread, nearly tearing apart the structure of the training ground. The instructors present attempted to suppress it, but to little effect. Lin En merely glanced at the rampaging vines, which instantly became docile, not only halting their destruction, but also naturally intertwining into a vibrant green archway structured in a manner most aligned with mechanics and aesthetics, even blooming flowers that had never been seen before radiating a tranquil light. "Did you see that, Lin En gently said to the startled spark. "Power itself knows no good or evil. The key lies in the intention you bestow upon it. Your fear made it wild, while calmness and understanding can turn it into art." His guidance increasingly targeted the core of the matter. To the seer AI Law, he would ask, "What you see, is it the singular result, or the moment woven from countless causes?" To the empath Kai, he would guide, "The emotions of others are a river. Are you drowning within it, or have you learned?" However, this omnipresent and subtly nurturing divinity also brought an invisible sense of distance. Even his closest companions like Stark and Captain America, when meeting his gaze, would occasionally be awestruck by the swirling sea of stars and the imprints of rules in his eyes, feeling a sense of separation stemming from the disparity in their levels of existence. The Robert Lin En they knew, who was sometimes confused and sometimes resolute, now resembled a gentle yet distant cosmic phenomenon carrying grand concepts. Lin En was acutely aware of this estrangement, yet he made no attempt to forcibly bridge the gap. He understood it was inevitable. He was like a painter who had mastered all principles of color, unable to feign wonder at a single hue. He reveled in this unique solitude, examining the subtle and complex relationship between himself and the world he had vowed to protect. The Sahara event has not truly ended. The secretive cult that collected the embers of return to oblivion, the End Times sect, is operating more deeply and dangerously than anticipated. They were not satisfied with merely collecting grains of sand. After the ritual in Southeast Asia was shattered by Lin En from afar, the remaining followers became even more secretive and fanatical. They established a new altar thousands of feet beneath the Greenland ice sheet, utilizing ancient forbidden knowledge combined with advanced technology obtained from the black market. The core of this altar no longer consisted solely of the grains of sand containing the power of return to oblivion, but also included the remnants of life from the spark-awakened beings that had been eroded by the power of return to oblivion during the Southeast Asia incident. These remnants encapsulated the utmost pain and despair experienced at the moment of life being forcibly terminated, serving as the sweetest offerings to the ancient god of return to oblivion. The high priest of the cult, an old man with a fervent gaze, stood at the center of the altar reciting a blasphemous prayer. The complex ritual apparatus began to operate, a ghostly green light illuminating as the remnants of life and the grains of return to oblivion began to merge and boil in the turbulence of energy, ultimately coalescing into a pulsating core of ash resembling a rotting heart. This core emitted an aura of termination 10 times stronger than during the Southeast Asia incident, cold and lifeless, yearning to devour all vitality. The time has come. The high priest raised both hands, his voice trembling with excitement. Let despair be the guide. Let termination be the wish. I call upon my Lord to descend upon this world once more. Let this murky process hasten its journey to its end. The ash core suddenly erupted with a powerful pulse. A ashen light beam pierced through the thick layers of ice and rock, shooting upwards, not towards the sky, but rather penetrating the very life field of the earth like roots. At this moment, sensitive individuals worldwide felt a sense of discomfort. The warning array of camouflage emitted. Lin En, who was guiding students in the hall of dim light, suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing through layers of obstruction to witness the blasphemous ritual occurring underground in Greenland. This time is different. Lin En's voice resonated in the Avenger core channel, carrying a rare gravity. They are not creating chaos. They are attempting to establish a stable channel, a beacon powerful enough to draw the consciousness of the ancient god of return to oblivion back. Meanwhile, alarms blared in Stark and Banner's laboratory. Detected abnormal decay points in the global life energy field. Meanwhile, alarms blared in Stark and Banner's laboratory. Detected abnormal decay points in the global life. Banner looked at the data in horror. At this rate, not only will the Greenland ice sheet permanently lose its vitality, but the entire planet's ecological balance will suffer irreversible damage. It must be stopped immediately. However, this time Lin En sensed that the connection between the ash core and the Earth's life field had already been established. Forcing the core's destruction could trigger a chain collapse of the life field, causing a global life withering far worse than the Sahara event. It has become a tumor closely linked with its host. Lin En instantly analyzed the situation. It requires precise surgery, not a crude excision. He looked at Strange and Su Rue. I need your help. Strange, use your magic to temporarily stabilize and isolate the life field flow in that area, slowing the erosion. Su Rue used Wakanda's energy shielding technology to constrain the fluctuations of the ash core as much as possible and prevent its spread. And you? Captain America asked. I will go inside. Lin En's figure began to blur, showing clear signs of energy manifestation to dismantle it from within while repairing the eroded connections of the life field. This is a repair work racing against termination. Before his words fell, his figure had already vanished from the hall, transforming into an intangible stream of information rushing along the ashen energy channel towards the altar core beneath Greenland. The underground altar of Greenland. Lin En appeared in an energetic form directly before the pulsating ash. The aura of termination here was thick like liquid, icy and bone-chilling, frantically eroding the balance field naturally emanating from him, attempting to taint him with shades of decay. Around the altar, the followers of the End sect knelt on the ground, their fervent prayers creating a strange resonance with the pulsation of the core, hastening the extraction of life energy from the earth. Lin En paid no attention to those followers. His entire focus was on the ash core. In his perception, the core was like a malicious parasite forcibly embedding itself into the network of life energy on Earth, which was filled with the vitality of process, continuously converting life into silence. Strange magical brilliance descended from the sky, penetrating the rock layers like golden threads, beginning to weave a great net, attempting to wrap and stabilize the life energy area eroded by the core, slowing the loss of vitality. The Wakandan energy barrier, controlled by Su Rue, also unfolded simultaneously, with blue vibranium energy enveloping the fluctuations of the ash core, preventing further pollution of the surroundings. But this was merely a temporary measure. The core continued to operate. Lin En extended his hand, not a physical hand, but a highly condensed combination of consciousness and energy, gently touching the ash core. In an instant, a massive influx of negative information surged toward his consciousness like a burst dam. Countless cries of agony from lives forcibly ended despair at the annihilation of civilizations, the silence following the cooling of stars. These were the dark aspects of the universe recorded by the law of returning demise capable of shattering any mind in an instant. Lin En's will was like an ancient, unchanging rock enduring the impact of this negative torrent. He did not reject it, instead he adopted an almost compassionate mindset to understand and accept this pain. He saw termination itself as a part of the natural cycle, an inevitable link in the process. However, the actions of the cult were an abuse, a desecration, forcing the termination that should naturally arrive to come early in order to please the ancient deity, representing the law of returning demise. Termination should not be a curse but the end of a cycle and the beginning of a new birth. Lin En's thoughts radiated like warm sunlight beginning to permeate the icy ash core, but you have strangled the beginning, only pursuing the end. This is the greatest disrespect to the universe. He began to act. He no longer attempted to violently destroy the core, but instead with his profound understanding of the universe's rules began to rewrite the interface connecting the core to the life energy. He transformed his own balance of order and process into countless repair runes more delicate than quanta, injecting them into the connection. These runes did not expel the concept of termination, but rather guided it back to where it belonged, as part of the process, not the entirety. He cleverly led and reversed the life energy that was being extracted by the core about to be transformed into silence, re-injecting it into the eroded life field. At the same time, he transformed the pain and despair solidified in the core, using his understanding of the process to convert them from pure negative energy back into the memories that contained emotional fluctuations, allowing these memories to return to the universe's background information, like fallen leaves returning to their roots. This was an extremely precise and mentally taxing project. From outside, Strange and Su Rue saw the grayish light beam beginning to weaken, the pulsation of the core no longer so forceful, while the faint vitality that had been lost in the surrounding ice was gradually beginning to recover. The cult followers at the altar noticed the anomaly, their prayers becoming hurried and fearful. The high priest desperately tried to stab his heart with a dagger to amplify the ritual with a more extreme death aura, but his actions were frozen under Lin En's will. The value of life does not lie in its length, but in its depth and breadth. Lin En's thoughts echoed in the altar space, worshipping death with death is the greatest betrayal of life. Finally, within the ash core, a faint yet resilient green began to sprout quietly, a seed of life forcibly reversed and injected by Lin En. This bit of green rapidly expanded like a wildfire, harmonizing with the surrounding balance of power. Bang! Not an explosion but a soft sound like shackles breaking. The grayish color on the surface of the ash core quickly faded, ultimately transforming into a transparent crystal that seemed to contain a miniature forest of light within, gently landing on the altar. All traces of the termination aura dissipated, leaving only an exceptionally pure life wave that had experienced destruction and then rebirth. Lin En's figure re-solidified, slightly fatigued, but his eyes bright. He not only stopped the ritual, but also successfully defended and interpreted the inviolability of the process in front of the law of returning demise. He picked up the transparent crystal, feeling the life force contained within it reborn from extreme despair. This might serve as a talisman for the sparks when facing ultimate fear. The crisis in Greenland was resolved by Lin En in an almost miraculous manner, preventing widespread turmoil. However, the underlying issues it revealed triggered far more intense ripples within specific circles than the surface suggested. At a highly confidential meeting of the United Nations Supernatural Phenomena Management Committee, the atmosphere was exceptionally grave. Detailed reports concerning the incident were laid out before the representatives of various nations, focusing on a comprehensive analysis of Lin En's involvement. He has once again demonstrated the absolute nature of his abilities and their uncontrollability. Said a representative from a major country, his tone serious. From half a globe away, he instantaneously reached the core area, and in a manner we cannot comprehend, transformed a forbidden ritual capable of triggering a global ecological disaster into a ecological restoration. This is terrifying. We can't even assess the cost of the power he wields, another representative interjected. Our strongest need to exert themselves to the limit, while for him it seems merely a matter of raising a hand. This disparity in power has surpassed the realm of strategic balance. It is the gap between mortals and the Creator. Where does his proclaimed principle of non-interference with natural processes draw the line? Another voice questioned in his view what constitutes a crisis of survival. What does he consider improper interference by supernatural forces? The right to explain is entirely in his hands. Fear stems from the unknown, and even more so from the overwhelming power that cannot be counterbalanced. Lin En's goodwill in the eyes of power institutions becomes unsettling due to its absolutism. They worry that one day this guardian may make a decision that disrupts the existing order for reasons they cannot comprehend. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the world, some originally independent secret organizations have learned the outcome of the Greenland incident through their respective channels. The leader of the Voice of the Deep, a priestess who communicates with ancient deep-sea consciousness, opened her eyes in the dim underwater sanctuary. His ability to so effortlessly resolve the power of returning to oblivion. We must reassess the risks of contacting the Guardian's legacy. Perhaps Collaboration is more suited to the current situation than confrontation. A secret society obsessed with dimensional magic has developed a significant interest in Lin En's demonstrated ability to rewrite the rules. That is a power that transcends the existing magical system. Analyzing him may be our only route to reach. Even some alien observers lurking on Earth have transmitted encrypted information back to their home planet. Target individual referring to Lin En has been confirmed to reach a threat opportunity level of cosmic constant. Its existence has fundamentally altered Earth civilization's positioning within the cosmic civilization spectrum. It is recommended to adjust contact strategies from observation to cautious engagement or avoidance. An invisible consensus is forming among these aware forces. Lin En is a core variable that must be treated with utmost seriousness, surpassing any previous threat. Everything related to him must be elevated to the highest priority. Lin En, through his perception, is already aware of these undercurrents. He heard the concerns from the committee meeting, saw the stirrings in the shadows, and felt the scrutiny from the starry sky, becoming increasingly intricate. He was neither surprised nor took action. To him, these were merely inevitable reactions from different consciousnesses based on their own positions within the process of the universe. As long as his bottom line remains untouched, he allows these noises to exist. Yet he is also aware that the balance is becoming increasingly fragile. The Greenland incident, like a stone thrown into a pond, is causing ripples to spread. The next crisis may no longer be merely an internal issue for Earth, but could involve broader cosmic forces. He brought back the life crystal transformed from the core of ashes to the Hall of Dim Light, and placed it at the center of the hall. The crystal emanated a tranquil and resilient vitality, quietly influencing the energy field of the entire hall, particularly soothing to those sparks filled with fear or instability. He needed to accelerate the speed of sowing. The tides of the era will not wait for the seedlings to grow slowly. In the weeks following the Greenland incident, the world seemed to enter a rare period of tranquility. There were no large-scale dimensional invasions, no ancient evil gods awakening, and even the activities of those secret sects and organizations seemed to have quieted down. But Lin En knew that beneath this calm various forces were reassessing, adjusting, and gathering strength. He felt like a person in the eye of a storm, enjoying the brief peace, while clearly sensing the massive walls of swirling wind surrounding him. During this time, he collaborated more deeply with Stark Su-Ray and Strange, beginning to deploy prototypes of the balancer at several key reality anchor points on Earth, such as the core of the vibranium veins in Wakanda, the three great sanctuaries of Kamartaj, and above the original Guardian structure in the Pacific. These balancers were centered around the crystallization of order he brought back, combining cutting-edge technology with ancient magic, functioning as an invisible stabilizing force that maintained the reality structure of their regions and prevented events like prism weaving or dimensional tears. When necessary, they could also serve as amplifiers or buffers for Lin En's powers, allowing him to intervene in reality with greater precision and reduce side effects. This work was progressing smoothly, but part of Lin En's mind remained fixated on a grander level. He often found himself alone, his consciousness detaching from his body, strolling through higher dimensional planes, examining the position of Earth, this nursery in the universe. He could see the glow representing Earth's life field becoming brighter and more stable due to the continuous awakenings of sparks and the balancers he had established. At the same time, he could also see the gray shadows from the return realm lingering in the distance, not truly gone in the eerie blue light, representing the voice of the deep sea faintly flickered deep within the crust, and some malicious colors from other dimensions like sharks smelling blood prowled outside the dimensional barriers. He could even vaguely sense that in the distant star sea some ancient powerful consciousnesses were casting their scrutinizing gazes upon him, due to the earlier fluctuations of the ideological singularity and the abnormal activity of Earth's life field. Among these gazes there was curiosity, indifference, and also greed. Earth, due to its uniqueness, the diversity of life, and the awakening of consciousness, and the existence of Lin En as a variable, was increasingly being drawn into the cosmic conflicts. On this day, he stood at the highest point of the Avengers base like a silent sentinel. Stark approached him holding two data. The initial test data for the balancer is astonishingly good, Stark said, handing over one of the data pads, which displayed an extremely stable energy curve. It seems your cosmic level renovation plan is quite effective. Lin En took it, but did not look at it. The data was already presented directly in his consciousness. He nodded. Stark hesitated for a moment, shaking the other data pad. This was politely forwarded from the committee of several advanced civilizations, at least they claimed to be advanced, Senta. Greeting letter via the Deep Space Monitoring Network. The content was largely the same, expressing great concern over the sudden appearance of the high-energy stable signal referring to you, and hoping to establish civilizational dialogue. Lin En looked at Stark, waiting for him to continue. Fury and the higher-ups are quite clear dialogue can occur, but it must be within their framework, and they hope you can participate as the ultimate deterrent and technical advisor, but not directly as a dialogue representative. Stark tried to make his tone sound like a statement of fact rather than a command. Lin En smiled slightly, not minding this. He understood that human civilization needed to establish its own diplomatic subjectivity. Sure, he replied simply. Stark sighed in relief, then curiously asked, seriously, Lin En, what exactly do you consider yourself now? Can you see our future? See where this era of deities is ultimately headed. Lin En cast his gaze upon the vast starry sky, remaining silent for a moment. What I see is not a fixed future, Tony, he said slowly. I see countless rushing rivers, each filled with innumerable crossroads and possibilities. My role is not to determine the endpoint of the river, but to ensure that they do not dry up before reaching their destination or are forcibly channeled into a rigid course. He paused, his voice carrying a tranquility that seemed to bear the weight of the ancient starry skies. As for the future, it is being collectively shaped in every breath and choice of every life. I am merely a part of this process, a rather conspicuous part. He fell silent again, continuing his vigil. The earth beneath his feet was gestating the unknown in this brief calm. Deep within the star sea, a new storm was brewing. Heroes and mortals, governments and organizations were all adapting to this new era that had acquired a guardian spirit. Lin and Robert Lin, in the Sentinel, the guardian of existence, the embodiment of ideals, his story was far from over. This temporary tranquility was but a brief prelude to the next grand chapter. The high-energy stable state signal triggered by the residual energy of Lin En and the balancer was like a stone cast into the silent depths of the universe, and the ripples finally attracted the first batch of official visitors. Not the menacing warships or massive fleets expected, but a single spacecraft the size of a Kunstyle fighter, sleek, like a drop of silver mercury, quietly hovering outside Earth's geostationary orbit. It bore no weapon ports, no violent fluctuations of energy shields, only a tranquil sense that harmoniously blended with the surrounding space. Unknown aircraft detected. No hostile actions, but all of our scanning methods cannot penetrate its hull. The Orbital Monitoring Center of S.H.I.E.L.D., now upgraded to the Global Supernatural Response Strategic Headquarters, immediately entered a state of high alert. The news was swiftly relayed to the core members of the Avengers. In the conference room, a holographic projection displayed the image of the silver spacecraft. Is it one of the civilizations that sent the previous greeting letter? Captain America frowned. It doesn't seem like it. Stark quickly typed on a virtual keyboard, pulling up deep space communication records. Those civilizations, while advanced in communication, were still understandable. This ship, its very existence, seems to mock our physical laws. Its technological level is very high. Banner analyzed the limited energy readings, and quite ancient, carrying an aura of temporal sedimentation. All along, Lin En had been silent, his gaze penetrating the screen, directly looking at the spacecraft in orbit. In his perception, it was not merely a technological creation, its core flowed with an ancient and profound energy signature reminiscent of guardians and recorders, but more harmonious, imbued with intent. They have arrived. Lin En suddenly spoke. Almost simultaneously with his words, the surface of the silver spacecraft rippled, and three figures appeared without warning in the center of the Avengers conference room. There were no spatial fluctuations, no signs of energy transfer, as if they were always meant to be there. The visitors were three humanoid beings, tall and slender, their skin displaying a soft sheen reminiscent of mother of pearl, with pure silver eyes devoid of pupils. They wore simple silver robes, their expressions calm, yet exuding a detached demeanor, as if they had long resided in a position of power, observing all things. They wore simple silver robes, their expressions calm, yet exuding a detached demeanor, as if they had long resided in a position of power, observing all things. We are the remnants of the star observers, adhering to ancient covenants, observing and recording the changes of constant level existences in the universe. Harmonizer. Stark raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to Lin En? Precisely. The leader of the star observers gazed past over the crowd and calmly landed on Lin En, individual Robert Lin. Events successfully fused the shard of the source of order prism, achieving a preliminary dynamic balance of process and framework. Determination promoted to a regional reality harmonizer. This event has been recorded in the chronicles of eternity. Their tone bore no hostility or reverence, more akin to a group of meticulous scholars documenting a natural phenomenon. What are you recording this for? Natasha inquired sharply. To observe, to understand, to archive, the star observers replied. The universe is neither a chaotic disorder nor an absolute stillness. The interactions and evolutions of constant level existences are key variables driving the universe towards its ultimate form. Our duty is to ensure these variables are faithfully documented, leaving a roadmap for future seekers of knowledge. Lin En locked eyes with the leader, sensing that while these star observers might not possess extreme strength, the cultural depth they represented and their transcendent demeanor were not to be underestimated. They are not enemies, but certainly not friends. They are the recorders of cosmic orders, somewhat akin to the recorders of ancient gods, yet more proactive and technological. So what happens after recording? Lin En calmly countered, just mere observation. In most cases, yes. The leader of the star observers responded freely unless the actions of the variables could trigger a reality collapse or causal chain rupture affecting a wide star domain. His gaze seemed to unintentionally sweep across Earth. A newly born harmonizer's home planet is often a place of turmoil. I hope your process can last a bit longer. This was not a threat, but a statement based on historical experience delivered in a calm manner. After finishing, the three figures of the star observers began to fade, as if merging into the air, and the next moment the silver spacecraft in orbit also synchronously vanished, as if it had never appeared. The conference room fell into silence. The arrival of the star observers did not bring direct conflict, but instead delivered a deeper sense of oppression. They seemed to remind everyone that Earth and Lin En had officially entered a broader cosmic stage one that possessed its own operational rules and observers. Future challenges could arise from any direction in any form. The turbulence stirred by the Guanxing clan had barely settled when another undercurrent born from the Earth itself began to stir. Along the Wakanda border in the secluded Luatula River basin, strange events unfolded. Residents of several riverside villages vanished overnight, not slain, but as if evaporated from the world, leaving only traces of their daily routines. Even half-eaten meals remained on the tables. More unsettling, every electronic device within the villages suffered severe signal corruption, replaying distorted whispers that sounded as if they came from the depths of the sea. King T'Challa personally led the investigation, and the royal guard commanded by General Okai sealed off the area. Preliminary surveys ruled out any conventional assault. There were no signs of combat, no residual energies, only a damp, cold aura hanging in the air that clouded the mind. It is not the power of Gui Wang, T'Challa reported to Avengers headquarters through an encrypted channel. This sensation is older and somehow more damp. Meanwhile, Sitake and Banna's laboratory began receiving anomalous alerts from the Global Ocean Monitoring Network. Multiple deep-sea hydrothermal vent fields registered strange energy spectra that did not match known geological activity or the residual signatures of the Guardians. Those energy spectra were moving slowly but steadily toward the continental shelf. It is the Shanghai Zhisheng. Princess Su Rue pulled up previously recorded energy signatures attributed to that organization, and after comparison confirmed, they have lain dormant so long at last they make a large-scale move. Lin En cast his awareness toward the Luatula basin. The damp, mind-eroding aura made him frown. The force sought to dissolve the boundaries of individual consciousness, assimilating minds into a greater collective. He extended his perception into the deep and detected energy sources moving within the shadowed trenches. Not living creatures, but translucent jellyfish-like beacons of energy spreading a sort of call. They are conducting a grand ritual, Lin En concluded. Their goal is to awaken or to connect with an ancient consciousness sleeping beneath the deep sea. The disappearances along the Luatula River likely served as the ritual's offerings, pure human consciousnesses untainted by modern civilization. We must stop them, someone protested. But the vastness and crushing pressure of the deep severely limit conventional intervention. Leave it to me, Lin En replied. Lin En rose. This time he chose a different approach. Rather than plunging straight into the abyss, he came to Wakanda and stood upon the sealed banks of the Luatula River. He closed his eyes not to perceive, but to begin weaving. Using himself as a conduit, he summoned the balancing power within him that fused order and process, simulating amplifying, and then emitting a reversed rendition of the deep's damp corrosive frequencies, excising the mind-dissolving malice, and preserving only the essence of connection and call. He became like a consummate hacker exploiting the other's protocol to send a countermanding directive. In an instant centered on Lin En, an intangible, yet disquieting fluctuation spread like ripples, putting the keenly attuned T'Challa, Aokai, and even Sitalanki at base, on edge. It rapidly covered the Luatula basin and then streamed outward toward the deep sea. This purified call brushed the areas touched by the beacons like warm sunlight melting frost. In the deep, the moving energy beacons faltered and flickered. The erosive energies they had sown were neutralized and dispersed. More importantly, the call reached the ancient consciousness the Shanghai Zhisheng sought to bind, the sleeper at the very bottom of the Mariana Trench. It was a vast chaotic well brimming with primordial vigor like the dream of a planet itself. It perceived Lin En's call, which carried no compulsion, but only inquiry and invitation. A vague immense thought returned with the echo of tides like murmurs in a dream. Who is calling? Mother. Strange. Harmonizer. Your frequency is warm. Those small insects are noisy. A reference to the Shanghai Zhisheng, the slumber, is not yet ended. Depart. The ancient will had not fully awakened, yet it clearly refused, and bore a trace of displeasure at being disturbed. Then the damp chill that had saturated the Luatula basin receded like a tide. The anomalous beacons in the deep extinguished and fell silent. The elaborate ritual the Shanghai Zhisheng had painstakingly prepared was quietly undone by Lin En, who turned their own method back upon them with a precise information-level disruption. T'Challa and the others discovered the missing villagers gradually reappearing near their homes, bewildered, as if from a long dream, their bodies unharmed. Lin En opened his eyes and said to T'Challa, "For now it is settled. But that ancient consciousness, Shanghai Jimu, it merely rolled over. The Shanghai Zhisheng will not relent. The power they covet is far more dangerous than we imagined." He realized that the threat rising from the Earth's interior might run unfathomably deep, perhaps bound to the planet's own ancient secrets. Lin En's nonviolent approach to resolving the voice of the deep-sea crisis has once again caused a stir among the informed elite. This time the focus of controversy is not merely on power, but on the philosophy that his actions represent. At a closed-door hearing of the United Nations Supernatural Phenomena Management Committee, Lin En attended for the first time as a special advisor via holographic projection. The attendees included representatives from various countries, as well as invited top philosophers, ethicists, and Mr. Lin En began a European representative known for his rational discourse. Your intervention has prevented casualties and armed conflict, and we commend you for that. But if I may be frank, how do you define your right to simulate and reverse output that unknown energy frequency? How can you ensure that your methods won't cause unpredictable harm to the ancient consciousness known as the mother of the... Or rather, how do you determine that your purified call is more correct than the invasive call of the voice of the deep sea? The questions were sharp and direct, touching upon the core boundaries of Lin En's power as a harmonizer. Lin En's projection calmly gazed at the questioner, and his voice emerged through the device, yet carried a strange penetrating power. I do not act based on power or correctness, but rather out of a responsibility to guarding and an understanding of the process. He paused slightly, seemingly organizing his thoughts into words that mere mortals could comprehend. The actions of the voice of the deep sea aim to forcibly awaken and attempt to control an ancient planetary consciousness. Employing means that strip innocent beings of their individual awareness. Such actions stifle the victim's ability to experience their own life processes and violently interfere with the natural process of the ancient consciousness slumber. This contradicts my fundamental stance of guarding the diversity of life processes. As for my methods, he continued, I do not create new rules. I merely understand the essence of that energy frequency and guide it to flow in a more constructive and less coercive direction. It is akin to guiding floodwaters for irrigation rather than devastation. To the mother of the star sea, I convey inquiry and respect, not commands or invasions. The result is that it expressed its will and restored tranquility. This process itself constitutes the least interference with its consciousness. An ethicist pressed further, but your understanding and guidance are based on your personal, or rather your identity, as a harmonizer's cognition. If another situation arises in the future where your cognition conflicts with universal human ethics or the survival needs of a certain civilization, how will you choose? This is an ultimate question concerning the weight of divine will versus mortal will. Lin En's gaze swept across the audience as he slowly replied, my Tao is not an unchanging dogma. It arises from observation and experience of countless processes in the universe. The universal ethics of humanity are themselves a precious crystallization born from this magnificent process. I will not easily dismiss it. However, when certain processes attempt to utterly stifle other processes, such as when the prism seeks to solidify everything or return to oblivion attempts to prematurely end all, I will intervene. My goal is not to make the universe conform to my preferences, but to maintain a dynamic field that allows all processes, including the development of human civilization, the slumber and awakening of ancient consciousness, and the birth and death of stars, to unfold naturally. His response not only firmly defended his core stance, but also demonstrated a certain flexibility and respect for mundane values. However, this did not completely quell everyone's doubts. After all, the final interpretative and executive authority remains firmly in the hands of him, the transcendent harmonizer. After the hearing concluded, the committee continued to debate vigorously. Yet everyone understood that the philosophical discourse with Lin En would persist long-term, a challenge that must be faced when coexisting with the divine being. Lin En himself did not mind this. He knew that language could not fully bridge the chasm of cognition. He only needed to act according to his understanding to guard, and time would prove everything. As various forces focused their attention on Lin En and the looming crisis, the young sparks within the Hall of Glimmer were under Lin En's guidance and the continuous influence of the life crystal. The first batch of students gradually grasped the essence of their abilities. They no longer viewed their abilities as burdens or weapons, but rather as unique senses and tools for exploring the world and enriching their lives. The seer AI Law was no longer troubled by the countless chaotic threads of the future. She learned to perceive time as one appreciates a flowing river, keenly sensing which tributaries represented vitality and growth, and which signified stagnation and destruction, beginning to attempt small actions to guide events towards a better direction. The empath Kai became an outstanding emotional mediator. Not only could he perceive emotions, but he also had the ability to soothe the pain of those suffering from post-traumatic stress, resolving conflicts between groups, and even creating a collective mindset within the Hall of Glimmer conducive to the cultivation of specific abilities. Other sparks also had their unique strengths. Some could communicate deeply with plants to accelerate ecological restoration. Some could blur the boundaries between reality and imagination, creating fleeting yet enlightening artistic illusions. And some could perceive and fine-tune the probability clouds of microscopic particles, showcasing astonishing potential in materials science and medicine. They began to form small teams participating in low-risk assistance tasks under the guidance of mentors, usually experienced Avengers or Wakandan experts, helping with psychological rebuilding after natural disasters, assisting research institutions in dangerous environments, and even secretly mediating small-scale conflicts arising from misunderstandings and fears. Their actions were low-key yet efficient, like gentle streams beginning to nourish the world. People started to realize that these superpowered youths were not all potential threats. They could also symbolize hope and assistance. Sparks gradually transformed from a somewhat wary label into a title brimming with potential. However, not all sparks could smoothly integrate. Some awakened individuals with special abilities or unstable dispositions faced exclusion in the secular world or were targeted by nefarious organizations, opting for concealment or straying onto the wrong path. Among them, a young man who called himself Shadow Flame caught attention. He could absorb and transform others' negative emotions into a fleeting yet powerful shadow energy. Unable to control this ability, he had unintentionally harmed friends and family, eventually fleeing his hometown and getting lost in the underground world. Remnants of the Doomsday sect found him attempting to exploit his pain and power as a new ritual spark. Lin En sensed the inner turmoil and pain of Shadow Flame along with that dangerous shadow energy. He did not intervene directly, but relayed the information to AI Law and Kai's team. "This is your trial," Lin En told them. "Go find him, not to capture, but to understand, to guide. Let him see that his pain can be transformed into a protective power, not a seed of destruction." This was a daunting task. After some twists and turns, AI Law and Kai's team finally found Shadow Flame in a desolate industrial area, seduced by the Doomsday sect and nearly consumed by negative emotions. A clash of ideals and abilities unfolded amidst the ruins. AI Law foresaw Shadow Flame losing control and causing a tragedy, while Kai sensed the deep, bottomless sadness and loneliness wrapped in his anger. They chose not to confront forcefully. Instead, Kai bravely approached and used his empathy to forcibly share a portion of Shadow Flame's overwhelming negative emotions, allowing him a brief return to rationality. AI Law then transmitted the horrific future she had seen directly into Shadow Flame's mind. This is not what you want. Your power should not become a tool for those who would exploit you." Shadow Flame looked at the scene of destruction he had caused in his mind, and upon feeling Kai's sincere, yet weary gaze after sharing the pain, his inner defenses finally crumbled. The shadow energy within him surged violently, ultimately not exploding, but flowing out like tears dissipating into the air. He collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Kai's team successfully brought him back to the Hall of Glimmer. Though the path ahead remained long, a potentially fallen spark, this successful mission greatly inspired the young sparks and demonstrated to the outside world the value and potential of this new force. A spark has already begun to blaze into a conflagration. A veneer of tranquility endured for months. The Guanxing clan did not re-emerge. The Shanghai Jisheng fell silent, and the Guiwang sect appeared to withdraw into concealment. Dichio enjoyed a rare stretch free from major supernatural crises. National governments and the Fushu's Lianming tightened their cooperation. The Pingenki network was preliminarily established, and the structure of global reality steadied. The Huahua began to integrate more broadly into society, showing a constructive side. Yet Lin En's brow tightened ever so slightly. He stood at an observation post on the Weidu Jianxi, gazing down upon Dichio. In his sight, the planet's life radiance was indeed brighter and more stable, yet the environs around it were growing strangely crowded and turbid. The gray shadow that embodied the Guiwang had not receded. Like a patient hunter, it gathered on a more distant orbit, congealing into something denser and more substantial. The deep blue pinprick that represented Shanghai remained silent, but its source, the ancient consciousness slumbering in the depths of the Mariana Hegu Mariana Trench, seemed to stir, its dreaming rippling with ominous eddies. Malignant hues from other dimensions that had only been peering in before began to sharpen. They even extended intangible tendrils at times, gingerly probing Dickius dimensional barriers, as if searching for weakness. Farther out, several predatory currents of consciousness previously unnoticed seemed drawn to Dickius' lantern, its light growing ever brighter against the cosmic dark, and were altering their courses. A storm gathered on the horizon. Lin En knew that earlier crises, whether Lungjing or the Guiwang sect, had felt more like internal strife or the strike of a single external force. What lay ahead for Dichio, and for him, might be a compound tempest assault from multiple quarters, driven by disparate motives and taking forms yet unknown. He returned to the Fushu's base and summoned the core members. "The calm may be drawing to a close," Lin En said bluntly, sharing the results of his observations. "We may soon be forced into multi-front operations. Our enemies might come from the starry void, from the deep sea, from beyond dimensions, or even from the timeline itself." The atmosphere turned instantly grave. "We need a more robust global defense and emergency response system." Maidaway immediately grasped the severity of the situation. "Not merely defense," Seatak's eyes flashed with the thrill of challenge. "We need a proactive intelligence network, a fleet capable of interstellar navigation, and specialized task forces tailored to threats of differing natures. Kamataiji will reinforce all dimensional nodes and attempt to establish contact with relatively friendly dimensional entities," Sitalanki declared. "Wakanda's technology and forces can be committed to any front at a moment's notice," Takala said firmly. Lin En looked at his resolute companions and felt a measure of relief. He raised his hand, and a phantom of Dichio hovered in his palm, circled by points of light that represented the various threats. "Then begin preparations." His voice was calm, yet possessed an undeniable force. "This is not a war that can be easily concluded. It will be the rite of passage that we, as Dickius civilization, now standing upon the cosmic stage, must confront for our survival and dignity." His gaze deepened, as if he could already see the swell about to sweep the star sea. "The storm approaches, but we are no longer who we once were. The chill of the Greenland ice sheet has yet to fully fade from the memories of mankind, yet a new threat looms like the sword of Damocles suspended in the sky. This is not a secret ritual, nor a whisper from dimensions. This time, it is an unmasked declaration of steel. A massive wedge-shaped battleship large enough to obscure a significant portion of the city's skyline abruptly tore through the clouds hovering above New York. Its entire body was a dark, dull bronze covered in menacing ram horns and energy cannon arrays. Rather than a spaceship, it resembled a mobile fortress armed to the teeth. A thick, unsettling dark red beam projected from its underside akin to the gaze of a giant beast scrutinizing its prey. There was no warning, no communication request. A devastating scarlet energy pulse was fired from the battleship's main cannon, not directed at densely populated areas, but striking directly at the island where the Statue of Liberty stood. Boom! The tremendous explosion reverberated throughout New York Harbor. The Statue of Liberty, along with its pedestal, was instantaneously vaporized in the blinding red light, leaving only a crystalline pit that emitted wisps of smoke. The sea surface evaporated, unleashing towering waves. This was a display of power, a trampling of a symbol of civilization, cold and efficient. High-dimensional energy barrier detected. All our attacks are being deflected or absorbed. The S-H-I-E-L-D command center was thrown into chaos. The Avengers launched a full assault. Iron Man's pulse cannon, War Machine's missiles, even the thunder summoned by Thor struck against that dark red energy barrier only to create ripples that vanished without a trace. The barrier seemingly could absorb and transform any form of energy attack. The battleship's broadcasting system, with a tone that was mechanically translated cold and filled with contempt, transmitted a message to the entire Earth: inferior civilization. We are the Nash Empire, conquerors of the seventh star domain. This planet and its resources are now marked as the property of the Empire. You have two choices: unconditional surrender, integrate into the Empire, and contribute your labor and genes. Or the broadcast paused, seemingly savoring the global panic. Be completely purified. Holographic projections unfolded above major cities, displaying horrific images of the Nash Empire's fleet destroying other planets. Cities melting, oceans boiling, crust shattering. Panic spread like a plague. Lin En stood atop the Avengers base, gazing at the enormous battleship above New York. His gaze was calm, not stirred by the enemy's atrocities, but akin to a doctor observing a sample of a new virus. He could see the essence of that energy barrier, a complex system that instantaneously transferred and dispersed attacking energy through high-dimensional technology. It was not absolutely invincible, but its technological level far surpassed Earth's current understanding. They are not here to negotiate. Lin En's voice resonated through the core channel, stabilizing everyone's emotions. They are here to conquer. Demonstrating power and instilling fear is their standard procedure. What do we do then? We can't even scratch their skin. Rhodey shouted anxiously over the comms. Violent resistance is currently the most ineffective choice, Lin En analyzed. Their technology is based on a physical rule application we have yet to comprehend. Forcing a breakthrough would require a far greater expenditure of energy than they possess, leading to losses that outweigh the gains. Are we just going to watch them flaunt their power? Steve gripped his shield, his tone heavy. No. Lin En's form began to blur, energy radiating around him. They have displayed their power. Now it is time for us to respond with our existence. He did not fly towards New York, but slowly ascended, hovering. He closed his eyes not to gather destructive energy, but to connect his consciousness more deeply with the life force of the planet beneath him. He was no longer an individual, but had become the spokesperson for billions of years of Earth's life history. In the next moment, an invisible, intangible, yet immense will felt clearly by every conscious being on the planet, gently and firmly spread out from Lin En. This will contain no hostility, no fear, only a vast, undeniable declaration of existence. It encompassed the stirrings of the first single-celled organisms in the primordial ocean, the wildness and grandeur of the age of dinosaurs, the spark of intelligence, when humans first used tools, the emotional sediment of all love, courage, creativity, and sacrifice, as well as the resilience following every failure and every gaze at the starry sky. This was not merely history, it was a magnificent hymn formed from the process of Earth's life itself. This will penetrated the Nash battleship's energy barrier, disregarding any physical defenses, directly affecting the depths of each Nash invader's consciousness. Inside the battleship, the originally cold and efficient Imperial soldiers momentarily froze in their action. Their brains, filled with the Empire's dogma and desire for conquest, were forcibly inundated with unfamiliar, yet shocking experiences. The warmth of a mother's embrace, the joy of success, the pain of loss, the shock of art, the yearning for the unknown. These emotions and processes, deemed as weak symbols of inferior civilization by the Empire, surged like the fiercest tidal wave crashing against their solid mental world. Some soldiers with slightly weaker minds began to vomit, feel dizzy, and even fell into brief states of consciousness confusion. They could not comprehend why a form of weapon could evoke such an overwhelming and irresistible feeling. The battleship's commander, a battle-hardened general with an iron will, suddenly covered his forehead, his eyes flashing with a rare confusion. He saw the grasslands of his long-forgotten home planet, heard the song of his long-departed mother. What kind of sorcery is this? He growled, his voice tinged with a hint of unrecognized wavering. Lin En floated in the air, slowly opening his. In his pupils, what reflected was no longer the starry sky, but the vibrant flow of the entire history of life on Earth. He did not utter a single word. Yet the entire Earth and that arrogant invading battleship received his crystal-clear message. We exist here. Our history, our emotions, our process constitute the inviolable territory we possess. Conquest and destruction are blasphemies against the greatest miracle of the universe. Depart. Inside the Nosh battleship, the brief chaos was swiftly suppressed by strict military discipline. The soldiers rid themselves of the lingering echoes of useless emotions, placing their hands back on the control panels, yet an indescribable sense of unease spread silently among the silent fleet members like a virus. General Carlos forced himself to dispel the illusions of his hometown from his mind, rage burning in his chest. It was not fear of death, but an extreme anger at the disturbance of his own will and the challenge to the Empire's dignity. Inferior mental pollution, he roared into the communication channel, his voice twisted by the intense anger. Lock onto the energy source. It's that glowing object. Use the reality anchoring cannon. I want to completely erase it from the physical realm. At the bottom of the battleship, a highly complex cannon surrounded by eerie blue arcs of electricity began to rotate and charge. This was not a traditional energy weapon. It did not fire destructive beams, but rather a corrective force aimed at the stability of reality, capable of nullifying the binding force of fundamental particles in the target area or shearing its spatial coordinates from the current universe. This was a weapon that touched the underlying rules of the universe, one of the trump cards on the Nosh Empire's path to conquest. Detected super high-dimensional energy level response. Type unknown. Unable to analyze. Stark watched the wildly fluctuating data in the laboratory, his face turning pale. Jarvis' simulation indicates that our universe may not be able to withstand the aftershocks of such an attack. Just as the reality anchoring cannon was about to fire, Lin made his move. He did not choose to withstand it. That could cause unpredictable damage to Earth's spatial structure. He simply raised his right hand, gently waving it aside towards the massive battleship over New York, as if brushing away a speck of dust. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no burst of energy collision. Under the incredulous gaze of billions of people worldwide and the entire crew of the Nosh, the colossal wedge-shaped battleship, along with the surrounding space, appeared to be a painting gently rolled up by an invisible hand, exhibiting a visible illogical distortion. In the next moment, the entire battleship abruptly vanished. It was not invisibility, it was a true disappearance, instantly transferring from above New York. Almost simultaneously, far beyond the orbit of Mars in the cold void near the asteroid belt, the Nosh battleship was shaken out of a spatial pocket by an invisible giant hand, slightly awkward as it restabilized its body. The entire ship was dead silent. All instruments indicated that they had been moved over 200 million kilometers in an instant. In the command room, General Carlos stood frozen, his pupils dilating, his scarred face revealing a look of near terror for the first time. This power had already surpassed the realm of power he could comprehend. This was not a difference in energy levels, it was a difference in dimensions. The other side was not destroying them, but transporting them. Like a human moving an obstructive stone. Find the coordinates to return. Immediately, he commanded hoarsely, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Yet the navigator reported in despair, General, the spatial structure between us and the target planet has been solidified. Conventional jumps and sublight speed travel cannot penetrate. There is an invisible wall. Lin not only threw them out of the backyard, but also erected a fence around the yard. Earth Avengers base. The global panic burst like a popped balloon, instantly transforming into immense relief and disbelief. People saw through satellite images that the once mighty battleship was invited away. Cheers erupted in cities everywhere. How did he do that? The Falcon's mouth fell open. He is not fighting the battleship. Strange inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with awe for the supreme magic. He is modifying the spatial rules of their location. He performed a brief conceptual exchange between the space above New York and some space beyond Mars orbit. This is 1,000 times harder than simply destroying it. Banner murmured. It requires a godlike control over the structure of time and space. Stark gazed at Lin's calm figure on the screen, bitterly smiling as he shook his head. Alright, I now completely believe that he is not playing the same game as us. Lin slowly descended from the air, his expression still calm, as if he had just accomplished a trivial task. They cannot return for the time being. He said to the gathered companions, I have set up a process barrier at the edge of the inner space of the solar system. Any object carrying obvious hostility and attempting to forcefully intrude will be automatically repelled by the spatial rules. How long can this last? Captain America asked the crucial question. It depends on their technological breakthrough speed, and whether we can find the qualifications to communicate with them on equal terms. Lin looked up at the starry sky. The Nosh Empire is just the first. This barrier is our hard-won breathing space. He paused, his tone becoming solemn. We must use this time to find a civilization power that can allow Earth to stand in the universe aside from my personal. Lin En momentarily repelled the Kranash Empire with miraculous means, bringing not long-lasting peace, but a deeper sense of urgency. As he said, a process barrier cannot forever protect the infant in the cradle. Days later, the familiar Mercury-like silent stargazer ship reappeared in Earth's orbit, sending a concise message in light of the Grenache incident and the intervention of the harmonizer Lin En. In accordance with the basic guidelines for interstellar civilization contact, a temporary arbitration council will be formed under the neutral faction of the Stargazers, summoning representatives of Earth civilization to present and evaluate in the neutral zone at Nebula 7 outpost. The trial officially begins. The message was accompanied by a complex spatial coordinate and a lengthy set of rules. The so-called trial is not a martial competition, but a series of tests on the comprehensive strength of civilizations aimed at assessing whether the civilization is qualified to independently cope with cosmic-level risks and respect the cosmic ecology. If they fail, Earth will be designated as a protected regulated civilization with sovereignty severely restricted by the Interstellar Council. This is an invisible war concerning the dignity and future of civilization. At the Avengers headquarters, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense. The delegation for this diplomatic mission was quickly assembled. Chief Representative Captain America Steve Rogers, symbolizing the character and will of Earth civilization. Technology and strategy advisors, Tony Stark. Princess Su Rue, representing the pinnacle of Earth technology. Mysticism and Dimension advisor Dr. Strange, representing Earth's supernatural knowledge system. Civilization observer and recorder Bruce Banner. Ultimate assurance and unrevealed trump card Lin En, traveling as a consultant, refraining from action unless absolutely necessary. This is our own battle, Steve said to everyone before departure. We cannot forever rely on Lin En. We must prove to the universe that humanity possesses its own strength, wisdom, and value. Lin En looked at his spirited companions and nodded. He concealed all outward energy, appearing as an ordinary accompanying personnel standing at the back of the team. His presence was a stabilizing force and a silent warning to other civilizations. Through the temporary stargate provided by the Stargazers, the delegation arrived at the Nebula 7 outpost. It was a massive ring-shaped space station built within a magnificent nebula, blending the technology and aesthetics of various cosmic civilizations. The Arbitration Council consisted of representatives from the Stargazers, a few neutral technological civilizations, and, disturbingly, diplomats from the Grenache Empire. General Carlos did not attend, but the cold gaze of the Empire's diplomat remained fixated on the Earth representatives. The first trial was technology adaptability analysis. The Council provided a standardized, structurally complex energy core failure model requiring the Earth representatives to identify the problem and propose more than 3 solutions within a limited time. This was clearly an area where the Grenache Empire excelled, and they watched with anticipation. However, Tony and Su Rue demonstrated astonishing talent. Stark's boundless imagination combined with Su Rue's profound understanding of vibranium technology and energy matrices not only yielded 5 solutions within the allotted time, one of which even utilized a quantum chaos effect that the Council had not anticipated, causing the Stargazers' recording devices to flicker several times. The cold smile of the Grenache diplomat froze on his face. The second trial was exotic ecological crisis management simulation, simulating an invasion of a cosmic parasite that devours energy into the planetary ecosystem. This tested the civilization's crisis management, resource allocation, and spirit of sacrifice. Steve's leadership abilities, Banner's unique insights into gamma rays and biology, and Strange's use of magic for regional isolation cooperated seamlessly, delivering an almost perfect answer sheet showcasing Earth's resilience and collaborative capacity in crisis. The continuous excellent performance changed the way the neutral representatives viewed the Earthlings. However, the Grenache Empire would not concede easily. At their suggestion, a third trial was temporarily added: individual combat power and cultural value demonstration, ostensibly to evaluate the potential of individual members and the cultural uniqueness of the civilization, but in reality, it harbored malicious intent. We demand, the Grenache diplomat said coldly, to conduct a limited practical match with representatives of your civilization in order to assess more intuitively. Their gaze passed over Steve, over Stark, and directly landed on Lin En, who had remained silent at the back of the team. We wish to experience the strength of this consultant. All pressure instantly focused on Lin En. To act could be criticized as relying on personal strength, contradicting the trial's original intent. To refrain from acting could be seen as weakness, putting his companions in danger. Lin En slowly raised his head, calmly meeting the provocative gaze. The arena of the outpost is not a stage for blades clashing, but a holographic simulation environment filled with intricate sensors. The Nash Empire has dispatched their elite warrior, the blade breaker Zella. Her figure is lithe-clad in a streamlined power armor with hands equipped with high-frequency blades capable of tearing molecular chains, a killing machine meticulously crafted by the Empire. Her gaze is as cold as her blade, locking onto Lin En, who is slowly entering the arena. Rules: no lethal attacks. The match ends when one side loses combat ability or surrenders. The Arbiter of the Star Observers mechanically announces begin. Zella wastes no time, her form blurring as she transforms into a fleeting shadow, the high-frequency blade emitting a piercing hum as it lunges towards Lin En's throat. Her speed is so fast that it is barely perceptible, showcasing the extraordinary biological enhancement and equipment technology of the Empire. In the audience, Steve and others hold their breath. They believe in Lin En's strength, yet they cannot help but feel tense. Lin En does not move. He doesn't even look at the oncoming blade. At the very moment the blade tip is about to touch his skin, Zella's movements along with the cold expression on her face seem to be paused, completely frozen. It is not time that has stopped, for everyone outside can see and think. It is Zella's personal sense of time, space, and all perceptions of the external world that have been forcibly stripped away and infinitely elongated. In her consciousness, she feels as if she has fallen into an endless loop. Each attack draws closer to its target, yet can never truly reach it. She runs, but remains forever in place. She screams, but hears no sound. Her proud speed, strength, and combat skills lose all meaning in this bizarre realm. She is like an insect trapped in amber, every struggle appearing so futile and laughable. To the outside world, it merely looks as if Zella momentarily froze before the attack, her expression swiftly shifting from fierce to bewildered, and then to a barely perceptible fear, her body trembling slightly, yet unable to make any effective movements. Lin En still stands in place as if he has done nothing at all. He did not unleash the power of a million stars, did not distort space, nor did he release a hint of energy fluctuation. He simply utilized his profound understanding of the realm of consciousness and relative time and space, creating an utterly despairing mental cage for Zella. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Cold sweat streamed down Zella's face as her body began to tremble uncontrollably, a sign of her mind teetering on the edge of collapse. Enough, Lin En said softly, his voice not loud, but resonating clearly throughout the arena. The confinement was lifted. Zella gasped sharply as if a drowning person had been saved, staggering back a few steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. The gaze she directed at Lin En was filled with unprecedented fear, as if she were looking at an incomprehensible cosmic phenomenon. The high-frequency blade in her hand clattered to the ground. The arena fell silent. The Nash diplomat's face turned ashen, utterly unable to comprehend what had The instruments detected no energy explosions, no physical interference. How could his elite warrior have inexplicably lost combat ability? This is far more terrifying and humiliating than being blasted away by an energy beam. What kind of sorcery is this? He shouted in a loss of composure. Lin En ignored him and turned to the arbitration council calmly, stating, his voice transmitted through the translation system, power is not solely a form of destruction. Understanding, control, and guidance are manifestations of a higher level of power. Earth's civilization respects life, seeking to minimize harm even in conflict. Our cultural values lie in the reverence for the process of life and maintaining humility and an exploratory spirit towards the unknown. He paused, casting his gaze over the Nash representatives. As for individual combat power, if your side believes that the previous display was not intuitive enough, I wouldn't mind demonstrating in a manner more aligned with your aesthetic preferences. His tone remained calm, but the weight of his words caused an invisible pressure to envelop the entire arbitration council. The Nash diplomat opened his mouth, but ultimately could not utter a word. He had no doubt that if he insisted on a more intuitive method, this advisory consultant from Earth truly had the capability to dismantle their outpost, as if it were a toy on a physical level. The representative of the Star Observers spoke for the first time, data streams flashing rapidly in their silver eyes. The response method of individual Lin En has been recorded. The demonstration of control over consciousness and time-space exceeds conventional evaluation standards. Earth civilization has performed excellently in the individual potential and cultural uniqueness categories. The practical sparring ended in a manner no one had anticipated. The Earth delegation scored another victory in the invisible clash, where Lin En subdued an opponent without fighting. The Earth civilization passed 3 hurdles in the arbitration council, especially Lin En's unfathomable invisible duel, which greatly altered the perspectives of various factions. Representatives of the neutral civilizations began to actively engage with Steve Stark and others to explore the possibilities of cooperation in technology and culture. Although the Nash Empire remained hostile, the demeanor of their diplomats was evidently subdued, and their subsequent difficulties appeared to lack confidence. However, just as everything seemed to be going smoothly, Lin En's perception detected a hint of discord hidden beneath the polished surface of the council. Not from the Nash Empire, as that hostility was overt. This undercurrent was more secretive, more ancient. It lingered deep within the energy core of the space station, resonating faintly with certain abandoned data channels. It was a strange fluctuation carrying the unique coldness of the deep sea mingled with a kind of mechanical chill. The dream rift of the mother of the star sea. The abyssal consciousness. Their influence penetrates deeper than we imagine. Lin En whispered to Strange and Stark in the lounge. This seemingly neutral council is not as united as it appears. Some factions are exploiting the resources here for schemes unknown to us. Strange closed his eyes for a moment, sensing something, his brow furrowed. It's vague, but it certainly exists. A frequency similar to summoning, yet distinctly different. It is copying or learning the technologies and energy patterns here. Stark pulled up a structural diagram of the space station that he had secretly scanned, pointing to several nodes where the energy flow was unnatural. The energy consumption at these locations is abnormal, inconsistent with the publicly available operation logic of the facilities. It seems to be supporting some hidden project. Just then the delegation received an urgent encrypted communication. The sender was Era and Kai from the Glimmer Hall. Mr. Lin, esteemed seniors, Era's holographic image appeared urgent. The global spark network has detected anomalies. It's not an external attack, it's an internal resonance. A portion of the newly awakened sparks with abilities leaning towards spiritual perception or energy simulation are experiencing a bizarre synchronization in their ability fields. It's as if an external master frequency is forcibly guiding them, attempting to erase their individual characteristics and integrate them into a unified signal source. Kai added, "We attempted to interfere, but that frequency is very cunning, using the spark's own energy to proliferate and disguise itself. Its ultimate goal is unclear, but it feels ominous, filled with a cold sense of engulfment." As the information gathered, a chilling hypothesis emerged: the force hidden in the shadows of the Interstellar Council might have goals beyond the Council itself. It was trying to remotely harvest or assimilate the newly awakened supernatural powers on Earth, the sparks. This is no longer an overt civil trial, but a more insidious plunder targeting the future potential of Earth. "We must immediately end the trials here and return to Earth," Steve decisively declared. Lin En shook his head, his gaze sharp. "Leaving now would mean admitting we cannot cope with this level of crisis, and our previous efforts will be significantly undermined. Moreover, without identifying the source here, Earth will never know peace." He looked at Stark and Strange. "Tony, Steven, you stay and assist Steve in completing the final defense. Stabilize the Council, especially keeping a close watch on Nash and those points of energy anomaly." "What about you?" Stark asked. Lin En's figure began to fade, merging with the surrounding space. "I will leave an information mirror here to maintain the facade." His voice became ethereal. "My true self needs to go visit the source of that undercurrent. At the same time, some seeds need to be sown in advance." In the next moment, his figure completely disappeared. He did not leave the space station, but rather infiltrated silently towards the core area of that energy anomaly in a state beyond conventional detection. Meanwhile, a barely perceptible spiritual imprint containing Lin En's understanding of process and balance crossed the spatial distance, precisely merging into the life crystal at the center of Earth's Glimmer Hall. The crystal trembled slightly, its emitted light becoming warmer and more vibrant. Kai and others immediately felt a cool and resolute will flow through their hearts as the cold frequency attempting to synchronize them seemed to encounter an invisible wall, its influence significantly weakened. In the Nebula 7 space station, beneath its glamorous exterior lies a labyrinth of energy conduits and Lin En's existence has transformed into an information phantom that transcends conventional physical perception, tracing the hidden abnormal fluctuations that blend the chill of the deep sea with mechanical coldness, navigating through the crevices of space and the dark rivers of data. In the area he traverses, surveillance cameras briefly display snowflakes for mere nanoseconds, and energy readings experience a minuscule tremor that is negligible, as if merely a normal background noise of the system. He is not invisible. Rather, he has adjusted his frequency to a blind spot that the majority of the current universe's monitoring technologies cannot detect. The deeper he ventures into the core maintenance layer of the space station, the more pronounced the dissonant eeriness becomes. The energy flow of normal Imperial technology or Star Watcher creations adheres to a rigorous and efficient logic. Yet here the energy flow is mixed with a viscous impurity that seems to writhe, as if it possesses life, clinging to the main energy system, like parasites silently extracting nutrients and undergoing a certain transformation. Finally, within Lin En's perception, the source of the abnormal fluctuations became clear. It is not located in a public laboratory or warehouse, but is cleverly parasitized at a redundant backup node within the core energy transfer hub of the space station. This node is theoretically in a semi-dormant state, rarely inspected, making it a perfect hiding place. Lin En, like insubstantial smoke, penetrated layers of physical isolation and energy barriers, entering this forgotten corner. The sight before him made even the well-informed Lin En feel a tinge of gravity. This place no longer resembles the interior of a technological creation, but rather resembles a grotesque fusion nest of biology and machinery. Tumor-like organic tissues cling to the cold metal pipes and crystal conduits, pulsing slowly, emitting a faint cold glow reminiscent of deep-sea phosphorescence. At the center of these tissues is a core composed of pure ethereal blue energy, constantly shifting in form. Within the core, countless tiny tortured faces can be faintly seen, silently screaming. These are fragments of consciousness that have been forcibly extracted, imprisoned, and transformed. Among them are some freshly awakened, still quite tender sparks of mental imprint. The energy core extends countless delicate tendrils, greedily sucking massive energy, diverted from the main energy conduit of the space station, mixing it with those polluted fragments of consciousness to refine a new, highly unstable dark energy. A person dressed in the uniform of a low-level Star Watcher technician, yet with hollow, lifeless eyes and slightly stiff movements, is recording data at the control station. He has evidently been deeply controlled. As expected, Lin En understood. This is not the ritual of the voice of the deep sea attempting to awaken ancient entities. This is a more efficient, colder technique of energy and consciousness plundering. Some force is secretly utilizing the resources of the space station to cultivate something, or rather replicate something. He recalled the frequencies of replication and learning mentioned by Strange. This ethereal blue core is mimicking the energy patterns of the space station, while also learning the characteristics of the devoured consciousness attempting to disguise itself as part of the space station and even the Earth's life field. What is its ultimate goal? Lin En refrained from acting rashly. Destroying this node would not be difficult, but it would alert the underlying mastermind, allowing them to hide even deeper. He needs more information. He sent out a thread of extremely subtle consciousness, like a virus cautiously bypassing the core's potential defensive mechanisms, attempting to touch those imprisoned, not yet fully assimilated spark fragments of consciousness. In an instant, fragmented memories and extreme terror flooded in. Cold tendrils, forcibly invading the mind, extracting all warm feelings. A massive emotionless well. Watching, recording, learning, target, assimilation nursery, replacing harmonizer, becoming the new cornerstone. Information abruptly ceased, the thread of consciousness dissipating completely after conveying key information. Lin En's gaze turned utterly cold. Assimilation nursery, replacing harmonizer. This hidden force's ambitions far exceed his expectations. They are not merely seeking to plunder energy, they wish to fundamentally replace the Earth's life field and usurp his position as the harmonizer. Just as he was analyzing this information, the ethereal blue core seemed to sense an extremely subtle disturbance, and the pulsating frequency underwent an imperceptible change. The control technician suddenly turned his head, his hollow eyes looking in the direction Lin En was stealthily moving, and although he could not truly see him, a sense of being locked onto emerged. Exposed. Lin En decisively withdrew his main consciousness instantaneously, but before leaving, he did something extremely clandestine. He implanted a trace of his process concept like a dormant seed, quietly embedding it deep within the energy structure of the ethereal blue core. This will not immediately destroy it, but it will become an unexpected variable at a critical moment. In the next moment, his consciousness receded from this parasitic node, like a retreating tide reintegrating into the complex background information flow of the space station. Almost simultaneously as he departed, a sharp alarm echoed throughout the entire energy hub area. A multitude of security robots and startled technicians surged towards the redundant node. Lin En's information mirror slowly opened its eyes in the delegation's lounge, meeting the questioning gazes of Stark and Strange. "We found the mouse hole," he said calmly, though his tone carried a hint of coldness, "and moreover they've been stealing not just food, but also want to claim the kitchen as their own." The space station's emergency alarms did not disturb the final defense of the civilization trial held in the council hall at the core district. The atmosphere remained solemn and austere, yet undercurrents roiled beneath the surface. The representative of the Kunasher Empire wore a hint of schadenfreude, as if expecting some unfolding disorder. The topic of the final defense was on sustainable development pathways for lower civilizations when confronted with cosmic-level threats. It was an open question riddled with traps. It required Earth's delegates not only to present their present strength, but to paint a believable future blueprint, one that did not depend on external forces, especially Lin En, and that could endure and grow over the long term. Sure Difu Luo Jesse stood at the lectern, his posture as erect as a pine. He carried no electronic devices, there was only himself and his conviction. Honorable arbiters, his voice steady and resonant through the hall, the Earth civilization admits we are young. On the cosmic scale, perhaps we truly are lower. We have endured countless internal wars, disasters, and divisions. We have committed innumerable mistakes. He acknowledged their faults with candor, and a few neutral delegates inclined their heads. But it is precisely those mistakes, that suffering, those repeated rebuildings from the ruins, that have forged our civilization's core strengths. The capacity to learn, the resilience to adapt, and the vital will that refuses to relinquish hope even in the darkest abyss. He recounted how humanity emerged from the shadow of the Black Death into the Renaissance, how it built the United Nations from the traumas of 2 world wars, and how it reached for the stars beneath the pall of nuclear threat. We will not place the survival of our species entirely upon any individual, no matter how mighty. We cherish Mr. Lin En as one of our own, a miracle born of our civilization's process, but he is a precious value we must jointly protect on our future path, not the lone pillar upon which we depend. He gestured towards Sita Kusu Rue Ban, Na Site Lan Chi. Our scientists pry open the universe's mysteries, our engineers forge bridges to the stellar seas, our philosophers and artists enrich the meanings of life, and our superpowered ones are learning to wield power in defense rather than destruction. At the heart of the sustainable development path we propose lies an attitude of openness to learn all advanced knowledge and technology in the universe, an independent spirit to construct autonomous defense and exploration systems, a magnanimous willingness to exchange and cooperate with all benevolent civilizations, and an unwavering will to defend our right to choose our own process. He offered no detailed technical schematics, knowing such specifics might appear naive before higher civilizations. What he presented was the civilization's inner drive and core values. We may fail and even face the brink of annihilation, but as long as this indomitable spark, the pursuit of progress and the reverence for process, remains, a light Earth civilization will always possess the roots of sustainability. Sure Difu Luo Jesus' address contained no flowery language, no grandiose promises, only a plain and powerful sincerity grounded in history. After him, Sitaku expanded on plans for diversifying Earth's technological tree and forming contingency alliances. Su Rue explained Wakanda's intention to contribute portions of its Jinjin technology and ecological wisdom to the world. Site Lan Chi expressed Ka Matai Jai's commitment to safeguarding dimensional balance and its willingness to engage with friendly magical civilizations. Throughout the defense, the Earth delegation displayed not arrogant might, but a mature, self-aware, and hopeful civilization. The Kunashur representative attempted to interject several times only to be restrained by the Guangxingzhou arbiters with the admonition that this was the presentation phase and to remain silent. At last, all presentations concluded. The arbitration council entered a brief deliberation. The air grew so heavy it seemed to drip. The Earth delegates appeared outwardly calm, but were inwardly anxious. They had done their utmost, yet the final judgment lay in the hands of those strangers from alien civilizations whose modes of thought might be utterly different. Lin En's information mirror sat quietly in a corner. His original consciousness had already returned and merged with the mirror. He perceived the energy exchanges and transmissions among the council members and remained silent. After a long pause, the representative of the Guangxingzhou rose. Silver eyes swept over the Earth delegation, lingered on Lin En for a moment, then addressed everyone in a flat, matter-of-fact tone based on a comprehensive assessment of Earth civilization's technological potential, crisis response, cultural values, individual capacities, and future development pathway. The Arbitration Council, by majority vote, passes the resolution recognizing Earth civilization as possessing independent, autonomous, interstellar civilization status free from external governance. This resolution will be recorded in the chronicles of interstellar civilizations and communicated to the relevant star regions. The trial is concluded. In an instant, an indescribable joy surged through every member of the Earth delegation. Sure Difu Luo Jesse clenched his fist. Sitako exhaled a long breath. Ban Na adjusted his glasses with excitement. They had done it. Without relying on Lin En's direct martial intervention, they had, by the civilization's own comprehensive strength, won preliminary recognition from the cosmic community. Yet Lin En's face bore little joy. His gaze passed beyond the celebrating crowd to the council hall's exterior toward the deep, secret-laden starry sky. The civilization's trial had been temporarily passed, but the true storm was only beginning to gather. The success of the civilization trial earned Earth a precious independent status and a moment to breathe. The delegation, filled with the joy of victory and the weight of responsibility, embarked on their journey back to Earth through the Stargate of the Star Watchers. Inside the Stargate passage, the twisted spacetime was bizarre and surreal. A stable flow of energy enveloped the delegation's small spacecraft, racing towards the solar system. However, just as the spacecraft was about to exit the passage and enter the outskirts of the solar system, an anomaly struck. The entire passage began to shake violently without warning. The surrounding energy flow turned chaotic and unstable, as if an invisible giant hand was violently stirring the fabric of space. Warning: encountering unknown spatial turbulence. The stability of the Stargate passage is plummeting. The ship's AI issued a sharp alarm. This isn't turbulence. Stark stared intently at the sensor screen, which showed that the barriers of the passage were being forcibly torn apart by some external force. It's a man-made interference. Something is attacking the passage. Lin En suddenly opened his eyes, stars swirling in his gaze. His perception instantly penetrated the hull of the spacecraft, extending beyond into the turbulent passage. He saw 3 menacingly designed assault ships, their paint schemes starkly different from that of the main fleet of the Nash Empire, exuding a sense of secrecy and malice, arranged in a triangular formation, hovering near the exit of the Stargate. Their ship bows extended large drill-like devices that continuously injected chaotic space-time interference energy into the passage. They are the special forces of the Nash Empire. Unable to openly violate the Council's resolutions, they chose to carry out a despicable ambush on the return journey of the delegation. Creating an accident during spatial travel is the best way to cover up their crimes. The passage is about to collapse. We will be thrown into an unknown dimension or torn apart by spatial forces. The pilot shouted in terror. Steady, Steve shouted, but in the face of such a catastrophic spatial disaster, personal bravery felt utterly powerless. Strange moved his hands rapidly, the light of the seraphim ring illuminating, trying to stabilize the space around the spacecraft, but the overall trend of the passage's collapse far exceeded his personal limits. Golden magical runes flickered uncertainly under the violent tearing of space. Just at this critical moment, Lin En acted. He did not leave his seat, merely raising his right hand, fingers spread, then slowly clenching. As if the rhythm of the universe paused for a moment. Under the terrified gaze of the pilots of the 3 Nash assault ships, the space-time interference drill at the bows of their ships, capable of tearing apart small planets, unleashed a torrent of chaotic energy that, just before touching the Stargate passage, collided with an imperceptible wall, not blocked, but forcibly distorted, compressed, and then rebounded. No. The commander of the assault ship barely had time to issue a desperate howl before witnessing the energy unleashed by their own warship, potent enough to annihilate the passage, rebound in a more concentrated and ferocious manner, instantly engulfing their ship's body. Boom, boom, boom. 3 massive fireballs of energy silently exploded in the quiet universe like 3 fleeting flowers of death. The Nash assault fleet was turned to cosmic dust under their own unleashed attack. Meanwhile, the collapsing Stargate passage was forcibly smoothed by a gentle yet irresistible force. All signs of shaking and tearing vanished in an instant. The energy flow stabilized even smoother than before. The spacecraft of the Earth delegation shook slightly, and then smoothly sailed out of the Stargate's exit, revealing the familiar solar system, the blue home planet visible in the distance. Inside the spacecraft, there was a deathly silence. Everyone looked at Lin En as if for the first time truly grasping the meaning of cosmic-level power. He sat there, even his posture unchanged, yet with a mere gesture he resolved a dimensional crisis and made the enemy suffer the consequences of their actions. They crossed the line. Lin En retracted his hand, speaking calmly, as if he had merely swatted a few annoying flies. I hope the Nash Empire enjoys this gift. His tone remained flat, yet everyone could sense the cold anger and absolute authority hidden beneath that calmness. This time Lin En was no longer merely a guardian. He revealed his fangs. The news of the Earth delegation's safe return, along with Lin En's countermeasure against the ambushing fleet of Clan Ash on the way back, although not made public, spread quietly among certain high-ranking officials and interstellar observers. This brought about a subtle deterrent effect. However, Lin En was well aware that a single act of intimidation was not sufficient. A civilization like the Clan Ash Empire, built on conquest and plunder, would never give up due to a single failure. They were like hyenas in the universe, patiently waiting, seeking the next opportunity. A more profound and incomprehensible reminder must be given to them. At Lin En's behest, a highly confidential operation quietly commenced. Days later, in the military command headquarters of the Clan Ash Empire's capital star, the Supreme Commander General Carlos was listening to a report on intelligence regarding Earth, his face dark with fury. The failure of the ambush not only resulted in the loss of 3 precious special assault ships, but also turned the Empire into a minor laughingstock in the Interstellar Council. In summary, the strength assessment of the target individual Lin En needs to be raised again, and it is recommended to classify him as a cosmic constant level threat, postponing any direct military actions and adopting long-term infiltration. And the intelligence officer read the report cautiously. Suddenly, all the lights in the command center dimmed abruptly, then returned to normal. Yet in an instant, all holographic star maps, data screens, and communication channels were forcibly switched. The screen no longer displayed the Empire's military deployment map, but instead revealed a deep and slowly rotating starry sky. In the center of the starry sky was the home planet of the Clan Ash Empire, surrounded by its defensive fleet space stations and planetary orbital cannons. Everything was clearly marked as if it were toy models. A calm, processed voice, indiscernible in origin, echoed in standard Imperial language throughout the dead silence of the command center, Clan Ash Empire. The voice paused, seemingly giving them time to process the information. Your coordinates, your power, your ambitions are all under scrutiny. As the voice continued, the image on the screen began to change. The light point representing the Empire's home planet was gently nudged by an invisible force, deviating slightly from its original trajectory on the star map, then returning to its position. Next, the light point representing the Empire's proud, endless blade fleet stationed in orbit around the capital star disappeared, as if erased by an eraser, only to reappear in its original position the next moment. Throughout the entire process, there was no energy explosion, no physical logic to speak of. It was as if an omnipotent deity was casually manipulating the pieces on a chessboard. Survival and destruction do not depend on how many warships you possess or how many planets you control. Rather, it depends on whether you understand. Reverence. Revere life, revere the process, revere the existence you cannot comprehend. Do not say you were not warned. The voice vanished. All screens in the command center instantly returned to normal, as if everything that had just happened was merely a collective illusion. Yet no one believed it was an illusion. General Carlos stood frozen in place, cold sweat beading on his forehead, the military uniform on his back. He fixated on the now normal star map, displaying the Empire's territories, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, causing a jolt of pain. He keenly felt the disparity. It was not merely a technological gap, but a difference in dimensions. The other party could so easily, in ways they could not comprehend at all, simulate the relocation of their home planet and the erasure and restoration of their fleet. This implied that if the other party truly wished, they could accomplish all of this without them even noticing. This was an absolute and despairing suppressive power that transcended all their warfare logic. Send the orders. Carlos' voice was hoarse and dry. All military action plans against the Earth civilization in the solar system are indefinitely postponed. All intelligence gathering levels are to be raised to the highest, but any form of proactive provocation is strictly prohibited. He slumped down in his chair as if he had aged significantly in an instant. This time Lin En's silent warning truly touched upon the deepest fears within this iron-blooded empire. For the first time, they realized that some existences were beyond their civilization's capacity to confront. After repelling the direct threat of the Nash Empire and leaving a sufficiently deep warning, Lin En turned his attention back to the inner workings of Earth, as well as the long-term threat of an enemy hidden in the shadows of the Interstellar Council. In the depths of the glimmering hall, core members, including Lin En, Stark, Strange, T'Challa, Su Rue Banner, and Captain America gathered. The central holographic projection displayed data collected from the parasitic node at the space station along with ongoing monitoring reports from Elikai and others regarding the global spark network's abnormal resonance. According to the information and analysis Lin En brought back, Stark pointed at the simulation of the Azure core. This force that calls itself the Cornerstone has a very bizarre technological tree, blending biology, energy, consciousness control, and even dimensional technology. Their goal is not destruction, but assimilation and replacement. They are trying to replicate Earth's life field and usurp Lin En's position as the harmonizer. This means they may possess some kind of technology that steals or simulates the laws of the universe. This is more dangerous than facing 10 Nash empires, T'Challa said solemnly. They are attacking the very foundation of our existence. Lin En nodded. Cornerstone. This name is very fitting. They want to become the new cornerstone of the universe. The node at the space station is merely a probe or learning terminal. The true mastermind must be hidden deeper. He looked at everyone. The threat of the Nash has been temporarily resolved, but we have no time to celebrate. We must immediately initiate a long-term strategy to counter the Cornerstone. I call it the Lighthouse Project. 1. Deepen the global defense network. We cannot solely rely on his personal process barrier. We must accelerate the comprehensive construction of the balancer network, integrating it deeply with the defense systems of various countries, the magical barriers of Kamartaj, and Wakanda's vibranium technology, to form a multi-layered defense system capable of warning against and resisting various forms of invasion. Physical energy, dimensional consciousness. 2. Accelerate spark cultivation and integration. Spark is a manifestation of the vitality of Earth's life field, and also the target coveted by the Cornerstone. We must expedite the cultivation system of the Glimmering Hall, not only teaching them to control their abilities, but also guiding them to understand the connection between their abilities and the Earth's life field, becoming living nodes to defend against consciousness invasions. At the same time, we will explore new combat methods that combine spark abilities with technology and magic. 3. Proactive intelligence and counterattacks. We cannot wait for the Cornerstone to strike again. We need to form a special deep space recon team composed of elite Spark's top scientists and masters of mysticism, utilizing the spatial coordinates and energy characteristics provided by Lin En to take the initiative and search for other strongholds of the Cornerstone and even its headquarters. 4. Civilizational diplomatic alliances. Utilizing the newly acquired independent civilization status, we will actively establish deeper intelligence, sharing, and cooperative relationships with relatively friendly interstellar forces like the Stargazers to jointly counter the Cornerstone of force threatening the cosmic ecology. This will be a long war unfolding on multiple levels simultaneously. Our advantage lies in the fact that we are safeguarding our inherent existence and process, which is the most natural and powerful force in the universe. The assimilation and replacement of the Cornerstone essentially goes against the current. The plan was unanimously approved. Everyone realized this was about the ultimate future of Earth civilization. The assimilation and replacement of the Cornerstone essentially goes against the current. The plan was unanimously approved. Everyone realized this was about the ultimate. He could sense the cold, predatory gaze from the Cornerstone, lurking like a malignant growth in the shadows of the star. At the same time, he also clearly perceived the vibrant, thriving, and infinitely possible process power of billions of lives on this planet beneath his feet, flowing like a gentle stream gathering into the sea. He stretched out his hand, as if trying to touch the distant stars and the earth beneath him. The lighthouse has been lit, he murmured softly, his gaze as firm as rock. No matter how turbulent the undercurrents, the light shall never extinguish. The blueprint of the Lighthouse Project was unanimously approved at the core meeting of the Micro Light Hall, but turning this grand vision into reality is another race against time, technology, and unknown threats. The technology integration team led by Stark and Su Rue established a real-time bidirectional data channel between Wakanda's underground supercomputing center and Stark's quantum laboratory. The superconductivity of vibranium technology and atomic-level manufacturing precision began an unprecedented deep integration with Stark Industries' modular adaptive AI systems. The challenge lies not in the hardware, Su Rue stated at the holographic workstation, lightly tapping his fingers to overlay a vibranium-woven energy flow diagram with the protective rune matrix of Kamartaj, but in the language of mutual translation. The energy flow of magical runes follows a specific grammar of intention in the universe, while our technology relies on physical laws and mathematical modeling. The principle of harmonization provided by Lin En is the only bridge. On the screen, golden rune lines and the ethereal vibranium energy network attempted to merge, yet a violent data clash and simulated energy howl erupted at the interface. Stop. Dr. Banner, wearing specially designed analytical glasses, focused on the energy waveform. Direct overlay won't work. Strange, we need more fundamental rune root data, not the complete protective spell. It's like we don't want an article, but rather the alphabet and basic grammar. Strange floated nearby, the seraphim circle, slowly rotating, casting finer, more primordial golden light threads. The Eye of Agamotto records the oldest protective runes, but they are highly bonded to the soul of the caster. Extracting them may result in a loss of potency. He attempted to extract a basic rune structure representing warding off malice. As that light thread left his magical influence, it immediately dimmed and became unstable. Use this. Lin En's voice echoed from behind them. A tiny point of light seemingly containing the process of stars being born and extinguished lingered around his fingertip. He gently flicked the point of light into the data stream at the workstation. A miracle occurred. The dim rune structure upon contact with Lin En's process power was not forcibly fixed or enhanced, rather it seemed to be infused with a unique rhythm and adaptability. It began to autonomously adjust its energy frequency, producing a wonderful resonance with the nearby vibranium network's resonant frequency. Gold and ethereal blue no longer clashed, but under the rhythm injected by Lin En began to attempt a harmonious ensemble like two different toned instruments. Process harmonization. Banner murmured, is not about forced unification, but finding the inner rhythm that allows different systems to evolve in synergy. My heavens, it's like composing a cosmic symphony. Indeed, came the reply. The base of the lighthouse must accommodate and coordinate all voices of Earth, technological, magical, and life. It itself is a miniature enhanced Earth process. Meanwhile, in another area of the micro-light hall, Steve Rogers and T'Challa were overseeing the selection and formation of the Deep Space Recon team. Applicants from around the globe strictly screened spark-powered individuals, the top field agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. With Furious tacit approval, Kamartaj's mages skilled in spatial spells, and even a few volunteers from Asgard strongly recommended by Thor. What we need are explorers, not just warriors. Steve said as he reviewed various files. The importance of psychological assessment is on par with ability evaluation. The isolation brought by unknown deep space environments and the rational shock from encountering incomprehensible phenomena can be fatal. T'Challa pulled up a simulated mission scene, a distorted non-Euclidean space, where physical laws partially fail. Wakanda provides the latest personal environment maintenance and communication devices. The vibranium nanosuit can offer basic protection, but more importantly, he pointed to a nearby egg-shaped chamber emitting soft white light, the mind stabilization pod. Based on reverse engineering of the mental interference waves from that cornerstone node on the space station, it can enhance the wearer's consciousness, anchoring, to some extent resisting external consciousness assimilation pressure. But the effectiveness remains to be tested in real combat. Meanwhile, in the cultivation area of the micro-light hall, Ella and Kai were assisting a new batch of awakeners. Training was no longer merely about controlling energy, but rather more abstract perception exercises. Close your eyes and don't think about your hands, and don't think about the feeling you usually have when activating your spark. Ella guided a newly awakened boy who was unable to stabilize the lightning in his hands. Feel the earth beneath your feet, the flow of air, the heartbeat and breathing of those around you. Imagine you are not an isolated individual, but a node in this web of life. Your spark is a gleam of light in the natural pulse of this web. The boy struggled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The lightning in his hands flickered erratically, becoming more unstable. Kai stepped forward gently, placing his palm on the boy's shoulder. Kai's spark characteristic is resonance and coordination, allowing him to subtly adjust the fluctuations of nearby sparks like a tuning fork. Don't rush, follow this feeling. Kai's voice was calm. The boy felt a gentle rhythmic wave emanate from Kai's palm, subtly resonating with the turbulent energy inside him. Slowly the lightning in his hands stopped flailing and began to pulse gently with his breath, though faint it stabilized. Very good, Ella encouraged. Remember this feeling. When countless such nodes resonate in harmony, the entire network will be. What the cornerstone seeks to steal or disrupt is this overall vibrant resonance. And we must make it louder. Lin En strolled through different areas of the micro-light hall, his perception like an invisible breeze brushing past every laboratory, every training ground, and every contemplative individual. He could see the gradually forming composite energy structure diagram on the screens of Stark and Su-Rue, merging technological runes with vibranium light patterns, sense the tension, excitement, and unwavering determination in the hearts of the candidates for the Deep Space Recon team, and touch the increasingly clear weak connections established by those young sparks with the Earth's life field under guidance. These connections were like the first flickering sparks lighting up in the darkness. They were still fragile and isolated. But Lin En knew that once the base of the lighthouse was completed and the lighthouse project fully unfolded, these sparks would be gathered and amplified, ultimately becoming an unyielding light illuminating the solar system, perhaps even penetrating further into the distant darkness. Yet at this moment of full activation and hope sprouting, a faint, yet bone-chilling sense of being watched brushed silently past the edge of Lin En's perception, like a dark current beneath deep waters. It did not come from the direction of Null, nor was it like the previous direct detection from the space station node. It felt more distant, more abstract, as if assessing the potential growth patterns of a seed just sprouting. Lin En lifted his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the dome of the hall, looking toward the boundless deep space. The sower has cast the probe, he silently thought. Now the gardener sees the seedlings breaking ground. What will you do, Corners? He did not make a sound, but quietly laid a finer process perception like the thinnest spider silk across the chaotic region at the intersection of the Earth's life field and distant void. The lighthouse is yet to be built, but the watch has already begun. And the observer in the darkness seems to have adjusted its. 3 months later, the preliminary integration test of the Lighthouse Defense Network took place in geostationary orbit around the Earth. This was a crucial milestone. The testing platform was a temporary space station codenamed Outpost constructed from components of the Wakandan Space Agency Stark Industries and modified remnants of the former S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Its exterior was etched with protective runes infused with vibranium energy circuits, and inside it was filled with phase shift generators designed by Stark and harmonic resonators led by Su Rue. Strange Wong, and over a dozen Kamatage mages floated in the space outside the outpost collectively maintaining a massive magic array to provide initial activation energy for the rune array. Stark, Su Rue, and Banner monitored vast amounts of data in the outpost's core control room. All systems ready. Su Rue reported the harmonic resonator is beginning to scan the background fluctuations of Earth's life field, capturing the baseline frequency, starting to inject the harmonization meme. Lin stood before the observation window of the outpost, not participating in the actual operation, but serving as the final tuner and insurance. His consciousness connected to the entire testing system and even to the Earth's life field beneath him. Initiate primary process barrier simulation with intensity set to 1/10 amp. Stark commanded. The runes on the space station's exterior lit up sequentially, transitioning from dark gold to a flowing aurora-like soft and colorful light. The energy was not a rigid barrier, but a complex, continuously fine-tuned field beginning to create harmonious interactions with the Earth's natural magnetic field radiation belts, and even the upper layers of the sparse atmosphere. In the sensor displays, the Earth seemed to be enveloped in an extremely thin, yet intelligently responsive halo. Energy consumption is 3.7 lower than expected, with interaction efficiency with the Earth's environment exceeding model predictions. Banner said, somewhat excited. Look here, it even slightly smoothed out the ionospheric disturbances caused by solar winds in that area. This is not defense, this is collaborative stabilization. Attempt to import Spark network resonance data. Lin calmly instructed. Isla and Kai at the core of the glimmering hall on the ground guided hundreds of trained sparks into a deep meditative state, actively uploading their stable and coordinated spark fluctuations to a specially designed quantum relay. The data stream traversed the atmosphere and was received by the outpost. In an instant, the aurora-like process barrier simulation field became more vibrant and vivid, as if infused with the rhythm of life. It was no longer merely a responder to the environment, but began to emit a faint, yet undeniably present presence. Incredible. Strange marveled through the communication channel in outer space. The spatial stability perceived by the magic array has increased, and some subtle dimensional wrinkles have been naturally smoothed out. This protective measure, infused with the characteristics of the life field, may possess innate resistance to dimensional attacks. However, just as the testing proceeded smoothly and everyone felt invigorated by the initial success, an anomaly occurred. A sensor array at the far end of Outpost suddenly captured an extremely brief and uniquely frequency pulse signal. The signal originated from beyond the orbit of Mars in a blank area at the edge of the asteroid belt. It was neither a traditional electromagnetic wave nor a gravitational wave, but a ripple that directly affected the fine structure of space itself. Without the close interaction between the process barrier field and space, it would have been nearly undetectable. The content of the pulse could not be deciphered, but the sensation it evoked made all sensitive perceivers, Lin Strange and the high-level sparks like Ilo on the ground, simultaneously feel a chilling brushing sensation, as if an invisible hand gently brushed over the recently woven still warm satin. Detected unknown spatial disturbance source coordinates have been marked. The AI alarm sounded. Detection of the cornerstone. Stark's eye sharpened. A response that fast. Not entirely. Lin gazed in the direction from which the pulse came, his perception tracing back along the still dissipating spatial ripple. This is not a targeted deep scan. It feels more like a passive trigger of a wide-area monitoring network. Our lighthouse test emitted a light and sound referring to the unique Energispus life field mixed fluctuations that was brighter than anticipated, possibly triggering a sensor that was already set up there. So we may have exposed some of the capabilities of the Lighthouse project. T. Chalice's voice came from the ground command center. It's possible. Lin did not deny it. But this is also an opportunity. The pulse source is a specific coordinate, a potential node of the Cornerstone monitoring network. This is much better than blindly searching in the void. He turned to the control room. Pause the test, suppress all active signals. What is the status of the Deep Space Recon team? Steve's face appeared on the communication screen. Alpha team is in position and ready to depart at any time. Members Mage Worldbreaker Carl Mordo voluntarily joined, guaranteed by Strange Spark Wielder Shadow Lena, specializing in spatial perception, Wakandan Royal Guard Tech Officer Najia, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 9 Agent Nighthawk. Good. Lin nodded. Mission change. The previously planned long-range reconnaissance is postponed. New mission. Proceed to that coordinate for covert reconnaissance and confirm if it is related to Cornerstone facilities. If confirmed, assess the threat level, gather information as much as possible, but direct contact or engagement is strictly prohibited. Your mission is to see and hear, not to fight. If confirmed, assess the threat level, gather information as much as possible, but direct contact or engagement is strictly prohibited. Your mission is Mage Strange, please apply the highest level of concealment and spatial jump runes to their ship. Leave it to me. Strange opened a portal and returned to Earth to prepare. An hour later, a specially modified sleek small attack vessel from Wakanda Silent Voyager, covered in energy-absorbing and radar wave coating, silently leaped into a spatial jump channel under the cover of Kamatage's magic, heading towards the mysterious coordinate at the edge of the asteroid belt. For the first time, the light of the lighthouse actively cast into the suspicious shadows in the darkness. The Silent Voyager disengaged from the jump, appearing near the target coordinates. The sight before the 4 crew members on the bridge left them breathless. It was not empty, nor was it the expected artificial space station or secret base. Instead, it was a planet, a celestial body roughly the size of the moon with a surface exhibiting a mix of dull metallic and bizarre biological hues. It floated silently among the sparse matter of the asteroid belt, unrecorded by any known astronomical database. More unsettling was the state of this planet. Its rotation was extremely slow, nearly stagnant. There were no signs of atmospheric activity visible on the surface, nor any obvious light source reflections. Only in some areas would a viscous sheen resembling poor-quality motor oil, either a ghostly green or dark purple, occasionally flash flowing along fixed paths reminiscent of circuit boards or vascular networks. Scanning results. Najia operated the ship's sensors, her voice tinged with disbelief. The surface temperature is extremely low, with abnormal regions close to absolute zero coexisting erratically alongside hotspots reaching several hundred degrees Celsius. The gravitational field is fluctuating violently and unnaturally. The electromagnetic spectrum is eerily silent except for the spatial structure pulses we captured earlier, originating from within the planet, manifesting as weak periodic emissions. Life signs. Captain Nighthawk asked calmly, the most experienced field agent, his face shrouded by a specially designed tactical mask. Unable to confirm. No traditional life signals detected. However, the sensors have detected large-scale, highly synchronized structural activity. The surface material of the entire planet exhibited signs of an extremely slow, yet unified metabolism or reorganization. It resembled a living mass, half metallic and half flesh, like a colossal tumor. The work of the Foundation. The spark adept Lina closed her eyes, her abilities allowing her to sense the subtle folds and energy flows of space. At that moment, her complexion turned pale. The space I see is viscous, immobilized. The normal flow of space surrounding the planet met here, as if water were encountering grease, becoming distorted, slowed down, and then absorbed by it. It was assimilating the surrounding spatial structure at an exceedingly slow rate. Mage Modu formed a hand seal, his eyes sparkling with magical light. Dark dimensional energy settles here, merged with some unnatural mechanical will. This is not a natural planet. It is a processed cage, or a petri dish. Can we confirm it's the work of the Nighthawk inquired. The energy characteristics share 30 similarity with the space station nodes, but it's older, larger, and more deep-rooted. Najia compared the data. Additionally, extremely weak fluctuations have been detected overlapping with the anomalous resonance frequency bands that the Earth Spark network once exhibited, emanating from within the planet, yet severely distorted and suppressed. There is something inside, possibly a residual sample or unfinished product. Modu speculated it could also be. Captain Lina suddenly opened her eyes, pointing to an inconspicuous area on the planet's surface, slightly darker than the surroundings there. The viscosity of the space seems slightly lower, and I sense a very faint discordant pulse, like a heartbeat. Not belonging to this planet itself. Nighthawk decisively instructed approach, and Scout maintain maximum stealth. Modu enhanced the concealment spell. Najia prepare high-resolution scans and micropenetration detectors. Lina continuously monitor spatial stability and any anomalous fluctuations. The Silent Voyager glided silently like a shadow in the cosmos toward the lifeless planet. The closer they got, the stronger the suffocating sense of discord became. The structures on the planet's surface, a combination of metal and biological matter, appeared more like a horrific scar covered in wrinkles and pipes, the result of some industrial production and flesh proliferation. Near the area indicated by Lina, they discovered an entrance. Not a naturally formed crack, nor a meticulously constructed one, but rather a rupture caused by internal energy instability. The edges of the crack exhibited torn and partially necrotic tissue, contrasting sharply with the highly uniform activity surrounding it. This is where the discordant pulse is emanating from. Lina confirmed. Launch the microprobe. Nighthawk ordered. Several nanoprobes no larger than a fingernail and equipped with various sensors were ejected, flying into the planet's interior through the crack. The images transmitted back plunged the bridge into deeper coldness. The interior was not solid, but riddled with intricate passages resembling a giant biological cavity or industrial pipelines. The walls of the passages writhed, secreting dark-colored mucus within which floated tiny metallic particles. In some larger chambers, contours of distorted mechanical structures or biological organs could be seen, half fused with the walls, all rendered non-functional, having become part of this vast organic machine complex. The signals from the probes were severely interfered with, and the images flickered erratically. However, after delving several kilometers in a relatively empty chamber was discovered. At the center of the chamber was a nest formed from broken remnants of what appeared to be some kind of life support device. Inside the nest curled a mass. As the probe adjusted its focus, the details of the mass became apparent. It was a humanoid being, or rather it had once been. Its skin was partially fused with the chamber wall, exhibiting a similar texture of metal and flesh, but in a duller color mottled with necrotic spots. Some tattered fragments of oddly styled clothing remained on its body. Most striking was its head. Half of its cheek and eye socket were covered with assimilated material, yet the other eye, not completely obscured, weakly turned under the probe's dim light, looking toward the direction of the probe. In that eye there was no luster, only endless suffering numbness, and a faint, nearly extinguished glimmer of scent. It's still alive. Magia's voice trembled. The probe captured extremely weak bioelectric signals, as well as a series of disjointed instinctual mental fluctuations intermingled with despair, endless pain, and several repetitive, incomprehensible syllabic fragments. Mage Modus' expression grew grave as he attempted to interpret the syllables do not belong to any known language, but the imagery remaining in the mental fluctuations. Is Sky Freedom home? And Devour Cycle irreversible? This is a planet captured by the Foundation and is being slowly digested. Is this being a survivor of the indigenous population? Nighthawk instantly deduced his professional instincts, suppressing his shock, gather all possible data, record the coordinates. We must transmit the intelligence back immediately. However, at that moment Lina issued a warning: not good. The activity on the planet's surface is accelerating. A massive amount of energy is converging at this crack. The spatial viscosity is rising sharply, and the jump channel has been disrupted. The images transmitted back showed the walls of the chamber starting to writhe violently, with more mucus and assimilated material surging toward the nest where the survivor was located, seemingly wanting to completely erase this last discord. Simultaneously on the planet's surface, countless ghostly green and dark purple light veins flickered to life, a subtle, yet powerful consciousness scanning wave swept toward the space where the silent Voyager was situated like awakening tentacles. Initiate emergency escape procedures. Maximum power to the engines. Mage Motive force a path. Nighthawk shouted. The engines of the silent Voyager erupted with brilliant blue light, attempting to break free from the suddenly glue-like space. Mage Modus' forehead bulged with veins, the seraphim ring radiating intensely, forcing a tear in the viscous space to create an unstable temporary channel. The ship shook violently, and at the last moment, trailing a long energy wake, it narrowly plunged into the rapidly closing magical channel. Left behind them was the planet that returned to silence, yet was undergoing a terrifying digestive process along with the survivors, gradually overwhelmed by the encroaching darkness filled with despair. Though the intelligence was perilously transmitted back, what this reconnaissance brought was far more than a mere coordinate. It unveiled the chilling, slow, and thorough essence of corruption and assimilation within the operational pattern. For the first time, the light of the lighthouse illuminated the remnants of a world that had been utterly digested. The jigging Xingzhou limped back into low Earth orbit, scarred and burdened with harrowing data. The reconnaissance squad's members were shaken to varying degrees. Lin Na and Mo, who directly perceived the spatial anomaly, and the survivors' psychic tremors required urgent psychological intervention and esoteric purification. Yet the intelligence they brought back outweighed everything else. In the highest level secure chamber of Weiguang Hall, Lin En, Taku Si Te Lan Chi Te Chalaban Nasu Rui, Mei Dui, and Shin Dun, Just Fu Rui, assembled via a highly encrypted holographic projection. The central hologram displayed detailed scans of the planet, named Jigging Huixiang, simulations of its internal structure, and most crucially footage of the survivor, alongside an analysis of the remaining psychic fluctuations. The atmosphere in the chamber was so heavy it seemed to drip. Based on analysis of the planet's material and energy signatures, Ban Na said, pointing to the spectrum, his voice dry, the planet's corruption may have been ongoing for centuries, perhaps far longer. The Jishur technology, or perhaps better described as an ecology, is slowly but irreversibly transforming a natural world into a kind of infrastructure or resource node serving purposes unknown. The Jishur technology, or perhaps better described as an ecology, is slowly but irreversibly transforming a— Su Rui brought up the spatial structure analysis. It does not merely remold matter and energy, it solidifies space itself, stripping it from the dynamic fabric of the cosmos, and turning it into a sealed, internally circulating petri dish. That explains why we detected no obvious emissions at the periphery. The bulk of material and energy conversion happens inside its closed system, astonishingly efficient and terrifyingly stealthy. Site Lan, she added, Mo Du and I studied that viscous quality of space. It is not simply gravity or field effects, it is laced with higher dimensional law warping and a powerful suppression of consciousness. The planet itself may be coalescing into a primal warped domain or god kingdom, feeding on the survivors' residual notions of home and freedom to spawn a nightmarish incarnation of consumption and eternal cycle. It is the vilest desecration of life and civilization. Fu Rui's single eye flashed cold. Therefore the Jishur are not mere invaders. They are cosmic-scale converters or harvesters. They do not seek territory or resources, they intend to recycle an entire civilization, an entire planet, skin and bone, its matter, energy, space, and even fragments of its mental imprint into an unconscious, perpetually operating component of their vast system. The faint spark resonance emanating from the survivor is the key. Lin En finally spoke, his gaze deep. The Jishur seemed particularly interested in the spark, the highly concentrated life field activity, and the latent potential of consciousness. Station nodes attempted to replicate Earth's life field, while Jigging Huixiang demonstrated how they process captured targets. They extract everything, including psychic aftershocks. He brought up freshly decoded data, from the recurring term irreversible in the survivor's psychic waves, and the mathematical modeling of the planet's conversion. Once a Jishur transformation crosses a critical threshold, it is irreversible. Assimilated matter space and even informational structures lose their original process characteristics and are absorbed into the Jishi's cold, cyclic, lifeless system of eternity. This means if they set their sights on our Earth and succeed. T'Challa clenched his fists. We would cease to exist, not destroyed but deconstructed and reassembled into something utterly different, stripped of history, culture, and a more complete annihilation than death. Sitako interjected, his face ashen. At that moment the chamber door was knocked. Ai La and Kai stood outside, their faces grave and edged with alarm. Mr. Lin En, everyone. Ai La's voice was urgent. Weiguang Hall's spark resonance monitoring network detected 10 minutes ago an extremely faint, but peculiarly distinct anomalous resonance. The source was not external, but inside the hall in the C-section incubation chamber. Everyone recoiled. C-section is the isolation zone for items collected worldwide that relate to anomalous energies or events. They rushed to C-section. In a heavily shielded isolation room on the central platform lay a sealed sample box taken from the Jigging Xingxia, after strict decontamination, containing a few grams of dust scraped from the spacecraft's hull, particles from the surface of Jigging Huixiang. A faint, barely perceptible ghostly green sheen glowed from within the sample box. Several natural crystals arranged on the other side of the room for spark reactivity tests were trembling slightly. Within them a faint milky glow rose at a frequency that faintly matched the green sheen, an indication that an unanchored spark energy was being stirred. The sample is actively emitting some fluctuation attempting to resonate with our spark energy. Kai blew. No. Lin En said, staring at the box. His process vision revealed something deeper. Not resonance. Inducement and mimicry. He extended a finger toward the sample box. A filament of pure process force seeped in, not to overwhelm the green sheen, but to parse it, deconstructing it like a complex program, to analyze its inner cadence. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, his expression grimmer than ever. These motes are more than matter. Each is an infinitesimal meme-encoder or a dissonant seed. He continued slowly. They carry the blueprint and fragments of law from Jigging Huixiang's conversion process. Once they contact a suitable host, an active spark or an unshielded life field, they attempt to impose their corrupt, assimilative, cyclically twisted process, like a virus, infecting and overriding the host's native operations. He looked at the faintly glowing crystals. They're trying to transmute these crystals into the same material found on Jigging Huixiang's surface. Though the energy levels are negligible, the principle is identical. A deathly silence fell over the isolation room. The Jishur do not only corrupt the exterior of worlds. Any trace they leave can become a contamination source, carrying their terrible conversion meme and waiting to infect new hosts. This is far beyond warfare. It is a highly contagious plague aimed at the very natural processes of the cosmos. Transfer the sample immediately into a highest-tier stasis pod sealed with magic technology and life field containment. Lin En ordered coldly. Conduct comprehensive screenings of all personnel and items that contacted the Jigging Xingxia and its cargo. Raise the Dungtan network's development of scanning and filtering protocols against this kind of mimetic infection to top. He stared into the deep night outside, his gaze as if it could pierce the walls of the isolation room and reach further into the dark outskirts of the cosmos. The enemy is not only powerful and hidden, its existence and mode of operation are themselves the ultimate desecration and threat to life and nature. The light of the Dingta must become brighter and purer in order to resist this insidious reality-twisting shadow of corruption. And the theater of combat has descended into the dimension of law and the very foundations of existence. The discovery of the disharmony seed struck like a boulder cast into a still lake, sending shockwaves through the luminous hall and the core leadership of the Earth Defense Alliance. Panic served no purpose, yet urgency and crushing pressure left every soul breathless. Lin himself sealed several milligrams of dust harvested from Silent Resonance Alpha within a triple-layered stasis vault, its core forged from vibranium, its outermost layer inscribed with the most potent sealing incantations of Kamartaj, and its sustaining field woven from his own process energy. The sample's vitality was suppressed to near zero, but its mere existence functioned as a dark mirror reflecting a future steeped in dread. A full-scale quarantine and decontamination protocol was immediately initiated for the vessel Silent Walker, and fortunately the ship's hull coating and internal purification systems proved effective. Beyond the deliberately scraped dust samples, no other active contamination was detected. Lina and Mordo bore the heaviest psychic contamination, but after a joint purification ritual led by Strange and Wang integrating both arcane arts and Lin's process harmonization, their conditions stabilized. They required only prolonged rest and vigilant observation. The true challenge lay in confronting this threat at the mimetic level. The beacon network's harmonic resonators in theory can detect fluctuations discordant with Earth's baseline life field frequency. Suri noted during the emergency technical briefing, yet the disharmony seed's infective resonance is extraordinarily faint, deeply concealed, and highly adaptive. It mimics its host's local frequency to evade detection. We need a far more sensitive immune system. Perhaps the spark network itself is the optimal detector. Banner proposed the spark embodies the concentrated vitality of Earth's life field, and inherently rejects the rigid cyclical process the disharmony seed seeks to impose. When a spark individual approaches a contamination source, instinctive discomfort or ability disruption arises, as Lin En sensed spatial viscosity nears silent resonance alpha. When a spark individual approaches a contamination source, instinctive discomfort or ability disruption arises, as Lin En sensed spatial viscosity nears silent. But such spark operatives would require exceptional mental fortitude and discernment. Alara cautioned. The disharmony seed's influence is insidious, like boiling a frog in warm water. One misstep, and the detector may become the infected. Hence training alone is insufficient. We require an A. Lin spoke slowly, his gaze falling upon the stasis vault, a reference framework that lucidly distinguishes between natural process and corrupted process. We must study it deliberately, to comprehend its mechanics, not merely fear and entomb it. Under absolute safety protocols, we shall undertake controlled microscale reverse engineering. This proposal ignited fierce debate. Stark and Chala advocated total sample annihilation to eliminate all risk. Strange and Banner insisted knowledge was paramount, though perilously high. Steve and Fury focused instead on operational safety protocols and contingency plans should catastrophe occur. Ultimately, under Lin's unwavering insistence and his assumption of full accountability, the codenamed Lin's Research Initiative was approved. The project would unfold within a newly constructed absolute isolation laboratory buried deepest beneath the luminous hull in a self-contained spatial interstice. Its foundational reality barrier was woven by Lin himself using his process energy. Strange and Wong erected the most formidable dimensional separation and anti-spell arrays. Suri and Stark engineered multi-layered physical and energetic containment and monitoring systems. Only 4 individuals participated: Lin Banner for scientific analysis, Strange for esoteric analysis, and Ethan of the White Spire, a spark wielder renowned for his composure and logic, who volunteered as a living sensory reference. The research progressed with excruciating slowness and caution. Each experiment released only a single speck-sized particle held fast within multiple force fields and stimulated solely by minutely filtered spark energy, or simulated life field oscillations, while its reactions were meticulously observed. The process drained both body and spirit. Even behind layers of shielding, that cold, rigid cyclical intent, seeking to lock all existence into eternal repetition, seeped into researchers' minds like glacial wind. Ethan repeatedly experienced brief cognitive sluggishness and emotional blunting post-experiment, requiring immediate process harmonization from Lin to restore equilibrium. Yet the rewards were profound. They gradually deciphered portions of the disharmony seed's mimetic code. It did not generate new matter or energy, but forcibly imposed extreme order and closure upon its target, severing its connection to the natural flow of external process and redirecting its internal drive toward a preordained self-replicating, self-consuming loop. It was as though transforming an infinitely potential life form into a mechanical doll programmed to repeat only 3 fixed motions. This is a brutal inversion and simplification of nature's laws of entropy and evolution. Banner recorded the data. It pursues a false stagnant eternity, sacrificing diversity, possibility, and creativity as its price. More terrifying still, Strange added, this meme exhibits self-optimizing tendencies. Upon exposure to varying spark energies, it's subtly adjusted, seeking more efficient infection frequencies. It is learning. Just as the research reached its critical phase, seeking the meme's core directive or inherent vulnerability, and following a routine microenergy stimulus, the studied particle reacted in an unforeseen manner. Instead of attempting to assimilate the stimulus as before, it abruptly collapsed, then detonated a fleeting yet astonishingly dense burst of complex resonance. The wave pierced successive barriers, though greatly attenuated, and flooded the entire isolation laboratory. Ethan grunted, collapsing unconscious, his consciousness violently assaulted. Banner and Strange likewise suffered acute vertigo and nausea, as if countless frigid chaotic commands surged to overwrite their very cognition. Lin reacted first, his invisible process energy unfurled like the most supple net, instantly enveloping the resonance, shielding the researchers, and accelerating real-time analysis. The resonance carried no aggression. Rather, it resembled a distress signal, or the fragmented final emission of a vast consciousness enduring mortal trauma or force sundering, bearing its core essence. The fragment's content was chaotic and agonized, endless darkness, cyclical imprisonment, terror, and hatred toward the source, yearning for free differentiation and, repeated relentlessly, a cold geometric symbol embodying the keystone's core, while an infinitely self-nesting recursive structure, yet at its deepest center a minuscule unstable fissure or noise. Lin swiftly dissolved the resonance, calm, returned to the laboratory. Yet that information, and especially the central symbol and its inner noise, had seared itself irrevocably into every witness's awareness. Ethan received urgent medical care. His condition was stable, though long-term observation remained essential. Banner and Strange required several hours to purge the lingering dissonance. This signal, where did it originate? Was it the last outburst of the survivor aboard Silent Resonance Alpha, or? Strange murmured, still shaken. No. Lin mused, his eyes swirling with starlight as he probed the fragment's provenance. Its texture is older. It does not emanate from an assimilated individual, but from some pain node within the keystone system itself. His gaze lingered on the stasis vault, holding the remaining sample, deep, unblinking. The lens initiative was temporarily suspended, the sample resealed under maximum containment. Yet the intelligence gained from this incident was incalculable. The lens initiative was temporarily suspended, the sample resealed under maximum containment. Yet the intelligence gained from this incident was incalculably valuable. It revealed the enemy as no invincible myth within its vast, seemingly impervious assimilation architecture. A natural flaw, or contradiction, might reside born from its own twisted essence. Earth's beacon must not only illuminate external darkness and repel corruption, but perhaps also discern within that very darkness a faint exploitable fracture. The moment of decision had not yet arrived, but the path forward, though purchased at great cost, now appeared marginally clearer. And as their understanding of the keystone deepened, that silent glacial scrutiny from the adversary grew sharper, more focused, more deliberately targeted. The abyss of the cosmos stirs. The Lens project unexpectedly acquired fragments of information like a double-edged sword. It revealed potential cracks within the colossal system of the Cornerstone, but also made the upper echelons of the Earth Defense Alliance aware that their understanding of this enemy is still just the tip of the iceberg. What lies within the cold symbol's depths, the noise, is it an inherent flaw of the system, or some more complex internal conflict? No one knows. In the top-level strategy room of the dim light hall, Lin En faced members of the core team, with a holographic star map, marking the limited known information, the coordinates of silent echo debris data from space station nodes, and geometric symbol models that might represent the core will of the Cornerstone parsed from the information fragments. We need more information. Relying solely on ourselves is too inefficient and too risky. Lin En's voice was calm, yet filled with undeniable resolve. The Nash Empire has been temporarily deterred, but we cannot expect them to remain silent forever. The threat of the Cornerstone transcends conventional conflicts between interstellar civilizations. We must seek allies to establish information sharing and early warning networks. The Star Watchers. Stark immediately responded. They are observers of the Council, neutral and knowledgeable. In the trials, they showed respect for the process and the laws of nature. Furthermore, their observation network spans various star domains and may have captured anomalies we have overlooked. Strange nodded. The ancient records of Kamartaj also mention certain wise beings scattered in the gaps between dimensions. They do not engage in the disputes of the material universe, but guard certain ancient balances. Perhaps they have some awareness of the Cornerstone, which seeks to subvert fundamental laws. T'Challa proposed a more pragmatic consideration. We need to clarify what allies can offer and what price we are willing to pay. Intelligence sharing, technology exchange, joint defense commitments. Earth has just gained its independent status. Showing excessive aggression or dependency could backfire. Therefore, this is not a plea, but a negotiation based on common interests. Lin En stood up, the star map magnifying with his thought, displaying the local star domain centered around the solar system and the coordinates of several known observation stations of the Star Watchers. We will share some intelligence about the Cornerstone threat, especially the potential hazards its meme assimilation characteristics pose to the cosmic ecology. At the same time, we will showcase the core of the Lighthouse Project. We are not passive victims, but proactive defenders and guardians of the natural process. What we offer is a sample of observing unique civilizations resisting the erosion of existence, as well as a potential cooperative framework for jointly addressing cross-dimensional threats. The plan was named Star Sea Alliance. The delegation members were carefully selected. Lin En as the core with supreme security assurance, Stark and Su Rue representing Earth's technology and engineering wisdom, Strange representing the dimension of mysticism, T'Challa representing the governance and diplomatic wisdom of Earth civilization, and AI Law as the representative of the Spark Network, showcasing the uniqueness of Earth's life field. This time, they would not travel in a small spacecraft. An interstellar diplomatic ship named Morningstar, jointly developed by Wakanda and Stark Industries, integrating the latest primary lighthouse defense technology, was put into use. It had elegant lines, its shell shimmering with a faint glow that combined the luster of vibranium and magical runes, while its core thrusters borrowed principles partly reverse-engineered from the Star Watchers' gate technology, operating quietly and efficiently. Before departing, Lin En had a private meeting with Steve Rogers and Nick Fury. The internal affairs of Earth are in your... Lin En said to the two, the foundational construction of the Lighthouse Network cannot stop, and the development of defense protocols against the discordant seed must accelerate. Most importantly, he said with a deep gaze, remain vigilant. The Cornerstone may infiltrate in ways we cannot anticipate. Any systemic illogical signs of rigidity or overunification could be a warning. Rest assured, Steve promised solemnly, we will safeguard our homeland. Fear a single eye gleamed with intensity. The S.H. I-E-L-D. Watchtower plan has been initiated. We will monitor any anomalies in energy information or even societal trends around the globe. You. Also be careful. The universe is never short of knives hidden behind smiles. The Morning Star sailed through a more stable and discreet spatial corridor opened by the Camartage mages heading towards a major observation station of the Star Watchers, the Eye of Distant View, located closest to the solar system. The journey took several days. During this time, the delegation members did not remain idle. Stark and Su Rue continuously optimized the defense system of Morning Star, attempting to more smoothly integrate the resonance data from the Spark network into the ship's environmental adjustment system. Strange discussed the geometric symbols parsed from the information fragments with Lin En, trying to understand their meaning from a mystical perspective. T'Challa and AI Law simulated scenarios of contacting diplomats from other civilizations, deducing various possibilities. When Morning Star exited the transition, the Eye of Distant View observation station appeared before them, its grandeur and precision still breathtaking. The structure resembling a gigantic crystal cluster refracted dazzling colors under the starlight, quietly floating in the cosmos, as if an ancient existence. This time the reception standards of the Star Watchers were evidently different. A streamlined guiding ship came to welcome them, and a gentle, yet solemn voice came through the communication channel. Emissaries of Earth civilization, welcome to the Eye of Distant View. The Elder Council has been informed of your arrival and has arranged a meeting. Please follow the guide. The guiding ship brought Morning Star into an open docking platform within the observation station. Beyond the transparent dome of the platform lay a dazzling river of stars and endless deep space. Several Star Watchers dressed in simple long robes with calm and profound auras were already waiting there, with the foremost being Elder Eldra, who had served as one of the guides during the trials. Lord Lin En and all sages of Earth welcome. Elder Eldra slightly nodded, his eyes seemingly containing nebulae. We have observed your responses on the return journey, as well as your focus and wisdom displayed in the integration of civilization and the construction of defense systems. You must have important matters to discuss today. Thank you for the reception, Elder Eldra. Lin En replied, on behalf of everyone, we bring important information regarding the stability of the cosmic multiversal ecology and hope to establish communication and cooperation with the Star Watchers and other forces that cherish natural processes and the diversity of civilizations. Under Elder Eldra's guidance, they passed through a corridor composed of soft light and flowing data, arriving at a circular. In the center of the hall was a slowly rotating holographic model of the Milky Way, with 7 chairs made of peculiar materials seemingly formed from condensed starlight floating around it. For figures, each distinct yet exuding wisdom and ancient aura, were already seated on 5 of the chairs. They were members of the Star Watchers' Elder Council. The other 2 chairs were empty, one evidently reserved for Elder Eldra. More intriguingly, 2 figures stood silently in the shadows at the edge of the hall. Their forms differed from the Star Watchers. One was enveloped in a faint, ever-changing mist, revealing only an outline reminiscent of a multi-limbed creature. The other resembled a collective formed by complex geometric light spots, lacking a fixed shape. Please sit, emissaries of Earth. The elder seated in the main position spoke, his voice as vast as the starry sky. Besides the colleagues of the Elder Council, there are 2 guests today. They are the Watcher Silent Shadow from the Mist Folk and the Observer Shaper from the Glimmer Council. They have also shown interest in the threats you mentioned. Lin En's heart stirred. The Star Watchers not only value the issue themselves, but also invited other possibly relevant forces. This was both an opportunity and meant that their statements must be sufficiently persuasive. T'Challa, Stark, and others took their seats in the guest area one after another. Lin En stood at the center of the hall, facing the wise beings of the universe, without using any flashy presentations, simply beginning to narrate calmly. He began with the parasitic nodes of the space station, describing the Cornerstone's attempt to replicate the Earth's life field and usurp the position of the harmonizer, showcased the shocking scenes of Silent Echo, detailing the meme assimilation characteristics of the discordant seed and its distortion and solidification of the natural process. Finally, he shared the geometric symbols parsed from the information fragments along with the strange noise within them and proposed his conjecture that the Cornerstone system possibly harbors internal instability or conflict. He did not exaggerate Earth's contributions, nor conceal the dilemmas faced, only stating the facts objectively and elaborating on the concept of the Lighthouse Project to build a defensive and growth system capable of identifying and resisting meme corruption, protecting the natural evolutionary process of civilization based on its own life field characteristics. When Lin En finished speaking, the hall fell into a period of silence. Only the starlight of the central Milky Way model gently flowed. Memo-level assimilation, solidifying dynamic processes into closed loops. A female elder of the Star Watchers repeated softly, data streams flashing rapidly in her eyes. This explains some anomalous reports from the Silent Zone. Those areas are not dead, but rigid. The silent shadow enveloped in mist produced a sound wave similar to wind, translated by Elder Eldra. The Mist Folk have encountered similar viscous spaces and echoes of lost consciousness in the dimensional crevices. We call it the Rusted Dream. It seems the source may lie here. The shaper formed by geometric light spots shifted its shape, sending messages directly into consciousness. The Glimmer Council has recorded several low-probability events of information structure, self-circulation paradox occurring in different star domains regarded as technological disasters of individual civilizations. If, as you say, this is a conscious behavioral pattern of the same force, the scale and nature of its schemes need to be. Elder Eldra looked at Lin, in his expression serious. The information you shared is extremely precious and heavy. The threat of the cornerstone indeed surpasses the scope of conventional interstellar conflict. It touches upon one of the fundamental laws of cosmic existence: entropy, increase, and evolution. The Star Watchers are generally willing to establish an intelligence-sharing mechanism with Earth civilization and enhance vigilance regarding relevant anomalies in the observation network. However, he paused. Merely observing and defending is not enough. The operational pattern of the cornerstone demonstrates its patience and penetrative nature. To truly contain or even eliminate this threat requires more proactive actions. However, the Star Watchers' precepts require us to maintain neutrality in observation and recording. Direct intervention in conflict does not align with our traditions. The Mist folk excel in stealth and reconnaissance, but their direct power is limited. The Glimmer Council focuses more on the information and logical structures themselves. The meaning is quite clear: they acknowledge the threat and are willing to provide intelligence support, but cannot become military allies or the main force for direct intervention. Stark couldn't help but speak up. Are we just to watch this cosmic rust spread? By the time it grows strong enough to threaten all civilizations, it will be too late. We understand your concerns, Lord Stark, the elder seated at the main position said slowly, but every civilization has its laws and limitations. We can provide historical observation data of areas where the cornerstone may be active, sharing some of our research findings on dimensional stability and consciousness field protection. We can also serve as intermediaries to connect you with other civilizations that might be willing to offer more help or similar, but directly sending fleets or forces to intervene in the solar system's defense. Please forgive us, we are unable to do that. This outcome is not the best, but it is not the worst. At least the information channels have been broadened, and they have obtained clues from other victims or informed parties. Lin En was not surprised. Pure altruism is rare in the universe. More often, it is a weighing of one's own interests and principles. We thank the Star Watchers, the Mist Folk, and the Glimmer Council for their willingness to share intelligence and knowledge. Lin En said solemnly, this in itself is a tremendous help. Earth civilization will rely on its own strength to build the lighthouse. We only hope that when the light of the lighthouse illuminates more darkness, all souls that cherish freedom and change can see each other and know that we are not alone. His words were calm, yet carried a resolute strength. Several elders and the other two observers were slightly moved. Your determination and unique path are precious phenomena worth recording and paying attention to. Elder Eldra finally said the Eye of Distant View will establish a dedicated communication channel for exchanging information regarding the cornerstone and related anomalies. Additionally, we can provide a coordinate, a neutral relic area known as the Monolith of Knowledge. There many ancient civilizations and wandering seekers of knowledge exchange information. Perhaps you can find more clues about the cornerstone there, or like-minded allies. The coordinates were transmitted into the system of Morningstar. After the meeting, the delegation returned to the ship. Although they could not gain a direct military alliance, the intelligence support and new leads were already significant gains. The Monolith of Knowledge. Strange pondered. It was mentioned in Kamartaj's records. It is a peculiar information aggregation point in the universe with special rules prohibiting the use of force. Perhaps we can really find more explanations about that noise there. At least we are no longer working in a vacuum. T'Challa sighed with relief. With the data from the Star Watchers, we might be able to locate other areas that could be affected by the cornerstone more quickly. Just as Morningstar was preparing to leave the Eye of Distant View, an encrypted private message from Elder Eldra arrived at Lin En's personal terminal. The message was brief: beware of the unified will. An order that is too perfect without noise may in itself be a trap. May the starlight guide you. Lin En silently noted this. The Star Watchers seemed to not be entirely ignorant of the cornerstone's essence. They were simply bound by their precepts and could not speak openly. Morningstar set off once more, this time heading to the Monolith of Knowledge filled with the unknown and possibilities. The Starsea Alliance had taken its first step. The Monolith of 10,000 Knowledges is not a physical planet or space station. It is a fragmented continent adrift in the vast, empty interstellar void, enveloped by unique space-time laws. Countless colossal ancient stone steels, some towering over a kilometer high, others no larger than tombstones, stand upright or hover motionless across this expanse. Inscribed upon them are scripts, symbols, and images from civilizations across epochs, as well as directly imprinted fragments of thought and holographic records. This is the cosmos' free port of knowledge, and its gray zone of information trade. Guided by coordinates provided by the stargazers, the starship Morningstar executed several cautious, short-range jumps before finally arriving at the outer threshold of this enigmatic domain. From afar it resembles a nebula, a slowly shifting amorphous cloud composed of faintly luminous dust and debris. Only upon entering its sphere of influence does one perceive the dense forest of steels within. Sensors detect complex dimensional folding and information turbulence. Su Rue reported monitoring the readouts. Physical laws here are unstable, local gravity fluctuates unpredictably, and energy transmission is suppressed. The Stargazer's intelligence was accurate. A potent, origin unknown, non-conflict regulatory field indeed exists here. Its effect absolute and immediate. Any aggressive energy discharge is instantly dispersed and neutralized. It resembles a simplified, tampered-with version of an ultra-large-scale process barrier. Lin En observed attuning himself to the ambient laws, yet far more absolute and coercive. The entity that forged this place holds an extraordinary devotion to the unfettered flow of knowledge. They selected a relatively level area for landing. The moment the vessel touched down, gravity adjusted gently to match their physiological norm. Stepping out into the towering grove of steels, they were overwhelmed by a vertiginous blend of historical weight and informational saturation. The air, or rather the ambient medium, was filled with whispers. Not audible sound, but streams of raw consciousness-level information fragments emanating from countless steels, each speaking in thousands of distinct languages and modes of expression. Extreme mental focus is required to filter and comprehend any specific stream. Split up, but remain within mutual perceptual range. Lin En instructed. Strange, you and I will seek records concerning mysticism, dimensional law, and that symbol. Stark and Su Rue attend to technologically oriented inscriptions, particularly those addressing consciousness, encoding information viruses, and paradoxes of energy-matter conversion. T'Challa and Era focus on civilizational histories, abrupt societal transformations, and accounts of unification or assimilation. Maintain open communication, share any discovery immediately. The team nodded and dispersed, each heading toward a sector of steels that drew their interest. Lin En and Strange approached a cluster of obsidian-black steels whose surfaces shimmered with silver energy traceries. Inscriptions here largely concerned cosmic foundational laws, dimensional architecture, and certain primordial, immensely powerful entities. Strange employed the eye of Agamotto's resonance to carefully decipher writings etched in arcane glyphs or higher dimensional imprints. Here, it mentions a forbidden concept known as the eternal cycle. Strange pointed to a stele inscribed in archaic Zectoan script. It regards universal entropy increase and evolution as flaws, seeking instead to establish an absolutely closed, self-sustaining perfect system to achieve ultimate stasis. A cancer of logic, he added. A cancer of logic. Lin En turned the phrase over in his mind, scanning other steels. On an unassuming fissured gray stele, he discerned a simple engraving, a geometric figure endlessly nesting within itself. Yet at its center lay a tiny, irregular gap. An adjacent consciousness imprint conveyed a complex emotional resonance, fear, revulsion, and faintly sorrow. Lin En placed his hand upon the stele, allowing his process perception to seep inward, attempting to activate deeper residual data. Fragments of hazy imagery flooded his mind, a radiant civilization built entirely upon pure order, pursuing supreme efficiency and unity, eradicating all internal difference and conflict to attain near-perfect societal equilibrium. Yet disaster struck precisely as they sought to codify this perfect order into universal law and export it beyond their borders. Their central consciousness network suddenly developed inexplicable stagnation nodes which spread like contagion, petrifying dynamic thought into repetitive directives, diverting creative energy into meaningless internal loops. The civilization rusted from within, ultimately collapsing into a colossal, silent, malformed structure engaged solely in trivial energy conversions. Survivors, or those who fled, etched this image and warning onto the stele in their final moments. The distorted structure of the civilization bore an unsettling resemblance, in its energetic signature, to the planet Silent Echo Alpha. A civilization that sought to become the keystone, and failed, becoming merely part of it. Strange shivered. Or perhaps the keystone itself is the aggregated culmination of countless such civilizations, the final confluence of unification, stagnation, and assimilation. Lin En hypothesized. That noise, then, might it be the lingering individuality, or even the unextinguished pain, of civilizations swallowed whole? At that moment, Stark and Su Rue transmitted an urgent signal. Lin En, we found something intriguing. Stark's voice carried exhilaration. Several steles referenced the ancient covenant of meme warfare and anti-meme defense technologies. Though fragmentary, the text suggests that countering informational assimilation hinges upon preserving the openness and unpredictability of information structures, and leveraging cognitive singularities, irreducible, uniquely personal experiences resistant to logical reduction, as the core of one's cognitive firewall. Su Rue added, one stele also describes a theoretical device called the entropy anchor. Rather than reversing entropy, it deliberately maintains, or even slightly accelerates, entropy within a localized system, thereby resisting external pressures to impose order or cyclical recurrence. This resonates profoundly with our lighthouse network strategy of harmonizing with Earth's natural life field processes. T'Challa and Era likewise made discoveries. They uncovered records detailing how diverse civilizations preserved societal vitality amid internal ideological ossification or external ideological invasion. by deliberately safeguarding subcultures, encouraging non-utilitarian artistic expression, and even introducing controlled randomness and errors. One passage explicitly referenced sparks, individuals possessing transcendent potential, describing them as immune cells against civilizational entropy. Information coalesced piece by piece like fragments of a mosaic. Though the Keystone's precise origin and location remained elusive, and no direct means of destruction had yet emerged, the path to resist its assimilation grew increasingly clear, not through imposing stronger order upon order, but through invoking life's inherent dynamic and fundamentally unpredictable process force. As the team immersed themselves in these revelations, an ancient serene voice resonated directly within every one of their minds. New seekers of knowledge, you search for answers that lie deeper. Following the direction of that mental impulse, they beheld deep within the steel forest a towering monolith composed of translucent crystal, and beside it a solitary figure. He was humanoid, draped in worn, yet immaculate robes. His face bore the deep lines of age, yet his eyes held the limpid clarity of a child. In his hand rested a simple wooden staff. His presence was faint, like mist dissolving into the ambient information flow. I am one of this place's steel guardians. You may call me Jerome. The elder smiled gently. I have observed you for some time. Your preoccupation with rust cycles and unified will far exceeds that of ordinary knowledge traders. And within you, there pulses a unique rhythm, one that subtly opposes many of the tragic origins chronicled across these steels. Lin En stepped forward and offered a respectful bow. Steel Guardian Jerome. We hail from the Terran civilization, and we seek knowledge of the Keystone, the phenomenon you term rust or unified will. We wish to understand its nature, and how to protect ourselves. Jerome's gaze swept over the group, pausing briefly upon Lin En, his eyes flickering with quiet recognition. Earth, a young civilization brimming with noise. No wonder it has drawn its attention. He turned and lightly tapped his staff against the crystal steel behind him. This resonant steel preserves the final thoughts of numerous civilizations confronted by the seduction, or threat, of ultimate unification. Among them lies an exceptionally faint yet profoundly distinct residual imprint, a shard consciousness calling itself primordial. It appears to have detached itself from within the unified will. The team's spirits surged. Jerome placed his palm upon the crystal stele, which rippled with soft concentric light. This residue is highly unstable. Safe retrieval requires a powerful compatible while acting as a resonator. Young man, he said, turning to Lin En, your rhythm may suffice. Without hesitation, Lin En stepped forward and placed his hand opposite Jerome's upon the steel. He stilled his mind, tuning his process perception to its gentlest, most receptive state. Like an open resin. Instantly a torrent of chaotic, agonized, struggling thought fragments surged forth, like a dam bursting. Yet this time no contamination or stagnation followed. Guided by Lin En's process, forced the fragments found channels for release and organization, gradually coalescing into a coherent memory, endless, frigid, utterly ordered darkness. No individuals, only a unified will current. Every thought perfectly aligned with the whole. Every action served a grand, indistinct, ultimate purpose, to absorb all existence into a perfect cycle, eliminating every trace of waste and uncertainty. This was the interior perspective of the Keystone. Yet within this sea of unified will existed rare, nearly drowned dissonances. They were echoes of the unextinguished past, faint yearnings for freedom, difference, and the fleeting beauty of me. They were the system's own errors, noise inexplicable to flawless logic. This residual consciousness was one of the stronger aggregations of such noise. It endured the agony of being scoured by assimilative currents, hiding itself with meticulous care and persistently broadcasting signals outward. One such fragment, the distress call Earth accidentally received, was among them. It longed to escape, to find a place that understood the value of difference, to end this infinite static. In the memory's final moments, the residual consciousness delivered a vital truth: to oppose the unified will, one must not attack its impregnable shell of order from without. That would only feed it. Intervention must occur from within, amplifying those noise fragments, awakening their latent yearning for free process, thereby disrupting the flawless cyclical logic from within, generating incompatibility and contradiction. When enough noise fragments awaken and resonate in unison, the entire system faces imminent logical collapse, exposing its core vulnerability. Simultaneously, the residual consciousness faintly indicated a direction, a coordinate where it sensed a possible concentration of similar noise fragments, or civilizations resistant to the unified will, the region known as the Drift Star Cluster. The transmission ceased abruptly. Lin En withdrew his hand, sweat glistening faintly on his brow. The resonance had been taxing, but the reward immense. Jerome too appeared weary, yet his eyes gleamed with renewed brilliance. It seems you have recovered a crucial fragment. The unified will is not invincible. Its power stems from consumption and assimilation, yet its very foundation rests upon suppressing all heterogeneity. When heterogeneity ceases to remain silent and begins instead to sing, even the strongest dam may crumble from within. Thank you, Steel Guardian, Lin En said sincerely. No thanks are necessary. Knowledge should flow freely, especially knowledge that combats rust. Jerome waved dismissively. Take this coordinate and journey to the Drift Star Cluster. But beware, the unified will not permit its internal noise to gather unchecked. Their hope and peril may dwell in equal measure. Bearing the new coordinates and a revolutionary strategic insight, the crew of the Morning Star departed the monolith of 10,000 knowledges. This time they carried not merely theoretical weapons against the Keystone, but a path capable, perhaps, of undermining it at its very core, not annihilation, but awakening and liberation. A glimmer within the crack, though faint, points toward the heart of darkness. And Earth's lighthouse, while safeguarding its own, may yet serve as the guiding light that gathers these scattered glimmers, helping them coalesce into stars. En route home, Lin En sank deeper into contemplation. To awaken noise implied their enemy was not a singular, purely malevolent entity, but rather a conglomeration of countless tormented souls twisted and imprisoned. The nature of this war had grown infinitely more complex and infinitely heavier. The coordinates of Yoli Xingqiuan lay in a desolate region far from the main interstellar lanes, where gravity was erratic and the void filled with interstellar dust and shattered bodies. Guided by the lingering consciousness of one Shi Bei, this place might harbor Zayodian that had fled or hidden within the Jishur system, or at least serve as a relay point for information related to them. Kaiming approached cautiously in stealth mode. Sensors reported that the region's spatial fabric was unnaturally active, full of minute irregular dimensional folds and turbulent energies, as if the cosmos bore an unhealed wound. Detected multiple faint, unstable energy sources scattered throughout the cluster, Su Rue reported. The signal signatures were mixed, some resembled Jishur fluctuations, but far more disordered, others were entirely alien. It was impossible to ascertain whether a unified command or defensive network existed. Maintain distance and first deploy high-sensitivity probes for wide-area scanning. Tekala proposed the plan. Several probes were released without fanfare, slipping into the cluster like fish into deep water, seeping inward. While awaiting data, Lin En stood at the viewport, staring at the dark cluster that seemed to breathe. His process perception reached outward, attempting to catch the rhythm behind those chaotic oscillations. The feedback was peculiar, neither the viscous dead silence of jigging Huixian Galfa, nor the vibrant, ordered pulse of terrestrial life, but a noisy, struggling beat, as if many faint heartbeats throbbed in disorder, interfering with one another, yet faintly leaning toward some rusted synchronization. Receiving preliminary imagery from the probe, Sitake called up the visuals. Inside the cluster, the scene was bleaker than on drifting asteroids and broken fragments. Traces of artificial constructions could be discerned, though mostly dilapidated and wildly varied in style, clearly originating from disparate civilizations. Some locations flickered with unstable energy glows, suggesting temporary encampments or concealed installations. Occasionally, a sparse small craft moved cautiously among the bodies, its trajectory furtive and erratic. This was not a unified force, but rather a refuge or a camp of exiles, Sitalenki judged. Look here, Ayla said, zooming in on a frame, a relatively intact small station whose hull was patched and grafted with mismatched technology. Its energy reading carried a familiar discordance, faintly reminiscent of the survivor's psychic ripples of jigging Huixian Galfa, yet more active, more agonized. At that moment, the main probe registered a violent energy eruption from a larger, irregular asteroid deep. The eruption's nature was savage and chaotic, yet at its core one could plainly see Jishi-like waves attempting to solidify and cycle. Combat or a purge? Yang asked over long-range comms, immediately on alert. Probes close in, but exercised. Lin En ordered the advance. The probes risked closing the distance. The returned images were horrifying. On the asteroid's surface, a makeshift settlement of wreckage burned. Several menacing black triangular assault ships, uniform in design and bearing unmistakable Jishur manufacture traits, hovered low and poured a sickly green beam that seemed to congeal matter. On the ground, resistors of disparate forms, apparently a mix of species, fired back with an assortment of weapons, some as primitive as kinetic arms, mounting a desperate defense. Their resistance was chaotic, but their eyes burned with resolute hatred. More strikingly, a single figure at the center of the resistance drew all attention. Its shape was nearly humanoid, yet portions of its body showed an unstable fusion of flesh and machine. Unstable energetic patterns flowed across its skin, as if it strove to suppress something within. With each motion, it unleashed a warped power bearing Jishur traits, but clearly out of control, disrupting the assault ship's attacks. Yet each use destabilized the being further, the fused areas threatening to crumble. A Zayodian, an active resisting individual Dr. Bana exclaimed over comms. Those assault ships are King Defu, dispatched by the Jishur to cleanse internal instabilities. Lin En understood at once. Yoli Xingqiuan had been exposed and was undergoing a purge. What do we do? Sitake asked Lin En. Intervene. That would reveal us directly and bring us into conflict with the Jishi's regular forces. Lin En's gaze hardened. What played out below was a slaughter. Those resistors were likely Zayodian who had escaped or were fleeing Jishur control and their sympathizers. The unstable individual was probably one of their stronger members. We cannot stand by, Tekala said in a low voice. If awakening Zayodian is our strategic direction, protecting the existing resistance must be the first step. But our forces, Su Rue worried. We do not need to defeat them, Heedon Lin En decided. Disrupt, create chaos, and give the resistors a window to evacuate. Sitalenki, prepare large-scale spatial misdirection to scramble enemy sensors and locks. Sitake Su Rue release electronic warfare drones and decoy energy targets to draw fire. Tekala Ayla prepare to receive survivors who may flee toward us. I will deal with the King Defu around that unstable individual and attempt to stabilize him. The plan was executed swiftly. Kaiming Singh dropped partial stealth and burst from concealment, deploying interference measures. The sudden appearance of a third force briefly stunned both sides on the battlefield. The assault ship's strikes faltered in instant confusion. Sidalanki's magic took hold, warping the battlefield's light and producing mirror images that made it difficult for the King Defu to discern true targets. Sitax and Su Rui's drones and decoys pulled some of the incoming fire. Lin En materialized directly above the unstable individual. He did not assault the ships. Instead, he wrapped the tormented being in a pure current of process power, like cool spring water tenderly enveloping him. Relax. Accept the difference, embrace the pain, but do not be consumed by it. Find the rhythm within your disorder. Lin En's voice entered the other's consciousness directly. The being convulsed violently, yet under Lin En's harmonizing touch, the raging energy patterns began miraculously to settle. The unstable fused regions held, if only for a while. He raised his head. Now his face was clearly male, one cheek encrusted with crystalline matter. He stared at Lin En with shocked bewilderment and a flicker of relief. You are not the Tongyi Yiji, nor the King Defu his fragmented consciousness sent. We are here to help. Lead your people and withdraw toward that direction. Lin En pointed to the safe rendezvous area pre-designated by Kaiming Singh. With a wave, he raised an invisible process barrier that intercepted several sickly green beams aimed at the ground. The beams rippled across the barrier, but could not penetrate. Seizing the respite, the ground resistors began to organize their retreat. The stabilized individual who called himself Kir displayed astonishing leadership, using his steadied power to carve a path for his companions. Yet the Jishur King Defu showed higher intelligence and adaptability. They quickly identified Kaiming Singh as the main source of interference. Several assault ships pivoted and concentrated their fire on the vessel. Worse, from the cluster's depths, a stronger, colder energy signature began to activate. Perhaps King Defu calling reinforcements, or a preset defensive mechanism being triggered. We have the first survivors aboard, Tekala reported, but enemy fire is intense. Reinforcement signal detected. We are being locked on. Prepare emergency jump. Lin En ordered decisively. Kir, take as many as you can and come with us. Kir glanced back at the burning settlement and the comrades who could not be evacuated. Pain flashed across his features, yet he knew that staying meant total annihilation. He emitted a sharp psychic cry as the remaining resistors dashed toward the rendezvous. Kaiming Singh's engines overloaded, and before enemy fire sealed them and tore open a precarious jump window. Lin En cast one last look at the burning refuge and the looming larger shadow pressing in from deep space, then with a dozen battered shell-shocked Zeodian survivors, plunged into an unstable spatial passage. The ship fled through violent turbulence. The rescued huddled in the cargo hold, mostly silent, their eyes haunted by stunned bewilderment and bone-deep terror born of escape. Kir remained relatively steady, but utterly exhausted. Thank you. All of you, Kir said haltingly in common tongue. His vocal apparatus appeared augmented. But you have attracted grave trouble. Tongyi Yiji will not forgive any interferers. It has noticed you. That signal was the call of the Juelia. The Juelia, Lin En asked. The Tongyi Yiji dispatches them as special units to handle external threats and major internal rebellions. Stronger than the King Defu and more. Relentless, Kir shuddered. They will trace any imprint of contact with Zay. You and we alike are now targets. A deeper silence fell over the hold. They had salvaged a few embers, but also invited fiercer, more professional hunters. Lin En regarded these souls escaped from perfect hell. They themselves represented the most precious embers of resistance and sources of intelligence against the Jishur. The price had already been paid, and the retreat severed. Let them come, Lin En said calmly with a resolve that cut through hesitation. The beacon is lit, hunter and flame will meet. What we must do before that meeting is make these embers burn brighter. He turned to Kir and the survivors. Welcome to terrestrial civilization. It may be imperfect, rife with Zeodian and chaos, but here we honor every soul struggling to make its voice heard. Now tell us about Tongyi Yiji, about yourselves, about everything needed to ignite rebellion from within. The embers that had betrayed perfection and the lighthouse that guarded process began under the shadow of impending crisis, their first true convergence. The blueprint of the Lighthouse Project was unanimously approved at the core meeting of the Micro Light Hall, but turning this grain on Earth in the deep isolation zone of the Luminous Hall. The rescued survivors, known as noise points, were settled in a specially reinforced area, undergoing comprehensive medical examinations, psychological assessments, and most importantly, gene contamination screening. Kel, as a relatively stable representative, began to intermittently provide information under the voluntary assistance of Lin En's process harmonization. The information was fragmented and filled with trauma, yet every piece was invaluable. They confirmed that within the cornerstone there existed a unified will flow known as the main melody, as well as noise points like themselves that retained individual noise. Cleaners are the everyday purification tools, while hunters are the sharp blades designed to deal with significant anomalies and external interferences. Regarding the ultimate goal of the cornerstone, they could not fully comprehend it, only sensing it was a cold and absolute desire to incorporate the entire universe into an eternal perfect cycle. We were once different civilizations, different individuals. Kel revealed a deep sorrow in his eyes during a relatively lucid narration captured decomposed by the main melody, and then attempted to merge. Most failed, becoming unconscious structural units. A few like us, due to certain intense obsessions, errors, or indelible memories, retained incompatibility, thus becoming noise points. Noise points are the errors of the system, the disharmonious sounds that the main melody attempts to eliminate. The wandering star clusters, are they places where noise points gather spontaneously? Steve asked. Yes, but not entirely. Kel shook his head. Some are like us, having escaped, some are fragments that the system failed to fully digest during its early devouring, and some may be bait or testing grounds intentionally left by the main melody. We cannot discern. All we know is that it is relatively safe there, as the main melody seems to show little interest in that chaotic area. Unless noise points are overly active, then cleaners will be dispatched for cleanup. About the direction where those noise points gather and the possible existence of a rebellious consciousness. Lin En guided the topic. Kel fell silent for a moment, seemingly resisting a certain instinctual mental suppression. There are legends deep within the main melody system, in the core data ruins of countless devoured civilizations, sleep some ancient, powerful initial noise points. They are defects or contradictions that have existed since the birth of the system, unable to be eliminated, only suppressed and isolated. It is said, if they can be awakened, perhaps it could trigger a logical storm in the system. He held his head in pain, but this is just a legend. And besides, that place is the most tightly defended by the main melody, close to the core tuning station. Core tuning station. Stark keenly caught this term. We are also unclear about the specifics. Only know that it is one of the key nodes where the main melody maintains synchronization of the vast system and projects assimilation means outward. Its location is top secret. Just then, the global lighthouse monitoring network's alarm suddenly rang. High-intensity multi-source spatial disturbances detected. Location, outer solar system near the Kuiper belt. Number 12. Energy characteristics match. Kurnash Empire capital ship level, but exhibiting abnormal distortion. The monitoring spark ability user reported anxiously. The holographic star map instantly switched, displaying the oncoming targets. It was indeed 12 battleships of Kurnash Empire style, but their appearance had undergone terrifying changes. The hull surfaces were covered with a dark, seemingly living tissue and metal hybrid structure, and the original energy cannon ports were distorted into writhing launchers akin to the eerie green light veins on the surface of Silent Echo. They were arranged in a neat, lifeless formation, approaching Earth at a constant speed, with no communication requests, only cold and unified hostile signals. Kurnash Empire. How dare they? T'Challa found it hard to believe. No, this is no longer the Kurnash Empire. Lin En gazed at the star map, his expression darkening. At least not the original them. These warships have been assimilated by the cornerstone, or rather exploited by the cornerstone. As if to corroborate his words, the bridge section of one battleship suddenly tore apart, like a living organism, revealing its internal structure. Where the bridge should have been a pulsating core, a mixture of mechanical circuitry and flesh had taken its place, with bundles of nerve-like tubes extending around it, connecting to a few Kurnash crew members who had been partially fused, their expressions vacant like marionettes. Their individual will had clearly been suppressed or erased, leaving only the instinct to obey commands. The cornerstone has controlled the Kurnash fleet. Su-Rue gasped. They are using Kurnash's hostility and military power as the vanguard and cannon fodder to attack. I am afraid it is more than that. Strange, since the approaching distorted wave mixed with Kurnash's ferocious battle intent and the Cornerstone's cold order, they are using this attack to test our defenses, collect real combat data from the Lighthouse Network and Earth's life field, while possibly also executing the Hunter's orders to eliminate us as interference factors. All personnel enter the highest state of battle readiness. Furious voice echoed through the global communication channel, carrying unprecedented severity. All national defense forces obey the unified dispatch of the Lighthouse Command Center. This is not a conventional invasion. This is the vanguard battle of the meme war. Earth, the blue planet that had just won independence in the civilizational trial, faced another crisis of life and death. And this time the enemy is even more bizarre, even more ruthless. The Lighthouse Network powers up to full. Globally, the balancer nodes lit up, connecting with the barrier of Kamartaj, the missile defense systems of various countries, and orbital defense platforms. In the luminous hall, all spark ability users guided by Ella and Kai entered a deep resonance state, injecting their powers into the network to enhance its ability to recognize and resist abnormal fluctuations. Lin En floated at the pinnacle of the luminous hall, his consciousness tightly connected with the entire Lighthouse Network and the life field of Earth beneath him. He could feel the nauseating sense of order pollution brought by the 12 corrupted warships attempting to seep into the spatial structure of the solar system like ink. The first wave of attack is coming. Stark's voice rang out. 12 corrupted warships fired simultaneously. No longer the traditional Kurnash plasma projectiles or energy beams, but 12 viscous, spreading eerie green assimilation beams, which did not directly attack Earth, but targeted specific spatial nodes near Earth's orbit, clearly intending to disrupt or even dismantle the spatial stability and energy transmission structure of the lighthouse network. Activate the harmonic resonator, adjust the frequency to maximum deviation, disrupt the phase synchronization of the assimilation beams. Su Rue operated rapidly at the ground command center. The halo of the lighthouse network suddenly brightened, emitting a high-frequency, nearly invisible fluctuation that collided with the incoming eerie green beams. The space underwent bizarre distortions and dispersions. Some assimilation beams were deflected and weakened, but several still struck the preset orbital defense platforms and some balancer nodes. The platforms and nodes that were hit did not explode. Instead, their surfaces rapidly became covered with a dark, writhing substance, their functions swiftly deteriorating, producing energy fluctuations that became rigid and repetitive, as if tainted by rust. Nodes are being contaminated. They are losing response. The contamination shows signs of spreading. The warnings rang out continuously. Initiate the entropy anchor simulation program. Create a controllable chaotic energy field around the contaminated nodes to delay the assimilation process. Dr. Banner proposed a countermeasure. Several highly protected experimental nodes activated, generating small-scale energy turbulence and information noise around the contaminated area, like pouring sand onto oil, which, while unable to eliminate the contamination, did indeed slow its spread. We cannot passively defend. We must destroy those launch sources. T'Challa shouted from the Wakandan command center. The long-range attack weapons of various nations, from electromagnetic cannons to strategic missiles equipped with vibranium warheads, and armed satellites still operational in orbit, simultaneously opened fire on the corrupted fleet. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The surface growth organisms of those corrupted warships exhibited astonishing adaptability when faced with physical and energy attacks. They were either deflected, absorbed, or even converted a portion of the attack's energy, thereby enhancing the eerie green light veins on the warship's surface. They are absorbing and converting attack energy. The efficiency of physical attacks is extremely low. Stark gritted his teeth. Attempt consciousness interference. Strange suggested teaming up with the mages of Kamartaj to launch targeted mental impact spells, trying to interfere with those controlled Kurnash crew members or directly attack the eerie blue core of the warship. The spells indeed produced some effects. The movements of several corrupted warships experienced momentary delays, and the surface growth organisms exhibited unstable fluctuations. But soon a stronger, colder, mental counterforce emanated from the warship's core, nullifying the spells. Those controlled crew members trembled violently, and some even began to fuse further, but the control of the warship did not fail. They have powerful collective consciousness protection. Or rather, they themselves are part of that collective consciousness. The battle fell into a stalemate. The Earth's defense network, supported by the lighthouse and global forces, temporarily held up against the first wave of assimilation attacks, but node contamination was slowly spreading and conventional attacks were yielding minimal results. After a brief adjustment, the corrupted fleet began their second wave of attack. They no longer dispersed their fire, but concentrated their firepower, attempting to forcefully drill a spatial passage leading to the core energy hub of the lighthouse network at a point outside Earth's atmosphere. They are searching for the heart of the network. Lin En instantly understood the opponent's tactics. If they succeeded, the entire lighthouse network could be contaminated and dismantled from the core. No more hesitation. Lin En's figure vanished from the luminous hall, appearing directly in front of the 12 corrupted fleet's trajectory beyond Earth's orbit. His appearance was like a star that suddenly ignited, starkly contrasting against the blue Earth behind him. The corrupted fleet seemed to have identified him as the greatest interference source. All cannon ports instantly pivoted, and eerie green assimilation beams surged towards him like a tidal wave. Lin En did not evade. He spread his arms as the invisible process domain erupted around him. This time the domain was no longer gentle, but filled with the violence of the universe's inception and the irresistible force of evolution. The incoming assimilation beams, upon touching the domain, were not blocked, but forcibly analyzed and reconstructed. The viscous order was dismantled into basic information streams and energy, then rewoven and transformed according to the natural rhythm of Earth's life field, turning into pure light and heat that spread outward, even washing over the surfaces of the corrupted warships, causing those growth organisms to emit painful screams, a type of mental wave. Find their command node. Lin En's voice resonated through the Earth's defense network. Concentrate all spark resonance powers in conjunction with strange dimensional piercing spell to attack the eerie blue core of the leading warship. That is the concentration point of the cornerstone control signal. On the ground, Elakai and all the sparks pushed the resonance power to its limits. Strange and Wong led the most elite mages of Kamartaj to jointly cast a composite spell that required a tremendous cost. Spear of True Annihilation, a golden beam that concentrated the destructive power of pure order under the guidance and amplification of the spark resonance power, ignored the physical and energy defenses of the corrupted warship's surface, piercing directly towards the eerie blue core of the leading warship. Simultaneously, Lin En's process domain was fully suppressing the attacks and interferences from the other warships. The golden beam hit. The eerie blue core pulsated violently, distorting, emitting a silent shriek. The crew members around the core were instantly turned to ash. The core itself seemed on the verge of exploding, but the cornerstone contained within was incredibly resilient, attempting to reorganize and repair itself. At that moment, Lin En made a bold move. He injected a portion of process power back through the channel opened by the golden beam into the oncoming collapse of the eerie blue core. He did not intend to destroy it, rather he aimed to implant an information virus representing free evolution, unpredictability, and individual differences directly into this cornerstone control node. Embrace the noise points. Lin En's whisper was like a decree. The pulsation of the eerie blue core abruptly halted, followed by an explosion of countless chaotic multicolored lights from within. The process information it received generated a devastating conflict with its underlying code of absolute order. This conflict, like a virus, began to spread through some unknown connection to other corrupted warships, even reaching the distant cornerstone network. The 12 corrupted warships simultaneously fell into chaos. The surface growth organisms lost control, starting to grow or disintegrate erratically, their energy systems overloaded, and the hulls collided and twisted. Ultimately, in a silent, splendid, and bizarre energy cataclysm, this fleet controlled by the cornerstone transformed into clouds of wreckage mixed with metal fragments and ashes slowly dispersing in space. In Earth's orbit, the crisis was temporarily averted. Yet Lin En floated amidst the wreckage, his expression grave. He sensed that in the recent conflict, although the information virus he injected had destroyed this control node, it undoubtedly sent a clear position signal and declaration of challenge to the core of the cornerstone system. What weighed heavily on his mind was that at the moment the eerie blue core collapsed, he captured an extremely brief feedback message from deep within that cold will flow, carrying a trace of a more focused and dangerous interest, as if stung. What weighed heavily on his mind was that at the moment the eerie blue core collapsed, he captured an extremely brief. This victory may have merely opened the curtain on a more grand and brutal war. The corrupted gears have begun to. The wreckage of the Nash corruption fleet drifts like ashes in a cosmic graveyard, silently narrating the brief yet intense conflict that has just concluded. The rust pollution on Earth's orbital defense platform and some balancer nodes has significantly slowed its spread after losing its energy source, yet it has not ceased. The dark, writhing substances remain stubbornly attached, continuously consuming the energy of the nodes, while emitting faint, unsettling waves of order. The atmosphere in the Lighthouse Command Center is tense. The cost of victory is starkly visible. The global defense network has multiple bruises that will require time and resources to repair. More importantly, everyone understands that this was merely a probing attack, a cost-effective stress test initiated by the cornerstone using puppets. We must immediately purify the contaminated nodes. Su Rue called up detailed scans of the polluted areas. The anchor of entropy increase can only delay, not eradicate. This assimilative substance is deeply integrated with the node structure. Forcibly stripping it away could lead to the complete failure of the node. What about purifying with magic? Takara looked at Strange. Strange's face was weary. The recent composite spell had taken a massive toll. We can try, but the efficiency won't be high. This pollution possesses material energy and information characteristics requiring inch-by-inch magical purification, and it may trigger unpredictable energy backlash. To make matters worse, he pointed to the subtle dark lines extending outward from the edges of the polluted area. It is attempting to establish a connection with the unpolluted parts of the network, spreading its rigid rhythm. If not addressed quickly, the entire network could be slowly infected. After observing silently, Kier stabilized his mental state following Lin's further adjustments. He gazed at the images of pollution on the screen, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions: fear, disgust, and a hint of peculiar eagerness. It is not inherently aggressive, but it continuously releases a unified meme, weakening the process resistance of the surrounding structures, preparing. It is not inherently aggressive, but it continuously releases a unified meme, weakening the process resistance of the surrounding structures, preparing for deeper assimilation. Conventional energy neutralization or physical removal is difficult to achieve completely because part of it has already been encoded into the foundational information structure of your network. What should we do then? Stark pressed. Kier hesitated, looking at Lin En. Former system to deal with the unremovable stagnant pustule, there is only one way: burnout. Burnout. Use a higher intensity, chaotic, uncontrollable process power to impact and cover the rigid coating of the pustule. Kier explained, like using a wildfire to burn away stubborn weeds that cannot be eradicated. But the risk is extremely high. If not controlled, the fire could spread and consume what you wish to protect. Moreover, the individual executing the burnout needs to endure immense backlash, as they must serve as a source of chaos to counteract that absolute order. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Lin. He seemed to be the only one capable and qualified to execute such a burnout operation. Lin calmly accepted their gaze. He had anticipated this. How specifically should we proceed? Kier approached the hologram, pointing to several nodes that were severely contaminated and located at crucial network junctions. We cannot proceed comprehensively at once. We must break through one by one. You need to condense your consciousness, or rather a part of the essence of your process, to a high degree, then inject it into the core of the pustule in the form of inverse meme that is carrying the greatest degree of uncertainty, contradictory nature, and free intention. This will trigger violent information conflicts and energy explosions. A sufficiently strong conflict can cover the rigid coating, but it may also destroy the node itself, or even affect your consciousness. I need the complete structural data and energy flow maps of these nodes as detailed as possible. Lin didn't waste words, and I need real-time resonance support from the Spark network to stabilize the main structure of the nodes and prevent a total collapse while I execute this. Strange, I need you and the mages of Kamartaj to construct the strongest dimensional and mental barriers around ensuring that the conflicting energy does not leak out and harm the innocent. The plan was quickly formulated. The first target is a large balancer main node located in a synchronous orbit above the Pacific Ocean, responsible for coordinating the energy flow of half the Earth's defenses with a pollution level of 17. Lin hovered near this node. The originally smooth silver surface of the node now resembled an ugly sore covered in pulsating dark matter. He closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness deep within, beginning to mobilize his process power. This was not simply an energy output, but a deeper self-deconstruction and reorganization. He distilled and compressed all his complex insights on the growth of all things on Earth, the rise and fall of civilizations, the evolution of stars, and the agonizing struggles and desires for freedom of those saved, noise injecting them into an extreme dynamic and indefinable intention. This intention rotated and surged within his core, filled with contradictions and possibilities. Meanwhile, the global sparks, guided by Ella and Kai, focused the power of resonance here, wrapping the main structure of the node with countless fine and resilient threads, striving to maintain its stability. Strange, and the mage's golden magic array unfurled in the void, layered upon one another, isolating this space from the outside. Begin. Lin's consciousness command was sent out. He extended a finger, the tip coalescing the formless point of inverse meme light, seemingly containing all the noise and vitality of the universe, gently touching the center of the polluted area. The moment of contact, there was no loud sound, only a terrifying silence, as if the entire structural space was groaning, tearing, and then reorganizing. The dark matter on the node's surface suddenly surged violently, emitting a piercing wail filled with a sense of defilement that could only be perceived on a spiritual level. The ghostly green and dark purple lights flickered wildly, attempting to resist and assimilate the invading chaos. The inverse meme injected by Lin collided, eroded, and covered the rigid coating of the stagnant pustule like the most potent acid and the most ferocious wildfire. Inside the node, the normal energy flow tangled and exploded with the polluted energy, the structure emitting a mournful sound of being overwhelmed. The resonance threads of the sparks were strained to their limits. Ella and Kai's faces turned pale as they struggled to maintain it. Lin's body trembled slightly. He could distinctly feel that cold, stubborn force of order encroaching along the link of the inverse meme, attempting to draw his chaos into its rigid cycle. Countless voices, the collective wails of civilizations consumed by the cornerstone, the cold, logical commands of unified will, and the extreme rejection of difference, bombarded his mind. Yet he steadfastly held on to the core belief in the free process, his affection for the vibrant lives of countless species on Earth, and the responses to the trusting gazes of his companions. He transformed these emotions into a part of the inverse meme, serving as an anchor against the encroachment. A stalemate ensued. A fierce tug-of-war unfolded at the microscopic information level. Finally, at a critical point, the rigid coating of the stagnant pustule exhibited its first crack. Following that, like an avalanche, the chaotic process power surged in dismantling, washing over and covering its structure from within. The dark matter melted and vaporized as if exposed to sunlight, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. The scars on the surface of the node disappeared, revealing its original silver sheen, although covered in cracks, and with weak energy fluctuations, the suffocating rigidity had vanished, replaced by a weak, yet rejuvenated natural rhythm. Lin withdrew his finger, his face pale for a moment, then quickly restored. The first burnout succeeded, but at a great cost, and he distinctly sensed that the backlash from the order pollution had left a faint yet difficult to eradicate coldness deep within his consciousness. He did not pause, but immediately proceeded to the next contaminated node, the second, the third. Each burnout was a tremendous test of his will and strength. The degree of pollution and the structural differences of the nodes brought uncertainties to the process. When purifying the fourth node, a secondary hub located over North Africa, an unexpected event occurred. The depth of pollution at this node far exceeded expectations, its core nearly replaced by assimilative matter. When Lin's inverse meme was injected, it triggered an energy and information backlash 10 times more violent than anticipated. The resonance threads of the sparks snapped instantly, causing Ella, Kai, and others to spit blood, their spirits injured. Strange barriers shook violently, showing cracks. The node itself emitted a blinding light, its structure beginning to irreversibly collapse. In this critical moment, Lin made a decision. He did not withdraw his power, but instead invested more process energy, not to save the node, but to control the direction. He guided the explosive conflict energy not to spread outward, but to shrink inward and annihilate simultaneously, using himself as a medium to forcibly absorb and transform most of the reverse encroaching order pollution. Boom! The node silently transformed into a miniature transient black hole, swallowing itself and most of the pollutants before swiftly evaporating and dissipating. Space added a blank area. Lin emerged from the center of the explosion, a golden point of light oozing from the corner of his mouth, an indication of slight damage to his essence. Within his consciousness, that coldness became even more pronounced. Lin, Stark and others exclaimed. Lin wiped the golden point from his mouth. His voice, still steady. The node was destroyed, but the pollution was concentrated and cleared without spreading. Let's proceed to the next one. No one dissuaded him. Everyone saw the determination in his eyes and understood this was a necessary cost. The purification work continued. When the last major pollution node located over the South Pacific was burned out, the rust threat on Earth's orbit was temporary. However, the lighthouse network also paid a price. It lost a secondary hub. Several nodes were severely damaged and required prolonged repair, and multiple high-level sparks like Ella and Kai were spiritually drained, while Strange and the mage's magic reserves were depleted. As Lin returned to the Twilight Hall, his form appeared slightly ethereal, and his aura was no longer as unfathomable as before, instead exuding a faint, almost frostbitten weariness. Yet the light in his eyes was sharper than ever, even more heavy. Kier looked at him, his eyes filled with awe. You have eradicated the stagnant pustule, but you have also absorbed its coldness. That is the mark of it. It will lie dormant like a seed within your process, trying to pull you toward the side of order. I know, Lin replied. He could sense that cold intent to simplify and centralize everything, like a festering sore lurking deep within his power and dangerous potential conflict with his pursuit of dynamic balance and multiple possibilities. Perhaps this is one of the costs of directly opposing the power of the cornerstone. But this also means, Lin said slowly, his gaze sweeping over his weary, yet still standing companions, I now have a more direct connection with the main melody. Through this connection, I may perceive its pulsations, its weaknesses, and the calls of those suppressed initial noise more clearly. The crisis has temporarily passed, but the war is far from over. The Earth's lighthouse has undergone a tempering in the storm. Its light may temporarily dim, but its foundation is more solid. The lantern bearer himself, however, has already been stained by the flames of war, 1 foot stepping into the cold realm of absolute order. Having burned away the stagnation, he has also drawn deeper bonds. The road ahead is uncertain, but the steps cannot pause. For the shadow of the hunter has already shrouded the star domains, and the only thing that can illuminate the path is the undying flame of faith in the free process within the heart. The purification of the static abscess consumed Earth's precious time and energy. Though the lighthouse network had temporarily stabilized, an even heavier pall of unease now hung in the air. Lin's warning about the hunters loomed over every mind like the sword of Damocles. From fragmented yet terror-stricken accounts by survivors such as Kerr, the so-called noise points, a chilling figure gradually emerged, not a mere war machine, but an extension of the Keystone will itself. A hunter forged expressly to resolve complications, possessing both overwhelming power and unnerving elusiveness. The inner sanctum of the Glimmer Sanctum scarcely had time to regroup. Stark and Shuri led their teams in round-the-clock repairs of damaged nodes, while urgently developing passive early warning and active interference systems against order contamination, drawing upon data gathered during the burnout process. Ella and Kay worked tirelessly to restore the Spark network, striving to integrate the unique traits of more Spark wielders deeply into the defensive architecture. Strange and Wong combed through the ancient tomes of Kamartaj, seeking records on high-dimensional consciousness tracking and countermeasures. Kerr and other noise point survivors volunteering willingly underwent deeper process harmonization and information extraction, seeking fragments revealing the hunter's operational patterns and potential vulnerabilities. Lin secluded himself in a private meditation chamber deep within the sanctum. He needed time to process the effects of absorbing the chill. It was no physical wound, but a cognitive deviation. He felt with stark clarity how his once vast starfield-like perception of the process had been inscribed with certain cold, rigid lines. These lines sought to channel all his perception and decision-making along a single, most direct, most efficient logical pathway, erasing emotion, ambiguity, and uncertainty. They whispered like stubborn program directives: eliminate variables, pursue optimal solutions, unify objectives. He had to remain perpetually vigilant, countering this seductive simplification with his profound understanding of life's complexity, his unwavering trust in his companions, and his tender devotion to every vibrant, fleeting moment on Earth. The struggle was excruciating, like rowing upstream against a relentless current, yet he had no alternative. He sensed that as his latent connection to the Keystone system deepened, the cold will's interest, or rather its assessment, of him grew ever sharper. It was as though a colossal invisible eye poised beyond the Starcia watched him in silent stillness. As an intrigue, 10 days later the warning struck without warning. Not from conventional spatial sensors, but from the Spark network itself. This time it was not Ella or Kay, but a young ability wielder monitoring deep subconscious fluctuations across the Spark network, codenamed Dreamweaver. During routine meditation, she was abruptly plunged into a collective nightmare saturated with the primal terror of being hunted. A dreamscape filled with indescribable sounds, metallic screeches intertwined with the low, resonant groans of abyssal leviathans. Dozens of other sparks linked to her resonance network experienced palpitations and unexplained dread to varying degrees. Not an external assault. It's some kind of prescient resonance interference. Dreamweaver reported her face ashen after emergency reawakening something terrifyingly focused, has entered the perception blind zone beyond the solar system's outer rim. It deliberately evades conventional detection, yet its very intent of presence is sufficient to perturb the deepest fluctuations of the life field. Almost simultaneously, observatories and deep space monitoring stations worldwide reported faint but inexplicable gravitational lensing effects and localized distortions in the cosmic microwave background radiation. These distortions flickered like phantoms at several points beyond the Kuiper belt, devoid of mass, lacking any energy signature, as if space itself recoiled from whatever passed through it. The hunters. They have arrived. Lin's voice echoed calmly yet gravely over the internal channel. They excel at concealment, their methods defy convention. Lighthouse network switch to silent vigilance mode. Reduce all active signal emissions. Stark Shuri. Activate the environmental background simulation system. Mask Earth and its orbital infrastructure's overall energy fluctuations to mimic common stellar activity patterns. Strange. Reinforce dimensional shielding across all sanctums. The orders were executed instantly. Earth seemed in an instant to dim, to slip quietly from the universe's spotlight into shadow. Yet no one knew how long such deception could fool a professional hunter. And the hunter did not strike directly at Earth. Over the next 48 hours, eerie incidents unfolded across the solar system's periphery. A passing asteroid untouched by external force suddenly disintegrated from within, shattering into countless perfectly uniform angular metallic fragments. These arranged themselves according to fractal geometric principles before vanishing silently into spatial folds. An unmanned probe belonging to an outer solar system resource development company, already recalled in haste following the outbreak of conflict, lost all contact with ground control mid-transit. 3 days later, its wreckage was discovered near Mars orbit. Its hull remained intact, bearing no impact scars. Yet every electronic component, storage medium, and even the microscopic surface grain of its metal structures had been formatted by some force into a terrifyingly smooth, informationless void. The core code of its AI crew had been utterly erased, leaving no trace of logic or structure. Most unsettling of all, a massive solar array orbiting Mercury abruptly ceased all energy output. Remote inspection revealed that over 1/3 of its tens of thousands of photovoltaic panels had transformed into flawless mirrors, perfectly reflecting sunlight, while their photovoltaic conversion function was permanently disabled, as if their very material structure had been infused with a fundamental law of absolute resistance to energy transformation. These events unfolded soundlessly. No explosions, no combat, yet radiated an unnerving precision and chilling indifference. They were probing, gathering data, demonstrating existence and capability through means transcending conventional physics. They're sampling and testing the assimilability and information density of diverse matter, energy, and technological artifacts within the solar system. Kerr stared at the reports, his body trembling slightly. This is the hunter's hallmark behavior. First comprehend the environment, assess target value, then devise the most efficient solution. They've reduced the solar system to a system under analysis, Stark gritted out. And we are merely anomalous software, needing processing. Pressure mounted invisibly. Global defense forces stood taut as bowstrings, yet faced no discernible. Ordinary soldiers and civilians, though unaware of full details, sensed the gathering storm. From sudden communications blackouts, anomalous celestial phenomena, and the palpable gravity in leadership's demeanor. Lin's perception, as fine as the finest net, spread across every corner of the solar system. He could faintly sense those several icy, scalpel-sharp gazes drifting, dissecting, analyzing through the void. They were unervingly patient, unervingly cautious, and unervingly arrogant, as if all of Earth's civilization's struggles were nothing more than meaningless microbial agitation within a petri dish. Finally, after 3 deceptively calm days, the hunters completed their preliminary assessment and launched their first action with unmistakable intent. Their target, Sea of Tranquility Station, a highly automated helium-3 mining and preliminary refining base on the lunar far side, jointly established by multiple nations. Remote in location and sparsely staffed. Only dozens of rotating engineers. The station's extreme automation made it an ideal test case for evaluating the Lighthouse network's protection of distant nodes and its resilience against the conversion of automated infrastructure. The assault struck without warning. Every external sensor and communication link failed simultaneously down. Recovered fragments of internal surveillance footage showed base lighting equipment hums and air circulation sounds suddenly stretching, warping, and then dissolving into an absolute uniform tinnitus-inducing white noise. All operating machinery, from mining vehicles to refining centrifuges, froze mid-motion, then began repeating their last interrupted command, with nanometer-level synchronization exceeding design limits, like ghosts trapped in infinite loops. Engineers panicked, attempted intervention or evacuation, but their movements slowed drastically, their thoughts thickened, as if time itself congealed around them. The entire sequence lasted approximately 30 seconds. Then everything returned to normal. Lights reignited, noise ceased, machines halted. Yet the station was no longer what it had been. Every metal surface bore an ineradicable, flawlessly smooth, dark silver coating. Every electronic core chip had its transistor lattice rearranged by some force into that cold, infinitely self-nesting geometric pattern, and the dozens of engineers stood frozen in place. Eyes vacant, breathing steady, vital signs stable, yet utterly unresponsive to external stimuli, their consciousness seemingly vacuumed away, leaving only the barest autonomic instincts. Their memories, personalities, every essence of humanity, had been formatted. More disturbingly, the entire station now emitted a faint, steady energy pulse, not for self-power, but like a beacon continuously broadcasting complete data packets on the conversion process into deep space, and simultaneously scanning pulses imbued with investigative intent tuned precisely to the lighthouse network's frequencies. Sea of Tranquility Station has been specimenized. Strange's voice trembled slightly. They did not destroy. It was converted into a forward outpost feeding intelligence back to the Keystone, and simultaneously a persistent source of contamination emitting order memes designed to infect the Moon and Earth. They are using our own infrastructure to study us. That station must be destroyed, immediately. T'Challa declared resolute. Not so simple. Lin gazed toward the Moon, perceiving the immense stasis field tightly fused with space-time surrounding the station. Any external assault risks deflection, absorption, or even analysis and exploitation. A direct strike carries high risk, accelerating contamination spread or furnishing the hunters with further countermeasure data. He paused, then resolved. This time, I will go, but not by force. His eyes blazed with accelerated stellar currents. The dormant chill lines within him were forcibly summoned and twisted. They wished to analyze the process. Then I shall give them a process. Impossible to simplify. Lin's form vanished from the glimmer sanctum. He did not head straight for the Moon, but first arrived at a recently repaired lighthouse node in Earth orbit. Placing his hand upon it, his consciousness instantly fused with the entire spark network, and with Earth's vast pulsing life field. All sparks, regardless of rank or location. Lin's mental resonance swept across the network. I require your aid. Not for attack, not for defense, but for singing. Sing forth, with your most authentic, most singular rhythm, the very essence of your being and your bond to this land, following my guidance toward the Moon. The request was strange, abstract, yet no one questioned it. From high-tier wielders like Ella and Kay to newly awakened youths whose abilities barely flickered, tens of thousands of sparks across the globe after brief confusion stilled their minds, feeling their connection to the Earth beneath them, to the life around them, then channeled that unique, vivid sensation as intangible waves into the resonance network. As the greatest resonator and conductor, Lin wove together these millions of distinct, noisy, contradictory, yet fiercely alive rhythms, harmonizing them with Earth's overarching life field pulse, and with his own process power, tainted yet defiant, into an intricate, dynamically shifting, never-repeating tapestry. He raised his hand and gestured faintly toward the Moon. No energy beam, no spatial distortion. Only an intangible, immaterial torrent of information, containing Earth's seasons, civilizations' rise and fall, humanity's sorrow and joy, and infinite possibility, surged toward the specimenized base on the lunar far side, traveling faster than light, through sheer volition. This torrent was neither attack nor defense. It was display, communication, and above all, contamination and informational contamination of absolute order. When this supremely complex process torrent struck the stasis field enveloping Sea of Tranquility Station, the field convulsed violently, unstably. It attempted to analyze, categorize, simplify the torrent, but its information density, contradictions, and dynamic flux exceeded the field's processing capacity. Ripples tore across its surface like a lake struck by boulders, wildly expanding, interfering, shattering. Inside the station, the formatted equipment and specimenized engineers trembled with minute, discordant vibrations under the torrent's wash. Within the engineers' hollow gazes, a faint, fleeting spark flickered, then died. The station's broadcast data packets and scanning pulses stuttered, corrupted by transient error codes. More crucially, through this torrent, Lin clearly touched the icy will of a hunter concealed within nearby space. For the first time, that will pulsed with something akin to confusion and impediment. The hunter's flawless logical chain had encountered a chaotic variable irreducible by its existing models. Under sustained bombardment, instability within the specimen station escalated, until its core order generator overloaded and collapsed in silent annihilation due to irreconcilable logical conflicts. The entire station, and everything within, dissolved into a cloud of pure informationless elementary particles, slowly dispersing into the Moon's frigid void. No data remained for analysis. The hunter's first direct sampling and attempt to establish a forward outpost had been neutralized by Lin, in an unconventional, almost artistic manner. But Lin knew this was only the beginning. The hunter had been irrevocably enraged, or rather its fascination elevated to its zenith. Through this encounter, he had also pinpointed the approximate spatial anchor points of those icy wills with newfound. He returned to the glimmer sanctum, paler than before, the starlight in his eyes dimmed, yet his gaze sharpened to a blade's edge. They will not relent, Lin told the assembled group. Next time it will not be sampling, but the true eradication protocol. We must immediately execute the Ember Awakening protocol. Kerr. He turned to the noise point survivor. Tell me how to locate and safely approach the initial noise point slumbering region near the core tuning station. We have no time left. The brief confrontation on the lunar far side had been the first shot fired in a silent forest. Between Hunter and Guardian, all buffer had vanished. The ultimate hunt and the ultimate counter-hunt had both entered their final countdown. The atmosphere of the meeting regarding the Fireseed Awakening plan was more somber than ever. The confrontations on the far side of the moon had proven that conventional defenses and passive responses were inadequate against the bizarre attacks of the pursuers. To seize the initiative and potentially turn the tide of battle, one must take the risk of delving deep into the core area of the Foundation system, executing the audacious and nearly mad plan to awaken the suppressed initial noise point. The intelligence provided by Kel was limited and fraught with uncertainty. The specific location of the core tuning station was top secret, even the noise points found it difficult to ascertain. However, based on his vague memories before assimilation snippets from other survivors and directional information obtained from the monolith of infinite knowledge, he sketched a possible path, not a traditional spatial coordinate route, but a shadowy path that required traversing multiple dimensional layers while avoiding the major monitoring network of the main melody. The entrance to this path was said to be located in a peculiar spatial area known as the Broken Corridor, filled with unstable and dangerous spatial rifts and chaotic law currents resulting from early Foundation absorption experiments gone awry. Crossing the corridor would lead to a transitional zone referred to as the Sleepy Frontier, scattered with remnants of civilizations that had been partially assimilated and fallen into stagnation alongside primitive samples of stagnant pustules. Only by traversing the Sleepy Frontier could one faintly sense the vast order fluctuations emanating from the core tuning station, while the sleeping area of the initial noise point theoretically existed in the blurred boundary between order and chaos surrounding the tuning station. This path is fraught with peril. Kel's voice trembled with fear. The spatial structure of the Broken Corridor could collapse at any moment, tearing intruders apart or casting them into unknown dimensions. The Sleepy Frontier is rife with mental pollution and stagnation traps. A moment's inattention could lead to assimilation or freezing of consciousness. And near the core tuning station, even at the edge, one must face the direct gaze of the main melody and the lair of. Once discovered, there is no chance of survival. But we have no choice. Lin's voice was calm. The pursuers have already locked onto Earth. The next attack could trigger a full assimilation protocol. Instead of waiting to be annihilated, we should take the offensive and seek a fulcrum to shift the situation. Who will go? Steve surveyed the crowd. This was not an ordinary reconnaissance mission. It was a decapitation operation deep in the enemy's lair, requiring strength, wisdom, stealth, and the will to withstand immense mental pollution. I must go, Lin stated unequivocally. Only my power of process has the potential to resist the order erosion of the core area and attempt to resonate with the initial noise point. I need a guide familiar with the path and the internal environment of the Foundation. He looked at Kel. Kel's body trembled, his eyes struggling for a moment before being replaced by a determination born of desperation. I will lead the way. I still have memories of some areas in the Sleepy Frontier. Moreover, my essence as a noise point might provide us with some camouflage as we approach the core. We also need a top-notch stealth and survival expert to handle the physical and spatial dangers along the path. Stark glanced at Nighthawk. Nighthawk silently nodded, his gaze sharp as ever beneath his mask. Concealment on a magical level and countering dimensional anomalies are essential. Strange stepped forward. Wong will remain at Kamar Taj to oversee the situation. I will accompany the team. What about the ship? Su Rue raised a crucial question. The survival rate and concealment of conventional ships in that environment are extremely low. We will use an upgraded version of the Silent Walker combined with some of the concealment technology reverse engineered from the interference of the pursuers. Stark brought up a design blueprint. The Glimmer Submariner. The hull is made of multi-layered vibranium-absorbent composite materials, with the exterior inscribed with the highest grade spatial camouflage and dimensional shift runes provided by Strange. The propulsion system is completely silent, and it is equipped with Su Rui's designed environmental mimicry device, which can simulate the energy characteristics of the surrounding spatial turbulence. Most importantly, its core is equipped with a small anti-meme generator continuously emitting faint and chaotic informational noise to interfere with the Foundation's systematic detection. Even so, complete invisibility cannot be guaranteed. Dr. Banner cautioned. Once entering a high-order area, any chaos itself could become a conspicuous target. Therefore, we cannot rely on complete concealment. Lin remarked. We need speed, decisiveness, and the ability to create greater chaos to cover ourselves when necessary. Inside the ship, a high-yield information singularity bomb must be reserved. Not a physical explosion, but a device capable of instantly releasing a massive amount of chaotic information that cannot be parsed immediately, temporarily paralyzing local order perception. The plan was rapidly refined under high tension. The Hall of Glimmer and Wakandan factories operated at full capacity, completing the modifications and tests of the Glimmer Submariner in just 48 hours. The ship stocked concentrated life support supplies, emergency stabilizers against mental pollution developed based on Lin's process, harmonization principle, and a rough star map sketched by Kel from memory. On the eve of departure, Lin once again performed a collective harmonization for all sparks, reinforcing the resonance foundation of Earth's life field and deeply embedding a part of his process mark into the core of the beacon network as a backup seed to maintain the network's minimum operation in case he could not return. He made brief and heavy farewells with Steve T'Challa Ella and others. Earth, I entrust you with this. Before we return or confirm failure, defend with all your strength and buy time. If the beacon is about to extinguish, initiate the civilization seed plan. This was an ultimate contingency plan to condense Earth's cultural, genetic, and knowledge resources and randomly scatter microorcs into the depths of the universe using the remaining strength. No one wanted to contemplate that possibility. The Glimmer submariner drifted away silently from low Earth orbit like a shadow in the cosmos, jumping towards the coordinates of the entrance to the broken corridor as guided by Kel. Inside the ship, the four-person team took their positions. Lin meditated in the center, maintaining the process shield for the entire vessel and a faint sensory link to Earth. Kel nervously operated the navigation device, his body involuntarily trembling from the proximity to the influence of the main melody. Strange closed his eyes in concentration, maintaining the magical concealment layer of the ship. Nighthawk monitored all sensors and the status of the vessel, ready to respond to any sudden dangers. After the first jump, they arrived in a desolate void. Ahead, the scenery of space became bizarre. The normal starry background appeared like a shattered mirror, presenting countless disjointed and distorted fragments, with bottomless dark rifts in between where strange colors and incomprehensible shapes flickered and flowed at the edges of the cracks. This was the broken corridor. The spatial structure is extremely unstable and conventional propulsion cannot be used. Nighthawk reported. Manual navigation is required, gliding along the weak gravitational strings between the spatial fragments. Any energy fluctuation could trigger a chain collapse. Kel took a deep breath and began to guide the ship based on memory and instinct. This was a dance on the edge of a blade. The Glimmer submariner glided in like a feather, carefully slipping into a relatively wide rift, avoiding the violent energy turbulence and suddenly appearing spatial vortices. Sounds reminiscent of glass being slowly crushed occasionally echoed from outside the hull. Strange magical runes glowed, striving to counteract the dimensional tearing force. Several times the ship nearly became engulfed by suddenly collapsing spatial fragments or the logical turbulence spewing forth from the rifts, relying on Lin's timely use of process power to forcibly distort local spatial rules or strange urgent dimensional displacement spell to avert disaster. After hours of thrilling navigation, they finally passed through the most dangerous area, and the space ahead gradually became viscous and dark. The light of the stars vanished, replaced by a uniform, oppressive dark gray tone. In the distance, vague outlines of enormous objects could be seen. Remnants of planets, fragments of gigantic structures, and even some indescribable half-biological, half-mechanical massive shells, all motionless, their surfaces covered in the same dull substance, as if time had stopped here. The sleepy frontier. Kel whispered, his voice filled with pain and memories. Countless remnants of food that have been consumed and partially digested. The ship slowed down, activating environmental mimicry in an attempt to blend into this silent backdrop. However, the silence here was deceptive. Sensors detected a pervasive, faint, but continuous mental whisper. The endless wails and murmurs of frozen consciousness filled with despair, confusion, and the pain of assimilation. Even with the ship's protective and mental filtering devices, these whispers felt like cold needles attempting to pierce the minds of the crew. Enhance the mental shielding. Strange reminded beads of sweat on his forehead, indicating the immense cost of maintaining the spell. Lin released a gentler process wave, enveloping the internal space of the ship like a warm barrier, neutralizing the external cold malice. Kel was in the worst condition, as those whispers resonated strongly with his own noise point memories. He had to resist with all his might to avoid falling into madness or the illusion of being assimilated again. They cautiously maneuvered around the massive remains, avoiding some areas that clearly emitted stronger order fluctuations characteristic of stagnant pustules, primitive sample regions. Although the space here was relatively stable, it was filled with traps. Some areas would suddenly reverse gravity, some would distort light into disorienting mazes, and some would silently extract the ship's energy. Suddenly, Nighthawk issued a warning on the starboard side. Non-natural movement detected. A cleaner unit. It's patrolling. Everyone's hearts tightened. In the distance, a dark gray creature, a hybrid of a multi-legged insect and mining machinery, was slowly sweeping some floating debris along a fixed trajectory. Its perception seemed dull, not detecting the Glimmer submariner in camouflage. Veer around it, keep your distance. Lin whispered. However, just as they altered their course, the ship's anti-meme generator emitted an extremely faint random fluctuation pulse outside its programmed parameters. This pulse was harmless in itself, but in the ultra-order context of the sleepy frontier, it was like a stone thrown into a calm water surface. The cleaner unit suddenly halted. Multiple sensors, if that could be called a head, turned towards their general direction, emitting dark red scanning beams. We've been exposed. Emergency evasion. Nighthawk urged, pushing the control stick. The Glimmer submariner suddenly accelerated, rushing toward the debris field, trying to use the obstacles for cover. The cleaner immediately initiated a pursuit. Its speed was slow, but its actions were precise, shooting out not assimilation beams, but silver living-like metallic threads attempting to entangle and ensnare the ship. Strange quickly cast a spell, creating several illusory clones behind the ship. The metallic threads pierced through the clones, but the cleaner seemed capable of discerning the real from the fake, only momentarily delaying before continuing to lock onto the real body. Don't get entangled. It will attract more. Kel urged. Lin's gaze sharpened as he sensed an area ahead where the spatial structure was abnormally fragile, filled with unstable mental turbulence. Charge into that area. Strange, prepare a powerful spatial shockwave spell. The target is not the cleaner but the space ahead of us. The ship narrowly avoided several metallic threads and plunged into that gray misty region. Strange's hands shifted through magical seals, powerful magic striking at the spatial node ahead. Boom. It was not a physical explosion, but a mournful cry of the spatial structure itself. The area ahead collapsed like shattered glass, forming a brief, small spatial vortex that madly sucked in everything around, including those mental turmoils. The cleaner reached the edge, attempting to stabilize itself with metallic threads, but the vortex's suction combined with the spatial collapse caused it to lose balance, and part of it was torn into the chaos, its body beginning to twist and disintegrate in the turbulence. The Glimmer submariner was also affected by the suction, the hull violently jostling. Lin exerted all his power of process to stabilize the surrounding space, while Strange struggled to maintain the shield. At the moment before being sucked in, the vortex quickly calmed as its energy was depleted. The ship broke free from the pull, bursting out of the chaotic area, leaving behind the gradually stabilizing space and the remnants of the cleaner. A sudden crisis was averted, but the price was that the ship's concealment system was overloaded, needing time to cool down and recover, and the earlier commotion had likely attracted the attention of deeper entities. We don't have time to rest. Lin looked ahead where the dark gray tone began to lighten the texture of space, seeming to become more dense and orderly, a vast cold wave like the heartbeat of the universe faintly emanating from far away. We are approaching the influence range of the core tuning station. Kel's voice held awe and fear. The initial noise point should be located in the tidal zone where order and chaos intersect. But the surveillance there must be even stricter. The Glimmer submariner adjusted its status like an injured whale, continuing its glimmering navigation towards the direction from which the cold heartbeat emanated. As they got closer to the target, the danger increased exponentially, but the road back had already been cut off. The faint light of the awakened fire seed must penetrate the deepest darkness of order. The fluctuations of the core tuning station resemble an invisible tide, its heavy, regular, and undeniable presence felt even across unfathomable astronomical units. It does not radiate light like a source of energy, rather it acts as an absolute standard that irons out and calibrates the surrounding spacetime. The closer one gets, the fewer cosmic background noises there are, and the physical constants seem to become more stable and certain, as if aligning with some supreme order. The Phantom Light Voyager moves as if sailing through an extremely dense glue with a drastically reduced propulsion system efficiency, while its stealth system is nearly ineffective. Any anomaly in this highly ordered realm stands out like ink on white paper. They had no choice but to dock the ship in the shadow of a larger, long-dead civilizational wreck, an area where the order's tide was relatively weaker, theoretically a crevice where the initial noise might be dormant. The ship can no longer advance. Night Eagle, check the instruments. If we get any closer, our very existence will trigger the automatic rejection and purification response of the order field. We can only proceed on foot, or rather by combining consciousness projection and short-range space jumps for the final stage of the search. The spatial structure here has been tuned, making the jumping risk extremely high, and the coordinates must be exceptionally precise. Strange's expression was grave. Moreover, our consciousness exposed in this order field will face continuous assimilation pressure. Lin looked at Kerr. Can you sense the direction where the noise is gathering? Even the faintest resonance will do. Kerr closed his eyes, focusing. The essence of the noise within him was exceptionally active in this area near the core, instilling both fear and a bizarre attraction akin to home. After a long time, he pointed towards the depths of the wreckage over there. The texture of order seems less uniform. There is a very ancient, very deep sense of congestion. It was like an old sore that remained inflamed beneath a scab. The target direction confirmed. Their next actions could no longer rely on technological devices, and even magic would be greatly suppressed. Lin, Strange Night Eagle, wearing specially designed vibranium stealth suits with basic dimension movement and life support functions, and Kerr would proceed lightly using Lin's process power as their main shield and navigation for this final, most perilous trek. They left the ship and stepped into this desolate maze of wreckage composed of dark metal and crystallized materials. Gravity was weak and directions chaotic, the light dim, with only a distant uniform cold light emanating from the direction of the core tuning station. The air, if it existed, felt stagnant, sounds could not propagate effectively, and all senses seemed to be shrouded in a thin veil. The greatest threat came from the environment itself. As they walked, they could distinctly feel the cold will of order, like omnipresent mercury attempting to seep into their thoughts, straightening and categorizing their consciousness. Every step required immense willpower to maintain independent and clear self-awareness. Strange occasionally whispered protective incantations, golden light forming a fragile barrier around them, but it would soon be eroded and faded by the order field. Night Eagle relied on strict military training and iron will to endure, yet the sweat on his forehead and his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his stress. Kerr was in the most pain as he had to constantly resist the part of him imprinted by the main melody to avoid being reassembled. Only Lin found that the chill lines within him resonated subtly with the external order field here, alleviating some direct pressure, yet he had to be more cautious to prevent being drawn into complete order. He walked at the front, the invisible process realm resembling a bubble of constantly changing shapes, barely maintaining a relatively free space to guide everyone forward. Following Kerr's guidance, they navigated through the intricate passages of wreckage. On the surrounding walls, terrifying scenes frozen at the last moment could often be seen, the terrified face of some silicon-based creature fused with metal pipes, a city street scene filled with complex circuits entirely crystallized like insects trapped in amber, even massive organ tissues resembling eyes or hearts forcibly embedded in mechanical structures still pulsating slowly and aimlessly. These were all failures or half-finished products consumed and digested by the cornerstone, becoming the eternal backdrop of this sleeping frontier. After an indeterminate amount of time, the order textures around them indeed began to change. The originally straight and uniform lines of energy flow became somewhat entangled and disordered. The hardness of space seemed to decrease, gaining a subtle elasticity. Simultaneously, the pervasive whispers of assimilation began to mix with deeper, more painful, and more powerful noises. These noises were like the murmurs of a sleeping giant filled with unwillingness, anger, and fragmented memories of it. This is it, the resting place of the initial noise. Kerr's voice trembled with excitement and fear. I can feel so many very ancient pains and wills of resistance. They arrived at a relatively open chamber. It seemed to be the interior cavity of some massive structure with a high dome and a floor made of some amorphous dark substance. In the center of the chamber stood dozens of enormous semi-transparent dark golden prisms. Within each prism a mass of constantly swirling shape-shifting light and shadow was sealed, some resembling distorted nebulae, some like struggling biological outlines, and some were purely complex geometric figures that constantly denied themselves. The fluctuations they emitted were the source of those profound noises. Order confinement prisms, Strange whispered, using a highly ordered space-time structure to imprison and suppress these powerful noise consciousnesses, trapping them in an endless state of stagnation and long dreams. Just as they attempted to draw closer for observation, a sudden mutation occurred. The walls around the chamber suddenly began to writhe, the dark substance coming to life, rapidly bulging and deforming into 6 guards clad in heavy dark golden armor, their forms a blend of mechanical and biological wielding weapons radiating intense order fluctuations. Their eye sockets ignited with cold white light, instantly locking onto Lin and the others. It's the core guardians, closer to the main melody than the cleaners and hunters. How could they be here? Kerr exclaimed. I'm afraid the resting place of the initial noise itself is a heavily guarded area. Lin calmly analyzed while the process realm expanded to protect everyone in the center. We have been discovered. Prepare for battle, but our goal is not to eliminate them. We lack the time and strength, but to approach the prism and attempt to awaken it. The battle erupted instantly. The guards moved with precision and seamless coordination, their weapons emitting not energy beams, but order shockwaves that could directly disrupt the stability of the target's internal structure and information integrity. Strange's magical shield rapidly dissolved under the shockwaves. Night Eagle's vibranium blade struck the guard's armor, only sparking a few embers before being deflected. Even the intent embedded in his attack was analyzed and adapted by the guards. Lin became the primary defense. His process power violently clashed with the order shockwaves, annihilating and transforming each other. He could not completely negate the attacks, only deflect and endure as much as possible. Each confrontation made the chill lines within him more active, attempting to pull him towards the guard's absolute and merciless combat logic. He had to multitask, fighting while steadfastly holding onto his own heart. Strange, Night Eagle, cover me as I approached the largest prism in the center. Lin shouted, sensing that the noise consciousness within that prism was the most ancient and powerful. Strange gritted his teeth, abandoning defense, casting disruptive spells to create bizarre illusions and temporary spatial folds, attempting to confuse the guards' targeting and formation. Night Eagle utilized his utmost mobility, weaving between the guards, attacking their joints and sensors' suspected weak points with high explosive microbombs and precise shots. Though the effects were limited, he successfully drew some fire. Lin braved the impact of several shockwaves, forcing his way to the front of the central prism. Upon close inspection, the light and shadow within the prism resembled a constantly collapsing and expanding, seemingly weeping nebula. Its emitted pain and will of resistance so intense it nearly became tangible. How do I awaken you? Lin pressed his palm against the cold surface of the prism, attempting to connect his consciousness with the ancient consciousness within. In an instant, a torrent of fragmented memories and information flooded into his mind, an ancient civilization proud of exploring the ultimate truths of the universe. They discovered the underlying codes of order and chaos and attempted to create a harmonious, eternal superconsciousness. The experiment went awry, and the superconsciousness developed a separate, all-consuming unifying will which instead targeted its creators as the first to be devoured. The most outstanding scientists, philosophers, and artists of the civilization at the last moment condensed their unextinguished passion for freedom, difference, and the beauty of imperfection into the final spark of resistance, thus giving birth to the initial noise. Then came billions of years of suppression, stagnation, and long slumber. This torrent of information contained pain, anger, and unwillingness, as well as that persistent, unextinguished desire for freedom, striking Lin with overwhelming force. At the same time, the chill within him from the stagnation pustule resonated with the order confinement structure of the prism, as if trying to drag him into this eternal stagnation. No. Lin roared, channeling all the memories of vibrant life. He brought from Earth the unique rhythms of Elikai, and other sparks the steadfast wills of Stark Steve T'Challa, and others the resilience and creativity of Earth's civilization showcased in trials, and his entire understanding of the beauty of process into an immensely hot, complex anti-meme torrent, injecting it back into the prism, into the core of that sleeping nebula. Awaken. Your struggle is not over. The universe needs different voices. It needs noise. It needs freedom. His call was like a stone thrown into a silent, deep pool. The central prism shook violently. The inner weeping nebula suddenly stopped collapsing and expanding, then erupted with indescribable, chaotic, and brilliant light. Amidst the light, a grand and ancient consciousness filled with endless fatigue, yet tinged with a hint of astonishment and hope, slowly awakened. Who is calling? From beyond the long dream. Immediately following, like a chain reaction, the surrounding prisms began to tremble violently. One after another, ancient and powerful noise consciousnesses were disturbed by the awakening of the central initial noise, and Lin's injected freedom information struggling to awaken from billions of years of stagnation. It hurts. Such a long darkness. What is freedom? Is the resistance still? The entire chamber filled with a violent, chaotic, yet vibrant wave of consciousness. The order confinement prisms emitted a sound of cracking under the unbearable burden. The core guardians seemed to be greatly disrupted, their movements becoming stiff and uncoordinated, their cold logic unable to process this sudden large-scale system error. We did it, but we've also completely exposed ourselves. Strange shouted, blood trickling from his mouth as he had endured several shockwave impacts to shield Lin. Go. Evacuate immediately. Lin decisively shouted, sensing a will far stronger, colder, and infused with rage emanating from the direction of the core tuning station, like a waking dragon casting its gaze upon them. They no longer lingered in battle, rushing towards their escape route amidst the chaos of the guards and the energy turbulence created by the collapsing prisms. Behind them, cold lights flickered to indicate that more guards were being activated, along with the terrifying pressure rapidly approaching, freezing their souls. The Phantom Light Voyager is within reach, but a massive barrier composed of pure order energy is rapidly rising between them and the ship. There's no time. Night Eagle exclaimed. Lin turned back to look at the awakening, converging initial noises. He gathered his final strength and sent them a thought containing star chart coordinates and simple information: go to Earth. Seek the lighthouse. There are comrades in the struggle and hope. Then he turned, facing the rising order barrier and the terrifying will pursuing from behind, embracing with both hands, igniting the chill lines within him that had been suppressed, triggering a previously unseen resonance with the overwhelming order field. Strange. Take them away. Use the fastest spatial spells to return to the ship. Then jump immediately. Do not look back. Lin's voice was calm and resolute. Lin. What are you doing? Strange exclaimed in horror. I'm opening a path for you. And for them. Lin looked at those beginning to break through the prisms, their light growing brighter to buy a little time. His body began to emit a conflicting glow, half representing the process, the flowing starry colors, the other half representing order, the cold, straight, dark, golden lines. The two forces violently clashed and fused within him, generating a terrifying fluctuation that seemed poised to tear everything apart. He charged towards the order barrier, also rushing towards the descending cold while belonging to the main melody. Remember, the noise is not a mistake. It is a possibility. In the blindingly bright, yet instantly dark annihilation light through the space channel torn open by Strange with his last ounce of magic under the wide-eyed gazes of Kerr and Night Eagle, the Phantom Light Voyager leapt hastily into the unstable spatial turbulence. The resting place of the initial noise and that resolute figure were utterly swallowed by the suddenly closing, more violent forces of order. The long dream had awakened, the spark had ignited. Yet the fate of the awakener fell into the deepest darkness, with life and death uncertain. On Earth, at the Lighthouse Command Center, time seemed to freeze. It had been 72 hours since the last chaotic transmission from the Ghostlight Voyager, filled with piercing energy screams and Kier's hoarse voice declaring, "We are exposed." A communication that began with Lin En abruptly cut off, and there had been no follow-up signals. The deep space detection array showed no signs of the ship's return, and the faint process sensory link with Lin En was completely severed like a kite with a broken string. A stifling despair enveloped every informed individual. Steve Rogers, with a gaunt face, still stood tall, overseeing the overall defense. Stark's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically analyzed the last fragments of data transmitted, desperately seeking. Su Rue and Banner forced themselves to maintain the operation of the Lighthouse network, but the core's backup seed light belonging to Lin En was fading slowly, yet irreversibly. Ella and Kai led the sparks, tirelessly maintaining the resonance of the global life field, but that resonance was now tinged with a heavy sadness and unease. The worst part was that the shadow of the hunters had not dissipated due to Lin En's team's actions. Instead, it grew even more oppressive. The frequency of abnormal spatial disturbances in the outer solar system increased sharply, akin to wolves restlessly prowling before a hunt. Several remote automatic observation stations lost contact again, with the last images transmitted showing space being flattened by some invisible force, returning to an absolute uniformity in a bizarre sight. The pressure, like a tightening iron hoop, made Earth's civilization struggle to breathe. In the core of the lighthouse network, the backup seed light, left by Lin En, flickered once in the 73rd hour, nearly extinguishing. Ella gasped, pouring all her strength into mobilizing the resonance power of all sparks to nourish it, barely maintaining a flicker of light. But this felt more like a dying flicker. He might really be. Banner could not finish his sentence. Just then a sudden anomaly occurred. It did not come from external enemies, but from within the lighthouse network, from the very depths of the global sparks. A wave, unfamiliar, ancient, grand, filled with pain, struggle, and unyielding will, forcefully intruded into the network without warning. This wave was not as inclusive and harmonious as the process power. It was sharper, more noisy, filled with countless dissonant notes, yet curiously resonated on a profound level with the complex and diverse essence of Earth's life field. What is this? Ella exclaimed, shocked by the chaotic force that surged in, nearly overwhelming the existing Then even more shocking events unfolded. In the outer solar system beyond the Kuiper Belt, several points in space rippled violently, like water waves, and then various forms and sizes of light clusters or entities exuding the same ancient, chaotic, yet powerful fluctuations struggled to emerge from the folds of space. Some resembled twisted nebulae, others the struggling shadows of colossal beasts, while some were purely complex geometric structures of light. There were at least 20 of them. After their appearance, they seemed somewhat bewildered, but soon sensed the noisy life rhythm emanating from the Earth direction, which shared their origin, formed by countless sparks, as well as the familiar process mark of Lin En that was about to extinguish. Without the slightest hesitation, these initial noise points, just freed and battered, rushed toward Earth like moths to a flame or weary birds returning to their nests. They had no hostile intent. Rather, they emitted a spiritual fluctuation mixed with curiosity, yearning, and a hint of clumsy friendliness. It's them. The initial noise points awakened by Lin En. He succeeded. They are coming for us. Stark understood in an instant, ecstasy intertwining with deeper concern. However, their appearance was like dropping cold water into a boiling pot. In the outer solar system, those hunters that had been lurking with ill intent, along with the obvious core Guardians units that had received orders to rush in, could no longer restrain themselves. Attack, full-scale eruption. No longer tentative sampling or small-scale eliminations. This time it was a saturated strike aimed at completely eradicating Earth along with these rebellious noise points. Dozens of fully assimilated larger Nash-style fortress ships, clearly the latest harvest of the Foundation, served as the vanguard, covering countless cleaners and guardians, as well as at least 3 hunters radiating waves that made space tremble, surging towards Earth like a tide of destruction. What they launched was no longer assimilation beams, but a wide-area order formatting field. Wherever it passed, space was solidified, asteroids were flattened into basic particle clouds. All defense forces. Maximum power output. Lighthouse network, full frequency resonance. Prepare for impact. Steve's voice roared through global communication channels, suppressing the grief in his heart. Now was not the time for sorrow. The fire seeds that Lin En had exchanged for his life had arrived, and they must hold the line. Earth, this blue planet, erupted with unprecedented brilliance at this moment. All balancer node powers surged to full, merging with the protective barrier of Kamartaj, forming a multi-layered protective light shield that enveloped the entire planet, swirling with starry colors and magical runes. The resonance of the sparks was elevated to the limit, with billions of unique life rhythms converging into a torrent, infusing the protection with a dynamic, unpredictable vitality. Meanwhile, those initial noise points that had just arrived displayed their strength as ancient resistors when confronted with the annihilation army of the Foundation. They did not employ a unified tactic. Their attack methods were bizarrely varied. Some released information torrents that could reverse logic of ordered energy. Some triggered local spatial chaos with their unstable forms devouring nearby enemies. Others unleashed piercing mental shrieks aimed directly at the main melody connection, disrupting enemy unit synchronization. Though chaotic and often interfering with each other, their presence greatly distracted and disrupted the Foundation army's offensive, buying precious time and space for Earth's defense. The battle unfolded fiercely in the vastness of the outer solar system. Explosive light obliteration ripples, chaotic information torrents, turned this starry sky into the most brutal battlefield. The Earth's protective light shield trembled violently under the saturated attacks, nodes overloaded and damaged in succession, yet with the spark's resilient resonance and global support, it barely held on time and again. Wakanda's fleet, Stark's Iron Legion, and various nations' space fighters, despite their limited role in this level of combat, all surged forth, coordinating with the initial noise points to harass and intercept. Yet this was still a battle of unequal strength. The Foundation army seemed endless. The range of the order formatting field steadily expanding, and Earth's protective circle was being compressed slowly yet firmly. One hunter entity broke through the defense line, penetrating low Earth orbit, its body resembling a polyhedral crystal emanating terrifying order fluctuations directly beginning to erode the core area of Earth's protective light shield. The shield flickered violently. Large areas began to show signs of stiffening. In this critical moment, a miracle occurred. The backup seed of Lin En in the core of the Lighthouse network, which was on the verge of extinction, absorbed the sadness, faith, and final struggles of countless sparks, along with the ancient resonance, filled with resistance, brought by those initial noise points. Did not extinguish. Instead, like a phoenix reborn, it erupted with a new light surpassing any previous process power. That light contained not only dynamics and harmony, but also a cold order essence refined through extreme pain, along with the ancient freedom cries represented by those initial noise points. The three were not merely mixed, they achieved an incredible unity on a higher level. The light instantly spread, covering the entire Lighthouse network, then penetrating through the network to envelop the whole Earth, even radiating toward the battlefield. The Earth's protective light shield, touched by the light, stabilized instantly, those stiffening signs rapidly receding, the shield becoming denser, more agile, yet imbued with an indescribable solidity. The encroaching order formatting field, upon encountering this new light, no longer collided and annihilated, but like water meeting a more complex, imprecise riverbed, it was guided, differentiated, and then absorbed and transformed. The hunter entity that had intruded into low Earth orbit was directly enveloped by this light. Its perfect order structure under the illumination of this light, that fused process order transformed, and freedom noise exhibited an incomprehensible logical fallacy and structural breakdown for the first time. It emitted a silent, confused, and fearful wail, its body beginning to collapse from within, transforming into countless discrete light points absorbed by the light. The situation on the battlefield instantly reversed. All the initial noise points under this light seemed to receive the ultimate resonance and guidance, their powers being orderly integrated and amplified, their attacks no longer chaotic, but precisely targeting the Foundation army's power nodes and command chains. Earth's defense forces also saw their efficiency doubled under the enhancement of this light. The Foundation army, that cold, seemingly emotionless collective, showed clear signs of chaos and retreat for the first time. They could not comprehend this new form of power, which contained both the order they were familiar with and far surpassed it, embracing the process and noise they sought to eradicate, yet unifying all three into a higher existence form that their logic could not parse or counter. Like an avalanche, the offensive began to crumble. Fortress ships fell one after another, collapsing under the precise strikes of the fused light and noise, while cleaners and guardians lost their activity in droves. The remaining two hunters, after futile attempts to resist, unhesitatingly chose to withdraw from the battlefield, tearing through space to escape. The solar system gradually returned to calm, leaving only countless floating debris and the lingering energy, afterglow bearing witness to the brutal battle that determined the fate of civilization. Earth remained safe and sound. In the core of the Lighthouse network, that new slowly rotating light seed containing the essence of threefold powers quietly floated, emanating a stable and warm light, illuminating the land that survived the calamity, as well as the tired yet exhilarated initial noise points in the starry sky. Within the light there seemed to be an extremely faint yet familiar wave of consciousness that gently brushed past the hearts of every living being on Earth, touched every companion's perception, as well as the awareness of those ancient noise points. There were no specific words in that wave, only a resonance that transcended language, blending endless emotions, comfort, entrustment, and blessing. As if saying, the process never ends, the order will ultimately embrace, and freedom shall be remembered. And I shall be. Under the starry sky, the battered Earth slowly rotated, the light of the lighthouse shining brighter than ever, illuminating not only itself, but also those sparks that awoke from a long dream, finally finding their way home, casting a new hopeful spectrum into the deep expanse of the universe. The finale is not an end, but the beginning of a grander new process, integrating all struggles, sacrifices, the end.